On a quiet street, this white-haired young man is being slammed into a wall. A gang of thugs suddenly appears right in front of him. They are the legendary school bullies and violent delinquents. Looks like they are broke, so they just grabbed some weakling to shake down for cash. The white-haired guy getting beaten up is none other than Free Breaks, son of the prestigious Breaks family. Known as the weakest guy in the world, the worst student in Westwood Academy's history. Without any talent or cunning like his siblings, Frey is shunned by his own family and humiliated by his classmates. Turned into a laughingstock, forced to be a punching bag, this brutal cycle of beatings has dragged on for ages. The bully leader sneers at him, saying weaklings like him do not deserve to live. If it were him, he would have offed himself already. When the beating becomes unbearable, Free, frail and desperate, begs for mercy. Only then do the orange-haired bully and his gang finally stop. The bully tells him, "Tomorrow, I am pairing up with you for magic practice. The torment and pain. He is saving that special treat just for you tomorrow." Gasping for air, Free lies sprawled on the ground. Pain, blood, and tears fuel a burning desire inside him, the desperate wish to become strong. At that moment, Frey's heartfelt plea seems to pierce through space and time, reaching Lucas Troman, the strongest level 9 Grand Mage. Imprisoned by a fallen god for 4,000 years, that cry for help echoes like a haunting whisper in Lucas' ears, driving him nearly mad. Hey, am I about to lose it? Trapped in hell by the fallen god, Lucas' world was swallowed by darkness until he lost all sense of time. But wait, if he is counting right, it seems like 1,000 years have passed outside. Huh? Hey, what did you just say? I said, you better vanish from this family. Cut back to the real world. Frey is kneeling before a man, his father, head of the Beck family, believing his son to be a disgrace to the family name. The father's rage boils over, ready to cast him out immediately. Already scorned and trampled by outsiders, Free still clung to a flicker of hope deep inside, but hearing such cold-hearted words from his own father, he plunges straight into a pit of despair. Is being weak also that question has no answer, like asking, is being poor also a sin for the Breaks family? They will never accept those who can grow their power. Fatherly love? Probably not, since this dad's already set on kicking out his worthless son. Free, drowning in utter hopelessness, retreats to his cramped room. He is ready to give up on life, but holding the poison in his hand, he can stop trembling. Death is terrifying. Those who get closest to it are often the ones who want to live the most. In that moment, fate seems to weave the paths of Lucas and Free together, one desperately craving life, the other breaking under despair, ready to end it all. At this fateful instant, their souls find each other. Hearing Frey's anguish, Lucas' bonds begin to loosen. He starts breaking free from his prison. He approaches the fading Frey, placing a comforting hand on his head, soothing his soul. Lucas' spirit merges with Frey's mortal body, once again awakening inside a human vessel, one scorned by the world. 4,000 years have passed, a long time enough for everything in this world to change. Even Lucas' once unmatched status has become a thing of the past. Free gave him freedom. Now it is time for Lucas to grant this body, this Frey, a pair of wings. He walks to the window, locks eyes with the glowing moon hanging above, confidence blazing in his gaze. Solomon, just wait soon. Very soon, I will make them pay. Till we meet again. Soul, on this clear, windy moonlit night. To celebrate his return from hell, Lucas finds a quiet spot and dives deep into his inner magic to test his powers. But with Frey's long, weakened body, it is tough to get anything impressive done. The first step was to replenish the missing energy and strengthen his foundation to keep gathering mana. Thinking of himself, a demon disguised as Faith, Lucas could not hide his bitter resentment. Punch that bastard in the face. He needed to recover his strength as fast as possible. Better yet, he had to become many times stronger. So Lucas kept smiling and channeling his energy nonstop until the first light of dawn slowly faded away. He had returned to 5-star level given his condition. That was nothing short of a miracle. And I gotta say, leveling up 5 stars overnight, this protagonist's glow is off the charts. Suddenly, excruciating pain hit him like a freight train. Lucas' eyes shot open as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. These were the impurities that had been building up inside Free's body. Turns out it was way worse than anyone thought. Lucas pushed himself harder, calling out to Hugh over and over until the entire room was shrouded in a full-smelling black haze. Frey's life must have been a tragic mess, though, compared to the great wizard's suffering. It is not quite the same scale, but still, a pitiful tale of sacrifice. Meanwhile, at the academy, Frey's bullies were leisurely strolling around the courtyard. The ringleader with fiery orange hair, David, showed up earlier than usual, ridiculously pumped to finally give Frey a lesson in class today. Crew warned him not to go overboard. If Frey got seriously hurt, they would lose their free punching bag. Word got around that Frey tried to off himself last night, And these jerks caught wind of it too. David did not buy it. He bragged to the fat guy that Frey was still alive, claiming the kid did not have the guts to die. The prize for the winner, 10 free meal tickets DLS sealed. Back at Westwood Academy's cafeteria, all eyes were glued to a male student demolishing food like a starving tiger unleashed. Lucas was devouring dozens of meals in a row, clearly trying to recover the energy he would lost after that epic vomiting episode. Luckily, after 4,000 years, cuisine had come a long way. Our guy seemed to be having one hell of a feast. Let us be real. A guy pushing 50 plus 4 millennia locked up. Yeah, he is definitely out of touch. Now stuck in a kid's body, going to school with kids who could be his grandkids. Social life's gotta be rough, but to keep up with the times, he had no choice but to bite the bullet just as he stepped into class. Sure enough, every eyeball in the room locked onto him. The bullies were hyped. Those 10 meal tickets already had a winner. The fat jerk was fuming mad over the mess. Well, David, the orange-haired dude, was buzzing with excitement. Lucas ignored their buzzing noise, walked straight into class, when suddenly, a leg swung out, blocking his path. David was perched on a chair, looking insanely entertained as he shot him a sly glance. Here we go, buddy. Lucas stared at the punk in front of him, but before he could curse, the fat guy charged from behind and tongue grabbed his head, demanding all 10 meal tickets with the lamest excuse ever. I lost cause of you. So, dog, the strong bullying the weak? No guts, but all muscle types like this exist in every era. Friends? My ass? That is what he thought. But inside, Frey's body suddenly started acting out of control. Lucas read the signs immediately. This was all thanks to these bratty little punks. The fat guy swung his arm, aiming to slap Lucas, but in a blink, he missed. And Lucas was suddenly standing right behind him. The fat guy and everyone nearby were left with 1,000 question marks. What just happened? Lucas stared them down without a shred of fear. These trash were the very scum who drove Frey to give up on life. Lucas's provocative glare only fueled the fat guy's rage. He jumped up, charging again at full speed, only to be quickly countered by Lucas. The fat guy flew through the air, tongue out, crashing headfirst into the ground, knocked out cold. The students around were baffled. How did that chubby guy get knocked out cold by the weakest nerd here? Lucas looked pale, not because he feared getting in trouble, but because seeing an old guy like him throw down on a kid like that was just embarrassing. Ignoring the stunned crowd frozen in disbelief, Lucas slid past them and checked on the chubby kid to see if he was still breathing. Just then, a man entered the classroom, Professor Da, with glasses on one eye and a scholarly face. Hearing the buzz that a student had suddenly fainted, he came closer and his eyes went wide with shock. Those marks, they were clearly from an attack fueled by mana. None of the academy's professors had the skill to pull off something like that. Who the hell did this? Professor Dia took the chubby kid down to the infirmary to rest. Because of that, another professor was assigned to take over Lucas's class. This guy was bulky, bald, with a cunning smirk. Professor Kivin. Not long after trying to act serious, Professor Kivin's true colors showed. A creepy, fake perv. He was visibly thrilled because this class had way more female students than any he would taught before, especially a total knockout named Isabel, the top beauty scholar. All the girls in class pretended to despise him and avoided eye contact, terrified they might become his next target. But then, Professor Kivin's gaze landed on Lucas Aka Free. Just like those bullies before, Kevin seemed to have a soft spot for this student. He started creeping closer, spitting out some sarcastic remarks. Lucas sighed, man. This school life is a nightmare. Not only do I have to deal with these annoying little pests, but now I am stuck with creeps for teachers too. He bowed his head to the desk, then looked up with a fake, overly sweet smile and said he was busy researching. So you have got more important things than my class. Huh, that is right, Professor. I am at that age where curiosity rules everything. Lucas chuckled, his confident vibe making the students around him worry on his behalf. Sure enough, the creepy professor could not hold back his anger. His face turned dark as he flexed his teacher's authority to make things hard for Lucas. He challenged Lucas with a few questions failed to answer, and Lucas' days in this class would be over. Name 3 items ever wielded by the magic warlord Kasajin. Wait, what did you say? Kasajin. Hearing that name, Lucas instantly reacted. Kasajin. How could I not know him? Because about 4,000 years ago, Kasajin, the legendary magic warlord, was actually a close ally of our side. Kasajin was a ripped dude with 8-pack abs, long hair tied up on top of his head, and a single strike from him could shatter half a mountain in a blink. Back then, Lucas often complained that Kasajin never held back his power. If wild beasts on the mountain lost their homes, he would break the place wide open to give them shelter. This buddy of Lucas was a total battle junkie, rarely visited friends, only made tea. then left them hanging to go punch the air outside for them to watch. Because of all this, these two legends kept pushing each other hard. Women are such a pain. You big shots can boss around all you want. But when it comes to love, things get complicated. Kasajin was a stubborn old school guy who believed a warrior should treat women like rocks. Only then could he focus on leveling up himself. At this point, I gotta say, well deserved. Guys, thinking like that, you are signing up for a lifetime of bachelorhood. But hey, Magic Warlord Kasajin, you really made it. My friend, Lucas pulled a face of pure embarrassment just thinking about his best bud. Turns out, after I am gone, he finally got famous. What a comforting thought. Professor Kevin noticed Lucas' expression and assumed he could not answer the question. Little did he know, this kid in front of him was actually best friends with the very saint in his question. The students around saw this and felt secondhand embarrassment for Lucas. Isabel, the academy's top female student, spoke up to save Frey from the trap. She thought the professor's question was out of line, and Lucas along with the others all bristled. Beautiful on the outside but with a sharp, biting voice that clashed with her expression. What on earth was she up to? Just as expected, Isabel had caught the fake Kevin's keen attention. He gritted his teeth at her answer, his resolute glare making it even harder to swallow. Slowly, he stepped closer, the two facing off directly. Watching this, Lucas recalled back then how Kasarjan really lost it when Lucas called him a mage. For a vice professor like him, that was a serious insult. Isabel's answer, Kasarjan would be laughed his head off if he heard it. Kevin's filthy hand started creeping onto Isabel, his rough voice suggesting they take this chat to the dean's office. Isabel swatted his hand away without hesitation, but that did not stop him from losing all sense of decency. He kept shouting louder, trying to force her into answering. Tiger King gloves? Giant belt? Wind pendant? A voice from behind caught him off guard, suddenly silencing him. Lucas explained calmly, Kasarjan was a minimalist, so he only had those few items. His answer brought the whole hall to a stunned silence. Spot on, so precise even old Kevin was left speechless. But still, he would not let Isabel go so easily. He reached for her hand, planning to drag her straight to the office. Love and sentiment are poison, dangerous thoughts that shake the heart of a warrior. Those who can't control their desires can't stand on their own feet. They become low creatures, worse than monsters. Lucas' sharp words cut deep, directly enraging old Kevin. He fumed like a volcano, scrambling for twisted questions to throw at Lucas. But in the end, everyone gaped in shock at Lucas' answers. Kevin staggered, almost collapsing onto the table. Even on the hardest part, stuff most professors and students did not grasp, Lucas sailed right through. Is that Frey Break, the academy's biggest prodigy? That is just insane. But while everyone was still reeling, our hero Lucas was already getting hungry. Despite the sweating old professor in front of him, the moment he heard class dismissed, Lucas jumped up and dashed to the dining hall. You can preach without food. Our guy's been around for over 4,000 years, but starve him, and he is clueless like a rookie. Because of Lucas's fame, Isabel followed him, trying to strike up a conversation while he sang his hungry anthem on the way. Yeah, she is a pretty girl. But sorry, bro, this guy's not into chicks. Lucas ignored her, leaving her fuming red-faced. But Isabel was not giving up. She stuck right behind him like a shadow. Being from a good family, Isabel spoke and acted with proper decorum. But when they hit the cafeteria, she got scared stiff seeing Lucas demolish an entire table of food. Hearing he would been starved for 4,000 years, Isabel was left speechless. What she really cared about now was the time-defying knowledge Lucas seemed to know so well. According to Isabel, the four greatest figures who shaped history were King Fat Chin, Kasarjan, the Great Sage, Schweizer Wilman, the Dark Wizard, Iris Vafarder, and finally, the greatest archmage of all, Lucas Chowman himself, whom Isabel admired most. If he were alive back then, she would definitely bring a gift to propose marriage. Hearing a junior mention his name and try to steal his bride, Lucas just blurted out laughing. He could not stop laughing. Kids these days grow up fast, already thinking about marriage at such a young age. I get how you feel, kid, but this old man here is not interested in kids. Alright, that is rude. I never said I was going to propose to you. Lucas teased her so hard Isabel was literally steaming, and their lunch together became the hot gossip among the students. Isabel, the academy's number 2, willingly eating with a total loser. Even David gets rejected by her daily. Imagine if he heard this gossip. Seeing the girl of his dreams having lunch with the guy he hates the most sent him into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Isabel was fuming because Lucas' cocky attitude made her feel like he was faking it all, though honestly, he kinda was, and he even claimed that what he knew was not knowledge, but experience. Isabel wanted to ask more, but Lucas just stood up, grabbed the dishes, and walked off. Lunch was over, and the whole class was gathered to prepare for a magical combat practice. That nerd David kept eyeballing Isabel, only to realize she was always sticking close to Lucas, trying to strike up a conversation. Next lesson was hands-on combat. Bruises were guaranteed, and you were on your own for the fallout. For David, this was the perfect chance to officially knock Frey into next week. Meanwhile, Lucas had his eyes on the female professor leading the class. Man, she was stunning. Hearing Lucas' words, Isabel could not help but think his taste was seriously off. How could anyone feel anything for that fake act? Little did she know, standing right in front of her was a man who had lived over 4,000 years. The first match was between David and Free. David was hyped for the fight, but Lucas did not even bat an eye. He strode onto the platform and threw a move that left everyone below shook. Though his soul was over 4,000 years old, trapped in the body of a tough kid, what everyone witnessed was pure heavyweight pilot moves. This classmate-s style was next level. To have dinner with the teacher, Lucas, in Frey's 1-star body, accepted a challenge to beat David, who was rated 3 stars. David had prepared everything for today's fight, but too bad for him. His opponent was not the weak Free anymore, it was Lucas Choman, the idol of every household. The battle began. David unleashed a fiery attack, turning the surrounding earth and rocks into a deadly scythe. Even though the rule allowed only 1-star magic, this was a signature clan spell, so it was allowed. Oh man, that scared him stiff. Lucas smirked softly and started casting his spell. It was just a tiny magic bullet, looking more like a puddle trying to challenge the ocean. With a snap of his fingers, that little bullet transformed into a blazing beam of energy, sending David flying dozens of meters. His legs stiff, foam at his mouth. The guy who was bragging about shutting Frey up was now the one left speechless. And even after pulling out the clan's signature magic, he still got crushed. Did he put on some shame-blocking cream or what? Everyone around was shook to their core. It was just a practice session, but things had escalated way too far. Lucas was relentless, ignoring David's inner screams for mercy. The next magic bullet shattered one of his legs. Isabel was frozen in shock, silently wishing the professor would stop this fight. But it seemed the professor had caught feelings for this guy. She not only let it go on, but said this was what real combat was all about. On the path to becoming a mage, you can never afford to be soft. Learning to be ruthless in every fight is a must. Hearing this, Isabel gave up on trying to intervene. As for Luke, he was schooling the bully David on some hard truths. It is jerks like you that are dragging society down. Lucas stomped on David's spirit, but spared him from further harm. One broken leg was enough, though maybe one more for good measure. Watching from the stands were 2 young men who'd been following the fight from the start. Judging by their looks, they were definitely some dangerous types. Word spread fast. Free, the useless rookie, had broken Big Shot David's leg. Some felt sorry, but others were downright happy since David had been a pain in the neck every day. As Lucas walked down the hallway, a guy suddenly came barreling straight at him. The guy, a 4th-year student, was hyped and wanted to invite Lucas to join the Chow Men gang. Lucas was speechless hearing his gang's name being tossed around by kids without even asking for copyright. No matter how much the guy kept pushing perks of joining, Lucas just could not be bothered. But halfway through, he heard that guy say goodbye to someone else, who seemed to hold an even higher rank. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy, introduced as the manager of the Chow Men Guild. Boren Zun, just one glove. And Lucas immediately knew this guy was not your average Joe. At such a young age, he already carried this insanely calm and impressive aura. But Lucas was not fazed. He just looked once and walked right out. Lucas' date with the teacher got totally crashed by a third wheel. Lucas was pissed when Isabel just casually slid into the dinner table, like she owned the place. She showed up just to cling on to Lucas, hoping he would explain those ancient, mysterious terms no one else could figure out. Jane got curious too and wanted Lucas to dig deeper into those secrets. But that sly devil pulled a slick move, flirting wildly, inviting Jane to chat in the bedroom. Just as Jane almost fell for it, Isabel slammed the table and snapped her back to reality, ruining Lucas' plans once again. After that ice-cold dinner, Lucas stood by the river, lost in thought. He could not understand why he, supposedly the one controlling the whole world, had zero influence over the history bearing his name. Maybe out there, others were still testing the wills of legends like him and pushing forward the fight. Just as he was drowning in questions, Isabel came over. Lucas asked about the Magic Academy, who really ruled the magic chain. According to Isabel and Jane, the top student was Purangel, and the head professor, probably the one running the Westwood series tonight, Academy, Isabel's own mentor. She's a 6-star mage, honored with the title Ice Sovereign by the Empire. Hearing that, Lucas felt something off. The protective magic around the academy did not look like something a 6-star mage could conjure up. Thinking about the Cho Men's movements, Lucas figured meeting series tonight might reveal some answers. When Lucas said he could hit 7 stars right after the break, Jane laughed it off, saying everyone's got their pipe dreams, no matter how epic. You gotta keep your feet on the ground. But Lucas started getting handsy with the teacher until Isabel had to step in and put a stop to it. If this godlike guy always rubbed Isabel the wrong way, probably, because she was always throwing a wrench in his plans. Meanwhile, Lucas was still struggling to squash his curiosity. Haste makes waste. Maybe he would have to take it slow and steady. David, after getting smacked down twice by Lucas, started chasing girls again 2 weeks later, storming into the academy with 2 heavy bats, yelling and cursing, demanding a fight with his so-called bro. But before he could throw a punch, magical bullets broke his nose, and he had to be rushed to the hospital just when the academy was short on duelists. These clowns started handing themselves over on a silver platter. A tall, dark dude dragged Lucas into an abandoned warehouse. He was not alone. There were a few more goons ready for a showdown. Hearing the guy blabber nonstop like a scared little girl, Lucas knocked him out cold, sending him straight to the hospital. More idiots charged in. But weirdly, they did not throw any punches, just babbled on and on about their supposedly impressive backgrounds. Sure, your family's all that, but I am the magical bullet here. After some pointless chit-chat, the new gen hotshots all got group tickets to the injury ward. Turns out, they were just loudmouth wannabes who could not back up their big names. Lucas went back to the academy, sinking back into his endless boredom. Isabel showed up again, teasing him as a terror bullet, which made him super embarrassed. Had no choice but to use that low-level trick. There was no chance to unleash stronger magic. No clue why the girl fussing over him looked like a brat, but somehow Isabel found it adorable. Guess that is what they call the eyes of a hopeless romantic. Weirdly, he would never agreed to be a private tutor, but she kept pestering him, leaving him totally awkward. But then again, Isabel was a top-tier student. Training her might actually come in handy down the road. Right? With that in mind, Lucas brought up that he would be heading out soon for some serious training. Of course, Isabel was not about to miss this golden opportunity. Please, let me come with you, dude. The next day, Isabel showed up at the meeting spot carrying a mountain of gear, ready to hit the training trail with Lucas. Seeing her lug all that stuff, Lucas was left speechless, totally at a loss for words. Women are definitely more high maintenance than boulders. This is not a camping trip. It is hardcore training. What is the deal with bringing the whole house along? Their plan was to head to the Hispania mountain range, a place known as Monster Paradise. Even though Isabel was a girl, and the path was riddled with dangers and monsters, she did not seem fazed by this rough adventure at all. She mentioned they would use teleportation stones to get there, which would still take about half a day. The moment Lucas heard teleportation stones, his interest piqued instantly. The name says it all. These stones are like a teleport for this era, used to cover long distances quickly and save time. Turns out, 4,000 years later, the world has some seriously convenient tech back in our grandpa's day. This was just a pipe dream. Magic has not really evolved, but science and tech are off the charts now. Life's gotten easier, but the downside, people have gotten lazy and skills among trainees nowadays are way worse than their ancestors. But hey, nothing in life comes for free. These teleport stones are commercialized. You gotta pay to play, Isabel said, because the distance was so far, it would cost at least 10 gold coins. The moment Lucas heard money, he broke out in a cold sweat. 10 gold coins. He emptied his pockets, but had barely 1 gold coin to his name. Where the heck was he supposed to get that kind of cash? Seriously, what kind of noble is this original owner? Free? Broke as a joke? Lucas was freaking out, sweating bullets, when suddenly he had a brilliant idea. Isabel's a noble too, right? She has got to have some dough stashed away. Like a light bulb turning on, Lucas flipped 180 degrees, rushed over to Isabel, waving his hands and practically begging, "Isabel, a chew-on. How much cash you got on you?" Bad for his smooth move, Isabel shot him down cold, saying she did not have a single coin to her name. She said a comfortable life just makes people lazy. And besides, why bring money when you are here to train hard? Hold up, sis. That is actually a pretty solid mindset to have. But then, what is up with all that gear you are carrying on your back if you are here to grind? Poor Lucas had his last shred of hope crushed and put on his best poker face no matter what. He could not shake Isabel's resolve to skip home for cash. After going back and forth until he was exhausted, Lucas finally gave in. He would carry the backpack and hustle the money from Isabel. On the way, the two of them arrived at a massive, ultra-luxurious ship. Hearing that the academy covered all travel and living expenses on this ship gave them some peace of mind. But just as they started feeling good about it, Lucas got hit with a gut punch. Somehow, even though there was a line, when it was his turn, he was told the ship was full. If he wanted a seat, he would have to wait another 4 days for the next trip. Yep, small numbers always mean small luck. They had to settle for another ship. Not bad, but compared to the luxury liner, it was enough to make you want to scream. Meanwhile, elsewhere, A group of pirates were plotting to attack the ships carrying the trainees. Tonight was their night to strike. These pirates called themselves Blood Scar, a bunch of straight-up crazy lunatics. Like this guy, he thought a one-eyed pirate looked cooler. So instead of wearing an eye patch, he just pulled out one perfectly fine eye. Back to Lucas and Isabel after boarding the cocked ship. They found it pretty decent. But strangely, almost deserted. The captain explained that because the ship's route crossed pirate territory, only desperate souls like them would dare to come here. He even bragged that the cocked ship was guarded by 2 warships, each with a 4-star mage on board, ready to take on any number of pirates. Sounds impressive, right? But no sooner had he finished bragging than chaos erupted. Pirates appeared, sinking both warships manned by those mages right before their eyes. Everyone watching was thrown into utter panic. There was no way ordinary pirates could pull off something like that. Just as expected, those pirates were cocky because they had a secret weapon up their sleeves. Their leader had made a pact with an immortal entity, a lich, a dry skeletal figure cloaked in mist. This guy packed terrifying power and looked downright dangerous. To humans, he was nothing short of a dark nightmare. The lich unleashed icy spears aimed straight at the 3 ships in the cocked fleet. The 2 4-star mages on the escort ships could not defend against even one strike, and their ships sank like stones to the ocean floor. But then the lich noticed something odd. He had fired 3 ice spears, yet only 2 ships went down. The student ship was completely untouched. The pirate leader warned the lich not to attack that ship. He had other plans, to use those students as hostages for ransom from the mainland clans. But the lich clearly disagreed. A single glare from him sent the leader's spirit flying, leaving him to stew in silence. On the cocked ship, the students were spiraling into panic and chaos. A young man with a furrowed brow sat in a corner, breathing heavily. Lucas was not too worried about the rookies, but what bugged him was why the ice spear aimed at their ship suddenly vanished. Could it be that a powerful hidden master was actually aboard this very ship? Meanwhile, the pirates seized the moment and stormed the cocked ship, beating the crew and tying up the students. This many rich kids on board, they were looking at a lifetime's worth of loot. Just as things were about to get uglier, a bold young hero stepped up and challenged the pirates head-on. He even bluntly told them that everyone on board were future beast mages, heirs to the mainland clan's legacies. Talk about fearless. He did not fear strong enemies, just dumb teammates. But after his speech, his weak attack was instantly countered by a knife slammed into the side of his throat, draining the color from his face. Life outside school was way harsher than inside. These rookies barely knew a few spells and already thought they were untouchable. Clueless about real fear, Lucas saw it all and immediately guessed the knife must be hit the throat dead on. Its trajectory was slightly off from before, probably because someone had blocked the ice spear earlier. The mysterious young man with the hat walked over and warned the fallen hero that these pirates were not to be trifled with, and he should look out for himself. The captain, annoyed that the lich missed his mark despite having perfect eyesight, grumpily shifted focus to a new target. He spotted a 4-eyed student and decided to use him as bait. But before he could call him over, the kid was already shaking in his boots. The captain ordered his men to clean the 4-eyed kid, actually tossing him into the sea for the fish. The weak kid flailed a bit before finally sinking to the ocean floor, helpless. The other students witnessed their friend as brutal death, some furious enough to want to fight back for justice. But before they could harm the pirate leader, and counterattacked and took them down one by one. Meanwhile, the lich appeared nearby. Liches are ruthless entities with no limits. Deals with them often cost souls and lives. These pirates really had no fear left, only greed. Seeing the dire situation, Isabel clutched Lucas' arm in terror. At that moment, the lich paid no attention to the weaklings nearby. Hen was determined to find the one who blocked his magic at all costs, to force that person out. Hen ignored the gang leader's protests and unleashed thousands of ice spears, intending to pierce them all in one go. Suddenly, from the crowd, a guy in a sleeveless shirt with his face covered slowly stepped forward. He laughed and pulled down his mask, shocking everyone around. It turned out to be Purging, the manager of the heavy drinking crew and the academy's top beast tamer at Westwood. Purging, a handsome blonde dude, was famous not just for his achievements but also for his insanely powerful background. He was the son of Jun, one of the 3 most influential families in the empire. Though Isabel and he constantly battled for the top spot in grades, skill-wise, he was leagues ahead of the other students, truly one in a million. The girls aboard the Meitite ship blushed instantly at the sight of Purging. Practically swooning, everyone felt Purging's presence on the ship was a total game-changer, a lifeline. But Lucas knew better. After that earlier explosion, Purging was seriously weakened. He was badly injured and barely managing to stay on his feet. Tenlich was at least a level 5 ahead of him. Even though Purging seemed purified and free of toxins now, He was still just a fresh level 5 recruit. Him surviving the blast was pure dumb luck. Purging had actually chosen this ship thinking it would be quieter, less hassle. Instead, he got caught in a trap that nearly shattered him. As for Tenlich, the moment he saw Purging, his eyes gleamed with hunger. He was hunting for raw magic power, and here he found a prime target, right under his nose. When asked about the pirate gang leader's purpose, he put on a fake, self-righteous grin dripping with sarcasm. Young patriots have to pass through dangerous islands. How could we, as seniors, just stand by and watch? He and his crew were here to escort the little ones safely through. The lackeys burst out laughing at their boss's ridiculous excuse. The leader added, "Of course, there'd be a small fee from the kids' overprotective parents." Knowing they were after money, Purging shot back with a proposal. He demanded the pirates take only him hostage and release everyone else. Naturally, the Jun family would pay double what they asked for, but the pirate leader flat out refused. Who in their right mind would ditch a haul that big just for one fish, especially when backed by a badass immortal lich like that? Seeing the deal going south, Purging prepared to go all in and finish them off. If they would not talk, then straight to hell they would go. No more negotiations. Lucas found this kid suddenly way more interesting. Even though he was still a kid with more growing up to do, his unbreakable spirit was rare. This guy's got a bright future ahead. But just then, the lich interrupted the standoff. Sensing the delicious mana in Purging, the lich wanted to drain every last drop and use his body as a puppet for his dark collection. He extended black energy tendrils, immobilizing Purging with crushing force. The pirates surged forward too, first dazzling the guys, then harassing the girls. One of them fixated on Isabel, who was still clutching Lucas's hand tightly, though feeling she was a nuisance. Lucas snapped when the pirate called him a punk, boiling with rage. Ignoring the chubby guy's advice to stay put, Lucas was determined to teach the scumbag who messed with him a lesson he would never forget. As the pirate raised his blade, Lucas blasted him, sending him flying dozens of feet away. The pirate crashed into the water, scaring the rest stiff, while the students watched in stunned silence. Purging had been watching Lucas's fighting style closely, but the moves were so fast even he could not keep up. Even knowing Lucas was Frey's talented classmate, nobody expected him to be this fierce. Lucas landed his blows with pure satisfaction, then turned to reassure Isabel. Among the enemies ahead, aside from Lich, none could match her. So our mage girl can definitely hold her own now. With that, Lucas tore through the rest of the enemies at a terrifying speed. When Purging suggested it, "You should have agreed. Unlike him, I do not go easy on anyone." With hands that have drawn blood from countless fanatics, Lucas made those lowleafs in front of him eat dust without breaking a sweat. They kept coming wave after wave, demanding a fistfight, but none could faze him. Finally, to end the chaos, he summoned a Kamehameha blast that instantly wiped them off the face of the earth. One dumb shrimp was left down below, trying a desperate move threatening Lucas with Isabel's spear. Too bad for him. Probably spent too long at sea with no social skills, thinking women are easy targets. Isabel, the sorceress, immediately cast a spell, calling down a lightning strike on the pirate behind her, knocking him flat and frothing at the mouth. Never underestimate the power of a woman. They may look soft and cuddly like kittens, but you never know when they will morph into fierce tigers, ready to tear you apart. Playing innocent while packing top-tier skills, that is one of the deadliest tricks in a woman's playbook. A flawless tag team move from these two young trainees caught the leader's full attention. He refused to admit Lucas was a trainee. Only a protector or higher could wield such power. Not wanting extra trouble, now it was his turn to propose a deal. He wanted to take half the trainees on the ship. Lucas and Isabel could take the other half. This way, the pirates get their ransom and do not lose a heavyweight like Lucas' reputation. To him, it was a win-win. Lucas got to pick who would leave with him. Looks like this is a real test of character, folks. Those who used to gang up on Frey's original self, but they are shaking in their boots now. No sooner had the leader spoken than a blonde girl dashed out, begging Lucas to save her. She seemed like some rich girl, scared to death, offering Lucas 100 gold coins for her pathetic life. If that was not enough, she was willing to do anything to be freed. Seeing this, the other trainees scrambled towards him. Everyone was desperate to prove they deserved saving, with prices climbing 150 gold, 200 gold. Bro, if you guys keep throwing money around like this when you are broke, it is a real dilemma. Lucas put on a face of calm he would never shown before and turned to Isabel for her take. Isabel snapped, "This guy's even more money hungry than Gogo 50 salty." Did not expect the greedy side to show so clearly. Lucas was just humoring her. With a smirk, he turned the trainees into an open auction right then and there. Beyond money, the trainees boasted shamelessly, some claiming noble titles, others bragging about being heirs to ancient clans, and one even claiming he would be a future minister. This noisy, self-absorbed bunch was driving Lucas up the wall. Spoiled brats with money from the get-go. Never learning the value of $1, no wonder they are selfish jerks. Parents work their butts off to feed and educate them. And these kids study magic but do not know how to protect themselves when trouble hits. They panic and beg others for help. Sorcerers are supposed to be heroes protecting the weak. If they can't even save themselves, what good are they? Lucas' hard-hitting words cut deep into the trainees. And this circus act got the leader visibly pensive. He silently studied the kid before him, noticing a mana flow unlike anything he would seen. Just a 5-star sorcerer, but why? He was so furious he tore off his upper garment. His commanding, hypnotic voice rose, making others feel like dropping to their knees and surrendering. Damn it! His way of speaking was just like that annoying half-god dude. Lucas rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw down with the skeleton warrior before him. The mercenary fired a homing bullet straight at him, but he dodged it with lightning speed. Homing bullets are a type of tracking magic. They lock onto their target and relentlessly chase until they hit. While casting that magic, the mercenary can still throw out other spells, making him a deadly trap for anyone who faces him head-on. Just as expected, another wave of skeletal warriors charged toward Lucas. This time, he did not dodge. Instead, it looked like he let them slam him down naturally. The impact was massive. Isabel struggled hard just to keep her shield up and protect herself. When the dust settled, the deck was left with a huge hole, like something enormous had smashed into it. Just as everyone on the ship thought they were done for, a bunch of homing bullets suddenly appeared out of thin air. This time, they targeted their dry bone master directly and shot straight toward him. Tenlich cast a barrier to block them, and at the same time, the writhing black energy binding Palanzan loosened, giving him the chance to break free. Homing bullets should only lock onto a preset target, so how the heck did I get counterattack? As Tenlich was lost in thought, a towering figure suddenly appeared right beside him. Lucas appeared like a flash behind him, dodging the attack so fast no matter how hard he tried. Tenlich could not keep up. Tenlich shot up into the air immediately, wanting to watch from above and figure out what trick that human had pulled. Lucas stood firm on the deck, looking up at him with eyes full of unshakable confidence that made Tenlich freeze in place. Isabel saw her friend like that and could not help but picture her ultimate idol's silhouette, none other than the legendary Lucas Chauman, flickering in and out right there, up in the air. Tenlich suddenly sensed he was losing control of the battle. To play it safe and avoid more trouble, he decided to unleash a barrage of ice spears to blow up the ship, even though thinking about the sweet mana inside Purin's body tore at his guts. Just when he thought he could end it cleanly, a massive shield appeared, covering the entire target ship below. It was Lucas himself, standing firm, casually blocking the entire assault with just one hand. Seeing this, Purin could hardly believe his eyes. Even he would have to risk half his life just to block a single ice spear. Yet here stood someone who could do it with ease. Tenlich was beyond furious now. He poured all his power into summoning an ice spear bigger than a mountain, aiming to obliterate everyone below in one strike. But unexpectedly, as that giant ice mountain crashed down, a tiny but insanely fast object shot right through it, hurtling straight back at him. The ice mountain shattered into 1,000 pieces from the inside out. Isabel and Purin teamed up below to conjure a shield just strong enough to block the hailstorm that almost shredded the ship. Right before Tenlich's eyes, Lucas stood tall and proud like a god. He could not believe it. How on earth could a fifth-year mage stand up to an immortal force like him? Lucas calmly explained, knowing the ins and outs, that this was simply fate. Finally getting a chance to use something other than homing bullets, Lucas politely thanked him by revealing his true identity before sending him packing. I am Frey Blake, the notorious troublemaker from Westwood Academy, so they say, but my real name is Lucas Chauman. I have returned after 4,000 years to take center stage in this story. I am the greatest mage humanity has ever seen. Poor Tenlich thought he would misheard or was hallucinating. Lucas Chauman was dead. How could he possibly be back alive? To save him from a million questions, Lucas Blink teleported behind Tenlich and ripped the beating source of his life right out of his body with one hand. Tenlich was left speechless, dissolving into dust in the blink of an eye, leaving the remaining pirate crew below utterly stunned. Before they could even process it, Lucas sent them all packing, too collectively thrown out like trash. The scene below was a total mess. Bodies piled up like a mountain. Lucas pulled off a daring rescue, saving the trainees and sailors, earning everyone's awe. The last ship finally docked after a night shrouded in darkness, a nightmare none of the trainees would ever forget. After disembarking, Perrin tried to strike up a conversation with Lucas, but got stonewalled again. But this time, Perrin was way more respectful, even bowing to the hero. Lucas was impressed by that attitude, so he stopped being cold toward him. They chatted comfortably, barriers melting away, like old friends catching up. When Perrin asked what had changed Frey so much, Lucas just smirked and gave a vague answer. Who knows? Life is full of surprises. Seeing Lucas was not about to spill the beans, Perrin did not press further. Instead, he casually invited Lucas to drop by his place anytime. Isabel kept nudging Lucas, saying this was a golden opportunity. But he just replied with a cool maybe someday and did not want to get involved. Just as he was playing the aloof top dog, Lucas suddenly flipped 180 degrees and begged Perrin for 10 gold coins to cover travel expenses. Perrin was caught off guard by this request. I mean, the Breaks family is pretty prestigious. How could he be so broke? He is starving. Perrin handed over the cash and told Lucas to consider it a gift. No need to pay back. Seeing 300 gold coins shining in his hand, Lucas could not help but feel a bit overwhelmed. A gentleman only takes what he needs. He told Perrin he just needed about 20 coins. Then Perrin hit them both with a line that made these two broke dudes go pale. Take it all. I do not carry change. Rich folks really do have a way with words. Moving past that, Perrin shared with his travel buddies that he was about to get married. And if he went home now, he would be swamped with wedding chaos, so he just grabbed his backpack and hit the road. Seriously, why do parents always push kids into early marriages? Makes no sense. Hearing wedding, old man Lucas perked up and asked if Perrin's fiancée had any sisters or cousins he might consider a match himself. At this point, I am just lost for words over the guy's taste. Seriously. Grandpa Lucas. Perrin's worry stemmed from his own insecurities. Lucas reassured him, saying with a face as handsome as his, that was definitely a plus. Perrin felt a deep bond with his friend, finally able to smile freely without holding back. Before parting ways, old man Lucas did not forget to remind them to call him if any hot single over 50 popped up. Classic grandpa. To sum up Perrin, Lucas just said one line that made Isabel want to scream. See, that is how a noble acts. Not just handsome and talented, but the wallet's gotta be fat too. Got it. Continuing their journey, Lucas finally reached the capital, the teleportation hub. Isabel tried on every flashy outfit in the store, but before she could settle on one, Lucas shot her a glare full of pure annoyance. Why you gotta dress like Lady Gaga while training on a mountain? Pick something light, durable, and easy to wear for me. After some back and forth, the young man won. Isabel finally agreed on a pretty simple outfit. With the cash just gifted by the Breaks family, Lucas also managed to grab a super handy spatial magic pouch. In the capital, technology was booming and the population swelling, but oddly enough, magical advancements had stalled completely. Could it be the deity himself interfering? What is his endgame? After some thought, they arrived at the teleportation spot. Once inside, as long as no limbs stick out, the process kicks off immediately. Lucas warned that newbies might get dizzy after teleporting, and sure enough, Isabel collapsed on arrival in Hispania, puking her guts out, and of course, she blamed it on skipping breakfast. Man, I am starting to wonder if bringing this stubborn sister along was the smartest move. The two of them stepped into a roadside diner and ordered 5 hefty meat-filled sandwiches along with some beer. The moment the word booze came up, Sister Gang's hips snapped with the tone of a perfect little student. Little did she know, the guy sitting across from her had not touched a drop of alcohol in thousands of years. The owner brought out a plate piled high with meat and sausages, then asked if they were mercenaries or not. Shiny armor, a sword at his side, they looked like clueless rookies who did not know their own limits. Turns out, this old man's son was killed by mountain monsters while escorting that mother and child through the herb-gathering mission. That is why the grumpy diner owner was so strict, warning hot-aided young men not to wander into those rivers, telling them to stay alive. To everyone, that place was literal hell on earth. Even the strongest warriors trembled in fear. Lucas had been quietly listening intently the whole time. After finishing their meal, he calmly asked the old man about the monsters that might appear in Hispania. Seeing Lucas' determination, the old man knew he could not stop him, so he spilled every bit of knowledge he had. In the end, he did not even charge for dinner. Instead, he said he would put it on their tab. If they ever came back, that is when they would pay him back. And if that day really came, the old man promised to prepare an even better plate of sausages and meat as a reward for the victor. Hispania was truly a sacred ground for those craving a real challenge. No sooner had Lucas and Isabel entered its territory than they were swarmed by waves of powerful monsters. This time, Lucas did not just bring Isabel to pass down simple knowledge, he aimed straight for the Schweizer dungeon, built by the legendary Archmage Schweizer women, rumored to grant anyone who finds it the power to rule the world. Hearing this, Isabel was genuinely shocked. With her usual knowledge, anyone would dismiss it as just a myth, but Lucas brushed it off. He was not unfamiliar with the name Schweizer women. Back when they were equals, Schweizer used to casually throw spells around in Lucas' head. At the mountain that pierces through the clouds, on its peak rests a serene lake, and in the middle of that lake lies a tiny island. That is where we will meet again. That was the clue to finding the way to the Schweizer dungeon. With some basic deductions, Lucas began to unravel its hidden meaning. A mountain brushing the clouds. That must be the Z Mountain, a lake on the summit, Definitely a volcanic crater lake. That is the place Schweizer loved most when he was alive. Now all that is left is to find that island in the middle of the lake. But the Schweizer dungeon is not just any ordinary place. You need to be at least 6 stars to get through the gates. Lucas set a 1-month deadline for himself. He had to level up enough within that time to tackle what is next. Even though Isabel thought he was reckless, Lucas stayed focused, scanning the surroundings until he found the perfect hidden spot to concentrate mana. It was a cave tucked behind a waterfall, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. Once inside, Lucas told Isabel he would teach her something she would always wanted: the combat techniques of his old buddy Cassidin. The moment she heard that, Isabel's eyes lit up, and she instantly became obedient. Lucas warned her it was a dangerous skill. One slip up, and she could lose her life. First, he demonstrated how to meditate to gather mana through the mountain's ley lines and chakras in the body. This was the legendary energy-gathering posture known only to the greatest powerhouses. What made Lucas happiest was that Isabel was not a slow learner. She picked things up fast, a talent beyond his expectations. With her limitless hunger for knowledge, she was sure to become a force to be reckoned with. Lucas was truly impressed with his little prodigy. He was so proud he could not stop grinning, which startled Isabel the moment she opened her eyes and saw that smirk. In the end, the human spirit still refused to surrender. Dinner's here. Trash first, then let us eat. Compared to the mountain of backpacks Isabel lugged around, Lucas' new space bag bought with Pelangel's extra cash looks way more convenient. Really get what you pay for. Lucas swung his arm and pulled out a bunch of stuff from inside. He grabbed a handful of something I do not know what you guys imagine, but to me, it looked like dry firewood, and handed it to Isabel to eat. She immediately refused, but after Lucas explained that she was probably confusing a mana boost with feeling full, she reluctantly took it and nibbled. Isabel never thought she would spend time with someone like this. She would had her eye on Lucas ever since he stood out as Frey in the crowd, always watching the strange changes happening to this classmate. She told him that even though Frey was usually the outcast and bullied, somehow she felt drawn to him. Maybe it was his soul or something she could not quite explain. But one thing was clear: the Frey sitting in front of her now had changed so much. He was not the same guy anymore. It was like he always knew exactly what his goal was and what he had to do, with zero hesitation. Hearing this, Lucas just chuckled and asked, "Which one do you really think is me?" Isabel was caught off guard by the question, but answered smartly. She said no matter how much this classmate changed, he was still himself. People do not really change, they just grow up over time. Suddenly thinking about being stuck here with Lucas, just the two of them, for a whole month, Isabel totally lost her mood. Could not even dig deeper. Lucas laughed, like he read her mind, quickly reassuring her that an old guy like him had zero interest in kids like her. He would said that so many times that every time Isabel heard it, she felt like he was roasting her. Full stomach, heavy eyes after eating, Lucas used magic to create a protective barrier around the cave, so he would not turn into dinner for some monster while resting, then just crash without a care. Isabel was speechless at his carefree vibe, slowly drifting off to sleep. But not long after she woke up, she saw Lucas already meditating, sitting there like he would been at it for hours. It turned out she would only nod it off for 5 hours. Lucas told her it was time to officially train the Kasijin fighting style, the skill she would always dreamed of mastering. Since this was super dangerous, Lucas warned Isabel to just watch him demonstrate and absolutely not try to copy. He gathered his energy, instantly concentrating mana in his core, and 2 streams of orange and blue energy appeared, swirling together like the Firefox logo. These were the opposing fire and water mana elements inside a person's body. The two clashed and tore at each other like 2 monsters battling it out. It looked intense, but Lucas controlled them so neither side dominated. These opposites could actually harmonize. That was true perfect balance. So this is what makes the Kasijin fighting style so incredible. Isabel watched Lucas perform, but her focus slipped and she forgot the warning, reaching out to try the energy flow herself. Less than 5 seconds later, she suddenly coughed up blood, almost kicking the bucket right then and there. She would barely balance the forces a little, but the price was brutal. Looking over at Lucas, calm as ever like he would mastered this ages ago. What kind of beast-level power does that take? 2 weeks have passed since they set foot in this monster-infested land, and Lucas still sits quietly in the cave, channeling his energy nonstop, while her companion was in deep meditation. Isabel took the chance to slip out of the cave and take a shower. The water embraced her delicate body, but it could not wash away the storm of thoughts inside her. She played with the water, then with the rocks, trying to find some joy. But when she got bored and returned to the cave, she was stunned by what she saw. The mana surrounding Lucas was beginning to materialize. That is the sign a mage is about to hit 6-star level. This was something she just could not believe. No ordinary person could pull this off, especially not a student who has not even graduated from the academy yet. The rate of power increase was already lightning fast, but to Lucas, it still felt way too slow. Meanwhile, Isabel sat watching, Trying to mimic him again, she seemed fearless despite her last dumb stunt. But this time, the results were no better. Less than 5 seconds in, she started coughing up blood, her mana balance shattered. Thanks to that, she realized her own growth speed had increased quite a bit. Heaven rewards the diligent even if you mess up. You still learn from your mistakes. Isabel started to understand why the academy brats could never compare to the veterans, because they simply do not have the grit or patience like the old-timers did. Not even a top student like her could pull this off. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed the barrier around the cave weakening. A massive fiery phoenix with legs as thick as temple pillars smashed through the barrier. Charging inside, a phoenix is a legendary VIP-level divine beast. How on earth did it end up here? Lucas heard the commotion, slowly opened his eyes, and smiled with deep satisfaction when he saw the giant creature before him. The phoenix was drawn by the fiery mana radiating from the battle technique. One glance told him it came seeking help. Lucas gently cradled its enormous head. Normally, his hands would be burned by the intense heat, but since the phoenix meant no harm, he was safe. After checking, he found a massive, deep claw wound piercing all the way to its heart. As a divine beast, the phoenix is less vulnerable to death than ordinary animals, but it is not immortal. That it dragged itself here with such a serious injury was nothing short of a miracle. Whatever inflicted this wound was no ordinary foe. Looks like it fought an opponent way out of its league. Huh, you are safe now. Let me heal you. Saying that, Lucas reached out and gently stroked the phoenix's head. Instantly, thick streams of deep crimson mana surrounded it. Even though it took every ounce of strength from 10+ days of training to heal it, Lucas did not hesitate. Watching his calm, confident demeanor, Isabel suddenly felt a strange itch. Turns out, this guy who was always poking fun and talking back could switch to this kind of expression, making others feel so safe and reassured. In that moment, Lucas' mind flashed back to old memories, recalling his days as the great archmage Lucas Chomen and his giant phoenix friend. Though the old phoenix was proud and fierce, they had shared many joyful times, even competing together in the volcanic mountain racing cup. After absorbing enough mana, the fiery phoenix wounds gradually healed. It regained its majestic, imposing aura, ready to rise from the ashes, spreading its mighty wings with regal pride. After Lucas' instructions, it flapped its great wings and soared through the waterfall, leaving behind a glowing red feather as a token of gratitude. This feather could be used for healing wounds or crafting magical items. Mages usually scavenge for stuff like this on the black market. They would drool over this treasure. After teasing Isabel a bit more, Lucas settled into a meditative state, quiet as if he would never even woken up. And just like that, another 2 weeks slipped by. 4 weeks had passed, but Lucas still had not done anything except sit in meditation all day, ignoring food and drink. His face was gaunt, eyes glazed like an addict's, but with a hint of the calm dignity of an immortal sage. Isabel thought to herself, despite his prickly attitude, there was no denying the guy in front of her was seriously impressive. His cold, sharp aura that surfaced occasionally could astonish anyone who saw it. Only when facing the phoenix did he show a gentle grace and vast historical knowledge. Everything about him screamed the wisdom of a seasoned adult. If we go by that scent, then this aura and presence are an exact match for the greatest archmage in history, Lucas Chomen. Isabel was shaken by the very thoughts racing through her mind. Right in front of her stood her classmate Free, but no matter how hard she stared, her mind kept drifting to her idol. Could it be that she is starting to catch feelings, making her imagine all sorts of wild connections? Just then, Lucas officially completed his seclusion period. The powerful mana radiating from him was undeniable proof he had reclaimed his status as a 6-star mage. In this era, the youngest to hit 6 stars was still at least 35 years old. Word got out that a student who had not even graduated, like Lucas, reached that milestone. The whole world would be losing their minds. Lucas slowly opened his eyes. Savoring the fresh air, it felt like just breathing in was enough to absorb mana. But barely standing, dizziness hit him like a freight train, and he collapsed immediately. Turns out, even a saint can escape weakness after starving for 4 weeks straight. His eyes shot open with hunger after going that long without food. It was definitely time for a serious feast. The two of them ventured deeper into the mountains, discovering a clearing near a cave swarming with fierce beasts. Lucas thought to himself, that phoenix he saved really knows how to show gratitude. It knew he would poured a lot of effort into healing it, sacrificing part of his cultivation, so it repaid him with its feathers and silently guarded him, scaring off any fools who dared come close. Just as he was about to tell Isabel they were in for a juicy steak dinner tonight with all this fresh beef, suddenly they heard a desperate scream. You gotta choose, either wait for your meal or run your butt off when trouble calls. Lucas spun around and shot straight toward the noise, leaving the flustered Isabel behind, still stammering in confusion. In a secluded part of the forest, a group of bandits waited, ready to toy with a young man using sharp stakes. They had their prisoner tied up, treating him like a dartboard for their sick games. Two captives were already dead. Only one young man remained, struggling to dodge and terrified out of his mind. These game-obsessed thieves did not care about human life, they treated it like trash. Playing around with the prisoners, suffering like it was a joke. It seemed their base, in these mountains, was just waiting for someone to wander by so they could kill and loot. Bandit hurled a knife at the prisoner with terrifying speed. Just when it looked like it would pierce his face, the blade suddenly veered off and was knocked to the ground. The bandits laughed, thinking some gust of wind had ruined their shot. But then, out of nowhere, Lucas appeared right beside the buck-toothed bandit, towering silently like a god. He just stood there, staring them down. Before they'd even recover, Lucas moved faster than lightning, launching into action. In his eye, those who toyed with human lives were less than human. A flash of mana ignited, swirling into a fierce tornado. Then the radiant 5-star scythe of light appeared before them, freezing the bandits stiff with terror. Lucas smirked softly. Looks like it is time to teach these clowns a lesson they will never forget. After sprinting like a marathon runner, Isabel finally caught up to Lucas. Seeing the pile of bodies, she knew her gentle, harmless friend had taken matters into his own hands. Lucas wanted to wipe out every last one of those bandits' kin, because, to him, the human slaughter they perpetuated was exactly what his eternal nemesis, the anti-god, desired. The president of the anti-god club, he absolutely refused to let that happen. The lone surviving prisoner saved by Lucas was bruised and battered, seriously wounded. At first, Lucas did not plan on taking him along. Having one troublesome lady nearby was already more than enough. But when the prisoner said he wanted to apologize to his father before he died, Lucas' eyes flickered with understanding, finally agreeing to let Isabel bring him along. As for the one bandit who escaped the purge, he ran straight back to their base to report to the boss. The leader heard the story and thought his crew was just messing with some strong stuff. There is no way any ghost or demon could wipe out an entire squad like that. His underling was left speechless, only able to stammer about the ghost he saw reeking of rot. A gaunt figure with wild white hair whipping in the wind, wielding near supernatural power and utterly dominating in battle. And get this, it could even summon a death scythe from thin air, effortlessly slicing off heads of every gang member on the island. Only this guy's quick reflexes and speed let him barely escape with his life. Man, if I had not read it myself, just hearing this description would have had me believing in real ghosts too. The blue-haired leader fell silent, deep in thought. He and his lieutenant quickly realized this was not a ghost at all. It had to be a sorcerer. Judging by what the guy described, this sorcerer must be able to cast at least 2 spells simultaneously. Clearly a magic warrior, no doubt about it. Who knows who this guy is? But man, what a dumb move walking right into this trap. They beefed up their defenses and patrols, hoping to avoid another run-in. But if luck was not on their side, the whole gang would have to band together to survive. The bandits kept expanding, hunting every inch of the forest. This blue-haired girl barely managed to save her own skin, along with her 2 maids and 1 old soldier. But it seemed like the bandits were camped out here, just waiting for her. Quick side note, this girl is not your average passerby. She is the eldest daughter of the Aquarius Knight clan. Though a prodigy knight personally honored by King Lonobo on her 18th birthday, she still struggled fiercely and could not take down the bandit leader and his trusted lieutenant. The bandit leader was even more bloodthirsty, his wolfish gaze sweeping over her, eyes glowing with ravenous hunger for the beautiful girl before him. Turns out, the bandits slaughtered the entire escort, sparing only Sonia, her 2 maids, and the harmless old soldier. Their plan was to capture the noblewomen alive, using them as toys to satisfy their vile desires. Once the bandit leader learned that the sorcerer his men encountered was not hired by the Aquarians, his rage only grew fiercer. As for Lady Sonia, she wished she could rip those bastards limb from limb right then and there. She bit her tongue to die with honor rather than suffer their cruel mockery. Her 2 maids shared her spirit. Refusing to be a burden, they were ready to take their own lives on her command to preserve their honor. Even the old soldier lying weakly nearby was the same. Sonia wanted to protect them all, but cornered and desperate, she could no longer hold on to her own life. In agony, she wielded her dagger and gave them a swift, merciful death by her own hand. The bandits did not even have time to rush forward and claim their prize. Sonia's strike was fierce in full force, but when she slowly opened her tear-filled eyes, her 2 maids were still right there, safe and unharmed. Even the weapon in her hand had vanished without a trace. She had thought these seasoned bandits were so ruthless they would snatch a dagger mid-air. She could not stand the crushing humiliation dealt to a knight like her, and had no choice but to order them to take their own lives with honor. Just as she gave the order, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Sonia, holding the dagger she would lost, staring down the bandits without a shred of fear. No one else But the ghost those punks had seen, the very sorcerer the bandits had been hunting. Lucas' sudden arrival slammed the tension into complete silence. Everyone stared at him like he was some alien from another planet. The bandit leader barely opened his mouth to speak before Lucas shot back with a merciless, sarcastic glare. Turns out, before showing up here, Lucas had already landed at their camp deep in the forest. No need to guess, the folks there suffered the same fate as the punks earlier, all wiped out by his hand. The bandit leader was furious, grinding his teeth as he ordered the remaining men to charge straight at Lucas. They planned to overwhelm him with sheer numbers and brute strength, thinking that intimidate a sorcerer. But what they never expected was that Lucas was way out of their league, too powerful for their ragtag crew of nobodies. Any fool who charges in might lose an arm or two, if they are lucky, or half their body if they are not. Even the ringleader could not hold out much longer. At first, he thought Lucas was just throwing punches without a strategy, figured the guy would either collapse from exhaustion or slip up and take a fatal hit. But the longer it went on, the more he realized how wrong he was. Lucas was multitasking so hard, casting spells on multiple targets. Him and his men had zero chance to dodge. The impossible happened. The flow of Lucas' mana turned into a blade of pure pain, aimed straight at him, forcing him to instantly drop to his knees begging for mercy. But it was like fishing in muddy water. The moment Lucas paused his mana assault, the ringleader once again decided to fight back. He was just testing his opponent, with no plans to surrender. What he did not realize was how damn costly that stubbornness would be. Lucas paused briefly, then unleashed a crucial spell, a glowing circle that made the ground beneath the bandits quake violently. The earth cracked like a massive earthquake, forming a giant mass grave that slowly swallowed the whole gang, dragging them straight to the underworld. Hearing their screams and witnessing this firsthand, Lady Sonia was stunned beyond belief. The once cocky bandits were utterly crushed in an instant, leaving everyone shell-shocked. Combining a 5-star spell with rapid-fire magic attacks left the bandits totally overwhelmed. Turns out the earlier assault, the storm of radiant mana arrows, was just a clever distraction. The real knockout blow was that earth-shattering spell that buried their fate for good. The young mages and knights could not fathom such fierce magic until they met Lucas in his fray form. As for Sonia, even with her family's tradition of hating mages, she finally understood why these sorcerers commanded such respect. From this moment on, another girl officially joined the cult of the ancient 4,000-year-old men, pushing aside all royal heirs. Sonia, her servants, and soldiers, now saved, sincerely thanked Lucas from the bottom of their hearts. When asked his name, Lucas just gave it flat, no formalities, leaving the noblewoman totally thrown off. Her old soldier companion, however, was different, calm and collected. Just one listen, and he knew Lucas was the son of the prestigious Drake family, key players in the glory of the Cascox Empire. Even Lucas's father, the head of the house, was no small-time figure. But no matter how they looked at him, the guy standing before them did not scream noble. His rough talk and stench made him seem more like a wild savage lost in the woods or some scruffy vagrant. Sonia's group had planned to head to Hispania town, but this unlucky encounter with the bandits nearly cost them their lives. With a flick of his hand, the smashed carriage instantly reassembled as if nothing had happened. All the escort's injuries were loaded onto the carriage, including the wounded young soldier they would rescued, secured to float alongside, instead of being dragged around. The carriage was powered by mana. No need for horses or manpower anymore. After all that, Lady Sonia got a shock when she found out the old man in front of her was not 128 years old, he was just 20. When asked about the secret to his youthful looks, Lucas honestly said it was just good old hard work. Seems he would fully absorb some wise old mentor's lesson, but whether that was the secret of the crew or not, who knows? Or maybe he did not know it was the crew's secret either. Who can say? The guy clearly lived by the motto, no pain, no gain, work hard, eat well. After a while, they finally reached the docks. After seeing off the soldiers returning home, Lucas and Isabel prepared to leave, but Sonia quickly stopped them. Though tired of noble formalities, Lucas could not find a way out. Isabel seemed to agree, so he suggested they just take a quick leak and call it even, no more debts between them. Arriving in Hispania town, they decided to swing back to that old sushi guy one more time. It was just a shabby street-side beer stall, the kind that nobles like Sonia would never deign to visit, but Lucas had an open mind usually. These dumpy street joints served the best food at prices that made city restaurants run by capitalists look like daylight robbery. The old stall owner was a grumpy old man, but the moment he spotted Lucas walking back in, his face lit up. Did not expect this scrappy kid to actually make it out alive. His joy doubled when Lucas showed up with an even more precious gift this time around. Turns out, the battered prisoner they rescued from near death was the old man's own son. The second the old man saw his son, tears welled up in his eyes, his whole body trembling, even dropping the food he was holding. Father and son reunited in tears, all old grudges and misunderstandings melting away, though the son was not exceptional. Exactly as the old man had hoped, he truly was extraordinarily strong thanks to rescuing this guy. Lucas scored another free meal ticket and stumbled upon the fact that Isabel's wait also had some crazy healing powers, planned to spend the night at the old man's tiny inn. But seeing the place packed with customers, they changed their minds. Just as they were about to say goodbye, the owner suddenly burst out laughing. He barked an order, telling every customer inside to shove off immediately. The place was closing early today. No sales needed. Even regulars got kicked out. The old man wanted to reserve the entire inn tonight just for these VIP guests, quirky as he seemed. The guy had a strong sense of loyalty. His rules were clear as day. Following his plan, they all took turns showering while he prepared a modest dinner party. Sony soaked in a hot bath upstairs, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, her mind racing with thoughts. Downstairs, everyone had finished bathing and gathered around the dinner table. Even simple rustic dishes like bread and sausage were enough to warm up their starving bellies and lift their spirits. Sonia started coming down the stairs, and when she saw Lucas, her face flushed bright red. That was the shy, bashful blush of a teenage girl, far from the fierce warrior she showed when facing enemies. Approaching the table, she suddenly tripped and fell right into Lucas' arms. The classic hero saving the damsel moment had everyone around, and even the two involved blushing up a storm. Lucas suddenly noticed the scars crisscrossing her arms. Startled, Sonia instinctively pulled back into a defensive stance. But when Lucas praised those marks as proof of her hard work, she could not help but feel pretty badass. Just as the mood was getting romantic, Isabel's weight suddenly dropped right into the scene. Hearing Sonia mention they were heading to the Jun family, the two immediately guessed she was the legendary knight fiancée of their classmate Porn Jun. Lucas took a look around. Man, that kid Porn was one lucky dude, having a warrior fiancée who is both tough and pretty. Jackpot. After a night at the inn, they packed up and hit the road at dawn. Before parting ways, Sonia reminded Lucas that if he had time, he should stop by the Jun household to find her. Of course. Lucas' usual clueless reply was, "When do I even have the chance?" Isabel smirked, wondering what could possibly be so appealing about their clueless companion that a noble like Sonia would be interested. Little did she remember, she herself had moments where she almost fell for this guy from the Jun family. After trekking through mountains and streams, they finally reached the Swizer dungeon, crafted by the legendary Swizer women for the most elite warriors. True to the name, the bare mountain the Zik was surrounded by flocks of giant winged creatures. For the first time, Isabel laid eyes on the legendary apex predator, the mighty the Zik. Looking down, they spotted a massive footprint stamped deep into the ground, as big as a shirt. Isabel screamed and stumbled, but then reminded herself that in Hispania, anything could happen. Even encountering a giant the Zik was no big deal. Before she could even steady herself, Lucas the Fab blasted her off to the side in one swift move. Just as she turned back to curse, she caught sight of an Oxford clutching a tree trunk, smashing right where she had just sat. Its skin was blood red, with 3 shimmering purple eyes, clearly a freak mutation. After missing its target, the Oxford shifted focus to Isabel, who was still frozen in shock. She snapped out of it instantly and launched a fireball attack. Though her power had grown much stronger than before, the Oxford barely flinched after that fiery hit. Lucas explained that these monsters' skin probably evolved under the influence of the Zik, so fire resistance was just part of the package. He told Isabel to dodge, then showed her how it is done, summoning a massive ice spear, ready to take down the giant beast. Despite her clothes being drenched in sweat, standing inside Lucas' magical circle made Isabel feel like she was literally turning into an ice cube. To counter the Oxford, Lucas conjured 2 huge ice spears, instantly dropping the temperature like they would stepped into the heart of a freezer. Every time Isabel looked at Lucas with that expression, she could not help but sense the presence of a true legend. Just like that, Lucas snapped his fingers, sending the icy spears flying across, and they exploded the moment the Oxford made contact. You would think that is the end of the story. But nope, the author says not yet. One second they were celebrating, the next their faces dropped because the Oxford looked totally unfazed. In fact, it got even more ferocious, slamming its razor-sharp arms down to create a shockwave that sent both of them flying dozens of meters away. How is this possible? It is totally unharmed after an ice spell. Next up, an intense game of cat and mouse between the Oxford and our 2 lost heroes. While Isabel kept casting spells to hold it back, Lucas just watched, almost amused, like he was on a casual sightseeing tour. Isabel's fireballs could only blind the beast momentarily. Taking advantage of the moment, both of them dropped their pants and jumped into a nearby pit. No kidding. Isabel was sweating bullets, but glanced over and saw her partner grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. Look at that, its skin's evolved to be as tough as steel now. Pretty cool. Huh. Come on. Seriously. This is no time to be admiring its armor. With that kind of toughness, normally the best move would be to roast it like BBQ, but it seemed the Oxford skin had evolved to resist fire too. Isabel put on a thoughtful face. Wait, what if we bury it alive with an earthquake like last time? But Lucas quickly shot down her ridiculous idea. Come on. You are all flash and no brains. You are just trying to bait those monsters closer want to die that fast. Facing this kind of monster, Lucas told her the best strategy was to stay as quiet as possible. Usually, in these situations, all you gotta do is flash a big smile. Actually, scratch that, just stay calm. And eventually the problem solves itself. Hearing Lucas' idea about digging tunnels, Isabel gave him a confused look. She did not get it at all. Hey, you big love. According to the plan, both of them jumped up simultaneously, boldly stepping into the Oxford's line of sight. Lucas stared it down with a ridiculously friendly grin, asking, "Want to play some rock, paper, scissors? When you are in Oxford, there is no way you are going to let some clueless humans mess with your turf." The Oxford instantly went berserk, steam practically hissing from its nostrils like a pressure cooker. Even after the Oxford's rage, Lucas' face stayed eerily calm, like nothing fazed him. When asked why he kept trying magic that obviously did not work, Lucas dropped a reply that made zero sense. If one tunnel does not work, just focus on digging one. Really? That actually kinda makes sense. With a teasing wave, Lucas baited the Oxford, which lunged forward like it saw its next meal. Lucas was not happy seeing the beast rush in so recklessly, and yelled in frustration, "Shut your mouth! Didn't I say stay quiet?" Fueled by his fury, Lucas snapped his fingers, and a mini-ordinary blade shot out, piercing straight into its head. To that Oxford creature, the stab felt like a mere pinprick, making Isabel beside him wince repeatedly as if she would been plowed through. "See? I told you it would not work, man. Women can be such a headache sometimes." Lucas snapped back, insisting he needed to focus, his skilled hand still shaped like a gun. Pointing forward, Lucas closed one eye and fired right at that blazing red head in front of him. What is wild is the following ordinary blades flew out, stacking on top of each other like a deadly tower. Both the Oxford victim and Isabel were visibly stunned, clueless about the purpose behind this crazy move. But Lucas' final words cleared it all up in a snap. Game over. By now, you gotta see why Lucas calls this move the private dig. The barrage of ordinary blades formed a long chain, driving straight through the skull. Oxford was basically getting a full-on brain upgrade. After the last strike, Lucas turned to Isabel, whose shocked expression had drained into speechlessness. "You catching on yet? Told you. Just one perfect dig is all it takes." Isabel pouted at him, about to retort when a chorus of the Z's voices rang out from above. Talk about bad timing. This gang of pervs picked up the scent of a juicy fight and started rolling in one by one. Lucas wiped the lingering sweat off his weathered face. "Looks like no rest for us this trip." The Z kept pouring in, and for Isabel, it was like a golden chance to prove herself in the heat of battle. She would clearly leveled up, even mastering ice arrows to take down the crowd. But that alone was not enough when things got dicey. Lucas had to step in with backup. The Z saw just a tasty girl in front of them. Clueless she was backed by a 4,000-year-old god. Take this one, the Z. For example, it smelled a juicy young lady and charged without thinking. But just as it sparked a flame, a massive ice spear pierced its throat, snapping its grin shut. If only that was the worst of it. But as they say, nothing in this world comes easy. The sky suddenly darkened, like something massive was blocking out the sun. Looking up, both nearly popped their eyes out. Looming before them was a beast dozens of times bigger than the ones they would just killed. Isabel nearly lost her head, but Lucas quickly covered her mouth, yanked her behind a tree, and curled protectively around her. "Hey, do not lose your head now. Chill out, we can take it down yet." That hulking the Z brushed past the treetop, making Lucas and Isabel's blood run cold. Both ducked low under the tree, wishing for magic to hold their breath forever. Otherwise, with those giant eyes and massive nose, there was no way it would not sniff them out. Even as its huge foot slammed the ground, sinking the earth a few meters deep, Lucas struggled to hold Isabel's breath with all his might. Sensing nothing, the giant the Z silently retreated. Only then did Lucas release his grip, and Isabel broke into a coughing fit. Both sat down cross-legged under the tree, gasping for air. Thank God. That was way too close for comfort. They escaped death narrowly but carried plenty of wounds. Lucas perched on a high rock, while Isabel sat beside him, using spirit magic to patch herself up. The scenery in the Hispania mountains was serene and open. Lucas dangled over a cliff's edge, catching butterflies with his hands then letting them go. This wild mountain trip was definitely a timely move. Lucas' soul had gradually synced with Frey's body, but the mission ahead was still far from over. Recovery was quick, but exactly when he could confidently chop off that demigod's head remained a mystery. Thinking of that stirred a fierce, indescribable fire inside Lucas' heart. He immediately called Isabel over, leading her straight to the Schweizer dungeon. Fear itself is the biggest enemy of victory. Through his eyes, The Schweizer dungeon appeared eerie and shrouded in darkness. It was like they had rockets strapped to their backs as soon as they jumped. They soared straight to the mountaintop. Lucas warned Isabel to stay sharp. With a twisted mind like Schweizer's, no doubt he has got a whole army of super monsters chilling in his lake. Isabel's curiosity piqued. Turning to ask how Lucas knew so much about the legendary Schweizer, he just chuckled, saying he would heard the guy babble that same spell 100 times over. They landed on a grand island right in the middle of the lake. Compared to the creepy vibes all around, this island looked like a rare patch of peace. Maybe that is just the first impression, exactly what Schweizer wanted people to believe. Few would guess this beautiful island hides the entrance to a terrifying underground lair. Schweizer women is not one to show off, but silent danger is the perfect way to describe him. Lucas and Isabel began to step into the forest. After a bit, they spotted a massive ancient tree with a huge hollow beneath it. No doubt about it, that was the entrance Lucas had just casually mentioned. You gotta admit, despite his eccentricity, Schweizer's pretty thoughtful. His tree hollow even had stairs and bright lanterns so visitors could safely descend without breaking their necks. Lucas and Isabel carefully placed each step on the stairs. Even Lucas was getting seriously cautious now. Dropping by an old friend's place unannounced like this, what if it is a trap and he knocks me out cold? The stairs led down to a huge, glowing gate. Lucas scanned the area, then gently put his hand on the door to test it. As expected, the owner had lovingly cast a curse on it. Trying to force the door open might cost you more than just a few bruises. Suddenly, Lucas' eyes caught a pink orb nearby. He squinted, reached out, and as his hand touched it, a thick white smoke billowed out. What happened next left both Lucas and Isabel wide-eyed in shock. A tiny figure suddenly appeared, mischievous grin and all, spitting out a famous spell no one could miss. Hey yo! Hey yo! Like, hello? Hello? Sparrow calling the big board. Big board. Do you cop? Isabel's eyes almost popped out, but when she glanced at Lucas, she barely recognized him with that pitiful pout on his face. Lucas instinctively reached out to touch the boy, but his hand just passed right through, stopping abruptly mid-air. The boy they saw was just a magical projection, but Lucas still reacted to it in the strangest ways. This Schweizer guy sure loves to talk. Huh, old enough to know better, yet still cracking the same dumb jokes. Though it is good to see you again, my old friend. Turns out this prankster kid is a preset avatar of the great Schweizer women, designed to greet anyone who stumbles into his lair. Seeing his old buddy, even a grizzled veteran like Lucas, could not hold back the feels. He had 1,000 questions burning inside, but ended up asking something totally unrelated. How exactly did you end up dead? Faced with that tough question, Schweizer's projection acted like a robot, simply reminding Lucas that many strange things awaited inside, and he had to keep his wits sharp for what was coming. That voice, that attitude, it was just like back when they fought side by side. Lucas nearly burst into tears but clenched his hand so hard it bulled, stopping himself in time. Everyone he cared about had grown old and passed on. Even he himself would have faded away long ago, if not for Frey's burning grudge keeping him alive. But the one who turned everything upside down still sits smugly at the top, ruling the world with self-proclaimed power. Yeah, your enemy, he is still lurking right there. You can give up. Not today. No matter what, Lucas never imagined that the rat's nest of his buddy, the place he would not even visit thousands of years ago despite being dragged there, now required passing a test just to get in. Alright, let the test begin. Answer me this: what does Schweizer Willman hate the most? Looking at that adorable, innocent face, it is hard to imagine him holding such a grudge against anyone. Others might say that, but since you are Lucas, do not you know your sworn brother better than anyone? He hates demigods the most. Bingo. Absolutely spot on. Little Schweizer's face lit up like a kid at Christmas, bursting with cheers as if after thousands of years underground, no one had ever hit his sore spot like that before. The seal starts to fade, and the massive gate before them slowly creaks open. Lucas' underground adventure officially kicks off. Isabel has been watching this whole scene unfold, her mind swirling with endless questions. Following his footsteps, she nervously bites her lip, torn between asking and holding back. Hey, who exactly are you? Lucas keeps a face cold as ice, staring straight into her eyes. How could he not know how overwhelming it is for a young woman to witness such mind-blowing events? But this is not the time to reveal the truth. He gently reminds her, don't waste time, stay focused. At this point, they have officially stepped into Schweizer's tome. With his quirky, twisted personality, there is no doubt he planted traps galore to mess with anyone trying to sneak in illegally. Isabel hesitates and zones out, but Lucas is done playing nice. He gets blunt. If you are planning to off yourself, go ahead. Do you want to be strong or not? If yes, then ditch those dumb thoughts in your head. Normally, hearing this kind of tough talk would make Isabel flare up instantly, but somehow, right now, She feels a deep respect for this young man in front of her. She freezes for a moment, then lowers her gaze and quietly replies, "Yes, what awaits us in this tome will be either a beginning or an end." Lucas does not know, and with Frey's fragile mortal body, he does not dare to guess like he used to. They take 10 more steps and arrive at another gate identical to the last one. This time, when Lucas touches the orb at the side, the figure projected is that of a young boy. It is still Schweizer Windman, but Lucas quickly realizes the pattern. This projection marks the next stage. What is he doing acting all flashy now? Who knows? Lucas clicks his tongue, muttering under his breath like he is seeing his own rebellious self from back in the day. Young Schweizer calmly explains that the deeper they go, the greater the value of the treasures inside. But no matter who you are only allowed to touch one item lightly before moving on. Break that rule, and you will face the owner Schweizer Windman himself, taking a few knocks to your head. Every step is a matter of life or death. Choose wrong, and your only option is to start over in the afterlife. Just as he speaks, Schweizer suddenly crosses his arms with a peaceful look. He mumbles that he suddenly misses a woman named Iris Weifeder. That name belongs to one of the 4 legendary war gods from Lucas' Chowmant, Sarah. And hearing it makes Lucas' eyes light up with excitement. Iris Weifeder is the witch singer auntie, with long jet black hair, a killer figure, and a seductive smile that is always on her face. No man on earth can resist her deadly charm, even Lucas. Back when he was influenced by his buddy Dumkasissen's lifelong single mindset, could not deny he once secretly craved the chance to bury his face in that mesmerizing soul. Just imagining that part, Lord Lucas suddenly dropped dozens of pieces of pride, and judging by his face, he did not even want to pick them up. Saliva kept dripping out, and his eyes looked glazed over like he was high on some American weed. But it seems Schweizer Windman found the witch in his dreams downright annoying. No idea. Well, we were busting our backs to save the world. That witch was glued to her bottle, not even caring about the apocalypse news anymore. Teenage Schweizer said this, dragging out his tone in pure frustration. Lucas was a bit surprised by his reaction, but the next words hit him straight in the gut like a knife. Iris is to blame. Sure, but Lucas is even more pathetic. How could a great mage like him not realize Iris was into him? Looks like our Lord is not as all-powerful as he thinks. And me? Just reading this makes me mad as hell. Huh? What? Huh? What is so funny? Iris kept dropping hints, but this old fool was blind to it all. What a dumbus. I bet even my pets have a higher EQ than him. Ha? Schweizer laughed as he spoke, while Lucas just ground his teeth in silent rage. Such a good deal. And he won't even take the hit, what a waste. Anyway, good news never spreads, but bad news travels fast. Your Chowboy rep blew up so much even your closest buddy is pissed, and just had to clown you like this. Huh? Oh wait. Gossip King. I forgot to ask the second question. The second question. The 6-armed demon Iris Weifeder once made a pact with to fight Azuna, had not even finished speaking before Schweizer's teenage puck got cut off by Lucas' chokehold. And of course, the answer was spot on, leading him to the next encounter. This time, they were greeted by a puppet resembling Schweizer Windman in his 40s. Seeing that familiar silhouette, Lucas could not help but feel a wave of bittersweet emotion. Everything here felt like pieces arranged to tell the story of his life's diary. Lucas always had this feeling each trial brought him closer to some hidden truth. Schweizer, what is the real purpose behind building the sanctuary? Are you trying to send a message to someone lost in thought? Women, Lucas, and Isabel somehow breezed through 2 more challenges without even realizing it. They reached the 5th room, where all the puzzles had nothing to do with magic, but were just random, ridiculous topics. The final gate awaited them, guarded by a puppet of an old man with snowy white hair, wrapped in a robe, leaning on a staff looking like he was just days from the grave. Facing his best friend's life journey and seeing that frail, wary figure nearly brought tears to Lucas' eyes. Even more surprising, the key question in this last trial was directly about him. Lucas Chowmant, the mage who, since age 40, was hailed as the strongest in the world, the ultimate superhuman among all mankind. It was an overwhelming honor and joy to be such a close friend in his life. Hearing those heartfelt words, Lucas was so moved he could not find the words to respond. Junjun's eyes welled up, a few hot tears glistening on his lashes. He could not help but say a few words to the puppet. Same here. To me, you have been an irreplaceable, amazing friend. The last question for him was to guess the true name of the great sage. Choking up, Lucas nailed the name that was the key to his destiny, and realized the questions in this dungeon were not pointless at all. These were questions only he, Lucas Choman, could truly understand the origins of. That meant this dungeon Schweizer Windman created was a massive gift for his closest, dearest friend. Exactly. Schweizer Windman's warm, hoarse voice echoed one last time. The old man puppet slowly faded into nothingness, leaving Lucas with a final, choking farewell. Stay strong. My friend. Lucas had been frozen until now. But suddenly, he reacted with fierce urgency. He lunged forward, desperate to hold onto those fleeting moments of light, but still could not catch them. His hands froze midair. Trembling alone in the void, Isabel stood to the side, watching it all unfold, unable to shake the burning question. Could this classmate Fredge actually be Lucas, her idol from thousands of years ago? After tailing him for a while, surviving countless storms, she realized she would finally learn to keep her cool. That nagging question was stuck in her throat, but she swallowed it down and silently followed Lucas to a small room in the back. At first glance, it looked like just an ordinary reading room, but tucked away in a humble drawer, the two found a tiny vial, no bigger than a fingertip, according to Lucas. Inside was the legendary Manhwa water, a mythical elixir only found in one place, the Crying Dragon Cave, and even rarer, because it only yields a single drop every 1,000 years. This was the ultimate power booster, designed for anyone wanting their strength to explode and their mana to skyrocket overnight. Even a sickly chicken could become a 4-star mage with just a drop of this stuff. Lucas did not mind the long trek to find this elixir. That is how valuable this relic was. Honestly, a true friend beats 100 good ones. And even near the end of his days, he was sharp enough to leave this behind for me. That is some serious peace of mind. Lucas felt happier than if he would struck gold. Right now, he desperately needed this to break through his physical limits and climb to the rank of a 7-star mage. Isabel clicked her tongue, realizing what was up, and crept closer to the vial. While Lucas was still buzzing over the priceless relic Schweizer left him, Isabel found a pair of earrings inside the same drawer. The design was outdated and downright ugly compared to today's styles, but the moment Lucas saw them, he nearly choked, puffed his cheeks, and let out a sharp breath. What the hell? Schweizer, why do you hide these away like some secret stash? Turns out, these legendary earrings were called the Storm Earrings. Lucas casually confessed that he was the one who created that fashion disaster of an accessory 4,000 years ago. Just messing around during downtime, nothing serious. Schweizer must be like them so much that I just gave them to him. Never expected he would be so obsessed that he would keep them hidden his whole life. Hearing this, Isabel decided she could not stay quiet anymore. She straightened up, eyes blazing with determination, and stared Lucas down. Can you be honest with me? Who are you? Really? The truth was bound to come out sooner or later, and Lucas knew he could not hide it any longer. He answered sincerely, his voice dead serious. Just like you guessed, I am Lucas Choman. Though Isabel had imagined this moment many times before, each time she brushed the thought aside. But now, the thing she least wanted to believe had become reality. Next, her idol Lucas Choman himself recounted an epic journey, how he fought the demigod, was imprisoned, and ultimately reincarnated in her classmate's body, none other than the useless Frey Break, hated by everyone. Isabel could not believe she would actually manage to catch her idol like this. Not only standing beside him but hearing secrets that seemed destined to stay hidden forever. Isabel gripped the earrings tightly in her hand, then immediately dropped to her knees before him, showing her deepest respect with every fiber of her being. Revealing everything to his closest confidant brought Lucas a surprising sense of relief. He took the earrings from her, then, half-jokingly, reminded her to treat him as if he were free break. That was the only way his plan could truly succeed. Since learning his true identity, Isabel had become unusually reverent, like a tiny owl worshipping a powerful ancestor. She kept examining the treasures and discovered a bracelet inside. According to Lucas, it was not just any trinket, but a special scepter designed by the great sorcerer Schweizer himself. Lucas snatched the scepter from Isabel's hands, too young and inexperienced for such a relic, and slowly strapped it onto himself, ready to level up. Instantly, the mana swirling around him surged with a fierce intensity, making the young apprentice beside him widen her eyes in awe. Whoa, that is incredible. Lore. Huh? Who the heck is Lore? Isabel scrunched her face, pouted, and muttered, what is all this fuss about? Seriously, it is like, once things go back to normal, the discomfort just multiplies 1,000-fold. Even though using magical tools is not Lucas's forte, these were sentimental keepsakes. So he went all in and planned to take them all, with no treasure left to snatch. The final target was Schweizer's desk. That Schweizer guy was only good at inventing pointless stuff. Lucas cursed under his breath, but smirked as he approached the desk, and flipped open a notebook that was laid out. This was Schweizer's diary, and the very first line hit Lucas like a storm brewing inside him. Lucas has disappeared, apparently. Schweizer had been quietly recording everything after Lucas suddenly vanished. Back then, the battle between the magic warlord Kassarjan and Sword King Lucid had erupted. Iris V. Fowder cut all ties after a heartbreak. Meanwhile, the self had become like a ghost, his thoughts casting a massive shadow that haunted everyone in the world. Schweizer was left alone in this chaotic era, gnawing on loneliness daily, even as others showed outward respect. But deep down, they just wished Schweizer would die quickly to save oxygen and space. Each line in the diary vividly expressed Schweizer's torment. He lived and fought, day after grueling day, enduring unbearable hardship. Yet in the end, he remained unwaveringly loyal to Lucas and their shared ideals. Lucas is our leader, the one no one can replace. I thought I could bear this heavy burden for him, but no matter how much I struggled, I was powerless. I could never be him. Lucas, forgive me. I just can't take it anymore. These words were Schweizer's final goodbye to the world. Lucas and Isabel read them, tears streaming down their faces. You idiot. No one ever asked you to carry it all alone. Lucas deeply understood this loneliness, especially since he himself had been imprisoned by the self for thousands of years. You have done enough, leave the rest to me. I swear on my honor, I will make that self know what a real fight looks like. Lucas wiped his tears as Isabel mentioned another page carefully hidden at the back, still part of Schweizer's netbook. I poured all my passion into this. You must finish it in Anastasia. What is that? Lucas rummaged through his pocket dimension and pulled out a stone that looked like a Pokeball he would just gotten as a keepsake. According to Isabel, that stone was probably a core for a Gulon. Schweizer was a great sage who had mastered the art of controlling illusions, but in his diary, he said all the essence of life was hidden in a place called Anastasia. Hey, if you can make a Jiwolin, then this core might actually work, right? For some reason, Lucas' face suddenly twisted into something ugly hearing this. His mind flashed back to a humiliating scene from his reckless youth back when he was just some dumb kid. He brought his handmade Jujulungian in front of Schweizer, bragging about it being a top-tier local limited edition. But Schweizer just looked like he was about to barf. Lucas was a bit childish then. Annoyed at the lack of praise, he retaliated by blasting young Schweizer with a fire spell that shredded his clothes. If Isabel ever found out, Lucas would not just earn a male curse, he would probably be lumped in with the school bullies and gang leaders. Thinking this, Lucas forced a tight, awkward smile. Completely fake but necessary. Honestly, just crafting that legendary Jew thing might reveal a ton of hidden truths, especially about what happened when he was dragged down to that hellish realm ruled by the old death god. But what can you do? His clumsy handiwork probably won't cut it anymore. Once again, the two of them stepped carefully up the stairs. Suddenly, Lucas felt a tremor beneath his feet. Like an underground earthquake was brewing, his expression shifted from serious to downright furious. He told Isabel that once they got out of here, they had to head straight back to the village at the mountain's base. Still clueless about what was going on, the moment they stepped outside the shop, they were met with a grim scene. The Red Zed horde was fully deployed, their terrifying wings spread wide across the sky, and right in front of the shop stood a towering figure, as tall as a mountain, appearing out of nowhere. You have been waiting for me. Huh, the Zed King. I know you have been waiting for me. What is up? Answer me. I know you are smart. The giant four-eyed Zed sneered with utter contempt. It straightened up on two legs, spreading massive leathery wings as if ready to summon a storm. The shocker, it actually started speaking human language. Yeah, it was waiting for him, the guy who dared trespass on its sacred heavenly domain. But why the hell did not it attack the moment he was still deep in the forest? With that level of intelligence, it is hard to explain unless it suddenly went deaf or temporarily blind. Faced with this question, the Zed King seemed to respond with a glimmer of affection instead. Turns out, it had been waiting for him right at the Schweizer Dungeon's gate. Normally, anyone who comes out of there carries some cool loot. This dungeon attracted plenty of big shots, and even scumbags like it managed to snatch some perks. This dungeon was the lifetime achievement of that woman, and yet, someone dared turn it into a rat trap just to fill their own belly. Lucas gritted his teeth, his face hardening with resolve. He finally understood why this Zed was so massive. This damn mutant beast, big-headed and still needing a lesson from him. The Zed stared into Lucas's sharp, calculating eyes and suddenly froze for a moment. That gaze, it seemed familiar somehow, long ago, when it was just a young dragon. It was once outwitted by a woman. A stare just like this, and if it did not behave, she would make it watch naked chickens immediately. That feeling, absolutely miserable, flooded with this humiliating memory. It could not hold back and unleashed a fiery attack. Sensing danger, Lucas urged Isabel to retreat, but she refused, determined to die alongside her idol. The beast roared Maisie, baring razor-sharp teeth and breathing a fiery blast as fierce as a hellish furnace straight at them. No way was Lucas backing down. He whipped out Schweizer's elder staff, waving it wildly to summon an army of stone warriors from the underworld. In the heat of battle, with a diaper strapped to his back, Lucas spun to glare at Isabel. How much longer are you going to be stubborn? Right now, you are just a roadblock. You little pest. Isabel's young heart shattered like fragile glass at those brutal words. She never imagined she would hear such cruel words coming straight from her own mouth. But her sharp academy mind would not let her stay and play the fool any longer. Gritting her teeth, Isabel finally withdrew, though clearly unwilling. She shouted she would return to fight alongside him as soon as possible. The bloody beast cursed with the nastiest words, spewing venomous threats. Its ambition was clear: it wanted to turn this place into a blazing inferno. After Isabel's support vanished, Lucas officially became the prime target in this deadly game of cat and mouse. Wherever those damn bugs flew, they spitfired, forcing Lucas to struggle just to keep his skin intact. After circling for a while, Lucas realized he would accidentally wandered right into the cunning swarm of those tiny pests. What a pain in the ass. Gripping his staff, he summoned icy arrows while fanning with his free hand, gradually building a storm vortex. Who would have thought that this vacuum cleaner-looking toy could be so effective? In the blink of an eye, the little bug's wings shattered and teeth fell out. But honestly, killing these little pests is pointless. The real deal is taking out the big brain behind this mess. If that guy does, the whole swarm's as good as wiped out. Suddenly, the giant bug lunged at him at full speed. Lucas' mind kicked into overdrive, calculating the perfect timed explosion exactly 3 seconds. In that split second, he had to nail the bug's trajectory and speed. 3, 2, 1. Now, as the giant bug flew into his sights, Lucas unleashed a massive explosion, hoping to incinerate the foe. Thought he had it won. But from that thick black smoke, the giant bug emerged unscathed, towering and fierce. In no time, it had a plan ready. Clearly this bug knew Lucas was no fool. It did not hesitate to throw him a compliment. Pretty slick. Mortal, so what? Your approach might be clever, but with this power, it is barely enough to scratch me. That is when Lucas bitterly realized he would wasted his effort like Enoch's fiery sting. He saw no, just his own wings snapped to hell. Right now, he faced a giant bug, surrounded in all directions by countless others. This battle was a dead end. No way forward or back. Only one idea bloomed in his mind. Should he risk drinking that so-called cooling potion? He recalled Isabel pestering him back in the dungeon. Why not just drink it already? Back then, he wanted nothing more than to bonk her on the head. It is a magical drug, not some health tonic you gulp down like water. Taking meds without a prescription. Overdose guarantees an early grave. The truth was, he needed at least a week to rebalance his energy before touching that mysterious brew. Now, in the heat of battle, drinking it recklessly might as well be inviting death. Lucas pushed on, using every trick and tool he had to fend off the swarm of the Z. But the moment he glanced away for half a second, he almost got a front row ticket for a stomach tour courtesy of the Z King. Just as he lost control to that razor-toothed maw, a fiery mana blast suddenly streaked from behind, striking the Z King's mouth, a mighty phoenix. No wonder this ancient divine beast smelled the danger and dove right in to back him up. With legs thicker than temple pillars, it threw punches at the tiny the Z, even adding fire from its beak to roast them alive. Sweeping up the little guys, the phoenix spread its wings wide, owning the sky with unmatched pride. But in the eyes of the giant the Z, it was nothing but a peking duck ready for the roast. The two charged at each other like long-lost friends reunited. But really, it was just a brutal close-quarters brawl. Lucas knew exactly how strong that beast was and yelled his lungs out. Phoenix, I know you are tough, but stop now. You are no match for that thing. Falling from the mountains to the plains, despised by dogs, this proud old phoenix was not about to run away from a fight. The unyielding legacy of its lineage forbade it from fleeing, even knowing that the Zek's essence was fire and ice, making it a natural enemy. The phoenix charged headlong into battle regardless. Lucas welled up with tears watching this giant creature stand guard for him. It was buying him time to escape, he knew that full well. But fear and retreat were words that never existed in the dictionary of the great wizard Lucas Chowman. Just when the battle reached its most intense moment, Lucas started to piece things together. It was not because Frey's body was weak or pathetic, nor because the world's magic had faded into decline. Honestly, it was simply that after coming back to life, he still lacked a bit of resolve. But after witnessing the phoenix fight tooth and nail to protect him, the warrior's blood in his soul could not help but ignite. It was time to do something completely different. With that thought, Lucas spun his vehicle and flew straight back into Schweizer's cave below. Knowing full well that drinking that cold river water might kill him, he just told himself, hey, dying from this kind of crap is just everyday life around here. If you do not try, how will you ever know? Lucas downed the whole bottle in one go. The liquid poured straight into his system. His face shifted from absolute agony to a grimace of endurance. Come on, this stuff is magic, right? Turning a handsome young guy into a super drunk, white-haired mess with a pale, deadpan face. Pain, that is the first word to describe what it felt like to swallow forbidden medicine. Lucas was miserable, bleeding internally, mana wildly fluctuating all over his body like it was having a meltdown. His chest tightened. Breathing became tough. And he was coughing up some serious super roar. At this rate, he would need a few more minutes of unconsciousness before he could even hit the stage again. Meanwhile, outside, the Zeking beast started gossiping lightly with the old phoenix. After slaughtering countless divine beasts with its tall, stinky black frame, it felt incredibly lucky this time to ditch a rusty iron and catch a prized fish instead. The mana radiating off the phoenix was so tantalizingly potent, it could not help but drool continuously. But no matter how fierce the glare or brave the spirit, it can never replace raw inner strength. Who wins a fight just by flexing meaningless swagger? Nobody. After a few rounds of combat, the Zeking beast finally took down its opponent by spinning it around like a top. Looks like it is having a lucky streak today. Tonight's feast is going to be a tasty one for sure. The phoenix, wounded, lay gasping weakly on the ground. Just when it seemed like the end was near, it suddenly inhaled some white powder, eyes flashing wildly, chest puffed out, letting out a fierce roar. Suddenly, smoke and fire filled the air around the phoenix, leaving the Zeking beast momentarily stunned, unable to grasp what just happened. A minute later, the smoke cleared, and the Zeking spotted the feisty little phoenix darting away. Even divine beasts know how to pull a smoke bomb move like that. The Zeking wanted to chase, but thought better of it. Too much effort for its chubby, lazy frame, so it settled in the mountains. Knowing they would cross paths again, the phoenix escaped the trap but did not rush off. Instead, it found a quiet corner to gather its courage. It recalled a few days back, when it first met Lucas, a memory that hit it like a punch. The very first place it landed, bleeding and broken, was right inside that cave behind the mysterious river. At that moment, Lucas appeared before it, gently stroking its feathers with a tenderness that radiated pure love. Those first moments of healing by his hands were forever etched into its soul. It did not matter if he was Frey or Lucas. All that mattered was that he saw it as a friend, a true ally. And what could a phoenix like it do for its first true friend? As the music swelled, the legendary power of friendship surged like a virus, quickly taking over its mind and soul, turning it into a fierce warrior. It could be just fled, but the thought of some massive, ugly monster planning to snuff out its friend's life was unbearable, so it risked everything and charged back in one last time. Back in the cave, Lucas still struggled to steady himself after chugging that cursed potion. Damn it! No matter how hard he tried, this was way tougher than he expected. That cold river water was not helping him. It felt like it was sucking his life away, every breath growing more ragged. Lucas finally got it. Facing death like this, he understood why people fear sudden, unexpected ends with no chance for last words. He truly wanted to apologize to everyone. It was all because of his pride and reckless arrogance. Lucas felt like a bloodless corpse, drained of every ounce of energy, his whole body collapsing onto the frostbitten ground. He is supposed to be the main hero. How is he about to kick the bucket already? Wait. Hold up. Of course. The author must be drunk off their mind. Lucas seemed to have one foot in the afterlife. But then, unexpectedly, a warm energy began to seep into his body. His tightly shut eyes slowly flickered open, and to his shock, standing before him was the girl he had heartlessly cast away, Isabel. This little apprentice of his had clearly grown up a lot through all the storms they would face. Not only did she not lose her cool when yelled at by a jerk like him, she stayed sharp, wiped her tears, fetched more water and food, even patched up her calloused face, ready to fight alongside her team again. And now, she was using her own powers to help him recover, healing his wounds and soothing his pain. I do not know what you are chasing in this world, but I believe in you. Let me stand by your side. Thanks to Isabel's rare courage, Lucas finally realized what had been missing inside him all along. It was not strength or willpower he lacked, it was trust in his comrades. After 500 rounds of this fierce battle with no end in sight, Konderzik and Phoenix showed no signs of slowing down. Suddenly, a deadly cold chill surged from the cave below, momentarily stunning Konderzik. Taking advantage of Konderzik's momentary lapse, Phoenix courageously lunged forward, slashing its razor-sharp beak right into its eye. Of course, Konderzik suffered serious damage too, but in retaliation, it spun around and slammed its clawed neck hard into Phoenix's furry collar. Furious from the sneak attack, Konderzik unleashed a flurry of deadly strikes, but the defiant glare from its opponent only fueled its rage. Konderzik leapt high, ready to crush Phoenix beneath its massive legs. At that moment, a blinding, ultra-powerful energy blasted out from the cave at lightning speed, catching Konderzik completely off guard. What the hell? What is going down in there? Before it could even think it through, another surge of icy energy swept out, colder than the frozen core of Quad's heart. Every Konderzik behind them, whether paired up or flying solo, froze in place, dropping like wounded birds with broken wings. Even the mighty Konderzik felt a creeping dread it could not explain deep in its mind. For 1,000 years, it had ruled this place, Never once threatened by anything so terrifying, its survival instinct screamed at it to flee. But seriously, could a supreme being like it really be brought down by some tiny human like Lucas? That is just laughable. Having lived so long and been so clever, it knew better than to sacrifice itself for a short-term gain. It understood this logic perfectly, deciding to retreat, heal its wounds, and come back later to crush its enemy for good. Unfortunately, it never got that chance to fulfill its plan because our hero was back, and this time, stronger than ever, he shot forward at a terrifying speed, blocking its path with laser-focused eyes and a brow furrowed like a clear warning. In that moment, it finally understood just how powerful the person it had always underestimated truly was. With a swift flick of his hand, a barrage of ice shards flew out from nowhere, piercing the air around it, each shard embedding itself into the beast's body, turning it into a walking porcupine. Hit by this surprise attack, it exploded with rage, smashing the ice shards flying everywhere. Furious, it spun its massive head around again and again, but Lucas was nowhere to be found. You dumb beast. Have you been relying on your eyes too much all these 1,000 years to get wrecked like this? Lucas' voice suddenly echoed nearby, seeming both distant and right next to its ear. Only then did it painfully realize Lucas was moving through its blind spot left eye that had just been gouged out by that furious beast. He knew it all along, but it was already too late. Lucas stood to the side, using the ice wound he would just healed. Then, without hesitation, plunged another shard into the last remaining eye on its left side. Suddenly, a fatal weak spot appeared on its body, and the hot-headed undead could only roar in pain. Not only could it not keep up with his speed, but it also got slammed in the wing by a massive block of ice, losing balance and plummeting straight down for a deadly strike. The Lich King, battered and bruised, lay groaning in the pit he would just gouged out with his hefty body. Seeing Lucas approaching, all it wanted was to ask one burning question. Are you really human? The Lich King still scrambled through the mess in his brain, guessing wildly, how the hell could some dumb human like him even dare to mess with a legendary beast like me? Hey guys, give me 5 seconds, this one's mine to answer because, bro, he is a straight-up man. No doubt. After being rocked by that hit, the Lich King did not back down. It charged again like a dog with a bone. Since stepping out of the cave, Lucas has not shown a hint of fatigue, but Isabel, right behind him, saw that fierce glare in his eyes. She knew he was pushing his last ounce of strength to finish this fight. Lucas is a workaholic to the core. Even on the brink of collapse, he refuses to quit. When you have got skill, you turn even rocks into ice with your bare hands. Lucas summoned a colossal ice spear, towering several times taller than himself, intimidation on a whole new level. And somehow, his rival Lich King seemed like some kind of dog hybrid, decent at fighting, but definitely no match in the milk department. This overwhelming power, dude. Are you seriously going all in on this one move? I swear, I will show you what it means to fight to the death. You bastard. The fat Lich King snarled back, but this time it unleashed a fireball as huge as a tiny sun, ready to incinerate the mortal before it. I do not know how tough you are, but try blocking the attack that wiped out that fiery chicken. The Lich King started barking insults with the nastiest venom it could muster from its filthy mouth, hurling them straight at Lucas. Moving at lightning speed, it charged head-on, and Lucas instantly leaped in with his ice spear to meet the attack. The massive shockwave from their clash rocked the entire Hispania mountain, as if it was about to be leveled to the ground. Even Isabel had to dig deep and steady herself just to stay on her feet. Fire and ice, two opposing forces colliding like a close-up of toothpaste and snow. They crashed into each other, destroying yet somehow blending together, a perfectly even duel, neither side gaining the upper hand. The Lich King was like a rebellious kid since the moment it appeared. It never lost its ruthless, tyrannical edge. At this moment, the mana flowing from the Lich King's throat seemed to falter. Isabel panicked, wondering if Lucas was really on his last breath. The fight was balanced, but now the rhythm was off. How could a novice like her deal with this? Yet, Isabel forgot one thing. Lucas has always been a stubborn guy with a head full of grit. The huge ice spear, seemingly being swallowed by flames, ultimately pierced through with brutal force. The Lich King at this moment had no clue what was about to hit him. It still grinned savagely, like tonight's BBQ just got a new main dish. Now that is the true power of fire. Ditch the gutters, trying to compete with hydroelectric power. That is just a dream. Who would have thought death would drop by to pick him up right when he was bragging the most? The Lich King's eyes went wide as saucers, its long fang snout still open, letting the cold wind rush through. The scene stunned Isabel, the on-scene reporter, nearly making her faint right then and there. Right behind the Lich King, Lucas appeared as if from nowhere with his strong bare hands. He gripped a Grim Reaper scythe, just the right size to sever the Lich King's head clean off. The body and head of the Lich King suddenly parted ways, crashing down with a thunderous impact like a mountain falling. The Lich King died with eyes wide open, its face frozen in stunned disbelief, though truly a 9-star grand sorcerer. Lucas is currently trapped in the body of his classmate Free, the so-called weakest mortal in the world. And yet, he still managed to wipe out a brutally fierce Zek king like it was nothing. If he could return to his true strength, just how unstoppable could he become? Isabel looked at him with absolute awe in her eyes. But then, out of nowhere, his body suddenly lost all control mid-air and plummeted straight down. Isabel instantly teleported to him, and the moment she touched him, she felt Lucas's body as cold as a block of ice freshly dug from the South Pole. Isabel, take me to the Phoenix, our fairy friend. Even at his weakest, Lucas never thought only of himself. That is what made Isabel admire him the most, aside from the infinite cool factor radiating from his real power. Yet, when she said that, Lucas refused to admit he was cunning. He just said that damn black rolled god lacked battle experience. Even though it is 1,000 years old, its shell is still as small as a walnut. Fighting and armor are two totally different things. Just remember that to reap the best harvest, you do not just need experience, you need a brain that knows how to scheme. In the last fight, Lucas pulled off a trick, making Condor Jakes think he would burn out all his strength with one ice spear. In reality, he only used about 80% of his power. The rest was saved for a flashy teleport behind Jakes, grabbing the head of that stubborn old buzzard. When it comes to strategy, Lucas reckless, carefree style is something no one else could even dream up. The only regret from today's battle is that old Phoenix had to suffer broken feathers protecting his savior. He really gave it his all. Lucas slowly stepped forward, quietly admiring this rare peaceful moment. He reached out to gently stroke its head, a scene that felt just like their very first meeting. Because you saved my life, I will repay you with mine. Brothers in arms. Okay? Lucas lifted the fiery phoenix with his bare hands into the air, moving its glowing body closer to the enemy it once risked everything to block. Sharing the fire element, the remaining mana inside the Z's massive corpse was fully absorbed by the Phoenix's remains. This energy flowed into it, triggering its auto-heal mode. It will take some time, but Lucas hoped that when the Phoenix woke again, it would become the top dog of the Hispania mountains, watching over Schweizer Windman's tome and leading the Z faction that might rise up after their leader's death. He trusted the Phoenix with that role. After surviving deadly battles in the so-called Hell on Earth, the next stop for these two was Cow Symphony. This small town was incredibly peaceful. Just watching the elders and kids laugh and chatter showed how content and well off their lives were. Lucas sat alone in the park, lost in thought. Looks like the author thought he had not been through enough yet today. He got a full makeover. His long white hair tied into a neat top ponytail, leather boots on his feet, and clean clothes made him look far less shabby than before. Isabel returned from scouting with a cup of juice in hand to boost his vitamins. No ships were sailing today, so it looked like they would be stuck here for a few more days. Lucas gulped down the juice, feeling like a gas tank just got refilled. The loot he grabbed from the Zeking's lair and Schweizer's vault was pretty useful overall, but with so much stuff, even the space bag powered by Purging Senching was about to max out. Since these were all keepsakes from his best friend, Lucas refused to leave behind the heavier bag. The two sipped quietly, soaking in the peaceful vibes ahead. For Isabel, the long, grueling training felt like it had dragged on for a whole year. It was probably time to call it quits. But Lucas was ridiculously optimistic, winking with pride and half joking. No way. Not yet. Just got lost for a little over a month. Please cut me some slack and stop pushing me back to that miserable academy. While already in the territory of the wealthy Perangel hair, and with the risk of having to sleep under the pier tonight because no ships are running, Isabel suggested they make good on their promise and pay a visit to the Piran estate. The moment they stepped up to the gates, though both Lucas and Isabel had that noble-born look, seeing the whole sprawling estate right in front of them made them feel like the universe was seriously unjust. How on earth is there a kid who is not only handsome and smart, but also strong and loaded with cash? The estate's gate guard marched forward, demanding they show their identification to pass. Lucas, with the clueless face of a high school kid who just wiped his nose, innocently asked the guard a question. Hey, this is Pirandung HS house. Who do you think you are? Talking back like that? Just a friend. Got it. But what is your name then? Hung. It is Freebrick. Lucas still was not quite comfortable using the name Freebrick to introduce himself. Little did he know, just by being Freebrick now, he would instantly become a VIP guest, at least in the eyes of the rich young Master Pern. The guard's face froze the moment he heard that nickname. How could a baby-faced kid like that be friends with his master? Just then, a fancy carriage suddenly pulled up right in front of them. From it stepped a blonde beauty with a killer figure, elegantly helped down by a servant. Those ocean blue eyes and chiseled features, No doubt she was cut from the same cloth as that parent kid. She immediately spotted the two temporary Vosaku visitors, but everything about her demeanor screamed noble-born lady. You must be the young master of the Break family. Right? Parents told me plenty about you, and you must be Miss Isabel. I am Piranha's sister. Lilia. Lilia's arrival was like a fragrant summer breeze. Even Isabel was stunned, eyes glued, unable to deny the majestic beauty of this noblewoman despite them both being girls. Even the guard who tried to block the guests earlier blushed fiercely at her slight glance and lost all will to resist. Lily invited Lucas and Isabel into the carriage. Though they would already traveled far from the gate, the main mansion was still nowhere in sight. Just how massive is this estate? Seriously, getting lost here means I will probably have to grab my phone and post a help me. So from the moment he got in the carriage, Lucas noticed Lilia kept staring at him. According to her, the Frey from Piranha's stories looked pretty different from the guy sitting here now. Frey's hair was supposed to be ash gray, but Lucas's silver head made him look like a grizzled old boss trapped in a kid's body. Is that from carrying too much weight on your heart? Nah, I just ran into some rough patches along the way. Both Lily and Isabel were amazed at Lucas' calm, collected vibe, feeling out of place in such a fancy home. Lilia told him to relax and act like he owned the place. With her and Piran backing him up, what is there to fear from a couple of gate guards? Right then, I will just make myself at home. Just after a few polite words, Lucas started dropping the act. Isabel was used to his rough and ready talk, but for Lilia, it was a whole new experience. Sweating nervously, Lilia tried to break the ice by asking about her precious little brother. Was he a model student or a troublemaker at school? The answer she got was a blunt "not really" that did not exactly speak highly of him. She also learned that despite his tough exterior, he was actually 2 years younger than her brother. This guy looks like a rich kid, but runs on a total hot mess. As could he really be my brother's friend? After wandering dizzyingly through Lilia's monstrous garden, the three finally reached the parking spot. After sitting so long that his legs went numb, Lucas was finally able to stretch them and head toward the main house. As expected, someone had been waiting for them here for a long time. The moment he spotted his classmate, Purin Jun exploded with excitement like he would hit the jackpot. Oh my dear friend, you are finally here. Why the heck are you so late? I have been waiting so long. I was about to turn into a statue. The two looked super close as they rushed forward, shaking hands and grinning like long-lost brothers. Purin Jun truly was the kind of friend who just gets you. While clapping Lucas on the shoulder, he quickly threw out a compliment about his bleached hair. Lucas seemed totally at ease chatting with Purin. The guy could not stop bragging about how he would already put his plan to switch up his style into action. And without even going wild with bleaching, he casually threw a super chill question at Purin. Hey, you hungry? My dude, I am starving. Lilia stood silently off to the side, watching her little brother swelled energy with a quiet smile. It was the first time in her life she would seen him this hyped up. Seeing the convo getting out of hand, Lilia suddenly decided to step in and change the subject. Who would be thought that a cool, cold-hearted heartthrob like Purin Jun at the academy would share this quirky trait with his sister? The moment his sister gave a gentle reminder, he turned all sweet and doting, even calling Lilia his princess. When Lilia pouted and turned away, Purin Jun immediately put on the most guilty face ever. The sibling love in this family is just way too adorable. Lucas, standing nearby, could not help but listen even unintentionally and got chills all over. Purin warmly invited his two good friends inside the castle. As they walked, Lucas shared the story of his conquest of the legendary Hispania mountain. Purin expressed heartfelt thanks to his buddy for casually saving the future of his family line. But right now, young Lady Sonia was only interested in sword training, not exactly focused on building a relationship with her future husband. Well, your kid better learn to appreciate her then. Handing over such a precious and beautiful flower to you. What a shame. What are you talking about? According to many Dun family rules, when guests arrive, the first thing is to meet the head of the household. Lucas and Isabel had no choice but to follow Purin to a tea gathering where all family members were present. Purin's father, the head of the Dun clan, radiated an imposing aura. Just one look into his eyes made anyone's heart race and breath catch. He was one of the Empire's 5 mages wielding all 7 unique attributes, but little did anyone know this old man was tangled up with that damn half-god too. It is an honor to welcome you. Free breaks? How is your father? Count breaks. He is doing fine. Thank you. Lucas rubbed his fingers together, smirking at the lie he just told. Father, please. He was just a temporary host inside Free's body, had not even met him. So how would he know anything? For all the fancy words the old man spat out, Lucas wisely chose to just nod along. His eyes were drawn to a tattoo on the man's cheek, no doubt. It was the legendary Gangnam Devil's Mark. Just sitting here sipping tea with high-class nobles is already a brain drain. Purin's father asked about the rescue of the princess, then grilled Lucas about his tough journey to that hellish mountain. It took all his strength to keep up. When he realized he could not squeeze any more info from Lucas, he switched gears and reminded Purin to focus on preparing for the upcoming wedding. Purin planned to take Lucas for a stroll, but the old man quickly intervened, saying he needed someone young and talented like Lucas to test a certain powerful magic. Sensing something fishy, Lucas did not want to refuse, so he played along smoothly. He asked Isabel to help gather the things Purin needed, and of course, the clever girl immediately caught on. It was not until the long tea table was left with just him and Mir Jun that the old man slowly shifted his tone, eyes blazing with intensity. Free breaks. Now's the time to spill it. What exactly are you plotting? What did the Count say, sir? But that guy really does have an impressive sixth sense, compared to a normal person. For Count Jun's age, it is more accurate to call him a cunning old fox with masterful acting and sharp observation skills. After everyone else stepped outside, he finally dropped the act, his eyes locking directly onto Lucas. Cut the crap, I am asking why someone from that Casco guild like you is showing up at my house. My son, Branson, might be too naive to notice, but I have got eyes sharp enough to see through anything. Faced with the Count's accusation, Lucas was caught off guard for a moment. What the hell is going on here? Has this old man totally misunderstood something? Still, Lucas stayed cool and patiently waited for the Count to explain himself. Maybe only then would he figure out what this old fox wanted from him. You are bold, Frey Blake, wandering around with that thing on. That thing, I am talking about that crazy earring of yours. So that ugly piece of jewelry is why you are getting targeted like this. This Count is way too quick to jump to conclusions, did not even wait for an explanation before throwing accusations. Though Lucas had no clue why Count Jun held a grudge against the Casco Guild, the pressure was real, so he had no choice but to come clean. That earring came straight from the summit of Hispania. He got it himself. When Lucas explained he would been invited but did not bother to join, Count Jun shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Only after verifying that Lucas was not part of that Casco Guild did the Count slump down, rubbing his temples. Clearly exhausted. Woo, you are one gutsy kid. Do you know where you are? This is my friend's house. I am just here to visit. From the start, Lucas and Isabel came here simply because they needed a place to crash for the night. Add in Lucas' slightly reckless personality, and he made it clear to Count Jun that he had zero ulterior motives toward his family. He was not even fazed about meeting the Count face to face. Hearing this from Lucas, Count Jun's entire perception of him shifted, but because Lucas still wore that earring, the Count could not fully drop his guard. Then the Count threw out a random question, and Lucas felt his heart race like never before. Who do you think rules this continent? Just when Lucas thought they were done talking childish stuff, the old man switched to current events, and before he could react, Count Jun was schooling him. Among all the human nations, the Casco Empire is top dog, that is common knowledge. But no matter how big their power grows, it only controls a 16th of the land. Humanity's combined strength barely accounts for a third of the whole. So if we are talking about the ultimate overlords behind it all, it is definitely the other force. Yep, the true rulers of this world are the demigods, a name that haunts even your dreams. How could Lucas not know it? The moment that name slipped out, Lucas clenched his fist so hard they bled. If Yan Jiang gritted his teeth and glared like that, it meant others knew about them too. No need to say more. These demigods, according to Count Jun's story, are the ones controlling the entire world. It looked like an old man telling political tales to his grandson, but really, it was the younger generation flapping their gums before the elders. Seeing Lucas lost in thought with a puzzled smile, Count Jun figured this was all way over the newbie's head. But inside, Lucas was drowning in a storm of angry thoughts. What kind of world overlord is that? 5 heroes risked everything to fight these demigods, and now, after 4,000 years, their descendants treat the demigods like some kind of founding fathers. That is just ridiculous. Though he caught the vibe of some socialist brotherhood drama, Lucas kept his cool, not wanting any trouble or to reveal anything weird. The Count then asked Lucas if he would ever heard of these so-called demigods. Without hesitation, Lucas admitted he would known about them ever since finding the relic of the legendary Schweizer Wilman. The moment he heard that, Count Jun immediately got fired up. The guy's making moves fast, looks like he is playing his last card, trading info for info. Honestly, I barely know anything like how many demigods there really are, what their endgame is, or why they have not shown themselves openly to humanity yet. But one thing's for sure, these demigods are so powerful, they can wipe out humanity with just a flick of their wrist. This strange knowledge hit me hard. Turns out there is not just one demigod, but potentially hundreds. Back in my prime, I could not even take down one solo. One wave of his hand, and I was done for, now imagining 100 of them. You would probably need Dojaemon's cloning machine to crank out 1,000 copies, just to stand a chance. So far, 5 heroes have risen up to challenge the demigods. Those legends. None other than the war mage Cassidon, the sword prodigy Lucid, the singing sorceress Irid, the great Swizer, and last but not least, the world's strongest idol mage, Lucas Chomit. Turns out, after Lucas suddenly vanished, the tension between Cassidon and Lucid just kept ramping up. Irid Mizang disappeared too, leaving only Swizer still fighting the demigods. But one swallow can tea make a spring gradually. Their names and legacies faded away, erased by what people call history. Everything Count June just said matches exactly what is written in Swizer's diary. He even knows things never mentioned in history before, which means he has dug deep into this for a long time. Lucas also learned that June himself is someone aiming to inherit the will and spirit of those fallen heroes. The mark on his cheek is proof he belongs to the Order. They call it the Order to sound fancy. But honestly, these days the crew is splitting into factions and scattering everywhere. One day they are tight like brothers. The next they are at each other's throats in full-on drama. Lucas-side humans will always be greedy. Any group bigger than 3 starts falling apart, let alone an organization with dozens or hundreds of members. Right now, the most powerful faction is the one led by Straw, Fiefouter, and Lucid. Meanwhile, the faction with Cassidon and me, not looking too hot. Cassidon inherited his will from just one person, but that person's long gone, vanished without a trace. Then there is my own faction with the Chuju men name. Word is, the Grandmaster died, and more than half the core members fled to other guilds. Hearing that, Lucas turned pale. These kids nowadays have no respect. Not only did they slap our ancestors' name on Purging's logo without asking, but they are building it in a way that slaps our family's reputation right across my face. The factions Count June mentioned are nothing like the club's kids form at the academy. Even though there is copyright issues with the names, that actually makes it easier to hide their tracks. So he is not too bothered by it. That is why as soon as he saw me, he was on high alert, worried I might be from a rival faction or worse, a spy for the demigods. Then Count June snapped back to his usual serious self. He wanted to know where the hell did I snag those ancient earrings. Everyone knows the Hispania mountains are packed with relics left by our ancestors, and plenty have greedily tried to hunt them down. But sadly, only a handful ever made it back alive. And of course, they came back empty-handed, no treasures brought home. Most people do not even know the exact location of that dungeon. And if you are lucky enough to find it, the next step's almost certainly your death at the Zeking's hands. So to get an old-timer like Count June to believe some punk my age not only found the right path but also scored rare loot, he would probably say I am way too gullible, thinking that I just shrugged and told him I got lucky. No matter how much he begged, I would not spill the location of Swizer's dungeon, because to me, it is not just treasure. It is the final resting place of my lifelong, deeply respected friend. To test Lucas's honesty, Count Jun suggested he try on the earrings, seeing the pure yet powerful energy radiating from Lucas. Count Jun could not help but be stunned. Lucas and Isabel were invited to stay at the Jun estate. Unlike the lively nobles below in their flashy suits, Lucas wore a modest formal outfit, quietly standing in a corner, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand. After all this time, he finally found a lead on those who knew about his true nature. But things only got messier. Those claiming to inherit his and his comrades' bloodline ended up betraying each other behind the scenes. Lucas now had so much on his plate that his hair was turning completely white, unable to tell what was natural and what was the weight of the world crushing him. Isabel, wearing a flashy blue dress, slowly approached from afar. Seeing Lucas deep in thought, she hurried over excitedly. Hey, what do you think of my dress? Miss Lily especially picked it out for me. Lucas glanced her over from head to toe, then let out a long sigh. I really admire people like you living carefree without a single worry. His mind was still fixated on the conversation with the Count earlier that afternoon. The man mentioned a crucial piece of info: someone had already come into contact with his true form and infiltrated the meeting at the Demon Tower, but he never expected that person to be none other than the father of the host body's killer. Free's father, Count Azakabrake. Noble parties, though filled with prestigious guests, always let a few shady characters slip through. Take these two, for example. On the surface, they pretend to be respectful, but each has their own scheming agenda. Honestly, with those sly, fake smiles and Hollywood-level acting skills, it is a crime they are not cast as brainless villains already. The guy in purple is Gusaba. He is here at the porn party mostly for the ladies. He swept his sleazy eyes over every girl in the hall, stopping abruptly on Isabel. No wonder she is a total knockout wherever she goes. She turns heads. Just then, another stunning beauty appeared, adding even more glamour to the party. Sonia wore a perfectly fitted outfit, looking gorgeous. Her neatly pinned blue hair only enhancing her charm. This look was a far cry from the battlefield warrior she usually was. Definitely the type of girl about to marry into a rich family. Seeing Lucas and Isabel again, Sonia's face lit up with genuine joy. Though Lucas has grown more mature, he still could not shake his habit of teasing people. He pointed straight at Sonia's face, then looked over at Isabel like he was schooling her. See, dressing like that is what makes you a real noble. Grandma. Watching their lively banter, Sonia was momentarily left speechless. A famous female warrior. Yet every time she faced Lucas, she felt like a blushing teenager with butterflies in her stomach. Who is this? Free Blake. Right? The party was in full swing when a rough, grating voice suddenly interrupted. The purple-clad noble from before tried to cozy up and start a chat. But judging by that shady look, nothing good was coming. Someone you know. Who knows? That is when Lucas realized that in Free's memories, this guy was not worth remembering. But with over 4,000 years of hard-earned wisdom, Lucas knew well the golden rule. Know your enemy. Know yourself. And never lose. So he kept digging through his memories, searching every corner for any trace of this shorty. It was strange to find a lost member of the Blake clan right here. The guy's filthy. Grating voice rang out again. Totally clueless about boundaries. Clearly trying to play nice. But it seemed like this guy was just itching to make Lucas sweat blood and tears. Lucas sighed. Alright then. No point digging through memories anymore. With talk like that, no doubt about it, he is definitely a total jerk. That damn short stack kept blabbering on about being some rich hair, saying it took him forever just to get to Jun's party. Based on what? A kid abandoned by his own father has zero right to talk like that. Listen up, Free. If even I am struggling, then someone pathetic like you. Before he could finish, Lucas cut him off sharply. Beat it. Get lost. I am not repeating myself. Who would have thought a kid like him would dare stand up face to face against a bully like that? Used to pushing people around. Come on. Free Break's always been known as a scaredy cat student. No balls for this kind of showdown. Lucas' taunts rattled him, and seeing Frey with two girls on either side made him feel a pang of jealousy. Sure, the nobles' party had its share of eye candy, but these two beauties standing right there, now that is top shelf. Birds of a feather flock together. Losers like them always roll in packs. Just as the short stack ran out of insults, his backup arrived from behind. This guy's Patrick, always flaunting his status as the Dara City clan heir as he prowls around. Both he and that short punk Giuseppe zeroed in on Sonia first, ready to play the creep card. But once they found out she was Porn's fiancé, their faces turned ghostly pale, and they switched tactics to fake charm and sweet talk. Sonia always looked unhappy about this arranged marriage pushed by her elders. Even when called Porn Jun's fiancé, she quickly told Lucas she was not sure about it yet. Patrick caught on fast. He and Giuseppe began hurling insults at Lucas, calling him a weak loser. Not even close to his own brothers. Did your old man ditch you or what? I do not get how a prestigious family like yours ended up disgraced by a brat like you. Ha! Even someone not directly involved would flinch hearing those words. Isabel, the lioness, flexed her protective power to defend her classmate Free. She shouted, pointing straight at Patrick, who was caught off guard, like talking to a brick wall. These guys did not realize their mouths were digging their own graves. A Derry City noble, apologizing to a loser like Free Break. Lady, you have got to be kidding. Something's seriously off if this guy even showed up at such an important party. Right? Who was the genius that sent him an invite? Everyone around caught the drama and started whispering, then burst out laughing together. Just then, a sharp voice sliced through the crowd, making everyone turn pale again. I invited him. So what? Parangel's entrance and that pointed remark felt like a cold slap to those wannabe nobles. At this point, I bet even he was pissed a bunch of riffraff crashed his party filthy and stinking up the place. And if Parangel wanted to shake things up a bit, I would boldly suggest he say something like this. It is my fault. All my fault. Happy now? I am the one who invited him last. Patrick and Giuseppe thought they would been ignored lately, but Parangel's icy glare told them the harsh truth they needed to swallow. Sorry. Did not know I needed clan permission, just to invite a friend over. Overwhelmed by Porn's flashy wealth, the thugs flipped faster than a creep, turning into tail-wagging lapdogs. Who'd have guessed? Freybreak is not just Porn's buddy. He is one of the VIPs Porn treats with utmost respect. Since you are here, spill it. Offending someone with that kind of muscle backing comes with real threats. Huh. The whole gang lost their swagger and scattered like scared little kids. After shooing away that swarm of gnats, Lucas started realizing that the Parangel he knew actually had a pretty intriguing side. Facing him, Parangel was always his most relaxed self, not just cluelessly awkward, but also hilariously chatty. Isabel and Sonia, standing nearby, watched the two guys bickering like gods and could not stop laughing. When hometown folks catch the same wavelength, Their chatter flies as nonstop as a radio broadcast. Perangel started to get a glimpse into his classmate Frey's personality. But one thing kept bugging him. Why was he just standing there taking it, with the power to wipe out pirates and ship soldiers in the blink of an eye? It was no sweat any captain would have sent those stinky foes flying miles away already. Lucas chuckled heartily at that naive question. Real men do not need to brag all the time. It just drags more trouble onto their backs. The two young men slipped into a corner, watching the crowd swirl inside the ballroom to the rhythm of the music. Porin casually asked about the afternoonist story. Why exactly had he kept Lucas around? Lucas did not hesitate to spill. That old man suspected he was part of the Menzin faction and was trying to get close just to dig up the truth. According to Count Jun, someone in the Drake family stood apart from the rest. Frey's blessing was not about family shame but a personal burden. That person was Hanser, a brother to the client. Thinking of this, Lucas added to Porin that maybe his fate with Westwood Academy was coming to an end. On his next journey, he would set foot in the third demon tower, but that little tidbit accidentally slipped right into Isabel's hands. The news hit her like a wall. She froze up, breath caught tight, as if her heart were being crushed. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared straight at Lucas, but he seemed to avoid meeting her gaze. Isabel began trembling, emotions spiraling out of control. She was this close to breaking down on the spot. The party was not even over, but she hurriedly left, walking alone down the dark hallway with a knot of anxiety tightening inside her chest. Tomorrow, the one she admired and loved most was about to leave. Since she learned Frey was actually Lucas in disguise, she knew this day would come, but how could she be ready? She never imagined she would have to say goodbye so soon. Passing by Porin's room with the door ajar, she spotted Lucas inside. Her curiosity flared, so she pressed close to the wall, eager to eavesdrop. Inside, the scene looked like a warm farewell. Two teenagers sipping hot tea side by side, chatting about life's twists and turns. Porin's reputation alone made that party shine with grandeur and elegance. At that age, pulling off something like this? No joke. Lucas casually shared some fun stories, but Porin seemed heavy-hearted with a world of worries. He told Lucas how, at just 5 years old, he could feel mana, and by 17, he would master the 4 pillars of attributes. Lucas listened, drooling a bit. Porin was definitely a prodigy, because at that insane level, guys like him and old Schweizer only started to spark mana at 7. Hearing these legends talk is intense. Let me throw in a quick line. When I was 7, I was still fighting my dog over food and scrubbing bugs off myself. Scary. Huh. Just when I thought I was about to hear more about a genius like Porin, he suddenly put on an expression full of disappointment and sadness. Free. You know, this is the first time I have been able to open up like this. My talent. It is really something to curse. Lucas felt a chill in his ears as Porin read his surprise like an open book. Everyone's the same when top students who live on the peak of glory say they are brilliant but suffer inside. You tend not to believe them at first. Porin began to tell his life story with a deep sadness in his voice. He had a mentor, an incredibly wise old master with silver hair. The guy was a 6-star sorcerer and deputy chief of the 5th demon tower, not your average Joe. To Porin, he was always gentle and kind, the very man who guided him down the path of magical studies. The bigger Porin got, the more unstoppable he became. It did not take him long to level up to a 4-star, a badge of honor everyone dreams of reaching. But one not-so-great day, after he grilled his master with a question, the old man instantly flew into a rage, his face twisted in pure terror. From that moment on, no more warm mentorship. His master started calling him a monster instead. Success came too fast, and haunted by this dark shadow in his mind, Porin spent a long time drowning in fear and confusion. His love for magic never faded, but every time he recalled his master's horrified expression, doubt gnawed at him. Was he truly a monster? Porin, once cold and badass, now trembled and cried before others. Looking back on his tragicomic life, Porin's one and only wish was simple: to just be normal. Nothing more. Facing his friend caught in this nightmare, Lucas honestly did not know what to say. He deeply understood the loneliness that comes with standing at the peak of glory. Misunderstood and isolated by the world, Lucas stepped forward, placing a hand on Porin's shoulder to comfort him. Hey, do not get cocky, man. Listen up, you still got a ton of goals to chase. Don't be just some unlucky kid stuck with a clueless guide. That is the real heartbreak. Next time we meet, I am going to be way stronger than I am now. I know you have heard about your own existence. If we are really friends, then give me a hand. Get stronger, and let us go take down every last one of them. Porin's eyes widened at those heartfelt words. But since it was Lucas speaking, it was not exactly a surprise anymore. Looks like the one who is guiding Porin out of hell this time is not his old master. It is this buddy he randomly met. Freybrick. Meanwhile, Isabel, standing outside and overhearing everything, quietly shed tears, whether from emotion or frustration. No one could tell. The next morning, Lucas bid farewell to the tribe, shouldering his bag and setting off quietly. No fanfare, no drama right now. He just wanted to get closer to the truth as fast as possible. Suddenly, a girl's voice called out from behind. Hey, are not you gonna pack up your stuff? Lucas turned to see Isabel right there, still rocking that simple, no-nonsense vibe he taught her, lugging her mountain of gear on her back. She looked pouty, probably because he always called her a travel buddy, but then bailed without a word. Lucas chuckled. After all, she was a lady, even if she clung to him like a shadow. Now hitting the road together again. It was almost like he would turned into the ultimate good guy boyfriend. But Isabella's determination was only growing stronger. She did not hesitate to drop out of school because, let us be real, standing next to the greatest wizard alive made classroom theories feel totally pointless. Meanwhile, in what looked like a demonic tower office, Patrick, fresh from his humiliating slap at the banquet, rushed back to report to his master. The man seated in the chair was Michael, the older brother of the original worthless host. Fray break. After hearing Patrick's frantic tale about his dear brother getting too cozy with Pranjan, he turned to another brother, Hanser, for his take. That phrase about people being born for certain moments. Yeah, it fit perfectly here. Unfortunately, Hanser's attitude was pure indifference. Despite his brother's dark thoughts swirling, he just stood quietly in the shadows, eyes drifting off toward the window. After wandering around for a bit, Lucas and Isabel finally arrived at the place known as the Magical Paradise at the foot of the Wizard's Tower. Before they left, Old Man Jun handed them a card embossed with the symbol of infinity. He warned them to guard it closely, because without it, they would not be allowed to join any guilds. These guilds were secretly formed to keep the world's order in check, and since history barely mentions demigods, the best way to get up-to-date info was to dive right into these groups. In the education system Isabel's generation inherited, not a single page mentioned the term demigod. Students at the academy now only learn about the 5 heroes who gave their all to fix the world's mistakes, led by none other than Lucas Chowman. But who defeated them, why they died, that info is locked away like some mysterious Pandora's box. If Isabel had not been lucky enough to meet Lucas, she would probably have spent her whole life stuck in that same rigid mindset. Lucas was about to blow her mind. The most terrifying form of control in this world is silent mental domination. Turning people into slaves below while the elites bask in pleasure is the best way to manipulate. Suddenly remembering something, Lucas snapped and barked at Isabel with a sharp tone. Hey Isabel, who did you say got defeated just now? I did not lose. Okay, I am just reassessing the odds. Classic arrogance from a so-called great mage. The first time Isabel stepped into the magic tower, her eyes went wide in awe. It was truly magnificent. Lucas gazed up at the tower's peak, his mind flooded with countless thoughts. It would take at least half a year before he could join a guild. That time was the best gift he gave himself, grinding hard to claw back to his former glory. Staring at the towering monument, Lucas smiled, recalling old memories. He and his tight-knit crew, the Swayzer gang, all came from here. Back when he was just a tiny kid, he was a sharp and hardworking student glued to the library, quickly racking up titles and gaining fame to this day. A loud stomp cut through his thoughts abruptly. Turning around, Lucas and Isabel spotted a group of dark elves approaching. Though they carry elf blood, their peace treaty with humans lets them move freely and learn shared knowledge without limits. But that is only true in this era of equality. Back in his grandparents' time, they fought endlessly just to earn those rights. The elf clan had once undergone a massive merger. Now the entire northern forest region is their domain. Lucas watched them up close with awe and fascination, but also caught a sharp glare coming from the other side. Some time had passed since they entered the magic tower, which was basically a communal training ground for those who worship the rule of magic. In a huge hall at the tower space, a crowd was gathered, training together. Thanks to Lucas' devoted coaching, Isabel had mastered Cassidon's combat style, but she still could not quite get it. And when she looked over, Lucas was still wilding out, flailing his arms and legs in bizarre, monkey-like moves. It was not just her who was puzzled, the others around them were equally baffled. To his fellow students, Lucas was like a daytime space cadet and a nighttime junkie. He was so strange he would shamelessly buy gear in front of everyone, then suddenly go hardcore, pulling all-nighters in the library. Isabel caught that vibe and could not help but smile. No one here really understood him, but she always believed that behind those wild dance moves was a deadly way to control powerful attacks. After switching to an attack speed too fast to follow with the naked eye, Lucas quickly withdrew his limbs. This dance cycle flowed like a river. That is what I call martial arts mastery, unmatched brilliance. Nearby, a young dark elf from the other day was training hard with a deputy master. Having searched everywhere with no worthy opponent, this guy seemed pretty cocky. Humans are all weaklings. The moment he said that, His master shot him a sharp reprimand. His master was Camille, a white-haired dark elf with her hair neatly swept to one side. Just one glance from her, and Liamson, the young dark elf, bowed deeply in respect. Suddenly, Liamson's eyes landed on Lucas. Still energetically dancing in the corner, curiosity sparked, and with zero respect, he immediately strutted over and started chatting Lucas up. Watching Lucas move with such lightning speed, Liamson could hardly believe it, even admitting he is a leftover mage himself. Now this kind of opponent. This is the real thrill right here. Hey, human. Hold up. Call me alright. Free. Then bring it on. Seeing Lucas' slightly cold expression, he quickly felt the need to clarify. I am not trying to expose anything. How should I put it? A challenge. I want to challenge you. The hulking, grimy guy in front of him, throwing out a few broken French phrases, caught Lucas completely off guard. Culture shock. Big time. Liamson's master slowly stepped forward. She walked over calmly to her stubborn student. Looking much more composed, she gave Liamson a light tap on the head, then turned to Lucas' group, apologizing profusely for letting a brat disturb their peace. But that elf-stone guy seemed no pushover either. He argued with his master like a feisty kid, though you could still see the stubborn, bratty edge to him. Isabel and Lucas stood nearby, speechless. But instead of just standing there clueless, Lucas took the initiative to start chatting with them in elf language. A little foreign language skill can really make you stand out. Liamson found this young guy in front of him more and more interesting. Without waiting for anyone's approval, he warmed up his limbs, clearly ready to throw down with Lucas. This challenge instantly grabbed everyone's attention. The crowd swiveled around, eager for some entertainment. Lucas calmly studied every move Liamson made. Each flick of his hands and feet was precise, dripping with dark elf style like a wild beast stalking its prey, while Lucas stayed still on defense. Liamson launched a heavy kick only for Lucas to catch it barehanded. Liamson blinked in shock. Wait, he actually blocked that. Lucas did not move an inch but effortlessly nullified every strike. His footwork sliced through the air without a sound. Clearly, Liamson's strength lay in his legs. Catching onto this, Lucas easily dodged and countered, like a wild animal missing its catch. Liamson licked his lips with delight and lunged forward once more. This intense showdown had all the side characters wide-eyed, getting a real education from a true fan. Lucas' speed was seriously impressive. He could hold his own against the future dark elf warrior captain, though both looked sweaty from the fight. Liamson's female master could see Lucas was just holding back his true power. To end this pointless scuffle, Master Camille finally stepped in and told her stubborn student to stop. Lucas and Liamson both showed deep respect for each other, exchanging sincere compliments that instantly brought them closer. When Liamson learned Lucas and Isabel would be staying in Matap for about half a year, he was ecstatic. Master Camille showered him with praise too, but suddenly noticed the glaring blue earrings dangling from his white hair, then abruptly changed the subject to why he wanted to come to Matap in the first place. Lucas wiped the sweat from his cheek and explained he was trying to create a secret technique, so he picked a spot loaded with specialized books. Haha! So that is why you are always glued to the library at night. Seeing Lucas chatting casually with the elf leader, everyone around instantly dropped their idea of him as just some weird lost kid. Successful people always carve their own path. After hearing Lucas complain that all the books in the library were useless, since he would searched every nook and cranny, Master Camille chuckled and asked if he had ever read what is called a magic book. Huh? Magic books? That even exists? According to Master Camille, the library's magic tower books are divided into 3 levels, and of course, no pain, no gain. Only those who pass a qualification test and get approval from the 3 tower masters can access level 1 magic books. A test? When will it be? What a headache. Here's a grandpa over 4,000 years old, having to compete it against the younger generation. Even Lucas wore this utterly awkward expression. It gets worse. This test is happening tomorrow. The library hall buzzed with people, whispers flying about Lucas' chances. They wondered, what is he doing here? Taking a magical warrior test. From behind came a call for Lucas and Isabel. It was Camille and Liamson arriving at the back. He was surprised you guys are taking the test too. Camille chuckled. Just curious since you are joining. She motioned to Liamson, who shrugged and said he was just bored. Lucas laughed and looked at Isabel. Grandma's no different. He stepped forward and proposed, free. After this test, let us throw down. Lucas forced a smile. You mean the prelims? The grand door cracked open, and in walked Michael with 2 close aides. Camille introduced them as the Magic Guild leaders. She stressed that among them, Michael held the highest authority. Michael spoke up. No long speeches. Round 1 starts now. Show me your energy orbs. Everyone obeyed immediately, focusing their energy into glowing spheres. Michael ordered, try moving it, and one by one, they complied. Some began to relax. This round's easier than I thought. Michael pulled something from his sleeve, a tiny orb about 1 centimeter across. If anyone can make their orb smaller than this, you pass. The crowd groaned. Smaller than that? No way. Suddenly, the room fell into a heavy silence as Michael began inspecting. Many tried but failed miserably. One guy strained hard, but his orb remained the size of a clenched fist. Overexerting, he collapsed. Orb still too large, fail. The exhausted group gasped. How can anyone shrink it that small? Even Isabel tried her hardest. After close inspection, Michael announced, "You made it, kid." As soon as he said that, she dropped to the floor with a light smile. Dangerous. Indeed, Michael took a few more steps. Visibly impressed, someone here can shrink their energy orb to an exceptional degree. He told Liamson and Camille, "You two can skip the test. Feel free to study magic here." A voice from the side called out, "What are you doing?" One of Michael's aides stood beside Lucas. Looking puzzled, he stared at Lucas, giving up, then slowly approached, whispering, "Unbelievable." Seeing Michael's shock, Lucas grew even more curious. "What is he saying? Is this kid about to quit?" The aide calmly explained, "You can see it, but I can sense his mana." Lucas kept his calm without overexerting, while Michael noted, "He is condensing mana beyond the visible limit." Michael stared for a moment, his attention drawn by Lucas' unique wristbands. "You do not need to take the test either." He asked for Lucas' name, and Lucas respectfully replied, "Third son of the Beck family." "Free," Michael proposed. "I will let you study magic here. Mind if we have a chat?" Lucas followed him to a private room in the library. Michael straightforwardly praised, "Your power is impressive. How did you learn magic?" Lucas explained he was recommended by Duke Sepford. Michael caught on. "Sepford? Huh. Then this will be quick," he inquired. "You must be reached 5-star rank, right?" Lucas cleverly answered, "I want to deny it." Internally, Lucas thought, "I am close to 7 stars, but no need to mention that." Michael turned away, casually asking, "You know about demigods?" Lucas confidently replied, "I know a little." As expected, Michael gave a satisfied smile. Michael slowly reveals a shocking truth. Not long, traces of a demigod were found in Utano, more precisely, traces of his apostles. Hearing this, Lucas went from one shock to another. Michael continued, explaining that those with exceptional powers were chosen by the demigod himself, suddenly becoming his apostles. Lucas was stunned by this info. Apparently, those apostles have been quietly gathering many demigod believers lately. He silently pieced together a bold theory. The demigod's apostles are directly manipulating humans. Lucas asked, confused, "But why did not I know anything about this 4,000 years ago? What is their real goal?" Michael calmly explained to him, "Utano is an area connected to me and honor." Lucas. "Honor refers to someone in my ranks, a title for a leader within the guild." He grew worried. "Several villages have been wiped out in the blink of an eye. We have to investigate immediately." Michael extended an invitation. "Would you like to join us on this mission?" Without hesitation, Lucas accepted right away. Michael glanced at him, slightly worried, but caught Lucas' unwavering gaze locked on him. He emphasized seriously, "This is a dangerous mission. I will give you some time to think it over." Lucas took the chance to ask, "Before I decide, can I ask one more thing?" "Why me?" Michael rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a mark that shocked Lucas. It was Iris Relic. It clicked for him. The leader belonged to the Free Founder Amnet Guild. Michael quickly explained. After the guild leader of Menvings was assassinated by the demigod, their moves became bolder, and the guilds had to go underground. Michael described the current situation. The Dark Elf group in the Magic Tower is a support force requested by Bactithio. His tone dipped slightly, but maybe because of old age. I can fully trust them. That is why meeting you was perfect timing. He turned to look at Lucas, who was wearing a pair of whirlwind earrings. Lucas glanced at the earrings, thinking to himself, I just wore these for fun, but looks like they are more famous than I thought. Michael needed to ask Lucas about his departure time, since the preparations would take about a week. Lucas silently calculated. A week? During that time, I have to stabilize the temperature of the cold river water. Michael looked puzzled. But why do you want to study magic books? Lucas answered honestly. Because I want to make a secret potion. So I need to study some alchemy. Michael blinked, repeating, alchemy, he lightly suggested. If that is the case, it would be faster to get help from that girl than hunting for magic books. Lucas was a bit surprised, waiting for him to continue. She seemed a bit standoffish, making Lucas think, Professor Adelia is famous as the Academy's genius. But this is my first time meeting her. As soon as he stepped inside, he could not help but be surprised, silently judging she lived way more carefree than he imagined. Adelia scratched her head awkwardly. muttering, "So it was you back then? Just sit anywhere you want," she said, plopping down casually. Lucas looked around, annoyed, wondering where he should sit. He was stopped by her collection of bizarre specimens. Adelia tiredly. "Look, I am always busy, tired, and in a bad mood. Drop the chit-chat and get straight to the point. Okay?" Lucas turned to her and got asked. "What is your business?" He answered curtly, creating mana liquid. She was caught off guard by his brief reply, but Lucas shot back. "The professor told me to sum it up in 5 words. Adelia pushed her glasses up and said, "You are a reckless kid." "Huh? What kind of mana liquid?" Lucas placed a small glass vial on her desk. "Take a look for yourself." Adelia carefully examined the tiny vial, then she gasped loudly. "Wait, what is this insanely powerful mana stuff?" Lucas gave a simple answer. She suddenly became urgent, yelling, "Spit it out. Don't mess with me." Meanwhile, Lucas calmly explained, "It is beyond the allowed limit." He patiently detailed, "This liquid comes from the heart of a 1,000-year-old Reiki. Its mana content is estimated around 10,000. Could Professor Adelia really create a secret weapon with this thing out of nowhere?" She shouted at the top of her lungs. "Are you crazy?" Her expression made him shake his head. This girl's words and actions did not match at all. Lucas scratched his head, baffled. This was way too complicated for him. Adelia was 100% confident. The crafting process was tricky, but as long as she was involved, the only real problem was sourcing the materials. She tore at her hair, realizing some ingredients were just impossible to find. He was surprised when Adelia hesitated before naming the rare component. Phoenix feathers. Without hesitation, Lucas placed a dazzling phoenix feather on the table. Professor Adelia was so stunned her hands trembled. Well, Lucas carefully asked, "Anything else you need?" She quickly grabbed it to inspect it closely and said, "I need an assistant who can expertly condense mana into a tiny orb about the size of a fingertip." Lucas wasted no time. Channeling his energy to create the mana orb instantly, he effortlessly shrank it down in seconds, and Adelia's eyes lit up with excitement. Both plunged into a frenzy of invention under the professor's wild creative drive. At this point, Adelia was curious. "Are you some kind of weirdo?" She shook a bottle as she interrogated him. "Are you from Kaunazaka Burakaya's clan? I have heard of Michael Enhancer before, but that is a new one." He silently listened as she spoke, thinking, to handle mana like this, he must know a thing or two about alchemy, though a bit outdated. Lucas thought, "Sorry, but that is knowledge from 4,000 years ago." Adelia grew more curious. "If you are so skilled, why have not I heard of you before?" Suddenly, the professor grabbed his shirt, glaring dangerously, which caught him off guard. She offered, "Be my assistant," but Lucas flat out refused, unwilling to give up. She bargained, "I will pay you handsomely." "Come on." Adelia laid out every perk she could think of. "I will teach you all the crafting secrets you won't find anywhere else. Come on, be my assistant." She pleaded, but Lucas just gave her a helpless shrug. "Professor, wait, if I fall now, do not drag me down with you." She reluctantly let go but did not give up. Having this kid as her assistant would make life so much easier. How to sweet-talk him next? Then Adelia looked at him and suddenly remembered something. She wondered, "Why do you keep calling me Professor?" Lucas froze, then realized. He finally introduced himself. "I am a student at West Chode Academy." This revelation shocked Professor Adelia. A mischievous idea flashed through her mind. Teacher and student. Wait. What if she threatens him with assignments and grades? But Lucas quickly crushed that dark thought. He would just dropped out anyway. Adelia scolded, "Why did not you tell me everything? Are you messing with me?" Changing the subject, he asked, "Professor, you are an expert on golem crafting, right?" She was confident, though it was not her specialty. She knew way more than those pompous puppet masters. Adelia insisted, "Let me teach you. Be my assistant." Lucas brushed that off and asked, "If you had a core containing about 1,000,000 mana, could you make a golem with it?" The professor scoffed. "Are you nuts?" Lucas tilted his head. "Wait, does your 'are you nuts' mean it is possible?" Adelia stood up, dusting off her pants. Seriously denying those methods, she explained clearly. "First off, there is no way such a core exists, but if it did, without an Ori-Chang body enhancer and a Mithrin nervous system to regulate it, you could not control it. You get what I mean? You would have to craft it from legendary minerals alone." The professor stretched warily. "Even then, making the language of commands and creating self-awareness is a whole other nightmare." Lucas pondered silently, his journal still reminding him, "Finish Anastasia." "Okay." Confused, she asked, "Why ask all this? Do you actually have a core with 1,000,000 mana?" Lucas just smirked quietly and said, "Who knows?" Limeson sighed heavily. Exhausted after being teased by Lucas, Liamson was thrown back hard, the heavy thud echoing on the tile as he gasped for breath. I give up. He stepped forward and helped him up. I caught your move. He is not convinced, so he's making excuses. Don't laugh at me, I was just a little reckless earlier. Their attention was drawn by the noise from afar. Isabel stood surrounded by a group of guys praising her, saying her guidance made subduing the task way easier. She quickly waved her hand. No big deal. It is all thanks to your hard work, Camille told him. Isabel teaches super clearly and in detail. We Dark Elves really appreciate that. Isabel approached Lucas with concern. Have you finished brewing the secret potion yet? He softly replied. It will be done tonight. She beamed as if she would achieve something herself. Then you must have hit 7 stars by now. Lucas slowly wiped sweat from his cheek. Nodding humbly, just taking baby steps. Camille, standing nearby, overheard and had a thought. She spoke up. You two want to try learning spirit magic. Both looked a bit clueless as Camille explained. If you make a pact with a spirit you like, it can really boost your power. She enthusiastically said, I will gift you a token of thanks for teaching us the traditional spirit magic that is a dark elf specialty. Then Lucas quickly returned to Professor Adelius' room, and she handed him a vial. Perfect timing, the secret potion you asked for is finally ready. Adelia hesitated, staring at the vial. You are really going to drink this? The professor warned him to stop here. Lucas was puzzled. Had he failed? He raised his eyebrows, waiting for her answer. Actually, it is more like an unexpected success. She continued. It doubles your natural mana capacity. But if you are not strong enough, it will melt you down to your bones. Hearing this, Lucas grabbed the vial excitedly, grinning ear to ear. Adelia just stared speechless. Then the professor turned and walked away, acting like she did not care. Do whatever you want. I am not stopping you. Adelia barked one last warning. If you die, do not come back to haunt me in my sleep. Lucas quickly pulled something shiny from his pocket. He held up a sparkling necklace. Here's a little something to thank you. Adelia took it skeptically. What is this? Lucas smiled. It is my necklace. He felt a twinge of regret when the professor stood up. What are you thinking? She blushed furiously and shouted. I am the professor, and you are the student. This goes against all rules of propriety. Lucas looked at her coolly. I do not really get what you mean, but wearing this might boost your focus. He was about to joke about the powers of the red Zuby stone when Adelia's face flushed even more, cutting him off. No way. You fool. Then she stormed off, stomping her feet, leaving him utterly speechless. Lucas called after her, hoping she would hear him. Maybe she could accurately measure mana. He was baffled. She was getting stranger by the minute. Lucas' room was now filled with a thin layer of smoke. He stood in the middle, digging through his bag, pulling out a handful of shiny stones. Lucas gently released them into the air, letting them float with the room's airflow. The surrounding energy started swirling stronger, and Lucas took a deep breath, holding the freshly brewed potion. He sat down to meditate. The vial popped open with a sharp snap. Lucas tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Almost immediately, he felt the potion's effects kick in. A blazing energy radiated around him like wildfire. Nearby, Camille was thoughtfully asking Isabel. A 7-star mage in the human world must be insanely powerful, right? Before Isabel could respond, Camille added, we have only just started learning human magic, so we are not really sure. They were sitting in the library when Camille's question echoed. In the human world, are magic levels and social ranks really the same thing? Isabel rubbed her chin. Got it. Marg is the rank we use for Grand Mages, she explained. No matter the country, ranks go from Grandmaster upward and come with tons of perks. They are even recorded on stone tablets in the royal palace, meaning their names go down in history. Camille curiously asked, does Lucas want to be famous? She chuckled softly, shaking her head. Isabel reminded him. Lucas had only just barely taken his first steps at that level. She casually shared her thoughts, saying his goal was way tougher than just chasing fame. Camille was shocked to hear his aim was to sell his divine power. Lucas was sharpening his skills, ready to hit a new milestone. Isabel was bursting with pride. He was going to restore this world. By now, he would already ascended to 7 stars, though the sky outside looked gloomy and sunless. Lucas, Isabel, Michael, Camille, and Liamson arrived at a quiet suburban area. Leading the group, Lucas started assessing the place. Horn Bridge, known for traces of the advance. This village looks rougher than I expected. Isabel nervously scanned around, curious and uneasy. Noting the whole place felt cursed, Lucas coldly concluded it was due to divine energy, and she could not hide her shock at the revelation. He bit his lip, thinking, it has been ages since I felt something like this. Lucas furrowed his brows, disgusted by the nauseating vibe, while Michael stayed silent from start to finish. Isabel's curiosity got the better of her. Just how powerful is the person blessed with divine energy by the god himself? Michael calmly explained the situation. The village has fewer than 500 people, mostly self-sufficient, so they rarely interact with neighboring villages. Limeson coldly concluded, sounds like the perfect spot to hunt down the advance. Huh, he reminded them. Free, like I said before. This mission is extremely dangerous. Michael was deeply worried even though he did not voice it. This seemed way too much for that young girl. Lucas looked at Isabel, reassuring that Michael had nothing to worry about. She might look young, but she is tough as nails. Isabel suddenly sensed someone else was here. A bustling man stepped forward to greet them. These must be the mages from the Demon Tower. What brings you to this rundown place? He introduced himself. I am the village chief of Hornbreeze. Michael politely asked some questions, and the chief happily invited him to ask away. Aladra looked surprised by the inquiry. Has anything unusual happened in the village lately? Michael described any strange occurrences or differences in daily life. Aladra chuckled, saying this tiny village never sees much action every day. It's the same around here. Michael pondered deeply while Lucas wondered where everyone in the village had gone. Noticing Aladra's hesitation, Lucas pressed again. We searched the whole village for 3 days and found no one. This place feels like a ghost town. Where is everyone? Aladra scratched his head nervously, mumbling there was some trouble in the nearby forest today. Lucas challenged that, reminding him he said everything was normal. Aladra quickly tried to brush it off, but Lucas quietly ordered Liamson to check it out. Liamson wasted no time and rushed off on the command. Michael, a quietly amazed dark elf, actually obeyed Lucas. Liamson's shadow appeared swiftly, moving silently toward them. He landed gently in front of them and whispered to Lucas, there is no one here. He paused, then added, but there is blood everywhere. Suddenly, Aladra's eyes snapped shut as he transformed into a terrifying fanged monster. Michael immediately sensed things were going south. Aladra was the god's henchman. The chief and his companions had already turned into monsters without warning, charging madly and shouting, you are all gonna die. The monster leader, Aladra's form, roared, take out the mage first. 2 monsters lunged straight at Michael. Isabel darted forward, blocking their path. She quickly unleashed a fairy blast, a blazing wall of flames between them and the monsters. The heat made the monsters yelp in pain. The stubborn beast soon adapted to the heat and advanced like the flames were not even there. Both monsters swiped their claws straight through the fire and lunged. Instantly, a swift wind slash sliced one of them clean in half. Lucas-like strike shredded the 2 monsters into pieces. Aladra was a bit shaken, unable to believe he could so effortlessly take down those gifted individuals who were directly empowered like us. It tried to escape quickly, but Lucas caught sight of it. Liamson immediately gave chase and blocked its path. A smooth slash cut both of the monster's legs clean off. It writhed in pain before collapsing hard onto the ground. Liamson calmly retracted his weapon. A powerful kick slammed into the monster, making it scream in agony. Lucas commanded the interrogation. Spill it. What do you know? And who else is involved? The stubborn monster growled. I do not know anything. Seriously, Lucas frowned, annoyed. Am I being too soft here? Camille stepped forward smoothly to take over the interrogation. Let me handle this, she generously warned. Watch closely, this is my spirit magic. Camille muttered an incantation under her breath. A mysterious swirling circle appeared on the ground. From the vortex, a magical energy slowly began to gather. Gradually, a tiny spirit with one enormous eye emerged. Isabel watched in awe as Camille explained. The shadow spirit is perfect for extracting information. This little guy's a real asset. The quick spirit chirped curiously. Why the hesitation? Buddy, Camille smirked wickedly. Take control of his mind for me. At her command, it latched tightly onto the monster on the ground, making Aladra panic. What the hell is this? Get off quickly. The spirit slipped into the mouth of the henchman demon. Lucas, seeing this, thought to himself, this is way gentler than torture. Michael stood silently behind, observing Camille reveling in her little magic trick. He silently vowed, under no circumstances can we provoke the dark elf. The spirit, now inside Aladra's throat, commanded, tell me, where is everyone in the village? The monster stammered. They are all dead. Camille demanded sharply. Why? It replied mechanically. Because I needed sacrifices. Michael's eyes widened in shock at that revelation. Lucas pondered deeply. Sacrifices? What are they using these sacrifices for? Aladra continued. To create creatures and unleash the power of the progressor. It suddenly went silent and motionless. Then its eyes flared wildly as it let out a monstrous scream. Camille shouted a warning. Danger! Everyone! Get back! Just as predicted, it exploded like a ticking bomb. The blast behind was massive, and Michael panicked, shielding his face. Liamson and Camille were just as startled. Lucas' earring glowed brightly. He cast a magical barrier, enclosing everyone safely inside. The monster had been mind-controlled to resist revealing crucial info. Truly the progressor's doing. Michael surveyed the scene fearfully and decided, this is not good. We need to retreat. He looked at Lucas and urged, if they are using progressors to mass-produce those creatures, there is no way we can win. Lucas remained resolute. We have to keep going. Calmly, He added, "They are watching us now. If we back off now, we might never get another shot." Michael pleaded seriously. "We should wait for Lord Lucas to return," he insisted. "He is a 7-star mage. Without him, facing these progressors is a death sentence." Lucas replied lightly, "I will take his place." Michael worriedly explained, "This is not the time to be reckless. 7-star level means mastering the fusion and clash of elemental forces." Camille looked puzzled. "Fusion and clash." Michael elaborated. "You all know when opposing elements meet, it causes a cataclysm, right? At 7 stars, a mage can control and harmonize these natural forces." Lucas beamed with confidence. "I am not reckless." Then he snapped his fingers. Instantly, 2 streams of magic ice and fire blazed to life behind him. Michael jumped up, alarmed. "What are you doing?" Lucas placed his hands close together. Michael grew more confused as he saw the 2 opposing forces intertwine. He is just a rookie. Totally untested, the 2 clashing powers spiraled wildly as Michael's protests echoed. How could a rookie like him pull this off? But wait. The guy dodged with an expression of pure shock when the 2 streams of magic merged. He gasped. "Unbelievable. You actually fused such terrifying power," he asked Lucas eagerly. "You have already reached 7 stars. Lucas replied seriously. "I am here to take your place." When the blast ended, all that was left was a pile of ruins. Camille called out, "Lucas, look." Lucas turned to see Camille sitting beside a corpse. Camille pointed out the clue. "This guy died because he got hit by forbidden magic in the blink of an eye." Michael nodded in understanding. "So that means the apostles are being controlled by the demigod." Lucas sighed. "If someone can wield the demigod's power, then this is seriously messed up." Michael's eyes darkened a bit. "Actually, the existence of the apostles is not all bad news for us." Lucas frowned. "What do you mean by that?" He began to explain. "The first place we wiped out apostles was Casco, and something unimaginable happened back then." Lucas' eyes widened. "They said the apostles' master was burned by the demigod's forbidden magic." Michael sounded helpless. "Seems it is not always the case. We do not fully understand what is going on," he added. "But one thing is for sure, if we take out the apostles, who get their power from the demigod, he will be affected. At least a little." Lucas pondered. Why would he risk so much to use the apostles? There was no such thing as apostles 4,000 years ago. A thought crossed his mind. Has the demigod changed over all these centuries? The 4 of them entered the forest. Lucas stated firmly. "There is no life in this forest at all." Liamson agreed. "This is a dead forest." They pressed on and concluded. "All the plants and animals here are dead. No bugs. No grass. Nothing." Camille scowled in frustration. "All the life force been sucked dry. What does that guy even think nature is?" Isabel knelt down to check the ground. She concluded. "This whole forest seems like a trap. There is a powerful barrier here, so I can't scout any further." Lucas looked grim. "Then we just gotta blow the whole place to bits," he added. "It was already a dead forest to begin with." Isabel panicked. "If we start a fire here, it could endanger the whole village." Camille agreed, and Michael nodded. "Breaking down a complex barrier like this will take about 2 days." Lucas placed his hand on a tree to sense it. Camille asked what he was doing, and Isabel guessed. "Looks like he is trying to break the barrier." Camille teased. "If you need time to think, you will need a bodyguard. We dark elves are perfect for that," she said with a slow step forward. "Lucas, you keep thinking we will watch your back." Before she finished, Lucas had already solved it himself. Then he told everyone. "Don't you fall too far behind me." Lucas unleashed the violent wind technique, lighting up the forest with a dazzling glow. The wind blew the trees around, and the technique even sent razor-sharp wind blades flying far ahead. Michael was stunned by what he saw. A solid shield formed around them, leaving everyone shocked. This is the skill level of a guy barely out of his 20s. Michael admired. Shame on a senior like myself, a so-called elder. And I can't even grasp this? Just a greenhorn after all. Lucas grinned widely. Finally, Mai has decided to show himself. A dark silhouette approached, accompanied by a cold voice. "An apostle. You make me sick." Michael froze in place as the figure stepped closer. Becoming clearer by the second, Michael's body stiffened with fear. Unable to believe this was happening, he gasped in shock. "Is that Lord Lucas?" Michael looked at the short, silver-haired man approaching and exclaimed in surprise. "That is Lord Lucas." Lucas asked firmly while the man stammered. "He is an apostle." Lucas said gently to Michael. "My old friend, I told you to wait for me a bit longer. Why won't you listen?" The man refused to believe this was true. "This must be a misunderstanding. Someone as respected as him?" "Impossible," calmly stroking his chin. He said, "You are not mistaken. I did not expect you to be so curious." Lucas raised his hand, summoning a shimmering silver light. The old man's face darkened under the blinding light as he coldly spoke. "Farewell. and enjoy your departure. The old man's attack was blocked by Lucas's sheer strength. Lucas, surprised, said, "You actually blocked it." Michael, shaken by the blow, fell down in fear. The elder muttered, "Can't he believe this is the leader of the guild now?" Like Lucas. Lucas reminded him, "Wake up. That man is no longer the person you once respected." He delivered a grim conclusion. He is fully in control. No one's pulling his strings. At that moment, Lucas asked the old man why he betrayed the guild. Calmly, the old man asked if Lucas was really a member. He sneered disdainfully. Typical young blood. Has not seen the world yet, with a wild gleam in his eyes. He said, "Because I have uncovered the power of His Majesty." Lucas' face turned icy cold hearing this. Facing him is like a death sentence for us. He clenched his fists, anger boiling up. Recalling what the semi-god once said about humans being insignificant, Lucas tightened his fists and told the old man, "No way." The elder was shocked to hear this. Lucas's fury unleashed a terrifying aura as he declared, "Humans are not bugs. Only those who bow to him think that way." Isabel, watching from behind, was stunned. This was the first time she would seen this side of him. The side tied to what happened 4,000 years ago. Lucas casually defended himself. "I am not bowing down. I am just accepting reality." Burning with determination, Lucas said, "Everyone in the guild knows the power of the demigod. Do you think they resist because they do not know his strength?" His anger grew. As he spoke, they are trying to hold up their nearly shattered foundation, gritting their teeth, stepping forward, refusing to surrender to protect what they love. The old man quietly listened to Lucas' conclusion. That is what it means to be human. Lucas' rage reached its peak. Declaring these are the noble qualities the old man himself had abandoned, he unleashed a powerful force that sent those around him flying backwards. Unable to withstand it, Lucas used his fingers to recharge his energy and told the old man, "I do not see that as noble, more like a new mat that has not yet worn out." Isabel worriedly watched the old man casting magic with just one finger. She gasped in awe. The guy does not use spells. Just a single finger. That is a whole different level of power. Turning to Camille, he said, "Can you back Liamson with your magic from behind? Look at this. These lightning bolts are not from ordinary magic. Just tapping into His Majesty's power makes it happen instantly." He laughed proudly. "His power is stronger than any 5th-tier mage, and now it is mine." His magic sent lightning shooting skyward, creating a swirling vortex. Liamson stood beside Lucas, staring at the sky in horror. Dark clouds are rolling in everywhere. "Is that really human power?" Lucas calmly replied. "That is not human power." The old man hovered midair, lightning crackling nonstop around him, declaring, "This power is mine." Liamson asked anxiously, "Lucas, what do you think we should do now?" He glanced up at the swirling sky and said, "It is just a classic East distracts West move." He laid out the plan to Liamson. "You take the lead attack. But do not forget, I am holding 3 lives in my hands right now." Then he asked Camille, "Can you keep Liamson covered while backing him up with magic from behind?" Camille confidently gathered magic in her hands. He reminded Michael, "Hold the rear and focus on blocking his power. No reckless moves, and keep Liamson covered." Michael immediately got ready, signaling he understood, and Lucas did not forget Isabel, who also prepared herself immediately for her role. Lucas stepped close to Isabel and whispered something into her ear. Whatever he said made her face fall into deep worry. As Lucas turned away, she anxiously said, "Wait, this is dangerous." But Lucas paid no mind. He activated the ring on his wrist, muttering, "We will talk nonsense later. I could listen to you all night." His weapon appeared, and he grabbed it swiftly. He charged forward, ordering everyone, move out. At this moment, the old man raised his hand and began casting magic. Thousands of massive lightning bolts crashed down from the sky. Liamson swiftly dodges the lightning strikes aimed straight at him. He charges toward Lucas, but the old man is shielded by a protective circle. Liamson attacks head-on, but the old man's power sends him flying back. From behind, Lucas leaps up, casting a magical circle from above aimed at the old man. Wielding his staff, Lucas shouts, "Geothermal." A shockwave of heat erupts. Mike watches the battle unfold in stunned silence. He thinks to himself, "The ground is trembling. This has to be free sauce power." Lucas lands gracefully, surrounded by multiple geothermal circles. Looking up, Lucas sees the attack and quickly dodges the incoming lightning bolts. The old man continues to cast spells. Veins bulge across his body as a terrifying power circle envelopes him. "Don't bother struggling, little brat," Lucas taunts. "No matter how strong you are, human strength can break through this barrier." The old man brims with confidence. It is the power of the deity himself. Lucas grips his weapon, charging forward with a sneer. He unleashes geothermal magic against the old man. Swinging his weapon again, he switches tactics. Using ice magic, sharp blocks of ice dive toward the old man. They encircle the old man, but he remains unfazed. Arms crossed, Declaring confidently, "Useless," Camille anxiously whispers to Isabel. "This is not looking good." Camille explains to Isabel their original plan was to distract the old man. "But he is only attacking frame, he won't even bother with us." Isabel replies calmly, surprising Camille. Don't worry, she remains composed. Everything is going according to plan, at least for now. She recalls the warning from someone who clearly knows her level. If you split up to attack, he will see through you as bait. Looking up, a storm churns in the sky, feeding the old man limitless power. As long as it rages, he is immortal. Lucas tells Isabel his plan. "We have to put out that storm confidently." He rallies. "If we all work together, we can do it. I will be the bait, just lead the team." Turning away, he entrusts her. "I am putting my life in your hands." Isabel takes command. "Tomorrow. Camille, please focus your mana and coordinate with me." Hearing this, May and Camille quickly gather their strength, ready for battle. Isabel casts her spell with fierce determination. The outcome of this fight rests on us. Meanwhile, Lucas keeps fighting the old man relentlessly, buying time for the others. Lucas swings his weapon toward the old man, the ice around the old man thickening by the second, but the old man just mocks Lucas, a rookie who does not know his limits. Still, he admits to himself, this power, he is definitely broken past his limits. Without this shield, I would be crushed by now. The old man's face shows surprise. Only 20 years old. And what a prodigy. I have to kill him now before things get worse. Lucas shouts. Fire burst and strikes. Sparks fly at the old man, who senses something off. Why does this kid keep attacking even though it is pointless? He realizes Lucas' true intention, blocking his line of sight. Just then, Isabel, Camille, and Michael gather their power, making the old man furious. You filthy rats want to put out the storm. He lashes out at the three of them with his power. Lightning bolts speed toward Isabel, exploding with tremendous force. Lucas shouts Isabel's name in panic as her team falls wounded to the ground, writhing in pain. Lucas sneers. Fools. Your recklessness ends here. To distract the old man, Lucas yells, I am your real opponent. Furious, he charges the ginger. The Spicier, seeing the old man about to attack the others, he mutters, damn it. Too late. Liamson grips his sword, ready to face the old man's next strike. Seeing this, Lucas shouted Liamson's name in shock. He fought with all his might against the old man, but was still pushed back by his overwhelming power. At that moment, Lucas flew toward Isabel, worry etched on his face, asking, is everyone okay? Isabel stood strong, telling him, not even close to taking us down. Focus on that big brute who just crashed through. Camille reassured him. Don't worry about that black cloud, leave it to us. Meanwhile, Liamson was struggling to hold back Lucas' power, but the old man's strength was too much, and he was pushed away. Lucas snarled in anger. You rotten pests. Liamson winced in pain as the old man's beam tightened around his neck. The old man gripped his throat harder. Furious, I have been too lenient with you all. No wonder you have gotten spoiled. Lucas spat bitter words. You think you are some big shot to talk back to me? The old man growled through clenched teeth. If you are begging for death, I will gladly grant it. Coldly, he added. Rest assured, none of you will survive. Liamson gasped in pain but clung tightly to his weapon despite the crushing grip. He held onto his staff firmly with his legs, swinging it fiercely. Liamson slashed across the old man's body, drawing blood. He managed to break free from the old man's control. Seeing Liamson escape, the old man gritted his teeth. Resistance is pointless. Liamson struggled to breathe, coughing violently as the old man advanced swiftly. Stop wasting your breath. Suddenly, flames erupted behind, grabbing Lucas' attention. The old man glanced over and saw Lucas surrounded by a blazing circle of fire. Surprised, he muttered, what is this massive mana energy? Lucas poured every ounce of power into casting a spell. He silently vowed, no more holding back. I will shield everyone at any cost, even if it drains all my mana. The old man sneered, mocking. Lucas, you are playing with fire. Ignoring the taunt, Lucas shouted, Liamson, move out of the way. Liamson quickly dodged to the side at Lucas' command. The old man scowled, irritated as the attack drew near. At that moment, Lucas yelled, Earthfire, erupt, and unleashed all his mana toward the old man. The blast exploded violently, shaking everything around. Lucas hovered midair, then suddenly realized he was completely out of mana. The shockwave threw Liamson back, forcing him to brace himself desperately. Astonished, Liamson thought, the ground just shattered. That is the true power of Friso. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he took in the scene, but then he saw Lucas emerge from the smoky haze, Furious and cursing under his breath, the old, now missing an arm, roared in rage. You little punk, seething with fury. He bellowed. No mercy for vermin like you deserve to die. Lucas, exhausted, dropped to his knees as the old man threatened. You are as good as dead, the old man gloated. You have burned through all your mana. Open your eyes and witness the power of a seasoned warrior like me. Lucas struggled to stand, grim determination in his eyes. He sneered back coolly. Who is the rookie here? Really? Rising with pride, he declared. I do not need mana to fight. Get that through your thick skull. Rookie, Lucas knew his defense was shaky, so he could not let the old man recover. Furious, Lucas unleashed a storm of lightning bolts. Dodging every attack the old man threw at him, he soared upward, aiming a devastating punch to the old man's gut, but got hit himself and coughed painfully. Finally, Lucas summoned all his strength and blasted the old man far away. The old man collapsed, writhing in agony. Even without mana, Lucas still managed to take him down. The old man sat up, stunned. Are you really human like me? Lucas frowned, questioning. Human? You think so? Clenching his fists, Lucas sneered. You are no longer human, you are just a half-god's dog. Nothing more. The old man was shaken, sensing this kid was no rookie but a battle-hardened fighter. Is this for real? The old man stomped the ground and growled. I will not lose. He surged upward, whipping up a tornado of thunder and lightning. Raising his hand to gather energy, the old man sneered. Did you forget? As long as this storm rages, my mana is limitless, the old man said confidently. Struggling is useless if I recover my mana. I will cook you all alive. No sooner had he finished speaking than he got a brutal kick to the face. Turns out, it was Lee Amson who flew up and attacked, sending the old man crashing to the ground. The others did not even dare to watch the old man's miserable downfall. Isabel whispered to herself, just a little longer. Hang in there. Meanwhile, Lucas and Lee Amson teamed up, hitting Lucas so hard he could not keep up. The youngest old man, burning with rage, prepared to fight back, unleashing his power on the arrogant duo. His attack was so fierce that Lucas and Lee Amson cried out in pain. He unleashed his strength, hurling both of them to the ground. Lucas lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, eyes wide as he stared at the old man. The old man approached, lightning crackling as he stomped on Lucas, threatening. I will tear you apart piece by piece. Lightning struck Lucas, who screamed in agony as bolts radiated from the old man's body. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled the old man, shaking the entire scene. At that moment, Isabel's group had gathered all their strength. Camille was giving it her all to support, and Michael was laser-focused. Together with Isabel, they formed a colossal wave of power. Their combined force shot straight up like a massive pillar piercing the sky, breaking through the dark clouds. A blinding light burst from the hole in the sky. The sunlight terrified Lucas as it slowly engulfed the old man, burning him painfully. Lucas lay helpless under the old man's stump. The loser was clear he was being scorched by the sun. Even in death, the old man clung to his grudges, muttering about how just a bunch of pests like them dared defy him. Michael was still lingering. Lord Lucas, the old man's body is burning away, but the old man stubbornly refused to wake. Demigod, save me, he pleaded. Rays of light tore through the dark sky. Flocks of birds flew across, painting a stunning scene. Lucas was now nothing but a charred corpse. Everyone sighed in relief. This was truly the end. Seeing this, Michael asked, why did you betray us? Lord Lucas. He knelt before Lucas' fading form. Lucas whispered in shock. The demigod promised to save humanity, to free us from this cage we live in, and he vowed to improve mankind, yet you all stood in the way of progress. After hearing this, Lucas gathered his strength. If that is all, then I will end it now. But Michael quickly tried to stop him. Your attitude is dangerous, Michael urged. We have to end this here and now. But he stood firm against Lucas's resolve. Then the old man hesitated. Please, just a little more time. He turned to Lucas. Lord Lucas, can you reconsider? Slowly, the old man asked. Michael, are you pitying me? He stammered. We all share the same goal, to serve humanity. Why can't we fight together? Lucas gently gripped Michael's hand. The old man bowed, trying to find the right words to persuade. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, sensing a strange energy. He shouted, Lucas, sorry, but you have gone too far. Seeing this, Lucas panicked and rushed forward. Please step aside. Lord Michael. A terrifying light burst from Michael and Lucas' spot. Then came a massive explosion that stunned everyone. No one had time to react or see what happened. The smoke cleared, revealing a deep crater. Liam swore under his breath that the old man had taken Lord Michael down with him. Isabel wept, desperate to search. Lord Michael, why did this happen? Lucas stopped her. It can't be like this. Why must someone who stood for justice die this way? It is so on. Lucas held her close. Yeah, it is just not right. Then, embracing her, he said, this world is broken, so we have to change it. In Lucas' voice, everyone felt a storm of emotions. Remember this moment, because one day, he might become that very thing. I could end up like this too. But no matter what, we have to keep fighting, even if we stand alone. Back at the castle, Lucas sat on his bed deep in thought when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Isabel opened the door and announced, Lord Camille has arrived to meet with the Free Founder Amulet. He raised the stone in his hand, while nodding to show he understood. Isabel, curious about the stone, reached out to hold it. Luke explained that the crystals appear on the bodies of apostles, and depending on how they are used, they can grant immense power. Professor Adelia once showed me one. She came over and sat by his bed. Seeing her hesitate, Lucas asked, still feeling down. Isabella replied, sorry. This is the first time I have witnessed the death of someone I fought alongside. I heard Lord Michael belongs to the Free Founder Amulet Society. Isn't it just female witches allowed in there? After a pause, he spoke. Lord Michael's membership was an exception. He recalled his conversation with him and learned that the secret society sometimes lacks members, and those with power can join. He also said I would be accepted by them one day. Michael mentioned why the Free Founder Amulet has so few members. Then he reached out to touch the big tree in front. But its influence was immense. Their leader is the Master Covenanter, Anten, who made a pact with me and Miss Asus. Lucas was shocked to hear that. He thought maybe it is because Anten is a Grand Duke in the demon realm. Lucas knew of that person too. Michael seemed a bit surprised. So you are into demons too? Huh? In Lucas' mind, the demon realm's Grand Dukes were noble elites who looked down on humans like pests, making a direct pact almost impossible. Actually, besides Iris, Lucas did not know anyone else who made a pact with the Grand Dukes. Holding the crystal in his hand, Lucas wondered, what kind of person is Master Anton? He said to Isabel, I need to dig deeper into this Free Founder Amulet. As they talked, a knock sounded at the door. Lucas opened it to find Professor Adelia, looking serious as she approached him. Lucas smiled. Perfect timing. I was just about to come find you. Professor Adelia peeked inside and asked, do you have company? Isabel blushed, and Lucas told her, she is not a guest. Twirling her hair shyly, Professor Adelia said, Lord Julian came looking for you. But you did not know who he was. One of Adelia's acquaintances made Lucas choke on his words. He is the Demon Tower Lord here. The three of them went to meet the Tower Lord, and were warmly received. Meeting him face to face for the first time, Lucas heard many things about him already. He introduced himself formally. I am Julian Montoli, the third Demon Tower Lord. Lucas nodded firmly. I have heard of you for a long time. Professor Adelia smirked beside him. Funny. I did not even know who you were earlier. Julian stood and said bluntly, I have read the report on your recent mission. Well done. You documented everything precisely and identified the apostle's abilities. Then he walked to the window and said, I am truly sorry about Lord Michael. He was incredibly loyal. Lucas and the other man fell silent. Julian asked, the report says nothing about the apostle's background. You do not know anything about him. Do you? You can admit it. The Tower Lord continued. I was in too much of a hurry. I should have waited for you, Vice Tower Lord Lucas. Before sending you all out, Julian pressed on. How did Lord Michael meet his end? Lucas' face darkened. Then he slowly said, he never lost his loyalty to the gods. He remained full of faith and honor. Suddenly, the Tower Lord called Lucas' name. Lucas looked him straight in the eye. He turned back and said urgently, Free, you will become the new Tower Lord. Following in Michael's footsteps, Professor Adelia panicked hearing this. With that attitude, Lucas calmly asked the Tower Lord, is there any other Tower Lord as young as me? He told them about Michael from the Breaks family, who became Tower Lord at 26, probably the youngest ever. Then he patted Lucas' shoulder and said, looks like the Breaks family breeds talent. Your father would be proud. Lucas said nothing, just stared at the Tower Lord, lost in thought. Julian continued, it is not a bad offer. If you become Tower Lord, you will have more freedom to operate and broader academic connections. He went on to promise rare magical materials and tools based on Lucas' achievements. But Lucas flat out declined. Professor Adelia's mood crashed from joyful to devastated. She shouted, what? You are turning down the offer to be Tower Lord? Lord Julian calmly asked if he wanted to join the guild. But Lucas replied that was not the only reason. Guildmaster Julian pondered for a moment, then said, I respect your decision. After that, the three left. Professor Adelia scolded as they walked. You are crazy. This is the first time in my life I have seen someone refuse the guild master outright. Even if you join, you can still be the guild master. Youth really does not know the world. Lucas walked on. Frustrated, muttering to himself, I am losing my mind. Then he said, Oh right. Professor, I have something for you to see. Everyone entered a research room filled with countless specimens. Professor Adelia's eyes widened in surprise at what she saw. She exclaimed, Is this the Apostle's crystallization? She asked Lucas, Did you take down that apostle? He was surprised she did not know. Then she pulled out her glasses to examine it closely and excitedly said, I thought it disappeared the day Guild Master Michael Heasing showed up. As she inspected it carefully, she told Lucas and Isabel, This perfectly preserves the apostle's power. Though it looks useless now, after a few processes, it will become a powerful elixir. Lucas then asked for a favor. Seeing his sly grin, Adelia could not help but be suspicious. What do you want me to do? Seeing her scary glare, he quickly backed off. Never mind. Professor Adelia laughed and said loudly, Why not? Of course I will help. Lucas sighed in relief. I am counting on you then. In the corridor, Camille arrived with a group. Lucas greeted first. Hey Camille. She turned and said something to Lucas. That fierce-looking guy is Duganja from the Free Founder Amlet Guild. He has got a brutal temper, so watch out. She kept warning but got cut off when Duganja pointed and told her to speak human language. He snapped, What kind of gibberish are you all speaking? Still steaming mad, he marched over, pointed at Lucas, and said, So you are the kid who rolled with Michael when he wiped out those apostles? He demanded. Spill the details. Lucas calmly recounted, but Duganja cut him off with a shout before he could finish. Duganja's eyes bulged. How can you be so clueless? I mean, explain the missing parts from the report. Seeing Duganja's harsh tone, Limeson tried to step forward but was stopped by Lucas. Lucas kept his cool and smiled. Sir, I am not part of Free Father Amlet. Duganja only got more aggressive. Lucas' face hardened with authority. Meaning I owe you no explanation? Duganja angrily pointed in his face. You punk. Young man. Pull him back. The young man tried to intervene, but Duganja brushed him off and kept yelling. The young man stepped forward and called Duganja's name, irritated. He said, Do I have to repeat myself? Duganja's face twisted with fear. The young man approached Lucas and smirked. He said softly, Long time no see. Free? Lucas replied. Yeah. Long time. Hanser. Then the two entered a room to talk. Hanser spoke first. I have heard rumors about you. They say you are close with Peruvian of the Junna clan. He gave an honest assessment. You have changed a lot. Well, you do have break blood. Lucas felt a bit uneasy hearing that. He quickly concluded. Hanser is the Break family's second son and Free's older brother. He also confirmed his identity to Sepp Ferdin. It is unclear what his intentions are here. Hanser turned away and continued. You were disrespectful earlier. Duganja holds a high rank in the guild. Letting emotions cause conflict with him is not wise. Finally, he ordered. Someone from the family will come for you soon. Refuse if you want. Hanser asked. The Break clan's got something dangerous going on. You heard your father's story from Sepp Ferd, right? Lucas recalled that day's shocking information. Lucas asked his brother, What are you planning to do? Hanser slid back with a smirk, that sarcastic grin dripping with fake brotherly love. Lucas sat on the edge of the road, probing Hanser. If I am not mistaken, you have never really seen me as human. Have you? Hanser just stared at him silently. Unblinking, Lucas coldly met his gaze, thinking to himself, I am not as hopeless as Free, but his memories still linger. Maybe this guy is one of the reasons Free gave up on himself. He looked at his older brother with disgust, though he had no right to resent him for Free's sake. This fake older brother act to dodge blame was downright nauseating. Suddenly, Hanser spoke up, catching Lucas off guard. He started talking without a hint of guilt or remorse about what he had done to his brother in the past. He confessed that he never wanted his brother to learn magic. Lucas looked up, puzzled by Hanser's implication. He stared silently, waiting for more. Then Hanser turned and walked away, not forgetting to warn, Don't he trust that guild too much? Lucas was bursting with questions, itching to grill Hanser about everything. But Hanser disappeared before he could say a word, leaving Lucas baffled and silently cursing. Just say it and walk off like that. Alexander approached with a bright smile. Greeting. Long time no see. Master. Lucas stood before him, calling his name, silently noting, The Breck family's butler. Hanser warned me, but he showed up faster than I expected. Lucas recalled Hanser's words. The Breck family's under a bit of threat. You have heard about father's situation since the separate days, right? Lucas scratched his head awkwardly and asked. Alexander, what brings you here? The butler fixed him with a piercing gaze, eyes clouded with unspoken secrets. He silently judged the changes Lucas had undergone over the years, dismissing those ridiculous rumors as nonsense. After a moment, Alexander turned and said, The master has summoned your brother. I will escort him back to the estate immediately. Lucas hesitated. Wanting to say something, Alexander looked back, listening as Lucas explained. I have got some business here. Please apologize to father for me, I will meet with him later. Alexander's eyes flashed with warning. This is the master's order. Lucas forced a smile. Pleading. But there is still work to be done here. It is important and can't be postponed. The butler closed his eyes and bowed slightly, thinking Lucas had softened a bit. Then he nodded in agreement, saying he would wait for Lucas to return. Lucas bowed deeply from behind until Alexander turned to leave. Only then did he raise his head and straighten his back. His intense gaze locked onto the butler as departing figure. Adelia placed 2 painstakingly crafted vials on the table. She explained the process was incredibly tough, having to handle the raw power of thunder energy carefully. Luckily, Frey promised to cover the equipment costs, so Adelia ended up spending hundreds of gold. He chuckled softly. I will cover the expenses for you, just like last time. Adelia raised her hand to stop him, saying she did not need the money. How could she accept payment from her student? Instead of money, she suggested Lucas become her assistant, but he quickly and bluntly refused. The buffer girl wondered aloud. So this is a secret technique? Huh? Then what is this? Adelia emphasized. What I told you earlier is a crystallization of thunder energy. Lucas tilted his head, puzzled. Crystallized energy? He held up the vial, and she replied. I do not have a precise term to define it, so I just call it that for simplicity. Opening it could be dangerous, which is why I reluctantly sealed it in the bottle. Adelia sipped her tea, gazing at the sky as she shared. Somehow, I have a feeling you are going to need this someday. Lucas sat alone in his room, training. He opened the vial, downed its contents in one gulp, and suddenly found himself transported into a hidden realm. Sparse, faintly glowing runes swirled around his body, slowly merging into him as one. Lucas sat seriously, absorbing every bit of the vial's fairy energy. His eyes closed tight, then gradually opened, burning with icy, ruthless determination. After a while, he felt his body shift. Strangely, his power had grown to the point where he could channel mana through his entire body. In the stillness of night, the crescent moon hung high, casting its pale light across the sky. Isabel called out to Lucas. Curious? Hey, did you call me? A sleek black cat meowed in response. She instantly melted at the sight of its cuteness. Isabel eagerly asked him, What is this? What is this adorable little thing that is stealing my heart? Lucas carried the cat up and gently set it down. It was Darkming, the shadow spirit. She was genuinely surprised when she heard that. Isabel snatched it from his hands, eyes sparkling with excitement. You have only just started mastering spirit magic, and you have already sealed a contract. In her mind, a wave of surprise washed over her. Who knew a shadow spirit could be this cute? A cradling Darkming, she silently cheered herself on. I gotta level up fast too. Isabel sat down beside Lucas, listening as he shared. I have stabilized the energy from the cold water spirit and made some solid progress on my own. She stroked Darkming's head. Curious? And you have already mastered spirit magic too? What is your next big goal? Lucas closed his eyes briefly and answered. Soon, we will be leaving. His words made both her and Darkming perk up, alert and intrigued. She smiled softly and replied, Got it. I will get ready right away. Isabel's curiosity flared. You are planning to apply for the guild entrance exam, right? Have you decided which guild you are aiming for? Night had fallen here, with the crescent moon glowing softly in the sky. Lucas returned to his room and changed clothes. But suddenly something made him jump in surprise. He glanced suspiciously toward the door. What was that strange feeling coming through it? Gathering courage, Lucas approached the door to open it, thinking to himself, Not enemy. This feels friendly. The moment he opened it, a soft voice called out. The girl shyly asked for permission to speak, and Lucas was instantly shocked upon seeing her. He quickly recognized her just by the coat she was wearing. The girl slowly smiled, shrugged off her coat, and introduced herself. Sorry for barging in, I am Benya. His stunned silence stretched on endlessly. She beamed. I am from the Menving's guild. Lucas invited Benyon inside. At the tea table, Isabel spoke up. What brings you here? Benyon had come to see both of them. She lifted her coffee cup with a light smile. Simply put, I am here to persuade him to join my guild. Isabel was puzzled. You mean before he even takes the entrance exam? Benyon calmly explained. If a talented candidate shows up, we move in early. Other guilds will probably come hunting for him soon enough. Isabel chuckled softly, glancing at Lucas, muttering, Talent? Huh. Then she added with a smirk, I am in the same boat. Lady Isabel. Her words hit Isabel like a bolt of surprise. Benyon praised the skill and cunning both had shown during the disciple battle. She shyly brushed off the compliment. I am just following Frey's orders. Lucas had been fixated the whole time on the coat she wore. The coat Benyon wore was the very same one Frey had done 4,000 years ago, though enchanted with magical runes. Lucas was certain he would not mistake it for anything else. Lucas locked eyes with her and thought, but what mattered most he blurted out. Lady Benyon, what is your lineage? The coffee cup in her hand slipped and clattered onto the table. She was at a loss for words, terrified yet curious how he knew. Benyon's vulnerability only made her appear more endearing to Lucas and Isabel. Calmly, Lucas lifted her coffee cup and explained, because your lineage lacks mana, he elaborated persuasively. Your heart is inherently a powerhouse. So you do not need to absorb mana, you can use it directly. He told her he sensed Benyon did have mana, but it had been refined in a special way. She was impressed by Lucas' knowledge, saying she would read it in books, which made Isabel glance over with curiosity. Isabel remembered the day the orb mentioned that 4,000 years ago. Lucas' master was a celestial being named Lucas. Suddenly Benyon spoke up, but you are only half right. She was actually a half-bee, a hybrid between a celestial and a human. Finally, Benyon stepped outside and arranged to meet Lucas in the lobby. He quickly agreed, watching her walk away. He turned to Isabel and asked how she felt as they faced each other. She looked at him and said, I am pretty surprised she was so honest about the current state of the Menving's guild. If I were recruiting, I would not be broadcasting my guild's weaknesses like that. It shows she is genuinely sincere. Lucas also agreed with that answer and added, this is the kind of estimate expected from a true leader of the guild. Isabel could not help but exclaim, this is way beyond what I expected. She watched the guy packing his bags continue, surprised that Free wanted to head to the Menving's continent. And he simply replied it was something he had to see with his own eyes. Isabel slung on her backpack and glanced over, asking, so you are already drawn to Menving's? Lucas calmly explained, I have no intention of getting caught up in politics. He hoisted a small bag onto his shoulder, then looked away and continued, the key now is how to unite our strength as one. That is the only way. Isabel stood silently behind him, not making a move. She looked at him with admiration, thinking, he is not picking a strong guild, but wants to rally all the awakening guilds together. The records have always shown Lucas as the one and only center of everything. She fell silent. No words to say anymore. Isabel kept trailing Lucas, secretly wondering to herself he has never changed. When they reached the waiting hall, the two caught the noisy chatter about delays in work progress. Both of them were curious and stepped forward to check it out. An old man approached and questioned Benyon. Am I wrong about something? Benyon Lung Teng denied it, saying it was not like that. Just then Lucas arrived to ask what was going on. Zhu Ganja snorted. Man, your status seems way too high. Free. At that moment, Jerome Berner and Steve Ziek were facing off. Jerome spoke first, introducing himself, and Steve did the same. Lucas asked the two, are you looking for me? They quickly agreed, but regretted being a step too late. Meanwhile, Isabel and Juganja were drawn into the scene. The old man squinted and asked, you planning to join Menving's? Lucas casually shot back, and what if I am? Juganja sneered, typical of your kind. All just animals grouped together. His words felt like a slap to the face. She clenched her trembling hands tightly. Steve Ziek called out to Lucas, inviting him to visit his guild even though Lucas was checking out the guild for Menving's. Steve handed over a scroll engraved with the coordinates of the Stronico's owner skate. Lucas warmly accepted it. Jerome Berner stepped forward to apologize for not bringing a scroll, but offered an alternative. When Lucas visits the kingdom, look for a lucid shot at a certain spot. Lucas replied, I will think about it. Then the two turned to leave first, and Lucas stared intently at Juganja. He spoke first, what about you? I am here to recruit the best, the old man grumbled. There are too many spies around here following the wrong crowd. He tightened his helmet, glared upward, and reminded, Lord Menving's does not need to follow along. With that, Lucas and Isabel left together with Juganja. Left behind, Menving's hesitated and called out to him. Then she smiled softly and said, take care. Lucas glanced at Menving's briefly. Right after, he turned to tell Isabel to stay here, and she quickly obeyed. Lucas then turned to talk with Benyon, who was quietly standing in a corner. He smiled and said to her, wait for me a moment. I will be right back. She saw that warm smile and felt a comforting warmth, quickly nodding in agreement. Outside in the forest where Lucas lived, Juganja and he arrived together. After a while, the old man finally stopped moving. Lucas looked around, jokingly asked, why recruit out here in the middle of nowhere with the wind and eyes watching? The old man gave a sharp command then sneered, who cares about negotiations with some arrogant punk? Lucas smiled slyly, then asked back, so what do you plan to do? Juganja turned around, smirking. How could someone like him ever beat the disciples? The old man started a magic test himself, loudly ordering Lucas to show Juganja his true power. With Juganja's challenge, the battle began. Juganja stomped hard, and thorny vines shot up one after another, lunging straight at where Lucas stood. Undeterred by the thorns aiming to snatch him, Lucas calmly targeted Juganja, as if saying, What if I actually kill the apostle? Duganja bristled with anger. Don't get cocky. Even if you kill the apostle, you won't touch me. You think all 7-star mages are the same? Lucas nonchalantly nodded in agreement. The thorny vines were shredded to pieces as Lucas echoed Duganja's words like he was sealing the deal. Duganja's jaw dropped in disbelief. Adding attributes to mana, the thorns kept getting pushed back by Lucas' magic, struggling to hold his ground. Duganja heard the scornful taunt ringing in his ear. You do not even deserve to call yourself a 7-star mage. Lucas bluntly criticized him. Your mana might be a bit tougher than others, but that is it, nothing else meets the mark. Duganja read in frustration. He could not accept being outpowered, especially since Lucas had not even lifted a finger. Enraged, Duganja unleashed another spell. Duganja aimed a massive firestorm at Lucas, but before he could cast it, the spell vanished right before his eyes. Horror flashed across his eyes as his magic fizzled out like it was cursed. Panic set in as Duganja realized reading and reversing magic was even harder than dodging a hail of daggers. Cold ice erupted and bit deep into the ground beneath him. The ice spread fast, freezing Duganja solid, leaving him helpless and trapped, defeated. He bowed his head before Lucas and admitted defeat. Are you going to kill me now? Lucas looked at him coolly, complimented the idea, then asked, got any other bright ideas? With Duganja's disbelief staring him down, Lucas laid down a challenge before the ice block finished him off tomorrow. The ice pillar pinned Duganja in place as Lucas casually stated the terms of the challenge. If your mind and body can truly be reborn worthy of a 7-star mage, the ice will melt away. If not, well, you are as good as dead anyway. Duganja snarled at Lucas' audacity. How dare you challenge me? Facing his fury, Lucas remained unfazed. Cool as ever. Duganja hesitated. Sensing something greater within him, he realized there was a power inside Lucas far beyond what he expected. Calmly, Lucas advised him to abandon his current ego and bury it deep within. His face hardened, showing the sincerity behind his words. Lucas turned and walked away, leaving Duganja trapped in the ice behind him. Binian and Isabel anxiously watched toward the forest edge. Seeing his silhouette from afar, relief washed over them as they called his name. Facing Binian's worried gaze, Lucas gave a faint, apologetic smile for keeping her waiting, then suggested they move out again. Isabel, concerned, asked about Lucas' condition, but he showed displeasure that even she doubted him. But her next words crushed his mood. I am not worried about you, I am worried about Lord Duganja. Avoiding her gaze, he brushed it off, saying simply, he won't die. Remembering Duganja struggling in the icy forest, Lucas thought quietly, even if he does nothing, that ice will melt by tomorrow. But if that happens, it will be a shame worse than death. Binian served the food into bowls, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face at the taste. Holding the bowl of food, Lucas was so happy he grinned from ear to ear. Binian handed another bowl to Isabel, who thanked her warmly. The tent stood tall beside the fire. She praised his camping skills, while he just devoured the food, casually saying it was nothing special. When his bowl ran dry, Lucas held it out to Binian and asked for another, catching everyone's stunned gaze. As he savored the food, he finally spoke up. The former guild leader was Uzula Kentu, right? Then he voiced his suspicion. Was he the father of Lord Binian? She confirmed with a nod. Lucas stared seriously at her, asking how Lord Binian's father had crossed paths with a demigod. Isabel looked flustered by the question, while Binian assured him she was fine. A shadow of sadness crossed her face. In the quiet night, she began to share stories about her father. Lucas' expression darkened as the word death came up, an old memory flashing vividly in his mind. Under the intense gazes of everyone, Binian continued her story, mentioning the apocalypses. Seeing Isabel listen intently, she smiled and said she knew the power of 3 of the apocalypses. She listed them clearly: pain, poison, and death. The mood sank as she spoke of her father's death 2 years ago. He died because he possessed the power of death itself. Isabel expressed her condolences, while Lucas sat silently opposite, his face darkening at the mention of the apocalypses. His mind flashed to a figure who wielded poison power. He had to admit, that old crook was seriously strong. The forest bathed in his radiant light. Finally, all 3 arrived at Francisco Forest, the refuge for the Menving's guild master's uncle. Standing before the barrier, Lucas could not help but admire its brilliance, knowing it was crafted by Lord Binian's own hand. Binian touched the barrier gently. I can only fix what is broken. It was my father who created it. Silently, Lucas watched her retreating back, his mind acknowledging the high rank of the former guild leader. His eyes sharpened, his thoughts deep in contemplation. Looking at Binian not far away, he briefly entertained the thought that she was just an ordinary kid, but quickly pushed it aside. Immediately, he dismissed his own doubt. He knew full well that doubting her was disrespectful to her efforts. A peaceful village lay before them. Binian introduced it as the home of the Menving's clan. She blushed slightly, calling the place a refuge. Isabel comforted her, telling her that was not true. Suddenly, Urgent voices came from behind, forcing Binian to turn around. He is stumbling over his words and fumbling about sorry for the awkward welcome while you were away. What Jagella said next turned Binian's face ghostly pale. We lost the battle for the relic, and the Basilisk Tail gang showed up again. The name Basilisk Tail echoed in Lucas and Isabel's confused eyes. Chaos suddenly erupted, making Binian uneasy. Only now did Jagella notice the two. You must be free, so. Sorry, we were not prepared to welcome you properly. Her face turned serious. Which relic did they steal this time? Jagella's mention of Basilisk made Lucas flinch. He recalled it was one of the 7 rings he had created. Lucas could not even remember the last time it had appeared. As the 4 approached, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. The gang leader laughed cruelly at his subordinates while eyeing them. Isn't he that guild leader Binian? When I came to say she was not home. Her expression immediately soared. Antony, you have been running into him a lot lately. Huh, well, we noticed you have been losing a lot of gear, so we thought we would help you out a little. Antony turned and left with his crew, leaving Binian staring after them. I wanted to have a proper drink with you, guild leader, but I am swamped. Catch you later. Menving's clan. She stayed silent, still stinging from Antony's taunts, and Lucas caught the tension in her face while showing them around his living area. Jagella admitted feeling embarrassed about what happened earlier, because he originally wanted to persuade him to join their guild. Lucas showed his curiosity about the battle for the relics. Jagella did not hesitate to clear up his questions, understanding Nana on paper. It is a battle to claim the relics from the heroes. Whoever wins gets to keep them. He just chuckled at Jagella's explanation. He wondered what they planned to do with those precious relics. Jagella said it is a custom, a last-ditch effort to build relationships among guilds that are usually just fixated on controlling each other. He believed that custom had become pretty twisted over time. Lucas asked, curious if they could even refuse that battle. Jagella quietly explained that was impossible, because if a guild got labeled as uncooperative, their future operations would be a nightmare. He almost got the gist of the situation. Basilisk is a bunch of spirits sneaking relics from the weakening guild. Chowman Wings. Right? Jagella denied it because all the surrounding guilds had allied, and once a month, whenever Beniran was away, those guys showed up. He casually asked about the state of Chowman Wings. Jagella confirmed it was even worse than he thought. The 3 continued touring the outpost, while Jagella updated them on the situation. As he told Lucas and Isabel all this, he felt like he was half inviting them, half complaining, but under Beniran's orders, he had to lay down the honest truth for both of them. Isabel seemed to notice something. She called out Frey's name, catching his attention. Together, they spotted a towering stone statue. The statue stood proudly under the blue sky, and he reached out to touch the plaque engraved with the name Frey Choman. Standing before the statue, a strange, atching feeling stirred inside him. A voice broke his gaze from the statue. So, you like Lord Lucas? Huh. A guy slowly approached under his sharp, suspicious stare. He looked up at the statue and denied what he just said, leaving the other guy slightly disappointed. He introduced himself as Pian, the one in charge of Chowman Wing's forces. They exchanged polite, respectful greetings as expected, but then he hesitated, wanting to ask Pian something. Though caught off guard, Pian told him to go ahead. His face turned serious. Why would anyone stick around in this dying guild? He was surprised by the bluntness of the question. After that, he rattled off a long list of names. He truly could not understand why, with their strength, they would keep bailing water from a sinking ship like this. His expression immediately darkened. Isabel felt embarrassed by his words, while Pian suddenly burst out laughing at the comparison. He seemed to understand where he was coming from. He seriously admitted that, more than anyone, they all knew disbanding was the best option. Pian frowned bitterly. We can do that. If you... Chowman Wings will be wiped off the map for sure. He candidly shared his feelings, wondering if he understood the whole mess they were in. But our guild's foundation is built on respect for the greats. Not just me, but all of us. Do not want to forget that. Looking at his grim face, he asked if he knew why Lucas Chowman was called the one and only grand sorcerer in history. Unexpectedly, Lucas blushed hearing that. Pian found it odd, and Isabel just kept watching him quietly. His eyes flickered with awe. Back then, he was the pioneer for those who chose the path of magic, a tale from 4,000 years ago, when conflict between sorcerers and magic warriors was fierce, bitter, and deadly. Back then, witches were seen as heretics, and when no one shared the same vision, Lucas Chowman stood apart from everyone else. Pian recounted that Lucas saw all magic practitioners as kindred spirits aiming for the pinnacle of magic. Naturally, magic warriors, witches, and other sorcerers all saw Lucas as their enemy. But that day, he refused to back down and endured to the very end to break down all grudges, creating a world where everyone could forgive each other. Payan and everyone made that their mission for the guild, standing before the stone statue of Sir Lucas. He vowed that even if they were weak, they would never give up, following in Sir Lucas' footsteps and persisting until the guild as scattered strength united as one. He held a fierce belief that if Sir Lucas were still alive, he would be acting just like him, something that clearly touched his heart. Payan suddenly felt a bit self-conscious, realizing he had been talking too much, but Lucas did not show any irritation. Instead, he smiled proudly at him. Even Isabel could not help but lift the corners of her mouth. He was moved by the words, thinking Sir Lucas would be truly happy. Now, Lucas seemed to have returned to himself, expressing how happy he would be to know he had such amazing successors. For a moment, he genuinely felt a rush of joy wash over him. Not long after, Lucas and Isabel said their goodbyes to Gisela and Benian. Both of them were curious where Lucas planned to go next. Immediately, Benian's expression turned serious as he asked me about Basilisk's location and the rules between the guilds. Gisela looked disappointed, thinking he seemed more interested in Basilisk than their weak guild, then comforted the guild leader that another opportunity would come along. Contrary to Benian's disappointment, he looked sharp as he recalled the last question he had asked her. Watching their backs as they left, Benian's words caught me off guard. He asked me if outsiders were allowed to register for relic battles. The loud crowd was buzzing over the nearly hopeless situation of the Wing's relic. Anthony was setting up his stall, cocky as hell, boasting that without guild leader Benian and deputy Ajax, they would easily swallow the Wing's relic whole. Suddenly, one of his lackeys reported that a weird kid had come looking for Anthony, surprising him. Hearing the kid wanted to register for the relic battle, Anthony did not take it seriously, gave him a cold shoulder, and kicked him out. Lucas and Isabel Chizin stepped in, and he bluntly stated the rule. You can refuse a relic battle challenge. Anthony's henchmen instantly got on edge because Lucas could break the barrier to enter. Lucas pretended not to know about the barrier. Lucas said straight up he thought the barrier was just a lame shield, which made Anthony's crew furious. But Anthony silently sized up Lucas. Realizing he was young but no pushover, probably a big deal, Anthony switched tactics, smugly asking what stake Lucas planned to put up, if he even had the capital. Lucas threw a knife that landed about a hand's width from Anthony's foot. Shocking him, he introduced it as a dagger from their era. Looking down from above, he taunted Anthony's crew. You guys know the value of this, right? Seeing the dagger, Anthony's gang was shocked because this mirror was made from mithril and engraved with vengeance runes, definitely a relic from the Age of Light. Anthony's crew got interested too. They had not expected Lucas, the kid, to walk right into their trap. He slyly told Lucas to follow him, showing off his trap and asking if Lucas knew the relic battle rules. Knowing the rules well, Anthony repeated the terms. No refusal, only 3 battles per day, and the number of relics can increase by mutual agreement. Lucas added that even if a fighter dies, no one pursues responsibility. Anthony schemed quietly, thinking maybe Lucas's space pouch still had something in it. He would use the excuse of accidentally killing him during the win and be done with it. Anthony's rep put up a racing stake. Round 1. Anthony ordered Alan to fight. The two faced off. Alan got into fighting stance. Lucas just glanced and guessed Alan was a martial magic user. Alan asked back, and Lucas replied he was a pure magic user. Hearing that, Alan looked down on him, thinking a pure magic user chanting spells could not beat him head-on. He sneered, clenched his fist, ready to smash Lucas flat, and the fight began. A blast of magic light enveloped Alan, knocking him down instantly. Anthony's crew was terrified. They could not believe the first round ended so quickly right after the start. Anthony was cautious because it was clearly an ice arrow, but Lucas only used level 2 magic to take Alan down. Faced with this powerful magic, Anthony assumed it was some secret arcane spell and did not bother chanting. Then he second-guessed himself because secret magic usually drains a ton of mana. Meanwhile, Lucas pretended to retreat. Anthony, dumb as he is, tried to act tough, but walked right into Lucas's trap without even realizing it. He figured Lucas was just putting on a brave face, but deep down, the guy was drowning in sorrow. That is why he wanted to wrap things up so fast. Thinking that Anthony rushed to finish things off, little did he know, Lucas was smirking, fully confident the trap had snapped shut. Anthony kept deploying carven stone and winged boat, thinking Lucas was running out of steam, but Lucas added the freshly won red zing to the mix, placing it alongside the Kung Nin mirror squad. Anthony thought he would won and celebrated prematurely. He ordered Kyola to step onto the battlefield. At the same time, he whispered to Kyola that Lucas was rushing to win quickly, because using secret magic would burn through insane amounts of mana. Anthony's sneaky plan was to have Kyola drag out the fight so Lucas would eventually self-destruct. The two of them were still plotting defense and mana reports, while Lucas just yawned, clearly tired. Kyla and his crew all underestimated Lucas, thinking he was just a rookie with no real experience. Is the trash-talking enemy done strategizing yet? Kyla got into fighting stance, and the battle cries rang out. An arrow sliced through the air. Speeding forward, Bakula reacted lightning fast, summoning a magical shield. He smugly thought blocking it meant victory, but the arrow pierced right through, cutting him like a wheel. In that moment, shock hit him like a freight train. Anthony's crew gaped in disbelief once again. Kylo was slammed back against the beam. Lucas' face was ice cold now. Only one round left to settle this. Anthony, burning with rage, decided to take the final round into his own hands. The duel resumed. He unleashed a fierce war spirit enhancement. Meanwhile, Lucas stayed calm, barely moving his arm. Seeing the secret magic used thrice, Anthony assumed Lucas had drained his mana dry. Their clash hit, and Anthony succeeded in knocking the arrow away. Still, he believed he could close in and land the final blow. But harsh reality struck. Lucas unleashed dozens of ice arrows at him, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. Anthony finally panicked. This was not secret magic after all. Lucas did not get why he freaked out. Those were just regular ice arrows. Anthony scoffed. How could a low-tier spell like ice arrows pack such a punch? Lucas just smirked back. Either I am too strong, or you are just too weak. Furious, Anthony cowardly ordered his men to capture Isabel. Lucas glanced over as Anthony's crew charged at Isabel. Weapons ready. Chaos erupted. Flames of battle flared. Anthony's cowardice drove him to seize the relics and slaughter all opposition. He sneered darkly. Dead men do not need relics. Dust filled the air as Lucas's shadow appeared, calling out Isabel's name. Surprised, Isabel survived Anthony's assault unscathed. Lucas spoke quietly to her. He said simply, "If we kill them all." "Do you even know what that means?" Two attackers were yanked back as Isabel replied, "What is the problem with that?" Surrounded by men she would flung aside. Isabel shrugged. "This is just self-defense." Lucas smiled approvingly. "Exactly right, Anthony." Still sneering, mocked the two for dreaming they could win. Lucas taunted him back, ready to call reinforcements. Calling backup. Real leaders never trail behind their own troops. Anthony, enraged, lunged forward to teach Lucas a lesson, but a long gash appeared across his neck. One more inch deeper, and he would be a corpse. Anthony panicked. Lucas had not even muttered a spell and already unleashed a deadly wind slash. Lucas warned him to be careful, with a smile like a beauty queen. He said, "Next time you open your mouth, it might be your last." Anthony sank down, trembling, when suddenly someone approached, asking what the fuss was about. Everyone safe dropped to their knees, greeting the guild leader Follix Aviata herself. Lucas did not hold back, asking bluntly. She was Basilis Teois guild leader, scolding him for being rude at their first meeting. But looking closely, her eyes widened. Follix felt a heavy pressure crushing her chest. She silently thanked her luck it was not a death intent. Follix quickly softened, introducing herself and asking why Lucas had come. Lucas snapped back. "I am the one asking here." He demanded to know their purpose. The guild members grew annoyed at Lucas' attitude. One suddenly called out to the leader. Turns out Follix had knelt in the hall to declare their mission to free humanity from the clutches of demigods. Immediate grumbles arose among the guild members. Why bow to some punk like that? Lucas pressed on. What kind of being is this demigod? Follix broke into a cold sweat, replying, "A being who can wipe out an entire city with a flick of his hand, beyond human comprehension." Lucas warned coldly, "So you know him well." "Very well indeed." An icy aura radiated from him, his fury flaring as he accused her of only caring about expanding her power. The ground froze beneath those kneeling, causing agonizing pain. Follix immediately ordered no one to move or face death. She then pleaded with Lucas, "I understand you. Please spare the guild." He coldly told her to hand over her life. Follix was terrified, yet she stood her ground with loyalty, even willing to give her life to save the whole crew. Lucas conjured a fireball in his hand, while the gang members trapped in ice screamed, begging their leader not to sacrifice himself. Follix trembled in fear from his fairy heat, but stubbornly refused to run. Lucas' hand froze mid-air, the burning heat making Follix shake even harder. She was determined to die for the gang's survival. So Lucas stopped. He dispelled the ice spell and gave a fair comment. After all, she did deserve to be the leader. The gang members were finally freed. Follix was still stunned, amazed that Lucas had spared their lives. He ordered her to bring all the relics stolen from the guild as tribute to Winksar. Follix immediately agreed, but Lucas had one more thing. Night fell as Beniron stood at the village gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Suddenly, Jigella appeared behind him, teasing, "Guild leader, you are going to catch a cold standing out here all day." Her face held a hint of sadness as she replied, "Will you make it safely to the Basilisk Guild?" He quickly comforted her. "Don't worry. There'll be other chances." Meanwhile, Lucas silently approached from behind, and he teased them. "Are you two having a little love crisis?" Jigella spun around in surprise. "Wait, did not you leave already?" Lucas smiled. How could I leave without saying goodbye? Beniron asked. Puzzled. Then where have you been? Lucas replied casually. Just out for a walk. Jagella frowned. A walk? Cut to everyone gathered in a room. Isabel, Bayan, Jagella, and Beniron. Jagella and Bayan glanced at Lucas as Beniron asked, What is this big important thing you are up to? Lucas answered seriously. I intend to eliminate the half-gods from this world. Everyone gasped, and Bayan blurted out, Why all of a sudden? Tell us more. What do you need to pull this off? Everyone focused as Lucas explained. Right now, none of the guilds have any future. Instead of uniting, they are just obsessed with controlling and devouring each other. Beniron agreed. But I do not have the power to do anything either, Lucas replied. Then Chowman Wings just needs to become the center. Beniron was stunned. Not only are the guilds small, but Chowman Wings also has to command the Three Gates Guild. Beniron hesitated. If we could, we would want that too. Suddenly, Lucas slammed the table and shouted, That is what I want to hear. He stood, locking eyes with everyone. Are you ready to fight or not? As he grabbed a bag. He continued, You will have to endure pain, bone cutting, hell on earth. Lucas reached into the leather bag, maybe reminiscing about his harsh life now. He emptied the contents onto the table and said, However, if you can survive it, Lucas promised with conviction, I swear I will take you all to the peak of glory. Everyone gasped at the relics on the table. These are our stolen treasures. Isabel smiled subtly at their shock. Could it be the fireball was to retrieve these? Everyone buzzed about how Lucas had already subdued the 6 small guilds. They pledged allegiance to Chowman Wings. Gisela could not believe what she saw. Vian wondered. All in one day, Benyon asked Lucas, If I agree to your plan, will you return the sacred relics to us? Lucas laughed. No need, they belong to you anyway. She doubted his words. This is just a little thank you gift for how good you have been to me. Benyon listened carefully. I guess you all need time to think it over. Lucas turned to leave, but she jumped up to stop him. Benyon bowed her head. No more time needed, just one answer from you. Her eyes filled with doubt. Can you really make Chowman Wings the center of all guilds? He swore seriously. I will fight tooth and nail to make that happen. The next morning, Benyon gathered all the members and declared seriously, Chowman Wings members, today I have a very important announcement. Down below, the members were buzzing, some curious, asking what the big announcement was. Others yawning and complaining, wondering why we are meeting so early. Some were worried. Whispering, Are we disbanding? A nearby voice warned, Careful. The boss is serious this time. Benyon's eyes burned with determination as he pointed toward Lucas standing next to her. Let me introduce the new vice president. Murmurs spread through the crowd about the new vice president. Lucas stared down sternly at everyone as they kept whispering. That guy just joined a few days ago. Right? One asked. Another said curiously. His name's Bray Buster. Yep, that is him, came the reply. Lucas began his introduction, speaking as the owner of this body. And starting today, I am your new vice president. I know some of you might hesitate, seeing a kid like me in this role. Bayan silently agreed, yeah. Having to follow orders from some young rookie like this would definitely ruffle some feathers. He looked anxious, insisting nothing would go wrong. But what was he really thinking? Meanwhile, Lucas pressed on. I will keep it simple. He calmly looked down. None of you have the right to object. Benyon smirked, hearing that, but Bayan and Jagella were utterly stunned, speechless. Lucas crossed his arms confidently. If you are truly capable, do you think these VP positions would go to some newbie who just joined yesterday? What choice do you have but to accept it? Bayan and Benyon were taken aback by his words. From below, someone asked, Who the hell is this guy? Another member said, Isn't he this supposed to be Benyon's role? Suddenly, Lucas jumped down into the crowd from above, clenching his fists. He declared, I always welcome anyone unhappy with me, but discontent is not just about words. Lucas smirked, pointing to his earring with a taunt. If anyone can grab even the edge of my jacket, I want to just hand over this VP spot, I will gift them these earrings too. Bayan stared. Baffled, Lucas, what the heck are you thinking? Jagella replied. I see 2 moves here, both sneaky. She explained. First, he wants to test our members' strength. Ben, there is no need to be this extreme. Jagella went on, but Ben interrupted. Second, he is baiting the dissatisfied to rally behind him. Down below, Lucas kept provoking the others. I bet you are worried about this wild move I just made. Who is stepping up first? One brave soul stepped forward, accepting the challenge. I am Paita, a mage. Lucas shoved his hands into his pockets and told him to begin. Pio eyed him for a moment, asking, Is this dance okay? Lucas replied nonchalantly. Then Lucas taunted Pio again. Don't worry. If you do well, I will go easy on you. That really pissed Pio off. Pio charged, shouting, "Overconfident fool," and launched a fireball at Lucas. The fiery attack soared toward Lucas, but he remained relaxed, showing no sign of concern. As the fireball neared Lucas, an explosion erupted. The massive impact between the fireball and Lucas's invisible shield kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend how Lucas could cast magic without uttering a single spell. They concluded Freybrick was a 6-star sorcerer, and that fireball caster, definitely a 6-star too, even though he looked way younger. They wondered if his massive fireball was just a bluff to intimidate. Right in front of Lucas, Paikuna stood. Clearly a fire magic specialist, the young man hesitated but confirmed and took a defensive stance. Lucas stepped forward, asking, "What is fire magic's biggest strength?" Pai answered calmly, "Destructive power." Lucas nodded calmly. "Right? Among magic of the same element, fire magic packs the strongest punch." Then he pointed at Pio. "Your 5-bone is pretty solid too. I can tell you have been grinding late nights to perfect it." Hearing Lucas's praise, Pio stammered a thanks. But Lucas quickly advised him to spend more energy maintaining that fireball shape. Lucas keeps explaining that shaping the perfect sphere does not boost its destructive power, so focusing on increasing its force is the smarter move. Across from him, Pio Kunta listens intently. Pio wonders, "How do you actually boost that power?" Lucas stays calm and replies, "First, learn how to be afraid." Then Lucas reminisces, "Back in the day, one of my disciples among the people I knew there was a mage who suffered severe burns." Seeing Pio's shocked face, Lucas continues, "Everyone thought he lacked the talent to be a mage, but in the end, he healed and became a legendary flame mage." Under the sunlight, Lucas explains to Pio with enough volume for others to hear, "Power and danger improve, but so does weakness." Inside, affirmation is actually denial. Lucas says, and everyone lowers their heads, deep in thought. Now seeing Pio's frustrated expression, Lucas adds, "This is the result of experiencing both sides of the flame." After hearing this, Pio's face lights up like he just cracked a hidden truth. Lucas raises his hand, pointing to the temple. "The key is vision, accurately capturing the essence of the flame mage in your mind, and you will see the right path." Pio bows sharply, a full 90 degrees, thanking him for this priceless lesson. Outside, a dark-eyed guy watches with a scowl, puzzled why Pio is bowing and thanking. He wonders, how come Pio looks so chill after losing? Pio grins confidently, "Just wait and see. It is not just about strength." Pio explains that after just one round, Lucas could pinpoint exactly what he needed and gave practical advice that made him feel enlightened. Vice President Freeberg knows the whole story, and hearing this, everyone recognizes the respect Pio has for Lucas. The dark-eyed guy just sneers and breaks the silence. He grabs his weapon. Mocking. Empty barrels make the loudest noise. "Watch closely. Kid, I will show you how it is done." He steps forward, tapping his weapon arrogantly to taunt his opponent. The two face off in silence until a fist the size of a boulder flies through the air, sending the dark-eyed guy crashing far back. He returns to his spot, completely changing his attitude, gives a thumbs up, and praises Lucas as calm and collected. Pio just shoots a sharp glare and mutters, "Told you." As the sun sets behind the mountains, in less than a day, Lucas has already grasped the mood of the guild members. His patient guidance leaves everyone satisfied. Pio laughs helplessly, while Binion smiles quietly at Lucas. In the meeting room, Lucas raises his hand to speak. "Everyone, do not interrupt. Over the next month, I will be upgrading our guild members, including Vince, and of course the guild leader Benny, Lady Gisela, and Pio." Lucas continues, 3 months from now, a battle between mid and small guilds will take place. Pio blinks, confused. A battle between guilds. Isabel, sitting next to Lucas, answers, "It is not about fighting for relics anymore, just a friendly exchange. They are already on our side." Lucas' face hardens, eyebrows furrowed. "But we have to win decisively." Everyone's stunned as he explains that winning is crucial to prevent the smaller guilds from resenting being under Vince's domain. "It is the first step in building our foundation." But Pio, looking doubtful, protests, "Sorry, but this seems impossible." Before he finishes, Lucas cuts him off coldly. "It is doable, Pio." Lucas' eyes darken with deadly intent. "I said I will show you what hell looks like." The next morning, in a secluded spot, Lucas stands with Benyon. Guild leader Benyon, "Cast your spell." Benyon obeys, conjuring a glowing orb in her palm. Lucas observes, Looks like you are forcing yourself to create a mana container inside your body. Benning quickly replies, yes, I heard if you do not have a mana container, you can use magic. With that, the orb in her hand vanishes. Lucas nods. You do not need to store mana inside yourself. Magic draws from the natural mana around you. Then Lucas touches Benyen's back. First, destroy your mana container. Let go of that mana container. He says. Benyen's eyes widen. Alarmed. Wait. Hold on. But at that moment, a surge of magic struck Benyen's back and exploded outward, leaving her helpless. Collapsing with a pained expression, Benyen exhaled deeply after that sudden burst from Lucas. Lucas just stood there, arms crossed, explaining that the exhaustion she felt was just a side effect of unnecessary mana generation. Then, still with a hand on Benyen's back, he said, I am going to break the mana reservoir now, so focus on keeping your remaining mana stable and hang tight. Right after, Benyen's break hairs started struggling to regrow, and she glanced nervously at Lucas, but the relief was short-lived as the same powerful scene from before erupted again, blowing even Prebrake's hair into the air. Inside Benyen's body, a glowing spot appeared, and Lucas' spell slowly advanced toward it, reaching a solid pale blue block. Lucas warned Benyen it would hurt a bit, though internally he thought it was tougher than he expected. Moments later, that mana block cracked, and Benyen writhed in pain on the ground. Lucas silently wondered if Benyen could hold on through this. Benyen gritted her teeth, determined not to scream out, her hands clenched tightly on her pants, and Lucas felt a flicker of worry for her, but seeing her fierce determination, he quickly dismissed his concerns. Benyen was the proud leader of the Vinexo continent. Once finished, Benyen collapsed, gasping for breath, and asked if Prebrake was done, but Lucas' blunt reply left Benyen wide-eyed. He straight up said, Today's the day. And she panicked. Today? What do you mean? She sat up, glaring at Lucas as he wiped sweat with a towel, saying, From now on, you gotta do this at least once a month. Benyen, shaking, asked if monthly was serious, feeling like he was sentencing her to death. Instead of fear, Lucas just looked at her and said, I told you, it is gonna feel like hell. Hearing that, Benyen's face twisted in pain, and she cried out, her anguish echoing through the air. She swung her hand fiercely forward, but Lucas gently tilted his head, dodging her strike. Quickly, she moved behind him, but Lucas seemed one step ahead, blocking her. Her fist, aimed to strike him, was stopped cold. Benyen pressed the attack, her long legs whipping out in a flash, but Lucas blocked every move. Not discouraged, she switched tactics again and again. Benyen was stunned by Lucas' flawless defense. Every attack she threw was stopped dead. She was frustrated, like trying to punch a rock. Lucas snapped the order to stop, and Benyen stood panting, exhausted from the non-stop assault. His voice dripped with disdain. Benyen, your skills really are that weak? His face darkened into a scowl, fists clenched tight. Lucas chimed in. Looks like your pride took a real hit. Huh, he smirked. Well, that is a relief. Only then can you truly get stronger. The two stood in the training room, dim light filtering in as his voice rang out steady. Your martial arts called the 100 King's Fist, right? Why do mages always gotta slap king onto their moves? Lucas observed. This style is pretty rigid, not very slick or agile. Benyen wiped sweat from his chin. Yeah? So if the fight drags on, opponents can read your moves and you will struggle. He cut, making Benyen uneasy. That is just because you are weak. Lucas analyzed carefully. But your technique's disciplined. And that is what makes it great. You only strike after carefully reading your opponent, which means you can take them down in a single hit. Benyen looked worried. How do I get stronger? Then, Lucas shrugged. There is no shortcut for magic martial artists. You gotta take it step by step. Benyen's face fell with a hint of disappointment, but Lucas revealed a secret. Of course, there is a way to level up fast, like crazy fast. The silent room echoed only with his coughing and Benyen's plea to stop. Benyen lay sprawled on the floor as a bucket of cold water crashed over his head. Lucas laughed, holding the bucket. Did you sleep last night? Why do you collapse the moment you rest? Benyen groaned. Kill me now. But Lucas did not budge, just ordered him to stand up with a deadpan stare. Watching him whimper on the floor, Lucas said coldly, It has only been half a day. Outside, dusk faded, casting long shadows over the silent trees. In the forest clearing, the two paused. Lucas called out to Jijela, who was resting, wiping sweat. He handed him a broken sword. Use this from now. Jijela took it with surprise. Lucas explained. This broken sword is military grade, a relic from the Age of Light. Jijela examined it. Lucas continued. It is crafted with special techniques from Midran. Though broken, its quality is unmatched. Jijela forced a smile. But Lucas, I am a... Lucas quickly interrupted. You have been training with swords for a while now, right? Looks like you are still working on your swordsmanship. Jagella was stunned. Lucas bluntly said, I can tell by the calluses on your hands you are pretty dedicated. I am planning to train you into a magic swordsman. Lucas turned and walked away. By magic standards, you are about 5 stars, but with this sword, you can make huge leaps. Jagella stared at the broken sword, deep in thought. Determined, he said, I will give it my all. Though honestly, I am not very confident. Lucas encouraged him. Don't worry. My eyes just lit up. I will help you find that confidence. Night had fallen. The small cabin stood silent in the forest. Inside, Pine lay exhausted on the table. Jagella staggered in, trembling with haunted fear hell itself. Pine buried his face in the table. Trembling too. You are here. Jagella, I am sorry for turning my back on you. Jagella collapsed onto the floor. What is wrong? I can't even lift my arm anymore. Neither could move. Jagella groaned. I can't even pull my pants up to go to the bathroom. Beniron stumbled in from outside. My stomach's been acting up all day. She could not take it either and collapsed on the floor. Both lay shaking on the floor. Jagella complained. I am too weak to ride a bike. Beniron tried to threaten, if you make a mess here, I want to let it slide. He grumbled. Come on. You are joking. Right? No joke. Chilly lover. Just then, Lucas burst in full of energy. Hey fam. Dinner in 5 minutes. Then let us hit the evening training hard. Seeing everyone struggling, he got a bit annoyed. You guys not feeling well. Everyone's as speechless but silently blaming me. What a devil. From outside came a loud call. Lord Beniron. Mission complete. The scene before Ajax left him utterly stunned. What is going on here? Beniron called out tiredly but had no strength left. Suddenly, Lucas heard a loud shout. Assassin. He swung his sword fiercely. Seriously. No fear. Do you even know where you are? Beniron helplessly thought, I have to stop this, but I have lost my voice. Lucas yelled and charged. How dare anyone try to kill the guild leader while I am away? Ajax swung his sword straight at Lucas. But the strike was blocked by Lucas' sturdy protective barrier. Lucas calmly asked, Who are you? He snapped. I do not need to know. You are just a killer on the loose. Professor Adelia rushed over. It is Frey and Isabel. Lucas' polite greeting made Ajax curious. You guys know each other. Beniron finally spoke. They are from the Wings continent. Sent on a mission. His name Ajax, Lucas said softly. That explains it. She tried to speak but tiredly added. Jax, put your sword down. Let me introduce you. Beniron calmly explained. Frey is the new vice guild leader of Wings continent. And Isabel is his assistant. Ajax and Adelia looked surprised. Such a young guy for vice guild leader. The professor's face suddenly darkened. From a tiny, cramped room came loud shouting calling Lucas' name. Ajax quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. Forgive me. I did not know there was a new vice guild leader. I meant no disrespect. Lucas smiled understandingly. Donna sweated. If I were in your shoes, I would react the same way. Professor Adelia whispered. How did he climb up to vice guild leader of Wings continent so fast? Lucas laughed. It just happened naturally. He suddenly remembered. Wait. Professor, you are from Wings continent guild. Oops. Lucas called her by name directly, and Adelia started to get annoyed. He cheerfully reminded her, Now you are my subordinate. Gotta show some respect. The professor wanted to explode. You wanna die. Ajax watched them joking and could not help but wonder about this young guy. Everyone was seated properly as Ajax began. After tracking down clues about the successor to the Magic King, I found leads near Xenor's forest, the land of the elves. Beniron listened surprised, so I immediately started monitoring and managed to establish contact. Xenor's asked curiously. And then, Ajax's face fell, showing clear sadness and awkwardness. He worriedly said, That person's personality is really hard to read. Ajax removed his outer coat, revealing a long wound across his chest. That person said they did not want to talk to a dog from a rotten guild. Everyone grew visibly concerned. That person already knew about him, but did not seem to care about any guild purges happening. Lucas frowned, irritated by the story. Their top priority is to reach the peak of martial arts. All fell silent. Eyes glued. Ajax. Lucas called out to Isabella China. He asked slowly, How long does it take from here to Xenor's forest? She answered carefully. First, take the southern route. Then cross the mountains to Pillage. It should take about 3 days. Lucas repeated her words thoughtfully. Pillage. Isabella explained. Yes, that is the Beck family estate Frey's home. He stood up and proposed. Guildmaster Benin. Lucas stated firmly. I am going to meet the successor of the Magic King. Ajax shouted. That person's power is dangerous. But before he could finish, Lucas cut him off, signaling he got it. He paused. And Benyon did not stop him but asked, "When do you leave?" Lucas stood and started walking. "Right now." Benyon warned him to be careful. Ajax looked puzzled, thinking, the guildmaster trusts this guy so much. Who is this mysterious dude? Night falls in the room, but the app screen is still glowing. Lucas looked up at the bright moon outside, thoughtfully calling out, "Isabella." Before he could even speak, she cut, "I knew it," staring thoughtfully at Lucas. She whispered, "I knew you would go alone." He spoke slowly. "This is just the beginning. While I am away, there is no guarantee there won't be chaos." Isabella quietly stepped closer and reassured him. "Don't worry," she encouraged him. "Focus on the big mission. I will hold down your spot." Isabella paused, a shadow of sadness crossing her face. She turned away. "Keep me posted, okay?" Turning back to him, Isabella fought back worry. "If anything happens, I will be right by your side." Lucas forced a smile. "I am grown up," he said, but still could not hide the tremor in his voice. He thanked her softly, unaware Isabella was holding back tears that streamed down her cheek. The moonlight shone bright and golden. Lucas packed up. "Beanie off," she warned anxiously. "Be careful." He quickly stepped outside, but the sight before him caught him off guard. Everyone from the guild had come to see him off, shouting his name in the crowd. Some hid their faces in sorrowful cries, leaving so suddenly. "What will we do without you?" Lucas joked lightly. "Cut the act. Hell's just beginning. You will forget me in no time." He ruffled Isabella's hair. "Don't underestimate this girl. Once she is on your side, you are done for." Isabella could not hide the deep sadness in her eyes. He shouted jokingly, "What'll happen in a month?" Everyone sniffled. "The upcoming guild battles." "Of course," he warned. "If even one of you loses, you will answer to me." His comrades all laughed confidently. "We will crush them. Trust me." Lucas clenched his fist tightly. He yelled out, "Until we meet again." Meanwhile, in a remote mountain wilderness, a tiny figure glowed like a beacon in the night. She blinked awake, small and fragile, sitting quietly beside a massive, motionless giant. Her hands trembled in front of her, unfamiliar with what she saw. The whole girl seemed to radiate light, growing bigger the moment she woke. Her steps grew steadier, and under the dim moonlight, she returned to human form. Tears welled up. "Please become the master of this mountain so my friend Slayer 1T suffer a second." Third round of horrors. Heartbroken, she let her tears fuel her strength. The phoenix awakened its true power. She soared off the ground, wings spread wide under the full moon. Flying forward, in the bustling city of Groves, Lucas stood in a room, staring at his reflection in a mirror. Then he spread his hands. A glowing power shimmered there. Lucas raised this power to his face and in a flash, transformed into someone else. It turned out Lucas used magic to disguise himself as a C-rank mercenary named Ken. Reflecting on the past, he pulled out a badge and introduced himself. 26 years old, living south of Temigo City, a 3-star mage in the mercenary guild. Ajax curiously. After the disguise, Lucas explained, "Pilot is my family's territory. You know the rumors about Isaka and Blake, right?" Ajax was speechless after hearing that. Lucas knew the rumors tied Isaka to him, but he wanted to avoid stirring up trouble. He went to the soldiers to have his gear inspected. One soldier confirmed, "Ken, you are cleared." Ken smiled brightly and thanked the soldier, stepping forward confidently. He stood in the doorway, taking in the view ahead. Then he lifted his gaze to the clear blue sky, surveying the surroundings. This was Frey's homeland. He felt a strange sense of familiarity. At a quiet, picturesque tavern, the outside looked peaceful and elegant, but inside, the sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air. Nearby, others stood drinking around the bar. Amid the lively scene, Lucas calmly strolled, taking it all in. A diner glanced over at Ken with curiosity. "What is a noble mage doing in this shabby place?" The guy next to him sneered. "Like our tavern just leveled up or something." Kun stepped closer to where Irene was standing. With her charming look, Irene raised her hand in greeting and asked straight up, "What do you want?" Kai's eyes flickered as he remembered Ajax's advice that taking a carriage saves time. He wondered, does the carriage ride really go through such rough roads? Ajax explained that a lively trade group visits the Elvis family every month, so he chose the identity of a mercenary for him. Kun showed the badge, recalling Ajax's instructions to act as their mercenary bodyguard. Irene examined the badge and said, "You are grade. Missions like this only accept grade B and above." She barely finished when Ken decided to register for a promotion. Irene was curious when he wanted to sign up, and he replied he wanted to do it right now. Irene put her pen down, pausing her writing for a moment. Then she stood, lifted the curtain behind her, and gestured for Kine to follow, saying the registration fee is 10 silver. Kine followed quickly. The two walked together without saying a word. Kine observed the surroundings with intense focus. Suddenly, his expression turned serious in a baffling way. Turns out, he was staring at the registrar, who was sitting relaxed on a cushioned chair ahead. The registrar glanced coldly and asked, "What is going on?" Irene reported, "He wants a promotion, sir." The guy waved him off and left it all to Irene to handle. She began explaining that there are two ways to get promoted: challenge or proof. While Irene was laying it out clearly, the registrar rubbed his head. Looking exhausted, Kun listened intently to every word she said. Suddenly, her tone dropped. "No one has been promoted in the last 10 years, because we are super picky." Irene then suggested a more time-consuming challenge, but Kun cut her off, saying he would go with the proof. No time to waste. Hearing this, Irene's eyes went wide in shock, and she even burst the bubble she was blowing. Even the registrar snapped upright. Surprised by that, the registrar smirked and muttered, "Looks like we have got an interesting kid on our hands." The three of them headed to an empty room together. Kemen asked, "What do I have to do?" "Fight you guys," Irene replied. "Yeah, we are pretty tough." Then she tapped the wall and told Kun to use magic on it. She added, "Do not worry, it won't collapse. Our guild's only 5-star mage has cast multiple protective spells on it." Then she pointed dismissively at the registrar, saying this brute swing alone could not break it. Hearing this, he snapped and yelled at Irene, "Ken?" Guessing the registrar's grade looked innocent and said, "So if I break this, I become grade too, right?" They both looked at Kien, puzzled. Suddenly, Irene burst out laughing. She found Kai's innocence adorable. She laughed so hard tears streamed down her face. Kun told her once she is done to step aside. Irene quickly moved out of the way and wished Kun good luck. As soon as she left, Kun raised his hand, ready to cast magic. She turned back, shocked. "Wait, Ken? That is fire magic?" Kun unleashed his fire magic with fierce intensity. The registrar panicked and warned Irene to get out of the way. Then Kun shattered the wall with magic, but the force caused a massive explosion. Both Irene and the registrar ducked, stunned by the blast. The explosion left behind a battlefield of dust and smoke swirling everywhere. The wall cracked wide open, leaving a huge hole. Both the registrar and Irene were terrified and unanimously acknowledged Ki's power. Finally, he reached Greta. The registrar's face lit up, clearly impressed. Truly, youth with talent. Seeing Kaivin's talent, he invited him to join the mercenary guild, but Kaim politely declined. The registrar was curious why Gun was in such a rush. Irene overheard from behind and replied, "He wants to escort the merchant caravan to the Rhinos forest." He wondered why they had to go now. Lucas felt a bit confused by Zenki's meaning. Seeing his puzzled look, the guy said, "With your skills, you can definitely take on the commission. I will talk to the leadership and sort it out for you." Meanwhile, at a dining table, they were buzzing about the news that Azaka the Tyrant was about to resign. Someone in the group spoke up, "No way the Demon Tower Master would leave his post empty for so long. That is basically getting fired." From behind, he approached and asked the seniors for guidance. He put on a friendly, easygoing vibe and asked them to teach him a bit more. Just as he reached to pull out a chair, one of them showed irritation, snapping, "Who said you could just sit down?" But he sat down anyway, cheerfully saying he would treat them both later. The two guys seemed pretty pleased, thinking he was a stand-up guy. Soon enough, the table was piled high with mouth-watering food, looking absolutely delicious. His face flushed red like he would been drinking. Actually, he just wanted to be a Blake family bodyguard. No joke. One of the guys thought the place seemed pretty solid too. Another chimed in between bites, saying the pay was good and steady. Seeing that, he quickly asked them about the Blake family. They started talking about the carriages coming and going from the Blake mansion. One of them said something felt off if it was just deliveries. There'd be way too many, and they even heard voices inside, like some kind of ritual. Hearing this, his face instantly darkened, and he straightened up. Even after everyone left, he stayed seated, deep in thought. Noble families always have their share of creepy rumors. After all, suddenly, a thought popped into his head. Could the sacrificial offering really be what he suspected? Out of nowhere, a voice called out, "You are..." Right? It was Ank, holding a bottle and stepping forward to introduce himself as the leader of the escort heading to Geno's forest. Kun politely returned the greeting. Ankin kept chatting. "I heard from Zam Kai that you are a pretty strong mage." Huh. Ankin was fired up. Kaimi was known for being tough to impress, so that was a big compliment. Then Ankin warned Kaivin to be careful since he was just a temporary bodyguard for now. Ankon continued, "Last time, a merchant caravan to Geno's forest got wiped out. Kum immediately asked who was responsible." Kai's face went pale with panic when Ankon mentioned the undead. Ankon explained that undead sightings had been increasing across the continent lately, and something about it felt seriously wrong. Ken sat silently, Lost in thought thinking back to that moment, he recalled how strange it was. Since undead absolutely hate living creatures, he stayed quiet for a while longer as night fell, watching a slow-moving caravan along the mountainside. Outside, everything was eerily silent. Inside the carriages, everyone was exhausted and resting. Suddenly, Kun looked around and noticed something odd. He fixed his gaze on X, eyes wide with surprise. How could this be? Sex caught his stare and quickly looked away, while Kun rubbed his chin, guessing. Everyone's probably got their own reasons. Ankun walked over and checked in on Kien. After chatting, Ankun was about to sit down to rest when Kaivan asked about the person sitting over there. Ankun introduced him as a 5-star mage named CX, and a rank mercenary. He added, "This guy's famous around here, they call him Las Fong CX." Finally, everyone reached the forest, set up camp, and started a fire to cook dinner. Kun carried a plate of food and settled into a corner. A voice rang out. "Hey, young man, mind if I join you here?" He was holding a plate and asking to sit with him. Kun smiled warmly and invited him over. Sex introduced himself. Sitting down, Sex said, "I hope I am not intruding on your meal." He looked puzzled by Keen's smile. He kept eating and told Sex to just keep talking. Check sensed the aura of a spirit from him, so it is confirmed my illusion magic has not been detected yet. At that moment, he also guessed that Sex was a spirit master. He admitted he had a pact with a spirit but was not truly a spirit master himself. He wondered how Seek senses a spirit aura, since ordinary people could not. Hearing this, Sex suddenly looked alarmed, seeing Shake's reaction. Kun smiled. "If it is something you can explain, you do not have to say it. Instead, I am curious why you are on this mission." Sakes honestly said he joined because he is interested in the undead. He said that undead appearing near the Xenot forest is super rare. No one's seen them in at least 1,000 years. Ken chimed in, joking, "Sounds like they have been living for 1,000 years or something." Called out by Ken, Den's face darkened, worry creeping in. Ken sat across, eyes locked on Den, silently deducing using illusion magic must be hiding something. His gaze seemed like it could pierce right through Den's true identity. Ken wondered to himself, I am hiding my identity, but what is Den trying to cover up? Suddenly, someone came running, panting. "Captain Ankin, we have got a situation," Den's subordinate quickly reported. "Undead spotted at 7 of the clock." Ankin panicked. 7 of the clock? That is the direction we are headed. Anxiety hit hard. There was no dodging what was coming. He called Ken and Den over. "We have got to scout ahead. Enchant the scout team's weapons with illusion magic for me." Ken and Den took the task, waving magic into each weapon. While working, Ken pondered, "I think I am sensing their power. Could they be demigods?" Then he shook his head. That can be right. The group set out together on their patrol. 2 men hiding in the trees were overwhelmed by the stench, making it impossible to focus. The others spotted movement and shouted, "Undead! Undead!" At that spot, Ankin and his men exchanged knowing looks. They all charged forward at once, straight toward the shadow that had just appeared. They sprinted frantically. Fear was written all over their faces. Before them lay a massacre so shocking it froze them in place. The man with the fierce face could not believe his eyes. "No way! Just 30 minutes ago." Ken moved closer to a set of bones tucked by a tree. He flinched slightly, then told Ankin, "This was done by humans, and whoever did this took less than 20 minutes to wipe them all out." Everyone was stunned, wondering who could pull off such a feat. Ken smirked. He already knew who. Looking at the bones, he instantly recognized the heir to the Martial King's legacy. Suddenly, a sound startled everyone. The noise grew closer. Ken told Ankin, "Keep moving forward." An explosion shattered the skeletal remains into dust. One of the skeletons suddenly stood up. A man emerged from within the bones. He shattered the skeleton around him. A skull dropped at their feet, leaving everyone dumbfounded, and stood tall before the skeletons, glancing back behind him. Then he spun around and took off. Ankin hurried after him, yelling, "Who are you? Why kill those undead?" Oven did not bother answering, eyes sharp with warning. "Get lost before I send you all to hell." Ankin was stunned speechless as Oven walked away. Ken was certain deep down the giant guy was the Martial King's successor. Ken warned Ankin, "Leaving him alone is dangerous. This is the trade route the caravan always takes. We can just let that monster roam free." "But," Ankin gritted his teeth, "we can do anything to him." Then Ken's words caught him off guard. "Then let me take care of it." He stepped forward. "I will follow him and see if he really is a threat." Ankin objected. "A mage going alone? That is not happening." Ken reassured him. "Don't worry about me. I am a pro at staying hidden." Ankin looked at him like he was crazy but did not argue further. Then Ken sprang into action, leaving behind a final word. "Captain, you keep on with the mission." Deep in the forest, a loud noise echoed. The shattered skeletons floated back together. Ivan fought alone, slamming down on the bones furiously. "Damn it! They just keep coming." Ivan unleashed a powerful punch, creating a protective barrier that kept them at bay. Suddenly, A monster jumped out of nowhere onto Ivan. It bit down hard on his shoulder. Then the forest suddenly glared wide open. It bit Ivan's shoulder. But he did not even flinch. Instead, the monster's teeth shattered and fell out. Ivan sneered with contempt. Like you think you can bite me. One punch from him, and the monster was done for. Ivan let out a long sigh. Then he noticed someone standing by a tree nearby. Ivan's eyes sharpened coldly as he asked, "Who the hell are you?" Lucas, with his long white hair, stepped forward toward Ivan. Without hesitation, he threw a question out like a challenge. "How long have you been training to be a vice duke?" Ivan clenched his teeth, annoyed by the question. "So it is one of those groups coming after me." Lucas introduced himself casually. "Yeah, something like that. I am from the Wing Celebration Guild." No sooner had he spoken than a fist came flying at him. Ivan's punch exploded with brutal force, shattering everything around, an insane amount of power behind it. Ivan's eyes blazed with scorn. "You are so unknown. Just hearing your name is an insult to my ears." But Lucas was not fazed. The punch did not land a scratch thanks to a protective shield he conjured just in time. Ivan snarled angrily. "I have made myself clear. You persistent pest. Next time you show up, I will actually kill you." Lucas smirked with amusement. "Jax? Huh?" He gripped Ivan's collar tightly. Ivan's fury exploded as he lifted Lucas, ready to throw down. Ivan growled. "If you did not want to sell salt, I would know by now. I have got no plans to team up with your guild." Lucas shot back. "A vice duke here who does not want to face me. Really?" Ivan ground his teeth, speechless. "So you are saying your guild is trying to wipe me out?" He pressed close to Lucas. "Forget me for a second. You are just a bunch of pigs who do not know when to stop. So why are you running with that souse litter?" Lucas said something that left Ivan puzzled. "Turns out you know that much. Huh? Right now, the guilds are focused on controlling each other in the power struggle, not on taking me down anymore." Lucas grinned provocatively. "We might be pigs, but even pigs have pride. So I am here to change that," Lucas said, and Ivan could not help but be a little skeptical. Lucas laid it out bluntly. "Harsh truth, but I need the guild's strength to pressure you, to gather scattered forces. We need a fresh start." Ivan confirmed. "You want to unite the small guilds?" He immediately flexed, readying himself. His face lit up with excitement. Finally, some interesting players from the guild showing up. Got a real smooth talker here. Lucas adjusted his pants and said bluntly. "Bit of a long intro there, let us get to it. Enough standing around, or you will grow mushrooms on those fists." Ivan grinned wide, eyes gleaming with excitement. He lunged forward and threw a heavy punch at Lucas, but Lucas dodged swiftly. Lucas ran, evading the blows, while behind him Ivan chased relentlessly, knocking down trees one by one. Lucas looked back as he ran and yelled, "Don't he hide behind that bush like a scared old man." Then he soared into the air, ready to unleash magic. He launched a barrage of sharp crystal shards hurtling toward Ivan. But Ivan was not scared at all. He smashed each shard with his fists, punches stronger than ever before. He punched while chasing Lucas, who stayed above, blocking without thinking too hard. Above, a glowing orb began to form as Lucas prepared to launch an attack. He struck out at Ivan, who was caught off guard by the incoming blow. Suddenly, two ice-covered hands erupted from beneath Ivan, gripping him tight. Ivan's close-range attack was blocked. He could only brace himself with both arms. An icy explosion burst out, and Ivan landed. Assessing the situation, he suggested, "Let us have a little chat. Shall we?" Ivan was frozen solid from Lucas' attack, but then Ivan's eyes flashed fiercely, and with a roar, he shattered the ice trapping him. His footsteps hit the ground so hard the earth cracked beneath him. He leapt up, gathering all his strength to punch Lucas. Ivan threw a straight, thunderous punch, shaking the entire forest. Then Lucas sensed something was off. Ivan's punch missed, and he fell flat on his back right in front of Lucas. Lucas looked up at the sky. "What the hell is going on?" Ivan could not believe it. "You are kidding, right? How did you do that?" Lucas extended his hand again. "Ready to talk now?" Ivan wiped away the sting of humiliation by throwing a quick, sharp punch right at Lucas' face. Then he shot a sly glance. Lucas glared back, clearly not happy. Suddenly, Ivan took off running, leaving Lucas startled and confused about what just happened. Lucas chased after him, half grabbing and half shouting, "Hey, what is the deal? Stop running!" The two of them turned into a wild chase, one fleeing, one pursuing, and Lucas quickly caught up to Ivan. As ever, he was already guessing this guy is not trying to escape. He is trying to lead me somewhere. Lucas, running alongside, silently judged him, thinking, "No small talk. This dude's definitely hot-headed." Ivan asked mid-run, "That special fighting style you used, is that really King of Fist? Did you learn it before?" Lucas looked puzzled. "King of Fist only has one true successor." "Who did you learn it from?" Ivan answered mysteriously. "You would not believe me even if I told you." Only then did Lucas ask his name. Ivan introduced himself. Lucas gave his name too. I am... But seriously, where are we headed? Ivan just ignored him, then he smirked. You will see when we get there if you can keep up. They stopped in front of a house deep in the middle of the forest. Lucas finally realized. I thought you were going somewhere else. But this is your place. Meanwhile, Ivan caught his breath, using up his last bit of air. Ivan shouted. The roar rattled the entire house. Lucas winced at the noise. Seriously? Could be given a heads up? Dude, Ivan replied. No way. That is the only way it works. Lucas frowned. Who is that? Ivan said. Ricky. Lucas was annoyed. How was he supposed to know who that was? Just hearing the name made Lucas want to slap him. Half-god. Lucas could not believe it and asked again. What did you just say? Ivan just smirked. Footsteps echoed clearly inside the house. And Lucas' eyes widened in shock. A figure stepped out and asked, What is up? Ivan, you brought a friend? Ricky yawned and stretched lazily. Lucas was stunned, no doubt about it now. This insane power was definitely from a demigod. He thought to himself, just like that old poison master apocalyptic level. Ivan pointed to Lucas and introduced him to Ricky, saying, He is from the guild. Ricky studied Lucas for a moment, then without much interest, he asked Ivan, Did you finish what I asked? Ivan nodded. He was done. Hearing that, Ricky turned and called Ivan inside. Time to move on to the next phase. Ricky also told Lucas, You there? Come inside too. Which only made Lucas more surprised. Lucas walked up to Ivan and grabbed his collar aggressively, holding him firm. Lucas demanded, Explain right now, why is the heir to the Vice King's throne shaking hands with a demigod like that? Ivan told him to let go, but Lucas tightened his grip, pushing him to spill the truth. Lucas growled threateningly, Depending on what you say, I will decide if you live or die. Ricky scoffed with icy contempt. Kill me? You think you are that confident? With a dismissive wave, Ivan turned from Lucas. The reason for shaking hands with Ricky was clear. Ricky was a traitor. His goal, to annihilate the demigods. Ivan's answer left Lucas wide-eyed in disbelief. Still stubborn, Lucas said, You really expect me to believe that? Ivan stood firm. Believe it or not? Your call. Fine. Hear him out first. Then do whatever you want. Finally, they went inside. Lucas was sweating. Staring at the branch in front of him, he asked in disbelief, Is this some kind of space distortion? Ivan had no clue what that meant, so Lucas explained. It is twisting time and space to an extreme, expanding it tenfold. He could not help but marvel. The power here is insane. It even senses who is forbidden to enter this space. Translation. Ivan still had zero clue what was going on. When they arrived, Ricky was already seated, offering them apples and inviting them to sit. Ivan had not provoked Ricky yet. But shockingly, Ricky agreed to let Frey join them. Totally unexpected, Ricky said calmly. Look into his eyes. Taking a bite of his apple, he said, No one under 100 years old has eyes like that. You have brought back someone interesting. Lucas hesitated. So he is a traitor to the demigods. Ricky did not hesitate to admit it. Lucas asked, But Ricky was not about to spill the secret. Ricky said calmly, I do not need your promotion, but I will accept you to help carry out my plan. If the apostle dies, the corresponding demigod will enter a state of hibernation. Lucas was stunned. Ricky warned dangerously. That means just a throat cut and he is dead. Your words do not make sense to me. Ricky continued. Lately, the undead have been on the rise because the apostle who created them is nearby. I sent Ivan to wipe them all out to put pressure on him. That apostle is in Reynolds Forest. Ricky said. Lucas was shocked. In the forest? Could it be? Ricky, reading his mind, confirmed. Yeah, it is. Ricky held up a photo. Udin, the apostle of North Dog, the demigod of death. Lucas stared at the photo, deep in thought. The demigod of death, an apostle of the apocalypse. Ricky assigned the mission to Lucas and Ivan. You too. Take him out. Lucas double-checked. You mean we will help the demigod in hibernation? Right? Ricky grinned. Smart move. Better than Ivan. Ivan's busy munching on apples like a zombie. Lucas teased back. I have got my suspicions about him too. Ivan, Lucas was curious. Why do not you handle it yourself? If you are that powerful, you could snap your fingers and wipe out the apostle. Ricky explained. Simple. If I act directly, everything blows up. The apostle's consciousness is linked to the demigod. I can only kill the demigod directly. If my betrayal is exposed, the whole plan fails. Lucas thought to himself, killing the apostle would easily take down the demigod, who has power enough to wipe out an entire city. He found it hard to believe it was that easy to kill him. Ivan, who had been quietly watching from the side, finally spoke up. It is tricky. Ivan said. So basically, we are supposed to deal with the apostles. But I do not think it is that simple. I once took down a Samset apostle. Ivan said, "Not an apocalypse apostle, but he was strong." Ricky perked up at this. Ricky asked, "You killed an apostle from Indra too?" Lucas was puzzled by the name. Ricky clarified, "If it is the sunset demigod, it can only be Indra. Can you prove it?" Lucas dug into his pocket. "I have got the liquid crystal." He pulled out something for Ricky. "How about this? It is Samset's energy separated from the apostle's crystal." Ricky was surprised seeing the veil. "Definitely Samset from Indra." He grabbed the sword beside him. "This energy comes from a defeated apostle. Looks like you are earning my trust faster than I thought." He stood up, turned his back. "I will be back soon." Ricky's face hardened as he gripped his banana-shaped sword, opening a space-time portal. Without another word, he stepped into the portal. It closed behind him, disappearing. But moments later, Ricky returned. Lucas was shocked at what Ricky carried. It was the head of the demigod Indra. Lucas jumped back in terror. He could not believe his eyes, fear gripping him. He really is a demigod. How could it be so simple? The severed head floated mid-air. Ricky narrowed his eyes and swung his sword straight through it, one clean slash. The head exploded violently, making everyone jump back. Lucas was utterly amazed. Then he voiced his confusion. How can a demigod create an apostle? Lucas continued. The apostle's power is nothing compared to the demigods. Creating minions with such weak strength only raises the danger. Making minions that weak just increases the threat level. Ricky slowly stood, frowning. There are some reasons why they can only reduce the risk. He did not hesitate, but continuing. Our demigods have slaughtered countless lives over thousands of years. Seems like Lot does not see it that way. Ricky looked seriously at Lucas. More than that, if we strike directly, they can disappear forever. Lucas sighed, folding his arms. Demigods vanish. Who even talks like that? Suddenly, he blurted out, "God." His face went pale, unable to believe what he just heard. "Are you serious?" Ricky calmly explains that even though we call it a god, it is not the same kind of god humans imagine. It is more like the grand rule that shapes this entire world. Lucas frowned, deep in thought. Like karma or cause and effect? Ricky reached out, picked up a fruit, and continued, saying it is like a form of absolute energy that keeps the world balanced. Demigods are just factions split off from that energy. Lucas laughed out loud, intrigued. If I had not heard it straight from a demigod's mouth, I would swear this was some new religion-esque sermon. Ivan suddenly got serious and asked, confusingly, have any of them actually been wiped out yet? Ricky quickly answered, not quite to that extent. He paused thoughtfully and said, as far as I know, around 20 of them have already retired from this world. Lucas and Ivan both froze, shocked by the answer. Then Ricky warned, this is as far as I can go. In a month or two, not just Lot and the 5 top members you call the Apocalypse, but countless demigods will be buried in the same grave. Ricky placed the peeled apple slices on a plate and calmly said, to take down Odin, everything has to end before that. Lucas looked puzzled and spoke up, but Ricky cut him off immediately. I peeled this apple with effort, just sit down and listen. Both of them sat down in unison. Ricky got straight to the point. The purpose of this gathering is to expose the traitor. He continued recounting the events. Over the past decade, I have taken out a few sleepers. Everyone knows only a demigod could pull that off, he went on, explaining that all demigods travel with their disciples. Naturally, Odin will show up too. After the conference ends, chances are he and Nosadog will cover their tracks together. Ricky, biting into an apple, sighed. If that is the case, there is no way for me to track him down. Lucas and Ivan exchanged uneasy glances at that. Ivan bit into his apple and impatiently said, why beat around the bush? This is the perfect chance to take out one of the apocalypses. Right? Lucas sighed too. Then said, well, we just need to find a way into the forest. That is easy. Ivan looked at him with a strange expression and suggested, judging by the path today, you can fly in. Right? What is the plan? He shouted excitedly. Just fly up and go right into the forest. Lucas showed no reaction and asked again, leaving Ivan stunned. Then what? Lucas' question made Ivan's face go pale and freeze up, whether by flying in or underground tunneling. This is strictly forbidden territory. Stammering, Ivan tried to explain, so long as you do not get caught. Lucas stared blankly and pointed at Ricky, helplessly asking, are you seriously planning to capture the apostle with this guy? Sighing, Ricky said, now that we have agreed to cooperate, honestly, I am feeling pretty relieved. He shut his eyes tight and issued a command. Listen closely. Ivan, he began explaining about the world's great tree that guards the Xenor's forest in the High Elf village. It is not just the forest heart, it is connected to every other tree. And the queen there shares a consciousness with the great tree itself. After his explanation, Lucas sighed and asked, so Ivan, How long do you think it takes for them to detect an intruder? Ivan shouted angrily. So what? What do we do then? Is there any other way? Lucas pondered, then suddenly exclaimed like he would found something. He mused aloud. Maybe there is a way. Everyone inside the forest lights watchfires all around. Sitting around the campfire, the group grumbled in confusion. We came here ready to die. So why run away now? The chatter continued. What can we do? Humans can enter the village. Elves do not like humans. Sex looked over at the group talking and said, well, we got here fast, thanks to not running into those undead. And that big guy too. Turned away with laughter and chatter behind him. But hey, did you see those two elves earlier? They were seriously stunning. The group kept chatting. Sex turned his back and walked on, thinking to himself, whether elf or human, there is always a few like that deep in the silent forest. Sex's silhouette appeared in the middle of the trees. She removed her camouflage cloak and listened intently to the sounds of the woods, hearing a pitiful cry. She muttered in disbelief. What on earth is happening in this forest? Sex cautiously steps inside, thoughts racing. This is not good. If those undead keep lurking around here, this whole land's doomed. Suddenly, she hears a noise behind her and whips around, eyes wide in shock. Hikes behind a massive tree, eyes locked on the new figure. Instantly, she melts back into her camouflage. Then, startled, she turns fully, and it is him. Shek speaks up to calm the newcomer. You are back safe. That is a relief. Ken Brixton, he chuckles softly, glancing toward the newcomer. Then asks, did you find anything out about that person? Suddenly, someone steps out beside the newcomer. Catching the older man off guard, Ivan steps forward, eyes cold as he glares at CX. You are the one who can lead us into the forest. The older man looks at Ivan, puzzled. What is going on here? Ivan instantly snaps. Starling sex. Hey, shut it and lead us into the forest. Now, his anger sharpens into a threat. Unless you want to run into those arrogant elves again. Ken steps forward, pushing Ivan's face back. Back off. Ivan, I am handling this. Turning to Ken pleads. We have to get into the forest. Can you help us? The older man scolds. Ken, you do not know the full story. But you need to respect your elders first. Suddenly, Ken grabs the man's shoulder tightly, causing him to freeze. Ken holds on firm, urgency dripping from his voice. Now's not the time for drama. This is serious for both me and you. What Ken says next shakes the man to his core. I knew from the start you two are elves. Then Ken raises his hand, casting a spell across his face. His disguise vanishes. GX watches, stunned beyond belief. Lucas eyes the man's shocked face. But continuing, now you get it, right? Like you. I am a mage from the guild. He turns to sincere and serious. I need your help. X meets his gaze. Solemn. Then a white mist drifts across the man's face. The disguise gone. Sex stares hard at Lucas and asks, what is so urgent? Ivan behind them yells in disbelief. Wait. What? I thought it was an old lady. But is some skinny dude like BTB? Lucas and Chiex exchange thoughts on the situation. She is worried about the undead. That is why she is here. Right? Do you know about demigods? Lucas asks. Besides being creatures close to gods, Saek's face drains of color. Horror dawning. No way. Is someone summoning spirits in the forest? Lucas' expression hardens. Most likely. They are minions of a demigod. Hex is visibly shaken by this. His voice continues. That guy's still inside Xenor's forest. Leaving him be is dangerous. Bursts out. No way. This forest does not welcome outsiders. Even if someone tries to sneak in, Lucas cuts her off. The queen would know instantly. Would not she? His warning rings out. But this one's different. Sex eyes widen in confusion. What do you mean? He stares at her, serious and unyielding, internally calculating. X thinks she is an elf like Oi dinner. Better keep her true identity under wraps for now. Lucas strides past her, urging, no time to explain. Then he glances back at Shake standing there. One thing's for sure. Only we can drive him out. Chex lowers her head with a sigh. Got it. But you owe me one. Amid the rustling forest winds, Sex's mysterious question cuts through. You said you are not a spirit mage, right? So why make a pact with a spirit? CX screams. Incredulous. Dark elves are even more secretive than us. Yet you teach human spirit magic. He laughs. Skeptical. I have got a few friends who are pretty open-minded. You know. Lucas' next word stunned CX again. Especially Camille. She taught me spirit magic. She has got a good heart. CX pales. Eyes wide. Whispering. Black Panther Camille. Remembering Camilla's brutal image. Sakes can believe it a proc pact that they're calling humans friends. After a moment, Sex face hardens as she faces Lucas. Alright. I will trust you. Let us head to the village. On the other side, a massive purple flame flickered wildly in the palm of a hand. Udin watched the flame glow brighter and asked, "What has got you worried?" A swirl of black smoke rose up, gathering into a circle. Moments later, the smoke shaped into a huge, terrifying face. He glared with moist eyes and said, "Indra's dead. This time, there is no sign of a miracle." He chuckled softly, glanced behind, and muttered, "Is this because of the traitor you mentioned earlier?" His voice grew louder as he ordered, "Be careful from now until the next meeting. You understand me, right?" Udin smiled brightly and replied, "Understood." Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. He gave the command, and just like that, the giant black smoke vanished. The butler outside the palace announced, "Lord Udin, the queen requests your presence." He glanced once, then said, "I will be there immediately." The butler nodded and turned away, leaving him alone in the room. Suddenly, his voice echoed in the large chamber, "Careful. This right here is caution at its finest." Udin's face twisted with cunning and calculation. No one dares lay a finger on the queen's own brother in the Xenor's forest. Lucas's group stood afar, staring at the ancient tree holding the village together. Ivan beside them marveled. "Is that the world tree? It is gigantic. Takes. We call it her hero." He frowned at the name, confused how to pronounce it. She explained quietly, "It is from the elf language." The two gatekeepers, surprised to see Seek's return, said, "You are back sooner than I expected." They exchanged words in Elvish. "Fifi? Everything all right?" "Of course." Fifi asked Shakes about the necromancer's whereabouts. Ivan looked puzzled. "What are they saying?" Suddenly, Fifi stared seriously at them. She eyed them with suspicion. "Who are these two? Humans?" Shakes nodded. "They are my colleagues." She starts explaining. "They are helping me track down the necromancer. We are working together." Fifi points at Ivan to cut him off. "Even if you are working together, outsiders need permission from the queen before stepping in." He looks confused as she points at him, thinking, "What is this girl saying about me?" Right after, Fifi speaks again, trying to ease things. "You are heading to Haruhiro straight away. I will see if I can get you an audience." She thanks her promptly. Ivan grumbles irritably from behind. "Why are we taking this roundabout way?" She quickly explains. "There is a strict rule. Outsiders must meet the queen first." "We are going to see her now," Ivan scoffs coldly. "Getting in's easier than I thought." Huh. X suddenly stops ahead, leaving the two confused. He blurts out, "What is up? Why the sudden stop? You want to turn back or what?" Then in a whisper, she says, "The queen is the heart of this forest. Meeting her won't take long." Ivan, looking discouraged, asks, "So what is the deal?" Kex suddenly spins back, staring Ivan down. She snaps angrily, "Watch your manners." "Got it." He shrugs off the warning. "What kind of person are you?" "Yeah, I am a bit rough around the edges. But do not jump to conclusions that I am some no good." Sex spouts, "It is not prejudice, it is the plain truth." He just laughs loudly. "Relax. The martial king's all about training body and soul with honor and etiquette. Just remember, I have everyone's wide." Striding forward confidently, Sakes watches this with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Deep down uneasy, she can't shake this bad feeling. Lucas chimes in with a reassuring smile. "Donna sweat it. That guy's scared stiff of women." Axe looks a bit puzzled. He explains. Put him in front of a woman and he turns to jelly. From the deepest part of the place, a warm voice echoes. "So you are the ones backing up my friend." The ladies around her are calm and composed, welcoming the two to the forest. Ivan's face is filled with shock and worry. Sitting high above, she introduces herself in a gentle, warm tone. "I'm Queen of all the elves." Her face is stunningly beautiful and warm. Ivan is visibly frozen, like turned to stone. Lucas giggles. "See, he is basically a statue now." Chex helplessly glances his way. Lucas wipes a thoughtful tear. Friedrich from the same clan as Udin. The disciple is family to the queen. Huh, he whispers. "No wonder Odin gets to run wild around here." But oddly, she is not a half-elf. From what I know, all elf queens are half-elves. Sex kneels beside Kunkin respectfully. On behalf of Anariel's clan, Sex requests the queen's approval. She bows her head, reporting on Lucas and Ivan's presence. "As I have informed, they are assisting me with the mission before our next schedule. Please allow them to stay here for a few days." Sex then turns to urge. "The queen is fluent in human language, please make the introductions." She grits her teeth in frustration toward Ivan. "How long are you going to stay frozen?" Ivan is still utterly shocked. Stammering, "Is she real?" She is an elf, right? He looks up at the queen, silently admiring. Snow-white skin, graceful as a butterfly. A voice so elegant it makes his knees weak in indescribable beauty. He immediately turns to CX, eyes wide in amazement, making her completely confused. CX's voice snaps sharply, jolting Ivan back. Ivan, introduce yourself now. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful face above, Ivan awkwardly turns away, leaving her baffled. Inside, he is still reeling. Just looking at her gets my heart racing. Women really do stir the soul. He clenches his teeth, telling himself, shut down all senses, every girl looks the same anyway. Ivan jumps up, takes a deep breath, and steels his courage. Ivan stood tall, staring intently upwards, making Lucas and ZX powerless and furious. This big brute is really trying hard. Huh. The man beside her was furious, raising his voice. Who is the boss here? Huh. Don't he disrespect me? Snow raised her hand to stop him, casting a cold glare in his direction. He trembled with fear, bowing his head. Forgive me, Your Majesty, a voice echoed, startling her by the grace of the forest. The warm sunlight shines across the sky. Lucas bowed down respectfully. Free, the mage from Casco Empire, humbly seeks the Queen's counsel. Snow's eyes lit up with surprise and approval. He is huge, but he sure knows how elves behave. Huh. He bowed deeply, speaking with genuine respect. It is my honor. Then her calm voice rang out again. I accept your stay here. Rest your weary bodies after the long journey. Then depart. Finally, she ordered them to withdraw. Sex hesitated but obeyed. She silently watched them turn and leave. Snow's face grew pensive as she stared directly at Lucas stepping outside. Ivan glanced at the pile of vegetables on the table. Puzzled, what is all this? Lucas explained. Dinner. Shex prepared it. Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the veggies. No way I am eating this crap. Lucas cut him off. You really think there is meat in an elf village for you? Chuck. He pulled out a piece of dried meat from his pocket and handed it over. Try this instead. Ivan's eyes gleamed as he stared. Thrilled. Damn, you are thoughtful. At this rate, I am really gonna like you. Chewing the dried meat. He frowned. Where SCX? Left me alone in the room and disappeared. Lucas nodded. Looks like she has got a lot to report. Curious? Ivan asked. Is it good? He took a bite of the veggies and exclaimed. That is a cool, tingling flavor. Lucas quietly sent a message to Ivan while eating. This is messier than I thought. Ivan, hearing this, asked confused. You are making me uneasy. Just say it out loud. Lucas angrily replied by message. Dummy. We are under surveillance. Elf hearing is 10 times sharper than humans. You idiot. We are being watched. Elf ears pick up everything. Ivan spun around, shocked. Looking behind him, behind the tall trees, shadowy figures flickered. The two silently communicated. Is Odin really close to the Queen? Yeah. No solid proof yet. But if we get careless approaching him, we will be backed into a corner fast. They munched and whispered. This whole village could turn against us. Ricky said to contact the Apocalypse. The apostles need a special intermediary. Ivan asked quietly. An intermediary. Speaking of which, he criticized the dried meat. This is made from elephant meat. No wonder. Lucas focused on eating leaves. Relaying info. If Wooden tries even a little contact with Nose Dog, his magic will show. Tracking that could lead us to the intermediary. Chewing the dried meat. Ivan squinted. So we just wait for this guy to slip up. How long? Lucas replied seriously. My guess. Soon. Maybe today or tomorrow. Ivan was startled. How can you be so sure? Lucas confirmed firmly. It has been a week since I killed those undead. His eyes sparkled with certainty. Udin's a bloodthirsty beast. I doubt a creature like him can survive long in a village full of storks. The door swung open. Sek's tired voice called out. Io. She stood at the door, face downcast. Lucas? Surprised. Asked Han. What is wrong with CX's face? She rushed inside, complaining nonstop. I got dragged from one place to another all night. Didn't he get a wink of sleep? Slamming the door, she ignored their stares. Don't wake me up. Lucas' voice echoed from outside. With 2 men in the house. Should not you be more alert? She collapsed onto the bed, tired. Chuckling softly. I treat human men like dogs and cats. Seeing this, Lucas stood and messaged Ivan. I gotta step out for a bit. Ivan confused. Where are you going? We just finished dinner. You owe me a round. Lucas immediately messaged back, making Ivan jump. Ivan, I have got a lot to do. He messaged him. I need to deliver a message to a friend. Ivan startled. A message? Ooh. Outside the village, Lucas sat quietly, focusing deeply, serious and calm. A surge of light burst from Lucas' hands, a blue glow escaping from within him as his consciousness slowly began to emerge. His spirit drifted upward, floating over the village below. Suddenly, a massive light flared up behind him, catching him off guard. The glow illuminated the entire area, and Lucas turned toward the towering world tree standing tall. He dove swiftly into the sea of memories surrounding the world tree, unraveling what happened 4,000 years ago, and how his friends lived back then. Lucas reached forward, regret flooding him. What had he missed all this time? His arms slowly merged into the ocean of consciousness. His body began to fade away, and Lucas startled, eyes wide open as his entire appearance transformed. Gazing at his hands, Lucas felt a wave of awe. Entering the world tree had restored him to his true form, a feeling he had not experienced in ages. A voice echoed, surprising him. I have been waiting for you. Free, hovering in midair, Haruhiro smiled softly. No, Lucas. That is what I should call you. She stood before him, her voice gentle. This was Lucas's first meeting with Haruhiro. Shocked, he barely believed his ears and asked again. Haruhiro. Tears brimmed in her sorrowful eyes as she looked at him. Haruhiro's voice trembled with pain. The orb has endured too much over time. On this long, lonely road, loneliness and suffering, and a tiny soul like yours forced to bear it all alone. Lucas fell silent, listening as Haruhiro continued. He truly had endured far more than anyone could imagine. She wiped away her tears, then smiled faintly at him. What do you want to ask me? Standing close, she whispered. Though I can't escape the Lord's power, I can tell you anything you want to know. Lucas looked up at her and made his request. I want to know the fate of my friends. Watching Haruhiro silently, he added, you connect all the lands of the world, so you must know what happened. Slowly, she opened her sad eyes, then silently waved her hand, and suddenly, they both stepped into a strange room. Lucas stared in amazement as Haruhiro softly said, it is a long story. First, let us warm up a bit. She moved to a prepared tea table, pouring herself a cup. As Lucas approached to sit, she began recounting his battle titles and how the martial King Kasarjin met his end at Samarkand. Hearing this, Lucas murmured thoughtfully, Samarkand. She recounted the tale from a grueling week-long fight against a demigod. That day marked the moment they finally defeated him. It was a brutal battle. Lucas nodded slowly. No doubt about it. Lost in sorrow, Lucas listened as she continued. The demon sword Lucid ended his life in his homeland. After a pause, Lucas' question deepened the silence in the room. What about Schweizer? Haruhiro hesitated. To be honest, I am a bit reluctant to tell you the truth. She lowered her gaze and said briefly, maybe it is better if you do not know. Lucas was resolute. I have to know. Holding his tea, he explained bit by bit. Right now, I am caught in a war against those who suddenly call themselves gods. The warm room echoed with his words. No matter how harsh reality is, if it is the truth, I do not want to turn away from it. Hearing this, Haruhiro lowered her eyes again. If you are truly determined. Suddenly, she reached out her hand to him. Lucas, you will see the truth with your own eyes. Lucas' eyes widened in shock as the scene shifted. He suddenly found himself standing before a desolate wasteland. Looking around in disbelief, a sudden series of coughs startled him. Schweizer was gasping for breath, lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. He spoke. I never imagined the traitor would be you. Lucas' shock deepened. The traitor, gasping heavily. Schweizer continued. Now I understand why Lucid and Kasajin changed so much. Lucas fell silent, scowling at the words. I trusted you so much. Behind him, a shadow suddenly appeared. A soft laugh echoed from behind, making him spin around in shock. The owner of that laugh was the traitor herself, Iris. She crossed her arms, staring at him with a sly smile. Stop half smiling and talking. Schweizer, have you ever trusted me even a little bit? Her eyes lit up when she heard him say that. Even though I do not trust you, he writhed in pain. Yet Lucas had already put his faith in you. Iris responded coolly. If none of you believe me, only Lucas trusts me. His voice grew strained. Are you even aware of what you are doing? I am the lifelong dream of Lucas, he said. And you are the one who betrayed him. She stretched calmly. Still, the outcome's the same. Lucas ended up like this because you all were so narrow-minded. He lay there, voice thick with emotion. So you hate us now? She shrugged nonchalantly. No way. I do not feel a thing for any of you. She chuckled softly. Honestly, you stepping into Lucas' shoes was just bad luck. He gasped for breath. You are right. Replacing Lucas was my biggest mistake. Suddenly, she burst into loud laughter. Stop pretending to be all high and mighty. It is disgusting. The elder lay on the ground, voice strained, Iris. Why are you siding with her? Lucas was startled at those words. He stared at her in disbelief. Iris. You are teaming up with her. He gritted his teeth in anger. If Lucas knew this, he would be devastated. His voice thickened. Maybe it would be better if he died like this. She snapped back angrily. Shut up. Lucas is not dead. Iris' face darkened with fury. Eyes blazing. Lucas was equally shocked. The elder also stopped glaring at her. Her twisted expression was downright terrifying. Then suddenly, her face shifted into a fake smile. She raised her hand, and sharp swords appeared in midair. She smirked. A Pfizer, Iris shouted, then plunged the sword into him. Sorry, but this is where your story ends. Blood splattered everywhere as she continued coldly. Honestly, Lucas watched in horror but was powerless. She said plainly. Don't worry. Just rest easy. I will fulfill Lucas' wish. Iris turned and walked away. Still lamenting. You can go up against me in this era. Not yet. Need more time. His face slowly drained of life at her words. Waiting until they are backed into a corner. Her figure was still hidden, but her voice echoed. Maybe about 4,000 years. He was helpless, could not defeat her, could not reconcile with friends, could not stop Iris' betrayal. Lucas watched him lie there, slowly slipping toward death. He despised himself, repeating failure after failure. He weakly called to Lucas. Apologized. While Lucas stood there, helpless. Her hero snapped his fingers, severing the timeline. Lucas returned to the present. Racked with pain, he stared into the void. Terrified, her hero bit his lip. Heartbroken, the light shone into the silent room. Lucas lowered his gaze, sorrow weighing heavy. He was speechless. The light illuminated the two of them. He gave a helpless, bitter smile. Damn it, Lucas remained silent. Expression grim, her hero broke the silence. Voice soft, Iris Fafito is still alive? She is definitely somewhere in this era. She pondered quietly. But I can guarantee she is the same person you once knew. Lucas kept his head bowed. Sorry. What? Lucas' face twisted with sadness. The last word from Schweizer was sorry. Fool. He was the one who should be apologizing to you. He clenched his fists in anguish. His mistakes forced his friend to say sorry. Her hero spoke gently. Lucas, you are really hard on yourself. Lucas clenched his fists and softly called her name. He looked at her seriously and said, Tonight, this forest is going to be wild. She did not respond, just gave a faint smile. Suddenly the room vanished. She reached out to him, smiling softly. Good luck in the future. The light faded away as Lucas sat dazed outside the village. He jumped up and rubbed his shoulder, thinking to himself, it has been a while now. Lucas silently stared toward the forest edge, thinking, the overseers are still tailing me. Inside the room, Ivan was still grinding away at his training. He was punching with frustration, muttering, how many counts was that? Lost track. Starting over. Suddenly, he looked up toward the door. Ivan, still training nearby, casually asked. Back already? Lucas walked over and replied casually. Meditation took longer than I expected. Ivan immediately transmitted. I passed on your message. When the sky clears, that person will come. Lucas smiled softly upon hearing this. Thanks, Ivan. He glanced at Ivan. That is enough training for now. Ivan looked up at him, confused. Lucas' words made Ivan pause in surprise. I think Udin will make his move tonight. Hearing this, Ivan flipped a somersault off the training mat and landed on the ground. Ivan laughed excitedly. First, I gotta hit the shower. The night sky was silent as Lucas continued his calm meditation. A voice suddenly cut through his focus. You really are beyond my expectations. A shadow slid in through the door, confidently laying out her reasoning. A guy suddenly claiming to be the Demon King's successor showed up. Honestly, I was skeptical. Lucas smiled faintly at her words. But I did not expect to run into you here in the High Elf village. Camille leaned against the wall, smiling at him. Long time no see. Free. Lucas recounted everything that had happened to Camille. Her eyes widened in shock as she listened. Then she covered her face and sighed deeply. Why does it have to be Udin? Camille was silent for a moment before exclaiming. I am just as surprised. I never thought the whole thing involved the Queen's family. Well, not exactly family. Lucas looked puzzled. What do you mean? Camille started explaining the Queen's background and Udin's ties. The Queen is adopted? The Friedrich Wood lineage has always been female rulers, but this generation had no daughters. And Odin can inherit the throne, because he is a man. Lucas nodded subtly after hearing this. All past queens were high elves. I suspected something since she is not one. Camille added. The Queen is a high elf from a rare bloodline living in the far northern ice regions. Outside, the watchers lingered closely, while inside, The two continued their intense discussion. Seems like there is more to the story than meets the eye, yeah. You could say that. Finally, Camille got to the point. When are you planning to make your move? Lucas answered calmly. Tonight. She raised an eyebrow. What should I do? Should I silence the overseers? Lucas leaned against the wall. Impressed. Making her curious. Camille really gets it. She immediately outlined his plan. On my way here, I spotted 8 overseers. Plus, many have not met me directly but are clearly relying on some sort of snitch. Lucas chuckled darkly at that. She looked at Lucas seriously. Just so you know, I am just a guest here. I can take a scene. Moving closer, she warned sternly. If things go south, I will blame it all on you. Claim you threatened me, and I had no choice. He scoffed. Whatever you say. The unbeatable Black Panther threatened by a mere human. Who do believe that? He chuckled seriously. Thanks, Camille. She smiled softly and sighed. Right after, she asked about Han. By the way, where's Isabel? He smiled faintly. She is managing the guild for me now. Camille looked surprised. That innocent girl. Managing the guild. Lucas smiled softly. Who knows? He recalled the image of that serious girl training soldiers. It is possible she is discovering new talents right now. Camille laughed lightly. Maybe so. She turned to leave. Well, I will take my leave then. Before leaving, Camille warned him. Be careful. Free. Udin's an elemental mage with talents beyond this place. She looked at him and added, and if a mage becomes an apostle, they can use magic. But elemental magic does not clash with divine power. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought, especially since that divine power is the might of a demigod at the apocalypse level. Udin wields the power of the apocalypse. He is nothing like Lucas. Meanwhile, at the palace, Udin is calmly sipping his tea. The maid looks puzzled as she glances at him as he slowly approaches her. She freezes. Shy and unsure, does Udin need something? Her eyes widen in shock as he suddenly pierces through her body, making her scream in terror. Udin. Why? Her voice trembles as she asks why he is staring ahead with that cold, expressionless face. He struggles violently, and her body instantly shatters, yet his face is twisted, still oddly adorned with makeup. Suddenly, a voice outside snaps him back to reality. Udin. What is going on? Turns out it was all in his head. The maid bows before him and says, if you have nothing else to say, I will take my leave. Stunned, he finally nods and orders her to go. Alone in the room, Udin grits his teeth, his face taut with suppressed tension. Without warning, he slams his wine glass to the floor. Furious, thinking, I have hit my limit. Holding his face, he fights back the urge to unleash his godlike power, because wielding half-divine authority over life and death, he can control his burning desire to kill. In the quiet dead of night, Chex walks along a forest path lit by flickering street lamps. In her hand is a woven basket brimming with fresh vegetables. Suddenly, Udin's silhouette quietly appears behind her, watching from afar. Udin's eyes widen with tension as he fixates on CX's retreating figure. The longer he stares, the more his eyes bulge, veins throbbing with intensity. Abruptly, turns around and gasps his name. Startled, she quickly approaches him, asking, what are you doing out here at this hour? Udin greets her with a forced smile, attempting to mask his unease. He sympathizes. It has been a while since you returned, but you keep getting called here and there. I bet it is exhausting. Chex quickly denies it, saying she just has to do her duty since she brought outsiders in. Udin chuckles dryly before shifting the topic to CX being chased by the necromancer, which immediately darkens her mood. Chex sighs heavily. It is a complicated situation. Hearing rumors that the necromancer is hiding in the village, Udin's eyes snap wide open. Tense as ever, he quickly regains composure and hesitantly asks, is that true? Bowing his head, Udin hides his expression, thinking only of death, but quietly mutters, if it is true, we are in deep trouble. Suddenly, Udin reaches out, grabbing CX's hand and calling her name. Startling her, abruptly, her body shifts position. Ivan pulls her back and slams her to the ground, making CX panic wildly. She struggles to get up, wincing in pain, facing Ivan's towering back. CX screams, are you punishing me because I fed you grass? Ivan coldly turns his head and snaps at her. You idiot! Without me you would be dead. CX's eyes widen at the scar on Ivan's cheek, and she gasps his name. Sitting on the ground, CX suddenly shudders as she sees blue smoke rising from Udin's body. She hesitantly calls Udin's name when she spots something hovering behind him. It is Stone, a high-level wind spirit, whose presence sparks a new thought in CX's mind. Udin mutters softly, almost inaudible. Ivan stands guard before CX, his voice booming. The outsider you brought in is actually a dark martial artist who hunts my beloved undead. CX immediately swears, what nonsense is that? We are family of the queen, So we do not fear anyone, Udin sneers disdainfully. I plan to keep this secret. But silencing those about to die does not mean anything. Suddenly, Ivan's fierce fist cuts through the air, aiming straight for Udin's face, but Udin swiftly leaps into the air. Dodging the punch that hits nothing but air, he lands on a high branch of an ancient tree. Ivan looks back at Udin perched above and taunts. You love talking trash. Huh? Your head looks a little off, need me to straighten it out for you. Those taunts hit a nerve, setting Udin off into a furious tirade dripping with contempt. How dare some lowlife like you disrespect the supreme Friedrichut clan of Elfer. Sex finally managed to stand, and beside her, Ivan was busy lighting a fire. What kind of half-god mutt like him thinks he is royalty? Sex was still frozen in shock, clueless about what was unfolding, and so was her lord. Udin, on the other side. Udin cast his spell with a smug grin, declaring Ivan was as good as dead. The ground trembled violently, cracking into shards beneath their feet, sending both into a panic. A mystical purple mist blanketed the space, and Udin's voice echoed coldly. I can no longer hold back this craving, the urge to kill. Suddenly, Ivan's face paled, his teeth clenched with a sharp grunt. Sex screamed in terror. What the hell is that? From the cracks in the earth, aside from the purple mist, something else was rising up. Undead beasts snarled as they clawed their way out through the fissures. Sex stared in disbelief, horror rooting her to the spot, watching those grotesque undead controlled by the figure perched above. She realized the horrifying truth. Udin was the necromancer behind this abomination. Ivan charged toward the undead horde, while Sex desperately tried to pry answers from Udin about his twisted motives. Suddenly, an undead lunged from behind, sword raised to strike her. By the time she realized, it was already too late. Out of nowhere, a massive fist slammed into the undead, sending it flying. Ivan crushed the sword-wielding undead and roared in fury. What the hell do you think you are doing standing right there? Without missing a beat, he plunged back into the fray, leaving Shakes to watch nervously, fearing for the village's fate against the undead onslaught. Ivan's elbow struck one undead, causing its body to explode into a bloody mess. As the undead burst apart, Ivan smirked and remarked, You are hotter-headed than I thought. He readied his stance and told CX, who stood behind him, He is using divine power, I swear. I am a true apostle of the god. Before she could process it, Ivan relayed Lucas' warning. If anyone dares to lay a hand on the queen's brother without cause, not only will we come after you, but you will be branded a traitor too. Sex suddenly wondered if Ivan's provocations were a deliberate move to protect her. Then she second-guessed herself. Maybe that was just how he was wired. Meanwhile, Udin landed gracefully on one foot, surrounded by his undead army. Standing tall among his grotesque legion, Udin cracked a twisted smile and spread his arms. Your friend reeks of death, quite the charming scent. Ivan, having just ripped the head off an undead, sneered back, like a trax like, Huh. Udin's dark glare burned hotter at the insult, especially when Ivan mocked his ugly mug. Your face is just as repulsive. Grinding his teeth in fury, Udin cursed Ivan to death, unaware that a strange magic circle was forming beneath his feet. Suddenly, the ground erupted with blinding light, catching Udin's stunned gaze. A blazing fireball exploded, blasting Udin backwards and incinerating the undead beside him. Udin crashed hard onto the ground, pain flashing through him. Gasping, he stared intently at the terrifying scene unfolding before him. Eyeing the fierce flames, Udin estimated its power level at a deadly 6 to 7 stars. Suddenly, a voice startled him from behind. Mind if I ask who you are? Lucas's tone was calm but commanding. Ivan folded his arms and gave Lucas a sideways glance. Teasing. Why do you show up so late? Lucas scratched his head sheepishly. Got chased off by Cao. What can I say? Ivan smirked and shot a knowing look at Udin. Can't he trust those fancy portraits? Huh. Udin trembled with rage as the two mocked his appearance relentlessly. Watching the pair laugh and taunt, Sears was more convinced than ever this was not some calculated provocation. It was just how these guys rolled. Gritting his teeth, Udin spat out, I swear, I will kill you all. Blood splattered as a vein burst. He slashed his palm, letting blood pool on the ground, cursing them to death in a frenzy. The blood quickly seeped into the cracks on the floor. Another magic circle began to glow ominously between them. Ivan stammered in horror. Is that guy seriously losing it? As if offending me was not enough, now he's making deals with devils too. Lucas looked up and forced out a few laughs, never expecting to run into this old buddy. Towering before the three of them was the colossal form of Azura, the demon duke of the underworld. Ivan lunged forward, fists flying with fierce aggression. With a single punch, he smashed an undead tenant so hard it sent chills down Sears' spine. Seeing this, Ivan snapped angrily, calling her a nuisance and shooed her away. Sears was trying to think, but where else could she go? Suddenly, he stammered, and that so-called beauty who was not even a queen made Sears realize something. Ivan flushed, glanced away awkwardly, then stiffly ordered, Go report to the queen and request reinforcements. Sears threw up her hands in defeat. Just thinking about it made her head spin. Without missing a beat, she dashed off, promising she would be right back. Ivan took a deep breath to calm his nerves and muttered, "Is this the guy I have heard so much about?" Eyeing the towering opponent stretching 1,000 meters high. He wondered how he could possibly win, but still, he was ready to give it a shot. On the other side, Udin furiously shouted orders, commanding Azura to slaughter. Azura tilted its massive head, scanning the area silently, then clicked its tongue realizing this was elf territory. Udin kept yelling orders from below, but Azura snapped irritably. This annoying elf pest is way too noisy. It looked down on Eden with contempt, thinking, "You are nobody, and you want to make a contract with me. Now you think I am your lackey." Finally, Azura threatened that if Udin did not change his attitude, he would be the first to die, leaving Udin frozen in fear, but the contract was sealed regardless. Azura glanced down at the two below and said, "I hold no grudge against you." But it raised its gigantic foot and warned them to scram, making Ivan gasp and swear under his breath. Suddenly, Lucas' calm voice cut through the tension. "Azura, Demon Duke of the Underworld, ruler of Hell's Assassins, is that right?" The name hit Azura like a punch. Freezing it in place, it slammed its massive foot into the ground right beside Lucas, shaking the earth and stones. Then Azura wildly swung its arms, causing rocks and dust to erupt all around. The undead caught in its attack were pulverized, and even Odin was not spared, being flung aside violently. Lucas stood firm amid the wreckage, eyes locked unblinkingly on Azura. Azura, surprised, admitted, "So you actually know who I am?" Lucas smirked slightly. "Your memory's not as sharp as you think." Azura studied Lucas' gaze, strangely familiar and unsettling. Suddenly, it sneered coldly and conjured a purple orb that radiated an expanding ring of light in its palm. The moment that light touched Lucas, he let out a piercing scream of pain. Lucas suddenly seemed to lose consciousness, and Ivan, clueless about what just happened, panicked and shouted. Seeing Lucas' eyes roll back white, Ivan frantically begged him to wake up. In a hellish place, Lucas stood before Azura right in front of a teleportation gate. He calmly scanned the souls swirling around him. They seemed thrilled to see a living person here. Azura asked him who he was. Lucas grimaced and pointed a thumb at himself. "I was about to ask you first." Azura sneered. "Humans really are stupid." Amid the dark, eerie architecture, Azura said, "Looks like you still do not realize where you are or what kind of mess you are in." Lucas stared at Azura for a moment, then replied, "This is Hell's Assassin domain. One touch from you, and not even a soul remains." Azura, still sizing him up, suddenly swung its arms. It hurled its giant hammer toward Lucas, shouting, "Good, then you will die knowing why." A shockwave rippled through the surrounding space atop a stone pillar. Azura slammed its weapon repeatedly into the ground, kicking up thick dust clouds. Then Lucas' voice rang out, making Azura freeze. "You are such an idiot, Azura." Lucas lounged atop Azura's giant hammer and said, "I am the one who put you on the highest throne to look down from." He added with a smirk, "You can change your shape all you want, but how could you not recognize your benefactor?" Lucas smiled, watching the swirling mist envelop him. Suddenly, Azura burst out with a bizarre, echoing laugh that sent chills through the air. Both faces of Azura locked eyes on Lucas as he spoke, amazed that someone so weak could still make him smile. Lucas jumped off the hammer, and Azura asked again, "I heard the dead are fighting the Lord now." He cut him off sharply. "No time for polite questions right now." Azura fell silent for a moment before coldly huffing, "You came here to collect a debt, right?" Still as cocky as ever, Lucas regained his serious expression and said, "I will grant you what you want." Lucas asked where Aerith, the one bound by the covenant with him, was. Azura was silent for a few seconds, then replied, "I do not know either." He continued, "After shaking hands with the demigod lord, she unilaterally severed her covenant with me." Lucas gasped in shock at this revelation. Then, after shaking hands with the demigod lord, Azura sat down, crossing his legs like he was just chatting, confirming that not only he but Bebados and Ziphi were there too. He recalled the scene and told Lucas that Ada seemed to be negotiating something with the demigod lord. Ada called him over to secure the most advantageous position in the battle against the demigod lord. Aerith's state was perfectly normal. No signs of mental manipulation. Clearly Ada's intention. Lucas asked in a low voice when this happened. Azura pondered and replied, "Not long after you guys were lost." Lucas stroked his chin thoughtfully, calculating it was about 4,000 years ago, such a long time ago. Suddenly, Azura mentioned a human with yellow eyes and silver hair, and Lucas immediately knew he meant Schweizer's Chu. Azura nodded in confirmation. He said if Aerith is still alive, Ada is probably still searching for that person's traces. Lucas muttered traces as if it made no sense. Azura continued, "I heard her muttering that we must find his core stone." Those words sent a shiver down Lucas' spine. He imagined the image of Anastasia's core stone, the infamous life's masterpiece of Schweizer. But why would Aerith want to find it? Lucas closed his eyes to think. He realized that forging Anastasia was the key to connecting all the pieces. And time was running out. After thinking, he told Azura they had no debts left between them. Azura replied, "You really are not normal." He said he thought Lucas would crave the world's power. But in the end, he only wanted to know the whereabouts of some girl from long ago. Lucas asked back, "What is the connection?" Azura scoffed. "A guy about to be killed once he leaves here but still so calm. That is something." Lucas raised an eyebrow. Confused by being told he would be killed, Azura reminded him that its fake covenant demanded his death. Only then did Lucas snap back to reality about the situation. He stood silently staring at Azura as the demon turned to leave. But Lucas called him back to collect his debt. Lucas demanded that Azura make a covenant with him. Azura was surprised. "I thought you doubted covenants." Lucas raised both hands. "Look, now's not the time for playing coy, you can see that, right?" Azura arrogantly asked. "So what could someone like you possibly offer me?" Lucas raised an eyebrow. Locking eyes with him, the end of the god himself. Azura burst out laughing mockingly. "You still dream of defeating the god himself?" Lucas calmly replied. "Isn't he that what is supposed to happen?" After a moment's thought, Lucas promised that if he failed, Azura could use his soul however he wanted. Azura stared at him with a curious, studying gaze. After a while, he spoke up to negotiate the terms. Azura said with interest that Lucas met the qualifications to be his false covenant partner. Then he declared, "Azura, I'm more than willing to watch your back from here on out." The moment Azura withdrew, Lucas collapsed in pain. Mouth agape just like earlier. Ivan outside saw he would woken and immediately asked what happened. Why his eyes rolled back like that. Lucas rubbed his head and told him he had just been somewhere. Ivan quickly asked where. When Lucas said hell, Ivan was stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Azura was confronting Udin. He was stunned, lost for words after hearing what he just did. Azura nervously repeated, "Since he is my new contract holder, I can kill him." Then he said goodbye and wiped off his backside before walking away, while Udin behind him cursed bitterly. Suddenly, a sharp strike zipped past his head, making him freeze in terror. That strike charged straight ahead, sweeping away Odin's sword in hand. The entire patch of forest behind him was utterly obliterated by that single strike. Azura still pointed his finger at him, advising, "Better focus on finding a way to survive here." Then his body instantly melted away, leaving behind only a pitiful scarecrow that Odin mocked. Azura's entire form dissolved into a shimmering pool of red liquid. Odin stood there, dazed, watching his own blood spread across the ground, then laughed maniacally. On the other side, Ivan pointed toward the scene and asked Lucas about the guy who just vanished like that. Lucas replied he would bought a fake, and yet the guy still believed it, even asking how much the fake cost. Meanwhile, Udin gritted his teeth and continued casting spells. Swearing under his breath, he entwined his hands, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. The dark energy seeped into the cracks of the ground. Moments later, several undead crawled up from the fissures. Seeing this familiar scene, Ivan exclaimed, "Udin's at it again, and this time he is calling up even more." Ivan's face went pale like he would just spotted a deadly enemy, while Lucas glanced back ominously. "It is not just the numbers, Ivan," Lucas said. "Listen, there is the sound of hooves getting closer." An armored undead knight appeared, riding an undead horse also clad in armor, charging forward. And it was not just one, an entire battalion of these armored undead were swarming toward them. Ivan could not tell what made these undead different, but Lucas muttered, "They are called the Bloody Knights." He paused, then added, "They are on a whole different level from the Dead Knights, several times stronger than anything we have faced before." Ivan did not react much to that. As they moved toward the undead, he cracked his shoulders and said, "So they are just tougher punching bags, right?" Lucas looked a bit confused but did not deny it. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he was shocked. Udin was sneaking away, climbing an ancient tree while everyone was distracted by the undead. Lucas thought, "Wait, he is running from the boss fight." At that moment, Udin's mind was focused only on Haruhiro. If he could conquer Haruhiro, he could blow everyone away. Ivan punched his fists together, brimming with energy. "I will handle this spot, Lucas. Go catch that deserter." Lucas carefully asked if Ivan could handle it alone, but Ivan brushed it off sharply. Suddenly, a gentle hand covered Ivan's clenched fists. Lucas summoned shimmering blue light around his hand, warning Ivan to be careful. Ivan smiled happily at the glowing blue aura surrounding his hands. Without hesitation, he charged into the horde of undead, shouting, "Let us dance, you boneheads." Meanwhile, Lucas soared up into the sky, swiftly catching up to Udin fleeing. Udin was startled and amazed as Lucas suddenly flew past him. Both landed on an abandoned arena floor. Udin readied himself to attack, eyeing Lucas who stood calmly. Gritting his teeth, he spat out each word, "You damn human. How dare you steal Azura from me?" With that, he raised his hand high, and a purple magical barrier materialized in the sky. A skeletal dragon burst forth from the barrier. Roaring fiercely overhead, Lucas raised his hand, summoning a glowing staff in his palm. He swung the staff at the dragon, freezing it instantly. The frozen dragon plummeted from the sky. The ice shattered the moment it hit the ground. Lucas told Udin he had a question. Udin screamed for him to shut up while conjuring more undead. 2 undead charged at Lucas, but were turned into sparkling ice blocks in just a second. The ice blocks crashed to the ground and shattered. He asked Udin if besides raising undead, he had any other tricks up his sleeve. Udin stubbornly kept summoning more undead, screaming at the top of his lungs, "This power! It is the power of death itself. I am the apostle who commands death." As Lucas raised his staff, the undead instantly froze solid. Calmly, he said this was just basic necromancy after all. Flustered, Udin frantically pulled out even more undead, but every time Lucas swung his hand, the undead froze stiff right where they stood. He walked forward, speaking casually. Nosedog is the ruler of death. Lucas glanced at the frozen undead and continued. He can revive undead, and just by inhaling a little of the purple smoke emanating from him, Udin could die instantly. The frozen undead shattered into brittle pieces on the ground. Lucas stepped closer to Udin and said, "Just getting near him would bring storms so fierce your skin would melt. He even controls demons too." Seeing Lucas closing in, Udin stammered, "What are you trying to say?" Suddenly, a hand clamped tightly around his neck. Then Lucas slammed him hard down onto the ground. Looking down at the fallen man, he said, "You are too weak." With a sneer, he asked, "Are you really an apostle?" Suddenly, one of Udin's eyes lit up and bulged painfully from its socket. He screamed in agony as thick purple smoke poured from that eye. The smoke grew denser and more powerful, and Udin frantically shouted Nostok's name. Lucas stood silently, watching the dense smoke rise and gather in the sky. As he stared at the swirling smoke, he wondered, what exactly is this medium? When he realized it was Udin's fake eye, Lucas muttered in awe, "No wonder I could not find it." The cursed smoke slowly shaped into a ghostly face with piercing blue eyes. Lucas looked up at the sky, stunned into silence. The overwhelming pressure made it hard to breathe. There was no mistaking it. The being now looming in the sky before him was the demigod Nostok himself. Nostok swept his gaze downward. Udin was screaming madly, claiming he had always been Nostok's apostle. Then, pouring out his heart, he said he had been humiliated by Nostok. He claimed that if he truly was the apostle, he should not be this weak, so he would call Nostok here to defend his honor. Nostok shifted his body slightly. He told Udin, who was kneeling, that though he was just temporary bait, he should not have blurted out his identity so quickly. Hearing this, Udin forced a bitter smile and retorted. Watching this, Lucas realized Udin really was not the apostle, meaning the real apostle was still out there somewhere. He raised an eyebrow regretfully. Even if Udin fell, Fritz Dickwood could not kill Nostok. Suddenly Nostok asked Lucas how he knew Udin was not the apostle. Lucas replied, like it was obvious the whole forest was littered with traces of his power. How could he not know? Nostok nodded approvingly at Lucas's sharp senses, but then suddenly paused and asked, "Isn't this all happening way too fast?" His next words made every nerve in Lucas's body tense up, as if someone who knew everything was feeding information to their enemies. He went on about suspicious recent events like how a powerful demigod died without anyone noticing. Hearing this, Lucas quietly realized Nostok was onto the idea of a traitor. Was this bait he would set because of that? Then Lucas glanced at Udin collapsing on the ground. He was the trap to catch the traitor. Thinking this, Lucas said it was the first time he would ever seen a demigod up close, and felt lucky Ivan was not here. He smiled coldly, telling himself not to let his true feelings slip. Nosedog told Lucas he was truly strange and asked what he really was. Meanwhile, Udin's memories froze on the moment Asaru called him a pathetic fake. Furious, he shouted, "What do you mean bait? I gave up everything to follow you." The more Udin spoke, the more suffocated he felt, his voice erupting in outrage, declaring this was unbelievable. Suddenly, Nosedog raised his hand toward him, yelling at Udin before unleashing a powerful strike. A purple smoke surged forward, engulfing Udin's body, and in an instant, he transformed into an old man on the brink of death. Just as he begged for mercy, his body decayed and crumbled into nothingness. Lucas watched the scene unfold, his eyes catching a dark, glossy patch on the ground. He and Nosedog stared at each other, locked in a tense gaze for a long moment. While Lucas was still pale and shaken, Nosedog suddenly spoke with genuine surprise. Nosedog admitted it was rare for him not to see through someone who lived less than a century like that. He corrected himself, saying it was actually the first time, then asked Lucas if he knew what this meant. Lucas tensed, breaking into a cold sweat as Nosedog continued, saying he had every reason to suspect that person. Pointing directly at Lucas, Nosedog declared he would be keeping a close eye on him. With that, Nosedog vanished into thin air. As he disappeared, the purple smoke slowly withdrew back into the black hole, restoring the area to its original state. Finally, Lucas exhaled in relief and glanced behind him. He turned and asked the person behind him, "How long were you planning to hide?" Gentle footsteps echoed as Queen Snow stepped forward, smiling and complimenting his sharp eyes. Seeing it was Queen Snow, Lucas was surprised and wondered why she was here. Scanning her carefully, he said, "You wanted me to notice, did not you?" Both of them looked down silently. On the ground lay a vague patch of blood and flesh. Queen Snow told Lucas he had helped her brother find rest. Hearing her introduce herself as the Queen, Lucas whispered in shock. Queen Snow nodded gravely, saying this was something she should have done herself, then thanked Lucas sincerely. Hesitant, he asked if she knew that he was the chosen one of the god of war. Queen Snow nodded in acknowledgement. She placed her hands on her hips and looked Lucas in the eye, confirming she knew. The Queen's sword seemed to glow, and Lucas asked if Haruhiro had told her, but she denied it. She explained that back then, she was also under the god's influence and was not free. Lucas hesitated, about to ask more, but Queen Snow smiled mysteriously. She pointed at Lucas and said she heard about his brother's origins from someone else. Lucas chuckled softly, admitting his memory was a bit foggy. Before he could finish, Queen Snow cut in, saying, "I wield the power of Ricky's sword," which made Lucas' eyes widen in awe. She looked at him and added, "Rest easy, Mage Lucas. I am an ally of that person." Lucas was utterly stunned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Smiling, she said she was none other than the queen of all the two-star elves, which made Lucas laugh half-heartedly. He was about to say he did not want to talk about that when the ground suddenly trembled. Lucas looked around nervously, stuttering, "Is this an earthquake?" Queen Snow, looking elsewhere, said it was coming from beneath. Hearing this, Lucas quickly glanced downward and was shocked. Before them lay a massive magical array that made him gasp in disbelief. On the other side, several undead were being blown to bits. Ivan was wiping his fiery fist after taking them all out. After finishing off the group, he slapped his knee. Panting heavily, Ivan wiped sweat from his brow and complained about being hungry. Suddenly, he sensed something coming from the village. Meanwhile, back with Lucas and Queen Snow, she explained that No's dog had planted a seed inside him. They both stared anxiously at the magical array, which was being nourished by Udin's divine power, ready to give birth to a powerful creature. Lucas worriedly said, "Such a massive magical array." At the same time, Ivan was also anxiously watching the creature emerging from the array. It was a dragon. Ivan yelled in shock, "What the hell is that thing?" Queen Snow lifted her mask. She put the mask on her face. Instantly, her hair shifted from white to black. Her hair, once wild, neatly braided itself back. Lucas stared dumbfounded as Queen Snow, freshly transformed, stepped onto the platform. She announced, "The village is in danger." Queen Snow insisted she must help, but Lucas' blank stare cut her off. He was still daydreaming, muttering transformation under his breath. Queen Snow caught on and said, "This is Genki's mask." She joked it was because she is too beautiful, but Lucas knew she had to hide her true identity. Elsewhere, a continuous stream of blue flames erupted. A dragon soared through the sky, spewing fire that incinerated everything below. Elf villagers rushed out to fight, defending their home from the dragon's wrath. Led the charge, shouting, "Spirits of the wind, grant me your strength." Dung ready his arrows, waiting for the command to fire. The dragon was hit simultaneously by magic and a volley of arrows, but none of it fazed the beast one bit. Watching the dragon circle above, the elves realized they were no match. Shiek snapped, "Why attack now when Hyrule's protector is gone?" Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and formed a ball of fire. Sakes immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. Seconds later, the dragon unleashed a massive blaze that swallowed the village whole. Trees burned to the roots, houses collapsed, and panic swept through the villagers as they fled. Sex stood frozen amid smoke and flames, hearing screams as homes crumbled. Terrified, she gasped, "This is hell. Is it trying to wipe out the entire village?" The dragon's fairy assault continued unabated. Suddenly, something slammed hard into its head. The next moment, the dragon plummeted straight to the ground. Everyone rushed over, bewildered by what had just happened. Ivan exhaled deeply. He pressed his fist down on the dragon's head, muttering, "So tough. It is frustrating." Sakes' eyes widened in shock as she called his name. Suddenly, countless ice darts whirled through the sky as Ivan leapt off the dragon's head. The ice darts hurtled straight at the grounded dragon without hesitation. Everyone gasped loudly. "Is that ice arrow rain? Has the grand army of mages landed here?" Only CX knew the truth. It was not what it seemed. Lucas's staff was still glowing. Overwhelmed, Sex covered her mouth, silently thanking from the depths of her heart. Before her stood Ivan and Lucas, sharing battle stories side by side. Ivan whispered, asking about Udin's condition. Lucas replied coldly that he was dead. Now all that was left was to finish this off. Ivan glared at the massive dragon before him, snapping, "Easy for you to say." The azure dragon swiftly lunged its claws at Ivan, who clicked his tongue in annoyance. Suddenly, he noticed something shocking. A lone figure was blocking the dragon's massive body. She leapt to the ground as Ivan yelled, "Who the heck is this chick?" Queen Snow told him to stop whining like a coward, instantly making Ivan bristle. At that moment, villagers started recognizing the silhouette of the fighter who just struck the dragon. Shiex whispered, "That is Sir Sona. The Sona from Hyrule's guard has arrived." The villagers buzzed excitedly, calling her the hero of the elves. Lucas was taken aback by the Queen's second identity being so famous. Queen Snow smiled slyly, musing whether she should create a third identity. Ivan stepped forward, demanding to know who this cockier-than-CX newcomer was. Lucas thought for a moment, saying they needed to team up first. Whether this new ally was trustworthy remained to be seen. Queen Snow chuckled softly. "Isn't he that the smoothest introduction you have ever heard?" Suddenly, the dragon roared again. Lucas stepped toward the dragon, laughing. "If you are so mad, why do not you introduce yourself?" Queen Snow readied her sword, preparing to fight. Ivan cracked his knuckles, burning with anticipation. Lucas stared grimly up at the dragon above. They all agreed. First, take down this dragon, then figure out what is next. Everyone was utterly terrified and stunned by the unfolding chaos. He immediately turned to CX. "Those fighting alongside Sir Sona, did you bring them here?" She glanced at the frenzied Ivan and replied, "I have never heard of a battle like this before." The dragon retaliated fiercely. Striking back at the group, Snow swung her sword with deadly precision, severing the dragon's arm into pieces. The beast howled in pain just as Lucas launched a surprise attack from above, powerfully thrusting his spear. The dragon was under relentless assault from all sides, roaring in agony, unable to respond. Pinned down, the dragon was crushed as Queen Snow sprinted forward. She swung her sword fiercely, striking blow after blow until the dragon was sliced into segments. Its head began to fall off, and as it tumbled down, she turned her head sharply, gasping in shock. The skull was falling right toward CX and the other. She froze, rooted to the spot. Staring, suddenly, Ivan appeared out of nowhere to save her. In a flash, he kicked straight into the dragon's jaw. The dragon bit down hard, causing Ivan sharp pain, forcing him to retreat several strides. Struggling to catch his breath after the unexpected attack, Ivan called out to CX. Piquing her curiosity, he proposed, "How about you let me feast today?" X did not question it and simply agreed. 1 week later, in the elf lands, Ivan and Lucas were visiting Queen Snow. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling. "You must be Ivan, right?" She playfully jabbed at his sore spot. "How long are you going to keep this up? Even standing next to you makes me want to roll my eyes." Ivan blushed, loudly retorting, "Queen, you really do not hold back, do you?" Outside the massive door, his voice echoed loudly as he grilled her. "How can you be in a private room with another man without guards around?" Snow replied curtly, "Open your eyes and talk to me properly." Inside, Ivan had not opened his eyes yet, thinking, "My head feels like it is going to explode. Women, I swear." Then she reassured him, "Don't worry. This queen's got enough power to protect you." Hearing that, he finally opened his eyes. The moment Ivan's eyes landed on Snow's black hair and mask, he seemed to realize something and shouted out, "Not a queen? What kind of savage insult was that?" She just smiled softly and sincerely thanked Ivan and Lucas. She even gave them praise, especially Lucas, for sticking around to help rebuild with them despite the hardships. Snow kept expressing her disbelief toward him, saying, "The essence of someone like you makes it hard to believe you are even human. Honestly, I am shocked." Lucas bowed his head slightly and asked, "All right. Enough mystery. Now can you finally tell me?" He wondered who she really was. Snow answered gently, "I am the Apostle of Ricky." Ivan immediately shouted in surprise, "That name? An Apostle of a..." She looked at him and began to explain, "I am the last ice elf left on this continent." Snow recalled the past and told him, "My people were all wiped out by the half-gods. I wanted to clear their names, but the half-gods were too powerful for me to touch." She seriously said she had no reason to refuse Ricky's offer. Lucas pursed his lips and said, "Ivan's right. You are way too reckless." He challenged her back. "What if everything that happened was a lie, and our true identities are half-god spies keeping tabs on Ricky's betrayal? What then?" Snow bluntly asked. "Is that..." He snapped angrily in frustration. "If that is the case, then fine." She smiled lightly and replied, "I believe in you all, not because Ricky believes in you." Snow suddenly reminded him, "Our mother, Haruhiro, believes in you." She quietly told him about Haruhiro, who met their mother through this human body's mind. "Right? She says thank you very much." Ivan suddenly wore a serious face and said, "Saying thanks is not enough." Snow nodded in agreement with his words. She stood up and told them to follow her. "The queen will give you what you need," Ivan quickly warned. "If this involves any veggies, I am not letting it slide." Lucas muttered disdainfully beside him, Dude could not even open his eyes earlier. Snow led the two down the stairs. Ivan asked curiously, "Where exactly are we going now?" She calmly replied, "To Mother's place." She added, "You are the first humans to ever set foot here at the bottom of the stairs." Spirits filled the space, lighting up the whole area. Ivan blinked in awe. They actually glow. Lucas had no choice but to agree. Those are spirits. For sure. Then he quickly looked around and marveled. This is seriously the most magical thing I have ever seen in the human world. Snow led both of them to a certain tree. Ivan was amazed and exclaimed, "Whoa, a tree inside a tree." She simply explained, "This is the true form of our mother." She picked a sweet green fruit and complimented it. Snow offered 2 berries to them. Ivan took them with trembling hands, face pale, saying, "I told you, if it is about veggies, I am not going easy on it." She calmly replied, "That is a fruit, not veggies." He shouted angrily, "That is exactly my point." Lucas stared at the berry and explained, "Ivan, that is no ordinary fruit. It is a spirit elixir that can double your mana in just 1 day." He carefully put the red berry in his pocket, not forgetting to thank Hirohiro. Snow asked, "You are not eating it?" He quickly responded, "Not yet." Lucas then explained clearly, "If your body is not ready and you eat it, you will suffer worse than death for a week. Once I am prepared, I will eat it." Hearing this, she rolled her eyes. "So boring. You really need some guts like your friend here." At that moment, Lucas realized and turned to see Evan had already gobbled the whole fruit. Not forgetting to smack his lips, Lucas yelled angrily, "Crazy guy." Ivan was confused why he was being yelled at, still chewing happily, but instantly, he felt a change in his body. Ivan collapsed in pain. Screaming, Lucas quickly rushed over and placed a hand on his back, trying to hold him steady. He advised, "Focus. Even though your mana is scattered, it will flare up again." Ivan kept screaming in agony, in pain and furious. He shouted, "She gave me poisoned fruit." Lucas snapped at him, "Shut up and focus on controlling it." He kept bullying Ivan relentlessly, as if Ivan's core would just melt away any second. Snow stood outside, watching with a mischievous grin. She sat down right in front of him, teasing him. "Next week, the whole place will be dead quiet. Just wait," she said. Ivan flared up, fire blazing in his eyes. "That girl. I am gonna kill her." Snow calmly removed her mask and asked softly, "This is your fault, so why blame me?" She stepped closer, her face daring him to react. "Messing with me is seriously tempting fate," she said, words that had Ivan's veins bulging with rage, burning with fury inside. He cursed. "She is definitely a demoness. That girl's out to eat me alive." On the bustling street, people hustled and bustled, singing and laughing as they went about their daily grind. The villagers surrounding Lucas showered him with endless thanks, leaving him awkward and shy. One by the local girl stepped forward, clutching weights to hand to him. A shy little girl gently took Lucas' hand and said, "Thanks to you, our family survived the disaster, and you even fixed the damaged house. We honestly do not know how to repay you." Lucas awkwardly replied, "It is thanks to everyone's effort protecting the village. I am not a knight, I am a mage." In his mind, he cursed Snow. "That witch forced me to seek the gratitude of the spirits, and even caused trouble just to get it, but I bet she ditched me and ran off." Right then, he remembered Ivan and felt a twinge of jealousy. Facing the crowd of girls, Lucas turned pale and thought, maybe I should just eat that fruit and transform. Camilla approached from behind, praising, "You have become a hero now? Huh?" Her voice was like a beacon of hope to him. Lucas immediately called out her name with joy. He rushed over and hurriedly said, "You are here because of that emergency you mentioned earlier, right?" She panicked at his reaction, asking, "What is it?" Lucas quickly handed everything over, saying, "I am leaving it all to you here." Then, in a flash, he bolted away, legs moving faster than anyone could catch. While the girls called out after him, "Where are you off to?" "Knight. The festival just started," a girl called. Lucas snapped back in frustration. "I told you, I am not a knight." In a quiet house somewhere, the door slowly creaked open as sunlight gently spilled inside. Lucas dragged himself in, face pale and exhausted, struggling to move forward. Snow saw him and waved happily. Across from her, Sex was calmly sipping tea, but seeing her cheerful mood made him so mad he was speechless. She bowed respectfully and said softly, "Then I will take my leave." "Your Majesty." Sex brushed past Lucas' frail body without a glance and slipped out of the house. Snow whispered to Lucas, "Sex been my friend since I arrived here." But he ignored her and walked past with a scowl. She clapped her hands lightly and smiled. "She still hangs out with me, even though I am an ice spirit." Lucas headed straight to the forest and collapsed like a dried-out corpse. Snow, concerned, asked, Why so drained? Did you go fight another clan or something? He replied tiredly. If that is the case, then I am glad. She crawled over gently, apologizing for shattering his dreams and lightly reminding him. You better get ready to leave soon. Snow tapped her hip and said she had to meet Ricky soon. Lucas perked up in confusion. Why Ricky? Snow seemed unsure too. He said he has something to discuss with us. That piqued Lucas' curiosity about what was going on. The two set off together to meet Ricky. Lucas asked, Is it okay for the queen to just leave the village? Doesn't she need to protect the forest? Snow glanced sideways. She quickly disguised herself in a flash and replied, As long as she does not get caught. It is Lucas, unconvinced, asked, Where do you get that? I really want one too. She ignored his question and urged him to hurry. Ricky hates waiting for people. Lucas sighed. Are we walking? Snow had no choice but to say, Using teleport is too suspicious. We do not have any other options. Suddenly, Lucas cast a spell, and a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Astonishing her, he gently grabbed her arm. Snow, curious, asked, This is a wop, right? Doesn't that mean you left a magic circle at Ricky's heady out? He smirked and replied, I do not play by those rules. No sooner had they spoken than both be teleporting away at lightning speed. They appeared in front of an old, rundown house, its walls covered in thick green moss. He turned away coolly and said, We are here. He pressed on with a skeptical tone. Got anything to say about that, Ricky? She watched his retreating figure. Amazed by his talent, he had not even drawn a magic circle at the destination point. As Lucas pushed the door open, he was stunned by the scene before him, gazing at the spatial portal door. He had to admit Snow was right. Ricky hates waiting for anyone. Inside, they strode down a path flanked by armored guards, standing at attention. Lucas suddenly spoke up. Now's the perfect time. I have got something to verify with Ricky. His words piqued Snow's curiosity. She had no idea what he wanted to check, so she just followed closely. Puzzled, Ricky was already waiting, with everything carefully prepared to welcome them. Snow quietly sat down beside him. Only Lucas remained standing, facing him, calm and steady. He declared, Iden is not Nosog's disciple. His words immediately grabbed both their attention. Without pause, he pressed on with suspicion. Got anything to say about that, Ricky? He gently pushed the fruit plate over and replied, Honestly, I am pretty shocked. I did not even know I had a method like that. Suddenly, a bold foot stomped right onto the fruit plate, smashing it to pieces. That foot belongs to Lucas, who shamelessly crushed the fruit right in front of Ricky and Snow. Snow quickly glanced over and called his name. Confused, Lucas kept his cool and said, That is not what I meant. His brows furrowed, voice laced with blame. Because of you, the two of us almost did not make it. He quickly corrected himself. Actually, the three of us nearly died. Snow was utterly stunned by his words. Ricky raised an eyebrow and asked Lucas skeptically, So you want an apology? Lucas replied calmly, turning the question back. Isn't he that obvious? Snow stared at him. Baffled, why provoke him? Lucas? He is one of the 5 apocalypses. He could wipe us out with a snap of his fingers. Ricky stays calm and replies, I get it now. He bows sincerely, softly apologizing and promising to be more careful with the info he shares from now on. His words even catch her off guard. Lucas chuckles. All right, that is settled. Then takes a seat. Snow shoots a curious glance his way, wondering what he is really trying to prove. Her eyes lock onto Lucas, slowly realizing he is testing whether Ricky is truly a traitorous archangel or not. Snow shifts her gaze to Ricky, silently calculating, if he is lying, why would he let himself be baited? But if he really is our enemy, what will Lucas do next? Ricky fumbles into his jacket pocket and says, I called you all here to hand over something. He pulls out a vial containing a crystal and explains, This is the crystal I collected after killing Hydra. Lucas examines the vial closely, noting silently, This crystal's purity is totally different from the one I took before. This crystal is extracted directly from an archangel, not some fake. His mind races with possibilities. This energy could instantly push me to an 8-star level and grant Hydra's power. But finally, he sets the vial down, weighing the consequences. If I gain divine power, I will lose my mana and the essence of being a mage if I drink it. Lucas coldly looks at Ricky and asks, What exactly are you planning? Ricky calmly replies, Drink it and join me at the Archangels, gathering 3 months from now. Lucas, puzzled, fires back. The Archangels gathering. Isn't he that only for Archangels and their apostles? Ricky grins slyly. Then become my apostle. Snow gasps, shocked and reproachful. Ricky, what are you saying? Even with divine power from that elixir, he can just become an apostle. She looks at him worriedly. Lord will be there too. You really think we want T get exposed? Ricky sighs. Wary. I am no omnipotent being, he ponders deeply. Just like you could not predict Udin was bait, Lord must have his own weaknesses. Lucas and Snow remain silent. Watching him intently, Lucas eyes the vial skeptically. So you want me to drink this and pretend to be your apostle to sneak into the conference? Ricky nods. Then immediately sets the vial down and firmly declines. Ricky queries. Why not? For replies bluntly. Because I am a mage. His voice is steady and sure. Gaining divine power but losing mana goes against all my principles. Ricky teases. Sounds like mage pride talking. Lucas shakes his head firmly. It is just practical thinking to beat you. He emphasizes each word. Divine power and mana. Ricky's eyes narrow. What if someone could have both? Lucas scoffs. That kind of nonsense does not even make sense. Ricky smirks confidently. Maybe it does. Ricky locks eyes with him. Honestly, only you could, he explains. Because your body carries the bloodline of our clan. Lucas raises an eyebrow in doubt. Why suddenly bring up my clan? Ricky's voice lowers deliberately. I have known about your existence for a long time. He continues curiously. I know you are the third son of the clan, but were seen as hopeless. Because you lack magic, you joined the academy to escape the clan. And honestly, when I first heard your name, I was a little surprised. His tone turned serious. Who would have thought the clan would abandon you, only for you to grow up wanting to destroy me? Lucas' voice deepens suspiciously. How do you know so much about my clan? Ricky answers calmly. Among the archangels. No one is unaware of your clan. His tone is matter of fact. The clan, frankly, is basically a massive lab, making Lucas furrow his brow in anger. Ricky recalls the past how for ages there have been studies on controlling mana and divine power, all under Raylan's secret guidance. Hearing this harsh truth, Lucas falls silent. Stunned by Raylan's revelation, Ricky recounts everything he knows: tens of thousands of failed experiments. Yet the research has pushed on for centuries. Finally, the clan was born. Lucas is shocked. Almost panicking. Wait, does that mean the clan was created by the deity himself? Ricky shoots him a confident glance. Confirming it without a doubt, Lucas sits back. Deep in thought, Casco Empire is one of the countries most influenced by the deity's power. A swirling idea takes hold in Lucas' mind, something bending and twisting inside him. If his family was created from the deity's research, then what does that make him? A memory from years ago surfaces, a piece of proof that validates Ricky's claims. He recalls Seth Fern's words, a report about someone contacting the deity, his own father, Azaka, and then Hanser's vague warning he shares the bloodline of this very clan. Hanser did not want Lucas to dive into magic, nor trust these secret societies too much. Back to the present, Ricky speaks firmly. Lucas, even if your clan becomes apostles, you won't lose your mana. Become an apostle and join the deity's conference with me. These words leave Lucas uneasy. He wonders, why am I even trapped inside Lucas's body? Is all of this just a coincidence? Lucas falls silent, lost in thought. He lets out a long breath, trying to steady his emotions. Calmly, he says, this is not something we can decide on the spot. He quickly stands, packing up his things. Give me some time. The group bows their heads in farewell and leaves. Ricky warns, don't keep me waiting too long. Ricky smiles softly. You know I hate waiting. Lucas walks away. His mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Towering stone pillars pierce the sky, and savage monsters roam relentlessly. They bow in submission as a powerful step approaches. The solemn aura of that woman radiates fiercely. Her cloak billows dramatically, fiery red hair blazing with strength. Nick's eyes burn with determination. He vows to keep his promise, to become the rightful king here and protect his friend. That thought ignites a fire in his soul, fueling his strength and resolve. She glances back longingly at the dungeon that is where her friend is held captive. Then she turns away, landing beside a crystal-clear lake. Sharp eyes scan every detail around her. Suddenly, she freezes. Someone is standing right in front of her. It is silent and still. Who is this? Nick's head pulses painfully. Like an electric shock, Iris' apparition appears, threatening her. If you chase me, I will kill him. She thinks to herself. This must be a memory from the past. Staring intently at the girl before her. Who is she really? She rushes after Iris. Wait. Iris slips behind a cave entrance beneath a tree root. Doubt flickers. Has the final chamber truly opened? Nick watches in surprise. Iris' joy spreading. They have returned. Nick, confused, asks, what are you saying? That is a curse. She snaps out of her daze, demanding, who are you? Suddenly, Iris vanishes as Nick reaches out. She stands frozen, hand still midair, her face a mix of shock and confusion, as though that girl never existed, just disappeared into thin air. She wonders aloud, who is she really? Ivan sits in meditation, focusing every ounce of will to control and strengthen his inner power. Lucas quietly asks, Snow, can I borrow this spot too? His eyes flicker with hesitation. If I absorb the archangel's crystal, It will take at least a week to fully harness its energy. Snow shrugs casually. Do whatever you want. Snow thoughtfully prepared food and drink beside Ivan, surprising Lucas as he glances over. Lucas' eyes widen in confusion, staring at the pile of food. Is this actually meant to eat? I thought those were just random plants growing near him. Maybe from his sweat or something. Snow gently laughed with delight. You are so cruel saying that feeding a little guy a leaf. Someone who'll probably be born clutching a chunk of meat in his mouth. Isn't he that kind of fascinating? She turned and walked away without a second thought. Fine then. I hope you survive this ordeal. Lucas held the glass vial thoughtfully. A body capable of merging mana and divine power, could an ordinary human really pull that off? He hesitated, wondering, if I drink this, will I stop being human and become something else entirely? The thought dug deep into his mind. Finally, he decided to let go of the doubt. As long as I can wipe out the demigod, I do not care if I lose my humanity. A roaring power surged from deep within, engulfing Lucas like a violent wave. Snow stood silently, watching from afar. She worried for Lucas. How could she even imagine the outcome of a body that could harmonize mana and divine strength? But that worry slowly turned into anticipation. The thought of a human under 100 years old achieving this was genuinely thrilling. Ivan slowly opened his eyes, a faint glow casting shadows on his face. He quickly realized it was nearly impossible to control such an overwhelming amount of mana. It really hurt. Watching the power swirl around, it seemed Snow had not lied about the fruit's effects. Ivan smiled, clearly pleased. Not bad, a voice rang out unexpectedly. Finally awake. Huh. Ivan glanced at Lucas, who was munching on a leaf. Is it really that tasty? Lucas replied calmly. Want some? Ivan refused immediately. I would starve first before eating that. Ivan wondered aloud. How long have I been out? A week and 2 days. He glanced at Lucas with curiosity. A strange sensation rose within him. He could not sense any mana from Lucas. He seemed just like a regular human. That feeling reminded him of the straightforward calmness his master once had. Ivan's tone dropped as he asked. So you have gotten stronger? Huh? Lucas answered calmly. I have reached the 8-star stage. That only made Ivan more curious. How old are you? Anyway, Lucas guessed. About 20 or 21. Ivan put on a smug face. Then you better show some respect when you talk to me. He thought to himself. I never imagined there'd be a genius better than me in this world. In a gentle voice, Lucas said, I guess our mission together ends here. Ivan's voice was firm. Then I will carry on with what I was doing before. Lucas was curious. What were you doing before? Ivan answered calmly, as if it was a vital mission. I am searching for Cassidon's sacred relics. He explained. According to my master, I need to collect all 3 of Cassidon's relics to surpass Cassidine using my own strength. Lucas doubted. Your master is, Ivan proudly replied, the heir to the Martial King's throne. He is hot-headed, but insanely powerful. That is why I turned out like this. Ivan asked seriously. What are your plans now? Lucas sighed deeply. Ricky asked me to become his disciple and accompany him to the demigods gathering. Ivan was shocked. That is totally unexpected. Spirits flickered in the night, casting a dim glow amid the silent darkness. Ivan looked up, eyes full of doubt. I do not quite get some parts. But to simplify, you are a hybrid who can wield both divine power and mana. Right? Lucas shyly admitted. Hybrid? I guess that is accurate. Ivan hummed thoughtfully. He sighed heavily. Sounds like your life's been full of hardship. One gloomy afternoon, Lucas smiled softly. Take good care of that big dummy. Flushed awkwardly. I just showed him the way through the forest. Sex glanced at Ivan, her cheeks flushing gently. Lucas stared at Ivan and called out loudly. Calmly, he explained. There is a regular conference held every year and a half. The highest-ranking member from each guild gets the chance to attend this important meeting. He grinned slyly. I am planning to crash that party and turn it upside down. Taking Ivan by surprise, Lucas quickly explained himself. He said, I used to say the same thing. Right now, the guilds are nothing but pigsties filled with ignorant pigs who only care about fattening their wallets. Lucas said sternly. So I am going to wipe them all out? We need to cut them off at the root. Lucas shot Ivan a challenging look. Don't you get bored doing nothing all this time? Ivan stayed calm. What exactly are you trying to say? Lucas replied coolly. Breaking the rules this time, I am letting you join in on this mess. Ivan burst out laughing, his laugh echoing loud and clear. The two of them vowed like true comrades, promising to meet again in a year and a half. Lucas responded with satisfaction. Then they parted ways. Lucas stared thoughtfully after their retreating backs. His eyes darkened. What does she want from me this time? Snow, Snow, came a gentle voice from above the tree. Snow smiled at Lucas. From now on, call me Sona whenever I am disguised like this. Lucas shook his head. I can tell how you are dressed just by sensing your presence. Snow stared intently at Lucas, clearly amused. Now you look completely different, must be the power of breaking the rules, she asked. You heading to Ricky's place? She decided to tag along. I am coming with you. At a rundown hut, Lucas and Snow suddenly appeared. Slowly stepping inside the shabby home, a voice echoed inside Lucas' head. Do not open it. He instantly recognized Ricky's voice. The voice urged, run and hide. Do not let them spot you right now. The door creaked open slowly. Fierce Snake's Hydra scanned the area with deadly intent. Her voice was eerily hoarse. Strange. I definitely just sensed mana nearby. Ricky hurried in, interrupting Hydra's thoughts. Hydra's eyes blazed with cold, bloodthirsty fire. She kept watching. Lucas and Snow hid close by, carefully assessing the situation in Archdemon. Snow suddenly stumbled against Lucas. A rustle caught Hydra's attention. Ricky worried aloud. Where do you think you are going? Hydra. Hydra moved toward Lucas. I sense something over there. Ricky quickly stopped her. That is my disciple. Hydra's voice turned hoarse with reproach. Wasn't it you who said I was wrong just minutes ago? Ricky frowned irritably. You do not get it. Archdemons like us have to keep our disciples' identity secret. Hydra chuckled hoarsely. You are right. Lord did say we must. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. But hey Ricky, you do know my eyesight is sharp? Right? She suspected. Looks like your disciple's an elf. Ricky answered bluntly. So what? Hydra smirked wickedly. Isn't he that funny? The bait-nosed dog set up not long ago was also an elf. Ricky's lightning-fast strike decapitated Hydra. But she did not die, she snarled. So it was you. The traitor. From Hydra's headless body, 9 snakes shot out. The snakes lunged forward. I should tell Akata about this. I will get rewarded. Ricky immediately drew his sword, slashing the snakes to pieces in a blink. The speed was lightning fast. Leaving Lucas and Snow stunned, he stared as Hydra's blood splattered on the ground. Her blood corroded the earth like acid. It had to be deadly poison, Lucas thought in awe. No matter what, Ricky's moves keep up with him. So that is the swordsmanship of an apocalypse. Ricky's eyes narrowed in frustration. I missed 2 of them, he calmly said. One's heading south, pointing in one direction. The other's over there. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Understanding. We will handle the one on that side, Ricky warned. Hydra's tougher scales, healing, and poison are her strengths. Watch out for her greenish blood if it touches your skin. It melts you instantly. He delivered the info seriously. She is weaker against fire. But even so, with 9 heads, she is still an archdemon. I will join you 2 after I take care of the other one. The Hydra snake moved at a dizzying speed. Ada laughed wickedly. This is intoxicating. Lucas and Snow quickly gave chase. Lucas immediately orders. Split up. No fancy. Just do whatever it takes to stop her. Snow catches on fast and splits up, while Hydra matches her pace. Speeding up, Lucas uses his power to slow Ada down. Lava blast. A deafening explosion shakes the forest, and Ada narrowly escapes the attack despite her wounds. Ada laughs mockingly, her body healing instantly before their eyes. Snow quickly chops off Hydra's snake head, but Ada is not dead yet. She spits poison directly at Snow. Snow is caught off guard, but she has got no cracks in her defense. She can't let it hit her. A magical circle appears, shielding her from the venomous strike. The poison can penetrate the barrier. Snow exhales in relief. Shield. Lucas. Hydra instantly resurrects 2 severed bodies from Snow's cut, turning into a fierce 2-headed serpent. Snow braces herself for battle, but Hydra's overwhelming strength crushes her defense. She can fight back. I need more time. She is flung far away, but Snow summons every ounce of strength for a counterattack. Planting her feet firmly, driven by fierce determination, she hurls Hydra away. Snow quickly regains her footing. What the hell is up with her insane power? How is she still this strong after splitting into parts? But Hydra seems untouched. Impressive. No doubt you are Ricky's disciple. But what about this? Alright. Time to amp it up. Hydra spews out hundreds of venomous snakes, a poison rainstorm. The snakes are swiftly slashed to death. Snow desperately defends. One slip and she is done for. She pours every bit of power and will into defense, but her strength is fading fast. The sheer number of snakes wears her down, each one heavy as hell. Thinking about how strong a demigod can be, she knows she can hold on much longer. She quickly collapses, gasping with regret. Sorry, Lucas. I can hold on any longer. This is my failure. The venomous snakes keep attacking, but none can pierce the magical circle shielding Snow. Hydra glares in fury, spotting a massive red orb. The sun. Wait, is not that north? Another sun appears. There is a sun there. But what is that thing? It is a sun created by Lucas himself. Ina Zerson. He channels his power, hurling it straight at Hydra. She screams in agony, then slowly dissolves as if she never existed. Snow stares in shock at Lucas. He just killed a demigod with ease. She feels embarrassed. Looks like all I did was get in his way. Lucas' aura blazes like a roaring fire. He thinks quietly. The only thing I could do in that dark hell was think. For 4,000 years, He has been endlessly devising spells to kill time. Finally, he feels he has made some progress, mastering calculations and casting at lightning speed. He could not use it before due to his weak magic, but now he has reached 8-star mastery. This is his first time wielding it. He is on a whole new level compared to 4,000 years ago, confident in his power. He thinks, I can beat a demigod now. Gently holding Snow in his arms, she looks up at him. Lucas stands strong, carrying her effortlessly. She thinks, he is throwing moves without breaking a sweat, so this is Lucas's true power. Just then, Ricky jumps out of a teleport gate to back them up. Stunned by the scene, the battlefield lies in ruins. Ricky speaks first. You killed her. Huh. Lucas calmly confirms. Ricky's eyes widen in shock as he silently weighs Lucas' ability to kill her. His voice echoes under the darkening sky. Relieved. All right then. Let us head back to my place first. Night falls completely as the scene shifts to a modest house. The three sit down to discuss. Ricky speaks up. We can keep Hydra's death a secret much longer. Anana will find out. Intrigued by the strange name, he listens carefully. Ricky briefly explains that demigods have the power to control poison. At that moment, he recalled the old man, piecing things together in his mind so that half-god Faker was Ananta. Huh? Ricky pressed him. Time's running out. Lucas, you gotta make a decision. While they talked, Ricky studied his expression and figured it out. Looks like he has already made up his mind. Lucas calmly laid out his plan. I have already used the spirit stone you gave me, but I have not tried wielding the half-god's power directly yet. Ricky was impressed. No way, so you can actually harness the half-god's power now. Lucas sipped his tea leisurely. It is not that hard to use. Really? Ricky warned him seriously. Only 3 months left until the half-god's council. You are forbidden from using magic and have to master controlling the half-god power before then. Lucas frowned, confused. Why do I have to do that? Ricky stood up slowly, explaining. Lot is not omnipotent but extremely perceptive. You need to hide every drop of mana inside you with divine energy when you are there. He stood and directed. Then let us start training right now. As the two men chatted, Ricky emphasized. I gotta warn you, this training's gonna be brutal. You sure you can handle it? Lucas was determined. Cut the fluff, you said no showing off. Did not you? Let us just get this over with. Meanwhile, Snow sat quietly, lost in thought. She watched the two shadows walking away and softly called his name, but her hair blew wildly in the wind. Suddenly, Snow grabbed Lucas in a tight hug. Catching him off guard, she whispered emotionally, I heard humans say this is how they say goodbye to loved ones. He smiled warmly. Too bad. Ivan would probably foam at the mouth and collapse on the floor if he saw this. As in gently comforted her, Ricky nearby smiled, thinking, so humans say goodbye by clinging to each other like this. Seriously, what a weird species. A tender glance passed between Snow and Lucas. She softly said, please come back safe. He happily accepted her farewell wish. His last words before leaving, please deliver my apologies to Chi X and Camille. I am sorry I left without saying goodbye. As he spoke, an explosion tore through the forest, thunderclaps shattering everything around. The intense training between Ricky and Lucas began. Lucas lunged forward swiftly, attacking while seizing every chance to unleash palm power. Lucas fiercely blasted a beam from his palm straight at Ricky. Ricky stayed calm and cool, ready to block the attack. Powerful beam struck with force, but was not even enough to ruffle a hair on Ricky. Lucas hesitated for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and shot straight up into the sky. He raised his hand, unleashing tremendous power. Above, a massive thunderstorm Lucas summoned covered the sky in a furious storm. He fiercely hurled a lightning bolt down exactly where Ricky stood. Amid the terrifying lightning, a shadow flickered, growing clearer and stronger by the second. Ricky effortlessly deflected the entire assault with a commanding stance. Using the half-god sword, Ricky broke the attack without breaking a sweat, then glanced up at Lucas. Lucas was momentarily stunned as well, but soon after, he exclaimed joyfully, finally, you have drawn your sword. Ricky replied calmly, yeah, this way I can go all out. Far from intimidated, Lucas got even more pumped, shouting to keep fighting. Watching Lucas' excitement, Ricky thought admiringly, didn't expect he would master divine power in just 2 months. Of all the beings I have known, I once thought Snow was a prodigy, but compared to Lucas, she is nothing. Shaking off his thoughts, Ricky returned to his serious demeanor. Looks like the other half-gods still have not realized Hydra's death is tied to us. He continued, we are heading to the half-gods council meeting. Let us, Lucas exclaimed in surprise. Leaving right now. Ricky's face went cold. Got something you need to handle. Lucas did not dare say no, so the two walked off chatting. Ricky said, we will teleport to the Lunobo kingdom. He grinned, impressed. Did not expect this guy to be into teleportation stones too. Ricky did not bother replying. Normally, it would not affect him, But for a mortal like this guy, it was a whole different game. Or maybe he wanted to turn into minced meat. Either way, he was ready to oblige. The guy was secretly pissed off but kept his cool and thanked him. Time flew as the two covered a long distance. Lucas walked behind, thinking, never thought I would end up teaming with this guy. Suddenly, a loud, gruff voice shouted, blocking their path and grabbing their attention. A gang of thugs stood in their way, shouting in a rough, familiar tone, "This road's mine. These trees are mine if you want to pass. Cuff up some toll money." Now, the gang leader barked like a mad dog. "You are unlucky to run into the red demons. My crew's broke, so hand over the cash." His harsh voice kept echoing. "No money. Leave your stuff, and maybe I will spare your sorry lives." Lucas groaned. Headache already kicking in, Ricky finally spoke up. "Spare us. Who do you think you are? You bunch of maniacs looking for trouble." The thugs, fearless of death, pointed and yelled, "Check out this long-haired dude. Dry as a bone but with that sword. He looks tasty." Ricky replied coldly, "You want to strip us of all our gear? Sounds like you are the pig-raping gang that shoved Granny into the sea. Like Snow told me." Lucas stood beside him, helpless but impressed by the sick comparison. The gang's leader sneered. "Enough with the chatter. Pay up or lose your lives, choose." Ricky lost his patience. "You guys are way too arrogant. Sorry. This is my first time dealing with clowns like you." But before he could finish, Lucas stepped up to handle things. With a snap of his fingers, thousands of lightning bolts rained down, making the thugs howl in pain. They were jolted so hard their senses blurred. The entire gang collapsed, sprawled out and motionless on the ground. Ricky curiously asked, "You are not killing them?" Feeling sorry for these losers, Lucas hesitated and shook his head, with a bored expression. He said, "These guys just annoy me, they are not worth killing." Lucas took the lead walking off, calling back to Ricky, "No point wasting time, let us go." Watching his back, Ricky's interest picked. "Just as I thought, humans really are fascinating creatures." A rare, excited look crossed his face as he added, "Truly a species driven by desire." Lucas asked curiously, "What exactly did you mean by that?" Ricky gave a cryptic answer, and the two continued their journey side by side. Meanwhile, a roundtable meeting unfolded in a dark room. One voice spoke up. "So the rumors about the Sword of the Immortal are true?" Shepard replied respectfully, "Indeed, though it worries Shackley." His eyes showed a sharp focus on her. Shackley is the second in command of Free Father Amel's forces. Though she looks like a child, she is actually a 1,000-year-old Maka. Every time Shepard looks at her, a chill runs down his spine. His eyes glint red like bloodlust. "What is his target?" he seriously answered. "Pilate." Shackley looked around the table, feeling drained. "So the Guyan family means we are hunting demigods with a 5-person squad." Shepard answered Shackley's question under Zero's sharp gaze. "Have you forgotten the Nordo's expedition? Chomanving's was a rival guild to the Triad Association. Wiped out overnight." Juganja's eyes turned icy at the mention of Chomanving's. They found barely any info, despite heavy sacrifices. Hezer listened silently as Shepard continued. "Nordos controls death," he concluded. "We are not conquering him out of mercy." Shackley looked up at him, stunned. Hezer boldly declared, "We are tracking his trail." Shackley's curiosity about Hazer's identity grew. Hezer raised an eyebrow and casually introduced himself. She showed interest. "The youngest captain in the Cho Necklace Guild, kid. Do you know you are kind of famous?" He played off her sarcasm. "We have intel that the demigods will gather at one spot." Shackley wondered where he got that info. He stayed silent, clearly not wanting to answer. She greeted politely, like a proper disciple of the old master. "Right?" Suddenly, she burst out laughing. "Don't he give me that scared look? Weren't you the first to accuse Azaka of being tightly linked to the demigods?" Her cheerful smile twisted into something terrifying, revealing sharp fangs. "But kid, you are suspicious too. How am I supposed to believe you would betray your own blood?" A flicker of longing crossed his eyes, and Shackley's excitement surged when he caught that expression. Hezer proved his point with one line. The meeting would take place somewhere in Lua Noble. He revealed that the Sword Guild seemed to plan using teleport stones from Pilot to get there. Zero was skeptical. Why would demigods need teleport stones at all? Hezer grinned, clearly amused by the question. Then came another bombshell that shocked them. The demigods had to use teleport stones because they traveled with their apostles, ordinary humans, who could not just bend space like demigods do. Hezer stated seriously that at this meeting, the demigods would also bring their apostles along. Shackley could not believe this info, but Hezer insisted they must gather more intel, no matter the cost. All eyes locked onto him as the news broke. The demigods would assemble and debate critical issues soon. It was clear tailing a demigod was like playing with death. One slip up, and they would be done for. His gaze hardened with a savage edge, as if daring the apostles to show up. Shackley caught his drift immediately. Even if caught, Just silence the apostles and they would be fine. She chuckled softly. Clearly pleased with the plan, the roundtable ended with a unanimous decision. Pilot City Gate buzzed with crowds waiting for checks. Lucas, disguised, flashed his ID card to the guards and introduced himself as Lucas Lichton, a rank mercenary. His identity was instantly approved. The guards carried on with their inspections. He could not believe Lucas actually used his real name on a fake ID to sneak inside. Ricky looked baffled by his horrified expression. What is with that face? Lucas asked. Embarrassed, both slipped deeper into the city, heading to the teleport stone registration office. Suddenly, Ricky grew alert, glancing nervously over his shoulder as he replied. They left under the watchful eyes of someone lurking in a Pilot City eatery. Lucas frowned. Teleport stones to Lua Noble would not activate for another 3 days. Lucas tried to lighten the mood. Let us call it luck. Normal caravans take weeks, sometimes months, to reach other cities. Ricky was clearly not interested. I am done eating. Just gonna take a walk. Lucas was curious where he planned to go. Ricky's answer made Lucas freeze the manor. He said his family already knew he was here, and if he did not show up to greet them, they would come looking soon enough. Lucas was taken aback by his concern. If things kept going like this, he would definitely get caught, and if he was lucky, maybe he would find Laren's hitty out. Ricky kindly reminded him about his father's identity. Lucas' eyes darkened, freezing cold to the core. He knew this was a hard truth to swallow. Slowly standing, Lucas said the guild knew Izaka was linked to the demigods, but they never suspected he was an apostle. He explained that was because Izaka could still wield magic. Lucas bluntly pointed out the guild's weakness. They were clueless about his true power. Ricky silently watched Lucas. He knew Heiser was the one who reported his father's betrayal, but did not understand why. He was curious about Heiser's true motives. Ricky suddenly stepped closer. This might not be a big deal, but I should tell you. He revealed that both of them were being watched. Lucas was stunned by the news. Ricky confirmed someone had sent a team to shadow them, explaining why Lucas had not noticed a thing. There were still a few shady figures lurking outside the street, but now that the shield was down and he was on the move, they started tailing him. Lucas figured they were from that guild. Ricky quickly dismissed the idea that they were as strong as a captain. He trusted his instincts. Those guys would target Lucas if he tried to slip away now. Fighting them would not be tough, but he was curious what Lucas would do. Ricky offered to help take care of them if Lucas wanted. Lucas declined his offer. Ricky was intrigued, eager to see just how strong members from other guilds really were. Satisfied with Lucas' attitude, Ricky decided to test those punks' strength. Wanted to see if those rookies might be useful down the line. He walked off, leaving a warning for Lucas to watch his back around them. A moth darted inside, its tiny shadow flickering over Lucas' head. It then settled on a hanging lamp inside the diner. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Carefully scanning the surroundings, Ricky slipped out of the diner, blending into the crowd. From the high tower of the clock, watchful eyes followed his every move. Jujenja wondered what Ricky was up to. Shepard quietly noticed Ricky heading toward the Blake estate. Hezer spoke up from behind, accepting the mission to tail Ricky. Before leaving, he bowed his head in a silent farewell to Shagley. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Shagley's consciousness was linked with the moth, following Lucas's trail. She grew curious about his sudden appearance. Shepard calmly relayed intel. Lucas had teamed up with a rank mage 2 months ago, then vanished without a trace. With just that, Shagley immediately recognized that his identity was fake and vowed to investigate further. The mental link ended, and Shagley declared she would take on the task herself. As night fell, she carefully drew the curtains tight. Then Shagley turned back and faced the room. She bit sharply into her index finger. Deep crimson drops of blood dripped steadily onto the floor. A blood circle appeared, a summoning symbol drawn on the ground. From the swirling smoke rising off the symbol, Shagley watched intently. It has been a while since you successfully summoned a soul-absorbing demon. Huh? Shagley, she skipped the formalities and cut straight to the chase. Lilith smiled wickedly. If this is the little darling's request, how could I possibly say no? Shagley grimaced, clearly annoyed by Lilith's cheeky tone. She instructed Lilith to head west, investigate a guy named Ken, who was currently chilling in a third-floor boarding room. Shagley bluntly said she wanted Lilith to invade his dreams. Lilith seemed a bit disappointed. Queen of Summons reduced to such a simple task. Shagley confessed she trusted only Lilith. She was the only one who could follow without leaving a trace. Lilith beamed at the confession. You are too sweet. How could I ever say no to that? Shagley scowled and ordered her to stop smirking at her. Shagley wanted to know if Lucas had teamed up with the deity. Yes. She demanded details about their alliance. Lilith vanished from Shagley's side on command. Shagley silently read her book, waiting for Lilith to return. Just as expected, Lilith materialized right beside her. She shyly avoided Shagley's gaze and reported her failure. Shagley was visibly shocked. She honestly could not tell if Lucas was just a regular guy. Lilith felt like he had no desires at all. Frustrated, Lilith unloaded a barrage of questions. The more she talked, the more intense she got, leaving Shagley speechless and powerless. Lilith said she could have invaded his mind and brainwashed him, but felt a looming danger and had to back off. Shagley was curious about what that danger could be. The info she revealed next stunned Shagley. Turns out, he would also made a pact with a demon lord. Lilith could not pinpoint exactly who it was, but she knew pushing further would blow her cover. She admitted defeat this time, while Shagley was baffled how some unknown mage managed to seal a contract with a demon lord. She grew more intrigued by him, while he sighed in relief, realizing he narrowly escaped a massive trap just by thinking twice. He wondered how they tracked him, but never imagined they would play the queen card, the infamous Shagibus. Lucas shot a grateful nod to Azura for saving him from washing his own shorts at midnight. Azura sneered. Anyone who can resist Achisa's temptations without me around. Just as I thought. The guy's a cold-blooded killer. Lucas might keep his dignity, but he is definitely in for a rude awakening. Suddenly, Azura blew up at Lilith, cursing her out. Lucas figured it was not exactly a fan club situation. After a while, Azura left, warning Lucas to stay sharp. Lucas thanked him before the creature vanished. The room instantly felt empty without Azura's presence. Lucas' eyes darkened. He knew for sure Shaggy was behind all this. He would heard the name Shaggy before from Ivan, but the more he thought, the more his head ached. He knew these names might matter later, but thinking about the future just made him uneasy. Ricky came back at dawn, empty-handed from his trip. He said both Laren and Izaka were not home, which piqued Lucas' curiosity. Why were they gone so long? Ricky slowly pushed open the window and recounted everything. Hearing the story, Lucas was sure the guild's crew had made their move. Watching Ricky's back, Lucas decided not to spill the truth about Hanser. After all, he was still a demigod. Lucas was certain Hanser was part of Stro Necklace, but many questions still gnawed at him. Ricky silently glanced back at Lucas, curious about what had gone down after he left the day before. He acted clueless, like they would gotten smarter about covering their tracks. Lucas held back, simply saying maybe the Watchers would show up when Luke needed them. Naturally, Ricky did not buy a word of it. The bustling Lunobo City Square was alive with noise. They would arrived at their destination, stepping into Luke's largest metropolis, taking in the massive architecture. Lucas was awestruck, so this was where the demigods gathered. Ricky suddenly shot down Lucas' remark. Lucas eyed him curiously. Then what exactly are we doing here? He replied coolly. Got some business to handle. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened like stars. Come low, he informed Lucas. We are still being watched. Tracking was so obvious it made Lucas wonder, did those tailing him not realize demigods could spot them a mile away? Ricky openly shared his plan, leaving Lucas puzzled why he would spill the beans. He rubbed his hands, claiming he just wanted to lighten the mood a bit. Ricky turned to gauge Lucas' reaction. What would a human do now? Lucas seemed to catch on to his game. Without another word, both Ricky and Lucas bolted from their pursuers simultaneously. The Sattler group chased after them but soon lost their trail at a fork in the road. Everyone was worn out from the chase. Sattler was pissed about losing their targets. Using her power, she ordered everyone to spread out and search for the two. In a dark alley tucked behind old houses, Lucas and Ricky strolled casually into a rundown area at night. Lucas felt lucky to have shaken off Sattler's group, while Ricky seemed to be loving the thrill of the game. At a wooden door, Ricky led him inside and handed him a mask. They started discussing what lay beyond that door. Ricky seriously stated that what awaited was essential for their upcoming meeting. Lucas wondered why Ricky did not come in with him. Ricky filled him in on the person inside. The reason Ricky gave made it clear why he would wait outside. Lucas began descending the deep spiral staircase. The endless tunnel made Lucas feel like it had no bottom. He never expected a place like this in Lunobo. Reaching the very end was when he finally saw the light. Taking in his surroundings, he guessed this had to be an item shop. Standing before a dismantled golem hanging by chains, a cold voice suddenly startled him. A beautiful girl stepped forward and addressed Lucas, though he had not even noticed her presence before. Looking at her stunning face, he bluntly asked, "You are a golem, right?" From behind a curtain came a muffled laugh, and a strange man appeared, a polite smile curling his lips. He gently pushed the golem back inside, saying, "I will personally welcome this guest." Hector sat on a stool and introduced himself. Seeing the pointed hat, Lucas realized this was the guy Ricky had mentioned. He laughed, pulling off his mask. "You seem like the quiet type." Huh? Hector held up the mask. "This is what you need, right?" Lucas did not answer, just reached out to take the mask. Something caught Hector's eye, the bracelet on Lucas' wrist sparked his interest. Excited by Lucas' reluctance, he begged, "Please, let me see that bracelet." Hector started rambling about his own work. His eyes gleamed with rare joy as he stared at the bracelet. Lucas accidentally refused his request. Hector pleaded desperately, his face suddenly darkening. He sighed deeply. "So you are not budging, huh?" Lucas kindly warned him to stop while he still could. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Completely taken aback, Hector dropped to his knees, begging to touch the bracelet just once. Lucas was stunned as the truth behind those words sank in. Hector continued to beg with all sincerity. Even though Lucas kept refusing, Lucas could not believe he would go this far just for a bracelet. He sighed. All right, let me ask you something. Hector, Lucas said with a tired tone, but his question made Hector's eyes light up. Can you create a golem with a core of 1 million mana? Skeptical, Hector asked. 1 million mana. You got something like that? Lucas denied it casually, saying he was just asking. Hector said that is nearly impossible to pull off. Lucas agreed. Then Hector quickly pressed. So you actually have it? Hector was stunned when Lucas said yes. The best alchemist I know said that is pure fantasy. Hector scoffed. The best? Who do you think you are talking to? He seriously told Lucas about the 3 legendary alchemists of the continent. The first one to be named was the master of the 11th tower. Lucas was shocked. He thought there were only 10 towers. Hector immediately shot that down and dropped some info that made Lucas think, yep, definitely one of those multi-level marketing types. The next name was an archlich from the northern mountains, said to be on par with the master of the 11th tower. Hector shared his blunt opinion about this openly. Lucas wondered if the best alchemist was the archlich. Hector seemed unsure but said it is hard to approach him. He gave Lucas info about that person and warned him that the journey could be deadly. Lucas laughed awkwardly, admitting he found people like that fascinating. Hector quickly revealed the last name. Pointing at himself, he proudly declared, "That is me." Hector, Lucas showed no interest, which embarrassed and angered Hector. But then Hector shrugged it off, saying, those who claim they are the best are usually just all talk. Hector insisted he was not lying. He was definitely more than just hot air in Lucas' eyes. Lucas looked at Hector, who was bowing his head, pulling his hat low to hide his face. A hidden secret spilled out from him. He was trapped inside a human body. Lucas felt a strange thrill learning the truth about this guy's identity. While Hector kept talking about himself, how he was once revered by humanity, a high-tier being. Lucas' brow furrowed slightly, skeptical of the grand tales he was spinning. With the calmest demeanor, he listened closely to Hector's tragic life story. He would lost everything by his own hand, imprisoned here by himself as a cruel joke on his ruined past. But then Lucas caught on to something, surprise flashing in his eyes. Hector confirmed Lucas' suspicions. I am the dragon, he said, every detail matching Benyen's story perfectly. Those words echoed clearly in Lucas' memory, forcing him to accept the truth. Benyen had said no dragon corpse was ever found, only one artifact, and that artifact was Benyen himself. From the start, Lucas had doubted it. With the value of a dragon's remains, there was no way they would just vanish. He guessed some entity was collecting the dragon corpses without leaving a trace, and that entity could only be himself. But of course, to him, a dragon's corpse was worthless. He hesitated, then spoke quietly. You used to be a dragon. Hector smiled sadly. Now I am just an apostle. He apologized for boring Lucas with his story, hoping it did not bother him. Lucas stared silently, realizing if Hector's words were true, the demigods had not wiped out the dragons, they would just turn them into pawns. A fierce light ignited in his eyes. That was exactly something demigods would do. Hector's praise snapped Lucas out of his simmering anger. He looked at Lucas with a smile filled with genuine happiness. Lucas' question was carefully unraveled by Hector. His face turned cold as he explained this place was where all apostles come to receive their masks. He openly mocked the years of torment he would endured. Still, Lucas pressed on, revealing how the demigods exploited Hector just to prove their pact was right. But facing Lucas now, Hector felt differently. He said Lucas' listening and empathy made him feel lighter. Lucas denied it, saying what he felt was respect. Memories flooded back 4,000 years ago. Dragons were the first beings who warned humanity about the demigods. In that ancient war, humanity only survived under the dragon's wings, supporting the only creatures who could stand up to the demigods. It was the dragons who saved humanity. That is why his master met such a tragic end. Determination etched deep in his eyes. Lucas declared, we have not lost yet. We are still standing tall. Hector paused, sensing Lucas' resolve. He chuckled. Looks like your situation's a lot like mine. Lucas grew curious about the other dragons, but the answer was not what he would hoped. He grimaced hearing they would all fallen in battle. Hector laughed oddly. Donna sweat it. Like I said, that is all ancient history now. He forced a smile, handing Lucas the mask. Lucas voiced his concern. You are still stuck here, right? Hector answered matter-of-factly. Technically, I am in prison here. Lucas brought up crafting a golem with 1 million mana core, which caught Hector off guard. Hector found it intriguing. That is going to cost a pretty penny. But hey, I am a merchant now. Lucas straightforwardly asked about payment. Hector pointed at Lucas' bracelet as the trade item, and Lucas immediately agreed. That successful deal made Hector visibly itchy to get started. But Lucas added one condition. Hector was stunned when Lucas demanded he swear on the honor of dragons to carry it out. He burst out laughing, Catching Ali's attention as she cleaned nearby, Hector tipped his golden hat. You know, you are full of surprises. Lucas stayed cool. Even though the bracelet thing was just a joke, Hector scratched his head. Explaining his actions to Lucas, he happily offered to let Lucas touch it once after all. Keeping it was pointless. Hector asked about the golem's requirements, but Lucas showed no interest. Hearing the only demand was to synchronize with his core, Hector's silhouette froze in shock. Hector chuckled and sang a little tune. Just like that. And finally, the alliance between them was officially sealed. Ali poured tea for Hector and remarked that he was quite an unusual guest. Then she smiled softly. But you were pretty fired up too, were not you? Master, Hector smiled as smoke curled from his cup. Looks like we are gearing up for a new journey. Even if we are stuck in this place for now. Lucas left that place at night. With Ricky's grumbling echoing behind him, he glanced around. Lost someone down there. He lazily shrugged it off. Nah. Just took a detour that went on too long. He took the initiative to ask about his plans ahead. His footsteps crunched over the rocky ground as he walked. The path grew rougher the further they went. And Ricky started talking about Lunobo, the land of knights. And hands down the most twisted place he knew. His lone silhouette faded into the night. Ricky sneered at the jerks desperately clinging to that guy's legacy. Lucas quietly wondered about that guy. Thinking every country had its share of good and bad. Standing on a cliff, Ricky told him to look towards a distant mountain. Lucas was struck by the breathtaking view. The name Marquis Dalaman caught his attention sharply. Ricky described the bastard as a scumbag who used everything just to satisfy his twisted desires. Then came the bombshell. On that mountain, there was a campus slave plantation under his control. Lucas snapped. Furious? Slaves? Isn't he slavery supposed to have been abolished ages ago? Ricky clearly had expected that reaction. He confirmed the existence of slavery and said things were even worse than that. He grinned, amused by Lucas, the guy who once claimed he felt guilt about wiping out bastards like these. Right? His words hinted at something deeper, making Lucas uneasy. Lucas bluntly asked what his real intentions were. A request was laid out. I want you to wipe out that slave operation on the mountain. Ricky and Lucas stood atop a towering rocky peak, eyes locked on the horizon. Ricky ordered Lucas to eradicate that slave ring. Lucas' face stayed cold and unreadable. After a moment, he spoke. First, I need to see it with my own eyes and assess the situation. Ricky looked skeptical, hesitating because you are afraid of killing. Suddenly, Lucas leapt off the cliff and soared upwards, shouting back, I do not fully trust others to handle this. From behind, Ricky wished him a safe journey. Deep in the forest, surrounded by dense trees, a massive fortress emerged, blazing with fiery torches. 3 soldiers were posted as guards on the fortress walls. By now, the soldiers looked exhausted and had dozed off. Lucas watched from below. Noticing the guards were completely out cold, he shot up like a dart and slipped inside unnoticed. Lucas' footsteps were swift and silent as he ran along the walls. He clung to a door to observe, careful because guards were posted below. Suddenly, Lucas noticed something. Inside were giant iron cages filled with people covered in wounds all over their bodies. Lucas realized they were imprisoning spirits and even dwarves. There were furious orcs too, and even monsters. One soldier hoisted a woman onto his shoulder, muttering, "Weather is nasty." Huh? Another soldier asked where he was headed. "You are just getting here now." Without hesitation, the first soldier threw the woman off the fortress wall. The woman wore tattered clothes, her wrists and neck chained, her body covered in wounds. Below, the ground was littered with corpses. 2 soldiers chatted casually. Again, that damn pervert. If she dies from the abuse, who is gonna know? Watching from above, Lucas took in the full scene, thinking, so many bodies, even if they are slaves, they are valuable goods. Why would he do this? One accomplice warned, easy now. Too many slaves dying will spark suspicion among the nobles. The other added, that noble only cares about spirits. The one you just threw is not a spirit. Is she? At that moment, Lucas understood they treated slaves as nothing more than toys for their twisted desires. He finally had his answer for Ricky. The 2 soldiers sensed something was off. Without hesitation, he jumped right in front of the guards. They shouted at him with all their might. You mutt! Where do you think you are sneaking in from? Lucas spoke up. I heard Luano is the land that carries the proud spirit of knights. Right? Now that he had shifted back to his true form, his face radiated fierce pride. Tell me, do you guys have that same knightly pride? One soldier sneered arrogantly. What is your deal? The other blew a horn, signaling their comrades. Lucas began to channel his magical energy. Then he unleashed it on the 2 soldiers. Lucas' magic was so powerful that the 2 soldiers vanished into thin air. The horn blared again, alerting dozens of soldiers rushing to the scene. Within moments, Lucas was surrounded by enemy troops. He silently observed their armor and knightly emblems shimmered on their bodies. Lucas' mind flashed to Lucid's image. If Lucid saw this, he wondered what Lucid would do in this situation. No hesitation, Lucas decided to handle them all himself instead of waiting for Lucid. Meanwhile, inside the tower, a bottle of what looked like expensive liquor was flying through the air. The bottle smashed against a soldier's head, shattering loudly, and an angry voice snapped, "What the hell?" Another death. The servant's fury left the soldier with no choice but to bow and apologize. The servant raged, "You fools! Don't you know how much an elf costs? I treasure them. I am sick of looking at you all." The other soldier just lowered his head. Taking the brutal scolding, the chef asked what to do with the elves now. Dan Layman bluntly told the chef to make basin sauce like always. Then he growled, "Hurry up. It has got to be fresh to taste good." The chef quickly got to work. The sound of pounding footsteps echoed wildly as a soldier rushed in to report. Dan Layman feared more elves had died. The soldier gasped out that there was an intruder. The servant fumed, "We pay you well. You are supposed to handle this yourself, not come running to me." The soldier hesitated, then admitted the knights had all been taken down. Suddenly, the ceiling exploded. Bricks crashed down, knocking Dan Layman off his chair and onto the floor. His face turned pale, terrified by what he saw. He lay on the ground screaming, "What the hell is that?" Lucas approached him and teased, "Lose some weight, fatty. Luckily, you are not a pig or a cat." The servant, terrified, glanced back at the chef for help. The chef drew two large, sharp knives, charging at Lucas. He swung to strike, but Lucas quickly cast a magical shield of blades to protect himself. Before the chef could react, Lucas' magic made him vanish into thin air. Seeing this, the soldier panicked and ran away. The servant, now frantic, lay on the floor shouting after the fleeing soldiers. But before he could escape, Lucas made the soldier disappear too. Now, only Lucas and Dan Layman were left in the room. The servant was shaking in fear, sweating cold drops. Dan Layman nervously stammered, "Do you want the money or not?" Before he could finish, Lucas slammed his foot into the servant's gut. "Too bad. I am in a bad mood right now, so this is gonna take a while. Tough luck." Then he asked, "Where should I start?" "Tongue or eyes?" The servant screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the castle. After finishing, Lucas stood silent atop the tower, his eyes deep in thought. Ricky suddenly appeared behind him and said, "Looks like it is over." Lucas replied sadly, "Not yet. It is not over. There are still slaves locked up in cages." Ricky simply drew the sword hanging at his side. In an instant, the iron cages shattered. Thousands of iron bars were crushed, all because of Ricky. He freed the slaves and told them to get out of there as fast as they could. Some slaves did not even know what freedom meant, which caught Ricky completely off guard. These stone people had never known freedom, so they could not even grasp the concept. One of them shared how their family and kindred had all been wiped out. He was broken, saying, "I have no reason left to live. I would rather die than go on like this." Ricky felt a deep empathy for him. He handed the sword to the stone man, signaling his willingness to grant the wish. Ricky even promised to help the stone man pass on peacefully, without pain. Just then, Lucas suddenly appeared, and seeing this, he reached out to stop him. He scolded Ricky for wanting to handle things on his own. Lucas stepped closer to the stone man. Was he trying to empathize or provoke anger? But sadly, Lucas could not offer what they called peace. He did not want them to mistake pity for true rescue. His voice turned cold and serious. "If you want to die, I want to be the one to grant that wish." Lucas could only help them so far. The rest was up to them. He promised that within the next month, he would help destroy the ones who enslaved them. "There are still many places locking up creatures like you," he said. "They probably think just like you do." The stone men froze at the mention of death. As for Luke, he just wanted to wipe out the greedy fat pigs who profited off this misery, not interested in the slaves themselves. Then Lucas told them to figure out what freedom really meant on their own. Do not come asking him. With that, Lucas and Ricky turned and walked away. They headed to a room, and Ricky could not shake the feeling that something was off. Lucas had told them to live, but now he seemed like the villain. Lucas has explained he said all that so they would accept the harsh truth, that for people drowning in despair, hope can be their biggest curse. He understood that suddenly granting freedom to those who do not understand it was like sentencing them to death. So Lucas was giving them time to reflect and come to terms on their own. He reasoned that maybe if they saved someone else in the same situation, they would finally get it. Ricky stared into the endless night, listening as Lucas spoke about the meaning of freedom they were trying to give. But after hearing him, Ricky still did not really understand what freedom truly meant. The calm, towering wooden watchtower stood peaceful in the night until a sudden, powerful magic shattered the place to pieces. The soldiers were blasted away by that magic. Turns out, Lucas was behind it all. Now, Lucas led a rebellion of former slaves rising up to attack the soldiers, who kept others captive. They grew stronger, united, and pushed forward, fighting to free their fellow captives. The remaining soldiers panicked and fled, and the rebels broke the locks on the cages. Then they freed everyone trapped inside. Lucas used magic to destroy the slave pens. Finally, all the slave camps in the Empire were wiped off the map. A voice echoed out. So all the cheap slave camps across Lu Noble have been erased. Lucas felt a weight lift off his shoulders after a month of hard work. Their job here was done. Looking back at the crowd, Lucas noticed their numbers had grown. Baek-ken hesitated, then timidly asked, "We are free now." After speaking, Baek-ken finally lifted his head to look around. Lucas stepped up and placed a hand on Baek-ken's shoulder. "That is your call, Baek-ken." Hearing this, Baek-ken's face fell with sadness. He glanced behind him. The crowd had swelled so much that just feeding them all would be exhausting. But this time, Baek-ken was determined to make a life for himself because now, he was not alone. Just like Lucas said, they had to see and feel what freedom truly meant for themselves. Suddenly, tears streamed down Baek-ken's face. He finally understood the meaning of freedom and was overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing that they grasped what freedom really meant, Lucas felt genuinely happy. He wondered what Baek-ken planned to do next. Baek-ken intended to head to Hispania Mountain to build a village where humans could not reach. Lucas smiled. It is going to be tough, since that is where the terrifying monsters live. Baek-ken cried as he spoke. But hey, it is still better than this place. There is no monster scarier than humans, except for Lucas. Humans really are terrifying. Then they thanked Lucas profusely, promising they would never forget this debt for life. They left, leaving only Lucas and Ricky behind. Now Ricky realized Lucas must have already known they would discover the true meaning of freedom. Lucas always believed in the fire burning inside them. Only now did Ricky see that Lucas could be as ruthless as a demon, yet as kind as an angel. Ricky thought to himself, humans really are fascinating creatures. Lucas turned to Ricky. "Hey Ricky, time to hit the road. I have erased almost all traces of mana. The meeting's about to start, and if we do not leave now, we will be late." Ricky suddenly remembered he had not asked why he and Lucas were even here. He revealed this was the very place where the demigods held their meetings. Then they both looked up to see a massive glowing cross appearing in the sky. While their watchers had no clue what they were plotting, Zero was secretly shocked. He never expected such a huge slave camp right next to Yuppie. A blinding beam of light shot down on them. The sky began to glow with a powerful radiant light. Zero gasped in horror. The sky was splitting apart. Shockley's whole body trembled. Have I stepped inside the demigod's barrier? Until the meeting ended, none of them could leave. Shockley had no choice but to accept and watch silently. Lucas thought it was for the best since things were set. All he had to do was watch and see what unfolded next. With that, he put on his mask and started observing. At that moment, the apocalyptic demigod appeared before them, majestic and commanding. Ricky warned Lucas to stay quiet. The fire-wielding apocalypse had arrived. They both stood frozen, watching as slow footsteps approached. The figure formed into a towering flame before shifting into another shape. Akon was surprised. "Looks like I am the first to arrive." Lucas guessed if Akon could change forms, Ricky probably had another form too. Akon was impressed Ricky had shown up early and cleaned up, to which Ricky casually replied, "I am the closest after all." Then Akon turned to Lucas and said, "Is that guy your partner? He is not half bad." Ricky realized Akon also had a partner. Akon had finally found someone who caught his eye. Lucas stared at Akon's partner. Shocked, he recognized the familiar hair and wondered why that person was here. Now, wisps of smoky mist began to appear in the sky. The smoke gradually grew more distinct. It turned out the other demigods were arriving one by one. Lucas thought silently all the apocalyptic demigods had gathered here. It was the first time Lucas saw a female demigod. She was Lorene, the creator of the Blake family. Standing next to her was Nasdaq, instantly recognizable. The last one was the demigod Inanna, who looked exactly the same as he did 4,000 years ago. Lucas thought Inanna was so powerful that even he, Schweizer, Iris, Cassigen, and Lucy combined could not defeat him. Lorene sighed in relief, glad she was not late. Ricky wondered why all three had arrived at the same time. Lorene explained they would discovered something interesting and decided to investigate together. Ricky was curious. Lorene suddenly smiled and told Ricky he would find out soon enough. Ricky felt a bit confused. The others sneaked around spying on them, noticing the apocalyptic demigods had arrived but the Lord was still missing. Nasdaq's eyes suddenly flashed a blue light. Inanna chuckled smugly. He would just discovered an intruder. The others panicked, but we hid our mana signatures. How were we found out? Lucas guessed it was a member of the guild tailing him. Nasdaq sneered arrogantly. But even if you got in here, there is no way out. You are trapped inside the barrier the Lord created. Pathetic fools. They are stuck outside in Kongthan. At that moment, Lucas realized it too. He sensed the presence of hundreds outside Kongthan, but none were guild members. Then it dawned on him they were the Black Dragon Knights sent by Lunobo. Nasdaq found it strange. There is no way Ricky would not sense them. Of course Ricky knew, but with so many people, He was worried about the gods' punishment. Nozdog grew suspicious, so he decided to punish them himself instead of Ricky, who hesitated, fearing divine wrath. Nozdog burst into laughter, then vanished into thin air. Anana checked on Ricky's poor management, since this was his territory. Anana glared coldly at Ricky, who returned the stare with icy eyebrows raised. Laren chimed in with Ananta, telling Ricky to pay attention. Laren spoke seriously, saying we need Than Truong right now. Meanwhile, outside, only Nozdog and the Black Dragon Knights remained, and when they saw him, fear gripped them. Nozdog found these soldiers adorable, and planned to gift them a little something. With a mere snap of his fingers, agony struck the troops, their screams echoing in pain. All of them died from just that single, effortless snap. Nozdog smiled with delight. Death is the most perfect gift, is not. The team was horrified. One flick from Nozdog wiped out hundreds of Black Dragon Knights. It had been a long time since Nozdog enjoyed such carnage, and he reveled in it. Witnessing the scene, Lucas shuddered inwardly. This was apocalypse-level carnage, far beyond anything Hydra's origin could match. He knew he was not nearly strong enough to fight anyone here. He felt no pride in having killed just a fragment of the Hydra split into 9 parts. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, low and chilling. The wall behind Lucas began to crack open, strange light seeping through the fissures. Lucas anxiously glanced back, and after a tense wait, the figure finally emerged. The glowing eyes widened at last. He was face to face with the Lord again. Law spoke softly through the golden light. Long time no see, my beloved. Lucas was stunned. Lost had not changed a bit. Just like 4,000 years ago, his expression was still cold and unyielding, with fleeting shadows flickering across his face. Nozdog advised Ricky to lighten up there. There is no need to fear the gods' punishment. Ricky was confused. Everyone stood inside a crumbling ruin. Suddenly, Lost raised his hand and waved gently, and from the rubble, a mighty fortress rose. Just moments ago, they stood amid ruins, but one wave from Lost transformed it into an intact castle. Lost spoke again. Long time no see. Clearly greeting Ricky, he stepped forward and embraced Ricky, his oldest friend. Lucas was stunned. He could not believe Ricky was Lost's longest-standing friend. Ricky turned to Nozdog, puzzled, asking what he meant by not fearing divine punishment. Nozdog, irritated, reminded Ricky he had not yet answered the Lord, but Lost raised a calming hand, signaling it was okay, silencing Nozdog instantly. Laren suddenly pulled out something. This, Ricky, is called alunium, a metal I discovered and named. Ricky was surprised. He would never heard of it before. Laren continued. Right now, it looks like ordinary metal, but take a closer look. As she spoke, Laren snapped the metal and popped a small piece into her mouth. Suddenly, her entire body radiated an intense light. Ricky guessed her divine power had returned. She smiled faintly and raised her hand, confirming it. She was proving to Ricky that her godly power was back with a vengeance. Laren explained. This is the power of alunium. Originally, Laren intended alunium to temporarily freeze divine power, because so many guild members were tailing her. But win or lose, it was never used for its original purpose, because Laren created a substance that lets her manipulate divine power without leaving a trace. Laren explained that if someone consumes it, they can temporarily fool the gods' laws. She went on, meaning no matter how many powerful beings you kill, the gods won't punish you. But since it is still experimental, Laren does not have much, and later planned to turn it into a liquid for easier use. Though the ingredients are rare, Laren warned Ricky to use it sparingly. She handed Ricky a chunk and showed him how to break off pieces to consume. Ricky pondered, if this stuff gets sold, there'd be no need to create disciples anymore. That is some real power right there. Seeing Ricky's reaction, Nozdog teased. You always react like it is the first time. He mocked Ricky for not being thrilled to finally have free rein to slaughter those pests. Ricky tucked away his needle and lowered his head. Not exactly. Nozdog stared hard at Ricky. He sensed Ricky had changed since 4,000 years ago, after wiping out Eucolium. Lucas was shocked to learn the truth. Ricky was the one who destroyed Eucolium. He recalled Haruhiro telling him that the skilled swordsman Lucid died along with his homeland, Eucolium. Now Lucas could not believe his eyes that Ricky was the one who killed Eucolium. Ricky's voice grew heavy. It has been over 4,000 years. Nozdog, I find it stranger that some have not changed a bit. Like you. Nozdog snapped back, warning Ricky not to talk nonsense. Perfect concepts do not apply to perfect beings like them. Ricky declared, that is where we differ. We are not perfect beings. Nozdog had no comeback and fell silent. While Anana reminded them that Hydra was already dead, Larian had just heard the news too, and Ricky was surprised. What died? When the three exchanged looks of shock, everyone silently thought this just got way too suspicious. Suddenly, a voice called out to Nozdog and Ananta, and Lut cracked a sinister smile. Seeing their mutual distrust, he spoke up. You are all on the same side. What is going on here? Both Ananta and Nozdog bowed their heads in apology, And Lut's smile softened and slowly faded. Lut approached Ricky. Asking for his understanding, they were a bit sensitive. Ricky just shrugged it off. Nosedog and Anana could only glare with envy. Larian thought to herself, well, the Lord treats Ricky like a blood brother. The Lord was the first conscious energy to split off from the vast energy, called the world's law. Ricky was the next entity after the Lord. Even when Ricky abandoned his duties to live alone in the forest, the Lord never scolded him. The Lord's attitude toward Ricky was completely different from theirs, which naturally bred some resentment. Ricky cut straight to the chase. Let us get to the point, Lord, he continued. Is this meeting to find the traitor? Because I am pretty sure the traitor is a god. He glanced at the others with suspicion. Lut just chuckled and told Ricky not to overthink it. He remembered some demigods had not arrived yet, and waiting around was boring. So Lut suggested a game, to be honest, which confused Larian. He wanted everyone to reveal their disciples' identities, which shocked Larian. They had no clue what the Lord was thinking. In the middle of all this suspicion, openly revealing disciples was basically suicide. If Lucas' identity got exposed here, things would get really tough later on. While Lucas was anxious and worried, Ricky remained calm. Larian held her head and told the Lord, this is not the time for jokes. Larian said, I do not think there is a traitor among us. But if I did think so. Before she could finish, Lut interrupted her. He said he would reveal his disciple first. Everyone was stunned, unsure if he was serious. Lucas realized this was his chance. He thought if he could find out who the Lord's disciple was, he might be able to kill him. Agni spoke. Lord, please stop. Agni advised the Lord not to reveal his disciple, because he was the leader of the demigods. Agni, afraid of risking rebellion, braved all dangers to attend the conference with only one goal: to uncover who the Lord's apostle really was. Seems like Agni's got some sharp observation skills. Lot wore a look of regret. So that means each of us was abandoned. I spoke up first but did not show my face. Even Ananta and Nosedog jumped in, agreeing with Agni. Larian was not an exception either. She sided with them as well. Turns out, Lot knew this would happen all along. The atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Lucas worried silently. This sly bastard was pretending just to pressure Ricky. The tension spiraled into chaos. What was Ricky going to do now? Then a voice rang out, making Lucas' heart race. I do not care what happens to me. Ricky seemed unfazed. But if the Lord did not reveal himself first, neither would he. Nosedog lost it and shouted, you are insane. Ricky, you think you can take down someone on the Lord's level? Ricky coolly shot back. The one who is delusional here is you. Nosedog, all demigods stand equal, Ricky declared. Lot's called the Lord, but he is just the first demigod, no more. No less. Enraged, Nosedog grabbed Ricky by the collar. He swore he would not let Ricky off and claimed that only he was fit to hold Lot's role. Fine. Then any roles Lot can handle are up for grabs, Ricky retorted. Nosedog exploded, yelling, you bastard, right in Ricky's face. Lot stepped in to calm things down, but Nosedog kept accusing Ricky of being suspicious. Even Anana had doubts after all. Not just anyone can kill a hydra. Nosedog demanded a chance to expose the truth quickly. Lot warned him to hold back suspicion until the real truth was uncovered. Reluctantly, Nosedog released Ricky's collar, though his anger still burned inside. What infuriated him most was Ricky's reckless attitude. He did not even bother denying the accusations. Nosedog's fury was fueled by Ricky's devil-may-care demeanor. At that moment, Lot finally pieced everything together. He reassured everyone that before the conference ended, the truth would come to light. Agni was next in line to reveal his apostle. Ake turned to his subordinate and ordered him to remove his mask. Obediently, Agni's subordinate pulled off the mask. Lucas felt a chill, as if he would already guessed who stood before him. It was the phoenix from those distant mountains, the very one Lucas had planned to meet again someday. But he never imagined their reunion would happen under such grim circumstances. Questions swirled in his mind. Why had she become an apostle? Was it by choice or forced upon her? Larian wondered aloud. She looks human on the outside, but what the heck is she really? Agni had found her at the base of Mount Hispania. She was the strongest phoenix. Larian found Ake's apostle intriguingly mysterious. Anana volunteered to be the next to reveal his apostle. Anana's apostle was a deadly assassin named Genta. Next up was Nosedog. Larian's face showed surprise when Nosedog stepped forward to reveal his apostle. Agni and Anana were equally shocked. While Lucas braced himself, his turn was coming. Nosedog's apostle was a demon, sparking everyone's curiosity about how he could control a demon. He boasted about his influence over the demon's resurrection cycle. Lucas felt uneasy. How did Odin know about Azura's resurrection ring? Lucas began to suspect Nosedog was secretly allied with Arid, Larian's signet or apostle, to drop the mask. Lucas guessed Larian's apostle had to be from the Breaks family. Right now, Hanser was chasing after him and Ricky, so if it was not Izaka, it must be Misen, but this person did not really seem like Izaka. Then who? Lucas' face turned pale. He never expected it to be Letia. Free's mother. Lot laughed and clapped enthusiastically. He found their apostles fascinating. Lot appreciated their bravery in risking everything to share their secrets. Then suddenly, he turned to Lucas, only he had not revealed his apostle yet. Lot stared at him intently for a long moment. Then he said, "Ricky's disciple. The first one to arrive here. So you must know the ins and outs of this fortress. Right after that, he told him to take the disciples somewhere else to wait. Lot ordered everyone to rest until called, while Ricky was taken aside for a private talk. With that, Lot raised his hand, creating a private space for their conversation. Lot comforted Ricky, telling him not to be upset that so many were concerned about their situation. But Ricky remained cold and indifferent, and Lot could only chuckle awkwardly. Then the two sat down together, Lot saying he still vividly remembered the first time he met Ricky. Ricky listened intently as Lot recounted the story. When Ricky fell outside the world's rules, he became self-aware but was terrified by his loneliness. The world was still raw and untamed. Lot knew Ricky had the power to conquer it all, but without motivation. No matter how strong he was, it meant nothing. That is when an independent fragment of consciousness, separated from the world's laws, appeared. Ricky himself. When Lot discovered Ricky, he was deeply moved and finally found his own purpose. From then on, Lot and the other archangels appeared, becoming his living sacrifice. His power was solely to create beings like himself. Ricky could not understand why Lot suddenly brought up old times. Nosedog and Ananta were at odds. Although all archangels were equal, Lot did not treat them equally. But Ricky insisted he was Lot's greatest happiness, the reason Lot existed. That is why Lot always turned a blind eye, even when Ricky stayed in the fire instead of doing his duty. And even if Ricky challenged him, Lot would just brush it off. Suddenly Lot opened his eyes and asked, even if Ricky killed his own comrades, would Lot still not hold it against him? Lot's voice turned cold and sharp. So why betray him? Ricky. In the room where the rest were resting, each lost in their own world, Lydia sat quietly in a corner, reading beside the phoenix. Suddenly, from another corner, someone called out to him. Jenna stepped forward, demanding, "Take off the mask." Lucas responded flatly, "Want me to do it myself?" Irritated, he retorted, "Can't you do it?" Suddenly a voice cut in, ordering them to stop. Cantus jumped out from nowhere, laughing as he said, "Before I kill you both." Then Cantus stepped closer, asking, "Is there nothing to eat in here?" Yuka snapped, "There is beer and bread. Want me to get you some?" Cantus accepted immediately without hesitation, and just like that, a mug of beer and some slices of bread appeared before him. Cantus sat in a corner, turned his back, and happily polished off his food, praising, "Human food really is the best." Meanwhile, Lucas started walking around, asking if anyone else wanted to eat. He showed concern as Nick spoke up, "I will have a little too." She was surprised he spoke first, hesitating before saying a word. Deep down, Lucas was silently grateful she was still healthy. The Phoenix's warm smile and gaze silently expressing what he wanted to say. Nick felt their silent connection, her heart swelling with emotion. The Phoenix seemed to silently respond in kind. Time stood still in that moment, a space just for the two of them. Elsewhere, Ricky sat silently beside Lot, his deep eyes fixed in thought, silently acknowledging he had already noticed. Lot recalled watching Nosedog grab Ricky, thinking to himself that when the Lord told all disciples to laugh and drop their masks, he had already figured it out and deliberately provoked the archangels. His mind wandered on. If he was not sure, he would have snapped. But the Lord was not like that. His reaction meant he already knew everything. After a long silence, Lot finally spoke. "Slaughtering your own kind is unforgivable." Ricky, he challenged him, asking why he did it, when Ricky was the one with clear direction who understood him better than anyone else. Ricky spoke softly, calmly, "The reason's simple, my lord," with a steady face. "No fear." He said it was because he made a mistake back then. Lot listened without a flicker of reaction, his eyes piercing as if trying to see the truth within him. But Lot finally gave in, his voice revealing that he had not forgiven the mistake I made 4,000 years ago. Lot calmed down and started recounting the past. "He still could not forgive me, because he witnessed that fight between him, and that night. That was the first time he was truly furious with me." Ricky winced like salt had been rubbed into his wounds as he remembered that time, his face darkening with shadow. Lot paused, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. Suddenly, after some thought, Lot decided to let go of Ricky's past mistake. Ricky was stunned, unable to hide his surprise. Lot spoke firmly, "I will wipe this slate clean. Consider this my apology for what happened 4,000 years ago." Ricky could not believe what he was hearing, suspiciously asking, "You slaughtered your own kind like that, and you expect me to just pretend it never happened?" Lot stood up and explained, "If I said there was no traitor now, who would believe me? Especially Nodok and Ananta." He continued decisively, "Besides, since they attacked the Origin Lord, I promised I would find out who the real traitor is this time." Lot's expression darkened as he fell into deep thought, carefully planning his next move. So here's the plan. I need a stand-in. I already have someone in mind, one of the demigods, coming to this conference. Ricky jumped up and said, "You are going to accuse your own kind. You have changed a lot while we were apart." "My lord," he pressed on, "all demigods are equal. Did not you set that rule? So why single me out?" Suddenly, Lot shouted back at him, with blazing eyes and clenched teeth. Lot snapped, "You are special. That is why." Ricky listened intently, his expression unchanged by Lot's words. But then Lot's next words sent a chill down his spine. "Kill your own apostle right in front of everyone." Lot sneered. "Then you will enter 100 years of slumber. A century is not much for immortals like us. Just think of it as a vacation. I will personally guarantee your safety during that time." It was clear this was all prearranged. In a few days, someone named Ural will arrive. He is your stand-in. Lot started to walk away, calling back, "When he comes, follow my instructions exactly." He left no room for argument and added as a final word, "I will handle everything after that." His figure vanished in a flash of light. Ricky was left standing, face twisted in fury but unable to explode. He swallowed his anger. In a panic, he kept thinking, could things really change? Could the Lord and the demigods change? His mind raced. If I kill Lucas, I will be pardoned. Then, with the Lord's support, I can start shaking things up within the demigods. Ricky stood silently in the room. Deep in thought, he would not have to face them alone anymore. Having the Lord on his side was the best weapon he could ask for. Back in the original prison room, the group remained clueless about what was happening outside. Suddenly, a voice called Lucas out. Standing at the door was Ricky, requesting Effer's presence. Ricky's face was shadowed and unreadable, his expression cold. Lucas followed silently, watched by the others in the room. Ricky strode ahead, Lucas trailing behind, the air heavy with silence along the way. Ricky led him down into the dungeon's depths. As they walked, Lucas thought to himself, "So Ricky's the one who wants me dead. I knew it. But he is definitely not someone I can trust." Ricky stopped at a dead end deep underground, and so did Lucas. Suddenly, Ricky raised his arm, gathering strength, and struck decisively. But the target was not Lucas, it was the wall right in front of them. The wall shattered, revealing a huge stash of gold and treasures inside. Lucas marveled silently. This must be the secret treasury Dalaman's been hiding. Who knew there was a place like this beneath the city? Ricky led Lucas inside the hidden vault. After a long silence, Lucas broke the tension, asking, "Where exactly are we headed?" Ricky turned and asked oddly, "Do you even know the true power of the Lord?" He answered his own question. "It is space itself. The Lord rules over all space." He seemed to know a bit, but stayed silent, thinking to himself that this power was what split his consciousness and buried it deep in the abyss. Ricky clenched his fists, asking, "You know what I mean, right?" He continued, "Even if you reach the pinnacle, you still can't beat the god." Lucas, confused, bluntly asked, "I do not get why you are wasting words on me. Are you trying to wipe out the apostle?" Ricky avoided eye contact and turned his head, saying, "You see, Illunium, as long as we have that metal, the demigod won't need the god's punishment, nor the apostle anymore." Lucas calmly asked straight up what his intention was, but Ricky stayed silent. Then, out of nowhere, he apologized, making Lucas even more puzzled. He spoke softly, "Maybe it is time we said goodbye." Right after, he drew his sword and in a blink, launched a powerful strike. In just seconds, he moved lightning fast, blocking right in front of Lucas, and the sword slash was executed. Ricky's sword strike was already unleashed. Lucas could not dodge in time and got caught in the swirling dust cloud blocking his vision. When the smoke cleared, he was surprised his body was unharmed. Just behind him came a pained cry. The blow was meant to protect him from danger. Ananas essence appeared behind Lucas, grimacing in pain from Ricky's attack. The old man's eyes blazed red with fury as he growled, "So it is true." Without hesitation, his sword slashed straight at the old man. "Hey, waiting around for drama is not exactly a virtue. You know." Ananas essence, kneeling in agony, muttered, "So you really did kill Hydra?" Ricky did not deny it. He took full responsibility for everything. Without hesitation, he swung again, slicing across Ananas Essence's body. Ananas Essence was torn apart and slowly dissolved right before their eyes. Lucas, stunned, shouted, "Ricky, what are you doing?" Ricky calmly explained, "That was just a fake. Lot and the others will be here any minute. No time to waste." Then he started a technique, spinning his wrist at lightning speed as a radiant light enveloped his body. He screamed fiercely, pushing himself to unleash his full power. A beam of light shot up instantly, whipping up wind and dust. Lucas shielded himself behind it. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. This move. It is Rick. Is not Ricky's sword kept slicing relentlessly through the air. His stance shifted as he gripped the sword tighter and slashed again. A rift in space opened right before them, sucking all the wind's power into it. Lucas, terrified, thought quietly. The space is tearing. How did Lot's barrier break with just one sword? Ricky, now weakened from overexertion, gasped. It is really Lot. I gave it everything to tear it apart. But this is all I could do. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Lucas into the spatial rift. Inside the rift, Lucas screamed, Ricky, what the hell are you doing outside? Ricky turned his back on him. He stubbornly shouted back, where do you think you are going alone? Ricky controlled his emotions and said, I told you, there is no time for goodbyes. Lucas yelled hoarsely in anger and frustration. Ridiculous. Who said you could just leave like that? He shouted. I will wait for you. Got it? You have got to survive and come back. The spatial rift slowly closed. Lucas' lingering gaze filled with longing as it sealed shut completely. As soon as it closed, a damp chill rose around Ricky. Like the calm before a raging storm about to hit, the demigods appeared all at once around him, their voices ringing out. Ricky. You bastard. Nosedog and a nearby demigod spoke up. You dare betray us? Finally, your true colors show. And he also spoke. Ricky. What? Are you really a traitor? Ricky answered calmly. Can I see Lot? What is going on? Nosedog challenged. You think Lot would side with you in this mess? He threatened him. If Lot does not come, that day 1T come, and you 1T be allowed to survive. He made it clear he looked down on me, saying, too bad, Ricky. You have already crossed the line. Ricky listened calmly, unafraid to reply. Well, that is a tough one to fix. He scoffed arrogantly. I plan to say my goodbyes before I die. But it is all just a bunch of nobodies, facing the demigods with unshaken confidence. His voice carried weight. No Lot. So it is just me left standing. Nosedog snapped in fury. You seriously think you can take all of us? Dream on. Loser. Another demigod lost his temper, shouting. You keep asking if Lot is coming. What? You think you are Lot? Thought it was just you two. Huh. All the demons and demigods around struggled to hold back their rage. Ricky stayed silent, his mind swirling with memories. Yeah. It has always been just the two of us since day one. He shrugged off his coat, drawing his sword with a battle cry. Calm yet fierce inside, no jealousy. No doubts, just the void grinding his teeth. Ricky spoke up. Those in the guild call you the victors, the strongest demigods, under Lot's rule. One arrogant demigod sneered. They have figured it all out. Huh. Ricky fired back without missing a beat. Yeah? Annoying. Right? Narrowing his eyes, he added. You really think I am on your level? Another demigod growled. The more you talk, the more annoying you get. What is your excuse for being so confident? Ricky replied cryptically. Because you do not have it. Snow and wind started swirling around him. The demigods frowned, puzzled by her calm demeanor, seizing every opening. Ricky shouted, you lack faith, and launched the first strike. Scene shifts. Lucas is taken to a dark, shadowy cave, lost in thought. Lucas is suddenly shaken as he spots something inside the cave. Before him lies a tome with a sword plunged deep into it. Standing out starkly in the bleak surroundings, Lucas quietly observes, puzzled, Lucid's tome here. But is not this Ricky's domain? His sharp eyes catch a hidden detail carved into the sword. He laughs softly, but his eyes betray a deep sadness. Without hesitation, Lucas kneels, bowing his head in solemn respect before the tome. He speaks softly. This is definitely Lucid's sword. A realization dawns on him. The sword of a fallen knight placed beside their tome is the highest form of respect one can pay. Lucas is certain now the move he saw earlier was Lucid's legendary Dream-Out sword technique. Filled with regret, Lucas says, Ricky, I doubted you. But truly, you fight for Lucid. For humanity. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the silence. It is a person. Startled, Lucas spins around, eyes locking onto the figure approaching silently. Lot's deep voice sighs. The strange presence throwing my longtime friend's mind into chaos. A fateful reunion begins. Deep inside, a desperate wish to rewind floods my thoughts. The first thing I saw was the Lord's happy face. The Lord told me. Memories flash. Lot smiling brightly in my mind, saying, finally, I have a purpose to live for, and I am the purpose of that day. Ricky quietly wonders, what about me? Right now, he is locked in a fierce battle with Nosedog. He is wounded, pained by Nosedog's sword strikes. But in his mind swirls the question he has carried for so long: what am I living for? The Lord found his purpose. But what about me? Nosedog fights back fiercely. But Ricky's thoughts keep racing, so I have decided to follow the Lord. Attacks keep coming at Ricky relentlessly, but he still hopes to break free, taking turns attacking, The demigod starts secreting poison from his body. He lashes out a deadly poison at Ricky. An explosion blots out the view. A purple light flickers through the chaos. Ricky slashes through the smoke with razor-sharp strikes. His inner voice rings out, "I once believed the Lord's purpose was my own." The demigod screams in pain under Ricky's relentless blade. But Ricky's mind keeps spinning, yet the void inside me only grows stronger. He roars, blocking Ricky's furious strike. "I will show you the deadly power of my sword with just one blow." Ricky did not wait for his opponent's move. In an instant, he slashed diagonally across his body. The demigod cried out in pain, trembling, while Ricky's mind whispered, "My sword, the one called power, always asks me this question." The next second, Nosedog split into 3 clones and surrounded him. Ricky took a defensive stance, drawing his sword with determination. But inside, his mind wrestled with doubts, asking, why resist it? A devastating sword strike split the battlefield in 4. His mind stirred again. Why have I grown stronger? Gripping the sword tightly, voices echoed in his head. To me, that question was pure fear. Ricky shattered the illusionary clone formation, while his mind kept narrating. Seeking the answer to that question might have shattered my blind faith in the Lord. The 2 demigods who had been attacked recovered and shouted, "Ricky, do you really have to go this far? You have not even merged with your true self." Ricky did not answer. He took a breath to conserve strength, but his thoughts ran wild. "I fear admitting that the Lord and I do not share the same vision." Ricky's gaze turned cold and merciless, as if he would found his answer. His mind narrating, "Then one day, someone gave me that answer." The image of that person appeared in the snowy night, saying, "A sword without faith is just a piece of metal." Nothing more. A memory surfaced, a meeting between Ricky and Lucid. Ricky sneered, "My sword's just a piece of metal. Only the strong get to say things like that." Lucid responded calmly, standing firm, "To be honest, your power is overwhelming. This is a fight I can win." But his next words stabbed Ricky's pride. "Winning or losing once means nothing. You will always be the weaker one." Clenching his fist, Lucid prepared to unleash his full power on anyone who dared disrespect him. Ricky's fury roared like a blizzard. "Funny you say the winner is the strong one." Lucid did not even bother to reply or react. He remained cold and unshaken. He spoke calmly. "Have you ever entrusted your life to the sword you hold?" Ricky was secretly surprised. Then it was not the gaze of a dying man, but of someone upright, fierce, and unyielding. Deep down, Ricky had to admit but not allowed his own flaws. Facing Lucid's piercing eyes, Ricky's mind trembled with fear, realizing, he is no opponent I can defeat. Even now, Ricky fought with all his heart and mind, whether it was faith or someone dear to him. One day, to protect something precious, the moment will come when you must entrust your life to it, and then you will truly understand the true meaning of real power. That is what Ricky had been chasing all along. Both demigods vanished in an instant, watching the entire battle unfold. I spoke up. Now I get it why he never merged with his true self. Laren, standing nearby, asked, and Ashen, I explained. He is wielding his sword using human swordsmanship. His eyes followed the fighter's shadow as he continued. It is not that he refuses to merge with his true self. It is that he can because if he did, he would not be able to use human sword techniques anymore. So what? The fact remains Ricky is powerful, even if appearances do not show it. As he spoke, flames erupted around him. His body can break free from human limits, and a human body can withstand my blazing fire. Flames surged fiercely toward Ricky as Asinai said, "No need for direct attacks. Even if I engulf his whole body in flames, I can burn him to ashes." In another realm, Lucas faced Lot, fear gripping him. Damn, he did not expect the Lord to chase him here. Lot spoke first. "You caused trouble you should not have. I won't let you die easy." Lucas stood, stepping back, thinking. His tone is nothing like the unbreakable oath from 4,000 years ago. Ricky's betrayal will be a massive blow to him. He kept pondering his chances while trying to rally himself, quietly summoning his power at the same time. Lot swiftly swung his hand toward Lucas, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Fear surged in Lucas' heart as he faced the man before him. Suddenly, a burst of light flashed, accompanied by a booming voice. "Stop right there, my lord." Through the swirling smoke, Lucas was stunned to see who had appeared. Lot, equally baffled, showed his impatience and snapped, "What are you doing here?" "Step aside." Lucas silently pondered, though disguised. One glance was enough to recognize her, Iris. She stood firm before him, urging, "Don't kill him." "My lord." Lot, anger flashing, shot back, "Are you crazy, Iris? Move or I will kill you too." Iris' face darkened, Torn between worry and resolve, Lot issued one last warning. If you insist, I will grant your wish. Once, but then Iris' voice stopped him cold. Remember your promise. My lord, she stared him down. Unwavering. This is the promise you swore to me. His face twisted in disbelief. As if he could not believe what he would just heard, Iris stood behind Lucas. Voice clear and firm. The promise you made, please spare this man. Lot chuckled incredulously. Curiosity picked. You are risking your precious 4,000 years on this. Why? She bit her lip, fearful he would refuse. Is that not allowed? He let his hand fall. A promise is a promise. Right? Turning away. Lot left with a chilling warning. This is your only pass. Next time we meet, you will die by my hand. Relief washed over Iris as her tension eased. Lot suddenly stopped. His voice mocking. Ricky's disciple was getting more and more interesting. First Ricky. Now Iris. Risking their lives to protect someone. He pressed on. Curious? Saving someone doomed to die. That is unsettling. He scanned her carefully. What is the reason? I am genuinely curious. With that, Lot vanished, leaving a promise to meet again. Finally, Lot disappeared into thin air, leaving two figures standing silently after escaping danger. Lucas fixed his gaze on the person before him, his eyes heavy with thought. He muttered to himself, she really is alive. Iris. Meanwhile, Iris' emotions churned. Her clenched fists betrayed her hesitation, summoning all her courage. She finally spoke. Can I ask you one thing? Lucas stayed silent, watching and waiting for her move. Iris' eyes shimmered with longing and a flicker of hope. Can you show me your true face inside the cave? She pleaded. Please. Reveal your real face to me. Lucas remained silent. His gaze deep in thought behind the mask. A flicker of sorrow shone in his eyes as he recalled bloody memories from the past. Lucas responded firmly, denying her request and leaving her stunned and disappointed. His voice was steady. Sorry. But I can trust you. Her face fell into despair, Iris biting back the flood of emotions rising inside her. Seeing her turn away silently, he finally asked, confused, why did you save me? Iris did not answer immediately. Instead, she opened a pink portal in the air. Then she calmly asked, what do you think it is for? With that, Iris slipped through the portal, vanishing in an instant, leaving him alone in the cave. Left behind, Lucas stood pondering countless questions he could not voice. Eyes foggy like mist. Why? Iris. Why did you disappear like that? The fiery flames of agony. Their souls intertwined, both desperately craving answers to their own questions. The scorching fire left him wounded and in pain. Yet Ricky fought to endure. Agni taunted with a wicked grin. You think that fragile body can handle this heat? Better to return to your true form. Ricky, he laughed loudly. Mocking. You won't be able to use your powers anyway, and you will die at our hands. Ricky struggled to hold on, knowing deep down this fragile human body could not last much longer. Defeat was looming. But inside, Ricky clung stubbornly to a flicker of hope. Right now, his mind echoed with Lucid's words, the one who once trusted him enough to stake her life on the blade he wielded. Has he ever truly held that sword before? Ricky seemed to grasp what he had been searching for all this time. A faint grin tugging at the corner of his lips. With a clear mind, Ricky began to unleash his swordsmanship. He stood firm against the fiery assault, the blade slicing through flames unharmed. Unstoppable. Nosedog and Anana gaped in shock. How could the sword cut through the fire? Have they already given up? Ricky advanced into the blaze with calm determination, Lucid's crucial words ringing in his ears. There will come a moment when you must protect something, whether it is a belief or someone precious to you. Lucid's final words crystallized in his mind. The time to entrust his life to the sword was now. And in that moment, Ricky's subconscious fully awakened. He halted, all the power channeled into this strike. Countless reminders from Lucid flashing through his mind. Pain twisted his face. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth. Yet he pressed on with unwavering courage. This was the moment when true strength would fully erupt. Ricky unleashed every ounce of his skill, wielding Lucid's sword technique. Rid the moon. Break the heavens. A blinding light burst forth, repelling the dark gods who howled in agony. Slowly, the radiant light took shape, a sword, plunging straight into the earth. The blade tore through the sky, revealing an endless galaxy beyond. The terrified cries of the dark gods echoed as the heavens split in two. This was a power that shook the very fabric of the world. All eyes turned to him, no longer with disdain, but with reverence. Could this truly be the art of a mere human? At his peak, Ricky seized the moment and launched himself directly at Nosedog. One swift slash ended Nosedog's life, leaving him stunned. Akri shouted in agony, witnessing Nosedog's death firsthand. But moments later, Ricky struck again without warning. He sliced Akri's body into a web of lethal cuts. The three dark gods fell in an instant, unable to react to his lightning-fast strikes, whether demon or god. None could withstand him. The last dark god, Lorene, watched in horror. Powerless, she panicked. Whispering in disbelief, 3 were dead in the blink of an eye. Then, Ricky charged straight at her to finish off the last threat. She screamed, instinctively shielding herself. A sound rang out as she closed her eyes, bracing for the pain. But after a moment, no pain came. She cautiously opened her eyes to confirm. Before her stood Lot, plunging a dagger through Ricky's stomach. Coldly commanding, "Stop, Ricky." Ricky writhed in agony. Held firmly in place, Lot whispered beside him, "Today is the most painful day of my life." Ricky gradually regained consciousness. Staring at the face before him, Lot's fury melted into tears streaming down his face. Grief itched deep in his expression. Is there truly no other way? Ricky met him without fear, resolute and honest. Then die, God, he said, desperate to end it all despite his exhaustion. Teeth clenched. Lot's anger sparked an explosion that engulfed them both. Lorraine wept uncontrollably, witnessing the blast. Ricky collapsed to the ground, one arm burned by hellfire, the other poisoned by a dark god's toxin. One leg was severed in chunks, crushed and broken. The other leg was rotting and necrotic as Lot's voice rang out, "This is the first and final punishment I give you." Ricky's body was ravaged. Lot's cold voice continued, "This punishment replaces the wrath of your kin." At this point, Ricky was no longer conscious. Lying motionless on the ground, Lot stood silently above him, while Lurin watched in horror. His face was a mask of despair and anguish, forced to torment someone he cared about with his own hands. Then Lot commanded, "Lorraine, if you act fast, you can still save them. Save Ananta, Agni, and Nostok." She panicked, asking, "Wait, where's Ricky?" Lorraine was frantic, fearing Ricky would die without urgent help, so she tried calling Lot, but he heartlessly walked away. She hesitated, unsure what to do, just standing there frozen. Then she glanced back at Ricky, motionless on the ground, raising her hand. She was about to finish him off, but her hesitation unleashed her magic. Suddenly, Ricky snapped awake, gasping, "Kill him. What are you waiting for?" Lorraine struggled inside, torn and heartbroken, but ultimately made a bitter choice. She withdrew her hand and told Camdell, "The man's gone." Lorraine spoke with a heavy heart, "I do not want to stain my hands with the blood of someone who deserves to die. Let him go somewhere out of sight and quietly perish." With that, she vanished in an instant. Ricky lay there, exhausted, detached from the world, his eyes filled with silent despair. But then Ricky summoned his last willpower, dragging himself forward, leaving a trail of blood where he collapsed. Deep down, Ricky still had unfinished business with Lucas, who helplessly thought. His body could not move, overwhelmed by skill disparity. Instinct told him death was near. Junjin's talent, if Iris had not stopped him, Lucas thought bitterly. I am a disgrace. Ricky's already changed. Meanwhile, I can't seem to change myself, even after 4,000 years. Lucas muttered to himself as he stood there, until suddenly a shadow appeared behind him, making him jump and spin around. To his shock, it was Ricky. Drenched in blood, he hurried over to support him, awkwardly asking about his wounds. Ricky did not answer, only saying, "I need a favor. I want to lie next to him." Lucas' eyes filled with pain as Ricky continued, "Looks like the Lord has arrived here. I underestimated everything. We really did underestimate the Lord." Before he could say more, Ricky coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lucas panicked. "We need to treat your wounds first." Ricky stubbornly pressed on. "My body is not human. Healing 1T fix this. Without the Lord's power, I have no choice but to fade away." He urged Lucas, "There is no time left. Free. Listen to me. I have bought you an extra year. Nose Dog and Anna badly wounded F9. They want to be able to act until they fully recover." Lucas was baffled. "You alone did this to those 3. Ricky quietly admitted. "The only one who could make Lost move was me. Even if things turned out like this, back then they could not finish me off. At least we could say we were merciful. That is Lost's weakness." Lucas still could not believe it. He wondered, "Why did you betray that entity?" Ricky struggled for each breath. He did not hesitate to answer. "A sword without faith is just a useless weapon." Lucas was about to respond, but Ricky kept going. 4,000 years ago, those words changed everything for me. I chased power to fill the emptiness inside, to wield the sword's strength better, and I stole humanity's swordsmanship. As always, I held the advantage, but even in a battle with no winner. Ricky recalled Lucid's image, his unwavering gaze, a truly great man. He confessed, "For the first time, I saw what unbreakable faith really was. I realized my power compared to his was just dust. It was not new. But suddenly my mind quieted down. The missing piece in my sword, he taught me how to fill that void." Lucas admitted, "I think I misunderstood you all this time. You killed Lucid because it was a fight, not because you wanted to kill him." But Ricky denied it, telling him, "Lot killed Lucid without any power. I fought him one-on-one with just swordsmanship, fearing I would lose." Lot stepped in. Ricky blamed himself. "I'm ashamed. I can't forget that moment. His gaze never wavered until the very end. I asked him, what was his faith? He smiled and replied, my friends. Ricky thought to himself, if I have friends I can trust, then I am never afraid of death. Back then, Ricky was always fixated on this thing called faith. He thought it was just Lot's way of finding a leverage point, for that day something internal, not coming from outside. His eyes glazed over with a distant look, then Ricky continued, I was jealous. Only then did I realize why humans and other creatures are so precious. Lucas looked at him with pity. Ricky, worn and broken, stared back. At the Fairfile break, D. We need to find clues to stop the production of aluminium there. Once the demigod fully controls aluminium, it is game over. He told Lucas, head north to the snow plain and find a demigod named Elia. That woman is something else. Forget the Round Council. She is the only demigod even Lot gave up on. If any demigod could be on your side, it would be her. Ricky chuckled softly, relieved he could finally say it all before fading away. He spoke with regret. Demigods do not understand death. We just dissipate. I dare say I would fight him again even if it is in heaven. Ricky, a fading fast, wondered aloud. If Lucid saw me like this, what would he say? Ricky praised Lucas. Well done. Looking at him for a long moment. Then Lucid's image appeared, saying, that was a beautiful fight, Ricky. Making Ricky's eyes widen in surprise. Lucas smiled lightly at Ricky's expression. If it were that guy, he would definitely say something like that. Ricky agreed. I was so surprised. For a moment I thought it was really Lucid, suddenly serious. Lucas said, Lucid is a friend I can truly trust, then smiled at Ricky. Finally, Lucas properly introduced himself. My real name is Lucas Truman. I am a great sorcerer returned after 4,000 years to take down Lot. Ricky's eyes widened as he studied Lucas. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. He finally understood everything. It all made perfect sense now. Lucas cheerfully encouraged him. Lucid would be so proud of all of us. And so would I. Lucas said, placing his hand gently on Ricky. Lucas' gaze softened as he looked at Ricky. Speaking gently, Ricky, friend of Lucid, friend of mine, you have carried a heavy burden alone. Ricky was stunned by Lucas' sympathy. Rest easy now. Hearing those words, Ricky's eyes welled up with tears. He closed his eyes, accepting it all. Just as he said, a satisfied smile spread across his face. I am not afraid of the end one bit. With those words, Ricky vanished into a wisp of smoke before Lucas' eyes. Lucas was left alone, his fists clenched tight. Ricky had become a gem resting in Lucas' palm, sending a final message. Please take care of what is left, Lucas. Lucas stood before the gravestone, staring for a long moment before finally turning his back and walking away. The two swords were now placed side by side, exactly as their owners had wished. The tower crumbled into ruins. This scene was the aftermath of the demigod battle. Sally led the group forward. She silently thought, though she did not understand why the demigods fought like that. The scale was on a whole other level. It was like a league. No matter how many creatures teamed up, they could not beat them. Sally worried. Facing them, what could we possibly do? Suddenly, they noticed someone flying overhead. Everyone was shocked to see it was Lucas, the chosen disciple of the demigod sword. Zero quickly called out, this is our chance. The opponents, just a disciple, capture them alive to gather intel. Shepard disagreed, pushing back. This is not so simple. Let me handle this first. He eyed Lucas cautiously as Shepard flew up to confront him. He spoke first. Ken Liston, right? You must already know who we are. Do not. I want to ask you something, Shepard said bluntly. You are our enemy, are not you? Lucas said nothing, silently staring at him. Seeing this, Shepard continued, I already know you are the disciple of the demigod sword, but the sword has fought its fellow demigods, and you have helped free the slaves here. Have not you? That is not like any demigod or disciple we have ever known. He demanded. Answer me, are you really our enemy? Lucas still did not speak, only lowered his head. He looked down at the crowd below. Hezer had been watching him all along. Lucas smirked provocatively, and Hezer's eyes widened in panic. Instantly, Lucas unleashed his power. Zero cursed him in fury. You poor guy. Hezer writhed in pain, but Lucas broke through his protective barrier, biting back the pain. Everyone's eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. They were shocked to see the lightning, especially confused as to how a half-god's disciple could conjure it. Lucas' power surged, growing massive enough to engulf a whole district of the city. Schaffer glanced around nervously. Salt Lee stood frozen, overwhelmed by the mana control. She gritted her teeth, glaring at the two above. Then she shouted, he is controlling time now. Salt Lee could not believe it. The sword disciple mage had reached the realm of temporal mastery. Hanser beside her was equally amazed. Suddenly, he noticed something and Lucas turned to look back as well. Their eyes met, making Hanser uneasy. Salt Lee suddenly bit her finger until it bled. She decided to use her own blood to launch an attack. She spun her blood into a ring ahead, and Lucas did not hesitate to bite his own finger in response. He mirrored Salt Lee's move perfectly to counter her. The bald man following them was stunned. Using both magic and divine power simultaneously was a rare healing art. Salt Lee's blood formed a massive ring rushing toward Lucas, but Lucas' blood created a black hole in the sky, summoning two terrifying demons. Lilith sneered at her opponents. Who is this? It has been 100 years since we last met. Azura did not want to chat. He was angry. Ridiculous. A few days ago you appeared in my lord's dreams. Lilith feigned ignorance. What did you say? I am just itching to beat you up. Lilith did not hold back either. Mocking. You are still as rude as ever. Let us settle this once and for all. With that, they charged at each other, neither willing to back down or give an inch. Salt Lee suddenly stood up, blocking the crowd ahead. She ordered, everyone out. You are all just in my way. Zero tried to stop her but got shut down immediately. I have told you twice already. Her eyes flashed sharply as she glanced at the two people behind her, then they vanished. Zero froze at her words. Stefan caught on and told him, I get. Salt Lee, please be careful. They left right away. Now, only Salt Lee stood alone facing Lucas. She spoke up. I did not expect you to let them go so easily. Seems like you are not worried at all. Huh, Lucas replied coolly. Because from the start, I was after you. Salt Lee's gaze flickered for a moment before hardening into a deadly glare. She began channeling her power, demanding, tell me what the hell happened to those half-gods. But Lucas just shrugged. Don't waste your breath. Leaving her confused, Lucas bluntly said, you think I am some kind of magic user? One fight and you will see. Salt Lee wanted to test him but could not. Frustrated, she realized she could not control his mind, just like Lilith said. She had to admit, his physical strength was way beyond normal humans. She asked, so from the start, you had your sights on me. What is your game? Lucas shot back. Vampire girl, or should I say, old lady, or maybe grandma. Salt Lee got pissed and warned him. One more word like that and you are dead. Lucas ready to attack. Do your kind even stay loyal to the master-servant bond? He threatened. I will make you all submit and turn you into my minions. Furious, Salt Lee was ready to fight. Thinking, this jerk must be not lived long enough to learn manners. Suddenly, wings sprouted from Salt Lee's back, her eyes blazing with lethal energy as a terrifying power radiated around her. Shadow bats swarmed wildly, charging to attack Lucas. But Lucas stood unfazed in the middle of the circle formed by hundreds of bats. He assessed calmly. Looks like you prefer to fight by draining stamina more than I thought. The bats regrouped into one large circle. Lucas casually raised his hand, making a fist. Instantly, the bats exploded into pieces. The shattered remains scattered around Lucas's feet. Salt Lee was not happy about being countered so easily. Lucas fixed her with a cold, serious stare. She spat. You damn bastard. Shut up. Salt Lee launched another attack with both hands. A fierce hellhound appeared, lunging at him, but it bit through the protective barrier Lucas had quickly raised. Watching it, Lucas guessed it was a hellhound elite, then noticed something else. That dog actually managed to break his barrier. Luckily, Lucas dodged just in time before it could chew him up. The dog snapped again, turning to attack once more. Behind it, footsteps sounded. Two more of Salt Lee's monsters appeared, standing behind the dog. Lucas looked at them and praised Salt Lee. You have got 3 demons total, including the nightmare from Hell's Crossroads. You are pretty impressive, lady. Salt Lee attacked furiously, anger boiling over. I said, just one fight. She snapped. All the demons charged under her command. Lucas began casting a spell. He stepped back to dodge the demons while opening a glowing portal in the sky. The sudden light blinded them, forcing them to recoil. Salt Lee was caught off guard by the blinding flash. Lucas' eyes were terrifying now. A massive bolt of lightning slammed down from the portal, shattering the ground. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. The impact left a deep crater. The demons lay scattered and broken at Lucas's feet. He stood tall amid the swirling dust. Seizing the moment, Salt Lee dropped down behind Lucas's shadow, aiming for a sneak attack, but Lucas saw it coming and smirked, mercilessly stomping down on her. He watched her in pain and just brushed it off. That lady's skills are sharp, but her methods, totally outdated. By now, she was in so much pain her eyes welled up with tears. Then Lucas turned his back and said, from the start, I never intended to kill any of you. His words shocked Salt Lee, who was lying on the ground, confused. She sat up, frowning. What are you talking about? You were the one provoking me first. He did not hesitate to explain. I just wanted to test your strength. See if you are worthy of fighting a demigod. Salt Lee could not believe it. You want to fight a demigod? That is a joke? Do you really think I would buy that? You have already sold out your own progress to become a demigod's lackey. Lucas' next reply stunned Salt Lee even more. I am not asking you to believe me. I want you to accept it. He was stronger than them, banished to a cold, remote place. Lot walked alone through a dense pile of debris. He approached someone standing there, and they faced each other. Lot spoke first. Long time no see. The woman standing before him was Elia. Elia frowned. I warned you not to trespass in my territory. Did not, but Lot shocked her by saying bluntly, Ricky's dead. Elia's eyes widened in disbelief as he admitted, I killed him. Elia accused him in disbelief. What the hell are you saying? Why would you kill Ricky? Lot told the truth. Because he betrayed us. He slaughtered dozens of our kind. I only punished who deserved it. Elia's gaze faltered as she looked at him and asked, Then why do you look so troubled? Lot suggested, Put yourself in Ricky's shoes. Elia did not hesitate to refuse. You already know what my answer is. Just leave. His eyes were resolute. Lot spoke again. Mumbling something, he warned amid her anger, I will come back. When I hope you give me an answer that suits me. Then Lot turned and walked away. Elia stood there watching him, utterly broken. Her eyes were filled with pain, shocked to hear the news of Ricky's death. Cut away from that cold land and back to Shark Lee and Lucas. Meanwhile, Azura and Lilith were facing off. Lilith spat insults. Aren't you ashamed? Using all 8 arms to fight me. Shark Lee ordered her to retreat, but Lilith refused. Why back down now? This is fun. Lucas stood before Shark Lee and asked, You said you would make me fall to you, right? Lilith finally knelt and admitted, You are worthy of saying that. She accepted defeat. From now on, I will obey you. Lucas then suggested to Shark Lee, Time to start following me. Azura and Lilith paused their fight at those words. Lilith teased, Too bad. Guess it is finally my turn to shine. Then she vanished, leaving Azura with a smug, Just wait. Azura, frustrated for failing to tame her, disappeared too. Shark Lee finally spoke up, But I won't surrender so easily. After all, I am the queen of demons and dragons. Lucas caught her drift. You are planning to use my blood to make a pact. Huh? Clever lady. If my skills were not sharp enough, you would turn me into your blood slave to control me. Shark Lee snapped back. So what? You scared of 2 kids? Lucas did not flinch. Not all. No sooner had he spoken than Shark Lee leapt onto him, biting his shoulder hard. She bit and clenched fiercely. That is game over. Huh? But Lucas stood unfazed, totally unaffected by her bite. He just stood there, letting her sink her teeth in before fading into the void. In his true form, Lucas stood alone in a pitch-black space. He looked around, and a voice rang out. So this is your true form. Shark Lee was there in that space with him. Lucas did not hold back, asking, Where is this? Did you create this place? She explained, This is an indefinite space, influenced by the real world. In other words, I can trap you here for 100 years until you swear loyalty to me. Shark Lee's words made Lucas burst out laughing. Then feeling a bit rude, he awkwardly said, Oops. Sorry. I had no intention of marrying anyone here. Compared to the endless void I know, this place feels like paradise. He grinned as he described, Look, here's my body, and even some other people's tables. It is pretty much a full party. Plus, every sensation here feels incredibly vivid. But Shark Lee was totally lost. She thought to herself, What is he even saying? None of this sounds normal. She stared at Lucas, confused by this place. Is this space really nothing? No matter how strong your spirit is, a normal person could not survive here for more than a year. Right? Suspicious. Shark Lee finally asked, So who exactly are you? Lucas answered while suddenly appearing right behind her, making her jump. Let me show you who I really am. He leaned in, whispering sinisterly into her ear. Want to see who I truly am? Shark Lee's eyes snapped wide open, empty and stunned, as a terrifying vision appeared, hands clawing and tearing apart some poor soul's body. They groped every part, pressing down like they were mashing mud. Those hands did not stop. They scratched Shark Lee's face, sending waves of pain through her. Watching her collapse in fear, Lucas calmly said, You okay? I just gave you a taste of what a year's worth of torment feels like. He continued plainly, After 100 years. You won't even remember how many years passed. Spin it around, and 4,000 years would have slipped by. Shark Lee's tears streamed down, still haunted by the fear. Can a human really endure memories like that? This is unbelievable. Struggling to speak, she choked out, I am but the tears choked her words. Trying to compose herself, she called him by name. Great Mage Lucas. Thank you. Disbelief still written all over her face. Lucas sat down in front of her, placing a hand on her head. I will ask once more, will you obey me? Realizing she was nothing compared to him, Shark Lee finally bowed her head. I swear to follow all your commands. My lord. Lucas smiled gently. When the sun sets, send Hanger here. But whatever you do, do not go with him. Shark Lee nodded her understanding, and Lucas left, yet Shark Lee still wondered. Is he really going back just to wipe out the lot and the demigods? She looked at him expectantly, waiting for an answer. Lucas did not hesitate to admit it, then quickly walked away. Tears welled up in Shark Lee's eyes once again as the sun rose. After leaving, Lucas stood on a rock, gazing at the scenery. He waited for someone, and energy stirred behind him. That fiery red hair spilled down. Lucas was waiting for none other than Phoenix. Knowing she had arrived, he said, "I have been waiting for you." Stepping closer, he noted, "You have changed a lot since last time. I came because I have questions for you." Lucas opened up. "Honestly, I was shocked. I never expected to meet you there again." He cut to the chase. "Why did you become a disciple of Agni? Was it your own choice? Or some secret reason you can say? Be honest." "I intend to wipe out all demigods in this world." Phoenix stayed silent from the start. Lucas warned without hesitation, "Your answer could decide if I end you right here." But Phoenix did not flinch. She snapped back. "Done a smirk like that? You want to kill me? Bring it on, you ridiculous fool." Phoenix grew more menacing. "That is exactly what I have been waiting for, the day I get to chop off your head." Since that day, she faced Lucas fearlessly. While he glanced behind her, pointing at the monster behind her, he was about to ask when she interrupted. "You are quite the eager one." But Lucas was puzzled by something else. "Strange. Your true form is Phoenix, right? Aren't you afraid to die?" Phoenix got furious at his question. "I can die not until I snap your neck first." Suddenly, a sharp headache hit her. She cursed someone bitterly. "I know. Damn you." "Sorry." As the pain eased, she still seethed. "Damn it. Living with a bastard like this is a nightmare." Lucas looked at her, concerned. "What is wrong?" Feeling uneasy, Phoenix was berserk, so she spilled everything to me. Ever since he took over my body, this Phoenix has also sucked away my entire backup, which is why he is so eager to control this body and loves to fight. Phoenix thought to himself, "I lost. She could not stand crawling on the ground because of him. And I am stuck with this burning pain inside this body. My backup could vanish anytime he wants." Lucas quickly covered her mouth to silence her, brushing it off. "Hey, get up already." Phoenix stopped struggling but still collapsed in frustration. "And you thought you could handle that? Every day I am dragging myself along, feeling both miserable and hilarious. How did I become famous for saving my own life?" Lucas stared at her, utterly confused. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Only then did Phoenix answer his earlier question. "Because I have become that villain's lackey. If you got too close, you would see it yourself. You told me not to be a burden to you anymore. Remember?" She laughed bitterly. "Why did I become that villainous disciple? I ended up like this, and that jerk." Lucas cut her off before she could finish, scratching his head in confusion. He said, "You keep calling him that jerk and that bastard. Does he even have a name?" Annoyed, Phoenix snapped, "Name? He does not." Then suddenly, she tried to remember something. She racked her brain, but could not recall his name. So she told Lucas to just pick one, surprised it was his call. Lucas agreed, and Phoenix said, "Fine. You choose." After thinking carefully, he said, "Nick." Phoenix's face instantly twisted into a look of pure disdain at the name. She pondered. "Phoenix? So Nick? Huh, that is a weird one." Lucas thought it was pretty clever, and Phoenix felt deep down she kinda liked it. Phoenix seriously recounted, "After died, Nick took over this entire area." She remembered it was at this very cliff. A step approached, and Phoenix turned to see who it was, and he arrived, standing tall in front of her and forcing her to obey his orders. Just recalling his face made her furious. He was truly detestable. Never in my life had I ever felt this terrified. But Nick was ready to fight him, even knowing he would risk his life. "I am no coward. I had no plan. No second thoughts." That is when Sertikun appeared and gave Nick some wise advice. He told him to lie low and protect his life. Did he realize how mismatched his words and expressions were? She explained in detail. Aside from half-demons like a kunai, who were incredibly powerful and unlike anything I would ever seen, he also cared about Phoenix. Though that came from my heart, a kunai offered that if we survived, he would take us in as his disciples, something I could not refuse. Lucas chimed in, "Since he is king of the drakes." But before he could finish, Phoenix cut him off. "Why bother? You are already Ricky's disciple." Then she admitted, "That guy's strong? No doubt. But taking down the top 3 alone, that is just reckless." After hearing that, Lucas mocked, "You talk so much." Phoenix snapped back, "It has been a while since we had a real chat. Catch my drift?" She dropped the subject and asked, "What happened to that demigod?" Lucas sat up straight and said, "He is dead." Ricky's intent on wiping out all demigods, and Phoenix realized the people around him share that goal. She then proposed, "Let us team up. catching Lucas totally off guard. Phoenix stayed cool. What is so shocking? Neither of us want to be tied to him forever. I know where Acneas he is in the Sinkin Desert. To pinpoint exactly. We would have to go there ourselves. Lucas praised her. Not bad. Thanks to you. But hearing that made me mad. Do not blame me for snapping. She turned her back. To clear it all will take a year. We have to act before then. If I hear anything else, I will let you know right away. Lucas smiled. Grateful. Phoenix kept it brief, just reminding him to take care. Those 2 words had Lucas staring at her for a long moment. Phoenix realized it sounded off and quickly added, "That is just me passing on a message from Nick." He smiled warmly at her. A guard noticed Lucas behind Heiser and asked, confused, "But Commander, the one beside you is Lucas." Lucas' icy reply came sharp. "Forgot me already." Scene shifts to a ruined fortress, where someone is waiting for another. Heiser noticed Lucas had appeared beside him out of nowhere. Heiser, thinking he was right, said, "So it is you." But Lucas coldly stared back. Heiser ignored that and confided, "Looks like Lucas has made his decision. I heard after meeting Chowman's Beanian, Vink's brother hid his true identity." Then he asked, "Why did you become a disciple of the sword?" Lucas answered bluntly, "I heard the Blake family's secret. They have become Ryland's underlings and run a lab researching how to fuse mana and divine power." Heiser mulled over that info, then asked Lucas seriously, "Be honest. Which side are you on? Demigods or the 2 factions?" Heiser replied, "No side. I am just fighting to stay alive." Lucas smiled, approving. Good answer. He suggested Heiser take Lucas to the Blake family. Heiser asked why, and Lucas said, "You need to find something." But when asked what that something was, Lucas' gaze darkened, and he refused to say. He finally revealed, "I can only tell you this. Blake's family 1T escaped their tragic downfall." Heiser was stunned, confused. He asked, "Then why do you want to come with me? That is your home." Lucas explained, "If I just show up, everyone will be suspicious. Right? They are Ryland's disciples." Heiser was so shocked he could not even speak. The soldiers shouted in unison, "Long live Commander Heiser! Long live!" "Commander," Heiser smiled at them. "You have really outdone yourselves." The guards noticed Lucas behind Heiser and called out confused, "Commander, the man next to you is Lucas." Hearing this, Lucas gave a cold laugh. "Already forgotten me?" The guards were baffled by his question. Then their eyes widened in shock. They gasped in disbelief. "Commander Frey, you have returned." Heiser, puzzled, asked, "Is there someone else in the house besides our family?" The guards pointed to a strange carriage at the edge of the yard and explained, "We have visitors." Lucas was even more baffled. Heiser, puzzled, whispered, "Is there someone else in that house besides us?" The guards pointed to a strange carriage at the edge of the yard and explained, "We have a visitor." Heiser's confusion deepened. Then Heiser and Lucas heard the guard say it was the 3rd princess. The 2 strolled slowly through the garden. Lucas, walking behind with a thoughtful look, quietly asked, "The 3rd princess. Her name is Fear, right?" Heiser immediately confirmed with a nod. He glanced ahead and saw everyone gathered, softly saying, "Just in time." "Everyone's here." Heiser looked at the girl with admiration. The 3rd princess was not only stunning but also sharp-witted, earning the Emperor's favor. She seemed to sense something and glanced at the 2 of them. Heiser continued introducing to Lucas. She is 25 this year but postponed her marriage to strengthen her political power. Hearing that, Lucas sighed. 25. Huh, what a shame. The guy beside him immediately whispered, "Hey, watch your manners. Gossiping casually about a woman past marriageable age is not cool." Heiser was startled by the comment but smiled. "Though she is 10 years older than you, she is totally your type." Michael Blake called out to them. "Heiser, over here." Heiser promptly knelt with respect. "Long time no see." "Princess." Fire replied gently. "Long time no see." Heiser, Michael Blake looked puzzled. What is going on? Why the sudden visit without a heads up? Then his face turned cold as he strode back. What is this? Why is that kid with Heiser? Michael Blake coldly stared at the silent young man behind. Huh? Free? Azaka Blake heard and asked coldly. You are back already? Lucas' face remained expressionless as he glanced at them. Long time no see. Father, without responding directly, he issued an order. We have guests now. We will talk later. Fire, seeing Lucas speak, chimed in, surprising Michael Blake. First time meeting you. I am Fire Das Casco. He looked down at her, slightly embarrassed. Princess. This kid? No need to pay him any mind. Free S fine. Azaka Blake and the others looked surprised. widening their eyes. Lucas stepped closer, took her hand, and placed a gentle kiss on it. Then he bowed respectfully. I am the third son of the Blake family. Free Blake. Honored to meet Princess Fear, known as the Royal's precious sapphire. She was quite surprised to hear that. He smiled softly, looking at her hand. I am honored to hold your hand. Princess. Please forgive me if I am a bit dusty from the road. Fire's eyes widened as Lucas continued. So as not to wear out the princess, I shall take my leave. Everyone was stunned as Fear replied to Lucas, barely able to believe what they just witnessed. This long, exhausting journey must have tired you. Please. Follow your heart. Michael Blake's face darkened with anger at the scene. Hansa respectfully excused himself. I too must apologize for my rudeness. Everyone fell silent, watching as the two of them went inside. Fire suddenly spoke, startling him. He had not expected Azaka Blake to have a third son. Azaka Blake chuckled awkwardly. Compared to my older sons, my third is still lacking, she retorted, making him confused. Fire's gentle face watched Lucas as he walked away. Inside the mansion, Hanser's voice quietly echoed. What is your plan now? He stood in the cluttered room, leaning casually, deep in thought. Lucas leaned back in his chair, calm and collected. Been a while since I have been home. Gotta play my role as the third son, right? Hanser's worried voice caught his attention. No need to put on a show. Just be yourself. Lucas looked at the thoughtful Hanser and explained further. You know, this place has already caught wind of some rumors about me, like how I wiped out that pirate gang, became friends with Farron Dune, and even ventured to the Demon Tower. Then Hanser sighed. You changing your look from before. That actually feels even weirder. Lucas silently gazed out the window for a moment, then smiled softly. I will think about it. The moonlight bathed the night sky in silver. Inside the room, Lucas was focused, eyes closed, deep in meditation. Suddenly, a sound snapped him awake. He looked toward the source and saw the butler standing there. Then he lost his patience and announced, the head of the family is calling for you. Young master, growing impatient, he turned and continued speaking. It is time for dinner now. He walked away but kept glancing nervously back at Lucas. What is this useless guy coming back for out of nowhere? Just stirring up trouble for everyone. As he walked off, suddenly a voice called out behind him. The unexpected call made him stop dead, confused, and glance back. Lucas had somehow appeared right behind him, making him jump in shock. Lucas' angry face warned him sharply. Do not forget to knock next time. Lucas brushed past him, moving forward slowly, but his voice lingered. Once is a warning. Do not expect a second chance. Lucas walked off, leaving the guy trembling and wondering, did that failure just really scold me? Is he really Fredge? The dining room was set for a grand evening, filled with an abundance of food. Everyone at the table stared silently, focused. No one spoke. After the meal ended, Azaka Blake's voice rang out, tinged with reproach. Father sent someone to the magic tower ages ago. So why are you only showing up now? Lucas looked toward Michael's furious face. Blake softened, remembering he once felt the same. He is just been caught up in too much lately and forgot. The man sitting across frowned and angrily jumped in, ignoring father's words. What is that supposed to mean? He stared at Lucas and fired question after question. Fredge, where have you been all this time? You have escaped the magic tower. Have not you? Lucas calmly looked at his father and answered softly. I have been out exploring the world. Michael Blake scoffed loudly. Exploring the world? They say you are just getting better at slacking off. Litia, sitting opposite, sipped wine while overhearing the insults. But in the end, none of that gossip made you the person you truly are. Azaka and Brakes fell silent. Then added, kicked out of the academy, expelled from the tower the moment you arrived. What else is there to say? Hen's face darkened at those harsh words. In the end, you just ran away. Did not you? Think no one in the family knows. Lucas did not react, just quietly drank from his father's cup, then set it down on the table. The tension thickened. He said nothing, only sighed inwardly. Just got back, and have not had a single moment of peace. The family treats you like dirt. Even the steward looks at you like a bug. Fredge, you have had a rough ride. After a long pause, he finally spoke clearly. I did not run away. Hearing that, the man laughed, clearly skeptical. Immediately, Michael Briggs pointed at him sharply, like an order. Then tell us, what did you learn from your travels? Azaka, Briggs, and Lisha sat silent, all waiting for his answer. Lucas smiled slyly, calculating perfect timing to make a move. I gotta rebuild my rep here first. He grinned boldly at Michael Briggs. What can I say? At least I am stronger than you now. Lisha suddenly chuckled softly, breaking the heavy mood. Then Michael Briggs burst out laughing. Looks like the trip did you some good. From a kid who could not even meet my gaze, you have grown braver. Hezer sipped his tea, feeling excited. I am really happy for you. Free, but his smile faded fast, adding, though, you still have not learned the line between confidence and arrogance. Lucas fired back without backing down. It has been a while since the family had a meal together. Times like this, it is better to keep quiet. Michael Briggs angrily glanced at Azaka, who had been silent so far. Azaka called out, Father, then shot Michael Briggs a sideways look and said, This is family business, handle it yourselves. Hearing that, he perked up, standing with excitement. Fine then. A little movement after dinner won't hurt. Michael Briggs stood and arrogantly told Lucas, Come with me. Everyone else stood up and left the table. Alicia walked off but suddenly turned back. She looked at Hanser. Puzzled, You are not coming. He sat there coldly and said, I do not care. Hanser sipped his tea thoughtfully. Maybe Frey thinks the family's prejudices will hold him back from acting in the future. Michael Briggs is strong, sure, but he definitely is not a true disciple. As everyone headed out to the arena, he thought to himself, No need to watch this match to know how it ends, did not even want to see him get beaten. Hanser sipped his tea coldly, lost in thought maybe he deserved to be killed. On the other side, Lucas and Michael Briggs faced each other on the field. Michael Briggs looked confidently at him and thought, Just a few years ago, whenever he walked by and I called him back, just a light tap on his shoulder would send him sprawling. And now he dares to challenge me. What is with that cocky smirk? He stared at Lucas' calm, unreadable face. Puzzled, is he hiding his feelings? Or does he really feel that way? Free. Suddenly Michael Briggs spoke, leaving Lucas completely baffled. First, show me your magic. Michael Briggs chuckled, glancing at him. You really think I want a fair fight with you? This is just a lesson for you. Lucas frowned, unsure what to do next. His gaze flickered over to Ligia standing quietly at the sidelines, silently observing, standing in front of Zayn's disciple. Best not to show off more than necessary. Lucas raised his hand, gathering a soft blue glow. Magic missile. Michael Briggs sighed but figured since Lucas was confident, he would throw some fancy 3-star spell. He widened his stance, surprised Lucas used only a 1-star spell. Before he could finish his thought, Lucas launched a fierce attack. Michael Briggs was startled and dodged quickly as the attack shattered the stone wall behind him. Horror flickered across Michael's face as he stared at the destruction. How the hell is this speed and power possible? Is this really magic missile? Seizing the moment while Michael was distracted, Lucas advanced swiftly. Lucas' assault grew faster, causing Azaka, Briggs, and Lita nearby to flinch. Michael Briggs shot an ice arrow straight at him. Lucas did not stop. He blocked the arrow barehanded, shattering it with his palm. Michael Briggs was shocked beyond belief. He actually blocked my ice arrow with his bare hands. Lucas lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick, his expression cold and determined as he readied his next strike. His hand clenched tightly on Michael Briggs' chest. Lucas lifted him up forcefully and shoved him backward. Azaka Briggs watched in amazement. So he has learned magic martial arts. Furious, Michael Briggs grabbed Lucas' hand. You little punk, you dare grab my collar. Then, enraged, he summoned a blazing fireball, engulfing himself in roaring flames. Clenching Lucas' hand, he yelled, Donnie hate me. Free. Losing an arm over this would still be your lucky day. Lucas smirked coldly. Unreadable. I do not feel a thing. You bastard. Then he slammed a brutal punch into Briggs's face, spinning him around like a ragdoll. Michael Briggs crashed hard onto the ground, writhing in pain. Lucas stood firm, watching as Briggs struggled on the dirt, his face twisted in agony. His features were mangled from the beating. Lucas stared down at Michael Briggs, feeling triumphant. How's that feel? Free. Feeling a little lighter now. Nobody's gonna treat you like trash again. The butler panicked, rushing over to Michael Briggs and shouting, Young master, get the healer now. Azaka Briggs stood nearby and asked, Studying magic martial arts to boost your mana. Huh. He looked at Lucas with genuine admiration. Free. That was an impressive fight. Lucas slowly turned to face Azaka Briggs. Together they shared their thoughts. I do not think pure magic alone can level you up. Magic martial arts need mana too. And my mana control has improved a lot. Azaka praised him. You have really grown. Lidi chimed in. I am proud of you as well. He looked at her with disdain. How dare she be proud of a child she kicked out with her own hands. Lucas inwardly thought this house was disgusting, but outside he put on a big smile. Thank you, Mother. The garden bloomed wildly under the night sky. Lydia sat in the pavilion at the garden's center and asked him, Free, do you still remember Princess Fiorcon from this morning? He immediately replied, Yes, I remember. She continued, She is here about the engagement. Without looking at him, she poured tea and went on, The third princess is dearly loved by the emperor. She will marry into our family. Lita raised her teacup. Still speaking. Michael and Hanser are both of marriageable age now. Lucas eyed her warily. Lydia's attempt to link Jolin's lineage with the royal family was not just political. She had hidden schemes beyond politics. What was she really after? Suddenly, she asked a question that made him jump. Her voice kept rambling on. The Princess Fiorkun is young. She is a perfect blend of beauty and brains as a daughter-in-law. She smiled softly at Lucas. So I guess she thinks she might make you a little regretful. He hesitated, trying to refuse, but it all happened so fast. She chuckled quietly, seeming to agree that you are not a bad catch something even I just noticed. She kept babbling on, saying this is nothing you need to stress over. Now you are officially recognized as a respected member of the Beck family. Lucas looked up at her, thinking. Recognized? Family and still need recognition. What is the deal here? He asked sharply, catching her off guard. What is so different about being officially recognized by the family? She smiled faintly and explained calmly. It is a big difference. Trust me. Lydie stared straight at him and said, you will learn the family's deepest secrets. He thought to himself. Family secrets. So the Beck clan is basically a lab for demigods wielding both divine power and mana. Lita looked him in the eye and said bluntly, I will give you 4 days. Use that time to think it over and accept my offer. He sat there, expression stone cold and silent after she left. Lucas cast a cold glare back at her. The butler, face full of servile respect, said, Young master, please come in. Bowing deeply, the butler followed behind him and said, While you were away, I tidied up your room. Young master. Lucas glanced around the room, thinking, both family and servants show nothing but weakness before the strong. The butler still stood respectfully. Is there anything else you require? Young master. Lucas waved dismissively. I am going to sleep. You can leave. As the butler reached the door, Lucas called out, I am a light sleeper. Do not let anyone into my room until morning. Night shrouded the mansion, and the cat sprawled comfortably on his stomach. Lucas scratched its head and called, Dacking. Then he warned, if anyone tries to come at me with bad intentions, wake me. Instantly, he used a shadow magic to let his soul slip free from his body. His spirit soared into the night, sharp and alert, thinking, move carefully, no mistakes. To a normal person, no one would know it was him, but better safe than sorry if something goes wrong. The cat watched his spectral form slip through the wall and fly away. He hovered above the main hall, surveying the guards below. Then he phased through the wall again, heading deeper inside the castle. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation. Really? Frace getting engaged to the princess. Following the voices, Lucas slipped into a hidden room where Azaka, Breaks, and Lydie were deep in discussion. Watching the two talk, he felt puzzled. A secret room, a place for hush-hush schemes. Didn't they expect the house to have a spot like this? Lydie sat confidently, explaining why Lucas was betrothed to the princess. Michael broke his nose. We can let him off the hook. Azaka and Breaks exchanged confused looks. Why assign the princess? She is always neutral. Bringing her into our territory could backfire. Lydia's voice was firm and unwavering. It has to be Princess Fear. She is the only one who can give us what we want. Lucas edged closer as they kept talking. What we want? Velen needs more of those things. He sighed deeply, then was shocked to hear Azaka and Breaks mention the name Illunium. Lydia, sitting opposite, looked terrified and warned. Donna speak so freely. Velen ordered this to be kept secret. Then the man questioned again. I just can't wrap my head around it. Azaka and Breaks stared at her grimly as she continued. This alloy was made by Relin for Giacomo. Why do we have to rely on Princess Fire for it? She fell silent, brooding, before finally explaining the reason. Lydie rubbed her face slowly. Princess Fear is the only one who can find Haken, the key ingredient for mass-producing that alloy. Floating above, Lucas heard every word of their conversation, though she still had no clue why they needed so much Haken. What if we order more next time and get caught red-handed in a situation like that? His face turned deep in thought. If she is part of the family clan, then that problem's off the table. Seeing that, he finally pieced it all together. Every clue fits perfectly now. Lucas jolted as he reached a shocking conclusion. The family's Achilles' heel is Princess Fear. Azaka Break glanced at Lydie and suddenly said, But I have a question. After a moment, he asked, Where is Valen right now? Lucas stood tense beside him, anxiously waiting for her answer, but Lydie smirked slyly. That is not something you need to know. Then she spun on her heel and left, leaving Azaka Break fuming in his seat. Meanwhile, in Lucas' room, the cat caught sight of something outside the door. The cat suddenly whipped its head around, staring right at him. Lucas jolted awake in bed as the cat leapt straight toward him. He gently stroked the cat. Thanks for watching out for me. Little buddy, Lucas began to ponder. Sorting through the tangled mess of the current situation, he mentally ran through it. Lydia is mass-producing Illunium under Valen's orders, judging by Izaka Break's reaction. The family's current pillar is Lydia. Lucas kept thinking she is trying to lure Princess Fear to get the rare ingredient needed for Illunium. The princess is the key to stopping their Illunium production. He walked to the large window and gazed outside. He had to find out what Princess Fear was planning. Lost in thought, Lucas knew he needed a private spot to talk. Fear as super cautious. So it won't be easy. He mulled it over all night. But breaking into the stronghold was too risky. How to approach her and find an opening was still a mystery. Fire stood before him, flashing a carefree smile. You are Frey, right? Nice to see you again. Lucas looked drained after a sleepless night of thinking. She stood there, suggesting, if you are not playing games, maybe you can show me around the house. Hearing that, he could not help but wonder was opportunity knocking on his door. Lydia whispered nearby. Mom already said, the princess likes you. Fire saw his silence and lightly scolded herself. Maybe I was too sudden coming here. Huh? Lucas quickly smiled at her. No way. Princess. I was just thinking you did not greet me properly yet. Lydia watched them walk inside, her expression darkening. At that moment, her face was shadowed with worry. Fire chatted as they walked. I heard you are friends with Farron. I have known Farron since we were kids. Suddenly, she stumbled and cried out. Lucas froze, watching her wobble and yell. I just tripped over my own feet. Instinctively, he reached out and caught her by the waist. With a warm smile, Lucas steadied Fear. You okay, princess? She smiled back softly, thanking him. On the surface, he smiled, but inside he was puzzled. What was she playing at? She has got political smarts but terrible acting skills. His eyes widened in surprise as she suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. Then Fear quickly stepped back, blushing furiously and flustered. What is wrong with me? I totally forgot about an important meeting. She looked shyly at Lucas. See you later. Okay. Lucas stood there stunned, watching her walk away, his face full of shock. He stared at his palm thoughtfully. Princess Fear is definitely not someone to underestimate. In his hand lay the tiny note. Fear slipped him when they touched hands. The stunning Princess Fear sat before the mirror, humming softly while reapplying her makeup. Veronica, her loyal bodyguard, noticed Fear's bright eyes and the fact she was still putting on makeup. Clearly, someone important was coming. Fire sat calmly before the mirror, teasing Veronica. Why did not you try switching up your look? While dabbing her face, she casually added, you would look great with cooler tones. Veronica, ever stoic, replied, we need to cut out any fake details. But Fire smiled and said sometimes beauty is a weapon. In some cases, a look can hit harder than words. As she spoke, she lightly sprayed some perfume. A knock at the door grabbed both their attention and abruptly cut off the conversation. At the princess's invitation, the grand door slowly opened, revealing a tall young man with an ordinary face stepping inside. Fire was not surprised this early arrival was Frey. After all, she looked at the unfamiliar face up close and said, with a little makeup, I do not look half bad. Right? He was basically just a servant. No need for a reply. She stood up, keeping a calm expression. I have heard a lot about you. I hear you are Truman Ving's new right hand. Fire slowly stepped closer, stopping about 2 meters from Lucas. A soft blue aura clung to his mysterious presence, and Lucas admitted he had not expected Fear to take an interest in Truman Ving's. The princess relaxed against the table and corrected him. My master is interested, but thanks to that, I know you are the one who rebuilt the guild from near ruin. She lifted her stunning blue eyes in admiration. Someone with such a huge role just up and left to wander. Since Fear was sitting, she had to look up to meet Lucas' gaze, who seemed weighed down by something serious. Faced with the princess's relentless questioning, Lucas could only smile wryly and deny it. He recalled old memories, the bitter frustration of having to retreat as the enemy. Benyon had stood firm amidst the chaos, urging surrender and unity, but her offer was met only with sneers and mockery. While Benyon argued, an assassin silently crept behind her, exploiting the team's attention focused elsewhere, and seized the moment with lightning speed, his dagger nearly grazing Benyon. Just as success seemed certain, disaster struck. A terrifying force struck hand like a bolt of lightning. The assassin, powerless, fell. Benyon turned toward her savior and recognized Isabel. Isabel ignored Benyon and glared fiercely at the enemy, rejecting their baseless accusations. Without hesitation, Isabel declared, no more messing with humans, or you will be on our side. Lucas stopped there, explaining to Fear that he would entrusted the guild's leadership to someone reliable. Grateful to have a trustworthy teammate, he smoothly changed the subject. You know how it is, Princess Fear, whether teammate or subordinate. It It is the same story. Fire caught a hidden meaning in his words and suspiciously asked what he meant. He replied, "Too bad, I thought this meeting was just between you and me." His words left the princess still seated, flustered, but it really is just the two of us. Hearing that, Lucas said nothing and turned his gaze elsewhere. So the other person is an intruder. Lucas suddenly dropped this bomb as he looked down at the floor, but where Lucas was looking was just empty space, nothing at all. Then, chaos. A strange shadow appeared, sitting upside down in an impossible posture. The shadow, caught in the act, showed no hesitation and lunged straight at Lucas. Fire, witnessing it all, stopped in anger, but the attacker was already wounded up and could not stop. Veronica failed to take control and was instead subdued fiercely by Lucas. Lucas kept a smile on his face despite the assassination attempt. "Guess you should have been clearer, princess." He looked at his hand, just inches from Veronica's face, and sighed. "Almost lost this face just now." Veronica barely had time to panic before the dagger in her hand was knocked away. She clutched her injured hand, veins bulging on her face. A bodyguard turned enemy. "No doubt the princess has sharp eyes," Lucas said, his words sparking fierce disbelief and fear that someone like him was barely over 20. Meanwhile, Lucas ignored fierce mood, sat down, and got straight to business. His gaze serious, he asked Fear, "How much do you know about the Lisha plan?" The princess could be honest with him, since he was not backing the Beck family. Fire was caught off guard. Lucas could see right through her. "Then there is no need to hide it," she said calmly. "I know about their plan to isolate me from the royal family." The princess glanced at Veronica, who was still clutching her arm tightly, then continued, revealing she knew a bit about their plan to switch up the materials on our end. Lucas gave the princess a steady look, clearly older than her years, and curiously asked why she thought that way. In the quiet room, the two finally dropped their guards and spoke honestly with each other. In recent years, the Beck family tripled their orders from outside, supposedly for studying dark magic, but they could not fool me. She recalled resources like demon blood, emerald-studded jade, and blood ruby marrow, confidently saying these items had been cleverly increased in quantity, but they still had not figured out which item Beck's family was truly after. Fire bowed her head slightly, showing signs of deep thought. Lucas closed his eyes, digging through his memories for a moment. The princess really does have a knack for deduction. Just like the rumors said, he praised unexpectedly, catching Fear off guard without missing a beat. He continued under the princess' focused gaze among those materials. There was one thing Malatia desperately needed. On the surface, Princess Fear seemed calm, but inside she was surprisingly shaken. This guy did not make her feel like he was younger than her at all, youthful on the outside, but with such composure. Fire felt like she was facing a master. An image of a tall, serene mentor flickered in her mind. Lost in thought, Fire quickly snapped back and asked Lucas what that item was. Lucas did not answer right away. He just called her name. Just as Fear was about to ask if something was wrong, Lucas spoke again, saying the person in question planned to stay on the same side as the guild. At that moment, she dropped her aloof act, sat up straight, and demanded Lucas not answer her question with another question. "The Archangel is about to take control of this continent." Lucas dropped a bombshell again, making Fear's heart skip 2 beats. Without giving her time to recover, Lucas pressed on. "Short term, maybe a year. Long term, about 2 years tops." With disbelief shining in Fear's eyes, Lucas concluded coldly, "At that rate, the princess might lose her life too." Veronica, fiercely loyal as Fear's bodyguard, immediately lunged forward on the princess's behalf, furious that Lucas dared threaten her. But her aggression was instantly crushed with a single pointed finger from Lucas. He said nothing, just fixed Veronica with a piercing, icy glare. Veronica's whole body chilled under his oppressive aura and steely eyes, yet she stubbornly spat out an insult, calling Lucas a bastard. Fire felt a flicker of worry. After all, Veronica was her loyal protector. She opened her mouth to intervene but held back, knowing Lucas would not cross the line. She seemed to accept it reluctantly but still could not believe it. "What proof do you have for this? The Archangel has been dormant for 4,000 years. But now they suddenly reappear, because they have nothing left to hide." Lucas cut through the hope like a hot knife through butter. He spoke with absolute certainty, using his deductions. Lucas shattered all of Fear's hopes. Legia wants Haken, and only the princess can find it. Hearing this stunned her. It would speed up their entire plan. Lucas calmly laid out the most likely scenario. Fire bowed her head, a gloomy expression settling on her beautiful face. "Unless I fully side with the Archangels. Otherwise, they will threaten me to get their hands on Haken." Her hand trembled slightly on the table, but showed she understood. She stepped closer to Lucas, a hint of doubt in her eyes, asking if he wanted her to join the guild. Then, with Fear's clear gaze, Lucas smirked and said, "Isn't it obvious? You asked if the guild could protect you." Fire stared at Lucas' calm face, unable to guess. "So what exactly is it?" Lucas took a soft step forward, coming right in front of her. Looking at this girl lost in a maze of traps, He offered his sincerest invitation. Come with me. I will be your shield. Princess. Fair's cheeks flushed unexpectedly at Lucas's sudden words. She looked at the man before her, her heart fluttering with uneasy feelings. Just then, Veronica's exasperated voice called out, cutting through fear a soaring moment. Startled, Fire snapped back to reality from her daydream. She fanned her burning face with her hand, glanced away to hide her embarrassment. Why such a sudden proposal, though she asked. Her mind was tangled with thoughts about Lucas. She did not understand why he would say something so delicate, like becoming her shield, but she quickly regained her composure. Fire said she is not afraid to die, that is why she chose this dangerous path. Lucas had no idea about Fierce's rich inner world. He kept his cold expression and challenged her. Didn't you already have a solid backup? He stared into Fierce's eyes, paused briefly, then added, the owner of the 11th tower. Fire did not panic when her secret was exposed. She just lowered her gaze slightly, revealing a sharp glint. There is nothing you do not know. Huh? She turned toward Veronica. Lucas watched her back, curious and eager to meet this mystery person for himself. Fire pretended not to hear and just helped Veronica up, gently asking how she was doing. Both understood they could not act so close in front of Lucas. After making sure Veronica was okay, Fire finally answered Lucas' earlier question slowly. Meeting up is tough because even we do not know where he is. Lucas showed a doubtful look. You mean the princess of a kingdom can't even contact him? Fire reached into her sleeve. Searching for something, she pulled out a beautiful crystal orb and explained it is a one-way communication device with her master. Only he can reach out, not the other way around. Before she could finish, the orb suddenly pulsed with intense energy and floated up. Its glow grew stronger and stronger, flying further from Fierce's hand, leaving her wide-eyed in shock. From the orb's light, a ghostly figure slowly formed, greeting Lucas with a clear, calm voice. Lucas kept his cool, observing the scene, silently thinking, no way I'm gonna see this guy's face. It is not the cloak, he is using magic to hide his face. No matter what, he won't show it. Just as Lucas was lost in thought, the shadow spoke again. I heard every word you said. Lucas listened quietly, then asked, so you think the demigods will invade our world in 2 years? I do. Lucas smiled. Sounds like you have got a plan then. Fire, anxious at his disrespect, insisted, my master is on a whole other level. Even I am nowhere near him. You better pay attention to what he says. But Lucas did not flinch and bluntly said he only respects those who show themselves. Fire was so mad she could not even respond. The man in the black cloak was not angry. Instead, he soothed fear. He is not wrong. Besides, you can judge a book by its cover, he said, looking at Lucas, who stood silently. The cloaked figure leaned in and shared. I have heard the Lua Noble Dragon Knight Order was wiped out in one night. I suspect the demigods were behind it. Exactly. That death god demigod did it. Lucas interrupted bluntly before he finished. His green glow cloaked the phantom figure. As I guessed, you are one of the triumphs. Lucas now paid closer attention to the orb sustaining the apparition. Seems like you know all the inside scoop of the circles. I bet you have got a bunch of these orbs to eavesdrop. Lucas smirked coldly, locking eyes with him, the former leader of Joe Necklace. Calm yet sharp, he analyzed. The orb and the disguise magic are both Joe Necklace tech from 50 years ago. Whoever replaced the leader and got this must be a big deal. The man did not hide his identity anymore and admitted it outright, praising Lucas for piecing it together from just a few clues. Lucas got serious. Then why did you step down as leader? The figure did not answer immediately but asked if Lucas knew a man named Uzuna Kento. Lucas recalled Beniron telling him that Uzuna Kento, the former Joe Menzing leader, was her father. No answer yet. But the figure continued. He is the father of the current Joe Menzing leader and an old friend of mine. Flashbacks stirred a bit of emotion. His death proved just how rotten the circles had become. The other 3 circles had planned Uzin's assassination. He remembered his friend lying among the ruins. By having the Triumph kill him, they deliberately stopped Joe Menzing's rise. By the time we got here, you were already drifting away. In the end, I could not stop his death, even though we swore to save humanity from the demigods. Fire saw herself so moved that she sadly called out to him, as if trying to comfort him, but then she stopped herself, not knowing what to say next. That shadow spoke to Lucas, locking eyes with him, reminding me of Uzun. Bring the Menzing Guild over and merge with us, he said, seeming to shake off the brief sadness completely. Lucas, a bit confused, asked what he meant by that. Standing tall as before, he calmly explained, 50 years ago, I left the Circos Guild, searched for comrades, and formed a new alliance. Unlike that rotten Circos, this alliance is fully committed to one goal, driving out the demigods. Fire was surprised this was the first time she would seen her master make such a direct invitation, but Lucas surprised her even more by flat-out rejecting it. He stayed cool. No arrogance, I joined Circos, because I believed I could change their mindset and direction. The man in black chuckled sarcastically. You really think you can pull that off on your own? Lucas did not flinch under the challenge. The question was not whether it was possible. Right before fierce eyes, he confidently shared his thoughts. Originally, the founding guild leaders of Circos shared that vision, but as they organized and recruited, that goal faded away. In short, I can change it from within, reform it, or turn it into a new guild united by common beliefs. Just like you guys, Lucas said, throwing out a tough challenge like it was nothing. The man in black rejected that idea, insisting they would not rot like Circos. Lucas shot back immediately. I am talking about human nature, he added dryly. We can deny that, but we just need to stop acting so high and mighty to truly fight the demigods. The shadow did not argue back, just let out a cold laugh, standing before Lucas, his voice tinged with nostalgia. You handle things just like Ozan did. Let us hope your ending is not the same as his. Lucas smiled, brushing off the ominous remark. Suddenly, he called Fierce's name, ordering her to fully support Lucas from now on, catching her off guard and making her respond instinctively. Then the image started to glitch and fade. It has been a pleasure talking with you. My spirit feels like it is reunited with an old friend. As the figure slowly vanished, Lucas boldly asked his name. My promise to you remains. If you ever need help, we are always ready. Came the voice from shards of light. Silence fell over the room as his projection completely dissolved, leaving Fear and Lucas staring at each other. Lucas was stunned by Kairos' identity. He could not believe he was a successor of Schweizer. Fire stepped forward, grabbing the crystal orb. Both caught in an awkward moment. Cut to a grand, palace-like building where Lucas sat at a long dining table with his family. Izaka leisurely cut a large piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. Lucas was focused, slicing his own meat carefully. Mother, I have made my decision, Lucas said, catching Leisha's attention as she turned. He sighed softly, took a bite, then slowly finished the rest before setting down his fork. I am going to marry Princess Fear, Lucas suddenly announced, dropping news that shocked everyone at the table. He stated it plainly. I will marry Princess Fear. Leisha looked at him. She smiled with satisfaction, while Izaka, who had been watching her, remained silent. Lucas' face grew serious as he recalled telling Fear, I have 3 requests for the princess. She did not hesitate to listen. He proposed, first, please postpone the engagement. The princess blushed at the word engagement. Veronica coughed a few times to bring her back to attention. Lucas whispered to Fear, but do not let anyone know you have completely lost interest in this whole thing. Fire avoided his gaze but agreed. Don't worry. I am a pro at these delaying tactics. Veronica, try not to catch on too much, it might look weird. Lucas moved on to the next topic and suggested we put a pause on buying and selling for now. Fire agreed it is best to have a legit excuse, so the Duke's wife does not start sniffing around. She made the deal, saying, leave it to me. This kind of work is right up my alley. What is this third guy supposed to do? Fire suddenly seemed to realize something. Well, Lucas just stayed quiet, watching her closely. The scene shifted to the bustling city, Fire standing high above. Looking down, Veronica, standing behind her, asked in disbelief, is the princess really gonna follow his orders? Fire nodded firmly. Of course. My master already said we should cooperate with him. Veronica still looked a little uneasy. You really think everything will go as he promised? Fire shot her a sharp glare. You should remember this too. Veronica, sometimes you have to break the rules to make the right call. Those who change the world are the ones bold enough to defy convention. Lady Lechia praised her. You have really thought this through. Now, you are ready to become a respected member of the Blake family. Turning to Heiser, she said, tell Frey the family secrets. Then without another word, she headed back to the secret chamber. The scene switched to the library. Heiser was reading a book while chatting with Lucas. There was not much left to say, so she killed time. And an hour later, a sudden noise echoed. Lucas ordered Heiser, call Sackley here. Heiser replied, I will pass the message, but no promises she will accept your invitation. Lucas said with confidence, she will say yes? No doubt. Silence fell heavy after that. Heiser hesitated, wanting to ask more. But in the end, he stayed quiet deep inside the dark basement. Lady Lydia approached Lucas first, breaking the silence. How do you feel now, knowing the truth about this world? He answered honestly. Honestly, it is still hard to believe. She laughed lightly. That is exactly how it should be. Don't worry. I will gradually reveal all the details to you. With that, she opened a panel. Lucas was stunned. Inside were rows of human bodies, grotesquely preserved, some missing limbs, all horrifyingly displayed. He was speechless at the scene. Before him, helping them was dangerous. Lydia warned. She casually introduced it like showing off toys. Get used to this, they are just test subjects. They ventured deeper. Spotting a demon man mixing some strange liquid, he poured it through tubes into the mouth of a restrained person, whose face was twisted in agony. Lydia kept explaining. They are the mages and alchemists of the Blake family. Conducting research down here, Lucas looked at them uneasily, sensing something off about the situation. Lydia smiled and shook her head. What is wrong? Ditch that self-important attitude. Lucas frowned. What do you mean? She turned back to remind him. Remember this well. When you join a group but put your ego first, it won't get you anywhere. Following orders blindly is the safest, most effective way. Lucas was secretly annoyed by those words, but obediently followed her lead. They stopped before a door, and Lucas froze again. He could feel an overwhelming aura of power seeping from behind it. Lydia warned him. Behave yourself. She introduced the room. This is where our master lives. Lucas immediately recognized who it was. Valen. He lost his cool. Of course she was here in the mansion, but he did not expect Lydia to personally bring him to meet her. There was no way his true identity could be exposed. Worry gnawed at him. Too many unknowns. Indra's power within him, the Hector mask and Zoraki orb left behind. Valen would definitely recognize those. Damn it! Why did not I plan for this? Lydia noticed Lucas' pale face immediately. He was still lost in thought. Should he run? But giving up now would erase all his efforts. Deep in thought, he only snapped out of it when Lydia called his name. She came closer, asking gently, why do you look so pale? Lucas stared at her face, determination blazing in his eyes. No way. This is the moment I have to take out Lydia before Zealand even suspects who I am. Then I can personally eliminate Zealand, one of the apocalypses. And only after that can I break free from this endless loop of thoughts. He answered her firmly. I am not afraid. Seeing he was steady, Lydia encouraged him. It will be over soon. Lucas steadied himself too, thinking, just gotta try. Better late than never. Right? His eyes burned with unwavering resolve as he looked ahead. The door slowly creaked open. Valen was sitting leisurely in the chair that carried them. Am I early or what? Then he glanced at Lucas and asked, who is this cute kid beside you? Never seen him before. Lydia knelt down respectfully. Laren smirked slightly, eyes fixed on her, then casually asked after her health. Lydia quickly replied with respect. Lucas felt an intense discomfort as Laren looked at Lydia like that. Yan Jiang suddenly got angry and unexpectedly knelt beside Lydia. Lydia reported, that boy's name is Frey, the third son of the god. Laren's tone dripped with arrogance. You actually have a third son? Line asked again. How far along are the orders I gave? Lydia replied anxiously. Half of it is already gathered. Laren snapped angrily. Only half. That is not enough. Lydia bowed her head, pleading forgiveness. But right now, Frey is betrothed to the third princess. She explained. As long as we turn her into Fetus Alley, we will soon have everything we want. Laren chuckled darkly. The third princess. That girl's a pain in the ass. As long as she is not the 11th Demon Tower Lord or Paragon. Lucas wondered silently. I have never heard that name before. Could she be the Alley Caro mentioned? That thought tightened the knot in his chest. But Lucas forced himself to stay calm. Laren studied him for a long moment, her eyes gleaming with amusement. This kid's quiet. Huh. But that just makes him cuter. She stepped closer, her hand gentle but commanding as she lifted him up. Her eyes locked onto Lucas. Everyone looks the same to me, like she was probing his mind. Suddenly she seemed to realize something about him. Without warning, Laren grabbed Lucas' hand tightly. The sudden force and intensity startled him. Her gaze sharpened. Lucas' heart sank. He has been found out. Her eyes flicked toward Lydia beside her. I have to take out Lydia right now. The distance is just right. As if reading his thoughts, she suddenly shoved him hard, throwing Lucas off balance and making him fall. Lydia panicked, and Lucas gritted his teeth. She is blocking Lydia now. Laren bent down, her eyes sharp as a blade. Your name's Frey? Right? Her voice dropped low. You. Every word was dripping with authority. This kid's got some imperial blood. Huh? Lydia calmly explained. Compared to the eldest son this kid's rank is far superior. Lucas doubted. They have not figured me out yet. But it seemed not. Laren was shielding Lydia to stop him from acting. She smiled. I have something to discuss with your mother. Mind stepping outside for a bit? Lucas immediately calculated this was proof she was protecting Lydia. Even though she would uncovered his identity, she was letting him slide. Why though? Laren teased. Remember, you are not only quiet but slow on the uptake too. Lucas shook his head in confusion, stepping carefully and trying to stay calm. Laren's mischievous voice sounded. Catch you later. Kiddo. You are adorable. Then she suddenly went silent. Her tone darkened. That kid's already absorbed divine power. Lita shook her head softly. Not yet. Suddenly, in a flash, Laren spun around and grabbed Lydia by the neck in a ruthless move. Snarling harshly. Fool! Her eyes burned with fury. If you were not one of my disciples, I would tear you apart right here and now. Laren yanked Lita backward fiercely. Her rage was far from spent. Haven't I told you? Only fools make mistakes. Her voice was sharp, full of menace. You are an idiot. Lydia took a deep breath. Laren threatened again. I have allied with fools, making it hard for her to respond. I know. Lucas began drawing a magic circle. He thought to himself, there is no way Laren has not detected Indra's divine power inside him. Yet she has not done a thing, so there is only one reason why. His gaze hardened. It is not that she chooses not to act. It is that she can't. This thought hit him right now. The severely injured sea dragons are still healing, but only because Laren is supplying the massive divine energy they need. He started to analyze. If the current Laren is just a fragile, weak creature, it makes sense why she is dragging this out. The magic circle was complete. A rush of anticipation surged through him. This is the perfect, continuous chance to take down Laren. Suddenly, the door swung open and Hanser stepped inside. He blurted out in surprise. So what is going on here? Lucas turned around, eyes blazing. Hanser, today you are going to kill Lichia. Hanser froze. His expression shifted from confusion to worry as he struggled to keep calm. His voice was desperate. It has got to be Mom. She is the root of all this with Laren. Lucas stared into Hanser's eyes like he was demanding an answer, making Hanser even more suspicious. He said sternly, You are definitely not Frey. A voice echoed like a warning bell. Come on, brother. What the hell's wrong with you? Lucas sneered. Brother. His hands clenched tightly around Hanser. The tone was harsh, and the word brother slipped out like a dirty joke. Then one voice declared, Frey's dead. His eyes burned with bitterness. The whole damn family was responsible for killing him. Lucas shouted angrily. Do you even realize what kind of hell Frey had to live through? He recalled the past days when Frey was crushed and looked down on by everyone, even abandoned by his own family. Every word dripped with rage. Since birth, Frey was never accepted, not even for a second. The only way out of that crushing loneliness and pain was to end his own life. Hanser straightened up, stunned, stammering. Suicide. He took his own life. Suddenly, Lucas heard a voice stopping him. It was like Frey himself was holding him tight. Don't do this to me. I had my reasons. Lucas snapped angrily. You are just a cast-off. Losing control, Lucas shoved Hanser hard, sending him sprawling backward. Furious, he spat. You do not even have the right to feel pain. Hanser winced but admitted painfully. He is right. The agony was etched on his face like Frey. He too longed to escape this hell. Lucas stared at him in disbelief. He could not believe his eyes. Someone clawing their way up from the depths. Surrounded by treacherous stones, at the peak of Lozio in the Rivendark range, a terrifying power was building. Lot stood firm, gathering his energy. The air around him thickened with power. Suddenly, a blue light flickered. What is going on with Laren? Laren immediately reported, My lord. Something's happened. Her voice was cold and steady. The human carrying Indra's brainwaves has appeared. Although I do not know what that kid's up to, Lot instantly thought of Ricky. Laren shared the same suspicion. It must be connected to him. Lot ordered, Capture him alive and bring him here. Laren rolled her eyes in frustration. Do you think it is that easy? She sighed bitterly. I have drained all my divine power healing them. So right now I am as weak as a dried-up twig. Laren paused, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Honestly, I am scared of gods. So why should I tremble for a mere human? Lot's voice softened, trying to calm her. Stay calm. I will send more of our kind. Laren immediately asked. How many? He answered quickly. 3 near Casco. I will send them all. But they can travel through space and time. Wait 4 days. Laren blinked thoughtfully, then returned to base to order Lichia to retreat. Her body was covered in scars, some long and distinct, marking her very being. Heiser explained. My body can balance divine power and mana. It has been used for experiments since birth. His voice was gentle. In this clan, if you are born with a gift, it means your whole life will be one long test subject. Lucas was stunned. So was Michael. Heiser sighed. Of course. His voice deepened with weight. Michael's personality did not come out of nowhere. That is why he never felt like he truly belonged, being chosen to fake it. No one could survive this living hell. Yet he never dodged responsibility. He is the one who robbed Frey of her mana. Lucas froze, eyes wide with shock. He muttered, voice catching, I still remember the day she was born. I wanted to protect my little brother's angelic smile as his chubby hand gripped my finger. I wanted Frey to avoid the pain I went through. So I destroyed the mana flow inside her. Lucas furrowed his brow, his gaze darkening. Memories flooded back. The first feeling when I got this body was pure discomfort. Like someone was blocking my lifeblood. Now I know why. He sighed deeply. I thought it did not matter where she went. As long as it was not here, nowhere near this cursed acceleration, she would be fine. His voice choked up. She was just an innocent, kind kid. Even being called the family's disgrace. She probably never figured out how to stop deceiving them. His words soaked with regret and pain. But still, no need to kill yourself, you little punk. Now all that is left in me is regret. Sorry. Free. I was reckless. Free could feel the pain clearly inside her. Tears were falling. Lucas bowed his head to Heiser, thanking him and apologizing for his weakness. Heiser struggled to steady himself. Answer me. He stared at Lucas. Voice firm. If it is not Frey. Then who? Lucas replied calmly. You probably would not believe me if I told you. His tone. If I say the one you are looking at is the master, it is no exaggeration. Suddenly, a shadowy void appeared, radiating a cold, eerie aura. From the darkness stepped a figure. Sharkly, Heiser's eyes widened in disbelief. He would just send a message a few hours ago, and already got a reply. Usually, it takes weeks. His gaze shifted to Sharkly. But what was that attitude toward Free? He could not hide his curiosity. Master. Why call Frey master? Sharkly answered bluntly. You will understand when the time comes. For now, just follow orders blindly. Heiser was confused. Sharkly's words made no sense. What the hell was going on? Lucas turned to him. I have a task for you. His eyes cold but serious. There is a metal called Illunium, which only made Heiser more uneasy. Lucas went on. Just know it is the artifact the god of war needs to conquer this continent. Laren is using Lydia to create it. He ordered Heiser. You need to find it. Heiser nodded. If Mother is hiding it, there are a few places I will check. Lucas also told Sharkly to keep an eye on Lydia. He warned softly. Be careful. Lydia's a disciple of the apocalypse. That made her blush shyly. She stammered. Master, do not worry. But do we have any leads to track her? She laid out her plan. We have to watch what she is scheming and hide our presence carefully, even if we cause the tiniest disturbance. But to Heiser's eyes, Sharkly looked like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Lucas smiled at Sharkly. Just keep it simple. Stir things up a bit. It seemed like he would already cooked up something. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air, debris flying everywhere. Lucas thought silently. If I am right, Laren will be calling in reinforcements soon. Heiser did not hesitate. Finding Illunium was just as crucial. No time to waste. As for Sharkly, once given the order, she had to track down Illunium, even if it took a minute or a second. Suddenly, a fierce attack lunged at Lucas. Izaka Break glared at him, full of hatred. Togen Free, he sneered. Hey, what do you think you are doing? Lucas smiled calmly. What do you think I am doing? The fire inside Izaka Break blazes up. How rude. How dare you hold power right in front of me like that? Suddenly, a red orb engulfs them both. Izaka panics, but Mana shows no reaction. Lucas snaps coldly. Dad, do not even try to play the father role anymore. It is nauseating. He makes Izaka doubt that Frey is a true mage of the highest order. Losing his strength, he plummets. Unbelievable. Lucas has taken full control over space itself. Using his last reserves of power, he quickly forms a massive block of ice. He braces himself on it, but Lucas' voice rings out again. Because you are Laren's spy. I thought your power would be wind-based. Lucas' eyes flash sharply as he shatters Izaka Break's icy platform in an instant. Losing his footing, Izaka Break falls again. Writhing in pain, Lucas smirks coldly, his tone light but dripping with sarcasm. Funny thing is, it looks like you do not even have what it takes to be her spy. Izaka Break, clutching his chest in pain, sits up. So this was your real reason for coming back all along. Lucas' eyes sweep over him with satisfaction. If not, why else would I return to this dump? Izaka Break's eyes burn with fury. You are wrong. I never chased you away back then. Furious, he snarls. I should have killed you right then and there. You never should have existed. Suddenly, the ground around Izaka Break explodes. Monstrous bugs swarm Lucas, their wings as black as night and eyes blazing red like fire. Lucas remains unfazed. Look at what your old man is saying to his own son. He stands firm, eyes unblinking. Looks like these are Solarin's beasts. Their taste is pretty harsh. Are they bugs or humans? The bugs spray a deadly poison like a black rainstorm. Lucas reacts instantly, raising a thick wall of ice to shield himself. The ice wall shatters, and the poison keeps coming. He narrows his eyes. Magic canceling magic. Izaka Break laughs loudly, brimming with confidence. You really think you can fight me with ice magic? Lucas dodges effortlessly. That is your so-called power. Right? He charges straight into the swarm of bugs, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Izaka Break shouts arrogantly, "This is the true power of authority. No matter how much you struggle, you will never beat me." But his eyes widen in shock as the clouds begin to swirl violently. A deafening blast tears through the space around them. Izaka Break blinks, unable to believe what is happening. How is this possible? He glares as Lucas radiates a fierce aura. How is he wielding divine power? Lucas stays cold. Silent, Sakely lurks in the shadows of the chamber. Calmly, she commands, "Search for Latia." Immediately, the bugs start to scatter. They retreat into every corner. The Break family mansion is in ruins, not much left, but try to sense the life force of our kind everywhere. If we connect all the spying nerves, we can pinpoint their location. Using her power to scan, Sakly's eyes suddenly light up. In a mysterious chamber found her. Mummified bodies hang upside down, dangling just above the floor. Latia stands in the dim chamber. Hands raised, she chants in a strange language, her voice hoarse and echoing. Sakly hides in the form of a small bug, watching these monsters sacrifice the living to boost their magic. What on earth are they planning? The magic circle glows brighter, growing stronger as Latia continues the ritual. A terrifying energy surges from the circle. Someone is stepping forth. Apep's form becomes clearer, and he speaks, "Arise, Lord of Ape." She immediately bows. "I am Apep surveys the chamber with blazing red eyes. "This place is filthy." Latia bows lower. "Forgive me for bringing you to this wretched place. Laren ordered me to stay hidden." Apep sneers disdainfully. "Sacrificing the living to revive a mighty being like me. Pathetic." He chuckles darkly. "If I had come here myself, it would be taken 4 days. I would have withered away before arriving." That guy's no joke. The apostle of Laren. Shockley silently watches, every nerve on edge. The demigod is here, just as the master predicted. Reinforcements are closing in fast. Apep immediately reports this to his master, saying the god can bring the other two before dawn. Shockley smirks, confident. Moving through shadows means even a demigod can to spot her. Ligia respectfully relays the target, the third son of the god. Free, she stays calm. Maybe he has already made a move. We need to hurry. Apep reassures her. Don't rush, it will just cause trouble. His eyes flash as he raises his hand before anything else happens. Shockley is yanked up off the ground, shock and worry flooding her face. She has been spotted. Unbelievable. The shadow was supposed to be inside my own shadow. Apep's brow furrows irritably. How did some sneaky little rat tail me all the way here? Hanser's eyes widen in horror at the chaotic scene. Before him, shards of destruction everywhere. Suspended mummies hang eerily. He would expected trouble, but not something this terrifying. Looking around, he realizes this is the Illunium manufacturing site. He ventures deeper inside and suddenly spots something unusual. An old bookshelf catches his eye. His gaze sharpens. It holds documents on Illunium's creation methods, but one ingredient listed stands out, something special. He quickly informs Lucas, who is equally shocked. Illunium's recipe requires a human heart. Even Hanser can believe it. This is insane. No way. Izaka Break is pinned down by Lucas' magical strength. Frozen in place, Hanser completes his mission and heads back. Hanser returns, clutching a bag of Illunium with a tense expression. He can hide. Got it? Everything this in this bag? At least, I think so. He hands it to Lucas. This is the Illunium, making Izaka Break scowl with anger and frustration. Then, pushing forward, a bigger bag follows. Lucas stares at the Illunium bag Hanser just handed him, surprised at how much they have already managed to produce. Izaka Break writhes with difficulty, even turning to side with Fairfrey. Hanser can help but wonder who really knows about the ingredients behind Illunium. Lucas answers coolly, "All I know is that it has to include Harkon." But that is not what Hanser wants to hear. "Tell me this, what power does Illunium actually hold?" Lucas immediately lowers his voice. "Serious? Do you know what the one thing the demigods truly fear is?" His tone sharpens. Firm. "It is the invisible force that maintains the world's order." Hanser ponders deeply. An invisible power. Lucas' voice goes cold. "Gods." His eyes cut sharp. Surprised. "Yet they dare call themselves gods," he says coldly. "The truth is, real gods exist. They are the ones who punish the demigods for their endless slaughter." He looks down at the Illunium stone in his hand. He continues grimly, "Just one sip of this, and it completely masks divine power. In other words, it is the secret antidote that makes demigods stop fearing the true gods." Hanser is stunned. "Wait." Lucas nods, eyes icy. Demigods want to use Illunium to fool the gods and take over the continent. Rage surges within Hanser, a burning indignation. This is happening right under our own family's roof. He can help but clench his fists tight. A bitter truth. This is the true nature of the Breaks family. Hanser glares down at Izaka Breaks writhing on the ground. How many more lives does this damn clan want to sacrifice? The man groans in pain, bitterly blaming, "Hanser, you are reckless. How dare you betray the very hand that raised you? But Hanser ignores him and demands an answer. Are you angry because my father dragged so many people into this mess? Izaka muttered quietly, refusing to reply, thinking back on his own past. Hanser knew it was not hard. This world is full of parents who'd sell out their own kids for a measly coin. No regrets at all. After all, they are just slaves. If they vanished, who'd even care or cause a fuss? He sneered, mocking. Don't act all high and mighty. Hanser with contempt. He spat. No matter what, the blood running through your veins belongs to the Breaks family. Lucas' voice cut through, snapping Hanser awake. That blood runs through me too. Hanser glared at him sharply, and Hanser's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Lucas. Izaka gritted his teeth in fury. Hanser, you have to accept the truth. Prey was right. The Breaks family must be wiped out. He declared like a self-righteous hero. When Izaka did not get his way, he exploded in anger, calling Lucas pathetic, but Lucas stopped him cold. Effortlessly, he raised an eyebrow. Annoyed, let me tear that arrogant mouth of yours apart. Where's Laren? Izaka clenched his teeth in pain. What do you think I will say? Lucas sneered. Then do not say anything. He grabbed Izaka's hand tightly. If you spoke your mind, I would be seriously disappointed. Suddenly, a glowing orb zipped through the air. Lucas recognized something. He caught the orb instantly, a fierce power pushing even Lucas back. Shockley twitched in surprise. Trembling. Master? Lucas stayed calm as ever from the shadows. A pep appeared. Looks like you want to see Laren. If you want, I can tell you where she is. Shockley strained. Worried. Master? Be careful. That one's power is darkness itself. Lucas studied carefully. Hiding in the shadows won't help you, Shockley urged Lucas. Hurry. Master, get out of here. Before dawn. Those two will, but Lucas quickly reassured her. You have been through enough. Let me handle the rest. Then he turned to Hanser. Take care of Shockley. Hanser's eyes widened in alarm. You are seriously going to face a demigod alone? Lucas replied calmly. Not just seriously, I am dead set on it. Watching him walk away, Hanser could not help but worry, even though things looked incredibly dangerous. Lucas showed no hesitation. Hanser whispered helplessly. Don't die. A pep stared hard at Lucas. His gaze was calculating, laced with disdain and a hint of mockery. How pathetic. Lucas did not hesitate. He struck immediately, eyes blazing with fierce determination. His gaze never left Ape, the demigod wielding the power of darkness. Apep frowned. Suspicious. Are you a lowly mage? He sneered mockingly. Looks like Laren's getting weaker. I did not expect her to lose to a mere human. What a disappointment. Lucas' weapon glowed bright, channeling all his energy for a devastating strike. Apep's ears twitched sharply as darkness swirled, forming a dense cloak around him. His body radiated light, shining as if absorbing all the surrounding shadows. Lucas frowned. He had not expected his opponent to have that ability. It was the power of darkness itself. Apep's eyes glowed brighter as he focused all his dark power into his hand. In a flash, he swung his hand toward Lucas, signaling an attack. Lucas immediately raised a magical barrier, forming a sturdy shield, but it shattered quickly. His shield was no match, and the raw power defied even the laws of physics. Lucas did not hesitate. He wrapped himself in magma armor. Apep swiftly blocked the attack. Apep's cold, disappointed voice echoed. You have surprised me, Lucas. That is the power of a demigod. Lucas dodged quickly. Dark power. Huh. Annoying as hell. The heavy weight of the dark power did not break his spirit. Instead, he launched the next attack, conjuring a shield made of leaves. But Apep's strength shattered it with ease. His eyes gleamed with arrogance. Resisting was useless. Lucas kept calculating, wondering if physical laws applied to him, but decided to try light magic anyway. A surge of powerful light burst forth, holy crimson radiance. Yet Apep effortlessly gathered darkness, pushing back Lucas' light. The light recoiled under that terrifying force. A blast erupted where darkness met light. Probably. Apep's voice echoed. This is not. Your light's attacks bounce off me. No effect at all. I am starting to like you. His wounds were already healing, restored by the shadows. Such incredible power. Apep was truly dangerous. Lucas furrowed his brow, eyes sharp. So you really use the surrounding darkness as your energy source. That is one hell of a strength. Apep nodded immediately. Exactly. Once night passes, my power becomes endless. Lucas clenched his fists. Even if I survive till dawn, the other two demigods will be here by then. Apep did not hesitate. He was desperate and launched a second attack. Lucas dodged swiftly, silently analyzing. Lucas noticed Apep attacking with his left hand and defending with his right. If I cut off his right arm before he can defend, do I stand a chance? But that idea was instantly dismissed. Apep must have dark energy healing magic. As Lucas pondered, An attack grazed past him. He felt the growing power behind a pep strikes. They were escalating in strength. What do I do now? Heiser tried to keep the injured Shockley away from the battle. Heiser's eyes never left the scene. Lucas fighting a demigod alone. She never imagined he could face such a level. Something she would never reach. A familiar voice suddenly put Heiser on high alert. Izakabreak gritted his teeth angrily. What exactly are you planning? Heiser took a deep breath to calm herself. I do not know either. I am thinking it through. Shockley mustered his strength and said, I will give you one chance. Seeing Shockley trying to retreat, Heiser warned, you should not push yourself too hard. Shockley glared at Izakabreak. Your crime is betraying humanity. This is your shot at redemption. She immediately channeled her energy, feeling it revive instantly thanks to Izakabreak's own power. He screamed in pain as his energy seemed to be drained away. His face went pale, body gaunt. But Shockley quickly regained his strength. Heiser was stunned. Chairman Shockley, you mean to say? She spread her wings without hesitation and commanded, I have got to help the master. Leave the rest to me. She soared into the sky. Well from afar Lydia watched, disappointed. Heiser, you really let me down, she said coldly. Why did you listen to Freya's sweet talk and betray us? She tried to persuade. Turn back now. But Heiser refused outright. His voice was cold, filled with bitterness and resentment. You are the one who disappoints me. Mother, this whole family, and even myself. Lydia looked at Heiser, her eyes shifting. I guess my words do not matter anymore. Lucas struggled, dodging Apep's attacks. He worried silently. At this rate, dawn will break soon. I do not want to get dragged into this exhausting fight. Suddenly, Sarkley appeared beside him. Master, leave this to me. Lucas looked surprised. Are you okay? Lucas remained concerned. Your recovery is impressive, but this battle's not one you should meddle in. Lucas's curiosity piqued. She quickly explained, if it works, we can take down that demigod. Apep launched another attack. The darkness around surged like ocean waves, rushing toward Lucas and Sarkley. Lucas asked Sarkley curiously, what is your move? Sarkley took a deep breath. Master, I am going to twist everything with the demon realm's power. She quickly explained. Master, you can have Azura, who is currently in human form. Handle this, Rung spoke firmly, even using the demon realm. This is impossible for Lilith, but with Azura, I can definitely overpower her. However, to pull this off, I will need to draw a bending formation based on Azura's summoning magic. She urged Lucas. Master, draw the summoning formation for me right now. It was a race against time. We do not have a second to waste. When dawn breaks, the archangels will storm in. After that, we lose any chance to win. Sarkley's plan made Lucas suspicious. Was she really going to try the demon realm's bending formation? Lilith might be capable, but the mana cost for this would be astronomical. Even with Sarkley's strength, it was a life-threatening gamble. Lucas wanted to stop her. It is too dangerous. Find another way. Suddenly, from her eyes, he remembered fierce words when she saved him. Master said you are all alone now. I do not know what you want from this world, but I believe in you. Her voice was full of unwavering faith, trusting only him. So do not say you are alone anymore. That hit Lucas hard. Why was he thinking of her right now? Sarkley seemed ready. I am all. Lucas watched her, silently thinking, I forgot again. The spirit and will of those still alive. Finally, he made up his mind. All right, Sarkley, but one condition: do not die. No matter what happens, stay alive. Sarkley remained calm. I want to say goodbye. But then Apep struck her with a brutal blow. She was sent flying, and Lucas panicked. Sarkley's body crashed hard into a tower. Lucas watched anxiously, but Apep kept attacking Lucas relentlessly. Lucas dodged and countered, but Apep's power was overwhelming. His voice was cold and scornful. I do not know what game you are playing, but I won't let it slide. You think you can entertain me? Turns out you are just pathetic. Time to end this. Meanwhile, Lucas could not stop worrying. Sarkley, are you okay? Answer me. Sarkley, he stared at the rubble below, cursing under his breath. Sarkley lay still, her arms struggling to move. Her whole body was drained of strength. That hit was brutal, a single strike that left her fingers immobile. No wonder she is an archangel. She has seen hell and back, but giving up was not an option. Nope. My body won't move. I need Master to activate the Azura summoning formation. Her eyes shut tight, pain and turmoil blurring everything. She lay inside a magic circle, whispering to herself. Could this really be the Azura summoning formation? Why is it here? Suddenly, she remembered it was Master's room. When ordered to summon earlier, she would seen Master draw something here. A spark of hope flared. So that thing Master drew was the Azura summoning formation. Lucas struggled to hold on. Tumchi, I am unstable right now. Sarkly, answer me. Worried? He asked. Sarkly, are you alright? She softly replied. Just barely avoided a fatal wound. She quickly updated him. The bending formation is almost complete. Lure that archangel here for me. The magic formation was finished. Lucas tried to stay calm under Apep's grip, looking toward where Sarkly was struck and sent flying. He realized the Truth Master had drawn the Azura summoning formation as a last-ditch plan. That was the bending formation leading to the demon realm. Lucas muttered. Right hand blocks. Surprising Apep, and his left hand bent. His body glowed. So that is it. If I disable his left hand, he can only defend. A bolt of lightning surged from his arm, instantly wrapping around Apep, causing him intense pain. Apep screamed, shocked and furious. The power of Indra. The dark lightning around Lucas faded in an instant. He quickly gripped Apep and, using his remaining strength, hurled him towards Sarkly. Lucas kept attacking, not giving Apep a single chance to strike back. He created another sun. Aiming it straight at Apep, he sneered with a smug glint in his eyes. So this is how light users think they can banish the darkness. A deafening explosion echoed, engulfed in swirling smoke and dust. As a black shield enveloped and protected Apep's body, he scoffed disdainfully. Your ordinary human light can chase away my darkness. Lucas shouted instantly. Sarkly, now. Sarkly, get ready. The magic circle flared, and Apep's body began to be restrained. Then, disappearing with the magical light that seemed to cut through the deepest shadows. Sarkly collapsed, exhausted after a brutal, relentless battle, but it is over. The sky above cleared. Lucas whispered with deep gratitude and respect. The rest is up to fate. Azura and Apep crashed down from above, their speed so fierce it shattered the ground upon impact. Wrapped in a shroud of darkness, Apep emerged cold and menacing from the abyss. Uncontrolled screams echoed nonstop as he calmly pushed himself up from the ground. The echo of laughter caught his attention. Free. That brat really brought someone here. Apep slowly turned his head to see Azura sitting triumphantly on a high ledge, mocking him. His massive, muscular frame exuded scorn. Live long enough, and you see it all. Though weak, the day I crushed the last demigods with my own hands has finally come. His eyes burned with a deadly chill. I have fallen into a trap woven beneath the stars. Azura lunged forward like lightning. Hammer raised. Apep was stunned by the sudden move and scrambled to defend. The violet hammer gleamed, striking swiftly and tearing through the layers of blackened earth. As the light neared, casting on his gaunt face, he could not help but feel a profound emptiness. A horrific clash erupted, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Something dissolved in the blinding thin light. Bit by bit, Apep vanished completely. As the dust settled, all that remained was the hammer resting on the ground. Azura looked disappointed. Just a single punch, and you could not even take it. Not even close to the apocalypse's power. The sky returned to its once clear state. Sarkly stared in awe, realizing the divine power had disappeared. Even though it was over, she still could not grasp that they had actually defeated a demigod. Suddenly, blood streamed from his nose. Then his mouth poured out blood uncontrollably. His body went limp, starting to fall freely. Headfirst, Sarkly panicked, screaming his name. She flew over quickly and caught him midair, holding Lucas tightly as he struggled to breathe. Sarkly's heart raced with worry. She had always thought the legends about Lucas were partly exaggerated lies, impossible in this era. Clutching Lucas, she now knew legends alone could not capture the reality she was witnessing. Lost in thought until Lucas called her name, he warned her that time was running out, urging her to destroy Lydia before the other demigods arrived. Lydia's magic relentlessly targeted Hanzer, forcing him to realize the massive gap in their power. She kept pushing him. The ungrateful wretch. Her arms flailed, accusing her son. I gave birth to you, raised you with love, and this is how you repay me. Hanzer found her words ridiculous. Does our family even have something called love? Without missing a beat, he unbuttoned his vest. He tossed it aside, letting it fall slowly to the ground. His body revealed countless scars since birth. He would been nothing but a lab rat, experimented on daily. Hanzer coldly challenged the woman before him, questioning what love really meant to her. Lydia ignored him, anger flashing as she fired back. What I say is the truth. Everything we do for ourselves. Don't you get it? His hesitant voice. Only when he grew up did he realize that the existence called parents everyone has is the symbol of love and sacrifice. Memories of painful experiments flood back, numbing his mind. His parents brought him nothing but pain and terror. The distant past flashes before him, and he firmly believes he can endure all that suffering thanks to free. He dreamed of a bright future, one he would create with his own hands. Lydia is stunned. Could it be that he is the one blocking Frey's mana? His next words hit her like a slap. It is all pointless. From the very start, There was no way to escape the Breaks family's fate. His face darkens as he recounts Frey's death, a devastating loss that breaks his heart. Lady refuses to believe it killed. What are you saying? He is still alive. Heather ignores the shock in her eyes. Lucas was right, the Breaks family must be wiped out. It is the only way to open a new future, cold and unwavering. He declares, Mom, but I have to kill you. Her eyes blaze with fury. Is that what a child says to their mother? Lucas, with a sharp glare, steps up beside him. The choice is mine. You do not have to get your hands dirty. He is surprised to see him here. Her eyes burn with hatred. You are too broken. Free. Where is Lord Apep now? He strains to recall. Apep is the name of that demigod. Right? She is startled by his words about Apep's death. Lydia widens her eyes. Refusing to believe it, he repeats coldly. You defeated Ape. You actually took him down. Rage surges within her, a tidal wave. She truly can feel Lord Apep's power anymore. Could it be real? Lydia grits her teeth, fury bubbling up. Don't you dare lie. But Frey suddenly loses control. His power storms out like a hurricane, making it hard to hold his ground. Straining to block that surge of power, he worries about Lucas behind him, behind Hanser's shield. Lucas weakly admits he is barely holding on anymore. The fierce wind howls, and he says he needs just 1 minute. Looking into Lydia's fierce gaze, he weakly asks for 1 more minute to end this once and for all. Hanser struggles to hold on just 1 minute. Sally stares him down. Determined. We have got you now. Lucas urgently calls Hanser's name. He cautiously asks Hanser again. We have to kill her. Are you really okay? He falls silent as Lydia's rage explodes even fiercer. Hanser has made his decision. This has to be done. Lucas faintly hears Hanser's roar. Hanser grits his teeth, dodging the agonizing groans. If not us, it will end in disaster. Lydia's fury wants to tear everything apart. She is ready to offer the whole world to the demigod. It is our job to stop her insane plan. If her son, people like us, do not act, who will? Lucas and Sally fall silent, weighed down by his words. He recalls the help she gave him, then quietly slips away to another spot. He lands on a rocky patch, not far from where the battle rages. A terrifying power slowly awakens inside him. He chants a string of ancient incantations, mastering their power. Lydia, unaware, keeps pressing the attack on her eldest son. How long does she plan to drag this fight out? She wants him to end this battle quickly. Suddenly, something pierces Lydia's mind. Agonizing pain strikes her nerves. She clutches her head, writhing in torment. Hanser looks on, bewildered by what is happening to her. Her eyes flash with a deadly light, growing darker by the second. Lydia realizes where the pain is coming from. Mind control. That damn vampire bastard. A massive force erupts, throwing both him and her far apart. The sky fills with a thick cloud of dust, blocking all sight. As the dust settles, thousands of pitch-black crows appear like a deadly cocoon. Resisting is useless. Sharkly's wings spread wide. The flock scatters in an instant. Man, she looks worn out. The loyal dog of the demigods. Her sarcastic words ignited Lydia's fury. Suddenly, something caught her eye. From afar, a massive mana source slowly gathered, sparking her curiosity. Spotting Lucas in the distance, she realized Shark Lee and Hanser were purposely dragging out the fight. A sudden bad feeling clouded their minds. Before they could even grab Lydia, she vanished from sight. Lucas sensed something behind him. Lydia suddenly appeared, catching him off guard. She swung at him fiercely, forcing him to dodge. The blow landed with a sickening crack, sending pain shooting through him. Hanser and Shark Lee rushed to his side, shielding him with everything they had. Enraged, he unleashed magic at her. Lydia easily dodged, taunting, "Give it up, attacking solo is useless." The magic's light grew blinding as it surged forward. Shark Lee suddenly noticed Lydia had disappeared again. Hanser stayed alert, sensing she used the wind to hide her shocked expression. Said it all. A pure beam of light gathered, wrapping around his hand. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Hanser skillfully activated his divine power, the light engulfing his entire body. In an instant, his power burst outward, freezing the surroundings in icy shards. Under this power, Lydia's hidden figure was immediately exposed. Hanser stepped closer. "Mom, is that you?" With a swift wave of her hand, the snow covering her was brushed away, revealing the wielder of supreme power. He coldly responded to her question, his sharp gaze demanding answers. Magic erupted once more. Indeed, her son had grown immensely. Wind slammed down like spears, shattering the rocky ground. The force was so brutal it sent his body flying. Charlie was not spared from her overwhelming strength either. Her blows struck like hammers, feeling like bones might shatter. Hanser was relentlessly pushed further away. The pressure of her power made it hard for him to even breathe. Once again, Lydia proved he still was not strong enough to defeat her. She retracted her hand, ending her assault. Hanser, still caught in momentum, flew even farther back. He was utterly crushed beneath her power. Murderous thoughts swirled in Lydia's mind. She wanted to end the son she bore with her own hands. A fierce curse was hurled at him before she struck. Charlie gritted his teeth against the pain, shouting his name like a warning to back off. Blood splattered everywhere. Hanser clenched his eyes, bracing for the pain he expected, but the pain never came. Staring at the gaping hole in his chest, Lydia was stunned in disbelief. She turned to look back, shock clear in her eyes. What she saw was a finger pointed at her, still wreathed in swirling white smoke. Her voice trembled. Struggling to comprehend, Lucas stood there, breathing heavily. Was it divine power? Magic? But what kind of magic was this? Frey stepped forward and explained everything to her. Lydia's eyes went completely white. Even in defeat, she could not accept it. Hanser let out a heart-wrenching scream. Watching his mother fall, his mind spiraled out of control as he clutched her tightly, calling out to her. No response came. Lydia was truly gone. Lucas stepped forward from behind. She did not even have time to feel pain, seeing him clutch her in agony. He admitted this was the best choice he could make, his sincere apology reaching him. He did not look at Lucas. Pausing, choked with sobs, tears streamed down his face as he whispered, "Thank you, Free." Suddenly, a burst of light appeared. Sally and Hansel were blasted away once again. He did not even have time to react before they were attacked. When it was all over, fear gripped him to his core. Suddenly, something pierced through his body, so fast he did not even have time to react. It was too late. What happened felt like a nightmare he would never accept. When he looked up, he saw not just a shadow looming above, but realized a long time had passed. Two strangers hovered in midair, coldly staring down at the ruined landscape below. Their faces were icy, watching everything unfold from above. The searing pain from the stab left him numb, each breath heavier than the last, barely holding on. Lucas' gaze fell on Sally and Hansel lying on the ground. His vision darkened. Could this really be the end? Suddenly, a droplet appeared out of nowhere in midair. One of the archangels stared in shock at the water forming in empty space. The droplet grew larger, right before his eyes. Skeletal arms suddenly shot out from nowhere, grabbing the two archangels up above in a tight grip. They were stunned by this bizarre and unexpected attack. Lucas suddenly collapsed as the piercing object was yanked away by those rigid arms. His consciousness blurred as someone caught him. A relieved voice whispered beside him thankfully. No one had noticed yet. The last shred of clarity let him recognize who it was. Isabel held him tightly, quickly tending to his wounds. "It is not too late, Free," he weakly stammered. "Isabel, why are you here?" More droplets appeared, each bringing another person. She patiently healed him while answering his questions. Leading the group was a figure with a terrifying face. The archangels struggled against the grasping arms. "Who are you people?" The leader's voice dropped the name Paragon, sending a shock through her. Isabel helped Lucas to his feet. "I will explain later. Let me take care of you." From the leader's perspective, his presence radiated pure authority. He scanned the devastated land around him. "I heard there were 3 archangels. Why are there only 2 now?" His eyes shifted to Hansel and Sark Lee being carried away by his men. Curious, he wondered if they were responsible. The truth before him forced him to believe what Caro had said. Desperate screams pierced the air. Those damned fools had a date with death. And then a spell was unleashed, aimed directly at the leader. A pillar of light shot down, striking the scarred earth below. His sword touched the ground, something wild and powerful stirring beneath. He stood in awe of that overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, that archangel's body was obliterated midair. The surviving comrade was so shocked, he could barely stammer a word. It was like watching a scene rewind. Lot's voice reminded him not to get distracted. Strange cases like this occasionally happened, even among mortals. Some were like that. Lot's words played back like a recording, rewinding bit by bit. He insisted that no matter what, those who fought strategically could always threaten them. And the greatest threat of all was Lucas himself. Lucas asked where Isabel was taking him. She explained they were heading to Paragon's domain. He remembered the name, the Lord of the 11th Demon Tower. So Paragon was the ally Caro mentioned outside the guild. He carefully recounted everything for him. Meeting Paragon had been thanks to Caro's intervention. She guessed this would make recruiting him easier. Her story made him suspicious, but she cut him off before he could finish. The name Caro Usman came up. She openly admitted that was why she chose to trust him. Lucas looked off into the distance, seeming to understand her reasoning. She continued her explanation. Her words carried an unbelievable firmness and seriousness. He directed his thoughtful gaze back at her. Suddenly, Sally spoke up. "If it is Paragon, 10 years ago they tried to recruit me too." She admitted she declined because she had too many secrets back then. The group moved steadily toward a house deep in the forest. A woman with greenish skin blocked their way at the door. She told the others to wait outside, but he was allowed to go in. Inside was a simply furnished room, dimly lit. Caro leisurely read a book by the flickering candlelight. Welcoming him to Paragon, he asked Isabel to lay Lucas down on the bed. Treatment could begin as soon as Lucas was settled on the small bed. Lucas nodded, Looking up at him with a grateful thank you, Caro pulled down his hood and said, "We are the ones who should be thankful for the rare chance to kill a demigod." Lucas was not shocked to see his face. He really did look surprisingly like Caesar, even after hearing him talk. A wave of worry still crept over Lucas. Caro chuckled heartily. "If it is the apocalypse, I do not know. But if it is just two regular demigods, Diablo's got no competition." Lucas grew curious about this man. Caro introduced the leader of the rescue army. His name was O'Griggs. Though his body was worn out, Lucas' mind was sharp as ever. Could this O'Griggs be the one from the northern icy lands? Caro was surprised Lucas knew about O'Griggs. Lucas admitted he would heard Hector mention him. Caro's face lit up. He is still kicking. Right? Just as Lucas suspected. Caro definitely knew Hector and surely knew how he was doing now. Caro was silent for a moment, then confirmed with deep sadness shining in his eyes. He glanced at Lucas lying on the white bed. "Free. If you could reach Ascension, do you really think you could beat the Lord of Sin?" Without hesitation, Lucas said. Caro looked surprised, and Lucas felt a bit puzzled himself. He laughed, mocking humanity's wild ambitions and fantasies. Caro kept talking, and Lucas silently listened. He praised Lucas for having such an objective view despite his youth. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing Lucas' impatience, and cut to the chase. His eyes locked onto them. Ascension is about creating a realm where humans can break free from mortal fate. He revealed that Ascension was the path to immortality for mortals. Lucas thought Caro's words were utterly ridiculous. He forced himself to sit up. Ascension is the highest level humans can reach. You know that too. Caro insisted that Ascension likely exists, at least with a good chance. His own name, Lucas, was spoken. It made him uneasy. Both his voice and eyes showed disbelief as he looked at Caro. Caro silently turned his face away, avoiding his gaze. Slowly standing, he said, "That is a matter for the distant future, but I plan to make it a goal in the near term." Caro shared his vision for after Lucas joined Paragon. He was blunt, saying Vince was facing a massive threat. Lucas immediately turned to question Isabel after hearing that. Before she could answer, Caro spoke for her. "Vince is already on the mend." Caro's face darkened. This was the root of all their troubles. Both Lucas and Isabel looked confused. Caro explained that once Vince recovered, his faction would be a thorn in the side of John Douglas and Lucifer Scott factions, only interested in holding on to their own power. Lucas began to grasp the severity of the situation. Caro said it was far worse than he imagined. He guessed those factions might use the same old tactics they used against Osen, the previous faction leader. Lucas was silent for a moment, then asked the question that had been bugging him. Isabel said that if she were in Beanie's shoes, she would accept it. Lucas looked conflicted. But if given a chance to avenge his father, no matter the risk, he would not back down. Isabel seriously said they needed his strength. Lucas nodded and said, "Then I have a warning to give first." Isabel asked about his plans. Chose saving Hector as his first priority, and for that, he needed Caro's help. Caro was surprised by his plan. Lucas explained to him that the Beanian guild leader is essentially a puppet of Dukwang, which is also the biggest trait of Chowman Ving's. He made it clear, as long as they can free Hector from the Lord's trap, they might finally take down Chowman Ving's. It was crucial for him to realize that Dying had not been wiped out or utterly defeated yet. Lucas was eager to set out, but a sharp pain from his wound held him back. Caro insisted he needed to rest. His impatience burned like wildfire inside. Jolinus' disciple was dead, and now the Lord definitely knew about it. The more he spoke, the more frantic he became until a hand suddenly reached out in front of him. Isabel firmly pushed him back onto the bed, sparking a small argument between them. She whispered into his hand, "Enough of this stubbornness. You have lived 4,000 years, but you still act like a kid." She pointed out the fastest way now was for him to recover first. Lucas seemed to calm down a bit. He hoped they could wrap this up, but quickly, how much longer was this gonna drag on? Seriously, Caro smiled, watching him obediently lie down. He felt Isabel was definitely the right call. The mountains slowly succumbed to the night. While the guards noticed someone approaching, the man stood outside reporting that Diablo had returned wounded, and Caro, leading the troops, was entering inside. He looked toward O'Griggs, relieved to see him safe and sound. All eyes in the room turned to Caro. He acknowledged their presence. The mission to fight the Agad was complete. Hazer and Shockley were so stunned they could not believe their eyes. Caro continued reporting the battle's casualties. Dung's suspicious gaze studied them, his mind racing. Caro expressed that he needed their help to rescue Hector. He gave a nod of approval. "Hector? Huh. That name rings a bell." O'Griggs immediately agreed without hesitation. Lucas turned to Shockley sitting beside him. The Parkfinder Amlet Guild leader wanted to meet him. She looked worried and surprised, totally not expecting him to accept the request. Shockley suddenly remembered something and jumped up. All he could think about was the pact with the demon realm. Without such bait, nothing else would work. Shockley did not expect what came next. So he passed the word that he would reveal the Azura revival formation. Lucas was confused, seeing her husband panic was not that enough. Shockley hurried to stop him, explaining that she was handling it now. Next, Hanser was named by Lucas. No beating around the bush. Become the head of the Beck family. He was shocked by this. Even though all Alundium was secured, the Beck family still held tons of secrets about the Agad. He believed it would be better to let Hanser lead than let Beck crumble. Hanser hesitated, grateful for the trust, but feeling the weight was overwhelming. He grabbed his coat from the bed. Don't worry, the third princess promised her full support. Lucas was stunned by this news. The mission to meet the princess was assigned. He thought direct talks would be easier. After handing over the tasks, he set off with Caro and O'Griggs in the blink of an eye. A mountain of responsibilities was dumped on them. The scene shifted to a familiar dark alley. Still as shattered and desolate as the first time he came, they teleported, all three appearing swiftly at the entrance. Griggs sensed no presence of the Agad here. Caro guessed maybe they are too busy to care about this place. Lucas stayed on alert, saying they should remain cautious. They chatted amicably on the way. He already felt sorry for the dragons. Just like Lucas, his frustration and anger were clear. How could a species that once fought the Agad now bow down and call themselves slaves? Lucas sympathized. Knowing this choice was harder than death itself, Hector was living in hell right now. That is why his resolve to save him burned even hotter. They swung the door open with force. Hector's joyful laughter echoed loud and clear. The three froze, stunned by the scene before them. Lucas' face darkened and twisted with shock. Suddenly, Hector sensed something was off. He caught sight of Caro's icy cold expression, O'Griggs' deadpan indifference, and Lucas' face dripping with pure contempt. He recoiled in terror. Who the hell are these guys? Lucas twisted his face into a smirk. Channel open. It is me on the line. Finally, Hector loosened up just a bit. The disguise spell faded, leaving him puzzled. So this is the real face beneath it all. Lucas introduced himself to the guy once again. Hector felt uneasy seeing him here. Was not the order time still not up? Caro looked confused. Lucas ignored him and replied, I am not here for the golem today. He laid it out straight. I am here to get people out of this place. He figured the guy had been through hell. But things were not quite that simple. Seeing the golems tending to him like royalty, and the guy's blissful grin, Lucas realized he had been wrong. As he decided to leave, Hector quickly stepped in to stop him. The man could not believe what Lucas said. You are seriously telling me I can walk out of here? Lucas sneered. You call this heaven? The guy panicked again, trying to block their exit. An uncertain voice echoed in the room. The three apostles are badly injured. The Lord must be healing them right now. Hector sat down seriously facing the three. No wonder lately I have noticed the Lord's influence weakening. What the hell happened? Lucas stayed silent a moment, then dropped a bomb. One of the archangels has betrayed us. The man's eyes went wide with shock. Named Ricky, an archangel wielding the power of the sword. Greek was stunned at the name. Even Caro's jaw dropped in surprise. He urgently searched for Ricky, because if Lucas was right, Ricky was a damn powerful traitor. Then came another shock. Ricky was already dead. Recalling past events, Lucas' eyes clouded with sorrow. Lucas laid it out bluntly. This situation is the chance Ricky risked everything to create. We must seize it no matter what. Another piece of intel grabbed Caro's attention. Now we have to wipe out the last remaining apostle of the apocalypse. Jalen's apostle. Jalen himself will soon enter hibernation. Caro looked puzzled. Both Lucas and Hector fixed their gaze on him. Hector seriously explained the situation to Caro. According to Ricky, this is when the archangels are at their weakest. Caro was horrified by this revelation, like he had been hit by a truck. Sweat dripped as Caro mulled over the grim truth. Take the support Elia offers, Lucas said plainly. That was his last message. O'Griggs was skeptical hearing the name Elia, the archangel of the northern frozen lands. That Elia? Lucas nodded seriously. Elia can back us up. O'Griggs spilled some history. 100 years ago, Elia came looking for me, hoping I would become her apostle. Lucas' face darkened instantly. So you are the one who used to be in that frozen wasteland? O'Griggs confirmed he had refused her. My lifelong goal has always been to reach the pinnacle of dark arts. He thought accepting divine power and giving up mana was total nonsense. Lucas scoffed at his goal. Yeah, everything's gotta happen in its own time. Right? O'Griggs flat out denied it. I nearly died and spent 20 years healing every wound. Caro glanced over. If you are not on my side, I think you are going to be a serious threat later. O'Griggs admitted he was just venting his anger. He described Elia like a spoiled brat lacking grace, though no archangel really has any. Friends? Lucas said, if we want to beat Elia, we have to unite and work together. If she agrees to help us, no one else will be as trustworthy. The catch. O'Griggs said it has got to be her choice. Lucas rolled his eyes at Hector. We came here to save people. What is your move? Hector instantly fired back. Getting out of here. That is exactly what I want. Caro shot him a look. You call this heaven? O'Griggs turned his back to them. A mystical inscription glowing on him. It is a sacred spell. Holding the power of the divine? This one be quick. Hector's eyes lit up with admiration and trust as he looked at O'Griggs. Lucas whispered quietly. This probably one be a warm welcome. Suddenly, Hector remembered something. Hey, do you want to see the golem I have been working on all this time? That piqued Lucas' curiosity since he thought the job was not finished yet. He was talking about how complete the golem was, casually throwing out a suggestion for feedback. Lucas fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke again. Actually, I have got something I need Caro's help with too, together with Hector. They stepped deeper inside the workshop. Lucas glanced around in surprise. This antique shop has a space this huge, Hector replied. It is big enough to hide from the Lord's watchful eyes. Lucas gave a quick nod and kept scanning the room. The three of them moved deeper inside, and Lucas' face suddenly changed. A female-looking golem maid stood at the edge of the room, and on the left side, another one just like her. Lucas stammered in disbelief. Wait, you are telling me a bunch of people made golems like these? Hector immediately shook his head. He made it clear. Can't he let personal taste get in the way of business? Lucas felt a flicker of doubt but chose to trust him anyway. There was a golem curled up inside a sealed cage. Lucas gritted his teeth with a chuckle. So much for not letting personal taste influence the work. Huh? Watching the golem peacefully with closed eyes, Hector smiled and said, Look, it is dressed like a maid. Is not? Caro glanced cautiously at Lucas. You really want me to back you up on this? Setting looks aside, Lucas was genuinely curious if it had the endurance he hoped for. Hector quickly confirmed it did. Hector proudly said, That is just the surface. It is built to withstand 1,000,000 mana output, without breaking a sweat. Caro looked horrified at that. He wondered aloud if such 1,000,000 power mana core even existed in this world. Lucas flicked a glance at him, then slipped his hand inside his coat. Caro's eyes widened when he saw what Lucas held, a mana sphere glowing like a small orb. Lucas explained. Anastasia, a type of energy created by Schweizer. Hector carefully cradled the mana orb in his hand, seeing it firsthand. He still could not believe it, marveling that Schweizer truly was a genius. Suddenly, Hector noticed engravings inside the orb. When the name Anastasia was spoken aloud, even Caro tensed up. Lucas was puzzled by Caro's sharp reaction. Caro responded, I am just worried for no reason. It is just a golem after all. Lucas' eyes sharpened as they returned to the outer space. The secret to perfecting Anastasia was revealed. Schweizer left a message in the final pages of his journal. Caro believed it could become a massive threat to the Agad if it really was the core Schweizer left behind. Lucas expressed hope that Caro could assist Hector. O'Griggs had returned by then, making everyone wait. He announced that the curses had been lifted, and if they were ready, they could leave immediately. Even Caro was surprised by how fast he moved. Caro looked at Hector. All right then, let us hit the road. Hector, need to bring anything with you? Hector grinned. Just bring my body, and a whole bunch of stuff that is basically part of me. After a moment, Caro raised an eyebrow. How many bodies do you have? Lucas decisively told him to pack them all. Deep in a long forest, Lucas and Isabel had business to take care of today. She looked around curiously. Lucas immediately explained. This is the Exploding Vine Forest. Hearing that name, she suddenly panicked. A woman's voice came from behind, making Isabel jump in shock. The woman coldly eyed Lucas and greeted him. Isabel was curious about the woman's identity. Lucas introduced her as the Queen of Demons. The mask was slowly removed, revealing her stunning face. Isabel blushed deeply. She was way too beautiful for words. Then came a sudden question. Is Ricky really dead? Lucas' eyes darkened with sorrow as he confirmed it. Snow's curiosity about who killed Ricky is met with Lucas's chilling reply. It was the god himself. The forest fell into eerie silence. Snow's eyes clouded with a deep, sorrowful shade. She revealed that her entire clan was wiped out by a demigod, and recently she discovered it was Leyland. A flashback unfolds. Snow still remembers how Ricky saved her life. Those hands reaching out through the raging blizzard are etched into her memory forever. To Snow, he was her savior, the one who gave her a second chance at life. Lucas, with his gruff silver eyes, admits, he was my savior too. Isabel watches silently from the side, taking it all in. Snow asks them to wait just a bit longer. Then she turns her back and walks away under Lucas' watchful gaze. Isabel is visibly shocked that he calls a demigod his benefactor. She calls him out bluntly. Looks like you have been through a lot while I was gone. Time passes as they wait for Snow's return, until a sudden noise grabs their attention. Snow storms in, declaring she is officially quitting the guild, sparking immediate shock. She regrets not doing it sooner, did not expect it to feel this freeing. Lucas struggles to keep up. Could she really just walk away that easily? Snow stretches out her hand, mentioning it took her an hour to convince the elders. Lucas picks up where she left off, impressed that she pulled it off. Her next words hit him hard. Because they kept nagging me so much, I just ran away. Snow insisted it's just a temporary retirement. Once she finishes her mission, she will be back. Lucas is left puzzled. What exactly does she need to do? She points straight at him, eyes locked, serious as hell. She spills her plan. Lucas is stunned by her declaration, but she is dead set on it. Seeing Snow smile when she talks about it, he can't help but grin too. They clasp hands, Lucas excited about teaming up with her. Suddenly, Snow pulls him close, and Isabel screams in shock. Her cheeks flush bright red. What the hell is she doing in front of everyone? Snow pauses and shoots her a look. Do not people ask questions like that. Isabel storms off, and sparks fly as the two break into an argument. Snow thinks she is Lucas's servant, and he confirms it without flinching. Snow suddenly steps closer. If she is not his servant, then what the hell is she to free? That question stops Isabel dead in her tracks. She is flustered, and the tables turn with a pointed question back at Snow. Snow lifts her chin. Answer me. I ask first. Isabel stammers, caught off guard. I belong to him. Then she shyly brushes Snow's hand away. Isabel pours her heart out, while Lucas looks on clueless, not catching the meaning. Ignoring Isabel, the two start walking away, her calls trailing behind them. Another heated debate breaks out as they trek through the forest. The three of them walk together amid the trees. Suddenly, Snow looks ahead and asks, where the hell are we? They find themselves standing before a massive gate. Isabel introduces it as the Wings Guild's headquarters. Inside, Benyon hesitates before calling out a name. Finally, she shouts, Sackley Pre. They shake hands warmly. It has been a long time, Guildmaster Benyon. Benyon asks with concern, are you hurt anywhere? Lucas replies cheerfully that he is fine. Benyon glances around, sighing. Isabel's been through a lot too, while Snow just stands quietly. Benyon's eyes widen at Snow's stunning beauty. She takes 2 steps back, trying to get a better look, stammering, who is this goddess? Snow happily introduces herself as the Queen of Love. Inside, the guild leaders discuss the current shaky state of the Wings Guild's power. Benyon hears this and blames himself. I feel utterly ashamed of my own failures. Isabel comforts him. It is definitely not your fault. Isn't this danger the result of the guild the master founded? Benyon shyly thanks her. Snow turns to praise her. It takes real guts to stand above thousands and still choose to lay low. That is the ultimate skill. She explained further. The guild leader has tried hard to overcome his flaws. Now I get why Free dedicated himself to her guild. Lucas introduced her. Don't underestimate guild leader Benyon's lineage. Snow looked genuinely amazed. Benyon blushed, too shy to accept the compliment. Isabel said seriously, more importantly, what Free thinks matters. Both our rivals are part of the big 3 guilds. Right now, we do not have solid proof that they are targeting us, so we can't just provoke them blindly. Lucas agreed. No need to stir the pot. This made her quite curious. Lucas shared his take. If you look at it smartly, Vince's plan is already too late to stop. The night before, 2 people stood before a sword. Snow clasped her hands in prayer. Lucas was surprised. I did not expect elves to pray to honor the souls. She did not deny it and even elaborated. All elves are born from the green forest and eventually return to it. It is just humans who've been brutally cutting them down. She sadly added, it is just meaningless pride anyway. Besides, that rushed sword was not even Ricky Geezer's. Lucas glanced over but did not reply. Snow looked up, puzzled. Isn't he that a demon voice sword? He did not answer but only said it was not his. He casually asked, what is up? Sackley. Quickly, the bat informed. Guild leader at land agreed. He wants to meet the owner directly. Lucas frowned. Where? It added. The guild leader will come to the person. Seems like he is interested in the Azura summoning formation. Lucas told it to head back and congratulate Wings. When the guild leader arrives at Bensico Forest, I will greet him. It understood and agreed silently. Back to the present. Lucas called guild leader Benyon, which startled her a bit. He introduced that a guest he invited would visit the guild tomorrow. Benyon was a bit surprised. She agreed and promised to welcome the guest warmly. Lucas shook his head, saying it was not necessary, as he hoped the guild leader would meet that guest himself. Benyon naturally agreed. The scene shifted to the meeting day, with everyone bustling to prepare. Benyon was excited, showing everyone how to decorate everything beautifully. A voice called out to her, I have brought the guest. Benyon's face froze in shock, so stunned. She knocked over the stack of cups she was holding. She was so shocked she could barely stammer a word. Standing before her was the Intan guild leader, who coldly addressed her as guild leader Benyon. Sweat poured down Benyon's face, but he did not stop in front of her, just casually said it had been a while since they last met. While she stood frozen in place, Lucas glanced around, ignoring her completely. Don't worry about me, why prepare so much anyway? She blushed deeply, embarrassed, while Intan and the others sat silently like stone statues. Over there, Lucas and his group sat facing them, with Benyon sitting upright right between the two sides. And Tam broke the tense silence. Who is going to explain this Azura recovery formation to me? He got straight to the point. What do you want? Lucas smiled at the bluntness. No wonder you are the Peacefinder Mnet guild leader. His eyes gleamed as he stared directly at Tan. Lucas made his offer. Join us as allies. Benian was baffled by the proposal, and Tan just smirked. So the rumors are true, he added bluntly. The Lucid Sword and the Transmission Bracelet rumor has it those two guilds are putting pressure on you. Staring coldly at Lucas, he decisively rejected the offer, slamming the table. He stood up. In this situation, allying with you is basically declaring war on those two guilds, and Tan intended to leave. As Peacefinder Mnet's guild leader, I see no reason to drag my guild into this mess. Lucas frowned, and Tan turned back to his group. Unlike the rumors, you really are a capable guild leader. Lucas crossed his arms lazily. I heard your guild only cares about the demon realm. Benian quickly tried to stop him from speaking further, and Tan shot a sharp glare, clearly disliking Lucas' attitude. But he did not get angry, just warned Lucas to reconsider. Even if our two guilds join forces, backed by us or not, you won't be able to hold your ground. Lucas scoffed at the mention of backing. Seems like you are misunderstanding something. He clarified. My intention was to ask for an alliance. Not backing like you said, and Tan narrowed his eyes and asked bluntly. You expect to stand on equal footing with us? Lucas stood up and laid out his noble vision. I want to end this senseless bloodshed between guilds. Anyone who stands in the way won't find peace, whether it is because of the transmission bracelet or the lucid sword. The two men now stood face to face. Lucas stared him down as Tan continued. I want to keep you safe amid this chaos, but only if you promise loyalty to us. And Tan was a bit annoyed by Lucas' cocky confidence, even calling him kid. Lucas searched his pocket for something, and Tan's eyes widened in surprise at what he pulled out. Lucas beamed proudly. This is the crystallized core of the archangel. And Tan stared at the crystal in disbelief. You actually obtained this? Lucas explained further. As you can see, our guild has not suffered any losses. This is Vince's current strategy. Benian was stunned by Lucas' words, and Tan was losing patience. How am I supposed to know if this crystal is truly from the archangel, or just some trinket bought off the black market? Lucas firmly asserted that this crystal could not be faked. Sally stepped forward to back him up. He really did defeat the archangel himself. I witnessed it all. She reaffirmed Lucas' claim. Have you ever wondered why I am the one arranging this meeting? Sally went on. Because we believe having this ally will strengthen us. And Tan silently mulled over her words. Initially, and Tan wanted the Azura recovery formation for his own gain, but he had not expected to meet someone even more interesting. He addressed guild leader Benian, making her flinch. She dared not meet his gaze, and Tan extended his hand toward her. Signaling acceptance of their alliance offer, he made an offer. Bisfinder Amlet promised to forge an unbreakable alliance with Chowman Vings, leaving Benian both embarrassed and stunned, but she quickly shook his hand to seal the deal. That night, deep in the forest, whispers spread things had officially changed. Azura looked furious. He angrily repeated his words, eyes locked on the two standing nearby. You called me out for some reason. Do you think I am a fool? The Anton guild leader hesitated, reluctant to reveal the truth. Don't you know the rule? Sharing or lending secret weapons, like the martial energy recovery formations, to outsiders is strictly forbidden. Lucas smirked playfully to break the tension. Relax. Just trust each other already. Anton tried to reassure Azura. I just want to see with my own eyes. I promise. Your secrets stay between us. But Azura did not fully trust this jokester. Lucas finally dropped the big reveal. It is all about conquering the god Azura. Azura was speechless, but still skeptical about trusting him. Inside, a chorus of shocked voices demanded Lucas explain everything that had just happened. Benian alone was fuming, while Lucas just sighed warily. I have been listening all day. Why does everyone hate me so much? He was already preparing to leave. Like you see, from today on, Vince and Peacefinder Mnet are officially allies. Spread the word through the guild, but Benian was not interested in that. Just then, Sally stepped in to report that the Anton guild leader had already left. Benian stared at her in disbelief. She wondered how Sally could disregard her own guild leader yet treat Frey with such respect and politeness. Lucas expressed his gratitude to Sally for smoothing things over. She blushed hard, stumbling over her words, too shy to accept the praise. Bowing her head, she said, I am the one who should be thanking you. I will need your help more in the future. Lucas ruffled her hair, which left Benian completely clueless about what was going on. On a beautiful morning, Lucas and Isabel strolled through the village. She turned and asked, Where are we heading? Lucas explained. Guild leader Benian has not unlocked her full potential yet. Her body's naturally different from normal humans, so it is not impossible. He continued, if someone like Hector helps her, she will definitely awaken her true power. Suddenly, he stopped and looked ahead. A girl was standing right in front of them. Isabel had never seen her before and wondered, Does she want to talk to us for some reason? Nora did not care about pleasantries. She had one question to ask. Lucas studied her. Surprised by the woman before him, he seemed to flash back to a past where a certain man appeared. Nora calmly asked, "Where did you learn the martial king's fist?" Lucas hesitated, then asked if she was who he thought she was. Nora did not address his suspicion directly. Just said, "This is a rare encounter." She got serious. "Our martial art is the one-man victory." Isabel was stunned by that statement. Lucas confirmed his suspicion. This was the teacher Ivan mentioned, the heir to the previous martial king's fist. He recalled Ivan's worried description. She is stubborn and insanely strong. Never lets mistakes slide. That memory made Lucas realize she was the one who scared Ivan. There is no doubt about the one-man victory. The Custodian sect's rule is that the martial king's fist can only be passed down to one person. He nostalgically remembered training with Ivan, learning the martial king's fist, because he was close friends with Custodian. He looked at Nora and recalled the strict rule. No more than one heir can inherit the martial king's fist at the same time. If an outsider tries to claim the martial king's fist, besides the chosen heir, even if it means killing that person, the one-man victory must be protected. Nora's eyes blazed with anger. "I only passed the martial king's fist to one person." She stomped the ground hard, unleashing a surge of power, demanding Lucas answer her. That move forced both of them to leap back, barely dodging, but the power was overwhelming. Isabel just could not hold her ground. She instinctively covered her face, trying to shield herself from the blow. When someone's spirit can summon mana this strong, you know she is something else. Nora's power is terrifying. Her very voice can decide whether someone lives or dies. "I learned it from Ivan." Lucas nodded in greeting. "I have heard a lot. She is Ivan's mentor, right?" Nora smiled softly, clearly amused by the question about learning from Ivan. Suddenly, she grew more formal. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Bree Bakes." He introduced herself with a cool breeze. "I am." The three sat in the room as Nora asked Lucas and Ivan about their relationship. Lucas hesitated. "Should I call us friends?" He recounted softly. "We first met near the rainforest. Despite everything, we teamed up to take down North Dog's henchmen." Nora's eyes widened. She had not realized she and Ivan fought side by side. She smirked slightly. "Long time no see. That kid's grown? Maybe he is finally ready to learn from me." Then she glanced between the two. "Where is Ivan now?" Lucas answered. "He is heading to Sin Kun to find pieces of Cut's Aging's armor. Just like you advised." Nora quipped, always grumbling but oddly obedient. Isabel whispered to Lucas, "She is nothing like the stories you have heard, right?" Suddenly, Nora bowed her head, surprised to learn Ivan taught the martial king's fist to a mage. She paused, then speculated. "Martial king's fist means absolute victory. Could it be he wants you as his heir?" Lucas' eyes shot wide in shock. While Nora weighed if Ivan was just bored, Lucas awkwardly raised his hand to speak. She suddenly said it was her fault for being careless. Nora silently vowed to properly teach Ivan next time she meets him. Lucas and Isabel exchanged looks, unsure what to say. Silently, Lucas sent an apology to Ivan far away, hoping he would take it in stride. Ivan wiped his nose, unaware of the chill creeping over him, or that someone silently promised to weed his grave every year. Back in the room, Nora asked Lucas if he planned to join Paragon. He quickly denied it. "It is just a business partnership. Nothing more." Nora smiled. "Same here." Lucas was a bit surprised he would heard she was part of some guild. Her expression darkened. "That is ancient history." Lucas looked her in the eye. Serious, rising from his chair. Nora watched him and realized her story mirrored Karo's, as now the guild was beyond saving. Nora confessed she would heard Karo's tale. His unyielding will and desire to revive were truly admirable. But to her, it was reckless, a blind faith in human spirit. Lucas turned his back, scoffing. "I am not that noble." Nora said nothing, just stared silently before breaking into a strange grin. Slowly standing, she said, "You are quite interesting." Lucas glanced back as she stepped behind him. "I will be watching you closely for now." He did not react to her words about testing his resolve versus reckless bravado. Morning found the village bustling with daily chores. Hector, soaked in the calm, had not smelled such fresh air in ages. The four walked side by side, but only Hector was loud. This was Choman Ving's hideout. Lucas moved ahead, telling Hector he would bring the guild leader. Benyon. Moments later, Hector watched Lucas leave, muttering, "He has got a great face but too serious. You only live once, might as well enjoy it." Nora replied, "Because Lucas knows time only moves forward." Her words left the others stunned. Nora's eyes bore into Lucas's back with a serious, scrutinizing glare. Suddenly, Hector approaches Nora, pretending he needs a favor. Blushing and stumbling, he shyly asks Nora to be his model. Suddenly, Hector's eyes light up. He is practically buzzing, ready to ignite a seductive fire right before it blooms. Maturity meets vulnerability. She is the essential muse shaping my golem's appearance. Nora calmly asks if that'll help in defeating the archangel. Hector rubs his fiery hands, but Isabel immediately calls him out when Lucas brings Benyon over. Nora's refusal hits Hector like a punch. He screams in agony. Benyon stares bewildered at the scene and hesitantly asks Hector if he is really from the star lineage. She then introduces herself and her role as guild leader of the Wings. Silence falls as the two stare each other down. Hector looks at her, confirming his identity. Then he glances at Lucas, asking if he should give the guild leader some advice. Lucas quickly agrees, and Hector starts coaching her. Hector strokes his chin, looking at Benyon with a soft heart. There really is a star heart hiding in there. She freezes, mouth agape, totally lost on what he is saying. Suddenly, a hand grabs her shoulder. Hector, suspiciously smiling, suggests swapping places to check her mana usage level. Without missing a beat, he spins her around and walks off. Time to practice star language and test soul reaction. We have got a ton to do, so let us move. Benyon nods shyly. Lucas and Isabel catch on immediately when Hector says he wants to work in the workshop. They plan to use the guild leader as the golem's model. Nora and Lucas exchange glances. He breaks eye contact and says he will visit Stronach Lace. Nora stares straight, asking why he told her that. Lucas quickly urges Nora to come with him. She chuckles softly, hinting she knows the drill. If you are core guild, you know me. Trying to use me to flaunt your strength for glory. Just then, Isabel cuts in to avoid unnecessary conflict, asking if she is willing to cooperate with them. Nora ponders silently for a moment, then agrees to their proposal. Nora placed her hands on her hips and stepped forward, saying she also had a debt at Stronach Lace at a fancy mansion. Lucas froze in horror when he realized it was Isabel's house. He said there was no need for such a huge house. She explained that Sarkley's companion could not stay at a regular member's place in the guild. Lucas was still wide-eyed in shock when she added, "Besides, if someday you suddenly come back." Isabel blushed, shyly covering her face. "This house would be enough for the two of you." Hearing that, he immediately snapped, "Who gave you the right to make decisions like that?" Suddenly, Gisela stepped up behind him and said this was the goodwill of the guild members. She smiled warmly, hoping he would accept it as an honor. Lucas still found it hard to accept such a massive house. Seeing that, Gisela bowed her head, saying it was not that extravagant. Inside, the tea and snacks were already set out on the table. Queen Snow was stretched out on the sofa while Sarkley was throwing a furious tantrum. Lucas looked at the scene before him, his face darkening in speechless disbelief. Snow lounged comfortably eating strawberries, arrogantly saying, "Though that room does not suit me, it is the biggest here, and I love the forest view." Sarkley angrily shouted, "I told you I have already put my stuff in there. Didn't you hear me?" Snow calmly retorted, "Where's your manners?" Huh. Watching their bickering, Lucas asked Isabel why these two were here. She explained they were his guests, so she told them to stay temporarily. Suddenly, Sarkley spun around, pointing at Snow and asked, "Who is this rude guy?" Before Lucas could answer, she declared herself the Queen of Demons. He immediately reminded her of her wish to give up that title when she decided to come here. Sarkley did not back down, hands on hips, saying she was also the Queen of Macedon. Snow smiled sweetly at that, which only infuriated Sarkley more, causing a loud shouting match that made Isabel Chinese struggle to keep her composure. She snapped, "If you two want to keep fighting, pack your bags and sleep on the street. You think I am happy having you both here?" Hearing that, the two finally shut their mouths and glared at her, but just a second later, the fight escalated from 2 people to 3. Lucas saw the tension rise and silently retreated to a corner, feeling completely overwhelmed. In a large tent elsewhere, nearly a dozen people sat in a meeting room. Binion presided, and the room buzzed with the news. "The Archdemon has manifested." She gasped in disbelief. "No way." Ajax added, "This just happened overnight." Lucas watched silently, suspicion creeping in. Why now? Of all time. His eyes flickered with insight as he analyzed quietly. Valen is in hibernation, so the Lord must be desperately healing the apocalypses. They have never been cornered like this before. Why rush to reveal themselves now? Ajax spoke again. Key personnel from all nations are demanding the guild explain itself, so the guild can no longer stand by idly. He announced grimly an emergency meeting of the Castani Empire in 4 days, where the 3 great powers and heads of major guilds must attend. Lucas asked for the exact location. Ajax replied it is the Jun family mansion in the capital. Symphony. He fell silent, pondering the Jun family name. Binion stood up, saying they must leave immediately to make it on time. But Lucas interrupted her. He looked at her, said he knows where the Jun family is, so it is not too late to leave on that day. Binion looked surprised, realizing Lucas must have something to do in the next 4 days, and he did not deny it. Binion smiled and said they would postpone departure, telling him to enjoy the rest of his vacation. In a house deep in the village, countless large and small bottles for experiments cluttered the table. Greek held a test tube. Surprised, Turning to ask Lucas what he just said, Lucas seriously told him he had to become a former member. Greek, the smoky-eyed man, looked at him, saying he would need his help. His eyes were filled with unreadable emotions. Then he turned back to finish the job he left hanging. Someone who talks like that clearly knows how to become an ex-mage. Oakley spun around and strode past Lucas's back. He told Lucas to follow him to a certain place. Oakley stretched out his hand, and a blue light shot from his palm. The light formed a glowing circle on the floor. Oakley said they had to head to the snowy fields in the north to meet Elia. He recalled her image and explained the condition for Elia to help him become an ex-mage. Agreeing to an alliance with her, Lucas stood silently, watching him. Seeing that, Oakley asked why he hesitated. After all, this was the plan the Seeker had been chasing for so long. Hearing that, Lucas finally nodded in agreement. The circle on the ground began to transform into a magic circle. He said he had a friend who could guide them in the northern snowy fields. The blizzard roared fiercely. The four of them pushed against the wind, climbing the snowy mountain. Leading the way was Snow. The wind was so strong Lucas had to fight hard just to keep from being blown away. Snow marched ahead, completely unfazed by the storm. Lucas shielded his face from the wind and shouted, "Are we even on the right path?" Snow turned back and said casually, "Who do you think I am? I know this area like the back of my hand." Lucas said this was not the polar region, yet the snow was falling so thick. She kept walking and replied, "I do not know why either, but this is an area I was banned from as a child." But when he mentioned it, she immediately thought of this place. Snow said if the goddess Elia lived in these snowy fields, then this had to be her home. But the fierce wind made it impossible for Lucas to hear what she was saying. She explained that the stronger the blizzard, the closer they were to its eye. Suddenly, the blizzard vanished, revealing a clear blue sky. Lucas stopped, glanced around, and asked, "The blizzard's over?" Snow glanced at him and replied, "That means we have reached the storm's eye." Suddenly, he spotted something that made him widen his eyes in shock. Before them stood a woman, her back turned. Lucas hesitated, about to ask if it was Elia, when Oakley immediately spoke up. The moment Oakley said it was indeed Elia, she turned to look at them. Elia's voice was soft as she said, "Isn't Teeth that the demon hunter who always turned down my offers?" Suddenly, her hair whipped wildly as her whole body began to glow. Elia unleashed a blizzard blast straight at them. She smirked and said it seemed like they did not want to live any longer. Then she conjured several giant ice darts, aiming them at the group. Oakley watched, baffled, unsure what she was thinking. The ice darts zoomed straight toward where they stood. Suddenly, Lucas shouted, "I am here because of Ricky's last wish." That line stunned Elia. She clenched her teeth and froze. The ice darts shattered as they hit the ground. Elia raised her hand slightly. She bent forward, asking Lucas in a low voice what he had just said. Lucas raised his hand in front of him and spoke. Elia listened intently as he said, "Before he died, Ricky told me." Lucas emphasized each word, "You have to become our strength." Elia stared at her hands in disbelief. She hesitated, asking Lucas if Ricky really said that. But before he could answer, she burst into laughter that left him stunned. She laughed wildly, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, Elia stopped laughing and whispered with watery eyes, "That bastard, in the end, always had to do things his own way." Huh. With that, she whipped up a fierce blizzard that slammed into the people across from her, making them shield their faces in panic. Gritting his teeth, Lucas shielded himself from the brutal storm while thinking about the magic barrier surrounding the area. As Elia spoke again, "Whether it is the conquest of the 6 realms that Lot longs for or the struggle of mere mortals, I do not care, just toss all that nonsense into the trash." Hearing her say Ricky was gone left him speechless, his shock spreading to everyone around. Suddenly, he grasped something, staring intently at Elia, who was losing her mind, desperate to destroy everything in sight. She screamed through tears, "You damn bastards. Just disappear already." Elsewhere, Akon lay sprawled on the ground, slowly regaining consciousness, and sat up, dazed, staring down at his own body. Suddenly, a voice echoed finally. Akn's eyes snapped open and glanced over and called out to Ananda and Nozdog. An slowly pushed himself up on his knees, asking how much time had passed. Ananta answered, "A few months." Hence eyes widened in surprise at the news that months had gone by. An stared at his hands, thinking the wounds could heal quickly. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "My battle name. You have fully awakened." Before they could react, a blinding light shackled them right in front of their eyes. From that light emerged a humanoid figure. Akon called him Lot, and Hen admitted he felt strangely happy. Lot grinned weirdly through his gag, declaring, "The moment to act has finally come." No sooner had Hen spoken than a magical barrier lit up beneath their feet. Readying for teleportation, Akon asked in shock where Lot intended to take them. But before he could finish, in a flash, they all vanished, leaving only dust swirling in the arena. Meanwhile, in Taladome, life went on peacefully as usual. Townsfolk chatted animatedly with one another. Then a sudden noise made everyone look up at the sky. A glowing symbol shaped like a 10 appeared, hovering in the sky with 4 people floating inside it, leaving everyone stunned. The 4 looked down from above. Aiken said, "This is Taladon, the capital of Siakskid." An impatient voice barked at Lot, demanding an explanation for his actions. Lot calmly handed a stone to Nose Dog, telling him to take it. Holding the stone, Nose Dog recognized it as aluminium and exclaimed in disbelief. He declared, "This is aluminium Malarian, still unattainable even to the very end." Lot simply told him to use it wisely. Suddenly, Aang sensed something and glanced over. With a bang, a firework-like projectile exploded right where they stood. The sky filled with smoke as dust and debris flew shot from a smoking cannon barrel below. Warlord Turing pointed fiercely at them, shouting, "You are invading our airspace, how dare you!" He clenched his teeth, swallowing his fear. Silently thinking, so the rumors about them smashing allied nations were true. As the smoke cleared, the group stood unharmed in midair. Nose Dog sneered, "You damn pest, you are done for, something's off." Turing shouted, ordering his men to evacuate the civilians immediately, but it was too late. Moments later, what was once beautiful lay in ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air, corpses pierced by thorny vines strewn everywhere. Nose Dog laughed with satisfaction. "Looks like our leader finally dealt with these useless pests." Behind them, Turing grasped the last of his strength, clutching his sword as he struggled to stand. Lot seemed to sense something and turned around. Suddenly, a hand appeared, pressing down on the ground right in front of him. Turing stared in shock as Aekni pressed his hand against the ground. Facing off with Lot, Lot asked calmly, "Before I strike, this place belongs to you. Do you want to stop me?" Aekni replied, "If you want to wipe out the super evil, go ahead, I just have a few questions." Then he asked, "Where's Solarian right now?" Hearing this, Lot finally revealed his hidden eye. He looked puzzled and said to Aek, "Larian's right here with me." Aang touched Lot's chest, pointing at his heart. Pressing his finger gently, he said slowly, "Larian has become a powerful energy source flowing inside you, Anana and Nosedog. That is it. If I had not done this, none of you 3 would have recovered so quickly." Lot said coldly, emphasizing every word, "I shared her power with you all." Hearing this, Aekni was surprised and asked again, then nervously raised his hand, telling Lot to hand over this place to him. Aekni hesitated, saying since this place is under his jurisdiction, at least let him finish the final part. Lot turned to look at him. Aek bowed his head slightly and lingered in silence. Then Lot spun around and walked away, telling Aek to do as he wished. Only then did Aekni order Torek to evacuate the remaining survivors from this place. Torek opened his mouth, eyes fixed on him as he continued, saying if Aekni truly wants to be known as a brave warrior, then protect your people like a true leader. Aek sneered and stepped closer, telling him to scram before he changes his mind. Moments later, Aek stood alone, frozen amid the ruins and devastation. Suddenly, a female voice rang out, "Are you the one disobeying Lot's orders?" Aerith stood behind him, arms crossed, watching him intently. Aang glanced at her and said plainly, "If she wants to report this to Lot, go ahead." Aerith shrugged with a faint smile. "I am not that careless." She stepped beside Aang, saying it seemed like the events with Laren had shocked him deeply, even though she thought Lot's actions were no big deal. Aerith smirked, telling him that even though Lot knew Ricky betrayed them, he still tried to cover it up. Aekni replied calmly that he was not blind. Aerith quickly added that people just do not know what went on behind the scenes. She crossed her arms and walked forward. Lot even prepared demigods to bear Ricky's sins. Aang frowned and turned his head. Aerith, speaking as Lot's disciple, warned that his so-called allies and comrades seemed to be ranked in some hierarchy. She stressed each word. It is best to be cautious of Lot's unconscious hypocrisy. Thick smoke rose as Aerith strode through the wreckage, asking if the Lord was really willing to sacrifice anyone just to cover for Ricky. But Ricky went against the Lord's will to the bitter end, forcing the Lord to kill him with his own hands. Under the firelight, her face held a sorrowful, melancholic expression as she asked Aekni if the Lord's actions were truly for the greater good. Aekni looked at the bodies hanging from the tree branches, swaying in the wind. He said he was not sure, but from what he saw, Ricky's top priority was something he ultimately refused to fulfill, choosing to exclude himself from the so-called greater good the Lord spoke of. Aekni pondered, then asked Aerith what she was scheming. Aerith turned, her figure blending into the swirling smoke and dust. She said she did not mean to stir things up, but felt conflicted, because she could not understand who people were truly serving. Aerith thought about the vast galaxy, the supplemental order all demigods are equal, and the greater good was just a reason for them to call the Lord their Lord. Her voice turned serious as she asked why Aekni knew everything yet still called that person Lord, only to be met with his sharp command to shut up. Aekni threatened coldly that he would silence her if she kept talking nonsense. Aerith ignored him, staring intently back at him. After a moment, Aerith lowered her gaze as if conceding. She said nothing more, turning to vanish into the thick smoke. leaving Ache standing alone. The fading light from the fire dimmed, swallowing his figure into darkness. Aang silently watched her leave without a word. Elsewhere, a fierce battle was raging. Snow gripped her sword tightly, fluidly slashing through layer after layer of ice. But her efforts quickly turned futile as the ice instantly restored itself. Snow witnessed it all from the corner of her eye, her expression tightening. Seeing Ilia hover within the ice, like an unbreakable wall, made her heart grow cold halfway. Blazing red flames flared brightly in the freezing scene. Fire magic from Lucas. The scorching fire pierced through the cold mist around Snow's sword under his control. Without hesitation, she launched a fiery sword strike straight at Ilia. When the ice shield met the fairy blade, an explosion erupted, shattering the ice into shards flying in all directions. The cursed power shattered Ilia's ability, forcing her to duck and dodge. But a smirk still played on her lips, silently mocking that trick it only works at a distance. Finding it amusing, Ilia swung her arm, and suddenly, ice arrows materialized from thin air, raining down fast and furious. Chunks of shattered ice from the explosion were still falling, and by sheer coincidence, a massive shard hurtled straight towards Snow, glowing with intense heat and a fairy red aura. Nora appeared just in time to smash the giant shard before it could even graze a single hair on Snow. Without missing a beat, Nora charged at Ilia, aiming to catch her off guard with a surprise attack. Cloaked in blazing fire magic, she launched a swift kick, then quickly dropped down, pressing the assault. Not stopping there, Nora kept chaining attacks, spinning around to unleash another fierce kick. Flames exploded into the sky. Ilia had barely escaped by the skin of her teeth. Ilia landed on the ground to dodge Nora's strike, but something moments before made her freeze in place. A strong, puppet-like hand infused with dark energy held her firmly in place. In a split second of shock, countless hands emerged from the earth, gripping Ilia tightly, making even a single step impossible. In the distance, Greg stretched out his arms, manipulating the formation to trap Ilia, and signaled with a sharp gesture. Seizing this rare opening, Nora lunged forward, concentrating her flames on Ilias' legs, ready to deliver the finishing blow. A thunderous explosion shattered the ground as Nora's kick slammed down with earth-shaking force. But no victorious grin appeared. She stared at the ruin she would caused, panic creeping into her heart. In that crater, there was not a single soul besides her. "Your army is pretty solid," a voice rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. It was Ilia, completely unscathed, not a hair out of place, calm and cold. She stood there as if untouched by any battle. In shock, Earthquake and Nora listened as Ilia spoke, sarcastically praising their efforts. She even glanced at Nora, adding that the white-haired guy did not say, "But was it possible for someone human to reach the level below?" No sooner had she spoken than Ilia vanished blink and appeared right in front of Snow. With a curious look, Ilia asked if Snow was Ricky's disciple. Sensing Ricky's swordsmanship in her blade, Snow was not intimidated by Ilia's power. She calmly complimented Ilias' insight for noticing her sword skills without using any divine magic, though that seemed to annoy Ilia. Lift glanced at Lucas and Earthquake in the distance, then explained it is not that she does not use divine power, but because she can after Ricky died, all his power was transferred to her. In other words, she does not have the strength to wield Ricky's full power anymore. If she is not careful, that power could kill her at any moment, Ilia said, then turned away, acting like it did not bother her a bit. She marched up to Lucas and scolded him, calling the white-haired guy shameless and reckless. His spells were terrible, and his divine power was just the weak stuff from Indra. Lucas, caught off guard, scowled darkly, but despite the insults, Ilia praised his combat experience and said, for a rookie commander, he was already near perfect tactically. Then she finally got to the heart of the matter, the question she really wanted to ask. Who exactly is he? Lucas stared deeply and replied, honestly, sometimes I do not even know who I am. Ilia narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing as she stepped onto the snowy ground. Determined, passing by Lucas, she dropped a bombshell that immediately caught his attention. I will help you reach godhood. She turned back, cold steel in her eyes, warning that Lucas could celebrate now, but if he crossed her, she would keep him right here, forever. Lucas caught the sarcasm in her words, but did not get angry. Rarely had he heard a demigod speak so bluntly about godhood. Tilting his head slightly, he calmly asked Ilia if she knew how a demigod attains godhood. Unexpectedly, Ilia admitted she did not know, leaving Lucas speechless, his expression screaming, I can't even explain this. The group standing in the cold zone heard him say, if you do not know how, then what are you planning to turn me into? Ilia just shrugged, claiming she had experience. She added, I have seen a few people reach godhood after fighting me, probably sensing Lucas' doubt. Then she pointed toward Oak Ridge in the distance, naming him as one of those rare few. At Oak Ridge, they stepped up to vouch for Ilia and explained that is why they brought him to meet her. But we do not know what it truly takes to become a full-fledged warrior. Lucas hesitated, almost convinced. Ely lived long enough to see this, yet now she is pushing hard to persuade him. Just as she hoped, he started to lower his guard bit by bit. Elias' lips twitched. What they shared in common was dying by my hand. Lucas, hearing that, put on a second look of utter disbelief. Suddenly, Elias' hand shot out with terrifying speed. She pressed his head down, forcing him to kneel for doubting her. Elias' delicate hands gripped Lucas's hair, making him struggle from now on. You will be hanging by a thread more times than you can count. In the end, there are only two options. Elia bent, watching him writhe under her grasp. Her beautiful face was painted with satisfaction. Either become a full warrior, or die by my hand. Elia leaned in close to Lucas' ear and whispered, "Wake up, kid." Over at Greek, someone warned her. "Hold up. There is a crucial conference in 4 days. We will start training after it wraps." Elia glanced at him and said, "Then you better become a full warrior within those 4 days. You can handle that, kid." Lucas slowly stood up, replying, "Becoming a full warrior in 9 days is tough enough. 4 days? That is impossible." Determined, but not impossible, Elia nodded in approval. "That is the spirit." Then she turned away. "No matter what, if you do not become a full warrior, you will never keep up with the upcoming battles." Elia added, "Don't worry. I want to let you die." Hearing that, Lucas glared at Elia with a mix of disbelief and anger. She continued, "You will fulfill Ricky's last wish. You can die without my permission." Lucas thought to himself, "Ricky, you have landed yourself in some serious trouble with this woman." 4 days later, at the Jun family estate during the conference day, the hall was decked out in pure luxury and grandeur. While the Jun patriarch was reviewing documents on the table, a voice asked, "Honor Separate, you are just as eager as I am, right?" The man speaking was Steve Ziak. "Today's the big day. Choman Ving's new statue will be unveiled for the first time." Separate snapped back, annoyed. "The capital's already been destroyed." "Honor Steve, watch your words," Steve Ziak replied casually. Then he asked if Separate had ever met Lucas. Separate said he met him long before Lucas joined the guild. Steve said, "I met him during recruitment. Honestly, he did not look like someone extraordinary." Suddenly, Steve fell silent, staring toward the entrance. "Speaking of which, here they come." Benyon, the leader of Choman Ving's, and his members were approaching. A voice rang out, "Long time no see." Benyon, Jalila shot a sharp glare at the speaker. He spoke suspiciously about Sakli Sven's presence, then corrected himself. "Honor Sven is the proper title now." Jalila clenched her fist, thinking. Sven Heimadrik, former Sakli of Choman Ving's, was a backstabber who allied with another guild and caused Choman Ving's ruin. He did not hesitate to say, "Never thought you would start the conversation first. We were once comrades in arms." He smiled shamelessly. Jalila snapped, "Don't talk nonsense." But Benyon stopped her from continuing. Her eyes burned with determination as she said, "Long time no see." "Honor Sven, it is good to see you again." He snapped back aggressively, "You have grown a lot." Benny, before he could finish, she cut, "But I have got a piece of advice for you." She added, "The man before you is the guild leader of Choman Ving's. You would better show him some respect." Her eyes sparkled. "If you want to avoid lifelong shame right here." "Honor Sven, you would better be careful." Benyon walked past him. "I will let you off this time, since we used to be comrades in strategic intelligence." Then she left, leaving him pale and terrified. Jajela lit up with excitement, saying the guild boss has gotten way stronger, and she shyly replied. Suddenly, she felt worried about Lucas and asked if there has still been no contact with him since then. He replied, "No sign of him. Freeze here." And he admitted he does not know how they will get through this conference. But everyone was determined, saying, "Let us just give it a shot. We have already gotten so much from him." Lavish feasts were laid out, and by then, all the guilds had gathered in full force. Owner Seffert stepped up to the podium and declared, "Thank you all for waiting. I hereby announce the emergency conference officially begins." He spoke excitedly. "First off, thanks for showing up despite the sudden summons." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Cut the small talk already." Jekyll shot a cold glare. "This is not the time for games." The man nodded seriously in agreement, and Seffert snapped his fingers, triggering a holographic replay. A scene of utter devastation played on the central screen. He continued, "What you are seeing is the current state of Geltenbund." Seffert went on. Geltenbund was a leading maritime nation with formidable defenses, yet it was wiped out in a single night. He stared seriously at the crowd. "This means the demigods have started their moves." The screen shifted to another scene. These beings no longer bothered hiding their identities. In fact, the guilds from the 6 continents would soon report such incidents. Gomez raised his hand and asked, "Why do you think they acted so suddenly and aggressively like this?" He replied, We are still investigating the cause. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Sorry to interrupt. Lezen continued. Since earlier, I have not been able to focus, because I keep getting distracted by one person. He pointed toward the Chao Min Wings Guild's table where, in such a formal setting, some were shamelessly hiding their identities by going shirtless. Binian blushed and said, Guild leader Lezen, I personally vouch for their identities. He laughed, looking her over. Are you joking? Your guarantee means nothing here, Lezen said seriously. Take those shirts off and I will judge for myself. One of the two grinned, shedding his shirt. You are as suspicious as ever. Huh, Lezen, everyone gasped. Nora, what are you doing here? Two companions walking with him lowered their heads, whispering about the former heir to the Martial King's throne. Lezen could not believe it and asked her, Last I heard, you cut ties with the guild ages ago. Why are you here with Chao Men Wings? He still was not satisfied and pressed further about the other person. Nora snapped angrily. Know your limits. Lezen, from now on, I have no obligation to answer your pointless questions. Infuriated, he slammed the table shouting, What pointless nonsense? Nora smirked. If not pointless, then what? Lezen clenched his teeth, glaring at her. He sneered, planning to wade back into worldly affairs. Huh, Nora sneered back. I did not join Chao Men Wings, but I support Sackley of the Lefray Guild. Lezen was speechless facing her words. Remember, disrespecting Chao Men Wings is the same as crossing Norada. Steve Ziek was curious. Even a former heir who abandoned the secular world joined Chao Men Wings. He added, Makes me even more curious about this free character. While someone in the distance stared toward the mansion, Gomez clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. All right, let us get back on track. He slammed the table. Right now, those damn demigods are running wild everywhere, are not they? Raising his voice, Gomez said, We have to stop them immediately. What are you all waiting for? Norada sighed. So there are still sane people in this guild? Then asked the person next to her, Who is that guy? Binian replied, That is Gomez, guild leader of Dzelic contest, the strongest among the mid-sized guilds. Guild leader JK commented, We can act without a solid plan. Guild leader Gomez, How strong are they? What is their troop size? Why the sudden attack? Then he concluded, Right now, the guilds do not have that info. Gomez bit his lip. Frustrated. So you are just gonna sit there twiddling your thumbs until you get all the facts. Zekith chuckled and explained, Why would we do that? We are just watching how things unfold first. Hearing that, Gomerd in fury, Cut the coward talk. The place is already a wreck, and you are still spouting that nonsense. Zekith asked, Does Guildmaster Gomez still not know? Then he answered himself, The guild is the last fortress that can stop the demigods. If it falls, the continent is doomed. Gomez still could not grasp it, so we should not act recklessly. Lezine confirmed exactly that, hearing him say that. We strongly agree with Stronicles and Lucisos. He is furious these people here have lost their minds, and once again, here we go, tens of thousands are dead. Yet you all act like it is nothing. Lezine scoffed softly at the number. Even if hundreds of thousands die, we still want to take action. Gomez could not hold it anymore. This is madness, he shouted, flipping the table in front of him. He wore a blank expression as he stared at the chaos. Jajela silently thought, It is true, although Lezine is a sly old fox, he is not someone to start trouble without cause. Next, he analyzed in his mind. Yet now he is trying to divide the guilds. What is his scheme? Suddenly, the woman sitting next to Nora cut in. I get it now, said the guildmaster of Stroniglade as she removed her hat and coat, revealing her sleek black hair. Everyone was surprised by this scene, and Lezine looked visibly annoyed. Unexpected. Indeed, looking at that woman. He continued. The rightful heir to the warrior king's power, even Swotna of Jiragat, has joined to welcome Vingso. Steve Ziek wondered. So that was not Frey. Why did not he show up? Snow raised his own question. You all say absolutely no action until we have intel on the demigods. Right? But what about guilds that disagree? Lezine immediately answered. There won't be any guilds like that. Then he said firmly. The opinions of the three strongest guilds Stroniglade, Lucid Sword, and Peacefinder Armlet will represent all guilds. Hearing Lezine's announcement, if anyone objects, they must provide convincing reasons. That is when Jajela caught on. He silently analyzed. His goal is to expose any guild that opposes and punish it. He is using this threat as a chance to solidify his own power. On the other side, Snow responded. The views of the three strongest guilds do not seem to be fully aligned. He looked around, locking eyes with Guildmaster Jekyll. Then both turned their gaze toward Guildmaster Anton. The two asked in unison, What does Peacefinder Armlet think? Hearing them agree that if Anton shares their view, the meeting ends here. He fell silent. Then he turned to Binian and asked, What is your take? Jekyll laughed mockingly. Looks like Anton asked the wrong person. But Anton snapped at him to shut up, coldly and sharply. He said, I am asking Guildmaster Cho Menving's opinion. Binian, what is your stance? Jekyll's tone stiffened as he stammered. The man with the buzz cut whispered to Gomez. So the rumor about Peacefinder Armlet and Cho Menving's becoming allies is true. Binian spoke up firmly. I believe the most urgent task right now is to stop the demigods. Hearing that, Gomez smiled quietly. Clearly pleased, Lezine objected. Guildmaster Binian, you should watch your words. Haven't you learned from the deaths of those before us? At this, Jekyll could not hold back his anger. What do you mean by that, Guildmaster Lezin? Isaac stepped up. He is the one who should be careful with his words. Surprised by the sudden tension, Binian responded. Thanks for your advice, Guildmaster Lezin. I have never forgotten the deaths of our predecessors. Her eyes sharpened as she added, but it seems you have forgotten the Guild's founding purpose. Looking at his back, she said, the Guild was created to protect humanity from demigod invasions, a shield for mankind, and a safeguard for the home front. I'm right. Lezine's face darkened. Who do you think you are lecturing? Binian disagreed. I am just reminding you of things you have clearly forgotten. Seeing this, Jagella chuckled quietly. The Guildmaster is definitely stronger now. His eyes flashed fiercely as he simultaneously cast a spell, meeting her gaze. She showed a flash of alarm. Lezine's overwhelming power pressed down. Even though you are an officer, do not mistake that for being on my level. She tried to push back. I did not say anything wrong. Mutual respect is what is needed here. Meanwhile, she thought silently. He is trying to break my spirit, casting spells quietly without paying attention to those around him. Seeing her flustered, Jagella anxiously asked if she was okay. If something was bothering her, thinking about Binian's sinister and twisted nature, I told myself, childish and petty moves like that? No way I'm getting pushed around. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open at the voice. There is no way I will let this slide easily. The crowd looked toward the sound. Puzzled, didn't see him before. How long has he been sitting there? Ignoring the nosy onlookers, the mysterious figure stepped one foot onto the table and said, I have known this guild's rotten core for a while now. Then he paced across the table, adding, but seeing it firsthand, the filthiest scum I have ever laid eyes on. Lezius, the biggest disaster here. Jagella abruptly interrupted, while Snow sighed. Yeah, that punk's been a pain forever. Lucas dropped his hood, revealing his face clearly. Across from him, Lezin was desperately trying to keep up a fake polite smile. No clue who he is, but I gotta admit, that vibe screams done with life. Power started to gather, breaking through his disguise. I told you. Lezin, first, you will pay for disrespecting Benayan. He froze, eyes wide. Then chaos erupted. His power slammed down, shattering the table in half as Lezin crashed to the floor. The crowd panicked. What the hell is he doing? How dare he lay hands on guild leader Lezin? At that moment, Lucas declared, you should bow and apologize. This is the only way. Lezin was forced to his knees by the overwhelming power. Lucas' eyes burned with conviction. You are not worthy to represent George Cho. Step down. Lezin, in a far-off icy land shrouded in mist. Ilia's shadow appeared, her head tilted. Watching intently, Ilia spoke softly as if to someone. I never thought a mortal could bring me this much joy. It is truly worth living long to witness this. A murmured voice echoed in that sky. I have found a real joker. Ricky. Now I get why you are so special. Ilia pondered deeply. Her unmatched fame and skill far beyond ordinary mortals. Mastering the C-Then level in just 3 days. Cut to Lezin. Frail and unable to stand, seething in anger. You are not qualified. Guild leaders Antan and Shockley watched closely. Do you really think you are worthy of carrying this continent's future? Shockley thought quietly. Standards. Sure, but you are not the only one who meets them. She stared at Lucas, thinking, Lezin, you only say that because you do not know who you are really facing. He began gathering energy, his whole body glowing purple as a growing orb of violet light appeared. At the same time, Lezin unleashed various magical energies, causing everyone around to stagger. While the crowd panicked, Snow watched with fascination. This is some seriously rare magic. While Benyon gawked in shock, Nora eyed the magical energies with intrigue and excitement. How is he casting all these spells at once without chanting? Benyon blurted out. That is Lezin's power. The overwhelming force shattered the windows in the hall. The whole room shook as many tried to calm Lezin down. Lezin, you are destroying the mansion. Meanwhile, Lucas watched calmly. Lezin smirked arrogantly. Looks like someone needs a lesson. Lucas' eyes gleamed sharply. Surprised. Honestly, I do not even know if this will work. He squinted and sent a precise magical attack toward Lezin, who was no pushover. Lezin's eyes widened as the magic he once proudly wielded vanished in an instant. He could not believe it. How How did all my magic just disappear? The onlookers whispered. Did Lezen just stop attacking? But there is still some faint mana left, someone remarked. That was a lesson, Nora told Benyon. Free already broke that technique. She did not believe it at first and asked again. She looked at Lucas in astonishment. Free? When did he pull that off? Snow also stared at him, saying, has he really reached C-Then level? Hearing the chatter, Lezen stared at Lucas in disbelief. No way you have reached C-Then. His face went pale as he hurriedly asked. How? At your age? Lucas' gaze was stern as he replied. I am disappointed in you. Lezen, he thought to himself. How could anyone ever reach the level of the C-Then like me? The pressure here is suffocating beyond words. Resin Uzomun's ears were thick like armor. At another level entirely. This was downright laughable. Lucas snapped back. It does not matter which path you take if your mind is not steady. You will never unlock the door to the C-Then. He widened his eyes, listening to Lucas. Realizing he should rethink his foolishness, Lucas seemed to grow larger in Lezen's eyes. Then sneered, saying he still had a long way to go. Lucas stomped the ground hard, terrifying the man, then walked away, leaving Lezen frozen in fear. Lucas snapped at him. Go ask around if you do not believe me, he continued. Why are you all even part of this group anyway? Suddenly, he added, like Benyon said, this group is not some shield to protect us for life. He pressed on. If anyone's here with weak intentions, I suggest you get out. Now, Snow thought silently. So he is actually a cautious guy after all. She guessed why he was here. He was probably waiting for Lezen to inherit this position. Watching him, she concluded that by making Lezen tremble in fear, he could dominate everyone here. Lucas looked at everyone and said, the archangels have already started moving. Zekith, the guild leader, quickly asked him, so what do we do now? Lucas sternly replied, our opponent is a god. He shared his thoughts. They are not opponents you can fight and climb over. If they were, we would have taken them down ages ago. Zekith sighed regretfully as Lucas approached him. So the archangels are basically gods now. Lucas responded. They are not untouchable. Think about it, if their leader is scared, they will falter. He leaned in, locking eyes with Zekith, making him uneasy. That fear is why they are acting so rashly. Then he turned to everyone. Their goal is to wipe out every mortal, literally no survivors. Lucas declared. This one TN peacefully. If you retreat without fighting, you are done. The only way to survive is to fight and win, clenching his fists with determination. He said, I am here today to find those who share this desire. Choose your path. Everyone hung on Lucas' every word. Will you fight to survive? Or wait for death to spare you pain? Silence fell over the crowd, then a hand slowly rose. It was Ant. He fully agreed with Lucas' resolve. Next, Gomez chuckled with satisfaction and raised his hand too. Now this meeting's actually worth something. The room buzzed with murmurs as two more hands shot up. Then more and more kept rising. Soon, nearly every hand in the room was raised. Guild leader J. Kick stood in the corner, clicking his tongue in irritation. Legend Jun, furious, thought to himself, I thought this meeting would be easy to control. He glared at Lucas with hatred. Frey ruined everything. Under the bright moonlight, in the dead of night, behind a mansion, a group wearing red robes gathered. Legend glanced around and remarked, is that all there is? His face showed no hint of happiness as he paced angrily. He wondered, where's Lucid Sword? Hasn't Guild leader J. Kick arrived yet? Frustrated, he slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it all, because of that bastard Free. His eyes blazing with fury, Jun shouted, he has ruined everything we fought for against the archangels. Gritting his teeth, Legend snapped. Archangels are foes we can face head on. Standing before everyone, he cursed them repeatedly. They are like the sun itself. No matter how hard people try, they can't escape the archangel's grasp. I learned this when I reached the C-Then. He declared loudly that he would be quitting the guild. One member asked, if you leave, where will you go? Legend glanced over and answered seriously, to wherever God is. One of them stared at him curiously. Do you really have ties with God? He flicked his eyes slightly. Then, neither rushing nor hesitating, he said, originally, I wanted to make this guild stronger. Then God would be pleased when we surrender and promised to watch over us more closely. Another guy stepped forward, asking him, so from today on, you are giving up that guild title? He pressed on, what if the demigod orders something ridiculous? He casually replied, just follow their commands. Not backing down, the guy kept pushing. No matter what the order is. Too many questions had Legend fuming as he snapped loudly. How many times do you want me to give the same answer? As soon as those words dropped, he scolded the guy, who then slowly shrugged off his hat and armor. Lucas let out a heavy sigh before saying, I hope things would go exactly as I predicted. The man's eyes went wide as he instantly recognized him. Lucas, burning with fierce energy, now stood right before Legend. The man was stunned beyond belief, shouting Lucas' name. Suddenly, A beam of light erupted beneath the red-cloaked men, shaking the ground violently, though Lucas was just activating his mana. The power was overwhelming. Those guys could not help but freeze in place. With a cold glare, he told the man, "Too bad." Legend, furious, the man shot back in anger. "You idiot! Thinking you are stronger than everyone else. Looking down on us all." Legend and his crew charged forward, the man declaring he would kill Lucas right then and there. Weapons were drawn one after another. He sneered. "You made a huge mistake coming alone." Lucas' face darkened as he calmly replied, "Sorry. I planned on coming alone too." Suddenly, shadows darted in from behind Lucas, and the first blow hit Legend with a shocking punch. Legend and his gang were blasted into the air, screaming in panic. The others watching from behind were left terrified by the scene. Before they could even process what just happened, swords clashed, trapping them in a deadly crossfire. They could not dodge and were wiped out in an instant. Some had their blood painfully sucked away by magic, agony written all over their faces. Gradually, they withered to nothing but skin and bones. They collapsed to the ground, leaving Legend utterly stunned. The man's face drained of color as he bitterly cursed Lucas. "Fine. You listen to your friend then." Lucas, smiling from afar, introduced, "My friends. They are famous for never listening to me." Blood and bodies were scattered everywhere. People fell like leaves, their bodies piled and sprawled cold on the ground. Legend gritted his teeth, panting hard. Lucas spun around and called out, "That is enough." Legend, the man was deeply frustrated, questioning himself why he was not a match for Lucas, why the gap was so huge. He kept thinking silently he would never truly seen the end of it all. Staring at Lucas' formidable presence, he wondered if he was just a half-step beneath him. His hands trembled as he spoke. "Earlier, you said the demigod is not an absolute being, right?" He cleared his throat, adding bitterly, "He reminds me so much of my brother." Lucas' face twitched slightly at that. He briefly thought of Legend's brother, Karo. Legend shared about him. "Karos, the most outstanding genius I have ever known in magic studies. He once said things just like you." Lucas lowered his gaze and asked, "Is that true?" Legend looked up and asked, "Are you confident you can defeat the Lord?" Seeing Lucas' troubled expression, the man sneered mockingly. "What?" Speechless now, but suddenly, Legend went silent, his eyes wide with shock. He heard Lucas say calmly, "You are right. The demigod is not absolute. We have fought them before, but the Lord? That is a different story." Legend nodded firmly. "The Lord is the absolute existence. True to his name, he is the god." Snow and Nora stood silently outside, listening as he spoke of the Lord's greatness. Lucas could not hold back, asking, "So you willingly became Nolea?" Legend snapped back, "What is so bad about that?" The man clenched his teeth and said bitterly, "It was all a strategy to survive." Furious, he shouted repeatedly, "Why? Why is it that neither you nor he knows this simple truth?" Sally leaned over and said to him, "I do not want to sacrifice my pride just to cling to this miserable life." Legend heard this, gave a curt nod, then smirked. "You say that because you have never actually met the Lord before," he boldly replied. "I have," which caught the man completely off guard. Lucas stepped forward and said, "I know the Lord so well. I am sick of him. I have fought the Lord and lost." The man looked stunned, as if he could not believe his own eyes, his face a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. Slowly, Lucas began to reveal his past. For 4,000 years trapped in the Lord's abyss, he only ever had one thought. Back then, Lucas was obsessed with one thing: defeating the Lord. He introduced himself coldly. "My real name is Lucas, the great mage who battled the Lord 4,000 years ago." Snow and Nora, standing nearby, could not hide their shock at this revelation, but Sally remained stone-faced, acting like it was no big deal. Legend's jaw literally dropped when he heard those words. He never expected that this guy was the legendary Lucas. Snow gasped, "Wait, what? Free is actually Lucas?" Sally nodded solemnly. "Yes. The guild master borrowed Frey's body to return as the hero of the Age of Light after 4,000 years." Nora beside her was utterly stunned by this truth. She glanced at Lucas' lone figure standing there, isolated and solitary. Suddenly, Snow burst out laughing, relieved. "Well, that clears up every mystery I had." Legend trembled, his face betraying his panic as he stammered, You are really Lucas." He laughed bitterly, muttering something under his breath. Then, shaking, he looked up at Lucas and said, "If only you had come a little sooner." Legend's face fell, shrinking with regret, but he added, "Still, I do not think I was wrong." Lucas suddenly asked, "So you want to regret it, right?" Just as Legend looked up to glare at him one more time, Lucas's strike pierced straight through his head. In an instant, Legend was dead by his hand. His eyes rolled back as he thought, "No regrets. Well, Maybe do. Blood splattered everywhere from Lezin's head. He truly wished. He wished he had been wrong, and that Lucas was the one who was right. Finally, Lezin collapsed onto the ground, his last breath fading away. Lucas stood silently, watching it all unfold, then slowly glanced behind him. Right after, Caro appeared. His face dark and brooding, he walked over and sat beside Lezin's body. Caro's eyes were deep, unreadable. No one could tell what he was thinking. Lucas spoke plainly behind him. Your brother died by my hand. I am Caro. Caro quickly shook his head, taking all the blame on himself. Sitting there, Caro blamed himself. If I saw him heading down the wrong path, even if it cost me half my life, I had to stop him. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he confessed. Before all this happened, I should have controlled him better. He stared at his brother's hollow expression and tortured himself, knowing that if he had not stopped him now, Lezin would surely have sold his soul to the Lord. Lucas was caught in a tough spot, but Caro called out to him unexpectedly. He thanked Lucas for letting his brother die still human. Lucas' face flickered with sadness. He was not sure how to respond. Snow, Shockley, and Nora behind them could only stand silently, absorbing every word. In that vast, empty courtyard, only a few lonely figures remained, surrounded by shadows. The candlelight flickering on Jequit, who was meditating deeply, began to waver and dim. The flame fluttered, struggling against an eerie breeze. Jequit still had not made a sound. His eyes clenched shut tight. Then, slowly, Jequit opened his deep, sorrowful Saklam eyes. Right in front of him stood Lucas. Jequit looked up in shock. Where's Lezin? Lucas just responded with silence. Jequit got no answer, realization sinking in as he slowly rose to his feet. He stepped forward and asked, what do you think now? If I do not follow you, are you planning to eliminate me? He spoke coldly from behind. No lies needed. Just think and act on your own. Lucas added, if you think I am wrong, then feel free to stab me in the back anytime. He cast a sharp glance after dropping those words. In the dim flicker of the Jequit candlelight, a voice echoed, I am waiting for you. Free. At the emergency summit the next day, Lucas and Benian stood at the center of the gathering. He spoke loudly and clearly. The demigod is an unprecedented threat. Benian glanced sideways as Lucas explained. In other words, this is the perfect, never-before-seen opportunity for us. Lucas revealed truths he would long kept silent about, spinning them like a bard telling tales to children. Among the 5 apocalypses, one has died, and another is in a deep slumber. The life of that sleeping demigod can be ended with ease. The substance shielding them from divine eyes, Illunium, has been crafted, and it is being used to slaughter the near-dead. The guilds could not hide their shock at this hidden knowledge about the demigod. They would never known how to uncover. As if yesterday's faction war never happened, every guild stood united. The harmony they would longed for was finally within reach. Silence hung heavy at the summit until Guildmaster Anton questioned, if we start a massacre, will we be wiped out by the world's rules? He folded his arms, mulling over Lucas' words. Is this the fear of the demigod you mentioned? Lucas calmly agreed. They call that fear a god. Anton's eyes widened, his understanding of what God really meant expanding. Lucas turned, firm and resolute. From now on, we hunt down the apostles of the apocalypse and eliminate them. Anton's curiosity sparked. You have identified some apostles. I at least know 2. An assassin named Genta. Lucas revealed another name, Akma Kantit. At the mention, Anton and Shock Lee could not hide their surprise. Lucas laid out the plan clearly. Wipe them out, and the apostles will fall into slumber, turning this hopeless tide won't be a pipe dream anymore. Zekith, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Genta? Could he be the assassin king? Genta? Everyone gasped in shock. He continued. He is the one who assassinated both nobility and royalty. From client contracts and testimonies, we know he is real. He seriously proposed, if our intel is correct, he hails from Hithamika. We should start searching for him there. Shock Lee suddenly spoke. I know a bit about Kantit. Instantly grabbing Lucas' full attention, Lucas whipped around. Urgent? Is that true? Shock Lee. She answered steady and sure. He is a demon who once had a pact with me. She went on about the time when the supreme demon was confined to the continent morally. That was not impossible, but Shock Lee's next words shocked Lucas even more. If he wanted to, he could sacrifice tens of thousands. Facing her, Lucas asked, can we track him down? Shock Lee. She hesitated just a bit before replying. Of course. Demons can hide their unique energy. Anton spoke calmly. Leave the Kantit hunt to us. Lucas fell silent for a moment amid the noisy summit. Thoughts raced through his mind. I have made it to the capital, and the guilds have united. Now, I have powerful, trustworthy allies. They share my vision. For Lucas, This was just the beginning, the starting line for everything to come. Determined, he silently wished himself luck. This was the official battle against the Lord himself. Fenian still roared, his power screaming loud and fierce. The sound waves she unleashed were brutal. Everyone shielded their ears. Lucas was awestruck at this distance. It sounded like the whole world was screaming in unison. Isabel, covering her ears, whispered, "This is Dragon Roar." The sonic wave echoed far and clear. After Binion stopped, Hector spoke from behind. She has reached the level where she can use Dragon Roar twice a day now. She is truly someone born with incredible potential. Lucas glanced back briefly, raising an eyebrow and muttering, "Twice in one day." He looked at Binion and said, "The guild leader's Dragon Worm weapon is an essential asset in the battle against the god of war. Honestly, I am starting to feel a bit more determined." Hector stood beside Tidiem. The fights with the god of war, not just the apostles. He fell silent, deep in thought. At that moment, his mind drifted to Aichi. Lucas thought quietly that Nick's loyalty to Xinhai was not by choice. She was forced into becoming an apostle through cruelty. He vowed to personally eliminate someone like Zach Sinani. Suddenly, Hector's eyes lit up as he spoke. "Hey, it is let us get moving." Hearing this, Lucas grew curious. Hector turned with a bright smile aimed right at him. As Hector lay down to rest, he joyfully said, "At last, the goddess triumphs," tears streaming with joy. He added, "Look, Anna the Great. So graceful." Lucas frowned. Anna the Great in Greek and Caro. They listened quietly as he boasted about Schizzer, the mythical substance, forged by the three greatest alchemists of the continent. A masterpiece beyond belief. Hector stood amid the crowd, endlessly talking about himself, the core, the genius origin of light. Schizzer's eternal masterpiece. No demon in the future could rival the great Anna. But judging by his appearance, people guessed he was not quite as grand as he claimed. Hector sharply called to Lucas, "Hand me the core." Lucas quickly complied. Hector gripped the core, a deep, knowing smile spreading across his face. He dropped the core right onto Schizer's stomach. Suddenly, it lit up brightly, lifting Schizer's body into the air. Standing before the dazzling light, Lucas marveled silently. Is this heartbeat echoing all the way here? Could this be 1,000,000 mana? Hector smirked. 1,000,000. Not quite that much. A wave of light engulfed Schizer as Hector explained. Her energy levels are off the charts. No current technology can measure the power of someone born with such a perfect body. Lucas was overwhelmed by this, thinking, this is mana beyond anything normal. In sheer volume, it might even surpass Diablo. Suddenly, he laughed loudly, utterly satisfied. This right here is the greatest masterpiece of my life, a true work of art. At that moment, Schizer's eyelids twitched slightly. Slowly, his eyes opened golden and mesmerizing. The explosive energy inside him whipped the wind into a fierce storm. Lucas had to shield his face from the overwhelming force as Schizer gently descended before him. His eyes opened fully, radiating a chilling coldness. Torn between tears and joy, Lucas whispered, "It is moving." "My Grea?" Puzzled, he asked. "You called him Inama just now." Hector shrugged. "I like this name better." Suddenly, Schizer spoke. "Huh, where am I? Why do my hands feel so thin?" Hearing this, Lucas was stunned. Schizer looked around. Finally understanding, he then asked, "How much time has passed?" His eyes widened as his whole body jolted awake. Without hesitation, Lucas grabbed Schizer's arm tightly, holding on as he looked at him with urgency. Isabel, watching from outside, grew curious and asked what was going on. Suddenly, Lucas shouted a name, Schwizer, which even made her stop in her tracks. Jun stammered, "You are Schwizer?" Everyone was caught off guard by what he said. Isabel panicked. "What are you doing?" Caro stepped forward, explaining, "Schwizer means the great alchemist Schizer." Then Schizer spoke. He hugged Lucas tightly, joy flooding his voice. "Long time no see. Right, Lucas?" Caro was stunned again. Lucas is really Lucas. What is going on here? Free as Lucas. Slowly, he analyzed and compared every detail, though there were some differences in appearance. The time spent together confirmed this was definitely Lucas. Isabel seemed to piece something together. She recalled the time spent with Lucas Schweizer's dungeon was a message meant only for Lucas. She looked at him holding Lucas tightly and silently confirmed. That dungeon was Schweizer's last hope and final wish. He leaned close to Lucas' ear with a smile and said, "No matter when I open my eyes, I always feel like you are standing right in front of me." He spoke in a scolding tone. "Schweizer? You brat." Well, Isabel watched the whole scene, forcing a smile. She silently admitted he nailed the look perfectly. Lucas stiffened, irritated, and told him, "This sentimental act of yours is getting on my nerves. Kid, let go." Schweizer asked curiously, "Huh, But why the voice? I thought you had not spoken in 4,000 years. He examined his arm and noted, my body's paler and thinner too. Suddenly, he cast a mirror illusion spell on himself. Schweizer slowly inspected his own reflection. Silently, he assessed, been a while since I have seen another magician's aura. Huh. He quickly shook off the magic and pointed at Hector Quad, saying, hey, that guy's not my type, it is that brat over there. Caro stepped forward and mumbled, you are really Schweizer. He smiled faintly and confirmed, I am. Hector beside him was just as shocked. He had not expected the core to house Schweizer's very soul. He stepped right up to Hector and explained, it is similar but not quite the same. That is a copy of my memories and personality, not my soul. Hector immediately asked, copying memories and personality, that is possible. Schweizer responded innocently, yeah, it works. And look, I am still looking good. Hector stammered, agreeing with him. Caro moved next to Lucas, like he wanted to ask something. He spoke up, seeking confirmation. You really are the Grand Mage Lucas. Before he could answer, Isabel softly smiled and confirmed. Frey is actually Lucas, the one who vanished 4,000 years ago. He found this truth hard to believe. It stretched beyond anything he could imagine. She told Caro, all the doubts we had before are cleared now. Feels great, does not it? At least to me. He looked stunned by her words, then laughed and admitted, yeah, that is exactly how it is. Caro felt absolutely amazing, being in the same place with the heroes of the Light Era. In a cozy house on the mountainside village, he looked at the two standing by the railing and said he still could not believe Lucas, Chaman, and Schweizer were actually here. The four sat around a table set with tea and snacks. He sighed deeply, marveling at how Lucas had skills no average 20-year-old could possess. Isabel explained she and Frey were classmates at the youth academy, but she did not understand why he and Lucas had merged like that. She paused briefly, then recalled Lucas' words, after being trapped in the abyss for 4,000 years. One day I suddenly heard Frey's voice. Snow chimed in about the abyss, saying she would heard of that place before. It is where no one ever passes through. She said being imprisoned there while fully conscious was a suffering worse than death itself. Carol was silent for a moment, then sighed. At least now we are starting to see a glimmer of hope. He looked at the silhouettes of Lucas and Schweizer, before him the heroes of the Light Era, who understood the Lord better than anyone, and now they would return. Standing here with us. Snow squinted slightly, stood slowly, and told the others, we better keep this info under wraps. She turned her head slightly, raised a finger, and told everyone to treat Lucas just like before. The full moon shone brightly down on the two standing by the railing. Lucas spoke up, Haruhiro showed me Schweizer's memories. He hesitated. I saw the moment Iris took his life. Lucas imagined that deadly scene in his mind, when suddenly Schweizer chimed in. Iris was the one who killed me, making Lucas look at him in confusion. Schweizer waved his hands up and down repeatedly, saying he did not know since the memories were copied before death. Hearing that, Lucas suddenly remembered. Lucas gave a puzzled look at Schweizer's strange hand gestures as he continued speaking. There is something off. No matter how ruthless Iris is, he would not betray us just to save his own skin. Hearing this, Lucas furrowed his brows, deep in thought. After a moment, he said, right now, Iris is a disciple of the Lord. Surprised by the word disciple, Schweizer did not quite get what disciple meant, leaving Lucas frustrated having to explain it all. He coldly hummed, there is still a lot I do not know yet. The starry night sky echoed with the playful chatter of two friends. Elsewhere, Ivan sat on a chair, bandaging a wound on his arm. Praises echoed around him, but he brushed them off with irritation. Big deal. What a joke. A towering green giant crossed his arms and said if it were not for Ivan, they would all be dead by now. Hearing that, Ivan just gave a cold laugh. Bra furrowed in thought, recalling the shattered scenes he would witnessed. He could not wrap his head around what this world had become. Villages destroyed, multiplying overnight. Suddenly, someone entered. Breaking Ivan's deep thoughts, someone had come looking for him. Both people inside the tent turned around. Surprised, a fiery mane fluttered into view. A stranger stood before him. Ivan asked who she was. She pulled down her hood, introducing herself as Tokunta. Then, shockingly, she told Ivan to kill her. Back to Lucas and Schweizer. He was stunned to learn the demigod had betrayed the Lord. He bowed his head, clearly impressed by Lucid. Schweizer waved his hand in disbelief, exclaiming, unbelievable. Lucas watched his gestures, annoyed, and asked, what is with the hand moves? Schweizer replied, it is just a habit. I stroke my beard when I am thinking. Lucas considered suggesting a beard attachment, but quickly shut it down. Suddenly, Schweizer changed the subject. Man, you are really hanging on. Lucas, Caesar looked at him and said, "You started from zero and made it to the top. Yet you still push yourself so hard." Lucas silently turned away, saying, "I did not get here alone." Then he fixed a serious gaze straight ahead. He looked at the lively crowd chatting around a distant table and said, "I owe a lot to the people living in this world." Caesar added, "That is your strength." Lucas leaned back, deep in thought, weighing what mattered most to do next. Down below, the cozy tent buzzed with life. Lucas' voice rang out. "The problem is, they move freely through space and time." Caesar asked skeptically, "There has got to be a way, right?" Lucas smiled faintly at him and asked, "Is there really a way?" Caesar's answer shocked Lucas. "Get help from Iris, for example." As Caesar spoke gently, Lucas snapped back, shouting, "Iris betrayed us and killed that person." Yet Caesar stayed calm, looking at him and saying, "But she saved him, did not she?" Dropped his hand, staring into the distance. "Even if she is cruel, she would not betray someone." Early morning in the Hispania range. The wind howled fiercely through the jagged peaks. On a cliff stood two men. Caesar said this was the view he would longed for. Lucas stood silently beside him. Caesar continued, "It feels like time has stood still here for 4,000 years. Caesar turned and asked Lucas why he would come here. Lucas said he would met Agni's apostle, the fire-wielding disciple of the Lord, right here. He called him the benefactor who risked his life to save him, and also his friend. Lucas said that is exactly why he must personally kill Agni. He found it strange that he had not seen that friend like before. Caesar suggested maybe he was asleep. Suddenly, a figure leapt down from the sky, startling Lucas into looking up. The landing cracked the earth with a huge crater. The goblin gasped for breath. Caesar asked if he was Lucas's friend. The goblin denied it. Then the two discussed the goblin's oversized frame before them. The goblin gasped out each word. "Whitehead is the master's master." Lucas immediately recognized him as one of Nick's subordinates. The goblin continued, struggling for breath. "The master said dangerous times are coming. No way to resist." Caesar rubbed his forehead in frustration. "If you want to send a message, send someone who can speak clearly." Lucas stayed focused, listening closely. "We have to make a distraction. The master's master will notice it." After he spoke, he sealed it with the word Sin Kit. Then that goblin kept repeating that word over and over. From the goblin's words, he pieced together their next destination. He told Caesar they had to make a stop at Silit. Meanwhile, somewhere in a vast desert oasis, Nose Dog stepped forward, asking Acton what urgent matter the two of them needed to discuss. He asked Nose Dog what he thought about it. Acton lowered his voice and said Zealand had been wiped out. Nose Dog was stunned in Zealand. Then he turned his back and said Zealand sacrificed himself to awaken the three of them. Acton immediately pressed, questioning the meaning behind sacrifice. Acton asked if that was not exactly what Zealand wanted. Nose Dog did not look back, leaving Acton wondering what he really meant. He bowed his head and spoke of the Lord. Ain paused for a moment, then hesitated before continuing. "The Lord has never forced us to sacrifice before. Maybe he has changed." Only then did Nose Dog turn around and say the Lord's will would soon align with a Then S. Suddenly, he sensed something off about Ain. Nose Dog turned and told him it was okay to be worried. Then he added, as long as Aik did not repeat Ricky's mistakes, he would be fine. Ain silently listened as Nose Dog said a clash with their own kind should only happen once. After a moment of silence, Ain said he understood that. Meanwhile, across the way, Nick roared fiercely, launching an attack. She unleashed 4 blazing flames directly at Ivan. Just as the flames engulfed where Ivan stood, he suddenly vanished. Ivan teleported right in front of Nick, his fist cocked back. Catching her off guard, the punch unleashed an earth-shattering shockwave straight through Nick's body. Her mouth dropped open, eyes rolling back. Even though Ivan was a total pain, he pulled his hand back, and Nick was instantly thrown backward. She skidded a few circles on the ground. Nick had not gone all out, just taunting him to attack. She thought maybe dying like this would not be so bad. Ivan stood tall as the thick dust cloud slowly faded away. Suddenly, Nick leapt down from above, slashing a fairy streak at Ivan, but he moved so fast, Nick was caught completely off guard. She did not have time to defend before Ivan swung his arm and slammed her to the ground. She was thrown down hard, leaving a deep dent in the earth. Ivan's hand clamped tightly around her neck. He gritted his teeth and raised his fist, saying, "Enough." Then he pulled back his fist, charged with devastating power, aiming straight at Nick. Nose Dog asked Aik how he was managing his disciples like that. He said Aik's disciples kept him constantly on edge. Hearing that, Aikna looked surprised and asked, "Eker?" Nose Dog said the name Frey. He said Frey had a wild streak too, so he would not let them off the hook easily. And he shot back, asking Nose Dog how he managed his own disciples. He sneered coldly, saying his disciples were not the type to mess with humans. Annie remembered his disciple used to be a demon. Nose Dog went on to critique Anana's disciples and even those of the Lord. Then he added, "Honestly, I am the one who worries most about you, Aiken." Annie smirked and replied, "Not necessarily. If that is the case, You should probably worry about yourself more. Hearing this, he adjusted his stance and asked again. Annie asked if Nosedog ever wondered why he took in that phoenix she found on the road as a disciple. Without waiting for an answer, she threw out another question. Don't you think it is strange that someone with such a huge weakness would still have to act? Saying that, Akna raised his hand, staring at his palm. I have long wanted to erase this annoying flaw. Nosedog stared at him in shock. Hesitating, erase your weakness. How? Annie quietly watched him. He gazed at his reflection in the lake and said, the phoenix suits me perfectly. If only I could meet just one condition. Then maybe I would not even need disciples. Back to the fight from earlier, a massive explosion rocked the area, shrouding everything in dust. Nick gasped in horror as Ivan slammed his fist into the ground right beside her. Suddenly, he jumped up, turned his back, and told her to get lost. Nick screamed, begging Ivan to kill him. Suddenly, something shocked her so much she almost went numb. Ivan cursed under his breath as more enemies kept swarming in. Through the thick, dusty haze in the distance, something gleamed. It was coming closer and closer, glimmers of light revealing something inside. Ivan knew those damn lackeys of the god of death were rushing toward them. He said that is where Miss Rapsa was. Nick stared in horror at the scene, while Ivan's voice rang out again. Why do they chase us wherever we go, man? They have got noses sharper than bloodhounds. He sniffed at his collar, wondering if he smelled bad, then remembered he had not showered today. Suddenly, Ivan's eyes narrowed with deadly seriousness. He was certain there was a traitor among them. As Ivan left, Nick screamed again, begging him to kill him first before leaving. Ivan snapped back. Cursing her out, he glanced back, telling her he did not know what mess she was in but had zero interest in killing people he did not want to. Her jaw dropped in disbelief when he told her if she wanted to die like that, she should find a place to hang herself. Saying that, Ivan walked off, leaving Nick scowling on the ground. She clenched her fists tightly, trembling. Hanging herself? Don't he come at me with dumb ideas like that. Nick gritted her teeth and shouted, if she did that, she would die, and why would she want to? The sun rose over the desert as Lucas hovered in the sky. Looking down, below him was Rune. He silently observed it for a long moment. After a while, Lucas landed near the others, saying it was lucky the buildings in Rune were still standing. Snow asked where his friend was. Lucas crossed his arms. Annoyed, he had gone off to train and get used to his new body. Once he is comfortable with it, he will join us. The five of them looked up at the smoke and the relentless flow of divine power. Nora muttered that the divine energy was spreading everywhere. Even witnessing it firsthand, she still found it hard to believe. Finally, the day has come when the god of death can move freely like this. Isabel asked why they were heading toward Rune. Nora sighed, saying there were Paragon people there who could explain the current situation. Lucas silently nodded in agreement. He led the way, urging everyone to hurry before Sinkit was completely destroyed. Someone slammed their fist on the table, shouting that it was all over. Ura stood silently behind Salmon as he read the report announcing Sinkit had fallen. He clenched his teeth in panic, trembling all over. Ura covered his mouth, lost in thought. Suddenly, a soldier announced that he had guests. Ura's surprise was obvious when he heard that. When the soldier said the guests were from Paragon, Ura was shocked and feverish with excitement. Ura happily announced the reinforcements had arrived. He rushed out, telling the soldier to lead the way. Inside, Ura hoped that either Cairo or Diabro could turn the tide. But when he arrived, Ura could not hide his disappointment. 5 people stood there watching him. Nora stepped forward to greet Ura. He asked about her condition over the past period. Then Ura looked up again, scrutinizing those who came with her. The 4 of them stared right back at him. After confirming that neither Cairo nor Diabro was there, Ura slumped and sighed deeply. Lucas noticed Ura sigh and could not help but feel anxious. Nora told Ura they came to assess Sinkit's current situation. Hearing that, Ura forced a strained smile. Immediately, Ura turned and told them to follow him for a first-hand look. Lucas furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Beneath the night sky lay a smoldering pile of ruins. The medics were rushing around desperately, searching for medicine to treat the wounded. The other soldiers are busy evacuating the survivors from the battlefield. The scene is utterly chaotic, filled with countless sounds crashing in nonstop. Standing there, watching the horror unfold, someone groans. This place is pure hell. Did all this really happen in just one day? Ura lowers his voice. This is only a fraction of it. Lucas glances at a soldier lying on the ground, clutching his arm and screaming in pain. He concludes calmly, this is not the doing of a demon god. Surprised, Ura asks, how do you know that? Lucas bows his head slightly and replies, because he is still alive. Puzzled, Ura presses for clarification. Lucas looks at the scene before him and says, I would rather not remember. Ura states, only one demon god could command those creatures. Sitting with his head down, Lucas adds, and he is the one who started the fire. Worn out, Ura rubs his temples. If it were a demon god, I have faced plenty of them before. But this guy's origin is something else entirely. Lucas confirms bluntly, because he is the apocalypse. The soldier immediately snaps, You know him. Lucas falls silent. Deep in thought after the question, he furrows his brow, recalling Ricky's words, wondering what method the Lord used. Ura recounts the situation in Sin Kit. 9 out of 17 towns in Sin Kit have been destroyed. 4 surrendered. And only including Naya, are still fighting. Lucas glares coldly at him while Ura adds, at this rate, even Lord Saman of Nia might consider surrender. Frustrated, he shouts, we just need a true hero. Lucas tilts his head. What do you mean by a true hero? Ura explains. The strongest warrior among the 102 in Sin Kit is called the true hero. Though he did not come from Sin Kit originally, his outstanding leadership quickly built the strongest fighting force there. Lucas perks up, clearly intrigued. Suddenly, Ura drops the name Ivan, making Lucas freeze mid-thought. Lucas spins around to see Nora standing behind him, having appeared without notice. She flashes a knowing, sly smile. Nora, with a twisted grin, says, that kid's always been a little mischievous like that. Watching the scene, Lucas forces a weak smile just as a bell rings sharply, followed by shouts warning everyone to take cover fast. Ura gasps. What is happening? The soldier turns, shouting, we are under attack. In the distance, something glowing rushes toward them, the demon god's creatures. The soldiers scream in terror. The horde has closed in, covering the horizon. Stunned, Ura laughs hollowly. It is. Suddenly, Lucas asks the soldier, are those demon gods? Leaving the soldier confused. Demon gods? Are there really demon gods? Lucas presses. The soldier replies uncertainly. Does not seem like there are any demon gods this time. Lucas' voice turns ice cold as he straightforwardly asks for their location. The soldier hesitates. Southeast. Then asks, who are you? Lucas and 4 others gather together. We are the reinforcements. Standing atop a watchtower miraculously still intact, Lucas surveys the battlefield below. He chuckles darkly at the fiery creatures. That bastard sure brought a lot of friends. Ura, stunned, asks, you really plan to stop that entire army by yourself? Lucas turns his back. From the moment I met them, I could tell they were all burnt out. Then he casually admits, I get it now why you are disappointed I am not Karo or Diabro. Ura panics, ready to explain. Lucas cuts him off. Consider yourself lucky I am no subordinate of theirs. Hearing this, Ura can't hold back anymore and protests. Now's not the time for bragging. The enemy's got over 1,000 troops. Even I can only handle about 100 at once. And that is pushing it. Lucas smirks. You depend on Karo and Diabro, but do not even know about the mage. He explains. With a mage, enemy numbers do not matter, you just lure them to the right spot. As he speaks, a massive blue vortex forms at his feet, glowing brighter, flooding the watchtower with eerie blue light. Ura stares in stunned amazement. Trembling, he senses the world shifting beneath him. Unable to believe human mana could be this powerful, Lucas floats away from the observation deck, while the other 4 stand frozen, staring at the streams of blue light pouring out. Ura's eyes widen in shock at the scene before her, but Lucas speaks up once more. He tells the level 9 mage that coordinates no longer matter. His gaze cold and deadly. Amid the roaring cries of agonized creatures, his voice booms. All the space I see is under my control. Lucas stands amidst the blue beams in the sky, watching those fairy beasts below. They keep screaming ear-piercing, maddening roars. Muttering to the level 9 mage, he says coordinates do not mean a thing anymore. Blue light floods the entire world. All those beams converge on Lucas, forming a swirling vortex aimed at the creatures down below. He repeats, every inch of this space I see is mine to command. Lucas cups his hands together, summoning a surge of power. Suddenly, his eyes blaze with light as he swings his arms, unleashing a blizzard. Agni's creatures freeze instantly, trapped in solid ice. All of them are frozen at once. The others struggle to withstand the brutal chill of the storm. At the heart of the blizzard, the entire army of fire creatures is engulfed. Cold air spreads across the sky. Below, thousands of icy blocks imprison Agni's beasts. Lucas raises his hand slowly, then clenches his fist tightly. At his clenched fist, the ice blocks shatter into pieces. Thousands of frozen prisons holding Agni-esque creatures crumble simultaneously. Cold air and mist swirl together, blanketing the desert. Watching this, Isabel hesitates, unsure if those creatures are truly defeated. Ura's jaw drops, horrified, unable to believe what she just witnessed. Meanwhile, Nora and Snow keep their cool, steady as ever. Benin can only gasp the name Lucas in endless amazement. The snow and ice cover everything, creating a strange, haunting beauty. From that day on, it is called the Snow Blossom Battle, and Lucas' name spreads far and wide. A bit later, Lucas happily munches on a sausage and meat, when a voice booms. The tables have turned spectacularly. What were you thinking? Free. Snow folds his arms, leaning against a wooden barrel, nodding while still chewing. This news must be reached Agni's hands. Suddenly, She slams the table in anger, startling everyone. Was that a deliberate stunt to steal the spotlight? What is the real plan here? Lucas raises an eyebrow, shoving meat in his mouth. Anyone set foot in Taladin, not even one step. Nora and Snow exchange thoughtful glances. If we do not drag him there, we do not stand a chance. We are still on the back foot. Can he just charge in without a plan? Then he points at Isabel beside him. I plan to clear out the creatures with her. She is just a stand-in paladin anyway, making Isabel purse her lips in irritation. After eating his fill, he stands, turns, and walks away. We will definitely face the Archdemon and those beasts. Snow calls after him. But we are not backing down from a fight. You are planning to burn down Akeness Advance, are not you? Still with his back turned, Lucas replies, if we fight now. Lucas orders 3 of them to meet with the great chief of the creatures and lay out a battle plan against Ak. Ivan should be on our side. Ivan is pretty well known here. He adds. Nora smirks in response. She locks eyes with him. I can promise to cooperate with Ivan, but then Nora admits. I can guarantee he will survive until the talks with the great chief. Hearing this, Lucas immediately grimaces, pleading to spare Ivan's life. Snow bows her head in thought, then says she can't agree. Fighting these creatures on a large scale without mages. That is a battle of attrition. She means she won't allow Lucas to fail, but he cuts in, pointing a finger. There are * mages here. Nora and Snow follow his gaze. Benyon is clearing dishes, stunned to be noticed. The moment she caught his meaning, she was so stunned she dropped the dishes, waving her hands frantically to refuse. How could she possibly replace Free's spot? Lucas gently called her name, and Benyon immediately responded. She froze, surprised to hear he wanted to talk to her alone. Outside, the cold wind swept through the lingering ice and swirling dust. Lucas leaned against the observation deck railing, quietly gazing downward. Benyon smoothed back her wind-tossed hair, sighing, the desert night wind really bites. Then she looked down at the remaining snow and ice on the ground again. She was not sure if it was the ice Lucas had created or just natural. She said she was shocked that he had actually reached level 9. Hugging her arm, she said, Frey always turns his plans into reality so effortlessly. She looked at Lucas back and praised him, responding. Benyon said she would seen it coming all along. Honestly, I could not handle the weight of what the guild leader Vince did. She expressed her hope that he would become guild leader, but he cut her off. Lucas said his longtime friend had just awakened from a long sleep. He praised that friend as far stronger, straightforward, determined, and wise. The silent night sky echoed Lucas' voice. I have always respected his thoughts deeply. Benyon sighed, saying she felt the same way about him. She said she really wanted to meet that friend someday. He replied that the moment was almost here. Benyon was stunned as he continued. But he is so strange, no magic nucleus at all. Even more refined than me. And his way of speaking is sharp. He said they had to tell that friend everything about the guild, because he was genuinely interested. Still stunned, she listened as he rambled on. After 4,000 years, there are still those who want to fight the demigods. Lucas said, what could be more exciting and hopeful than that? Hearing this, Benyon's eyes widened in realization. Silently, she thought the guy in front of her was mysterious. Lucas said the most curious thing was Stronic lace, but he could not answer her questions. Lucas kept rambling to himself. If she knew the empty state Stronic lace was in now, she would be heartbroken. She nervously tried to stop him. Suddenly, Lucas said the friend's name was Skizzer, making her freeze. Benyon cautiously stepped closer to probe, but Lucas did not care and went on. Sure enough, he has no magic nucleus. She was speechless at his question. The first time you stepped into Vince's land. Do you know what I was thinking? He recalled that moment. Truly a lucky guy. Benyon's eyes welled up, covering her mouth in shock. As Lucas's voice rang out, 4,000 long years have passed, but my will remains clear. Then he brushed it off. I must have had a successor. He said he was proud they carried his name. Benyon could not hold back tears, covering her mouth as he said, I wanted to say this from the start. In that moment, it felt like Lucas' old spirit had returned. Thank you. Benyon, hearing that, she burst into tears. She threw herself into Lucas' arms. Crying, he gently held her, soothing her through her sobs. Benyon said, the guild has completely fallen. Lucas softly patted her head, reassuring her he knew what she had endured. She tried to speak but could not. He told her he was incredibly proud of her. Watching Lucas, Benyon thought about the day he returned to the gathering. Still calling her guild leader and respecting her, she realized he wanted to preserve her dignity as the guild leader of Cho Mamvings. She looked at him closely, remembering what Lucas had said earlier. Thank you. Benyon, you have worked hard. I am truly proud of you. Then she felt ashamed, saying, you make me realize how much I still fall short. Even if I dedicate my whole life, I want to match what you said. Salmon beamed. He is the mage at Barfrey. But Lucas did not even know who he was. He turned to Yura, who introduced him as Lord Salmon. Salmon grinned, shaking Lucas' hand warmly. After seeing what he had done, he felt reassured. We will never back down. But he does not even know how to deal with that guy. The light inside the tent flicks on. Everyone gathers around the table. Lucas starts laying out the plan. We split into 2 squads and, with the chief, prepare for the apocalypse battle. He insists that in the meantime, we will clear out the syndicate to rile up the villains. Salmon suggests heading north instead. Lucas asks, why north? Salmon explains. Most of the city up there has fallen under the demigod's control. That is where the demigod's territory lies. Lucas is shocked by the news, but Salmon warns that the risk is huge. Law and order have broken down, turning it into utter chaos. Lucas has a question and gets straight to it. He is looking for a woman. He describes her as a young girl in her early teens. Salmon looks puzzled by the description. Lucas notices and thinks Salmon might have guessed something. Salmon quickly denies it, saying it won't help him at all. He says he just suddenly remembered a ghost story that has been going around lately. Lucas gets curious, but then Salmon's next story blows him away about a woman who wanted to die. Salmon begins recounting how a woman ran all over Sin, kept begging others to kill her, but whenever someone tried, she would suddenly scream and burst into flames. Isabel, sitting next to Lucas, is skeptical. Just another ghost story people pass around. Still, she admits it is worth investigating. Lucas stays silent as the scene shifts to a girl being chased by 2 shady guys. Cornered, she desperately pleads for mercy. The men look confused. It is over. Why are you still scared? But she shrinks away in terror. The black-haired man grabs her hand tightly, snarling, Donnie, struggle if you know what is good for you. I have already paid your husband. The girl screams in panic. Suddenly, that man takes a flying kick to the face. Lucas just kicked him away. The man crashes to the ground and the girl darts behind Lucas. Lucas glares fiercely and sends the guy packing. But the thugs crew sees their boss humiliated and snaps. Lucas stays calm. Under the demigod's rule, this place has become a lawless wasteland, meaning this area is desperate and starving. Meanwhile, someone is sneaking a knife behind Lucas's back. He notices it too. The girl smirks, ready to deliver a deadly stab, but a hand suddenly grabs her wrist. Isabel appears just in time. I know exactly what you are trying to do. She flashes a cold, ruthless glare as if she has lost all humanity. In an instant, Isabel throws the girl down, who screams in terror. The thugs scatter like rats. Isabel wonders aloud, who the hell are these losers? Lucas shrugs it off. No one here is worth trusting. Suddenly, another scream echoes. What now? The two head over to investigate. Pushing through the crowd, Isabel is horrified at what she sees. 3 bodies hung high on poles in the middle of the crowd. Each has hands and feet chopped off, with a sign around their necks that reads traitor. She gasps in shock. What the hell happened here? An old man in the crowd tells her, this is the rebel army in Milan. Lucas grows even more confused hearing Milan. The old man notices and asks, who are you guys? Are you from out of town? He explains, the real power in Antal is Milan. Even Lord Poto does not dare cross him. The old man sighs. They are fighting Milan's new mercenary army. And that is how things ended up like this. They should have just stayed quiet and lived. Isabel asks, who are they fighting against? The old man names the enemy, Captain Ivan. Folding his hands, he walks away. You have probably heard of him. Lately, he has been hunting across the Sin-Kit Desert, building his forces. As he leaves, he warns, be careful. With all this chaos and outsiders coming in, do not stir up trouble, or you will just make things worse. Even after the old man left, Lucas still felt something was off. He told Isabel, clearly Antal is being controlled by the demigod. But this is not Ain. If it were Ain, no matter how powerful Ivan's forces are, Ain would not even glance at him. As they walked, both deep in thought, Lucas guessed maybe another demigod was encroaching on Ain's territory. Isabel still had no clue. He explained more clearly. Ain has spies spread all over the city to keep an eye on things. Calmly, he said Ain would not bother taking things all the way. They strolled through the streets. Eyes sharp, Isabel decided. That guy must be Mylene. Right? First, we need to watch him closely. Suddenly, a pair of eyes snapped wide open. A man sitting alone in the vast desert. He froze, silent, then thought to himself, I do not remember a thing. Diro examined his body, clueless where he was or who he was. But one thing was certain, he had been born long ago. He started to stand, staring ahead with a fierce determination. The endless desert scene made him uneasy. Iris stood by a huge window. A voice rang out. You have been looking busy lately, Iris. She turned to look at Lot. She reported, "The deity arrived in the city. The evil child has been suppressed by about 10 demigods." Lot Ferris, listening as she said it seemed like the enemy was plotting something. Iris fell silent. Eyes down. Lot stepped closer and asked, "What is the name of the person you saved again?" He clasped his hands behind his back and said slowly, "Alar Frey." He came up behind her and said, "I want to ask why you saved him, given the circumstances." Lot's voice turned cold as he ordered, "But from now on, you have to kill him." Irritated, he warned, "Make him regret not dying back then. He has really pissed me off." Iris bit her lip, trembling. Then she challenged Lot, "Are you really just saying that?" She forced a smile. "It is true. Even gods joke around sometimes." He did not even bother with her and just barked a command. Then he vanished, leaving Iris sighing helplessly, her weary head resting against the wall. She read in frustration, begging for just one day of rest. It is all she wanted. Scene shifts to the heavily guarded castle, where Lucas and Isabel, masked, are sneaking a look around. She silently assessed the place. Security here is way tighter than outside, but she found it strange if they guarded the outside so strictly. Why would the inside be even more locked down? Why's it get more intense the deeper we go? Isabel looked at Lucas, puzzled, but he just turned away, saying, "I do not know. My head feels kind of foggy today." Then he agreed with her theory. The real secret they are hiding is underground. Lucas decided, "We can risk footsteps making noise. Let us fly from here." They immediately stealthily rose up, avoiding the basement stairs. Lucas peeked ahead, then quickly pulled Isabel back to stop her from going further. Blushing, she asked, "Why do you do that, sir?" Lucas signaled for her to be quiet. He looked at the protective barrier and said, "This is as far as we can go. Any further and we will be spotted." Inside a room, voices whispered, "As you said, all the bodies are displayed in the square." Someone asked, "Any resistance?" The Lord's henchman reported back, "Yes." The other ordered, "Once suppressed, execute them all." The henchman nodded in obedience. Malin sat calmly, watching coldly alongside him. After reporting, the henchman climbed up and stood on the balcony, looking out into the empty night. He finally let out a frustrated sigh. This is such a pain. As he reached back to relax, Lucas silently crept up behind him with a brutal strike to the back of his neck. The man's eyes rolled back. He was out cold. Lucas caught his limp body, face dark with serious thought. The Lord, stunned, hit the chair hard. Lucas called out to wake him. As soon as his eyes opened, he saw Lucas standing over him, ominously casting a spell. Lucas used hypnosis to interrogate. "Tell me, who are you?" Isabel looked at him like that, thinking to herself, "This feels like mind control. But this skill is way scarier than that. That guy's ruthless." The Antaha lords got no chill. Lucas pressed on, asking why he would bow down to a demigod. The armored man replied coldly, "To protect the people. I had no choice but to do it." After hearing his answer, Lucas and Isabel exchanged knowing nods. He quickly reassured them, "You do not need to be scared anymore. Even without submitting to a demigod, there are still allies worth trusting who will come to your aid." But the Lord flat out refused, catching him completely off guard. Then he stopped the hypnosis, and Isabel rushed over to ask why. But another step answered instead, "Because you guys will never beat me." Millen arrogantly stepped forward. Isabel panicked. "How did he get here?" He sneered, "You think I do not feel your presence, even though you know I am a demigod." Mocking. What fools. Isabel finally got it. He was baiting them with the Lord. Millen did not deny it but changed the subject. "I know more about you than you think. You are searching for the disciple of evil, are not you?" Lucas shot back. "So you know where she is?" Calmly, he said, "3 of my kin are already chasing that phoenix." Hearing this, Lucas was stunned. Mill added softly, "Her last trace was in Nefedo. We are about to catch her." But Lucas suddenly smiled, pulling Isabel close, then vanished, leaving Millen baffled. He scoffed, "You seriously underestimate me. You think you can outrun me?" Then he gave chase after them. Mullen appeared in the desert, confused to find himself there. Lucas and Isabel were already watching from above, seizing the moment. Lucas taunted, "I can sense the faint aura of a demigod here. Lucky me." Lucas grinned, "Honestly, I did not even think I could get away with this. Turns out, I can send people flying like this." He pulled out a weapon. Millen turned his arm into a bow. Lucas told Isabel, "Stay back. I have got this." Millen aimed his bow at him, smirking, "You are about to die. And you are still so cocky." As he fired, Lucas quickly raised his shield. The arrow flew too fast to see with the naked eye. Just one arrow slammed into Lucas' shield hard enough to knock him back. But he dodged just in time to avoid being hit directly. Eyeing this weapon, he thought, one step on this could change the entire battlefield. The weapon's power really is like Ricky's, the power of a weapon. Lucas summoned a new shield. Millen sneered fiercely. Useless? Turns out your learning ability is pretty weak. Lucas shot back confidently. That is exactly what makes me so dangerous. Another arrow flew, and Lucas immediately raised a multi-layered shield. Dozens of protective layers waited for the arrow, but it still pierced through each one effortlessly. Then Lucas dodged to the side, making the arrow miss. He expertly weaved through each shot, then spun around and struck back, deflecting the arrow. Isabel watched closely. Even if he had not told her to stay back, a girl like her would not dare get involved. Amazed by the fight unfolding, she thought, he can dodge arrows just by sensing their direction and timing their skill gap is insane. Still worried, Isabel knew the opponent was an archer. Dodging attacks alone would not get him close enough. What is he planning? Lucas kept his cool. Suddenly, a massive block of ice appeared beneath his feet, hurtling toward Millen. As the ice emerged, Millen quickly leapt up and drew his bow. Pulling hard, dozens of fiery arrows appeared behind him. They rained down relentlessly. Isabel wondered what he had just endured. Another arrow. Millen drew again, a fierce grin on his lips. He fired a devastating arrow straight at Lucas. Lucas eyed the deadly attack warily. An explosion erupted, smoke billowing thick and wild, and Millen was caught off guard. He stared at Lucas standing in the smoky village, disbelief in his eyes. Could this guy really block my arrow? Lucas' face remained stone cold, challenging him without a word. Isabel immediately realized the deep crimson mana barrier had to be the ultimate spell. She was stunned. This was her first time witnessing such power firsthand. So when they said he would reach a realm that could tear apart space, it was not a lie after all. Could he really go toe-to-toe with the god himself like this? Even Millen had to admit it was impressive. In the past 1,000 years, he was the most troublesome human she would ever face. Suddenly, all the arrows behind him snapped upright. Isabel gasped he could actually do that. Millen sneered. A weakling who won T-Live past 100 thinks he can beat me. Isabel watched nervously. If he kept firing all those arrows nonstop, Lucas would not stand a chance. Hundreds of arrows ready to fly? I have honed this power for thousands of years. My experience beats you hands down. Lucas scoffed. Thousands of years. Cut the crap. You gods are not as pure-blooded as you think. Millen frowned, confused by his words. He analyzed. If you really trained for thousands of years, this world would have been yours ages ago. You just got lucky with divine power. It is not true strength. You are arrogant descendants who refuse to grow stronger, just standing your ground. That is why you gods lose. If you had eternal dignity through time, I would not stand a chance. Lucas kept taunting. Well, if that were true, why even fight? Millen was fuming now. Damn arrogant human. Enraged, he fired an arrow. I will shut that damn mouth of yours forever. Each arrow slammed into the ground, shaking the earth. Isabel had to dodge the impact. Dust kicked up, blinding her. Isabel shouted, I have got your back. But when she looked up, Millen's figure had vanished. She dashed over to check on Lucas. Just as she turned, Isabel caught sight of Lucas and Millen again. Shockingly, Millen was kneeling before him, a sight Isabel found hard to believe. He was not willing to accept this. How could a mere human like him? Lucas left Millen standing there. I really have trained for thousands of years. Wounded, Millen struggled to speak. I have trained for tens of thousands of years. He looked at Lucas standing firm. Don't be ridiculous, a dying man who won even live past 100. Suddenly, he fell silent. Then a hoarse voice boomed out, do not falter. My comrades, calmly, he declared. I admit, all other races, including humans, are our pawns. We will fight them with everything we have got. The gods lost it. He actually thinks humans could threaten us gods. Beating gods is just another day for me. Then he laughed, oddly pleased. His voice rang out with praise that puzzled Lucas. I admit, you are truly my enemy. Suddenly, he vanished before Lucas' eyes, leaving him stunned. Lucas' eyes widened in shock. Time-space teleportation. Was he running? A flash of light burst through the smoke instantly. From afar, an arrow shot straight at Lucas. The real battle was just beginning. He shouted for Isabel. She spun around. Stunned, a powerful beam of light blasted through the smoke. Then the smoke started to clear. The arrow abruptly stopped right in front of Isabel's eyes. The arrow, full of force, halted mere inches from her. Isabel screamed in shock as Lucas caught the arrow with his hand, the shaft piercing through his arm. Isabel panicked, stammering out apologies. Lucas ignored the wound and yanked the arrow out hard. Don't freak out, it is just a scratch. Hearing that, she was terrified beyond words. Just a scratch. Yeah? Right? We need to treat this immediately. He frowned and spoke up in protest. We do not have time for that. Lucas glanced toward the patch of ground ahead and explained. He has already hidden himself. The arrow's path is clear. No one's there anymore. Isabel took in his words and seriously scanned the surroundings. This is an archer's battle. The arrow flies so far. It is beyond even our sight. She furrowed her brow worriedly. like a predator locking onto prey. Lucas tensed, eyes sharp as he scanned the area. If we can T-locate him, we will lose our heads. Suddenly, Isabel proposed an idea that stunned him. What if we use magic? She kept going, saying if you use magic, he realized there is a trap waiting. I respect your pride as a great mage. Of course. But Isabel ignored that and pressed on. What if your magic could track the demigod's position? Lucas bit his lip, silent and contemplative. Suddenly, Isabel panicked and blurted out a wild thought, but he immediately shot it down. He flicked her forehead sharply, making her yelp in pain. Just as Isabel was about to question him, she heard him say, "Not a bad idea." Lucas smiled slyly at her. Milan, spotting their figures, grinned wildly. Just by using mana, he could track their location. His eyes gleamed with cruel delight. You dare challenge the god of war? I will make you regret it. Without hesitation, he drew his bow, aiming at Lucas and Isabel. Suddenly, Milan froze as if sensing something. He could not see Lucas' figure anymore and muttered in disbelief, "Some of my mana's gone. And he has vanished too. Let us see where he disappeared to." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted above his head. Shocking him, he looked up, baffled. That was clear just moments ago. His eyes widened in terror instantly. A massive red glow began to gather. A powerful strike landed, leaving him utterly stunned. Milan stared in shock at his broken arm. He quickly snapped back to reality and screamed in pain. Panicked, he looked down to check. Gazing at the dense dust below, he thought in horror. The manus disappearing again. Could he be hiding his mana? Impossible. Milan immediately teleported elsewhere to escape the light above him. He stared at the glow, confused. How did they find my location? Terror filled his eyes as the lightning bolts gathered. Growing stronger, Milan realized with dread lightning. Indra's lightning. Suddenly, a fierce attack pierced through his leg. Milan screamed in agony. He plummeted hard from above. Milan hit the ground, writhing in pain and terror. Did he really use magic to find me? This damn human. His eyes flashed with anger as he gritted his teeth. How can a human wield both mana and magic so skillfully? Panic hit him as he suddenly remembered Isabel calling his name. Milan hissed in anger. Why drag her into this pointless experiment? He struggled to crawl, teeth clenched in fear. This kid's mastered magic. He has reached another level. Milan fled, shouting to alert the evil forces. But an unseen powerful strike pierced his head. His left eye shattered before he could react. Milan's body slowly disintegrated, then shattered into dust in midair. Lucas and Isabel stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them. They both wore cold, steely expressions as they looked on, her voice thick with emotion. Isabel whispered, "He has really been defeated. You took down a god yourself." Isabel immediately threw her arms around Lucas in overwhelming joy, causing him a sharp pang. "You are amazing." Right after that, Isabel blushed deeply. "That is right. You gotta rush to heal her now, sir." Lucas stood still, letting her heal, but his mind raced. He would added lightning to that last attack. He replayed the scene, amazed. He had not meant to, but it was like a magnet. His divine power and mana pulled and filled each other. Lucas stared at his hand thoughtfully, and somewhere along the way, his mana and divine power had fused perfectly. His hand radiated fierce lightning energy. He could not believe the changes happening inside him. Isabel urged anxiously, "Done move, sir." He grimly nodded beside her. "Free? Maybe this body is the greatest gift I have ever received." Lucas marveled. "I have surpassed the level I was at 4,000 years ago." Late at night in Nemfado, by the water tower, a mysterious figure sat silently. A calm voice echoed inside her head. "Keep your promise, Nick. If I save a soul from death, you must give me your body." Nick's face hardened with determination as he silently promised. "I swear," the voice returned with a cryptic tone. "I do not get it just because of some arrogant mage. You are going to end your own life?" In the endless desert, a lone figure wandered aimlessly. Zero trudged through the sand, dazed. "I can't remember much, but I know I need to absorb water and nutrients regularly to survive." He walked alone, lost in thought. "At least I still remember I never did anything like that out here, in the desert." Zero looked ahead, puzzled. "But my body is not weakening. I am not even sleepy. What is going on with me?" His eyes stared blankly into the distance. He stopped when he spotted a fortress standing in the middle of the desert. The black sky enveloped the silent space. Azaka slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. Fear gripped Azaka as he realized he was in the afterlife, his body covered in medical devices. He slowly sat up, removing the devices, thinking, this must be some secret underground chamber. Yeah, that is it. Azaka pondered deeply. Lucas and Hanser were betrayed by their comrades. But thanks to that, I have the demigod's crystal. As soon as I merged it with my body, I lost consciousness. He quickly pulled open his shirt to look at the black hole embedded in his chest. The black gem shimmered, perfectly fused with his body. Izaka grinned, thrilled. It worked. This body is not immortal. But damn, it is a winning gamble. Without hesitation, he reached out, ready to test his newfound power. His hand crackled, condensing fierce energy. Suddenly, a powerful strike shattered the floor beneath him. He sat, looking up at the hole he would just made. Izaka marveled at the massive crack. My divine power is way stronger than before. Suddenly, he leapt high through the hole, standing above. He could not believe it. His divine power rivaled that of a demigod. He laughed loudly, shouting, I did. Izaka's excitement grew. Just wait, you ungrateful bastards. All of you will die by my hand, as Izaka yelled. An annoying voice cut him off sharply. Especially you. Free. Quit shouting or you will lose a finger. Izaka fell silent, slowly turning to glare at the voice's owner. You sound like a blasted megaphone. Turning around, Izaka saw a woman standing behind him. His expression darkened as he assessed her. A demigod. He studied her carefully, thinking, her face looks unfamiliar. If she is a demigod, I would know. Suddenly, he brightened, radiating his power with excitement. Elia yawned, still listening to his shouting. Just what I needed, a sparring partner. Izaka immediately lunged forward, attacking her fiercely. Elia slapped him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Furious, she snapped, I told you to stop yelling. Izaka lay sprawled on the floor. Izaka was left speechless in agony, while Elia, still fuming, snapped, looks like some crazy fool just waltzed in. Messing with someone else is power. Talk about zero shame. Standing high above, she looked down with utter disdain. So it was caused by that idiot falling there. I have never even heard of this apocalypse before. Elia groaned in frustration. When did she even steal my samples? So annoying. If only I could hunt her down and finish her off, but she is already dead. So no can do. Izaka's shock was palpable. He looked up at Elia, struggling to speak. Velen's dead. The moment Elia heard this, she angrily yanked at his hair. She grabbed Izaka's head and yanked hard, causing him excruciating pain. Her voice dripped with contempt. You bastard. With a voice like that you are one of their lackeys. Are not you? Elia's furious glare twisted into a terrifying smile. I am seriously pissed right now. You are just a tool for me to vent my rage. Elsewhere, inside the Kaskan Empire, the war room was thick with tension. Several soldiers had been brutally slaughtered. Everyone present was on their knees, heads bowed in fear. The man seated on the throne was pale with horror. How could this happen? Why all of a sudden? Valia stared down at Dolls, who stood straight-faced below, equally terrified. He spoke calmly from below. It seems you have not made up your mind yet. The man's surprise was clear. What do you mean? Unfazed? Dolls pressed on. Will you submit to us, or choose the old way? Dolls looked up slightly and whispered, Valia? Ghost cop. Then he raised his hand, and a shimmering spatial wound appeared, as if waiting for Valia's decision. He held Genia hostage to force the man's hand. Valia screamed in terror at the sight. Genia cried out in unbearable pain, calling for him desperately. The grasping arms tightened relentlessly, inflicting unbearable agony on Genia. The man jumped up urgently, shouting, Please, release Genia. Dolls, however, paused thoughtfully. Family? Such an interesting concept. He tightened the grasping arms, causing more pain. Yet he seemed intrigued. I envy you being able to increase your population yourselves. The man scrambled down in horror, pleading, Stop this now. Doll snapped his fingers sharply, shattering Genia's body apart. Valia was horrified by the brutal scene unfolding before him. Blood splattered more and more from the grasping arms, covering Dolls in gore. Amidst the man's agonized screams, the spatial wound slowly sealed shut. Dolls sneered contemptuously. What is there to be so upset about? Just a relationship lasting a few decades. He looked down at the man with a mocking tone. Just have another daughter and be done with it. Valia's tear-streaked, anguished face screamed. How can you say that? Doll's face twisted into a cruel, terrifying grin. We are different. We do not have the luxury of increasing our numbers like you. His voice echoed darkly. That is why every clan has its own traits. I have lost nearly 10 clans already. Bloodied and menacing, he loomed close to Valia. This is your last chance, Emperor of Kaskan. Will you submit to us? Lucas and Isabel approached. Curious, he reached out to pick something up. He gently lifted it off the ground. She asked, puzzled, Is that Mylan's magic crystal? What do you think? He studied it and replied, Not sure. Should I tell Schweizer? There is Ricky's crystal too. Suddenly, something happened that left him utterly shocked. The crystal was slowly being absorbed into Lucas's body, leaving him stunned. Lucas sank to his knees, clutching his arm, wondering silently, is this some kind of magic attraction? Why is this happening? Isabel could not help but gasp in shock, so the crystal was actually penetrating Frey's body. He struggled to speak, telling Isabel to stay away, but his sudden words left her confused. Suddenly, the energy inside him exploded outward violently, affecting Isabel enough to make her scream. She felt drained, losing consciousness for a moment. Lucas was not faring any better. Seemingly unable to control the energy raging within him, both collapsed in a cloud of dust, falling to the ground. In the lonely desert, a lone figure kept moving relentlessly. Their steps were steady, not too fast, not too slow, with a calm rhythm. Diro suddenly got drawn to something right in front of him. Seeing Lucas and Isabel unconscious on the ground made him halt immediately. He calmed himself as if nothing happened, then bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Next, it was his turn. Diro forcefully carried both of them and kept walking forward without a care. He just kept going, slowly disappearing beyond the clearing after the dust settled. At a nearby camp, people were still busy and had not rested yet. A cold call rang out, and the other person gripped their belt tightly. Ivan held it and wondered it as a relic left by Kasajin. The giant's belt, one of the 3 legendary artifacts. He scratched his cheek sheepishly, saying to him it just looks like an old, worn-out belt. Suddenly, a subordinate came to report guests had arrived. Ivan was curious but still took off the belt. The other guy answered Ivan's question immediately, is reinforcements. Hearing the words reinforcements, Ivan snapped his head up right away. Salmon arrived with a few others, smiling warmly and introducing himself as the Lord of Lunya. He kept his smile steady as he made an offer. Commander Ivan, I have heard plenty about you. Our 45 soldiers want to join forces with you. Ivan's face fell hearing that, then stepped forward, curious. No matter where 45 soldiers go, their only companion is their wives, right? Then he teased them, saying they planned to set up a brothel near the Haiji camp, which made them smile kindly at him. But Ivan, clueless, kept insulting them. They are just weaklings. A strong wind would blow them apart. When the girl took off her hat and looked at him, his expression twisted instantly. Ivan clenched his teeth, eyes burning with hatred. She put a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Snow mischievously winked at Ivan. She stepped closer, cheerfully greeting him. Oh wow, this is our first time meeting, right? Silly Ivan did not know how to respond. Instantly, his body froze. The closer Snow got with her cuteness, the more Ivan backed away and avoided her gaze. But no matter where he ran, he could not shake her. Snow brightly introduced herself and asked his name, making Ivan's face turn as red as a tomato. Awkward, Ivan spun around and walked away, stammering, my name's Ivan. Before he could escape his embarrassment, a voice rang out beside him, loser. Ivan lowered his eyes to the person who just insulted him and smirked. Then he ruffled his hair, laughing without hesitation and teasing, hey kid, you got a thing for me, or what? Snow's foot, combined with magic, slammed straight into his stomach. Ivan was utterly shocked, the pain so intense that even the saliva bubbles in his mouth burst out uncontrollably. A powerful kick sent Ivan flying dozens of meters backward. A massive crash erupted the instant Ivan's body slammed into something. Dust and debris exploded violently, the impact sounding brutal enough to make anyone wince. This whole camp was left in ruins just from one move of hers. The others urgently shouted, what is going on? Is this an attack? The subordinate, who had been angry earlier, stepped forward, yelling loudly, the captain's under attack. What the hell is happening? Everyone, prepare for battle. Ben Yen, sensing the tension, hurried over to calm things down. Calm down. She is not the enemy, he shouted angrily. But why would she just suddenly attack like that? Suddenly, a voice rang out, firmly insisting that was not an attack. The subordinate looked on suspiciously, clearly not buying it. The woman who had just kicked Ivan hard now slowly removed her helmet and armor, ready to explain. It was a lesson. Probably something like that. Through the thick dust and hoarse groans, Ivan's face turned pale. Struggling even to breathe, he saw her approaching and fearfully staggered back, stammering, Master, what are you doing here? She said, eyes blazing with sharp intent. You have got a lot of questions, right, Ivan? So Nora smiled kindly and gently suggested, let us put other matters aside for now. We have got a fight on our hands today. With a deadly grin, she snarled at Ivan, calling him a miserable bastard. Ivan felt the weight of his fate crashing down. He was alone and powerless. Nearby, a voice kept urging Lucas to wake up. Slowly, he opened his eyes, cold and hesitant. The first thing he saw was Isabel, her face filled with worry. The moment she saw him awake, she rushed forward anxiously. Lucas blinked, confused about where he was. Isabel sat at the bedside and said, You woke up just in time. You are here with me now. She gave him a brief rundown of what she knew. Downstairs was a small tavern and inn, plus, the rent had already been paid. Isabel was curious who on earth brought them here. Lucas barely paid attention, more fixated on the crystal stone nestled in his palm. A powerful energy radiated from the palm that had absorbed the crystal. It unleashed a fierce glow, blazing with dazzling golden light. Isabel observed and shared her guess. Looks like you have absorbed Mylan's crystal. For some reason, he burst out laughing before agreeing with her. Lucas shared his experience. My strength has skyrocketed tenfold. Isabel nodded. So it really is Mylan's crystal you absorbed. She then asked, what is your plan now? He sat, swinging his legs off the bed. First, we need to find Nich. Lucas closed his eyes briefly and continued. According to Mylan, the two demigods sent by Ignai are both targeting Nich. Piecing things together, he told her, if that red-haired woman really died as the rumors say, and if Nich wanted to die by his own hand, then Ignai must be involved. Beneath the harsh, barren desert sky, Lucas and Isabel pressed onward. He opened his bag and sighed. The loot's the same as before. Isabel guessed from behind. Looks like their real target is not money. Isabel mulled it over, still clueless about who saved them. Suddenly, someone appeared ahead, drawing their full attention. A tall figure with long black hair stood not far from them. Zero glanced over and said, so it is you guys. Glad to see you awake. Hearing this, Lucas stepped forward. You are the one who saved us. Isabel followed, bowing her head in thanks. Zero looked at Lucas, wanting to say something. He leaned in and whispered, what is that awful smell coming from you? Unfazed? Zero added, it is spreading all over this desert. Now, you should rest. Lucas slowly started to understand and asked again, you mean divine power? Hearing those two words, Zero could not help but be curious, and he immediately began probing about it. Suddenly, Zero asked, you mean the power created by the demigod? The moment Lucas heard that, his face went stone cold. He looked Zero in the eye and asked, you know about the demigod? Zero fell silent, staring blankly into the void. Zero recalled last night and replied, after I sent you all back to the inn, I went back there. I sensed the aura of a species similar to humans. He said the one he encountered yesterday claimed to be a demigod. Lucas and Isabel stayed quiet, listening as Zero spoke. Sensing he was not in the mood to chat, his expression turned cold as he said flatly, I killed him. He attacked me out of nowhere, so I had no choice. Those words made Lucas' eyes widen in shock. Inside, he wondered. He actually killed a demigod himself. Zero turned away calmly, sizing up Luke. You do not seem like a demigod. I can feel both divine power and mana radiating from you, he asked coldly. What is your goal here? He looked up at the sky for a moment, then slowly replied, I do not remember much. I do not know why. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself lying here on this planet. Lucas asked curiously, you want to recover your memories? Zero answered vaguely, I am not sure. Maybe yes. Maybe no. Suddenly, he said, will you help me? Lucas smiled confidently. Sealing his promise to help, Zero turned back. Suspicious. Seems like you do not just want to help me. What do you really want? Lucas glanced away and answered slowly. Like I said, there is something weird going on. Divine power is spreading all over this planet. Looking into the distance, Lucas continued, I want to wipe out all this strange divine power and cleanse this world. He hoped Zero could help speed things up. And Isabel, standing nearby, was taken aback. She could not help but wonder why Frey would make such a bold offer to a stranger they would just met. Zero calmly said, I just looked at the one I killed. I think the demigods have some connection to my identity. He pondered quietly. If I had someone on the inside, I could get to them more easily. Without hesitation, Lucas extended his hand with a cheerful offer to cooperate and asked for Zero's name. Zero shook his hand without hesitation. But when he revealed his name as Lord, Lucas immediately froze. He could not believe what he was hearing. Zero covered his face in thought before confirming. Yeah, Lord. That is what I am called. Isabel gasped and called out to Lucas, who muttered under his breath, I do not like that name. Facing Zero, Lucas asked, don't you have any other name? A gentle breeze ruffled Zero's black hair as silence settled between them. Finally, he decided to change it and said, call me. Isabel stood behind, watching him, thinking to herself that he definitely had something on his mind. Zero turned away and asked, what should I do now? Lucas slowly laid out the plan. First, I want to head to Nymphado. Hearing the name, Zero grew curious. He turned his face slightly and said he would explain more on the way, because there is a lot Lucas needs to know about the demigods. With the conversation over, the three of them set off on their journey. Isabel observed from behind, silently judging. A guy calling himself Lord, and now this strange new companion. They traveled until late afternoon without rest. Contrary to her first impression of him being indifferent, Diro was actually very curious. Even though they would only been together half a day, he bombarded Lucas with endless questions. But what interested Diro the most was the demigods. As night approached, they set up camp to rest, and Diro absorbed all the information Lucas and Isabel shared. He was truly sharp. Suddenly, Diro blurted out, "Lord, you, that name is Lord you?" He snorted coldly, then wondered aloud, "What am I doing?" Sometimes. Isabel noticed. Diro seemed a little scatterbrained. Then he apologized to the two of them, covering his face in frustration. "My fragmented memories are all over the place. I barely understand." Lucas gave Diro a cold look and said, "Honestly, I have already guessed who you are." He spoke up with a proposal. "Can we run a quick check?" Without any resistance, he immediately agreed. Isabel, sitting across from them, never took her eyes off the two men. Suddenly, she blushed, shy. Seeing Lucas take off Diro's shirt, she blurted out, "Why is this suddenly so embarrassing?" He looked at her with pure disdain. After the check, he finally had an answer for her. Lucas delivered the final verdict. "A dragon's heart." Isabel, still blushing, was stunned beyond words. The moment Diro heard it, he flicked his eyes. Lucas calmly said, "There is a dragon's heart inside you." In the warm glow of the fire, he laid out his theory. "You might just be the Lord of the Dragons." Isabel gasped in shock. "The Lord of Dragons?" Diro remained silent and unmoved. Lucas' cold voice rang out, "I want to hear the full story about how you defeated the demigod." Diro spoke slowly. "The land itself mourns the loss of mountains," which caught Lucas off guard. Lucas cautiously approached the relic, worry in his heart. "The Lord of the Dragons is connected to the entire continent." The two followed behind Diro. Lucas raised his brow, scanning the area. "There is nothing here." A stretch of white sand spread out, buried deep for thousands of years. With a wave of his hand, Diro caused the ground to tremble. Dust rose in waves into the air, and something shot up into the sky. Lucas stared in surprise. It was a pair of mighty gauntlets, the Tiger King-esque gloves. A relic of Kazajan? Right? Diro casually tossed them to Lucas, as if saying, "You know what this is? You keep it." Isabel's eyes lit up. "This is the Kazajan relic I read about in the books." Lucas can hide his shock. How does he know about it? If this were thousands of years ago, it would have been buried way too deep. Diro calmly explains that the representative told him the relic buried here is searching for its owner. Lucas cautiously approaches the relic. Heart-pounding, the Lord of the lineage is connected to the entire continent. Diro stays calm and collected. "Let us move," leaving Lucas suspicious. Death of the lineage lord means the downfall of the continent. Is he really the lineage lord? Flames shoot sky high. The entire Nympha stronghold was engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Isabel watched in disbelief. The whole Nympha fortress was swallowed by flames. Lucas frowned in irritation. "No need to shout. I can see it just fine." His eyes locked on the fiery blaze. There were 3 demigods. The chaotic, heartbreaking scene pushed Lucas into urgency. "Move faster." But Diro refused to charge in. "I am not going. You all handle it yourselves." Lucas was stunned. "You are not coming." Isabel looked skeptical. Hissing like a character straight out of a 90s comic, Diro seemed to have more pressing matters to deal with. He gazed upward. 3 figures were approaching from that direction. Isabel and Lucas took notice. Diro spun around, eyes sharp with resolve. "Leave these guys to us. You handle the city." Lucas gave Diro a serious look. "Can you really handle them alone?" Diro nodded confidently, said nothing more, and walked off. "See you later." Isabel worriedly looked at Lucas. "Now's not the time to be concerned about others. There are 3 demigods here too," she admitted sadly. "It is embarrassing, but I can help when facing those demigods." She also worried about Lucas's safety. "Can you really take on 3 demigods by yourself?" The 3 demigods stood tall, their cold eyes piercing their target. "Stop causing trouble, you little brat. If Agni had not ordered us to capture you alive, you would be dead by now." They kept threatening. "Just a disciple. Yet you dare defy your master and run off?" Nick, though badly injured, fought on with fierce determination. Scott grinned excitedly. "Sister Verdany, did she just say to capture him alive? Or bring him back? Or is it enough that he just stays alive?" Verdany replies coldly. "That depends on the situation. Think it over yourself." Scott, Nick snarls, voice dripping with venom. "These cold-blooded bastards, just because they caught me. They hurt innocent people." Verdany's tone is icy and defiant. "What do you know? How do you even know if those humans are guilty?" She spits with contempt. "Do you really care about every ant that has been crushed on this path?" Nick's voice seethes with bitter hatred. "I will never forgive you." Nick's fierce flames flare up, unleashing terrifying power. Lucas instantly recognizes her. Nick's eyes blaze with fire. Nick lunges forward, roaring, I will make them all disappear. Nothing can stop her. Caught off guard. The enemy reels. Are you crazy? Each strike sends a tidal wave sweeping everything away. She is throwing herself into the fight. Stop her. We have to capture her alive, her eyes still burning fiercely. Die. All of you. A sharp pain pierces through, an arrow slices through her body. Adette's face is cold and expressionless. Vodana shakes her head helplessly. And I said to capture her alive. But smiles calmly. Don't worry. She is a fire phoenix. This won't even faze her. Nika's body falls. An apology rings out, full of pain and regret. I am my lord. You were wrong to leave this divine body to me, she whispered with regret, apologizing to Free. When suddenly a pair of arms caught her body in an embrace. The lesser gods all stared in shock. Who the hell is he? Luca stood firm, catching Nika. She nearly fell, and she could not hold back her tears anymore. Lucas' voice brimmed with care and worry. Finally finding her, this stubborn one, he ordered sharply. Isabel, heal her now. His tone was stern and decisive. You should rest for a bit. Nick looked at Lucas, her eyes brimming with tears, full of surprise and confusion. Why are you here? She stammered regretfully. I abandoned you like that. But Lucas did not care. He just said he was glad to see her again. And that was enough. His words were like a warm breeze, soothing Nick's wounded heart. The three lesser gods sneered with disdain. Who is this guy? Humans. Fire phoenixes are truly dumb. And these fools came before even humans. Nick, in pain, struggled to speak. You immature lesser gods serve the evil lord. Their goal is to bring me back to him to kill me. Lucas stared them down. Why is that necessary? The three lesser gods were reckless, he declared coldly. So you just want them dead? Huh. Lucas strode forward confidently and decisively, locking eyes with the three lesser gods. They kept their arrogant stance. What is your name? Do you even know where you are to show your face here? Lucas cracked his knuckles, and instantly dark thunder crackled, forming an impenetrable barrier. The youngest gasped in shock. What the hell? That is not some trick a punk like you should pull off. The lesser god lunged forward, cold eye sharp. Not bad. You are pretty tough. Huh. He unleashed a lightning-fast assault. Moves so quick they blurred. If you want a surprise, you got one. A relentless barrage of razor-sharp strikes followed. Lesser god closed in on Lucas, but Vordana suddenly shouted, Quick! Help! In an instant, the youngest's body was engulfed by binding light, her whole form burning black like coal as she screamed in agony. Then she collapsed dead on the spot. Lucas' eyes cold and emotionless. Scud and Vordana were shocked and terrified. How could a mere human be this powerful? She could not believe he outmatched them so easily. Scud cried out in pain, her eyes clouded with despair and rage. Lucas sneered mockingly, dripping with contempt. Lesser gods calling each other sister and brother. Pathetic. His words struck straight at Scud's pride. What is so funny? Lucas replied coldly. I just find it utterly pathetic. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. Today, hundreds of families died because of you. And now you are crying. Scud screamed in furious rage. Bastard! I will kill you. Vordana's eyes betrayed doubt and unease. Such powerful divine energy was not something any disciple could possess. Plus he could even wield human mana. Then she remembered, could that kid, a known disciple, actually be Freeber? Ricky's disciple. The traitor the Lord warned about. Scud roared in fury. I will tear you apart. Vordana panicked, trying to stop her. But before she could, a swift strike pierced Scud's forehead. The lesser god did not even realize what hit her, a cold, precise lethal blow, and her body crumpled instantly. Nick looked on, stunned and confused. How is this possible? Both lesser gods taken down in a blink. She also admired. This divine power is way stronger than the fight at Mike's. He has learned to master the blend of divine energy and mana. Fury surged within Vordana, overwhelming her control. A resentful voice rang out. Who dares hurt my sister? Lucas chuckled coldly with disdain. She is angry. What could a human like you possibly understand? I have lived alone for thousands of years. Her eyes blazed like fire. Sister and Scud are part of me. Suddenly, Scud's body began to dissolve, as if pulled into an invisible energy stream. Her melting flesh merged seamlessly into Vordana's form. Lucas smirked coldly. So you really are one and the same. His voice dripped with contempt, still playing the sister card. That is just pathetic. Your words hit like the start of a war. Haven't you always talked down on humans, treating them like bugs or worse? Yet every time you open your mouth, it is all about comradeship, feelings, family. Honestly, you are obsessed and secretly admire all that human stuff the most. Let me be blunt, do you even know what that obsession is called? It is like a slap that flips Vordana's whole attitude pure insecurity. It fuels her rage. This deep-rooted shame you all carry about humans. Every mortal soul is haunted by it. Vordana's eyes blaze red as she snarls. You worthless bug. A heavy thud echoes through. Vordana's power crashes against the shield, sparking a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Enough already. Pathetic. His gaze as he void of any emotion. You know damn well you can win this. Vordana roars in fear. Shut that filthy mouth of yours. Now, her eyes are locked down by Lucas. Control, she is utterly stunned. She struggles to fight back but fails. You do not want sympathy. Right? Panicked. She pleads. Wait. Just a moment, but before she can finish, a massive explosion shakes the air. Vordana's body begins to dissolve, vanishing completely in an instant. Silence falls. We just killed a demigod. But where's the crystal? Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind bursts behind Lucas. Lunging straight at Nick, Lucas watches in shock, voice trembling with alarm. Isabel, that guy's targeting Nick. Vordana rushes toward Nick. I told you from the start, just bring the Phoenix Flame, and that is all you need. Isabel quickly wraps her arms around Nick as a surge of power suddenly ignites the sky. Vordana's whole body freezes solid, eyes wide and helpless. A razor-sharp wind shatters the ice prison. Lucas stares in disbelief, unable to believe what he is seeing. Why is she here? Elia looks exhausted. She says little. I will explain later, just get out of here now. Her voice is calm but firm. The Lord is almost here. The three of them trudge through a brutal snowstorm, the fierce wind making every step a battle. At last, through the swirling snow and wind, a small cabin appears before them. Isabel halts in surprise. The blizzard stopped. But this cabin, in the middle of the snow, where the hell are we? Elia smiles softly. Memories flooding back. Are not they? We were once truly unstoppable. Lucas recalls a chaotic wave of emotions. My memories are frozen. I think I have been here before. Gazing at the Jordan River, Izaka Break's face is twisted from the beating. Sitting motionless and defeated, Elia approaches gently, a knowing smile playing on her lips. This is my sofa, she says. Leaving Lucas stunned, she sits down on Izaka Break, who writhes in pain, powerless to resist her silent torment. He struggles to calm the storm inside. Stay cool. I get it without you saying a word. What is up with that look on your face? Isabel moves swiftly to tend to Nick's wounds. Lucas carefully adjusts her legs to keep her warm. Nick offers a faint, grateful smile. Elitisa slyly. There is one obvious thing I did not expect. Looks like you are falling for her. Lucas shoots her a wordless glare. She smirks. The Casco Empire has already surrendered to the Lord. Her voice drops cold. Warning. That means both you and your faction are officially branded enemies of humanity on paper, and in reality, she adds with dark amusement. Congrats. You are the first to push the Lord this far. Lucas asks gravely. Is the Lord coming to birth now? Elia smiles smugly in reply. Lucas eyes her suspiciously. Where do you get that info? Elia answers firmly. Iris. The room falls silent in an instant. Elia bites her lip. That girl's a real pain. She kept quiet. But I am planning a little game of cat and mouse with her. Lucas warns cautiously. Why are you helping me? She stays calm. I told you I can let you die. He can help but wonder why. She mocks. You are such a slowpoke, she says slowly. You do not understand women at all. Stirring memories of the past. Just like Ricky, Elia continued with a sharp tone. I have never seen Ricky open up to anyone before, constantly criticizing. His vision is seriously narrow. He only cares about his best friend. Like it is the absolute truth, he has never shared his feelings. Always dealing with everything on his own. It is the one thing she could not wrap her head around, how Ricky could be friends with a mere mortal who won even live past 100. She stared at Lucas, wondering, I just do not get it. Who is this guy that Ricky would risk his life for? There has to be something to prove it. I have to know why Ricky values him that much. What is the reason? Why did he get assimilated by humans? She snapped angrily. You are not allowed to die without my permission. Lucas silently took in her sharp words. He sneered coldly. You archangels just see humans as nothing but bugs. Do not, honestly. I think the real pests are the archangels. They are the ones who need to be wiped off this world. Like a vow to herself, she promised to cleanse every last one. And of course, Elia won't be spared either. That thought made Elia smile with satisfaction. I am proud of you for staying true. But I also truly believe in you. Her eyes were resolute because Ricky trusted him. Ricky's a straight-up archangel. I can explain why he sees a mere mortal like me as a friend. But my reason for calling an archangel like him a friend is simple. Lucas takes this relationship seriously. He knows how to respect others. He respects my friend and me. That is why I respect him back. Plain and simple. Elia quietly left. Lucas' words reminding her that he really is just like that guy. Lucas furrowed his brow angrily. But what about the Lord? He coldly proved his point, always babbling about kin. Acting like his kind is the most important thing in the world. In the end, he truly respects his kind more than himself. The cold night air hanging heavy outside the tower. Annie watched silently. He is cold. Now, can you finally tell me why you are here? She glanced at Lot, who was relaxing nearby. Lot calmly spoke up. I am looking for something. He was indifferent. searching but finding nothing. But it seems it does not really matter. Very few people could pull off such a thing anyway. Either way, just wait until he drags this out so long. Even walking will be trampling on them. Annie asked, annoyed. What is that sneaky guy talking about? But Lot did not care. Clearly someone was not getting their way. He casually asked, need my help? Annie stood still. Eyes locked on him. She replied curtly, no thanks. Then walked away. Find me. He stepped outside where the archangels gathered. He had found the next location their target would head to. The Phoenix Flame led the counterattack forces to the frontline camp. His voice was brutal as he declared, I will unite with the apostles and the eye of the eternal flame. This is a challenge, and I will never have to fear the gaze of the gods again. Now, we cleanse the counterattack forces and seize the frontline camp. He rallied fiercely. Rise up, my brethren. That call was like a tidal wave, stirring the atmosphere all around. Outside, the snow had stopped. Lucas stood by the window, his gaze lost in the world beyond. He looked at Nick struggling to move and gently asked, are you feeling better now? Nick weakly answered, I'm okay now. Sorry for worrying you. Isabel immediately scolded. What were you thinking? Doing something like that? Lucas' voice was calm but firm. Where's Diro? His eyes did not waver. He said he would handle the archangels approaching Nemphado, but now he has vanished. He has nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. His movements are completely unpredictable. He recalled. Are you sure it is not here? Elia confirmed. There were never any archangels here from the start. If they had come, they would have left a scent behind. There is no way. I would not have smelled it. This made Isabel suspicious. Isn't it possible he is already fled? Outside, the snow begins to fall. The fact that Duro could easily kill a demigod. That is just talk. None of us have actually seen his true power yet. She tries to stay calm. But I am thinking the opposite. I am honestly shocked to see you open up to him so easily. Just as surprised here, trusting a stranger like that. That is totally not like you. Lucas replies without hesitation. Because I care. His eyes brim with curiosity. Human body. But the heart of a dragon? Not exactly human flesh. More like a patchwork of flesh and scales. A strange being. Like a shell hastily thrown together. Elia steps closer. Frey, where are you headed? Lucas looks at Nick softly. I have got to protect him too. So I will go with my team. He speaks slowly. My buddy Ivan is building a resistance force in Sind Cut. I am heading there. Elia looks at Lucas worriedly. You are planning to fight Apneo. Lucas' face hardens. Of course. Nick's worried too, going in head on. Yeah? No surprise there. Elia reads him like a book, but she is helpless. Honestly, I just do not get it. She sighs. Annoyed. You are such a pain. Her tone sharpens. That is exactly what he is like too. She hesitates. Then adds. I am not trying to help you. Really? It is just that I am torn myself. Right now, the Lord is cautious. He can't ignore Agnias' plan to take over Sen Cut. If I step in here, the Lord will have reason to act himself, but I have a strong feeling. And I think you might just be the one who can beat the Lord. Lucas smiles softly. Elia, you have already helped me more than enough. Her eyes hold 1,000 unspoken thoughts as she looks at him. Lucas slowly walks away. I owe you so much, more than that. Elia cuts him off. Her tone is not gentle, but it is full of understanding. You have already absorbed Mylan's crystal. Have not you? Her gaze pierces through Lucas. The reason he can harness godly power and mana within a human form is because his mana has taken the dominant force, like a warning before, and now that he has absorbed the demigod's crystal, his godly power can truly take control. Hearing this, Isabel panics. So what do we do now? Elia confirms. At least, you can't really be called human anymore. Lucas waves goodbye. I do not care. But thanks, I will remember that in the heart of Sin Ket, at Ivan's military camp, the air is tense but filled with determination. A rousing speech. Brave soldiers of Sin Cut. We stand here united by one will to fight against the demigod. The voice booms like a battle cry. The oath of the great clan leader Turing. I declare we have not given up the fight. Suddenly, the camp bursts into fiery energy. He continues, heavy with meaning. Right now, if we face the demigod head-on, we will lose. But soon, all who share our will across Sin Cut will unite with us. A fierce belief, the pride shining like the sun on the soldiers' faces. Their shouts rise like a vow, ready to face the coming storm. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Not bad. Looks like about 500 of you. Aang sneers arrogantly. Almost wiped out. And you still have this many. Not bad. But right after those words, the atmosphere shifts abruptly. A violent gust of wind storms through, tearing everything apart. No one can stand against the blast. A legion of demigods appears. The force is terrifying. Just one wave and more than half the troops are scattered. Are they really all demigods? Rick is still stunned by the surprise attack. Where are they? Asks coldly. Where's my disciple? Rick looks confused. Why are you here? Looking for your disciple. His eyes glare coldly with sarcasm. I see now you got here first. Then he slowly turns away, sitting down like a dark lord. His voice was icy cold. Don't delude yourself. You really think I would be on guard just because a few hundred or thousand of you showed up? These demigods are wrecking everything brutal and fast. I have known all along you were building a resistance. Aang slowly continued. But hey, while we wait for my disciples, I might as well put on a little show. Aang snapped his fingers lightly. His demigod eyes sharpened. You filthy maggots. Their savage killings unleashed terrifying power. Every strike from them meant certain death. Rick stood frozen, witnessing the chaos, his heart gripped by despair and fury. Then he stopped. He screamed in hopeless rage. You bastards. Stop this. Annie smiled wickedly. You are done for now, clan leader Rick. So many of you. Well, this actually looks kind of fun, he asked casually. No drinks to go with this. The demigods pressed their relentless assault without pause. Like wildfires out of control, Ivan suddenly appeared, radiating fierce energy. He threw blazing punches. Damn it! How are these bastards so damn tough? Annie furrowed her brow in anger. You filthy maggots. Nora appeared cold and sharp. Stay alert, Ivan. This fight's about to shift to a whole new level. She had just taken down a demigod. All their enemies were demigods. Ivan showed clear disdain. He could not help but marvel. Living long enough, you see it all. Hell, one day I get to fight alongside my master too. He is huge. You guys. Focus up now. Rung spoke firmly. So what have you fools learned from me all this time? Whether enemies are demigods or who knows what, once you fight to the bitter end. No giving up. As a reminder, you are the soldiers of Sin Kit, rallying the troops' fighting spirit. Protect our land. Protect our family and our pride. The demigods surged forward. Just a bunch of maggots daring to interfere. They swept past like a fierce wind. Snow's sword sliced through the air, shredding the demigods' protective barrier. Her gaze was cold. If I can hurt them, are demigods who are not apocalyptic really still demigods? But it seemed the demigods were unharmed. The last strike was a bit off, but she was not exactly flawless either. They charged Snow in fury. One would be enough to suffocate her, but this mob came in droves. Just demigods. Yet dozens of them. What the hell is going on? Everyone fought with all their might. The demigods attacked with terrifying power, but were held back just in time. Benayan hurriedly formed a protective line. Get the wounded out. Life comes first. Move now. She furrowed her brow watching them, bitterness swelling inside. They were still far behind. At moments like this, she wanted nothing more than to rely on him, but she refused to give up. There had to be hope. She vowed to survive. Until then, Ivan fought fiercely. Forcing Apni to reconsider was dividing Illunium among their kind. A mistake. Henta Kang firmly believed the Fire Phoenix would come. With its power combined, they could avoid divine judgment. Everyone was growing exhausted. We can take on hundreds of these beasts, Master. Yet they held on to hope. Hang in there. The moment will come. Snow's strength waned. She was blasted far back, collapsing heavily to the ground. Too drained to get up. The remaining warriors fell too. No one could stand against the demigods. Ivan struggled to resist, gritting his teeth. What moment? At this rate, we are all dead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A red orb was approaching. Ivan's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? Nora smiled softly. It is here. Benian was quietly moved. Hope had arrived. The silhouettes of three figures flickered inside the fiery orb. Lucas concentrated his power in his hands, swinging them down toward the advancing demigods. A terrifying blast erupted suddenly from Lucas' palms. Each demigod was incinerated, swallowed by a sea of flames and divine power. A scream tore through the air. And then, suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the entire battlefield. The fiery orb flickered and dimmed, leaving everyone wide-eyed and stunned. What in the world is going on? In the blink of an eye, all the demigods were utterly defeated. The three of them quickly landed. Snow let out a relieved breath. You have gotten stronger since we last met. Lucas calmly steadied Snow. Like I said, numbers mean nothing in the demon realm. Ivan looked at Lucas, overwhelmed with emotion. Almost trembling, Lucas gazed kindly at his old friend. It has been a while. Ivan hugged Lucas tightly, his usual arrogance nowhere to be seen, replaced by genuine shock. His eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. He had spotted his target. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside Nick, startling her into panic. Lucas was equally shocked by the speed. Moving through time itself, Annie grinned wickedly. It took me a while to find you, my disciple. Lucas shouted urgently. Get away from Nick. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the scene. Lucas immediately grabbed Nick and dragged her far from the blast's epicenter. He looked at her with worry. Are you okay? Nick nodded, still shaken but unharmed. The scene blurred as smoke thickened, and a shadow emerged from the haze. Lucas smirked. So the new guy's finally back from the dead. Skizzer appeared, calm and powerful. He smiled confidently, eyes blazing with authority. Annie materialized from the dust, sneering. These pests really do not know when to quit. Lucas quickly told Isabel and Nick to get out of there first. Isabel grabbed Nick's arm and rushed away. Get going. Annie's targeting you. Skizzer looked apologetic. Did I get here too late? Lucas stepped closer. I just got here myself. He turned to look at Lucas, half scolding. Hey, that pin's mine. I never agreed to lend it out. Lucas chuckled dryly. I thought you left it in the vault for me to use. Skizzer pointed ahead. Is that the apocalypse, dude? Aiken. Lucas nodded. You getting used to that body yet? Skizzer replied coolly. It is alright, I guess. His eyes sharpened. Lucas gripped the pin tighter. Let us see what this baby can really do. Then he launched a razor-sharp ice shard at Annie, who just sneered in disdain. Annie roared. You think that cheap trick will work on me? But before he could finish, he took a brutal punch that twisted his face. Seizing the moment, Skizzer closed in on Annie, moving in for a deadly close-range attack. A flurry of strikes followed so fast, Annie could not even react. Skizzer leapt up, and Annie barely managed to dodge the sky-high kick aimed right at him. Skizzer stepped back lightly, watching as Annie froze, buried in a cloud of dust and rubble. He landed softly. Grinning with satisfaction, Lucas watched in amazement. How did the gentle new guy I knew turn into this hardened warrior in just a few days? Skizzer shrugged casually. What can I say? I am just matching the style this body demands. Ivan was equally stunned. Where the heck did she get that royal crown vibe from? Nora guessed Cuss agent must be granted that power to a friend. Leaving Ivan puzzled, she ordered. Get ready. I will back you two up. Meanwhile, Annie lay sprawled on the ground, slowly sitting up, clearly awake now. Skizzer was surprised. He is not hurt at all. Annie quickly stood, regaining his composure. His voice was ice cold. Step aside. I do not care about you all, I only care about my disciple. Lucas growled. He will never lay a hand on Nick unless you want to die first. Annie seethed. Fray break. Ricky's disciple. He scowled with disgust. I have hated you from the start. Flames around him roared higher. But since the guy who shielded me fought so hard to protect me, I guess I will hold back on the killing for now. Annie's accusations only made Ivan more shocked. Wait. The demigods were completely absorbed by that kid, he thought bitterly. This guy's clearly messing with Nora's sisters. No wonder he is such a pain. Annie's power is growing stronger, her flames roaring bigger and fiercer by the second. Ivan shouted in frustration. How can anyone beat her when she is this relentless? Nora stood frozen. Realizing this was the true form of a demigod, Snow wondered aloud. If they turn hundreds into soldiers, can they really fool the gods? Lucas replied. For a demigod, that is child's play. Suddenly, she understood the reason there were only a handful of demigods worldwide, but hundreds here. Annie calmly channeled more mana into her arm, and instantly her flames exploded into a terrifying inferno. Ivan grimaced, struggling with the heat, while also stunned by Annie's sheer power. Lucas scrambled to conjure a massive ice barrier. His glacial magic formed a temporary wall, barely holding back the searing flames spreading like wildfire. The soldiers choked on thick smoke, coughing violently as exhaustion dragged them to the cold ground. Lucas clenched his jaw. Breathing was impossible. Annie's fire had burned up all the oxygen in the immediate area. Furrowing his brow, he thought fast. This can go on. How do I break through this inferno? After a careful look, Skizzer spoke up. This body's got one weak spot. Without hesitation, he blasted through the ice wall, charging at Annie with lightning speed. In no time, he closed in on Annie. Skizzer smirked, realizing this body did not need oxygen at all. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a barrage of punches on Annie. Annie blinked in surprise at Skizzer's sudden appearance, sneering. You think your human body can stand my flames? Skizzer threw a devastating punch, replying, thanks for the compliment, buddy. Staggered by the hit, Annie wobbled, struggling to stay upright. He gasped in shock as the flames began to wane. Skizzer chuckled softly. This fight is not over yet. Fired up, he clenched his fists, ready to strike again. Skizzer's arms surged with mana, his punches packing an unimaginable punch. Once again, Skizzer took Annie down. Annie lost his balance, collapsing hard onto the ground. Skizzer barked orders quickly. Now's the time. Lucas, do not hesitate, focus your energy. Lucas nodded, silently grateful to Skizzer, already weakened. Annie took another brutal hit from Lucas, an absolute zero stream, controlled by Lucas, wrapped tightly around Annie's arm. Annie was trapped by the freezing stream, no gaps to escape. His fiery blaze was heavily suppressed compared to before. Beniant wondered, What the hell is this? I can feel divine power pulsing through this mana. This must be Frey's power. Skizer's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't he that divine power? How is divine power and mana mixing with fire like this? Isabel stared at him, puzzled. Annie groaned in exhaustion. These damn fools. Isabel and Nick shuddered in fear as he summoned a phoenix of flames, his roar shaking the ground. Lucas watched anxiously. Annie was slowly recovering. The energy Lucas had unleashed had not fully taken effect yet. Annie regained his strength, stoking his flames to burn even hotter. Lucas gathered every ounce of power he had left. Stop right there, you bastard. Suddenly, Lucas' energy surged, multiplying in strength. Isabel sensed the danger immediately and tried to warn him. Lucas, remember what Elia said, you can't abuse divine power anymore. She yelled, desperate to stop him, but Lucas was laser-focused on stopping Agni, ignoring everything else. Inside, he worried if Nigma's life force got drained, there'd be no saving her. Lucas' divine power grew stronger by the second, erupting like a volcanic explosion. Agni screamed in agony, bracing for the punishment Lucas unleashed. He was exhausted, writhing in pain. Evan watched from behind, muttering, it is working. But what kind of terrifying power is this? Lucas writhed in pain, feeling like he might explode. He slipped into a trance, dreaming of two demigods merging their power to bless him with divine energy. Elia stood there guiding, absorbing more of the demigod's crystal. Once inside his body, it could take over completely at the very least. He would not be human anymore. Lucas screamed out in agony. Ivan looked at him worriedly. Hey kid, what is going on? What is wrong with you? Lucas slowly slipped into unconsciousness. He desperately shook him, who lay motionless on the ground. Come on, wake up. The Hellfire OC Nai grows stronger by the second, and in a flash, that bastard regains his original form. Snow can't bear the heat and collapses. Utterly exhausted, Ivan panics. How could she survive in a freezing place, and now endure this scorching heat? Asin Hai is unleashing more and more power with each passing moment. Skeezer attacks relentlessly, throwing punch after punch at Datsino. Skeezer opens a million veins, fighting with every ounce of strength he has, but Ashinai barely flinches. He grabs Skeezer in one crushing grip. He smirks, watching Skeezer restrained, daring him to fight back. Lucas still has not woken up. No one here can match Ashinai's power right now. Ashinai's strength is terrifying. He overpowers Skeezer with ease. Ivan is shocked beyond belief but helpless to do anything. Skeezer looks like a hollow shell of himself, mercilessly. Asina lets him drop in free fall. Ivan holds onto the still unconscious Lucas, growing more desperate by the second, triumphant and arrogant. Alavs, my divine power has surpassed human limits. You knave kid, no matter how strong your will is, you are still human. Humans have to pay a price to wield divine power. Ivan's fear spikes. What kind of nightmare is this? All he sees is despair. Nora seems to read his thoughts calmly. Don't he freak out, idiot, she orders. Just focus on protecting Frey. Watching Luca's unconscious in Ivan's arms, Nora insists they hold on until he wakes up. The more anxious he gets, the worse it is. What if he never wakes? The moment has come, and Nora stops holding back. Then this is where our journey ends. Saying that, she channels all her power into a furious charge at Hey. Nora throws a devastating punch and suddenly feels her hand burning fiercely. It is the power of fire. Every attack deals more damage to herself. Nora kicks hard at Asidea's sturdy ankle, throwing him off balance. Seizing the moment, Nora focuses energy for her next strike. Her right hand unleashes the King's Fist, a deadly martial art strike like swirling clouds, and she is blasted back a full kilometer. Lying still on the ground, Snow watches in awe. She just knocked down a giant with a single punch. Nora's arm feels like it is about to explode. Unable to handle the overwhelming energy coursing through it, she collapses, clutching her bloodied arm. Her right hand is injured. Exhausted, Nora gasps for air, her eyes flickering with fear. And Sinai quickly recovers. This guy really is as tough as old dirt. In a mystical space, Luca stands in his true form, staring blankly, surprised. He wonders if this is a dream world. Then a voice echoes behind him. This is your true limit. A colossal demigod appears. For a human to achieve this is impressive. The giant face triggers Lucas' memory. It is the first demigod Ricky tried to kill, Indra. Pain floods his body as he struggles to stand. Sharp arrows pierce through him one after another. Milan wields his bow with disdain. Humans are just humans. There is no way to beat a demigod. They shout in unison. We will take that body. Lucas curses in agony. You bastards. Still trapped in a nightmare. He can't wake up. Isabel shouts. Wake up, Defray. Meanwhile, Nora faces Ehi with no sign of progress. Ivan rushes to protect their master, conjuring a stone shield to guard them both. Ivan worries. I have to think about my age first. Nora's panic clouds her judgment. Everyone is desperate for Lucas. Still, Ivan fights on mentally to wake him up, hearing faint demigod voices and fascinating memories. The two villains sneer. We are impressed by your stubbornness, trapped in the abyss for 4,000 years, and still not giving up. He is confused. Am I living inside the body of someone who absorbed that crystal? Or is this just a hallucination I created myself? Indra chuckles. You seriously think you have already received divine power? Mylan sneers. That body belongs to me now. Suddenly, it clicks. Elia said if you lose control of divine power, you are done for. So that is what she meant. Agonizing pain rips through him like teeth-tearing flesh. This is not just a twitch, it is directly attacking his very self. Indra is surprised. If this were any ordinary person, their ego would have crumbled to dust by now. He keeps attacking. Unfazed? No worries. I have got all the time in the world. Watching him suffer only fuels Indra's curiosity. How long can this guy really hold on? Meanwhile, Aang is still unscathed. Nora turns to Ivan. Let us distract Aang, so I can pierce through his core. Ivan's worried. Will it even work? That bastard's not just sharp, his regeneration is next level. Nora narrows her eyes. Watch closely. I am about to reveal the secret of the Martial King's fist. Ivan stares in surprise, then warns. Don't he die on me. Alright. Which annoys Nora a bit. Ivan seriously adds. I still have tons to learn from Master. She smiles faintly and stays silent. Suddenly, Snow approaches, asking Binion for help. Binion is surprised. Snow explains. Phrase unconscious, and only I can support you magically. Can you handle it? Binion hesitates. Lucas still has not woken up. She takes a deep breath and affirms. Of course. Snow drops her cloak and grips her sword tight. She is frustrated. It is way too hot here. Let us finish this fast. I want to soak in some leaves. Ivan switches to battle stance. Nodding quickly, Binion starts channeling energy. Instantly, giant snowflakes swirl around them like a shield. Ivan takes the left flank, Snow the right, and they charge straight at Aang together. Aang quickly senses their attack. He swings a blazing fiery arm at Ivan, but Binion's snow barrier blocks it perfectly. Binion commands. I will handle the fire. Ivan closes in on Aang. He rushes, striking with the Martial King's iron fist, landing a heavy blow. Aang reels from the hit, caught off guard. Snow seizes the moment, slashing down hard with her sword. No mercy. Meanwhile, Lucas writhes in torment under the brutal torture of two archangels, nearly burned to ashes. The two of them were satisfied. Congrats, getting shocked 10,000 times and still standing strong. That is insane. Indra grew impatient. This guy's a monster. No doubt. But it looks like he is about to hit his limit. He thought in pain. How is this possible? I have fought this hard just to make it this far. The demigod Indra laughed cruelly. This is the very last time. A satisfied gleam flashed in his eyes, while the other cursed helplessly in his heart. But then, a shocking twist. Mylan and Indra are stunned by what they see next. Looks like they are under attack too. Confused, he hears their curses. Damn it! Why the hell am I here? In the blink of an eye, the two archangels shatter to fragments. In the hazy light, a sword wielder slowly approaches him. Lucas is speechless. Stunned beyond words, it is Ricky, showing up at the last second to protect him. Ricky looks at him with sympathy. You look like hell. Lucas can't believe his eyes. Overjoyed to see Ricky right in front of him, shocked. He says, how is this possible? I have not absorbed your crystal yet. Ricky calmly sits down across from him. Ricky explains. I am just a leftover illusion trapped in your mind. He peels a strange fruit in his hand and mentions Maland and Indra, who are the same. Ricky adds. They will come back soon. As long as they have not personally kicked you out, they are not gone. 4 perfectly sliced apple pieces slide over to Lucas, courtesy of Ricky. Lucas fidgets nervously. If this keeps up, we will run out of time. My teammates are still fighting those fiends. Ricky just stares silently at him. Then he feeds Lucas a bite, whispering, this is the brief moment before death. He calmly explained that this moment would replay the memories of the person. Time here flows differently from the outside world. But that does not mean we can relax. That miraculous fruit worked its magic, restoring Lucas from the battered dancey form back to normal. He stood there dazed, slowly trying to get his bearings again. Ricky spoke up, saying this is the moment for you to make a choice. Lucas was shocked when Ricky pulled out his own spirit stone. The stone glowed with a mysterious light that Lucas could not look away from. What would happen if he ate it? Ricky said coldly. Whoever consumes it will become a demigod. He continued. There is really no choice here if you do not eat it. Everyone dies. Lucas' mind flooded with countless faces. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and said broadly, looks like you forgot. Ricky, he insisted. I am afraid now I do not have to choose between mana and power. Ricky reminded him. Actually, you are the one who forgot. I was the first to tell you this. Your body can't handle both anymore. Lucas replied. I do not want both to coexist. Ricky was a bit surprised by his request to merge. Lucas grabbed the spirit stone and said, "This goes beyond human limits. It is the key to reaching level 10. He took it and began absorbing Ricky's spirit stone. Immediately, Lucas' body reacted violently. He screamed in agony, making Isabel worried. Free. What is wrong? Meanwhile, Snow struggled fiercely against Satome, swinging her sword with all her might. Slowly, he seemed to freeze. Snow stood over him, panting hard. Snow was exhausted but thought to herself, I have a feeling this attack will work. Suddenly, ice is cold. Mocking laugh echoed, so it turns out you are Ricky's disciple after all. He sneered. Pathetic. You are not even worthy to wield Ricky's swordsmanship. Right after, Snow was trapped in his massive palm. Furious, Asinai squeezed her tightly. Ricky was dead, so normally a disciple's divine power should be stronger, but Lucas could not sense a shred of it from her. He toyed with her like a plaything, taunting, You weakling can't even absorb Ricky's power. Ivan quickly punched the giant hand, forcing him to release Snow. Ivan caught her. Worried, Snow, are you okay? Wake up. He tried to move fast, dodging Hate's reach. Luckily, just as the evil hand was about to grab them both, it suddenly got stopped. Binion was using every ounce of his strength to restrain Asinai. I staggered, stunned and unable to move. He was shocked, not understanding what was happening. Ivan was also confused. How did that fairy beast just freeze? Snow weakly spoke. The dragon's roar stunned Asinai into stopping. Binion struggled to maintain this state as long as possible to buy time. Asi stared at her in disbelief. That bastard's a dragon. Impossible dragons have not existed on this continent for ages. Binion finally gave up, thinking, using the dragon's roar to freeze someone, and only for 3 seconds. He guessed she must be a dragon hybrid. Binion slumped to his knees, breathing heavily. Asinai slowly approached her, knowing she was the toughest opponent here. Not far away, Isabel clutched Lucas, heartbroken, begging, Free, please. Wake up. As soon as she said that, a terrifying surge of energy enveloped him. Lucas' body was undergoing a massive transformation from within, fueled by the new power he was absorbing. He realized his mana had reached near invisibility in strength. Lucas quietly felt Ricky's spirit stone. The divine power surged, now 1,000 times stronger thanks to it. This force now dwarfed the mana completely, but the refined spirit stone of a disciple is known to massively boost mana. This fact had been proven. If only he could find a way to fully convert divine power into mana. The energy in his hands kept growing stronger and stronger, and he finally understood the brutal nature of divine power. It rejects all energy except itself, not just mana, but natural energy, and even the dragon heart mortal beings can have mana and divine power coexist within them for this very reason. The essence of demonic energy is something unchangeable. He would alter the nature of the mana inside him and absorb this raging divine power like a roaring river, not reverse it. A new spirit stone formed within him, and he could feel a power neither mana nor divine power. This new energy around him grew brighter and stronger by the second. Ricky whispered, Looks like he has cracked the code. He smiled with satisfaction. This was it. The ferocity of divine power and the harmony of mana. He sensed some mysterious force blending traits of both. Shocked, he thought, I have never felt this kind of power before. What is this? Slowly, he studied the energy radiating from him. This had to be the fusion of divine power and mana. He exclaimed, It is demonic divine power. Ricky felt helpless hearing this. Coldly, he said, You are still giving it a name like back in the day. He shrugged, saying it is just a placeholder. Indra was slowly taking shape, and so was Mylan. Ricky glanced at them and said, As expected, you have shown up again. He sat up and replied, Perfect timing. This is the chance to test just how strong demonic divine power really is in battle. Ricky looked up and said, Help me out here. He replied, As long as I do not pass out, you will keep existing, right? Then he turned to the lesser gods and said, Ricky, do not get your hands dirty. He unleashed a massive surge of demonic divine power, ready to fight. Outside, Aknu was planning, Let us deal with that dragon first. Nora stood nearby, poised to strike. Nora focused her energy, ready to attack Aim, who wondered, What the heck? Is she draining my power? Nora struck decisively and said, This is the king of martial arts' final blow. Then she threw all her strength into a single punch. Ain's fiery rage shattered instantly under Nora's blow. As he fell, he reached toward Binion. Luckily, Ivan was quick, grabbing her and fleeing. Binion panicked. Thank you, Ivan replied. You saved me. You are pretty impressive. Binion said, Not that impressive. Right now, I can only use dragon words twice a day, and it could not even hurt me. Just held me for 3 seconds, and then a beam of light appeared. Aknu was recovering from Nora's attack. Furious, he growled, You filthy bugs. Isabel observed, She is back to normal. So it worked, but then the phoenix spoke up. Sorry. Not quite, she added. I can tell. Fighting in that giant form is a real headache. Aang stood aside, his power radiating endlessly. Meanwhile, inside his mind, he failed miserably once more. Indra saw him collapse and cheered. His body belongs to us now. Right then, Ricky leapt up and sliced both Indra and Mylan away. They were not willing. Shouting, that damn Ricky again. Before vanishing completely, after dealing with them, Ricky looked at him and said, this is a long battle. He lay on the ground, exhausted. This power is way trickier than I thought. He slowly sat up, thinking, this demonic divine power is more intricate than mana and more savage than pure divine power. Absorbing demonic energy bit by bit makes it hard to control. Facing divine power head on means you have to conquer it. He straightened up, deep in thought. He pressed his palms together and began using it again. He started absorbing the power once more. While outside, the others still battled the demon child. The demon approached, and with a single swipe of his hand, he grabbed Nick, who screamed in pain as a snake bit tight. He said, better stop the pointless antics, or she will be torn in two. Snow, standing nearby, was confused. Isn't she the one he wants? It looked like he wanted to devour Nick. The snake held her in its mouth as everyone shouted in fear. Nick, the guy standing there sneering, saying there is no point in trying to save her, there is no way to kill without pain anyway. Nora gasped, barely catching her breath. She really is a demon. Suddenly, blood started streaming from her nose and mouth, and she collapsed to the ground. Ivan panicked. Master, Ivan growled through gritted teeth, determined to fight once more. Ben, the dragon soul. Right? Use it one more time for me. Ivan began powering up his arm, but continuing. 3 seconds. Right? 3 seconds is all I need to unleash everything I have got. Ivan focused, warming up his body and recalling every move his master taught him how to channel mana. Even the rhythm of his breathing. Think. Damn it! He pushed himself relentlessly. He charged at Agni with blinding speed, a surge of power trailing behind him as he closed in. Ivan thought. Not a single moment to waste. Agni sneered at Ivan's reckless charge. Mocking. What a fool. But then he sensed something unusual approaching. Ben was giving it his all, using the dragon word to its fullest. Agni's face twisted with anger. Damn dragon. His body frozen. Just as he ready to strike Ivan, he realized he could not move. Meanwhile, Ivan kept telling himself, think of something that can blow this hellfire away. Determined, Ivan fueled himself with fierce resolve as he threw his punch. He said, real men do not hesitate, they act now. The king of martial arts strike. Ivan's fist packed a monstrous punch. The impact exploded, sending Isabel and Snow flying backward. The others were blasted away as well. No one spared. Isabel, worried, rushed to Nick's side, asking anxiously, are you okay? Nick wheezed, coughing a few times. Ben was also panting hard after using the dragon word. She glanced toward Ivan with hopeful eyes. Please. Please. She silently prayed, staring into the thick smoke ahead. Ivan was still standing after the punch, but the demon's head had been knocked off. The lower half of his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Snow could not believe her eyes and called out to Ivan. Though exhausted, Ivan smiled victoriously, admiring his masterpiece. Nora, who had somehow regained consciousness, caught Ivan before he fell. She praised him. That was one hell of a strike. He replied, Master, I am not used to compliments like that. She chuckled and asked, this is the first time I have seen this technique. What is it called? Blushing. He answered. Ivan's fist. She heard that without showing any surprise. She softly said, a fitting name. He asked again, right? Meanwhile, the rest of the demon kneeling on the ground gradually dissolved. Snow happily exclaimed, the hellfire's been extinguished. We won. The demon's completely gone. In Lucas' mind, he was still battling Indra and Mylan, who seemed to be defeated. They faded away, but their unwillingness to accept defeat lingered. Indra was furious. We can lose to humans. He spat in rage. Indra glared at Lucas, seething with refusal to accept defeat. Lucas, filled with determination, stared back intensely. He called out, Indra, Mylan, listen to me. He ordered as he struck to restrain them. Ricky stood close, watching Lucas' moves, ready to protect him at a moment's notice. Finally, the two demigods vanished, and Lucas successfully absorbed all their power. Ricky exhaled in relief. It is finally over. Lucas turned and asked, how long have we been here? Ricky replied, by outside world time, it has been 548 years. Lucas responded, even though this is a memory before death, compared to reality, a lot of time has passed. We need to get back fast. Ricky listened silently to Lucas, saying nothing. As Lucas prepared to leave, he said, I owe you a lot, Ricky. Even if you are just a figment of my imagination. Ricky finally spoke. No need to rush anywhere. Lucas was stunned when Ricky said, "You are the one planning to take down the evil spirit, right?" He quickly replied, "Yeah, that is right." But before he could finish, Ricky cut him off. "No need to rush out of here just yet." He blinked in surprise, asking again, "Really excited?" He shouted, "Wait, the evil spirit's already been defeated." Laughing proudly, he said, "Our squad's already taken down the evil spirit." Ricky fell silent, confirming it quietly yet outside. The evil spirit was not dead. Another massive flame roared to life. Isabel panicked. "This fire." Before she could finish, the evil spirit spoke. "This time, I truly face danger. If that punch from the martial artist had been just a bit stronger, or if his fighting spirit was more refined, I might be lost my life." A swirling blaze appeared as the evil spirit's voice echoed from within. Eva, watching this, clenched her fists in fury. "Damn it!" Then, the evil spirit absorbed the surrounding flames, growing even more terrifying. He sneered arrogantly. "Now's not the time to fear divine judgment. I will unleash my full power to wipe you all out." Inside, Ricky explained the situation. The evil spirit was not truly defeated yet. Lucas was shocked upon hearing this. Ricky continued, "Lucas, you are not strong enough to beat the evil spirit right now." Lucas froze as Ricky's body began to glow and he readied his sword. "Ricky, wait." Ricky turned and challenged, "Try defeating me. Until you do, I won't let you leave." Outside, Snow panicked. "You have not unleashed your full strength yet." Isabel added, "So you wrapped that whole area in flames just to blind the gods." Snow realized, "No wonder I felt divine power thousands of times stronger than before." Suddenly, Nora turned to Ivan with a strange look. She gazed at Ivan with a mix of affection and silent reproach, thinking, "Since when did this kid become stronger than me?" Then she called out, "Ivan, open your eyes wide and take this all in." Her voice full of astonishment. Nora walked forward, saying, "This is your master's final lesson." Ivan panicked. "Master, what are you planning?" "Final lesson. Do not do this." Despite Ivan's protests, Nora readied her attack on the evil spirit. Watching the crazed evil spirit, Nora thought, what Ivan's punch lacks is the drain of power. As she executed the punch, she realized, using all strength in one hit is not the way. You have to channel power precisely, no energy wasted against the enemy. Then Nora unleashed a move called the Beijing Strike, the final piece to perfect Ivan's punch. As Nora's fist slammed into the evil spirit, a massive explosion rocked the scene. Ivan dared not look, terrified he might lose his master forever. The evil spirit gasped weakly after the blow. You pathetic human," and then lunged toward Nora. Nora knew full well even this would not compare to the evil god's power. At that moment, Binion reluctantly used one last dragon roar. The evil spirit's punch had not landed before Nora was stopped cold. Ivan moved like lightning, snatching his master away. "Master!" Binion was straining to keep up her battle cry, but her eyes began to bleed as the evil spirit recovered and blasted fire their way. A fierce wall of flames surged toward them. Furious at being thwarted again and again by Binion, he snarled, "Damn that brat again." Nora murmured weakly, "Master! Master!" Ivan called out anxiously. "Master!" Nora replied faintly. Ivan panicked. "Master! Your hand." It turned out Nora's arm had been severed, but she stayed calm. "Don't get all worked up over my arm, it is like this now," Binion said. "I will use Dragon Roar to teleport everyone." Binion explained the plan. "We can teleport far, so we will move while keeping the evil spirit from advancing." Ivan carried Nora, joking, "Hey, warrior wife. You okay? You can only use Dragon Roar twice a day. You know." Binion replied, "Yeah. Got it." Before she finished, she coughed up a lot of blood. Ivan panicked. "Warrior wife." Meanwhile, Binion desperately tries to stay calm, wiping away blood and comforting herself. He is the last hope of this continent. Protect him at all costs. Isabel's worry spikes. Binion, the guild leader, is visibly shaken, yet she only responds calmly. "Everyone, listen carefully. We have lost. Evil Eye is slowly closing in on them." She continues, "Now I finally understand why the strongest among the demigods is called the Apocalypse, because they themselves are the calamity, filled with nothing but rage and evil Nai's eyes." At this moment, evil Nai has found them and is closing in fast. Binion struggles to stand, urging everyone to hold on to their will to survive. Snow screamed, "Binion, what are you thinking?" Binion continued, "And Frey, he is the last hope for the continent. Protect him at all costs." And meanwhile, Lucas still lay unconscious on the ground. Isabel was shocked to hear her say that, "Make sure to pass my thanks to him." Binion turns back, tears welling up in her eyes. Angry, Evil Knight charges forward Phoenix and Tao, and Binion fully transforms into a fierce force. The others behind call out in fear. Guild leader Binion, "Please stop. We beg you." Binion silently chants, "Go now." As a teleportation circle envelopes those around her, Evil High lump, but everyone manages to teleport away, making it impossible for him to strike. Binion faces him without fear. "Give it up. I have pushed you to a place where no one can find you." Furious, Evil Knight grits his teeth. "The last one standing is you." In his mind, Lucas continues to be defeated by Ricky. Lucas lies on the ground, gasping for breath. Ricky reminds him, "No time to rest. Your friends are in danger." Hearing this, Lucas summons his strength once more and asks, "How long have we been fighting?" Ricky calmly replies, 251 years and 107 days. He laughs loudly. "Crazy, right? But I still can sense that I can win." Ricky counters, "Remember how you beat Milan?" Lucas is left speechless. Ricky continues, "Your victory over Milan came from the divine demonic power you created. By surpassing what seemed impossible, you realized you were stronger than Milan." Lucas clutches his stomach, laughing. "What? Are you trying to psych me out?" Ricky replies matter-of-factly, "This is the spiritual realm." After all, Lucas is left momentarily speechless. "Now you are scared of me because you see me as an unbeatable force. The final piece of strength is not divine power or realm level," Ricky says calmly. Lucas stands up, finishing Ricky's thought. "It is conviction." Ricky nods. "Exactly." Lucas looks up, takes a deep breath, realizing, learning truly never ends. And what I knew was just the basics. This is the truth we easily forget when facing new challenges. His conviction is that Ricky is the strong one, a belief passed down from Lucid. Ricky stands, watching Lucas intently. Lucas closes his eyes, exhales deeply, then opens them with a new resolve. "If it is all about conviction, then I vow never to lose to anyone." He silently vows again. Meanwhile, Benayan has also been defeated by Agni. Agni knocks her to the ground, then approaches. "You still do not get it." But Benayan replies, "As you said, mortals are weak beings. If they do not stand together, they are doomed to perish. I think the same. The gods you fear," she stands firm, "are those who cherish the despair of mortals." Benayan speaks without fear. Agni scoffs. "Cherishing despair is the most baffling concept to me." He challenges her. "Name yourself." She boldly replies, "Benayan, guild leader of the Mu Vink continent. Disciple of—" She suddenly pauses, smirking. "Lucas, the great demon master, is my pride," she says, beaming with pride. Agni responds, "Remember that." Then he mustered all his strength to finish her off. In the end, she unleashed the dragon's word, the pride of the dragon clan, with all her might. Agni sneered, "With a body like that, how could you possibly stop me? That move will only buy you a measly 3 seconds to live." Meanwhile, Lucas was still down, beaten to the ground by Ricky. Ricky slowly sheathed his sword and said calmly, 3 seconds. Lucas, confused, asked, and Ricky continued, "You have got only 3 seconds left. Your friend used her last ounce of strength, and the dragon's word. In 3 seconds, she will fall by Agni's hand." Hearing this, Lucas's face drained of color and shock. Ricky added quietly, "But in here, those 3 seconds feel like 10 years. Lucas stood up, determination blazing in his eyes. 10 years. That is more than enough time to beat you 3 times over. Rising with confidence, Lucas declared. No sooner had he spoken than the two charged at each other. Outside, the first second ticked by as Agni clashed with Benayan. Agni was frozen in place. The dragon's word was still holding strong in the second second. She thought quietly, "Thanks, Benayan. You fought hard. I am truly proud of you." She recalled how Lucas once saved her, how she would blood for him. As the third second arrived, Agni snapped back to normal. "It is," he said coldly. He lunged toward her. But the moment they touched, a massive explosion erupted. Waves of heat shot out like fiery streaks of light. Then suddenly, he jolted in surprise. Agni looked around. Benayan was nowhere to be found. Confused, he wondered what had just happened. Meanwhile, Benayan was gasping for breath on the sidelines, being carried by someone bewildered. She wondered how this was even possible. "You are here again," she gasped, stunned to see Lucas holding her. Lucas had been moved too. Benayan thought. Agni stared intensely at the pair before him. Lucas gently laid Benayan down. He told her, "You did great. Leave the rest to me. Now, rest, just take a breath, and everything will be over." Hearing this, she thought, "If Master's gone now, then After speaking to her, Lucas turned and faced Agni. Agni eyed him warily and said, I do not know what just happened, but you are radiating danger. With that, he unleashed twin dragon flames, lunging at Lucas. But Lucas showed no fear, he just flicked his wrist lightly. The attack shattered into nothing. Agni stared in disbelief. He wondered, could this scent really come from a human? Lucas advanced steadily toward him. A colossal fireball appeared instantly, but Lucas just snapped his fingers. The fireball exploded into dust. Agni could not believe it. My supreme power. Destroyed by a snap of a finger, Lucas stepped forward, ready to strike. Seeing this, Agni worriedly watched as Lucas snapped his fingers again. Disappear. That snap, Agni slowly dissolved into dust before vanishing completely. Agni thought, finally, my last moment has come. This is the work of God, but I have no regrets. It is done. The fiery glow faded away. Right? God. Then he vanished without a trace. Benyon witnessed it all and was moved to tears. Seeing Lucas there, hope was rekindled. Overwhelmed, Benyon collapsed to the ground, thinking, Lucas is really here now. She sighed and slowly fainted. Lucas finished dealing with Agni and closed his eyes. Standing still, Ricky appeared as a phantom from his mind. The two exchanged a look like a silent farewell. Then Ricky dissolved into smoke. Lucas whispered, thank you, Ricky. Leave the rest to me. You rest now. On the ground lay a golden crystal, the remnant of Agni. A fiery shard. Doss's face twisted in alarm, and replacing Nose Dog, he asked, what is going on? Lord, Doss replied sharply. Agni's been defeated. Anana questioned in panic. Doss said with anguish. Free was wiped out by humans. The two demigods, shocked, said, no way, that place is the birthplace. Right? We will head there. Hearing that, Doss said, Ananta, you won T-win. The old man did not believe it and asked again, what did you say? Nose Dog chimed, then I will go with you. But he told them both, even the two of you together can T-win. Nose Dog, skeptical, asked, you must be joking. Right? Just one human and we can T-beat him. He gritted his teeth. Once every few thousand years, someone like that shows up. Humans can awaken the power of K's. Ananta, confused, asked, the power of Kai's. He explained, it is the source of the 3,000 worlds and holds infinite potential. Anger flared in his veins. Free right now, even if I face him head-on, I am not sure I would win. He slowly stood up. Nose Dog was worried, and Ananta was stunned. Then he waved his hand, creating a mirror illusion. The three looked into the mirror. He seemed reluctant but said, this really is the only way. Then he looked at the other two with hungry eyes. Nose Dog and Anana panicked at his words. Meanwhile, Lucas was checking on Benyon's condition. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared behind them. Iris and Diro stepped out from it. Lucas turned to look. Iris saw Lucas and said, your eyes. They look like someone else entirely. She sat down, picked up Agni's yellow crystal from the ground, and asked, did you really kill Agni? He just stared at the two of them. Then he gave a dry smile. This whole mess. I am speechless that you two showed up too. Diro did not answer but asked, she is dumb? To which Lucas corrected, Lai Dong. Diro looked disappointed. Unfortunately, Dong's team lost all their power. She barely survived. All of Dong's power is gone, but Lucas disagreed. Satisfied. As long as she is alive, that is enough. He gently touched Benyon's cheek. Survive to see the world I am building, that is all I need. Iris interrupted. Coming closer. Looks like you have a lot of questions for me. She sat next to Lucas and added, but the time is almost here. She raised the yellow crystal to him. It is not too late to judge me then. Lucas looked at Iris, then snatched it away without hesitation. Iris sadly continued, I came today just to bring him to you. See you soon, she said, then stood and opened the space gate to leave. Before leaving, she looked at him with lingering sorrow. He just stared back coldly and expressionless. Then she vanished through that space portal. Diro walked over and asked, she is a strange one. Is she your girlfriend? He replied flatly. Then he hugged Benyon and stood up, but Diro kept talking. This relationship is complicated. That is when he remembered and asked Diro, what about you? You said you would face the archangels coming after us. Diro hung his head and said, sorry for lying to you. It was Iris' orders. He continued, she knows what kind of person I am, and what I have to do from now on. Anyway, I am not the lord of the lineage. He mocked. You actually trust Iris. She is just a pawn of the lord. Diro fired back. Then what about you? You do not believe her either. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. Diro dropped a bombshell. Actually, the Lord's true disciple is not Iris. He looked surprised. Confused. Diro stayed silent for a moment, then said, I have a lot of questions. But first, We need to heal Benyon. Then he used teleportation magic to take them back to the biological military base. Many soldiers were gathered in the dirt courtyard. The soldiers that Benyon had saved earlier were sitting there, crying and grieving. Damn you, Benyon, because she saved us all at great personal cost. Isabel was now treating Nora's severed arm. Nora clutched her wounded arm, swearing, "This is brutal. Just brutal." At that moment, Lucas returned with Benyon and Diro. Nora rushed over, shouting, "Guildmaster Benyon." Lucas replied, "She is still breathing. Isabel Benyon's in your hands now." The soldiers cheered with relief. "She is alive." Even the leader's voice cracked with emotion. "What are you idiots standing around for? Get her to the infirmary. Now." Nora anxiously asks, "What about Free Ain?" He pulls out Ain's mana crystal. Everyone gasps in shock. Could it be? He confirms, "It is Agnes' mana crystal. Ain fell in battle against me." Lucas declares. The crowd gasps, whispering, "Oh wow, from now on, Sin Kid is free from the tyrannical rule of the evil god." Nora still in disbelief. The soldiers cheer, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They are overwhelmed by this sudden, joyous victory. They never expected this. The battle for Sin Kid, once deemed hopeless, has ended in a stunning triumph. This fleeting moment of peace and victory shines brightly just before the dark times are about to descend. Everyone is caught up in the celebration as the crowd revels. Lucas scans the faces but does not see familiar ones. He asks, "Where are Ivan and Snow?" Nora, clutching her lost arm, says, "That Ivan guy. He disappeared. Probably thinks he is to blame for me losing my arm. What a clueless jerk." Lucas worries, "Is your arm okay?" Nora shrugs it off calmly. "I am alive, that is all that matters. Ivan's fine. You should check on Snow." Lucas replies, listening patiently. Snow took the hardest hit in the battle against the evil child fairy clan. She is probably devastated. At that moment, Snow sits alone in a room. She stares sadly out at the moonlight through the window. Her condition looks grim. Suddenly, Lucas opens the door and steps in. Without turning around, she coldly says, "Go away. I want to be alone." Lucas walks slowly to the window and sits down. "Sorry, but right now, I do not want to be alone either." Then he continues, "The evil child is dead." She softly replies, "In the end, I could not do anything." He simply says, "True," but looks at her with unwavering confidence. He goes on bluntly, "And it is not just this one battle. With the mana I have now, I am more than ready." She is fuming just hearing that. She yells, "Did you come here just to insult me?" He stays calm. "So what if I did?" "You only fight when you have got a shot at winning. You only attack when the odds are in your favor." He shows no anger. "No way. This is not some ordinary fight," she says, surprised by his words. "Even without a chance of winning, you still have to fight because you are alive. Because you have to prove you are alive. You fight to the very end even if it kills you. That is what our battles are all about." He grips his sword tightly. "The key is whether you have the will to keep going." He holds out the sword to her. She looks at it. Puzzled, he explains, "A trophy from my friend. For you." She takes the sword, eyes fixed on it. Then asks, "A warrior's blade. It is not really my style." But he interrupts. "The shape does not matter. A true sword grows alongside its wielder." Standing up and walking, he says, "I only beat the evil child thanks to Ricky. He is both my friend and my master." He encourages her. "Ricky personally chose you as his disciple, Snow, and throughout our journey, I have never doubted your judgment." She replies, "Whether I grow stronger or weaker, I will decide for myself. Even your words contradict Ricky's." Silence falls between them until she suddenly realizes, "But if this is your friend's trophy, then this sword," he cuts in bluntly, "Doff Kit, this sword belonged to the Sword Emperor Lucid." Then he hands her half of the evil child's mana crystal, saying, "Take it." Half of the evil child's crystal. When combined with the opposing powers of man and spirit to form your own crystal, it will become an incredible power. In his hand, he holds out half the crystal to her. She takes the crystal. He adds, "If it can truly become your own mana crystal." She removes her mask and smiles softly. She set her mask down on the bed and said, "Getting a little stronger before we meet again. How could that be impossible?" Then she tried to draw her sword. And instantly, a terrifying aura radiated from both her and the blade. She swore to the sword, "I'm the queen of the fairy tribe," then smiled with emotion. Lucas, stunned, said, "See, you already gave it up." Meanwhile, Ivan was soaking under a roaring waterfall. As he calmed down, he thought about his master losing an arm for him. He clenched his eyes shut and cursed under his breath. "Damn it! Damn it!" Suddenly, Snow walked over and plunged into the water, saying, "The water's kinda warm." This caught him off guard. blushing furiously. He shouted, "Snow, what are you doing?" She replied confused. "We promised that after the battle, we would take cold baths. Did not," he snapped back. "What? We can tea-bathe together." But she did not care, saying, "I heard humans bathe together to strengthen friendships." Ivan's face turned bright red as he shouted, "That is not something guys and girls do. And you are single, too." She laughed cheerfully. "Gender divides based on body parts. Don't worry. I am not into that kind of stuff." But this freaked Ivan out. He flat out refused. "You do not." "But I definitely do." Still, Ivan got in the water, keeping his distance from Snow. She looked down, still feeling a bit sad. Meanwhile, he was about to blow his top, steam practically coming out of his nostrils. Thinking, why the hell did everything turn out like this? Snow broke the silence. Freya already took down Aiken. After saying that, she lowered her eyes as if lost in thought. Ivan, surprised, looked at her but quickly looked away. Embarrassed. He passed out right after the fight, so I got the credit. Before Ivan could finish, she interrupted. "Hey, you know that is not how it really went down." Ivan replied, "I know, but it still pisses me off." She lowered her head, tears welling up. She recalled the battle in the forest and said, "I miss those times fighting side by side. I had this feeling. The three of us would always stand together." Ivan responded, "No one said otherwise. But when did we drift so far apart?" "Damn it," she simply said. "That is why you are still alive," Ivan said angrily. "Next time, I swear I will save everyone, both you and him." But there was something mysterious flickering in his eyes. He looked surprised to see Snow shivering, then he quickly turned away, saying, "Damn it, with the waterfall noise, I can hear a thing. I do not know where else to look, so I will just stare at that mountain over there." She trembled as tears streamed down her face. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably, shaking all over. Between sobs, she said, "Next time, it will be my turn. I will save everyone, both you and Free." Ivan replied, "Why are you rubbing your arms like that? Are you cold in the warm water?" Meanwhile, Skeezer leaned against the railing, looking at Lucas, and said, "You made it back alive." Huh. Lucas was walking over with Isabel. Lucas said, "Aurea strong. But how could he be taken down so easily?" He said, "We need to adapt. We have to adapt." I could barely sense the mana from the guy behind him. He added, "Skeezer," as if understanding, said, "Divine demonic power." Lucas calmly said, "I have found a way to merge divine power and mana in the fantasy world. With this power, I do not have to give up mana. In fact, it preserves everything and becomes my strength." Skeezer said, "So that means you have surpassed level 9. Lucas replied, "My body borrowed this form when I returned to the real world. Thanks to it, I awakened the realm below." Skeezer said, "Everything's been scripted by fate." Lucas mused, "This is the destiny to defeat the Lord." Skeezer walked away, saying, "If you want to walk this path with me, you can afford to be weak." Lucas was shocked. Skeezer, the world-renowned legend, saying such soft words. Skeezer turned back, annoyed. "It fires me up. I have had my reasons for breaking past limits I thought I never could." Isabel quietly looked at Skeezer and said, "Surely the flow of these 4,000 years has changed, and the ending will change too." Skeezer firmly said, "We absolutely must defeat the Lord." In this moment, the scene shifts to Lucas and Frey standing face to face, their connection undeniable. Isabel bows her head with a sly smile, the table overflowing with sumptuous dishes. The clan chief rises, declaring that everyone has triumphed gloriously in the historic battle of the fortress. Many have sacrificed, and some have even turned their backs on us. But I am deeply grateful that so many have survived, just continuing the legacy. The pride and the united fight is what kept us alive. While the chief speaks, the soldiers start looking uneasy, sensing something off. Turns out Lucas is chomping down on a huge chunk of meat like there is no tomorrow. Isabel, watching him eat, says, "Hey, can you wait just a bit longer?" Lucas, still chewing, hands Isabel some bread. "Here, this is insanely good, try it." Isabel snaps loudly. Sir Churik's giving a speech. "Are not you even a little embarrassed?" Someone pipes up. "He has not been through real hardship yet, so he is still a kid." Lucas bristles. "Who is calling who a kid? I am just comfortable. That is all. Why do not you tell them that?" Lucas complains, pointing at Ivan and Nora, who are also eating like there is no care in the world. Isabel snaps, "Those average magic warriors. They are nothing like her, their magic's past level 9. But they act like children." Ivan slams the table, furious. "What are you saying? Who is average here?" "Hey, lady." Ivan growls, making Isabel visibly flinch. Lucas chimes in. Good job. Ivan, put her in her place. Ivan suddenly softens. I heard you treated my master's hand. Isabel, caught off guard, replies. Yes. Norris mad she dropped her food. I am not used to my left hand. Torek laughs. With all these fancy dishes around, I am rambling on. My bad. Let us just forget all that and eat. The soldiers cheer back to life. Everyone raises their glasses to toast. The feast bursting with laughter. No one daring to mention the fallen or the traitors. No one wants the mood to turn grim. They laugh, eat, and drink with pure joy. Little do they know, if this latter ends now, they may never feel this carefree again. Nora hands an apple to Ivan. Cut this for me. I can do it myself. Ivan takes it. Embarrassed, give it to the demon kid. And another feast unfolds in the demon realm. Someone asks, Lucifer, why is everyone gathering like this? Lucifer answers, the archangels have arrived. Lady Beto sneers, those disgraceful brats. Lady Jabapap, they are not satisfied with the 6 palaces. Huh, Jeffa chimes in, but the demon realm means nothing to them. Right? Lilith grins. I am actually excited. I have been curious for ages what archangels taste like. Must be delicious. Azura mocks. Live smart. Not stupid. Empty-headed fools wandering everywhere. Lady Beto snaps. You want to fight? Azura. Azura fires back. Especially you. Dumb Betos. Azura asks. Who is the one who shook up all of hell? Lady Betos. Why bring that up again? Beto's eyes flash as she points at Lucifer. You are the one who summoned the archangels here. Lucifer? Lucifer remains calm. Jeffa questions. What were you thinking? Inviting those threats to the demon realm. Azura pounds his hammer on the ground. I am seriously pissed. He scowls. You want to chase down the Chaos Maker. You are the ruler and have not faced them yet. Lucifer, furious, he raises his hammer and orb, pointing at Lucifer. Those archangels who dared set foot here will die by my hand. But honestly, right now, I am more annoyed with you, Lady Betos. Azura, here we go again. Lilith groans. Your mouth's faster than your hands. Azura accuses. I know you are messing with that Iris girl. I do not know what she has told you, but you hid it from us and made us jump through hoops. Damn annoying. Lucifer, stay silent. Pick up your weapon. Lucifer, let us settle this. Azura growls. Lilith comments. Woo, looks like he really wants to throw down. Lucifer bows slightly. Fine. If you do not like it, then I apologize. Sincerely. Azura suddenly snapped. What the hell are you doing? Lucifer explained. The reason they want to tear apart this hell of despair is because the Dragon Lord's body is buried deep within. That is exactly why those archdemons are here. This is not the time for us to be arguing. Your boot surprised. The Dragon Lord. Lucifer quickly answered. 5,000 years ago, after being defeated by the Archdemon Lord, the Dragon Lord was sealed away in the demon realm. The Dragon Lord is linked to the continent's very existence. If he's, the continent dies too. To sever that connection, the Archdemon Lord did not kill him but sealed him here. Lucifer explained, revealing the form of a skeleton. Lilith asked, what is the name of that Archdemon? What does he plan to do with the Dragon Lord's body? Lucifer stared off into the distance. Azura angrily growled, that bastard's just pretending. Huh. Lucifer calmly continued. When this battle ends, Lucifer will leave this place. Lucifer said, looking at Azura, revealing his intent. Lilith blurted out, what? Are you serious? Lucifer firmly replied, I swear on my own name. Lucifer went on. This is the last battle I will abandon. Afterward, I will divide my territory among the 5 rulers here. Azura stomped angrily, shouting, I do not want any of that. How about this instead? If I kill all the archdemons, you have to spill everything you are doing with that girl Iris. Azura bargained. Azura agreed immediately. Deal. Lilith chimed in. That girl Iris is no joke, just a regular human. Yet she is shaking up the entire demon realm. Lilith marveled. Maybe it is because the demon realm is soaked in that mysterious red aura. In a room, Lucas and Diro watched Isabel heal Beniron. Beniron was still lying unconscious on the bed. Diro said, most of the archdemons, including the Lord, have already fled to the demon realm. Diro revealed their plan. They want to resurrect the Dragon Lord. Lucas asked curiously, what does the Lord plan to do with the Dragon Lord? Diro replied, I am not sure. I could not catch the details. Lucas was surprised. You could pick up on details like that. He thought to himself, Iris must be already planned this. If they just fought it out on their own, I would not have to get so tired. Diro responded. Iris said, This is the perfect chance for the top players of the demon realm to fight at full strength. No matter how powerful the archdemons are, they can beat the demon realm's leaders. That is why this feels so strange. Lucas said, the Lord definitely knows that too. He is risking everything to come to the demon realm. Diro, as if understanding something, said, so the Dragon Lord is valuable enough for him to gamble all this. Lucas seemed deep in thought. He turned away and said, whatever it is, I am sure this is the moment. Nosedog and Ananta have to make their move. He continued. Right now, only those two are the wild cards. If they do not act, the demon realm's battle is going to get real interesting. Right? Diro asked Lucas. Do you know where they are? Lucas thought. Super Demon Cantus and the Shadow King Genta. Sarkly is chasing Cantus. What about Genta? Obviously. What is chasing him is Lucid's sword. He told Diro. I need to meet with the Lucid Sword Guild leader. Diro asked. Zekith Diasishu. Lucas was surprised. You know him well. Huh. Diro said. Iris has got the full situation under control. Lucas praised Diro. You have got a good memory. Diro replied. Yeah. Lucas gave Diro a look, then dashed off. I am checking on Jikin's whereabouts. In a grand white building surrounded by trees, a 3-story house stood out. Lucas appeared, standing on the floor surrounded by a glow. Inside a room with a man, the man was taking notes when he seemed to notice someone entering. Sheffield saw Lucas walk in and said, Frey. Lucas wasted no time. I want to see Jekith. What do I need to do? Lucas stood before Sheffield's desk. The man fell silent for a moment, then lowered his glasses and said, Please wait a moment. Lucas leaned on the desk. Waiting. Sheffield returned with a scroll and said, Sorry to keep you waiting. Sheffield approached and handed the scroll to Lucas, saying, This is what the guild leader Jekin left behind. Lucas took the pawn ticket the man handed him and said, This is a scroll explaining how to enter Hitam Ika. The man immediately added, Hitam Ika U is an island nation to the east. Sheffield continued, Not long. Guild leader Jekin entered Hitam Ika. Since then, there has been no contact. He is probably still stuck there. Lucas, surprised, asked, No contact at all. Sheffield replied, That is just the assumption. He went on. Ika's a super isolated country. Even someone as high-ranking as Jekin had a hell of a time getting in. Lucas asked, Is this because of the archangels? The man answered, Actually, it is the opposite. Sheffield explained, That island nation is the only place untouched by the archangels' magic. That is why they are even more cut off. Lucas, puzzled, said, An island the archangels can touch. That is pretty suspicious. Sheffield sat back at the table and asked, But why the sudden urge to meet guild leader Jekin? Lucas looked at him, thinking, If the guild already knows the current situation, that is good. Outside, night had fallen, and Sheffield's eyes widened in shock. He could not believe it. Jundai and Annie were already wiped out. Laughing with dark delight, he said, Now only 2 of the Shadowborn remain. He shouted at Lucas with excitement. That is some impressive progress. Lucas ignored his hype and calmly asked why the contact with Jekin stopped. Sheffield was not sure but guessed, maybe some kind of cursed magic. Sheffield explained. Cursed magic is a force wielded by Eastern sorcerers. It is kinda like magic but fundamentally different. Lucas thought quietly. Cursed magic did not even exist 4,000 years ago. It is a technique I have no clue about. Sheffield encouraged him. Don't lose hope. Finally, we have got a glimmer of light, he declared loudly. We must find the remaining Shadowborn and wipe them out. Then the Lord will stand alone. We have a real shot at reclaiming the continent. Lucas picked up the scroll and said, Make good use of this. Then he dashed off, leaving Sheffield standing there. Bewildered, Sheffield thought. This is not the time for that. Should notify the whole guild. Meanwhile, the clouds parted and the moon shone clearly in the sky. Meanwhile, Skeezer was watching Isabel treat Benetton when suddenly Lucas appeared. Skeezer turned and said, Lucas, where have you been? Back early. Huh. Lucas ignored Skeezer's teasing and asked Isabel, How's Benetton doing? Isabel wiped sweat from her brow and said, His pulse is nearly normal. Once stable, his energy will return, but looking at Benetton lying on the bed. Isabel continued, He suffered severe heart damage. His dragon power and even mana are completely drained. Skeezer said, For a sorcerer, that is basically a death sentence. Lucas stood silently. Skeezer looked at him and said, You really know some unusual people. Lucas smiled faintly and replied, Not that unusual. Then he looked back at Benetton and added, He is my 102nd disciple. While Isabel continued treating Benetton, Lucas told Skeezer, She is my 102nd disciple. Isabel grew somber. Lucas was deep in thought, and Skeezer stepped closer, placing a hand on Lucas's shoulder. Come on, man. Lucas' face was heavy as he said, I know, he continued. Blaming myself only makes me weaker. Skeezer replied. Sacrifice is inevitable. Pain can't be denied. Then Skeezer added. But there is something even more dangerous than self-blame. Lucas turned. Surprised, Skeezer said softly. It is complacency. We do not have to force ourselves to stay calm. Lucas, we were not made to be that way. Everyone hoped Benedin would wake up. Well, by the riverbank. Someone stood watching. It was Phoenix. Lucas approached, surprised, and said, The night wind is freezing. Phoenix turned and greeted, Hello? The two by the riverbank started chatting. You came just in time. I have something to give you. Nick said. What is it? He took her hand and gave her half of a demon crystal. She gasped in shock. Lucas said, This demon crystal is the trap that has bound me all this time. You figure out how to use it. Nick said, staring thoughtfully at the crystal in his hand. The next morning, everyone gathered in a room to study the map Lucas had brought back. He said, Hispania is a country known for its strict immigration controls. And getting in there is super complicated. It takes at least a month to gain entry. Snow asked right away, Isn't there any other way? Lucas replied, There is, but only if you are a guest of the royal family or nobility. Isabel turned to him and asked, Do you know anyone there? He answered. Skeezer then said, Well, that leaves us with only one option. Skeezer pointed at the map and said, With the permission of the High Priestess. Everyone perked up as Skeezer continued. She is just as powerful, surely she would agree. Right? Isabel asked. Surprised. What do you mean? Skeezer replied. The Great Magus. Free. Skeezer said this with a chuckle. The High Priestess is the leader of the Alliance of Greats. Everyone fell silent after hearing that. Lucas then said, I sensed this a while ago. His face looked annoyed. The closer he is, the more he acts like a woman. Skeezer's face darkened in anger. Thinking, is this guy crazy or what? Ivan finally spoke up. Free is the Great Magus. Nora was surprised. Wait, you did not know? Ivan looked shocked and incredulous. He fell back in disbelief. Free was the hero of the Age of Light 4,000 years ago, the Great Magus Lucas. He said, glaring at Ivan with pure frustration. Nora sighed. No wonder you dared to challenge Togan back then. She laughed dryly. You have been rude to me all this time. Ivan, consider this your last chance. Ivan shouted. You really do live forever. Huh? Makin. You surprised by that? Skeezer crossed his arms. Asking, how do we even find the High Priestess? Asking her for entry is not something you can just blurt out. He placed his hand on the table, pointing at the map. The High Priestess lives off that island. He pointed to a small island on the map. Leza, the High Priestess, always stays there. Snow asked in surprise. The leader of the country does not even live in the country. Isabel said. The High Priestess is symbolic to some extent. Her rule is to stay out of government affairs. Snow then asked, so can anyone just go meet her? That sounds way too easy. Nora replied. Even if you go, you want to get to see her, she continued. Unless she personally grants permission, you do not stand a chance. Ivan turned to Nora and said, sounds like a myth. Nora added, the High Priestess has lived for over 200 years, but she is an incredibly beautiful woman, and rumors say she is not even human. Ivan said bluntly. My master is old as dirt but still looks like a teenager. Nora was speechless at Ivan's comment. Ivan stood up and shouted, let us go now. Whether we get permission or not, we want to know unless we try. Snow sighed and said to Ivan, just hearing that she is insanely beautiful suddenly makes you all fired up. Ivan frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Want to settle this with a duel? Snow laughed calmly. Don't he freeze up like a stone in front of her? Ivan angrily stood up, hands on hips. What the heck are you saying? I do not even feel anything seeing her face. Ivan asked Snow. Could she be even more beautiful than you? Snow blushed deeply at Ivan's words. Ivan suddenly remembered something and said, right? She pisses me off. Which reminds me, if it is an Eastern country, do you think they only eat grass like last time? Ivan slammed his hand on the table. We gotta bring meat if we want meat. Isabel thought. What a jerk. Ignoring Ivan as she looked at Snow, whose ears were burning red, Snow lowered her head and stammered. I am planning to focus on training soon. Snow held up half a magic crystal. And we just got this gift. If I do not turn it into mine, I will lose face. Do whatever you want. Lucas said, pointing to Nick behind her, and take her along for training too. Nick looked surprised. Lucas told Snow, only Nick's a strong enough rival to help balance your weak fire attribute. Plus, Nick needs to absorb magic crystals too. Snow looked at Nick and said, phrase right. Please help me out. Nick stammered, unsure how to respond. While Ivan glanced over to see Nora deep in thought, not sure what Nora was thinking as she held her broken arm. She said, by the time we get back, it will be dead quiet. Ivan stood next to Ben and said, Leave everything else to your disciple. Master, you can rest easy now. Nora shot Ivan a glare full of anger. She lunged at Ivan, striking him, and snapped. I could still break one of your arms too. Ivan looked genuinely terrified. Suddenly, Nora placed her hand on Ivan's chest and encouraged him. Stay strong and be careful. Ivan was a bit surprised but then stood tall and said, Yes, Master, I will be careful on that remote path through the forest. Lucas and the others were on the move when Isabel warned. We are almost at Zenith. It is a port city, so getting in one be easy. Isabel turned back and said, Everyone, get your fakeids ready. Ivan looked puzzled and asked, Fakeids? We do not have any of those. Everyone kept calling out to Skeezer, Chow, and D-Row, who all denied having one. Lucas said, I have one, but it belongs to someone named Kendrickson. Isabel covered her mouth and whispered, What do we do? Without papers, we can get past the checkpoint. D-Row suggested, Maybe we just sneak through? Lucas looked shocked. And what if we get caught? Ivan stepped in calmly. We just quietly pretend to be guards. That'll do it. Lucas nodded. Sounds good. Let us do that. Isabel exploded in anger. Don't he live like that? Seriously, Ivan asked D-Row and Lucas. Does she always act like this? Lucas sighed. She is always loud and bossy. Isabel shot back loudly. No way. I only act like that around you guys. At the checkpoint, guards were all asleep. With one guard sitting there drinking, Isabel looked and said, Guards drinking on duty. She led the group noisily past the checkpoint. While the others slipped through quietly, Ivan glanced at the guard and said, Looks like they do not even care to check anything. In the port city of Zenith, everyone was either drunk or passed out on the streets. They all made it through the checkpoint without a hitch. Walking along, Isabel noticed something off and said, Isn't it weird? Even at the checkpoint, the whole city feels lifeless. Ivan wondered aloud, Is this really a port city? Feels like it is past its prime. D-Row spoke up. It is because of the influence of the god of darkness. Lucas scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Then he said, I can feel their fear radiating a desperate, hollow resistance. The assurance that tomorrow will come is gone, leaving their lives aimless. The group reached the harbor's edge and looked around. Noting no sign of any ships here, Isabel scanned the area and said, This port looks like it has been shut down. Lucas' expression changed as if he would notice something. It turned out, Lacha was sitting dazed at the edge. He stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, may we ask you something? We are looking for a boat to Lacha, the man replied. None here. Surprised, Lucas asked again. None at all. The man continued. Sea monsters have been terrorizing this area. No ship dares come near. Lucas was curious. Sea monster? You mean the kraken? The man replied. With water this shallow, no kraken here. It is a sea serpent, but not that kind. The man recalled a vision of a huge two-headed dragon and said, It is so massive it could touch the sky. Breathes fire, and has two heads. A sea serpent. It has not been seen or heard of in over 10 years. Isabel sat down and pointed at the map, asking the man, Could you show us where that sea serpent appeared and disappeared? He pointed at the map and said, Probably around here. Isabel looked at Lucas in shock, and the group headed to a nearby tavern. Inside the tavern, someone said, I have never seen a dying port city run a place like this. Lucas unfolded the map and said, There is something suspicious about the sea serpent's location. Ivan looked at Lucas and said, Feels like it is trying to protect Hitam Ika. Does not it? D-Row added, With two heads and that huge size, it could definitely be the god of darkness. Lucas questioned, A god of darkness protecting Hitam Ika? He thought aloud, Maybe it is to keep outsiders from getting in. But why? Rolling up the map, he said, No need to dig deeper. Isabel spoke up, You mean we are going to check out where it appears and vanishes ourselves? Lucas looked at Isabel and said, Half measures do not mean a thing. Isabel replied, Rushing in might just scare it off. Surely the demigods already know that the little demon got taken down by Lucas. Skeezer raised his glass and said, Like Isabel said, If we gotta hide our mana. Taking a boat there would be way safer. Isabel glanced at him and said, But there are not any boats running right now. Lucas took a sip and said, Just buy. No big deal. Right? Isabel gasped. Where on earth would we find that kind of cash? Lucas opened his bag and said, A friend gave me a gift for moments like this. He is a pretty solid guy. He pulled out a glowing gem, and Skeezer immediately said, Hold on. Wait a sec. Seeing the gem's shimmer, Skeezer asked, That looks just like the Zubida you left in the vault. Lucas chuckled. That is what you think. The two shared a knowing smile. Skeezer suddenly lunged, shoving Lucas down. Furious? You damn thief. Still fuming, Skeezer said, I had someone sell it off, I swear. Now he looks and acts like a girl inside and out. Skeezer snapped. No one's gonna put up with this anymore. Isabel sat helplessly in her chair. Utterly defeated, Skeezer kept going. I am done holding back. Seriously, Isabel sighed. These so-called heroes of the age. What a joke. So Lucas sold Skeezer Zubita gem to buy the boat. Everyone stood watching the massive vessel. Isabel gasped. It is huge. No kidding, Lucas grinned. Money sure makes life easier. He handed the leftover cash to Skeezer. Here's your change. Skeezer grabbed the change. Clearly not happy about it, clutching the purse. Skeezer looked downcast. Lucas eyed the man and asked. You are the navigator, right? Can you get us to Lekka? The man replied. Lekka? If we take the long route, I can avoid sea snakes. He asked. How much can you pay me? Lucas shot back. What is your price? The man said. 30 gold coins. Lucas stared at him silently. The man got nervous. 20 gold. Okay. 15 then. Skeezer clutched the purse. Tears in his eyes. Wait. The Zubi gem full of mana is just loose change now. As Skeezer held the purse, Lucas snatched it and threw it to the man. The man opened the purse. Stunned. 50 gold coins. Skeezer grabbed Lucas by the collar. Furious. You are such a drama queen with all this blood and tears. The man was still in shock. Omut. Omut. He covered his face, crying and smiling. My daughter's sick. The treatment's expensive. I almost gave up. I will use my old skills to get you there. Sir. Skeezer grabbed Lucas' collar, then turned to the man as he thanked them. Lucas asked Skeezer, what is all this blood and tears about? Skeezer shot back. Just a flood of blood and tears. You know, a crescent moon shone brightly in the night sky, the man said. If we are heading into the deadly sea, we gotta take strong people along. After getting the nod, he looked genuinely relieved. Zero told Luke, I can really feel the energy now. Just like you said. He stared at the ocean. I am pretty sure the demigods are here, and it seems they are not alone. Lucas waited for Diro to continue. Diro confirmed. I sense others like me nearby. 2. Under the calm moonlit night, the high priestess rested in the forest. She stirred, slowly sitting up and gently rubbing her head. Memories of someone's words came back. The entrusted one. The one to stop the world's destruction. The final battle. The high priestess wondered aloud. Why does the apocalypse have so many confusing terms? She softly tied up her hair and sat quietly before the mirror. Then she called out to Zeus in the next room, telling him that guests are coming soon, and to get ready. The high priestess stood by the window, gazing at the moonlight. She fretted. Oh dear. What exactly does the Lord plan to do with his little girl? 3 days later, Lucas asked Diro again, are you sure there is a dragon in this sea? Diro caught the scent of deceit. Definitely something's up. Lucas gave him a sharp look, but deep in thought. He said, you have got kin. So you are finally realizing you are a dragon. Huh? Diro turned to ask. I have been feeling this mana surge from you. What are you planning? Lucas smiled calmly at what rested on his shoulder. That is bait. If that sea serpent is really a demigod, it will definitely give itself away. Suddenly, panic erupted on the ship. It rocked violently. Someone shouted. Why's the sea freaking out all of a sudden? The crew was confused. This kind of sea disturbance. Damn it. Is it here? No way. This is huge. The waves are rising fast. Crew members kept swapping frantic words. These waves are insane. The ship's not responding. Move. We gotta get out of here fast. But Lucas stayed composed. Ivan's voice rang out loud. What is that? It is here. Is not. Isabel beside him nodded. Looks like it. Suddenly, the sea surface exploded. Water splashing everywhere. People on the ship stumbled and fell. A few clung desperately to the railings. Neptunus emerged from the water. Someone screamed, what the hell? That thing's massive. Lucas watched calmly. A demigod. Huh. I can definitely feel that divine power. Neptunus snarled. Daring to trespass into my waters? Huh. You have got some nerve. Seeing no response, he chuckled arrogantly. So you are here? Huh. Should be scared. Without waiting for a reply, he bragged. Don't worry. You won't even feel the pain. Your body's won't get caught between my teeth. Then he laughed loudly, full of arrogance. Ivan scoffed. Demigod? That ugly thing. But 2 others paled. What are they? Their presence is magnetic. Lucas sneered. Hey, snake? I hear you are supposed to have 2 heads. Neptunus mocked. So many crazy people in this world. He readied to breathe fire. I will roast you all alive. Before he could, Ivan punched him from below. His face was expressionless. Neptunus yelled. Bit my tongue. Burned my mouth. Then furious. You bastard. You are way too impatient. Ivan demanded. You live in the sea but attack with fire. What is wrong with you? Neptunus roared. Shut up. Then the sea burst into spray again. Lucas was surprised. Isola surfaced, and Skeezer panicked. Seeing Isola as the second head, Isabel asked, "Who is Lord Isola?" Skeezer answered, "Lucas's master." Isabel was shocked. "Freya's master too." Her jaw dropped, looking at Isola in disbelief. "He has lost all dignity." What on earth happened to him? Neptunus laughed loudly, feeling overwhelmed by this majestic presence. "Don't worry. You will get used to it." Lucas cut him off angrily. "What the hell did you just do?" Neptunus was clueless. Isola growled beside him. Isabel wanted to intervene, but Lucas said, "Everyone, do not get involved." His voice dropped low. "I will handle this guy myself." Skeezer was mad at him. "Don't kill him. I have got a ton to ask." Lucas started radiating threatening power. "Speak up. I am tightening my grip and getting stronger." "What is up with that other head?" Neptunus snorted. "Arrogant bastard," he threatened. "Let us see how long your so-called wilderness power lasts." Lucas, expressionless, struck Neptunus square in the face. Ned was stunned, confused. When it hit him, he twisted in pain. "What the hell? You bastard." Lucas kept his stone-cold face as he controlled his power. Ned screamed from the pain. Lucas hit him several times, but Ned was not ready to give up. "Damn it. Why do you keep targeting me?" Ivan was also surprised by Lucas's strength. As dawn approached, Neptunus kept getting pummeled. The sea calmed once more. Neptunus, face pale and wet with tears, begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again." Ivan frowned. "Is he really a demigod?" Lucas answered casually. "Doesn't it seem like it?" Neptunus panicked. "Demigod? No way. I am not." Ivan pressed. "Then what the hell are you?" Neptunus cheerfully gave his name. But Ivan snapped, "I do not care who you are. You are asking for it." "Bastard." Neptunus jumped up. "Hey, do not shout at me like that. My heart's not strong enough." Ivan, feeling awkward, asked, "Why did not you just stop him?" Even the father was curious. How could the man known as the fearsome serpent lord be so timid? The people nearby were just as puzzled. "What exactly is this guy?" Neptunus, still cocky, said, "I am not just any serpent lord, I am a damn powerful one." Ivan snapped, "Cut the crap and get to the point, or I will rip you apart." Neptunus started his story. "One day, a demigod came looking for me. She was a gray-haired woman, human-like. But I knew right away she was not ordinary. I was caught off guard and knocked out. When I woke up, I was in a pitch-black place, blinded by light, covered in wounds." Neptunus wept as he continued. "Blood poured from my cuts. My flesh was sliced open. My guts pulled out. Never before in my life had I wanted to die so badly." Everyone on the ship listened intently. "After that living hell, my body was transformed into this." Lucas seemed to recognize the name Ri-Len. Neptunus added, "That demigod gave me one command. Sink every ship heading to Hitham Ika." Lucas fell into thought. Ri-Len wants to sink every ship going to Hitham Ika. What is so special about that island? Isola growled. "You all go ahead. I will catch up later." Everyone watched his back as Ivan turned away, telling the others, "What are you waiting for? Get off the ship now." Lucas immediately stood over the crying Neptunus and ordered him, "Head to the shore." Neptunus obeyed. "Got it. Don't hit me." Once they reached the island, Lucas stepped off Neptunus's head and began channeling his power. The power surged through Neptunus, causing him pain. "I said do not hit me." He whined. Lucas just smirked. "Quiet. I am about." Neptunus' legs started inspecting his body, revealing multiple eyes appearing all over. Lucas noticed countless stitches covering him. How many serpents was this body made from? Isola kept growling. While Neptunus regained composure, he sighed deeply. But then Lucas slapped him across the face. Neptunus groaned. "I told you, do not hit me," and then passed out. Lucas looked thoughtful, even unconscious. Neptunus' spirit was still aware it was not submerged identity of two beings. He sensed that Ned might have two hearts, the master's original heart still intact, while the serpent's divine power had suppressed the master's true self. Lucas placed his hand on Isola's head and drew out the remaining divine energy, then infused his own mana. As soon as he pulled away, Isola screamed in pain, but her eyes soon returned to normal. Isola looked around, wondering where she was. Lucas, seeing Isola recovered, bowed respectfully. Isola asked, "Who are you?" Lucas knelt. "Master, it is Lucas," and closed his eyes. Isola spoke. "Looks like a lot has happened. Tell me everything you have done all this time." She folded her arms, bracing herself. This was going to be one unbelievable story. Isola added, "I am to blame for your suffering because I was powerless." Lucas stayed calm. "You are too hard on yourself." Isola's voice grew somber. That means my time is running out. There is something I need to tell you. There is someone who might be the Dragon Lord. If he really is, you must never trust him. Lucas was stunned. The Lord of the Demigods. The Lord of Dragons. They are like sworn brothers. Finally, the people on the ship reached the island. We have arrived. This is the island of the High Priestess. Lacha, Ivan grumbled. What is this? The fog is so thick I can't see a thing. Isabel replied. The High Priestess gave her blessing. The path will open soon. Just then, the fog in front of them began to lift, revealing a clear path. Ivan was surprised. That is weird. Is this for real? Everyone followed the newly opened path. Approaching the main gate, Ivan complained. Do we have to climb that peak? What a pain! Isabel spotted someone. Look, there is someone there. The High Priestess and her attendant stepped out, her face dark and serious. A close aide ordered sharply. Pay respects to the High Priestess. Now. Ivan locked eyes with him, sharp as a blade, scanning the opposition. Ivan thought, is there really a fighter this strong in this place? The High Priestess spoke up, inviting everyone, including the honored guests of Lacha. Isabel murmured, this High Priestess. She carries herself with undeniable grace. The High Priestess glanced at DeRose, realizing he was the one. She added, he is the one in the prophecy about the world's downfall. Over there, Isola lay breathing heavily on the ground. She told Lucas, I can shake the doubt when fighting the arch-god. Maybe it is not the friendly kind we think it is. Lucas bowed respectfully. Silent, Isola added, I do not know Iris' exact plan with DeRose, but one thing is clear, God wants DeRose under his control. Then Isola praised, you have grown stronger. Lucas, strong enough that I can no longer see you as just a mere human. That is both something to be proud of and a warning. Isola's voice turned grave. One slip, and you could become the next god. Lucas nodded obediently. Yes, Master, I won't forget. Isola's final words came softly. The time has come. Thank you, Lucas. Then she closed her eyes. And this second death was not as harsh as the first. Lucas wiped tears. Please rest in peace. Master, Isola's voice echoed faintly as she faded. I have become rain, wind, rivers, and seas. Lucas, I will always be by your side. The night was still. Moonlight streaming into the building, a subordinate called out. Zenta? The mist road has cleared. Zenta replied with a smirk. The High Priestess has already agreed. Who is it this time? The subordinate answered. Probably reinforcements for those who came last time. Leaders of Lucifsos Guild. Zakidiosis. Sokli. 7 knights. A sorcerer. And a summoner from Hitu Mika. Zena rubbed the knife in his hand. If they are reinforcements, it means those meddlesome guild guys again. What do we do? And grinned wickedly. A venomous smile. We split them up before they even meet. Easy. Elsewhere. Darrow stood silently. The High Priestess' voice cut through. Are you comfortable in your chamber? Darrow turned to her. Expression blank. Mind if I sit a while? They sat facing each other. The High Priestess began. This morning, I received a prophecy. It says you are deeply tied to the world's destruction. Darrow shot back. So that is why you came. The High Priestess explained. The prophecy is just a snippet. You are the one who stands in the way of the world's end, the final battle, as key player. Darrow's mind swirled, as if standing in a puddle, his reflection wavering. A girl signaling silence. That girl was Iris. Darrow snapped back to reality. The High Priestess noticed. Looks like you have figured something out. She slowly stood. I did not mean to pry. My role ends here. The High Priestess asked again. You said you were heading to Haitunica, right? I will send word. Before she finished, her expression shifted sharply. The ground shook violently. The High Priestess panicked. My barrier's been broken. That easily. Who the hell is he? Suddenly she felt dizzy. Darrow caught her before she fell. The High Priestess thanked him gratefully. Outside, chaos erupted. Look, the water serpent. The High Priestess' barrier is shattered. She rushed out, disbelief painted on her face. That is the infamous water serpent that terrorized the region. It broke through my barrier. Impossible. Darrow calmed the crowd. Look up there. Lucas stands atop Neptunus' head. The High Priestess, seeing Lucas' serious face, gasped. Could it be Lord Doss? Neptunus obeyed orders and moved out to sea. When Lucas tried to enter, guards blocked him. Who is there? Show yourself. Ivan stepped out and called. It is Frick. Just arrived. The High Priestess hurried over. Breathing hard, the guard worried. Why are you running so fast? High Priestess. She did not answer but asked Lucas. Are you really Lord Doss? The guards freaked out. Lord Doss. High Priestess. What is she saying? Ivan stood off to the side, clueless about their conversation. Isabel explained. He is considered the god who created Hispania. Ivan could not believe it. Fraser? The god of creation? No way. Not buying it. Lucas denied it. Looks like you have got the wrong guy. Aya? The High Priestess was stunned. The god's prophecy did not affect this guy at all. He was not touched by the apocalypse and could enter Lekka. She bowed deeply. Apologizing. I mistook you for someone else. But inside, she knew his mind was like a thick fog impossible to read. A power radiated from his body, a force that could only be described as divine energy. Fraser stepped forward, asking, "The one who ended everything finally shows up?" Lucas replied coldly, "Master is still master." Fraser laughed heartily. "Well, that is a relief." Then Lucas turned and said, "So you are the High Priestess. I was hoping to come to Hispania with these folks." The High Priestess remained silent for a moment, then said, "I will send word to Hispania so you can set off tomorrow morning." She added, "But Fraser, you have to stay here." Her voice was serious. "You must come with me to a place 3 days from now, at Vuda Port." Hispania. Try explained. "The only port outsiders are allowed to use is this Vudaha port." He scratched his head and laughed. "This is the farthest I can take you." Ivan quickly thanked him. "We are deeply grateful." As they walked, Ivan muttered, "Why would not she let Fraser go?" Isabel replied, "The High Priestess said he needs to go with her somewhere. Did not she?" But Ivan was not convinced. Bet she has got some trick up her sleeve for him. The way she looks at Lucas. Not normal. A voice suddenly cut him off. "Welcome to Hispania." A man stepped forward introducing himself. "Ira, Martial Master of Vudaha. Greetings to all of you." Ivan, confused, asked, "What is a Martial Master?" Bear explained, "It is like the Knights in the East. I have received word from the High Priestess. From now on, Beira will personally guide you." Isabel hurriedly thanked him. Beira said, "All right, let us get moving. As you know, Hispania is a nation closed off from the outside world. No one can freely come and go here." He walked on and asked, "We gotta hoof it on foot? That is cool, right?" Isabel replied, "Don't you worry about us so much." Looking around, Ivan thought, this village is creepy. A nation with a 4,000-year-old culture. Beira turned to everyone. "First, we must seek the king's audience. We need to arrive before sunset." Evan trailed behind, deep in thought, eyeing Beira critically. Even Zeus and Legia was the same. There are truly many top-tier fighters in the East. They walked silently into the forest. Isabel sighed. "This forest is so deep," Beira explained. "It is called the Dark Forest. Outsiders who get lost here never come out. It is one of the reasons Hispania has stayed isolated for so long." Ivan's face went blank. "What is that? Why do I feel so drained? I have had plenty of sleep." Isabel too felt it. "Why am I so tired already? We have only been walking a few hours." Dira was fine, but Stjazer snapped coldly. "Enough messing around." Then he added, "You said we would reach the city before sunset." Isabel, exhausted, asked, "What are you talking about, Anastasia?" "The sun's still at its peak," Stjazer said confidently, though no one believed him. "We have been in this forest for 2 days already." Beira feigned ignorance. "I do not know what you mean. If you are tired, take a break." Before he could finish, Stjazer lunged at him, fist clenched, punching straight at his face. Ivan and Isabel were shocked, but Stjazer's punch did not hit Beira's face. Stjazer was stunned. It was a wooden log. Beira's voice rang out. "You are quick-eyed." He cast his magic in a different way, breaking even the time-altering spells that prevent others from sensing time passing. "How did you notice?" Stjazer answered without hesitation. "Your time magic is just a cheap trick against me. My body is synced perfectly with a clock." Beira sneered and threw a talisman, moving quickly to surround them all. "I can pull you deeper into the forest. But that does not matter," he shouted threateningly. "You won't see a thing and you will die right here." Ivan looked uneasy. "This is his time magic. Since we can sense the flow of time, we can see his body." Diro used his own spell to order Beira to stop. Instantly, Beira froze midair. He struggled, as if his body refused to obey him. Ivan grinned triumphantly. "Nice move, man." Without hesitation, he punched Beira hard in the gut, leaving him speechless in pain. "Don't worry. I am not here to kill you," Stjazer whispered into Beira's ear. "I still have many questions for you." Suddenly, something shot toward him, sending Stjazer flying backward, but he landed safely. Ivan and Isabel gasped. The projectile was a poisoned dart that struck Beira's neck. Beira died instantly in his demon form. Ivan carefully pulled the dart from Beira's neck, Noticing dark blood oozing from the wound, Stizer assessed the toxin. This is deadly poison, sensitive even to divine power. It might be an antis venom. Hearing this, Stizer's anger flared. That Gentai bastard did this? How dare he mess with my men? Cold-blooded, Oven scanned the surroundings. This barrier covering the forest is a curse technique, some weird magic. No matter the country, it is tough to break. He turned to Diro. Even your dragon language can break it. Diro replied. This curse is tied to the forest itself. Breaking it could destroy the entire woodland. Ivan added. The forest, innocent here. Those four messed up because they discovered something. Stizer warned everyone to stay quiet, someone was nearby. Ivan muttered. Good. This time, we are definitely capturing them alive. It turned out to be a group of injured people seeking refuge. Stizer looked at Ivan curiously. Are they your acquaintances? Ivan explained. I have met the guy on the right before. That is Sackley from the Lucid Sword Guild, think his name's Hot Law May. Stizer thought silently. They must be members of the guild who arrived at Haidam Ika before us. The others had noticed too. The leader, breathing heavily and exhausted, forced out. Who are you guys? Aven and his team stepped forward. Pushing their axes away, he reassured them. Don't worry. We are on Free's side. The leader's curiosity piqued. Free's allies. Then why are you here? Supporting one of his men? He asked. You are the guild master of the Lucid Sword, right? The man nodded. He sighed. Getting hunted down here is just brutal. Ivan quietly observed while helping Jackie Diociad to a safer spot. Elsewhere, Lucas stood surveying the scene inside a massive cavern. Even as he stepped inside, he could not shake his surprise. There is a place like this beneath the island. At the far end of the cavern stood a small house. This must be the sanctuary the High Priestess mentioned. The High Priestess had warned. This is sacred ground, no one enters without her permission. Lucas wondered. How could she let outsiders in such a secret place? She fell silent, deep in thought. Then she whispered. Let them enter. If they are truly worthy, they won't hesitate to prove it. Lucas gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was simple. Candles already lit. His eyes widened in awe. A colossal bronze statue towered before him. The eerie part. The statue's face had no features at all. Lucas gasped. This is Dayu, he thought to himself. Crazy. It looks like a god's mask. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded around him, pulling him into a surreal world inside his own body. He found himself standing, stunned, in an endless void. Da's voice echoed slowly. Welcome, Lucas. Lucas was shocked to see Da's true form. Da introduced himself. The creator spirit of this realm. Lucas raised an eyebrow. He looked godlike, but not quite a god. Face to face in this emptiness, Lucas was at a loss for words. Disbelief clouding his mind. Da remained calm, sensing his doubt. Lucas replied, I am an atheist. To brush past him, saying, gods do not interfere in worlds they create. Da glanced over, adding, they only maintain it. Lucas asked, even if the world is doomed? Da corrected him, this world is not doomed. Only mortals perish. Da continued, you all like my creator spirits. The demigods are my creator spirits too. Lucas frowned, then keep watching. Why drag me into this? Da's reply startled him, because you are skilled in the human realm. Da explained, I plan to watch how those mortals resist. He asked Lucas, Don't you want to know? Lucas stayed silent, but thought, I want to crush them. That caught Lucas's full attention. Da began to explain, I created 3 worlds. Your mortal realm, the demon realm ruled by fiends, and the celestial realm ruled by angels. Lucas was curious. Is that where souls go? Da elaborated, the celestial realm is hope, but it has been destroyed by mortal skepticism. He realized something. If the plan holds, it could become a realm like the celestial one. Da kept talking. There are 6 monarchs in the celestial realm, just like in the demon realm. Actually, they are planned to be. Lucas was in awe. Am I really hearing the world's truth from the one who made it? Da believed the celestial realm was destroyed, its soul sucked dry by the cycle of consciousness. Over time, celestial souls fall from this cycle, losing memories and dropping into the mortal realm forever. Lucas suddenly understood. Da added, that is the demigods. The god is the ruler of the celestial realm. Da respects him above all, giving him a special name. He is the most godlike. The archangel Michael is the god. More than a decade ago, God's ego began to form, and he started clashing with the mortal realm's coordinator. And that coordinator is the dragon god. Lucas was stunned from one revelation to the next, overwhelmed. He said, so much info I can barely keep up. Da encouraged him. It is nothing hard. Then Da shared more. Dragons and demigods had started a war against each other. In the end, the demigod triumphed, but Lucas was still puzzled. What is this about a coordinator? Da explained carefully. The coordinator is the one who holds the fate and the world itself in their hands. Though the Dragon Lord was defeated, the mortal realm's fate still marches on. The Lord wants to sever the threads of fate and become the coordinator of the mortal realm himself. The more Lucas thought about it, the more confusing it became. This will only cause more trouble. Why is the Lord so obsessed with this? Da spoke softly. Maybe he has another motive. Like in that cryptic smile, revenge against the god who abandoned him. Lucas smirked. Revenge against the god who forsook himself. The more he thought about it, the more amusing it got. Laughing out loud, he wants to control the world, just to defy his own father. Da asked sharply. Is that someone you like? Before Lucas could answer, Da continued. Right now, there is only one person who knows all these secrets. And I already mentioned him. Lucas looked confused. Who is that? Da decided to give him another hint. Inside the palace, a subordinate knelt. Reporting. Lord Banjabop, Zeeble and Noctis have been defeated. The leader, resembling a monstrous insect, sat arrogantly on the throne. He demanded answers. This was a battle in the demon realm. Yet 2 high-ranking demons died, while the enemy suffered no losses. Banjabop suspected foul play. Something smells fishy. Halifer looked up at him. Puzzled, the subordinate explained they had breached the hell governed by Azura, attacked the dark nightmare hell of Kai Emperor, and conquered the demon Lilith's domain. Without knowing the demon realm's layout, such a tactic would be impossible. Banjabop asked again. Any news on Lordus' whereabouts? The answer was no. The subordinate lounged lazily on the throne. Humming, Banjabop concluded. The traitor has to be one of the high-ranking demons. He then ordered Halifer to investigate if any demons had been hiding recently. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. No need for that, it was Lucifer. Entering slowly. I have already figured out who one of them is. Halifer looked surprised to see him. The insect monster was also taken aback. You have figured it out already. Lucifer raised an eyebrow. One of my own has been hiding out for quite some time. The one he meant was Cantus. Banjabop finally caught on that red demon. Huh. Lucifer slowly approached the throne. He vanished decades ago. The timing fits perfectly. He fled to the human realm, and likely became a pawn for the demigods. The way he said it left no doubt this was not just speculation. Lucifer casually sat beside Banjabop and asked, Do you know anything about Satan? I am annoyed by how he has been stepping out of line. Banjabop did not care about Satan anymore. Lucifer smirked wickedly. So you do not even know how his story ends. Hearing this, Banjabop looked surprised and confused, but Lucifer said no more, turning away to find Canthet. Leaving Banjabop with a bunch of unanswered questions, Lucifer's footsteps halted. He turned back and called to Banjabop with a sly tone, half mocking. He said, What is meant to happen will happen. Then he vanished, making Banjabop even more unsettled. Banjabop said nothing more, lost in deep thought. Back to Lucas's reality, he looked shocked by everything he would just heard. Lucas gasped. Lucifer already swallowed the demon realm's coordinator. So the person you mentioned is Lucifer. Da repeated. I told you. It is a riddle. Then he snapped his fingers, unleashing a blinding light that Lucas could not even look at. Lucas only heard Da's voice. I have already given you all the pieces. Da then shrank into a single point of light and disappeared. But his voice lingered in the air. Your mission, Lucas, is to solve the riddle. Lucas hurriedly called out, Wait, you have not finished yet. The light vanished. The room returned to the way it was when Lucas first entered. He grumbled. You always vanish right after spilling your story. At the door, the high priestess stood silently, waiting. Her expression softened slightly as she saw him step out. The high priestess hurriedly asked, What is going on? But he had not caught on yet and asked back. Confused, she said, I was just about to enter when I saw someone coming out. At that moment, Lucas seemed to piece it together. It is like the world as fabric. There flows through time differently than here. The high priestess looked a bit disappointed. It seemed Lord Dolls showed no reaction at all. She muttered, I thought if it were a person, maybe I would understand better. But I was wrong. Lucas reassured her. Don't be too down about it. Turning quickly, he requested, Can you take me to Hitham Ika now? The high priestess raised an eyebrow, curious why he wanted to go there. She was genuinely surprised when Lucas mentioned there was a royal family there. He explained slowly. His name's Genta, a man known as the Shadow King. Have you heard of him? The high priestess replied curtly. The royal family was exiled. She knew quite a bit about him. He is ruthless. Stops at nothing to get what he wants. He grew up without hesitation to get his hands dirty. Hearing this, Lucas' interest piqued even more. If he is royalty, then I have to meet this royal guy first. The high priestess refused flat out. If it involves my bloodline, I can help you. I will personally escort you to the city. She paused a moment to prepare, the charm in her hand glowing steadily. The high priestess cast a spell and gently touched the charm. Suddenly, a portal sprang open before them. Lucas chuckled softly. This thing is pretty cool. What do you call it? Goddess step. She answered. naming it before stepping through. The high priestess warned carefully. Right now, Muncha Kingdom is ruled by a strict monarch, she emphasized. If anyone disrespects him like they would me, their head won't stay on their shoulders for long, he replied smoothly. If he is polite, I will be polite too. The high priestess suddenly turned, scrutinizing him with a sharp gaze, showing some irritation. She muttered, no matter how skilled you are, you have to show respect before a king. Then, she spun around and led him toward the portal to the city. The two stepped into the shimmering gate the high priestess had summoned. Lucas felt it was nothing like bending time or teleportation, more like moving at a supercharged speed beyond reality. In no time, the city came into view. Lucas thought, Eastern magic runs deeper than I imagined. She stepped out of the portal and told him, we have arrived. Outside, the sky was still dark, but the vast city of Hitam Ika glowed warmly with countless lights. The high priestess instructed, wait here a moment. I will go ask the king's permission. Saying that, she slowly walked into the city. Lucas looked up at the towering fortress, his mind racing with plans. Using his energy to cloak himself, Lucas stealthily followed behind her. Inside the king's chamber, royal guards stood in 2 neat rows, ready in a flash. Lucas appeared, shocking everyone around. Who is this? How did he just show up here? They surged forward in anger, shouting, who do you think you are barging in like this? Suddenly, the space around them darkened, leaving only Lucas' glowing power visible. Calmly raising his hand, Lucas knocked them all to the ground. The weak guards flailed helplessly as one of their own shouted, boss, get out of here. Quick, the king staggered, barely able to stand. Stammering, are you a demigod? Lucas met his gaze with fierce intensity, cold as he threatened, I am here to claim your life, making the king jump up in shock. The king trembled as Lucas exposed him. You know why I am sure you do. He hurriedly leaned over the table, trying to get closer to Lucas. Falling to his knees, he pleaded, please, spare my life. Lucas thought to himself, the king begging a demigod for mercy in front of his own men. Yeah, this guy is totally under the demigod's thumb. The men on the ground writhed in pain, watching their ruler helplessly, unable to protect him. Lucas remained icy silent, ready to take the king's life. The king kept begging, if I doubt, this country will crumble. Bowing deeply, he hastily explained, right now, brothers are fighting each other for the throne. Monkey fears that once he dies, his brother Gentar will seize the throne and enslave everyone just to satisfy his own greed. Coldly, he asked back, so does that mean you are not like him? He hesitates, revealing he truly has no idea how it feels to bow down before a superior warrior. Meanwhile, a group of people are hiding up in the rafters inside the hall. Suddenly, a deadly hairpin shoots straight at the two of them, but Lucas' protective barrier blocks it. The hairpin falls right beside the panicked Monkey, and Lucas instantly recognizes it as a poisoned hairpin. He thinks to himself, it was not aimed at me, it was meant for Monkey. Suddenly, the black-clad assassins appear all at once. Monkey trembles with fear. They are killers. Gentar's henchmen, and the elite warriors guarding the throne. Lucas falls silent, focusing his energy. Every black-clad assassin charging at him is immediately subdued by his overwhelming power. Then fierce bolts of lightning strike down, taking them out in seconds. Watching this, he grimaces with frustration. He does not even have to move a finger. That is the true might of a demigod. Lucas steps closer to an assassin and demands, whereas Gentar, angrily grabbing his hair, Lucas threatens him, you better start talking. But sadly, the assassin had already bitten his tongue and killed himself. Just then, the high priestess arrives. Lucas looks at him with regret. He thought the assassin might have known something. As she steps through the gate, she is shocked. What the hell is going on here? Monkeen is even more stunned. Why is the high priestess out here confronting a demigod? Lucas tells the assassins, so these guys trying to kill Monkeen. Turns out they are Gentar's men. He looks at the high priestess and asks, do you know where he is? She is curious, and if I, Lucas coolly replies, then I will kill him. The high priestess is left speechless at that. She groans, you were just about to assassinate the king, and now you want to kill Gentar. Are you crazy or what? Lucas calmly explains, about Monk, I just want to confirm why he is loyal to the demigods. If it is for his own gain, I would have killed him already. He is surprised. You are not a demigod. Lucas does not even answer. His silence says it all. Monkeen gasps and collapses to the ground in shock. Lucas continued, anyone can claim they obey the demigod for the people's sake. I pretended to be one just to see if he was telling the truth. The more he listened, the more terrified he became. The high priestess, as she said, meant this guy was not some tyrant king, but not exactly a saint either. She whispered, Gentar is in Peruna. Monkeen's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of Peruna. The high priestess confirmed, yes, that is Karuka City. His sister. She revealed to him that it was Karuka who schemed to build power and pull him off the throne. Monkeen sat stunned on the ground. Muttering, Karuka's in cahoots with Gentar. He laughed bitterly. That kind of power means nothing. Meanwhile, in Vab, a crimson hue blanketed the land. Diao stood silently. Observing, Hen was disdainful, truly a place for the insignificant. Behind Hen stood someone else. Diaz asked slowly, "Did you see that?" It was confused. She stepped forward. "You are calling me again today?" Hen warned. "Even if you are a demigod, going in and out of this place is impossible." Diaz paused. Then said, "Unless you and the one borrowing your power make a deal." Irid's eyes widened. She immediately thought of the Lord, and called her name with a dangerous tone. Diaz glared. "If your tail's too long, you can avoid stepping on it." Irid's face darkened instantly with fear. At the Peruna port, night still lingered. Suddenly, Lucas appeared among the bustling cargo ships. The crowd buzzed in surprise, whispering, "Who is that? Where did he come from?" Ignoring the chaos, he strode calmly through the streets, his aura radiating an Addis dark energy, blending with the night wind. Lucas walked all the way to a dark alley. Pitch black, no path visible. He stepped in slowly, then paused, standing quietly, waiting. As expected, a voice emerged from the shadows. "Didn't I expect you to come here yourself?" A tall shadow appeared. Zenta approached Lucas with a cold glare. Surrounding Lucas were Han's minions, closing in with no gaps. They were even perched on nearby rooftops. Zenta sneered arrogantly. "So you really showed up? But you are just another one I am about to toss aside." At his command, Zipray and the others charged, ready to finish Lucas off. Suddenly, a strange beam of light shot down through the clear sky. It blazed so bright that passersby instinctively shielded their eyes. Everyone was stunned. What the hell just happened? A lightning strike out of nowhere. Zena was horrified beyond words. Lucas casually stepped over the fallen bodies, staring at Han's stunned minions. How could a mere mage wield such power? He glanced at Han with a smirk. Han was seething, grinding his teeth in frustration. Zenta leapt into the air, lunging fiercely at Lucas. Before Han could reach him, an explosion blocked his path. Zena flipped away, narrowly evading to the side. Han landed, eyes locked on Lucas, who stood relaxed, mocking his foes. Zenta snapped, unleashing her full power in a furious burst, and charged forward, cursing. "You are reckless getting up close with an assassin like that." Just as he got within arm's reach, Lucas blasted him straight in the head with a beam. Zena collapsed instantly. Lucas did not even glance back. He felt something odd. Was this what put Anana into hibernation? Surely the Lord had anticipated this move. Too simple, too clean. Yet Lucas still found it puzzling. Hadn't been so fixated on battling demons that he ignored the situation here. No way the Lord would make such a rookie mistake. A voice from behind asked about his well-being. Catching him off guard, Lucas spun around in surprise. He did not recognize Han and could not sense his presence. The mysterious figure answered darkly, "I am Luffy." The moment Lucas heard that name, his guard went up even higher. He said it was strange that a noble from the Sanga continent would show up here, especially since the demon realm's busy fighting the Lord. Han sneered, "Like you do not know everything already." Lucas was puzzled. Why was Han trying to make a deal with him? Lucifer beckoned him. "Come with me to hell, great Feiyu," and flashed a sly, fake smile. "I will make you a powerhouse." But Lucas pushed back. "What if I refuse?" Lucifer showed understanding. "I get the offer's not exactly comfortable. You have seen what those archangels have been up to all this time, so it is no shock you do not like them." Lucas sighed as Han rambled on. "Those archangels lack honor, wasting all their time relying only on their power instead of growing, dooming themselves to collapse." Lucifer seemed to praise him. "Unlike those archangels, you have proven yourself time and again." Lucas coldly recalled his friend's advice. He called it straight. Never trust those devils' sweet talk. You gotta do the exact opposite of whatever they say. Lucifer paused briefly. Han explained, "I say this because we are allies with a common enemy." Ignoring Han, Lucas scoffed. "To me, your threats and the Lord's are pretty much the same." Lucifer agreed. "I can't even use my powers in the demon realm. How could I possibly threaten you?" Lucas stayed on guard. "Even archangels exploit loopholes with Illusion magic. Who knows what tricks you have got up your sleeve?" And seemed resigned. Our chats hit a dead end. Lucifer reluctantly shared a bit of intel with him and grinned wickedly. "Iris is in the Lord's grasp." Lucifer began to reveal some secrets. "There is no way to contact her right now." Han's smile turned sinister. "The Lord no longer needs to keep her alive." He paused briefly. Then he added, "Maybe you need some time to think. I will take my leave for now." Lucifer warned time was running out, urging Lucas to decide quickly before turning and walking away. Elsewhere, Dells was lost deep in thought. Nausadog reported, "Anana has entered hibernation," and looked worried. Looks like the Hispania clan's fallen. What we feared is happening sooner than expected. Dals agreed. What a shame. Hem was surprised by Dal's calm demeanor and spoke slowly. Out of my 6 closest comrades, only you remain now. Nosadog was puzzled. The only comrade. Aren't all archangels our kin? Hen said. Lord Anana is just hibernating. Dals fell silent. Then he quietly added. Now is not the time to fracture over baseless doubts, and hurried to clarify. Go to Hispania, someone there holds the dragon's heart, he ordered. Done. Kill. Just make them submit. Nosadog quickly obeyed. Understood. I'm heading out now. Only Dal stayed behind. Hem was excited. See? Your plan's already starting to wobble. Dal smiled eerily. The end is near. Meanwhile, in the forest, night still hung heavy. The wounded were being tended to. Hot looked exhausted but kept apologizing for troubling Isabel, who was helping him. Diro stopped abruptly, telling Ivan to go ahead. Coldly, he said, I have got business. Ivan snapped. We are lost in the forest with no way out. What business do you have? Planning to dig up that girl's roots. Skeezer seemed to have noticed something. Diro said nothing, standing firm as the others moved on. Skeezer nudged Ivan. Let us go ahead. He has got something urgent. The leader on Ivan's back coughed harshly. He turned around. Warning. Anyone who never takes bathroom breaks like Han can be up to anything good. Can someone keep up with us? Diro immediately agreed. They would already put some distance between them and the others. Just then, Lucifer popped up, praising. You have got some solid friends. Han looked down on them. Just a bunch of ordinary humans who could not even sense my presence. Diro was confused. Seems like that female elf caught a whiff and ran off. What brings you here? Lucifer was surprised. You remember now? He nodded, but only barely recalled. Diro was blunt. I remember you are not someone to trust. Hem was puzzled. Iris said that. Then why are you following her so closely? He replied. Because she is the one who created me. Lucifer sneered. You were always knave. Or maybe losing your memory made you this way. He bristled. What do you mean by that? And smirked wickedly. The one you should trust is not her, it is me. No sooner had Han finished speaking than he began absorbing dark energy. Lucifer touched his hand. Instantly, Diro was flooded with a surge of overwhelming power and let out a sinister laugh as he unleashed his cruel game. Lucifer tried to pull Diro's memory to reveal the true meaning behind his name. The pain was unbearable. His energy weakened until it died out completely. Diro spoke mechanically. I am not the Dragon Lord. Lucifer immediately agreed. Of course you are not, and kept messing with his mind. You are not the great one you think you are. Elsewhere, a grueling battle was unfolding. Lilith gasped for breath, clutching her wounded arm. Furious, she shouted, You bastards dared to barge into someone else's home and trash it. The demigods mocked her. What kind of ruler has such a soft heart? Isn't he the Nightmare Queen supposed to be all about throwing punches? They spread out confidently. Let us call it quits here. Nightmare Queen of Hell. Lilith, she struggled. Wounded and forced to fend them off with sheer grit. Lilith had nothing left to lose in life, but never imagined it would be these demigods who'd end it for her. Suddenly, a massive ring of light appeared in the sky. They were stunned as the heavens abruptly opened up. A shadowy figure emerged, and the crowd buzzed. Reinforcements. Did the Lord mention this? Lilith was irritated. What now? Another uninvited guest. The figure touched down slowly. Step by deliberate step, it was Lucas arriving quietly. Standing before her, the air around made Lucas pinch his nose in disgust. This rotten hell was about to be shaken up. He pointed right at them. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, that is a lot of demigods. First time I have seen this many demigods in one place. Well, it is a battlefield. The demigods eyed him curiously. Who are you? I can sense your power is that kinship. Lucas did not deny it. Gotta see it from a different angle. He started channeling terrifying strength. Crushing everyone here would make things way easier down the road. Seeing Lucas move, they erupted. He is not one of us. That bastard wants to fight. Suddenly, Hindle shouted, Hold up, Frey. Everyone froze in shock. Hindle seemed to lead the demigods. Speaking slowly, We do not intend to fight you. I am Hindle. The Lord asked me to pass on a message if you arrive. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by what he heard, Hindle relayed the Lord's instructions. Treat him with respect, as if he were one of their own. Lucas chuckled sarcastically. What nonsense is this? Collis sneered. This is crazy. Hindle, he kept cursing. Do you know how many of our kind that bastard killed? Even if I killed him 100,000 times, it would not satisfy me. Lucas shot back. I only get to die once. Hindle tried to calm him. Relax. Collis, we can beat him. Then he turned to Lucas. There must be a reason you agreed. Iris is coming soon. Lucas frowned. These damn nauseating bastards. Meanwhile, Lilith was wounded. Lucas urged. You guys go ahead, leave Lilith out of this. Collis looked resentful. Who are you to order us around? But Hindle quickly cut him off, commanding everyone to comply. Lilith is still puzzled by him. Hey, what exactly are you doing? He looked at her and explained. It is nothing. She is just a friend of Sarklama. Lilith was surprised by Lucas' calmness. I can teach a standby while my friend is in danger. Lucas leaned in, lowering his voice. I need you to do me a favor. If you see Azura, tell him not to trust Lucifer. Then he turned and walked away. Lilith grumbled in irritation. What a cocky jerk. Before he vanished without another word, she was baffled. How does this human kid manage to look so cool? Meanwhile, Lucas finally met the person he was supposed to, the one who had summoned him to Dolls. The man spoke first. I have been waiting for you. Free. Dolls looked smug. Hell's always been desolate and dusty. Not exactly my scene. So I tried conjuring a little corner of a continent down here, pretty neat. Huh. With a snap of his fingers, a fancy chair appeared out of thin air. Dolls sat down and said, have a seat. Lucas sensed the guy was flexing some serious spatial control powers, but was only focused on one thing, where Iris was. Calmly, Dolls said, Don't rush, buddy. Let us get to the point. How about joining us? Become one of our kind. The archangels standing nearby looked shocked at the offer. After all, Lucas wielded primordial power. He could not just become human now. Dolls pressed on. Don't you feel it? That crushing loneliness. Like you are the only soul left in this vast universe. With a sly grin, Dolls said, I can help you fill that emptiness. Lucas smirked coldly. That has got to be the dumbest question I have ever heard. You want me to become a demon, and to think, today's been full of even crazier offers. Dolls sighed. You really remind me of Ricky. I bet you have met Lucifer already. Lucas half smiled as the warning sank in. Lucifer was dangerous. Dolls added, he is way more dangerous than me. Lucifer plans to abandon this place and conquer a whole new world. Lucas frowned, curious about this new world. Dolls explained Lucifer wanted to turn that continent into hell itself. Hearing this, Lucas burst out laughing. Mocking. So you are scared someone's gonna steal what is yours? Huh. He despised both Dolls and Lucifer equally, both just as rotten. Dolls scoffed. And Lucas could not help but get annoyed. You were the one who took down the Dragon Lord, the ruler of this continent, and stole control 5,000 years ago. But according to you, you never really took over, and the Dragon Lord still holds sway. Suddenly, Dolls laughed. So it would be better if the dragon never lost? That just proves how narrow-minded you really are. Dolls continued. Long before the Dragon Lord ruled 5,000 years ago. Do you even know how humans lived? Lucas snapped. You trying to teach me history? Even kids know humans did not exist back then. Dolls quickly denied it. It is just not recorded. Slaves' histories never get written down. Lucas was stunned. Dolls emphasized. Humans were slaves to the dragons. Lucas was furious at this ridiculous claim. He thought, if I am fighting archangels, I want to get answers to my own questions. Still, maybe dragons are not as friendly as he would hope. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Dolls kept bragging. The ones who freed humans from slavery and gave them free will. That is us archangels. With murderous eyes, the Lord said, so now you are pointing the blade at the so-called saviors of humanity. Lucas was shocked, eyes wide, but said nothing. Then he just chuckled. If you like spouting nonsense, fine, but do not expect me to take it seriously. I have already met the Creator, he said. Surprising Lord as well. Lucas went on. He told me about 3 worlds. Our mortal realm, called the continent, the demon realm, which is this place, and the heavenly realm, where you come from. The current war, it is pointless. Just a power struggle over who controls the mortal realm. His expression darkened as he got serious. So if you are gonna lie, you better think twice. Lord laughed and stood up, meeting the Creator. You really never fail to surprise me. Those years spent in hell were not wasted at all. Hearing that, Lucas jolted. He asked what he meant, but Lord just smirked and said, the time's come for you to drop that mask. You are already using soul-swapping magic. He reached behind Lucas' legs. A human body can enter the demon realm. You must have separated your soul to get in here. Then, with a smug grin, he added, your nervous system's controlling that soul's body. So you have been using soul-swapping magic. Have not you? You are braver than I thought. He mocked, making Lucas even angrier. Suddenly, to the shock of those behind him, a radiant light enveloped Lucas. Lord sneered. Look at you now. Long time no see. Lucas, the legendary archmage who has lived 4,000 years. Lucas replied coolly. So you already knew. Lord chuckled dryly. You are special. Rare to come across someone like you, he went on. And Iris. She has already clued in on all your plans. Lucas responded faintly. So you came back just because of Iris? Lord turned away and informed him. Right now, she is trapped in hell. She is closely tied to Lucifer. But she is hiding too much. Lord said. Then walked off. Hearing this, Lucas immediately asked. Is that why she is locked up? You are planning to use Iris as your last card against Lucifer. Lord fell silent, standing still for a moment. While Lucas clenched his teeth in fury, the demon realm remained gloomy, except for a golden light surrounding the tree where they stood. Lucas said, We have to go and take me to hell, Lord. Hearing this, Lord grinned wickedly, like he had some sinister plan brewing. Somewhere else, a baby lay happily in a crib, surrounded by shadows. A gentle voice whispered, Iris, my sweet little Iris. But the baby happily played with those shadows. They have been around me since birth. The voice continued. Why so impatient? My dearest, I called those invisible to others my friends. The child read quietly, while voices echoed from the darkness. Come out with me, Iris. You will have so much fun. Growing up, I felt their presence more and more. The girl clutched her stuffed bunny, surrounded by those whispers. Iris, the dark voices called endlessly. Your friends who are always by your side call your name. Answer them, Iris. At 9 years old, I finally realized they were demons. The shadowy voices took shape before her eyes. They never stopped calling her, trying to claim Iris as one of their own. At another moment, a furious voice shouted, Kill the demon woman. Flames of orange blazed nearby. A crowd surrounded a pyre. Screams pierced the air as the fire raged atop the platform. There, Iris was blinded by the flames, while the crowd chanted, using the demon woman's blood to purge the plague and curses. Iris cried out, seeing another woman burning beside her. The woman screamed in terror, Mom, save me, Mom. In her eyes stood a woman in the crowd, staring coldly. Mom, why are you doing this? I will be good, please. But that woman, with hollow eyes, coldly commanded, Kill the demon woman. Then a man holding a torch stepped forward, shouting, The demon woman must die for this village to survive. He brought the torch down near her feet. Helpless, she screamed, Get away, you old bastard. Amid her screams, a burst of power blasted the bald man backward. The roar made the crowd shield their eyes and shout, My head! The flames on the pyre suddenly died out. Panic erupted. No one knew what was happening. Only fear spread among them. The terrified man fell to the ground before a blue flame. Screaming in terror, a huge demon appeared behind her, like her personal bodyguard. His voice rang cold and sharp. Iris belongs to me. Anyone else who dares touch her will pay. Some time later, amidst the wreckage and thick clouds of smoke, charred bodies lay scattered everywhere. Iris stood alone in the moonlight, surrounded by ruins. Time passed on. Now in a different place bathed in warm sunlight. Inside a house, alchemy tools were neatly arranged in one corner. Iris cheerfully moved a potted plant aside. Suddenly, she froze, startled by a shadow opening her door. Terrified, Iris blurted out, Who is there? What do you want? The mysterious figure did not answer but said quietly, Finally, I found you, the black-clad witch. The stranger explained, I came because I saw the forest to the west. It is a wasteland now, hundreds of trees uprooted. You caused this, did not you? Iris furrowed her brow in fear at the devastation, but then her eyes widened in shock as the stranger added, Turns out, you are actually a kind-hearted witch. But then the stranger warned, That forest is dead. It is cursed, thanks to those monsters rampaging nearby. If we do not act fast, the whole forest will perish. It asked me to deliver this message to you. Thank you, Iris whispered, more stunned than ever by what she heard. Then the stranger said, I am just here to pass on the message. Suddenly, he took off his hood, revealing golden hair. You are truly a kind witch, he said, and tears streamed down Iris' face from overwhelming emotion. It was Lucas. He asked gently, What is your name? Kind witch. But as Iris opened her eyes, unwanted memories flooded her mind, guilt and self-recrimination crashing like a tidal wave. At that moment, she was gripped tightly by massive, demon-like hands. Is this my punishment? She whispered. To her shock, Lucas' form appeared before her, but she coldly replied, I keep seeing things I wish I never had to. Lucas stood there, watching Iris struggle in the grip. Tears fell as Iris smiled faintly. Funny how I suddenly remember the first time we met. Lucas smiled back. You were just as innocent then, tears and all. Were not you? Hearing this, Iris blinked in surprise. Is it really you, Lucas? No way, she said. How could you be here? He answered calmly. I met the Lord of the Demon Realm. He let me in. Lucas explained. To be exact, I am just a spirit now, Frey's body can handle moving through dimensions. Confused, Iris asked, "How is that possible?" Lucas' expression darkened. "Someone help me." Hesitant, Iris asked again. "Someone helped you?" Meanwhile, in a fort, a group of people hacked their way through the rustling trees. Ivan was freezing on his back, complaining, "Damn it! I'm about to break my leg and still no way out." He glanced sideways. Curious, he shouted, "Free and the High Priestess are here." That is when they saw Lucas and the High Priestess approaching. Ivan scolded them for being late, while Isabel asked, "Is Frey okay?" Skeezer, however, said, "That is not Frey." They argued whether it really was Frey, but the man in front had a vacant expression, no reaction at all. Ivan insisted, "Even if you say it is Frey's son, he looks way too much like Frey." Isabel added, "And he does not have any relatives his age." Skeezer said matter-of-factly, "He does not have any kids either." Ivan wondered why Skeezer was so sure. Skeezer smirked. "He is a virgin." Isabel's eyes went wide in shock. Skeezer proudly explained, "It is like the fate of a grand mage. Once you reach the dark magic realm, you get mentally neutered." Hearing that, Ivan sarcastically shot back, "And you got physically neutered, did not you?" Right after, a playful punch landed on Ivan's face, instantly distorting it. That same punch sent Ivan flying several feet away. Skeezer stomped on Ivan, kicking and cursing. "You brat are so annoying. I told you I am done holding back." Meanwhile, Ivan groaned, "Dude, my ribs are about to snap." Isabel watched helplessly, sighing, "And here I thought this fight would only take 9 scenes." Suddenly realizing something, Isabel asked, "But Frey always pays attention to girls, right?" She remembered when Frey was reborn, his eyes always lit up when he saw a woman, especially older ladies. Even with his hands choking Ivan nearly to death, Skeezer calmly told Isabel, "That is just because still adjusting to his new body. His demonic level is not even close to high yet. Letting go now." Isabel, with a helpless yet scornful glare, muttered, "No wonder he has been acting kinda off lately." At that moment, the High Priestess explained, "Frey is currently descending into hell." Ivan quickly asked, "Frey's dead?" Seeing Ivan's panic, Skeezer sneered, "Just wait and listen first." The High Priestess continued, "To enter hell, his soul left his body. I temporarily filled his body with a fake soul." Skeezer stepped closer, amazed. "Is this some kind of sorcery? The Eastern world really has some wild stuff." Ivan grabbed him, lifted him up, and asked, "Hold on, so this is just a shell, right?" Confirming this, Ivan smirked slyly, a spark flickering in his eyes. Then came the scene of Ivan stomping on him, just like Skeezer did earlier, shouting, "Die! You bastard! Just die!" Behind him, Isabel fumed. "What the hell? Why is he suddenly losing it?" Skeezer joined in on the chaos, telling Isabel, "If we do not do this now, when will we get another chance?" But what happened next was so insane it deserved to be written in the history books. Everyone started piling on, beating the body lying on the ground. Even the High Priestess said, "I just met him. But hey, let us join it." Feeling his body being abused, Lucas' soul in hell jolted, letting out a startled cry with a grimace. Iris, blinded by the chaos, asked, "What is wrong?" Lucas painfully stammered, "Not sure. I just suddenly feel this rage." Lucas fell silent, staring at Iris, then finally said, "So in the end, you still want to explain anything?" "Huh, if I heard everything, I am afraid I would forgive you." Iris flinched at his words. Lucas' face darkened as he said, "You do not want my forgiveness. You came here to punish yourself, did not you?" Seeing Iris' sad expression, Lucas bluntly called her out. "If self-punishment is your choice, then I respect that. But you are wrong to think hell will wash away your sins. This place is not some merciful sanctuary." Lucas continued, "I have lived 4,000 years. I know what I am talking about. If you really want to take responsibility, then stand with me." His determined gaze locked onto hers. "I need you." Iris, her face showed shock and deep emotion as tears streamed down. She squeezed her eyes shut and bit her lip, fighting back the flood of feelings. Hesitating, she whispered, "No matter what I do, it is never enough to atone." Tears poured down Iris' face. "That is exactly what I once desperately wished for." Lucas gasped, calling out her name, "Iris." Suddenly, a golden force surged toward him, pushing him back. Iris said, "Just go." Lucas felt it, the same feeling he had when he first inhabited Frey's body. Looking at Iris, he asked, "Could that be the person behind you?" Shocked, Lucas asked, "That person pulled me into hell," Iris sadly replied. "I believed if it was a person, I could bear it. Lucas panicked. But Iris said, wait. Even as the force pushed him relentlessly away, Iris smiled warmly, though with a hint of sadness. It is good to see you again, Lucas. Somewhere out there in the dark night, a hand slammed down, stomping mercilessly on a miserable man. Nosedog demanded, where's the high priestess? Tell me she came with someone. If you do not talk, I will kill you. He growled, surrounded by green energy, standing over tortured corpses. The man forced to kneel shouted with his last breath, kill me. His voice cracked as he looked up at the demonic face tormenting him. I am the king of this land. I won bow to demons. At that moment, a new power with a purple glow appeared beside Nosedog. A royal boot stepped forward, and Nosedog coldly eyed the newcomer. It was the high priestess, flanked by Isabel, Oven, and Skizzer. Seeing the scene, she snapped, let go right now. Nosedog asked, are you the high priestess? Ivan asked, hey, are you looking at him? Is that the apocalypse? I thought he was not as strong as Aphime. But the moment Skizzer heard that, he jumped in to school him. Nosedog is a god-tier demon with insane power. His strength is not just about brute force. Anyone he touches, he steals their soul. Hearing this, Oven immediately got on high alert, shouting, soul stealing? Who dare mess with a guy like that? Nosedog ignored their chatter and asked a different question. Do they know where the guy holding the dragon's heart is? That guy's name's Dero. The high priestess snapped back that she is under no obligation to answer him without missing a beat. Nosedog roared, then I will just create that obligation myself. The three on the other side immediately switched to battle mode. Ivan flared up, spitting fire. You do not speak human. Those two bunheads do not like you either. At that moment, Ivan signaled the high priestess to fall back, and Nosedog snorted before lunging straight at them. He bellowed, let me gift you a death you will never forget. Dark energy blasts shot like missiles toward the trio. The high priestess calmly raised her hand. Instantly, a shimmering shield sprang up, blocking the black energy blasts. Nosedog was caught off guard, eyes wide with disbelief. The high priestess stretched out both hands, palms facing outward, and between them swirled two opposing forces, life and death, light and darkness. Though they could not mix, their powerful gravitational pull drew them toward each other, leaving the onlookers stunned by her display. Her power harnessed the reverse gravitational force of life itself, turning life into death. Nosedog was pushed back by that radiant light. Against my yin-yang harmony sorcery, your power's useless, the high priestess declared with steely resolve. Facing a monstrous foe, Evan grinned wildly. Not sure what you mean. But damn, you are a legend. High priestess. Even he was wide-eyed, stunned by her approach using reverse gravity like that was something he would never even dreamed of. Isabel shouted to snap them out of it. We gotta finish this before he can move again. This guy's the apocalypse itself, she warned. Remember, he is as strong as or even stronger than Niceno. In a blink, Ivan teleported right up to Nosedog, startling him. Don't worry, Isabel, clenching his fist, he said, I am not the same guy I used to be. Hearing that, Nosedog lunged to grab Ivan's fist, roaring in pain as he was slammed back. Nosedog was dumbfounded. He could not believe a human could be this strong. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, stunning him, look over here. Nosedog turned to see Skizzer descending from the sky. With a wicked grin, Skizzer raised his Patriotopole booster alpha cannon, a nuclear beast loaded and ready to fire. Shots rang out, lighting up the entire area where Nosedog stood. The blasts were so fierce they shattered the walls and tore through to the outside world. Elsewhere, Lord stood silently, head bowed. Suddenly, a spatial door appeared behind him. Lucas was hurled out from that door, shouting Iris' name as he landed. Lord turned, surprised. That was quick. Lucas stared at him silently for a moment. He then glanced around. Where's everyone else? Why do you leave me alone? Lord gave a mysterious smile. They are already back. Lucas was stunned. They traveled to the human realm in the middle of a fight. Folding his hands behind his back, Lord said, you are the last one who has not made a choice. Join us as an ally. Lucas smirked. You already know what my answer's gonna be. Lord's eyes widened. You think you can take on me and Lucifer alone? Lucas narrowed his eyes. If you two want to throw down, I am even more grateful. Lord muttered with disdain. Humans really are hopelessly naive. He explained that in the battle between him and Lucifer, even if one does the fight 1tn, the loser gets absorbed by the winner. And eventually, they will merge into one. So that means one of us will be left out, and you will have to face both me and Lucifer once we have merged. Lucas was stunned speechless at that. Lord's voice dripped with threat. You do not stand a chance. But Lucas just smiled and thanked him for the advice. Don't he worry about me. I know exactly what I have to do. Lucas said, brushing past Lord without another word. Lucas walked away, leaving Lord standing there, face frozen, near a strangely shaped tree. Lilith sat on the ground, arms wrapped around herself. Surprised to see someone approaching, she nervously stared at Lucas and asked, "Who are you?" Lucas ignored her question and instead asked, "Where's Sajura?" Lilith's eyes widened in shock. This was Lucas's true form. She stood up, bewildered. "Who are you? Really? How do you wield such terrifying power?" Lucas acted like he had not heard her and pressed on, "Don't you know Azura?" Lilith bit her lip in frustration, thinking, "Whatever. I am the only one who knows." She explained, "The nightmare hell has been invaded. They are probably setting up base in the Corn Ban. Not just Azura, every single warlord is there." Hearing this, Lucas furrowed his brows tightly. "Even Lucifer?" he asked. Lilith replied irritably, "Of course, if Lucifer did not manage things. Do you think those troublemakers would be working together so peacefully?" "I have to move out soon," Lucas muttered thoughtfully. "If possible, I want to meet them without Lucifer around." He looked up at Lilith and asked her to take him to the Corn Ban. Moments later, in the Hell Battle Zone, puppet demons darted back and forth through the air, standing on a cliff. Lilith explained, "That red stuff down there, it is blood, not water. It is the lifeblood of Paris demons." Puppets jump into bodies and instantly turn to meat scraps. Before Lilith could finish explaining, Lucas lipped down, making her fume. The puppets sensed his arrival and immediately swarmed. Lucas cast a magic shield to block them from getting close. Lilith flew after him, grumbling, "Lucas really is a pain in the ass." Together, they plunged straight into the thick swarm of puppets below. After a tense moment, they finally broke through the dense puppet cloud and landed lightly on the ground. Two demon guards spotted the intruders and charged over to confront them. Recognizing Lilith, they asked what was going on. Lilith introduced Lucas as her guest, here to meet the Corn Ban. They warned Lilith against this and insisted Lucas was actually a demigod. The black-haired leader immediately summoned a fiery spirit to attack Lucas, claiming all demigods were invaders, but before the spirit even made contact, Lucas calmly cut its power. Shocking everyone, Lilith panicked as the severed spirit dropped to the ground in a heap. She shouted angrily, "Are you here to fight, or what?" Lucas jumped up boldly. "You started it by attacking me first." In the next instant, he delivered a powerful kick to the goat-headed one. The black goat-headed demon collapsed, and the lion-headed one lunged forward in rage. "You bastard!" It bared its teeth and slammed its hands down, trying to crush Lucas, but the lion-headed demon froze. Stunned, Lucas had blocked its hands with his feet, and no matter how hard the demon tried, it could not close its grip. Lucas followed up with another kick to the lion-headed demon's head. He pulled his legs back, hovering in midair, watching the demon collapse beside the fallen goat-headed one. Lilith watched in horror as he effortlessly took down two high-level demons in seconds. She whispered in disbelief, "Who the hell is he?" Suddenly, the Corn Ban appeared behind her, making her jump in shock. "So this is the guest you brought?" No wonder. It studied Lucas closely. He is deliberately holding back on those demons, not killing them. At first glance, it looks like divine power. But there is something off. It paused, deep in thought. Lucas stepped forward, smirking. "Good thing your eyes are not just for show. Are you the Corn Ban?" he asked. The Corn Ban asked what Lucas wanted. He replied, "I heard all the warlords are gathering for a big strategy meeting. Right? Lucifer's coming too." The Corn Ban fell silent, staring at Lucas, who stared right back. Then Lucas' voice rang out again, just as expected. "He is no match for the name Lucifer the King and the most cunning ruler of hell. I was not wrong to trust his reputation." Jaba wanted to ask what the heck he was talking about, but before he could finish, Lucas cut him off. "Take me to that meeting. I need to know everything about this war and the real truth behind Lucifer," he added, eyeing him sharply. Jaba repeated to Lily that she would really brought a suspicious guest along, a human wandering freely in hell. The most mysterious figure here is not the Lord or Lucifer, it is him. Hearing this, Lucas stayed calm, staring straight at him, but in this mess, the one with the unclear origin actually holds more sway. Then he told Lucas to follow him, and moments later, Azura was left speechless. Seeing this, Jeffa and Barbados looked in the same direction, confused. "Who is coming?" they asked. Jebba flew overhead, leading the two on the ground closer. "Here's our VIP," he said with a smirk. Barbados grumbled. "He is on the side of the archangel," Jebba calmly replied. "He is no archangel. He is Hugh," Lucas announced proudly, while Azura crossed his arms, glaring silently at the newcomer. Barbados was shocked to see a human wield such overwhelming divine power. Suddenly, it clicked. How could a human even get in here? Lily chimed in. Watching that Lucas really was just a human, Jeffa did not care about them and turned to ask Jebba why Lucifer had not shown up yet. "He is not coming," came the response, leaving Barbados and Azura stunned as they exchanged glances. Suddenly, Azura's gaze darted sharply to the other side. Over there, Lucas was casually walking toward them. "I am about to reveal Lucifer's plan," he declared. "Believe it or not, that is up to you," he said boldly. Standing right in front of the three giants, Lucas and Jebba began breaking down the situation for everyone. Moments later, Jeffa stood there, mouth agape in disbelief. Barbados echoed what he had just heard, wide-eyed. "Hell is doomed." Azura clenched his teeth in silence. Lucas explained this was a predictable outcome. Lucifer abandoned a dying hell and planned to rule as the regulator of the mortal world. Jebba confirmed the truth. Lucifer absorbed Satan's essence stone to become Hell's regulator. But in the end, Lucifer could not fully take the role. Hell's current state is just a fragile facade while he digests Satan's essence. Lucas quickly added there is only one way to save Hell. Kill Lucifer and extract Satan's essence from him. So it was a setup. You lured us here with a fake assassination plan while Lucifer was away. Jebba sneered, acting like he would seen through everything. "In the end, you are the one after Satan's essence, right?" Jebba said immediately. "I do not play in games with such low odds. If Lucifer can withstand that stone, then neither I nor anyone here stands a chance against its power." Barbados growled. "How can I believe that?" Azura narrowed his eyes at Lucas standing below. Locking eyes with him, Lucas' voice rang clear. "Jebba wants to embed Satan's essence into the regulator's body, like how the Lord used his to handle its power, then bury that body deep in Hell, where no one knows, as a talisman to keep Hell alive." Barbados slammed his foot down and shouted orders at him. "Damn it! This is not something for outsiders to meddle in. You want to quit here?" "Huh," Jebba said as he stepped closer to Lucas, who coldly glanced back at Barbados. Suddenly, Azura stepped forward to block him, making Barbados suspecting Azura was siding with the enemy. Azura muttered darkly. Hell's lost every ounce of respect. Without hesitation, Azura unleashed his power. His body was engulfed in swirling, ominous black smoke. Azura gritted his teeth. "You are crossing the line, Lucas." Lucas calmly called his name. Azura growled through clenched teeth. "For old time's sake, I will make your death painless." Lucas called out to Azura, quietly chanting a spell. "You can beat me." Lucas smirked confidently, eyes locked on him. Jeffa was stunned by the scene before her, while Barbados could not help but blurt out, "That bastard really is not some divine being." Azura slammed his fist into the ground right where Lucas stood, shattering the earth beneath him. What an arrogant jerk. The impact was so fierce that the ground behind him cracked wide open, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Furious at the sight, Jeffa clenched her fists. Who dares wreck someone else's fortress like that? Lilith stood with hands on hips, annoyed. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Meanwhile, Azura continued wildly pounding the earth, sending debris flying in every direction. Suddenly, he sensed something and froze in place. Lucas lay beneath Azura's powerful palm as it pried his fingers apart. He gripped Azura's fingers tightly and summoned all his strength. Just a second later, Lucas hurled Azura away with a powerful throw. Something glowing streaked through the air, slicing right through the trees ahead. Suddenly, that radiant light shifted direction and shot straight up into the sky. Lucas hovered midair, wrapped in a glowing blue aura. Barbados and Jeffa watched in shock. Lucas was completely unharmed by Azura's earlier attack. Azura gritted his teeth in pain, clutching his finger in disbelief. He never expected Lucas to snap his finger just by grabbing it. Immediately, Azura unleashed his arsenal of weapons. He roared loudly, ready to end this, but Lucas just smirked. Amid the fierce battle, nobody noticed two figures standing high above, watching quietly. Lucifer calmly looked down. "Azura's going to lose." Duro raised an eyebrow, asking why he was not jumping in. "Let the warlords handle it. It is better if the elders step in to mediate," Lucifer replied. As the two fighters below clashed fiercely, Lucifer smirked. "This is way more fun." Duro studied him for a moment, then concluded this guy was totally unpredictable. Meanwhile, Lucas flipped to dodge one of Azura's slashes. Duro could not believe a mere human could stand toe-to-toe with Azura in Hell. Barbados even suspected Azura was holding back. Banjiabip flew over, asking Barbados if he was just toying with that guy. Barbados shook his head, saying Azura was not that kind of person. Banjiabip fell silent, eyes narrowing as it noticed something suspicious. Banjiabip spotted two figures, Lucifer and someone else. It realized it recognized Lucifer and was curious about the companion. It noticed the other man resembled Lucifer, both having 3 markings on their sides. Banjiabut seemed to have a thought, then suddenly darted off, making Lily jump and yell. "Watch it. Next time, give me a heads up before you bolt, you pest." Blushing furiously, she scolded, "If you want to fly, at least say so first, you little pest." Meanwhile, Lucifer suddenly told Diro to return to the human world. A little pest is heading this way, he said. Eyes on Banji Bep racing straight at them, Diro vanished into thin air. Down in the human world, everything was in ruins. Ivan and Skizzer stood watching the devastation below. Suddenly, Ivan shot a glare at him. Irritated. She looks so sweet, but she is fiercer than me, Skizzer said. Confused by Ivan's outburst, the High Priestess announced Nose Dog's aura had vanished. Hearing this, Isabel gasped. Is he defeated? Skizzer looked up and shook his head. Right above them, a dark swirling vortex churned ominously. Nose Dog appeared in a twisted form, growling curses at them. Calling them filthy vermin, Skizzer knew Nose Dog was not weak like that. Ivan's expression hardened. He has taken some serious hits from them, too. Isabel summoned a blue light and shouted. We have got to keep pushing forward with this momentum. The blue glow instantly enveloped Ivan and Skizzer, leaving them stunned. Feeling lighter than before, Ivan turned with a grin and thanked Isabel. Isabel knew she could only charm and heal. Only Ivan and Skizzer could attack. She mentally hoped Diro would join them soon. Diro stood above, watching all their moves coldly. He muttered frostily. You are tougher than I expected, but Nose Dog is the embodiment of death, and that death is destined to come. As Diro spoke, Nose Dog suddenly grew gigantic, making Ivan gasp. How did he get so huge? Humans can stand fate, Diro said just as the vortex above them intensified dramatically. The High Priestess instantly moved her hands, waving powerful magic. Instantly, all of them were encased in a protective barrier, like a sphere, swallowed whole inside Nose Dog's swirling storm. The High Priestess warned. Death energy was flooding everywhere. No one was allowed to step outside the barrier under any circumstances. Just one step outside and it is an instant death sentence, she said sternly, raising her hand to emphasize her warning. Ivan's temper flared immediately. How the hell could he fight if he could not get out of the barrier? Skeezer's voice rang out. Life and death? Their energies clashed and twisted against each other. If another opposing energy broke through the barrier, then maybe we would have to use two opposing magics at once, like earth and wind, ice and fire. Without missing a beat, he turned to Isabel and said he could not use mana, urging her to take the lead. Leaving her stunned, she immediately cast fire magic with one hand and ice magic with the other. Seeing Isabel effortlessly wield such powerful magic simultaneously, Skeezer finally understood why Lucas wanted her on the team. Watching her merge these two forces, he marveled. She is only this young and already hitting level 7 mastery, always by Lucas's side. She had not realized her own strength. Isabel was truly a prodigy. Isabel stretched out her hands, flames and ice swirling around her palms. The twin streams of fire and ice shot forward at the same time. They collided mid-air, triggering a massive explosion. Ivan shielded his eyes against the blinding flash. Just like the High Priestess said, there was a small crack, but a crack nonetheless. Spotting the opening, Ivan wasted no time and shot through it. Ignoring everyone's tense stares, Ivan lunged, fist cocked, heading straight for Nose Dog. Taste my punch, he roared as his fist flew like lightning. The moment his fist connected, a blinding explosion erupted instantly. The blast lit up the entire sky. Skeezer stood firm, shading his eyes, yelling at Ivan to watch his damn mouth. Ivan was gasping for breath. He looked at Nose Dog playing around with his attack, smirking. What is your deal, you bastard? Skeezer panicked, shouting him to get back inside the barrier immediately. But it was too late. Nose Dog's black death energy had already surrounded Ivan. Gritting her teeth, Isabel cast her fire and ice magic. Charging forward, she launched both spells simultaneously, causing another massive explosion. The blast hurled Ivan violently outward. He quickly jumped down, landing inside the protective barrier. Skeezer scolded him harshly. Think before you attack next time, you idiot. Ivan just laughed it off, apologizing casually. Nose Dog growled and cursed. Everything snapped back to how it was at the start. Isabel warned her magic would only hold for a short while. She looked around, panicked. What do we do now? Nose Dog went berserk, unleashing a fresh wave of attacks. Black smoke tendrils threatened to tear through the barrier, sending chills down their spines. The High Priestess continued casting her spells. This was a psychological attack. Everyone needed to keep their minds steel strong. The barrier could only block so much. His power was to shatter the will to live inside others. He fed on negative feelings like regret and self-blame to break their spirits. The stronger someone's ego and faith, the easier they were to crush. Ivan snapped to attention, questioning what he just heard. Then both he and Skizzer echoed. Is she talking about us? They exchanged glances, faces twisted with disbelief. Suddenly, the man next to them screamed in anguish. Everyone panicked, rushing to check on him. Without warning, he shoved Isabel aside and bolted out, ignoring her desperate calls to stop. The man ran while screaming uncontrollably. Just outside the barrier, something latched onto his face, dragging him back, making him scream in agonizing terror. Ivan swore under his breath and immediately charged toward the man. He grabbed onto the old man's shirt. In the blink of an eye, Ivan slammed that man flying back into the magic barrier. Isabel caught him, panicking as she shouted for Ivan to come back fast. Skeezel and the High Priestess called out to him, worry etched on their faces. But Ivan was already engulfed by the swirling black energy of Nose Dog. He screamed, tears and snot streaming down his face in agony. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Ivan's mind, blaming him for ruining everything. He suddenly recalled his master, standing there with his back turned. The moment Nova's arm was severed flashed before his eyes. She clutched her wounded arm, screaming out in pain. Then, his master's fierce face appeared, scolding him that this mess happened because he was weak. In that hallucination, Ivan was so pained he could not utter a word, tears falling silently. Suddenly, images of Skizzle and Isabel appeared. They were glaring at him, clearly thinking he was useless trash. Ivan wanted to deny it but could not find the words. Then Benian's bleeding eyes, nose, and mouth flashed before him, accusing him of telling her to use the dragon's power. Terrified, Ivan screamed and bolted. He struggled, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, Ivan collapsed when he saw a shadowy figure standing before him. The figure said, "What a pity." Ivan, suddenly, two bursts of ice and fire magic shot out again, causing a massive explosion. Sang, in his raw power, stunned Skizzle and Isabel into shielding their eyes. Confused by what just happened, Nosedog was baffled. Realizing this power was divine might, the twin streams of ice and fire magic kept swirling and striking him relentlessly. Ivan's shocked face was soaked with tears and snot as he gawked dumbfounded. Sang, clueless, asked Snow if the angel standing before him was really one. Snow replied coldly, "You have barely met, yet your spellcasting skills have skyrocketed." Isabel and Skizzle were utterly shocked to see her here. Snow turned to the countryside and said Beniron had awakened, and only then did Ivan snap out of it, realizing she was real. Snow explained that Beniron used dragon energy to send her here. Ivan's heart trembled. Looks like Diro, who traveled with them, has changed after all. Someone asked where Diro was. Snow said she sensed with his team and saw he was with them. Diro was hiding above, silently watching them talk about him. Hearing that, Ivan turned around to look around. Diro said he had gone somewhere for a bit. Was he nearby? Suddenly, Nosedog's black smoke engulfed him again. Ivan swore under his breath. The cursed poison was getting stronger. Isabel urged everyone to hurry inside the magic barrier. Nosedog unleashed a powerful wave, and Snow immediately drew her sword. She slashed, unleashing a fiery and icy elemental strike simultaneously. As Snow sheathed her sword, the sky was thick with smoke from the explosion. When the smoke cleared, the darkness had vanished, and everyone sighed in relief. Nosedog spoke slowly. "So this is the divine power of Agni." Suddenly, he roared fiercely. "That arrogant brat dared to wield Agnia's stone." Snow frowned, annoyed, to claim it as mine. I endured pain like bone and flesh being torn apart. Suddenly, magic talismans flew toward him, catching him off guard. The High Priestess raised her hand, and Sang's life force caused her heart to beat new and restored the light to her eyes. The talismans flared, binding Nosedog's body as he screamed in agony. The High Priestess continued casting her magic. She narrowed her eyes, emphasizing each word. "You hold death itself, so life is your ultimate opposite. Farewell, Nosedog." Azura launched a full-force attack on Lucas, but he dodged. Azura grabbed his staff with both hands and swung it straight at Lucas. Lucas channeled all his strength into a kick, smashing into Azura's gut. The impact sent Azura flying back, crashing into the opposite tower. The tower's wall crumbled, leaving a huge hole in its side. He was buried under a pile of broken bricks, struggling to get up, with Azura already gripping a weapon. "Lucas, you are really something else." Lucas taunts. "Why are you sticking with that top guy over there? Big and bulky like that, now that is a fight worth having." Babato speaks up. "I want to reduce my weaknesses. Only my body will change, but my strength stays the same." Azura raises his bow, releases an arrow, and fires straight at Lucas. The arrow flies right at Lucas, but he swiftly dodges it. Azura grabs another arrow, charging at Lucas, stabbing decisively. The spot he attacked is shattered, but no one's there. Lucas stands unharmed to the side. Lucas sneers, "Using 6 weapons to block all my escape routes. You really are hell's top warhorse." Azura fumes with rage. He keeps attacking relentlessly, but Lucas dodges every strike. Azura is baffled. "How can my attacks have no effect on him?" Lilith watches from the sidelines, noting Lucas is dominating this duel. She adds, "This is not an even fight." Azura is getting spun around like a top. Azura looks exhausted and suddenly drops his weapon. The others follow suit, all dropping their weapons at once. Lucas is surprised. "So what kind of heavy weapons were you planning to fight with?" Without a word, Azura lunges straight at Lucas. He punches hard into Lucas' gut. Lucas grits his teeth and endures it. Azura grabs Lucas' leg, spinning him multiple times in midair, then slams him down hard onto the ground. This time Lucas can escape. Jeffa cheers. "I have got the upper hand now." Bebatos adds, "As long as the attacks land, Azura's gonna win." But Lilith thinks differently. Not so sure about that. Azura grits his teeth and punches with all his might. Lucas does not fight back at all. Lucas' eyes suddenly flash. Azura is caught off guard as Lucas unleashes a blinding burst of power. Something explodes violently nearby. Barbados can't even catch what just happened. Jeff is stunned. No way. I can't believe it. He looks at Lucas, who is soaking up the momentum, took that hit, but did not get hurt at all. Azura collapses. Staggering to the side, he smirks bitterly. This guy's lost his mind. Anger flashes in Lucas' eyes. A lowly demon dares to challenge me. You will all die. And you will kneel before me. Look at you pathetic fools, your arrows will lie broken at my feet. Even the power of demons will belong to me. Lucas grits his teeth hard, screaming with all his might as his power erupts. He exhales sharply. Azura sneers. So you finally can hold back? Huh? Whispers echo from the other side. Destroy me and make me submit to you. This is a trial for superhumans stepping onto divine terry, gaining power to bend everything to their will, which means doing anything they desire. Your true enemy is not the gods, nor Lucifer himself. The strongest enemy will always be yourself. Now's the time to teach a lesson. The second battle begins, and Lucas unleashes his power once again. His feet blur, vanishing from the ground in an instant, colliding fiercely with Azura. Lilith gasps. Ziffa and Barbados are shocked to see Azura defeated and lying on the ground, but Azura laughs with satisfaction. I do not even remember the last time I lost. Lucas grabs Azura's hand to pull him up, and I do not feel like I have won at all. Azura tells his comrades, Ziffa, Barbados, I will let you behead Lucifer at Lucas' command because I lost. You guys want to fight? Then I want in on this crew too. Ziffa and Barbados take turns replying. We refuse, and we will follow Lucas' lead. Lucas asks in disbelief, are you doing this on purpose? Azura confidently says, just capture and eliminate him. I want to disgrace him before I face him in combat. After the duel between Lucas and Azura ends, everyone gathers together. Lilith feels uneasy. I do not see Ban Ziffa anywhere. Lucas thought to himself, what the heck? She suddenly remembers Ban Ziffa's situation. Speaking of which, where did he fly off to just now? Lucas pondered. Where could he have gone? Things were clearly more complicated than just him disappearing. Something bad had definitely gone down. Staring into the distance, he said, I have got a bad feeling about this. We need to find Ban Ziffa. No matter what. Cut to. A massive object tangled in cables loomed under the moonlight. The ground below was soaked in pools of black liquid, spreading out like a dark stain. A voice, dripping with disgust, muttered, this smell. It is absolutely revolting. It was Lucifer. He stood there with a sneer, his face twisted with malice as he looked down at the stinking creature he would just caught, not forgetting to throw some savage shade. So that is what this smell was all about. Earlier, everyone was puzzled about Ban Ziffa's whereabouts, but now it was clear he was in a life or death situation. He was cornered by Lucifer, relentlessly attacked with no chance to fight back. Lucifer taunted, like I said, he is the king now. His face cold and detached, he gave a faint smile and calmly warned the poor soul on the slab. Things are about to get real ugly. Meanwhile, Lilith sensed the danger and quickly took to the skies to scout for Ban Ziffa's trail. Wherever you go, at least give a heads up first. Right? Searching every nook and cranny. Lilith shouted, hey, Lucas, no matter how you look, we can find him anywhere. Don't tell me you think he is some kind of ghost. Given the current situation, it was not hard for him to figure out this guy would not just run off alone in the middle of a fight while the two searched. The others had vanished without a trace. The person they needed to find was nowhere in sight, and those who were with them just now had disappeared too. Lilith fumed. Where the hell did everyone go? Seriously. Does everyone just do whatever they want? Suddenly, scene switches to Zephyr taking a brutal beating, receiving a deadly blow that left him writhing in pain. Then Barbados' life was snatched away by Lot's swift strike, one clean hit piercing his chest. Both Barbados and Zephyr met bitter ends at the hands of this ruthless villain. After taking down two foes in a row, he just shrugged it off, totally unfazed by what had just unfolded. Lot bluntly said, demon life. Totally meaningless. Lucifer, standing silently behind, suddenly spoke up. So it is over now. Huh. He kept his icy demeanor, reclining with a cold smile, casually holding Ziffa's severed head in one hand. He praised Lot. You are 1 point ahead of me now. Ziffa's eyes flew open, filled with pain and terror, but it was all over in a blink. Lucifer carelessly tossed the head aside like a worthless relic. The atmosphere turned even darker and more chilling as he stomped hard on the head, crushing it into the ground. Even in death, no one gets to keep their dignity against such brutality, he said, because this is the demon realm. I can use my full power. Then he frowned, contemplating the mess he and Lot had gotten into. This Frey guy is seriously weird. Lucifer glanced at Lot and said, he offered an alliance to both you and me but chose a third path. Guess he did not realize we are secretly working together. Before Lot could respond, he caught a scent of an intruder and calmly warned, looks like we have got company. Azura burst onto the scene, fired up and furious, voice dripping with venom as he swore to tear apart anyone who dared lay hands on his people. You, Lucifer, you bastard. Shocked to see Lot and Lucifer teaming up, his inner power flared like a wildfire. Azura shouted, Lucifer, how dare you cozy up with that damn king of scum? Facing this threat, both Lot and Lucifer showed ruthless resolve, ready to wipe out the Chaos Maker before them. You killed them, Banji Bob, Barbados, and Ziffa. It is all on you, Azura accused fiercely. Lucifer smirked. I know how to join forces when needed. He continued, during the chaos when Banjibab vanished, there was no way to find him, but knowing you guys, you would act solo. Just as expected. You all started to scatter. The king and I handled them one by one. If your ruler keeps attacking nonstop, there is no guarantee I will come out on top. Azura growled through clenched teeth. You bastard. Lucifer paid no mind and bluntly criticized the enemy's tactics. If you say the demon world is protected by a fragile balance, it would not be an exaggeration, and your corruption is exactly what shattered that balance. If he dares to say one more word, Azura 1T hold back and will charge right at that wreck. He is about to explode on him again. He taunts Azura, like everything is playing out exactly how he planned. Azura, no need to get all worked up. Frey's wound on you probably still has not healed. That is it. Azura snaps, drawing his weapon as he lunges to attack Lucifer, not rushing to counterattack. Lucifer calmly replies just before Azura's strike lands. Right now, I could kill you with just one hand. After that sharp warning, he unleashes a massive violet energy blast so huge that Azura is blasted thousands of meters away before he can even touch a single hair. The strike is so fierce all you see is a streak of purple light slicing through the sky, sending Azura to the far edge of the land. Thick smoke blankets the sky, turning the land upside down. Lucifer quickly senses something's off. Lucas and Lilith arrive just in time to save Azura's life amidst the chaos. Azura gasps out. Lucas, after barely escaping Lucifer's devastating strike, Azura seethes at Lucas. Just like I said, that bastard Lucifer and the Lord, they have got some secret pact. I heard everything. Lucas narrows his eyes at the two villains. They are clearly on the same team. No wonder something felt off. Lilith senses the situation spiraling out of control and informs them grimly. The three lords of hell are dead. Indeed, all three have been butchered like fish on a chopping block, offering up their lives all at once. Lord, who had been silent, can't he hide his smug grin anymore? No need to waste time hunting. Lucifer looks at Lord with a knowing expression they both understand perfectly. The enemies have gathered themselves in one place. Things look grim. Even though all three are still dangerous, it is doubtful they will survive intact. Lucas urgently orders the two to leave immediately. Lilith, get Azura out of here. Lilith, tense, asks, what? Lucas explains the current situation. They have been double-crossed by those two, so it is time to return the favor properly. Just when things seem heroic and moving, Azura suddenly thrashes wildly, determined to stay and fight those two villains himself. I do not need anyone's help. I am fine on my own. Lilith tries her best to hold back the towering brute, almost gasping for breath. Hey, calm down. You are not as big as you think. Lord, tired of this cat and mouse drama, raises his index finger and unleashes a move. Suddenly, those two idiots get trapped inside a golden sphere. Lord's technique from earlier. Before Lucas can react, Lord's already one step ahead. The sphere starts cracking ominously, signaling impending disaster. The two inside glare furiously like trapped prey. Cracks spread rapidly until the sphere explodes with a deafening blast, shattering into pieces flying everywhere. Once again, Lucas reacts just in time to save the two still dazed inside. This power is unpredictable. He realizes he must quickly process all the information to survive. A flood of thoughts rushes through him, all focused on staying alive and escaping this nightmare. Space itself shatters like glass. This is the Lord at spatial manipulation power at work. Both Azura and Lilith are shaken to their cores, feeling like death narrowly missed them. Lucas urges, move, now. You are the ones holding me back. Before they can protest, they snap to attention and follow Lucas' orders. Out of nowhere, Lucifer swoops in to block their only escape route. Who said you are allowed to leave? The sky darkens as their lives hang in the balance. Seizing the moment, he launches a devastating strike. He is threatening them all. His Enager attack surges like a massive energy blast, incinerating everything around into ashes. Lucas channels his energy and fires back at Lucifer with a counterattack. The two attacks collide, merging into a furious storm that triggers a massive explosion and a blinding flash engulfing everything. Lucifer stands still, his upper body cloaked in thick white smoke. Sitting firmly, Lucas pours all his strength into summoning lightning strikes aimed directly at Lucifer's feet. The bolts race up from the ground, latching onto Lucifer's feet and pinning him in place, seizing the one-shot opportunity. While keeping Lucifer distracted, Lucas' right-hand man tapped into a different power source to trap and eliminate him. Lucifer seemed to be struggling against a massive force, the Dark Knight swallowing him whole like a black hole ready to consume everything. This time, escaping Lucas' grasp looked impossible. Gathering just enough energy, Lucas unleashed all his inner power in a devastating strike toward Lucifer, sending thick smoke billowing around him. Lucas waited, eyes locked on the aftermath of his lethal blow, anticipating the end. Suddenly, as the smoke thinned, he exhaled relief. There was the battered corpse of Beto shielding Lucifer, blocking Lucas' full attack. Before Lucas could even react, Lot slipped behind him, sneering with contempt. Pathetic. Lot's face darkened, and in a blink, he eclipsed Lucas' arm with a swift, precise move. The scene turned cold and drenched in blood, terror and agony crashing down on Lucas' mind. Pain stabbed like 1,000 knives, his body torn apart. Heart strangled by fear and despair, he screamed out in agony. Losing control, Lucas let out a deafening roar as Lot's blade severed his arm in unbearable, searing pain. Gritting his teeth, he pushed past the pain, summoning his remaining strength to regenerate his left arm, eyes burning with resolve as he faced Lot. Lot approached again but paused, watching as Lucas desperately dodged, trying to put as much distance as possible, fearful that Lot would show no mercy and leave him with nothing. What the hell was he babbling about? Lucifer's gaze followed Lilith, swiftly whisking Azura away to safety. If not for that, neither of them would have survived, let alone helped Lucas escape. Lucifer's expression soared with regret. He would just lost a prime target right before his eyes. Lilith's escape was the smartest move she could be made. Lot stepped closer to Lucifer, his voice dripping with hidden meaning. You have already missed your chance, he said. Lucifer knew exactly what happened to those two. Laughing confidently, he claimed it would be tough for them to slip from his grasp, maybe just a little delay. Meanwhile, Lucas summoned his last ounce of willpower, pouring all his energy into healing his arm. Feeling the gradual progress as the pain subsided, Lucas' relentless effort paid off. His arm fully restored, just like before. Having endured such torment, Lucas' body still struggled to breathe under the lingering pressure. His heart pounded wildly, breath coming in ragged gasps. Utterly drained, despite everything, he had retained his human consciousness. He had not fallen under Lucifer's control. His mind was still his own. Slowly, the two advanced toward each other. Definitely time to settle this with bloodshed. Every move Lot made was slow but calculated, radiating control and menace. He crept forward, exuding danger, flashing a slight, mocking grin at Lucas, implying if he did not act fast, 3 lives would be lost. Then he surged forward, raw power ready to devour Lucas alive. Suddenly, a familiar hand pierced right through him. 3 attackers were too many. Lot, the traitor, stabbed Lucifer in the back with a decisive strike. Lucifer's face remained calm but suspicious, turning to the attacker behind him. What the hell are you playing at? Lot grinned triumphantly, sharing a few words before deciding to send Lucifer straight to his grave. My friend, why the shock? You are hardly unpredictable. The tables turned on the traitor, and Lucifer suspected Lot was trying to double-cross him. His face twisted with anger as his eyes locked on his betrayer. You really think you can win alone? Lot replied coldly. I am just here to confirm one thing. Lot's ears were tuned, clearly testing Lucifer. No doubt, his body was not human, a stone-cold heart. Furious, Lucifer summoned a massive pair of shadow wings, nearly enveloping his entire form. The colossal energy radiated, shaking the surrounding space, rattling even wounded Lucas nearby. Instantly, Lucifer spun a full 180 degrees, facing the audacious foe who dared touch him, sending Lucas flying thousands of meters away with sheer force. Lucas struggled to stay on his feet, battling the violent shockwave that sent him stumbling back, grinding his shoes to the brink. What the hell was that? Lucifer spread his giant wings, covering the massive hole Lot's hand had pierced through. He was no stranger to betrayal, but this cut deep. Utterly annoyed, he spoke bluntly. So you plan to confirm that from the start? Slowly, he unfurled his wings again, revealing the wound on his stomach. You really are more arrogant than even me. Lot's golden eyes widened, sharp and commanding yet dripping with pride, as he took a moment to explain his mindset. Arrogant? Nah, I call it confidence. Even Lucifer struggled to keep his cool. Lot replied straightforwardly. From the beginning, I never intended to ally with anyone outside my own kind. Without hiding his original intent, Lot laid everything out clearly for Lucas. I hope this clears up any misunderstanding between us. The scene shifted dramatically, more intense than a Thai soap opera, with Lot's overwhelming aura inviting Lucas to join forces. I will team up with you to take down Lucifer. At the same moment, Nosedog let out a piercing scream as he sucked back in the swirling purple life energy. The High Priestess stood beside Skyzer and Ivan, who were desperately channeling energy, sending a massive surge of life force straight toward Nosedog across the field. Chaos erupted. Ivan panicked. Nosedog's life energy is tricking us. It is being pulled right into him. Skeezer was equally stunned, observing closely. They realized the life force was actually reviving Nosedog's dead body. That is the power of yin and yang attraction. Suddenly, Nosedog exploded with rage, thrashing wildly as he screamed. Pathetic humans. The High Priestess was overwhelmed by the sonic blast of his fury. Staggering backward, barely able to hold her ground, Nosedog's inner power surged violently, forcing the High Priestess further back, robbing her of any chance to resist. Quick as lightning, Ivan flew over to shield her with his body. The High Priestess, stunned by Nosedog's terrifying might, whispered shakily, "Thank you." Everyone below witnessed the terrifying scene, the dark space engulfed by Nosedog's black aura. Just as he prepared to annihilate everything, that black energy began to spread. The High Priestess pushed herself out of Ivan's grasp. "If I do not use this small window, we won't get another chance to turn the tide. Everyone, hold on, their power is restrained for now. Just hang tight until my ritual ends." Ivan knew this was their best shot. His serious gaze shifting to Snow, she caught his meaning immediately and nodded to carry on with the plan. Snow switched to combat mode, wielding her sword ready to unleash a massive strike. Suddenly, a giant block of ice formed and hurtled toward Nosedog. Catching him off guard, the attack slammed right into his chest. The hit was brutal enough to make him cry out in pain. Not done yet. Ivan darted in front of him, preparing a thunderous punch. One straight shot to the face sent Nosedog flying back like a wrecking ball. Still not satisfied, Ivan followed up with a spinning kick, forcing Nosedog to gasp for breath. Finally, Ivan gathered all his strength for a crushing blow to the head, fists clenched tight, ready to slam down hard. "You are one tough bastard to keep coming back." Damn it! The hit sent Nosedog crashing deep into the ground, disappearing from sight amid a cloud of dust and chaos, gasping for breath after taking brutal hits. His teeth clenched in frustration. Still not done yet. Suddenly, Skizzer appeared out of nowhere, grim-faced, ready to follow up on Ivan's attack. A massive explosion erupted, the aftermath unclear to everyone caught in it. Ivan sensed something was off but did not have time to warn the others. Meanwhile, Nosedog, now smaller in form, swiftly lunged toward the High Priestess. Ivan rushed over, grabbing his hand to counterattack and buy time, neither side willing to back down. Ivan gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely. "You damn sea demon bastard." Nosedog pushed Ivan back while squeezing his hand tighter, causing Ivan to wince in pain, still holding on with a human's stubborn spirit. "You think some human can outmuscle me? Know your limits." Just then, Isabel appeared, lending Ivan a surge of energy. Perfect timing, her power hit him like a lightning bolt, restoring and boosting his strength severalfold. Ivan seized the upper hand, gripping Nosedog's hand tighter but never forgetting to thank his comrade right on cue. Isabel appeared. He slammed the guy down himself, knocking him flat on the ground. Ivan pressed down harder, gripping his throat as a sharp reminder to Nosedog, "I have got reliable allies watching my back." Meanwhile, Isabel kept pushing her power to him. "And you? What about you? Can you really feel safe with the Lord standing behind you?" Ivan's face twisted with bitter rage, ready to unleash a devastating punch while choking Nosedog with the other hand. Ivan made it clear the turning tide was not just him alone. "That is the difference between us and you." Skullhead Nosedog tried to imitate him, but was he scared? Nope, not one bit. "If you all die here, that is game over. Is not." This fiery strike was brutal. While Ivan was still stunned by the cryptic words, Nosedog silently summoned energy, forming a dark circle that shot straight at Isabel's back. She froze, unable to react in time. One piercing hit through the heart, her body instantly stiffening. Ivan's eyes widened in shock on top of Nosedog's mouth agape. He could not process what was unfolding right before him. She collapsed backwards. Nosedog's blow had killed her outright. Snow and the High Priestess stood frozen, powerless against that counterattack. Ivan's face drained of color as he stared down at Isabel lying lifeless on the cold ground. Stunned by Nosedog's cruelty, overwhelmed by fury and pain, only a piercing scream echoed through the darkness. Snow refused to accept her fate, cradling Isabel's head with one hand, the other pressed against the bleeding wound. "Wake up, Isabel. Come on." She struggled to blink, desperately searching for a familiar face, none other than Lucas, encased in a glowing sphere, lying completely still. Suddenly, Lucas' body twitched violently. His eyes snapped open wide as magic enveloped him, transforming him instantly into someone else. Lucifer and Lord stood frozen. Clueless Lucifer, sensing immense power, could not help but wonder what on earth was happening. Lucas lost control, muttering fiercely, "Kill them. Destroy them. Make them submit." Lucifer's gut twisted with unease. Could it be Lord, on the other hand, was basking in the thrill, marveling that Lucas had finally stepped into the realm of superhuman power, and suddenly smirked, plotting something sinister. Lucifer tried to block Lucas with magic, a flicker of regret crossing his face. Damn, I should be taking him out sooner, and launched a counterattack. A magical orb appeared behind him, aimed straight at Lucas. A blue beam burst forth, paired with Hans' glowing violet eyes radiating mystic power. But it did not last. Rather than Lucas getting hurt by Hans' spell, the magic backfired and struck Han, knocking him down. No one knows what Lucas did to make Lucifer scream in shock, unable to counterattack, and stared at Lucas, who stood motionless and seemingly powerless. Impossible. That mere mortal. Han is just a fragment of a soul. So how could he overpower me? From afar, Lot sat back enjoying the spectacle, cheerfully welcoming Lucas as one of his own. "Welcome, Lucas. Welcome to my kind." Lucas said nothing, fury boiling over as he channeled all his magic and charged straight at his enemy. Like a man, he ran full speed toward Lot, but mid-charge, something slammed into his face, forcing him to stagger back. Luckily, his magic shielded him from the impact. A sphere with an otherworldly force trapped him, leaving him confused and stuck like a starving beast caged and helpless. Lucifer turned around and saw it was exactly as he feared, and clenched his teeth in frustration. From the start, your goal was to consume Lucas. Lucifer could not believe it. Pointing out the suspicious signs he noticed the moment Han arrived, how countless demigods had vanished without a trace. "You said you sent them to the mortal realm, but that was a lie. So there is no way Diro did not see through all of this." Lucifer never saw it coming, the true nature of humanity revealed. And at this moment, no need to hide anymore. That wicked grin was nothing short of monstrous. "Turns out, you devoured them all." Before Lucifer could utter another word, Han snapped his fingers, and that snap packed enough power to send Lucifer crashing down. In no time, he vanished without a trace, only two wings left behind, accompanied by a piercing scream filled with agony. Lucifer struggled to rise, clutching his wings. "My wings. Both of them." Meanwhile, Lot strolled forward slowly, speaking as he went. "When I devoured Dalen, a memory merged into my body." Lucas, driven mad with rage, threw punches wildly but could not change the worsening situation. Only Lucas' words echoed. "At first, I thought it was Dalen's memory, but it turns out it was not." Lot walked straight up, staring face to face and confirming one thing: it was my memory. She was just a fragment that made me whole. Lot looked down at his hands, a sinister smile creeping across his face, chilling to the bone. "That is when I realized all archangels originated from a single body." Everything finally made sense. Lucifer's voice was near explaining why he spared a mere obstacle like Free, looking up at the temporary victor, now too drained to fight. "Because the biggest fragment of me was inside him. It was all part of the plan, but assimilating with a mediocre human like him was a real pain. I had to help him reach the level of a super being." Lucifer, though still badly wounded from battle, listened intently, bearing Lot's cruel words. "I thought he would become my excuse, Lucifer." Then he stepped closer to Lucas, admiring the masterpiece he would crafted. While I stood there, watching Lucas boil with rage, he was eerily calm. But that excuse turned out to be just some ordinary human girl from the mortal realm. His eyes glowed with a strange light, but his lips never stopped smiling at the glory of his victory, because Lot knew no one was strong enough to stand in his way. He casually savored his triumph, eyes locked on Lucas, still unable to stomach humans. Scene shifts to a nearby place. Snow struggles to wake Isabel, who is badly wounded from the recent battle. "Wake up, Isabel." Suddenly, the High Priestess appears, rushing to help. She utters a few words before casting a healing spell. "Leave this to me." A mysterious purple magic glows, forming a yin-yang symbol that radiates with mystical power. The symbol expands, surrounding the High Priestess, seemingly having an effect. Snow's hope flares up like striking gold. "Yes, just like when we took down Nose Dog, if we can pull her back from death." But before joy could settle in, the High Priestess' words cut through the optimism like a sharp blade. "I can reverse human fate with magic. This is just a temporary fix." Meanwhile, Ivan grips Nose Dog tightly. "Damn it! Gotta finish this quick." Suddenly, a hand grabs Ivan by the neck from behind. In a reckless moment, Ivan is swiftly grabbed, choking him until he can barely breathe. Nose Dog flips the script, still clutching victorious stance from when Bob attacked. Who is winning now? Hanging by a thread, Ivan quietly curses. "Damn it! If only I could use my full power against him." Nose Dog radiates a sinister green energy, signaling trouble ahead. He bellows a final, fierce strike aimed at Ivan. Die. Wretched human, back on the other side. Things are not looking good either. The outcome is clear for the loser. Lot still clings to his prize. Time to return to the mortal realm. Lucifer gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Lucas' body holds the Dragon Lord's crystal. With both in hand, my plan will be complete. Lot, the victor, declared with a pitiful gaze. Not quite, but this battle ends with my victory, just as I thought my efforts mattered. It turns out it was all part of Lot's scheme from the start, and felt like nothing more than a pawn crafted by Lot himself. Shouting desperately, Diro, get back to the underworld now. But the response was a shocking refusal from Diro as subordinate. He declined. Diro acted like some chubby brat, brushing it off with a half-hearted apology. No intention to continue. Forcing an apology to Lucifer's people with one hand, Diro still gripped the motionless Bardos. Flashing a wicked grin, a final Poe move before heading back to the heavens. He declared that Iris' plan was about to unfold. Then came the explanation and the real reason why he joined the battle from the start. She told me the Lord was bound to come after me. Scene shifts far away. Skeezer and Ivan keep talking as the stakes hang by a thread. I said I would turn this into an opportunity and absolutely crush his biggest piece, Nox Dog. Meanwhile, on the other side, they are trying to heal Isabel. Nox Dog will move in place of the Lord, who is roaming the demon realm. Back to deck. Clutching the beast Bardos tightly, so she told me to find Kanthut, Nox Dog's disciple. I knew the one who turned Kanthut into Nox Dog's disciple was Lucifer's man, so I played along a little to locate him. Didn't expect a traitor right there. Doing everything for him only to flip faster than lightning. Lucifer could only curse. Powerless Diro. That bastard. Hearing that name, Lucifer clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Irid, the very same Irid who teamed up with that girl and betrayed me. But Diro was one step ahead, talking about betrayal like it is his specialty, right? Lucifer even uncovered Lucifer's weak spot, but good luck catching up to Irid anytime soon. Then, with a swift move, he killed Bardos, shattering him into dust. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged, like a tether linking two souls. When one hurts, the other feels it too. Jeffa, as if possessed by some force, blurted it out in a flash. The blue smoke vanished, revealing a starry sky. Skizzer blinked, confused about what was happening. What is this? Am I stuck in some smoky trap? Below, Jeffa dropped Ivan and collapsed. Ivan coughed, gasping for fresh air, stunned by the unexpected turn. Rubbing his neck, he muttered in disbelief. What the hell just happened? Everyone could not believe their eyes. The enemy, who was just here, vanished without a trace. Nox Dog was not moving anymore. Lot stood there smugly, taunting Lucifer. Looks like your guy just won. Listen. Lucifer's face twisted with rage, veins bulging, teeth grinding viciously. Knowing his own hot-headed nature, he could not resist Lot's provocation. He exploded in anger and took off, snarling. Wait, turtle. Damn it, but this was not the usual Lot to let it slide. This Lot summoned dark magic, aiming right at Lucifer. A magical orb enveloped him, immediately squeezing his hand tight. Meanwhile, Lucifer rode in fury, fangs bared, calling out a familiar name. Iris, you arrogant brat. Suddenly, the orb exploded, flooding the area with a red glow. Skeezer and Ivan crept closer, eager to see what was going down. What the heck just happened? Jeffa lay motionless like a corpse. He would been ascended ages ago. That bastard was just sleeping. Suddenly, footsteps emerged from the shadows, drawing Skeezer and Ivan's attention. The disciple of Nox Dog was dead. Out of nowhere, Diro appeared, holding the severed head of one of the three demons, while the demon himself was in eternal slumber. Skeezer rushed over, asking Diro, you killed the disciple, so where did you go? He said nothing, just gestured silently and moved forward. Then the demon Isabel spoke plainly. I will heal her. With that, a heavy silence fell as he reached out his hand, starting to heal Isabel. Moments later, the wounds closed quickly, as if they would never been there. I reversed time to restore her body's vitality. She will wake up soon. The high priestess stood dumbfounded, only able to utter one word. Huh. The high priestess could not believe what she was seeing and turned to Diro, asking, you reversed time? How could you do that? Before he could answer, Skeezer behind him spoke as if replying for him. I know who you really are now. Diro turned calmly and said, I carry the Dragon Lord's soul stone within me. He recalled Lucifer's image. Lucifer had devoured Satan's spirit crystal to become the ruler of the demon realm. In the end, he could not make that spirit crystal his own, because the Dragon Lord's crystal inside him blocked the process. Back in reality, he added more to the crystal, so he split it in half and transferred the other half of the Dragon Lord as crystal to me. Skeezer listened silently, then calmly asked again, half of what? Diro confidently confirmed. I am the other half of Lucifer. Hearing this, Ivan suddenly lunged forward shouting loudly, as if scared he would be left out. What? You are on Lucifer's side too? Skeezer spoke up. Ivan. Knowing this, why are you still sticking around with us? A mysterious voice echoed. Irid told me everything that happened since the beginning, when I fell into the continent with no memories. That was a key part of her long-term plan. Skeezer's face darkened like a slap to the face. Growling. Irid's plan. Huh. Snow turned around at the mention but kept a watchful eye on Isabel, the pure, blank slate personality I had met. Irid. Free. Isabel. And all of you, and everyone shaped my personality completely different from Lucifer's original intent. Diro also revealed his current state, concluding that siding with a criminal was the right call. Skeezer shot back. Why? But Diro paused briefly and replied with just 3 words. It is simple. Lucifer forced his will on me, but Irid gave me the freedom to choose for myself. I recalled Irid's image, her words ringing out. True life means deciding your own path. Her conviction was far more convincing. Back in reality, Skeezer sighed and scratched his head. Seriously, I never liked her. Not back then and not now. Just then, Lucas suddenly woke up, sitting there grumbling loudly enough to grab everyone's attention. Hearing his voice, everyone turned to each other calling out, Free! What is going on? He is awake. Ivan's face twisted with irritation. Half teasing, while Skeezer said nothing, just silently observing. Sleeps when needed. Wakes up after the job's done. That guy, like he was possessed by a demon. Lucas muttered to himself like a madman. Something was off about Frey. His face darkened again. Acting strangely, Lucas' complexion shifted, radiating an ominous aura. In no time, he transformed into a wild beast, roaring like a caged animal breaking free. Then, locking onto his target. The first victim was none other than Skeezer. Ivan stood frozen, shouting his name. Skeezer, without hesitation. Lucas counterattacked, retaliating for Skeezer's earlier strike. Free! What are you doing? Lucas said nothing, hair whipping wildly in the magic wind. He continued muttering like a monster, staring straight at Ivan. I will kill, I will destroy. Then he opened his mouth wide as if to bite, like a feral beast. Luckily, Ivan reacted fast, shielding his handsome face with one hand while pulling Lucas' head away with the other. Are you rabid? What is wrong with you? Diro, standing nearby, explained to Ivan. He has crossed into the god's domain. He was losing control but still able to fight. Ivan, handsome as ever, clearly did not get what was happening. How the hell did it come to this? No time for words. Time to act. The whole crew rushed in to calm Lucas down. Hold him back. Everyone, get him under control. Suddenly, Lucas' hand shot out straight at the high priestess, catching her completely off guard. In an instant, he knocked her far away with a powerful shove. After dealing with one more opponent, Lucas surged forward, locking onto a new target, and this time, the unlucky guy was none other than Diro. Instantly, Lucas unleashed a double-footed kick like a pro soccer player, slamming into Diro's head with a loud smack, sending him crashing to the ground. What a mess for this so-called handsome guy. Ivan, furious, fought back fiercely, throwing a surprise punch from behind. Come on. Bring it. But how could anyone match this wild beast? Before Ivan could land a hit, Lucas leapt into the air, dodging his punch. Then, instead of landing on the ground, Lucas slammed down hard right onto Ivan's head. Scene shifts. Everything around from the building to the ground collapses piece by piece. Thick smoke choking the air. Just one hit, and the entire human squad is down for the count. Snow, Ivan, Diro, and finally Skeezer, all lying motionless. After the fight, Lucas stands still but mutters under his breath. Defeat them. Make them submit. Close up on his face, revealing the sharp angle of his jaw. Kill them. Destroy them utterly. At that moment, Skeezer wakes up, struggles to his feet, and calls out his name. Lucas, wake up. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through, making sweat pour like rain. Finally, everything is falling into place. That familiar voice is taunting with a cocky laugh, celebrating his own victory. It is exactly who Lucas was thinking of, the very villain standing right before him. Yep, none other than our ultimate villain boss. Straight out of the lot position. Cut to Lucas, who is channeling his inner power, screaming to gauge his energy and ready his stance. Skeezer pushes with all his might, calling Lucas' name one last time. Lucas, stop it. Come on. Ignoring the pleas, Lucas keeps flexing his main character glow, raising both hands to focus all his power on Lot. She screams in desperation, begging him to stop. A dazzling golden orb bursts forth, mixed with fresh blood spraying everywhere. Now, I am taking back what is mine. Skeezer watches helplessly as the bitter tree welts, Everything frozen in that exact moment, just like before, watching Lucas collapse. While Lot smirks triumphantly, clutching what he came for no matter how hard they try. Talent? Enlightenment. Acceptance, none of it matters. When faced with an absolute existence like him, he surveys the devastation, grinning wildly. His dark dream from 4,000 years ago is finally replaying. Lucas stands alone, gazing at the sunset, captivated by nature's beauty. He murmurs, if heaven exists, this must be what it looks like. Iris the fighter suddenly cuts in. Heaven? Then she smirks, eyes twinkling with mischief at Lucas. Hey, look who is here. What are you two up to? You leave the investigation to us and go on a date. Then Skizzer shows up with his two friends. Lucas' face lights up seeing them. Skizzer, you are done already. Skizzer admits something to Lucas. Sure enough, this area is packed with untouched ancient ruins. Where to next? Kasarjan chimes in. How about Eastern martial arts are seriously inspiring. Lucid agrees. Great idea. I have always wanted to see that one-edged sword they call the katana. Suddenly, Skizzer turns sore, snapping at the two. Do you ever talk about anything besides research? Kasarjan honestly admits. Nope. Lucas feigns surprise at the scene unfolding before him. I noticed you are not happy. What is up? Lucas just shrugs it off. Nothing. Let us. Iris the fighter lingers, piecing it all together, then gives a soft smile. Eventually, they all head out with Lucid's crew. Night falls, and Lucas recalls how he became a fray break, fighting lost while completely outmatched. Meanwhile, Snow lies nearby, wounded and barely conscious. Ivan's condition mirrors hers, but Skizzer still has enough strength to side with Lost and mock. Lucas, you are as good as dead. Hearing this, Lost covers Lucas' mouth, laughing cruelly. Now you get it. You will never change history. Lucas narrows his eyes, silently burning with rage. Lucas? Dead? That can be true. Fray, to end. Lost quickly casts a spell. Then I will reclaim it, the final piece I need to complete myself. Every ounce of Lucas' inner power is drained dry by him. When finished, Lost coldly tosses Lucas to the ground, making him roar in fury. Damn it, Snow sobs in frustration. Is this really how it ends? It feels so pointless. The High Priestess, powerless and heartbroken, wept as she whispered to herself, Lost, is this really your plan? Are we truly doomed to be wiped out? Tonight, the sky is bathed in the glow of a full moon. Meanwhile, Lucas sits by the shore, lost deep in old memories. Iris Vifider comes to find him. Can't sleep. Huh. He turns to look at her and asks, Iris, are you feeling the same way? Iris Vifider smiles brightly and replies, you have been lost in thought for a while now. What is on your mind? Lucas laughs heartily and admits to her, of course. You are quick on the uptake. But soon after, he falls silent. After a moment, Lucas gazes at the bright moon and softly says, feels like I left something behind. Something I can never forget. Something truly important. Maybe it is something crucial I am meant to do. But I just can't remember. Iris Vifider teasingly nudges him. If you can remember, maybe it is not that important. Lucas agrees with that train of thought. Maybe you are right. They lapse into silence for a while. Then Lucas breaks the quiet, startling Iris Vifider. This is good, he says softly. These peaceful moments, traveling across the continent while studying ancient ruins and cultures built by our ancestors. Above all, journeying with my most trusted friends. What could be better? And the way he said having her by his side made her blush fiercely, stealing a shy glance his way. But Lucas did not stop there. He opened up his true feelings, almost disbelieving how perfect it all felt. I can't believe this is real. Then he laughed heartily. Sorry. The moon's just too beautiful tonight. It made me say something cheesy. Before he finished, Iris Vifider took the lead and kissed him. She kissed him while tears streamed down her face. And he stood there, stunned, without a word, and the shining moon seemed like a silent witness to their love. After the kiss, Iris clung tightly to Lucas, confessing, I love you, Lucas, more than anything else in this world. I truly love you. When she finally let go, Lucas was flustered. But Iris answered sincerely, that is why I get jealous. But like I thought, it does not change anything. No matter what, your true nature never changes. Yet, ironically, that is exactly why I love the Lucas I know. Still in disbelief, he hesitated. What are you saying, Iris? Meanwhile, in another world, Rhodes is slowly losing his way, so he starts to think. After a moment, Rhodes realizes he has entered Lucas' inner world, but he can't find him anywhere. What is going on? Soon, his people arrive. Seeing Rhodes, they greet him warmly. Milan, Indra, long time no see. One replies joyfully, Lord, while Rhodes excitedly says, you have come to resurrect us. But as soon as he finishes, they are punished by him, writhing in pain. Lying on the ground, Indra cries out, Lord, What do you mean by this? Rahod sighs. As if I have any reason to save you. You were absorbed by a petty human. I am just here to reclaim my fragments. Before they can react. Rhodes opens his wide mouth. Within seconds, they become his meal, while Rhodes excitedly devours them. Ricky arrives. He does not speak yet. Watching Rhodes from behind, Rhodes remains focused on his feast. A few seconds after wiping his mouth, he says, "Only one left now." Then Rhodes turns and sees Ricky standing there. A delectable morsel has come looking for him, and his eyes light up. "Ricky, my greatest fragment." Ricky meets Rhodes' gaze and says, "You have changed. Or should I say, you have returned to your original self. Lord, all the respect I had for you has completely vanished." He did not hesitate to reply, "If you come back to me, you will finally understand everything." He stayed firm as ever. "And you should already know my answer." Still, Rhodes was pretty confident in himself, quite the headache. "But Ricky, you are out of options now." Without a second thought, he drew his sword and declared, "I will fight with everything I have got." At that moment, clenching his fists in anger, Lot shouted, "You, in the end, you still." Then Lot suddenly burst into flames and yelled out, "Ricky, now." Neither he nor the other had any chance of turning back, and Ricky was ready to fight. Quietly thinking of you, Lucas, this is your world, remember who you truly are. This scene was written by Iris as the story's ending. Lucas suddenly woke up and thought, right, I lost to the Lord and died. So this is what it feels like to die and return to dust. Somehow, this feeling feels all too familiar, like falling into the abyss. Then, Lucas heard Ada's voice. 3,917 years, 11 months, and 7 days. Still, he had not figured it out yet and shouted loudly, "Who is there?" Finally, out of frustration, Lucas collapsed. But even then, he kept shouting in panic, "Who is there? Is anyone here?" Iris' voice echoed back, 3,115 years, 9 months, and 4 days. Lucas started moving toward the sound, and soon he saw a patch of light. He opened his eyes wide to see what was behind it. In that moment, he spotted a girl sitting at a desk, writing by the glow of 2 candles. Looking closer, Lucas recognized her face. It was familiar, but he still wondered, whose voice was that? Then Ada's voice sounded again. "Iris, we'll record everything that happens after Lucas's departure." Soon after, he arrived at a mountain where Iris was with Lot, and Lucas thought to himself, "This must..." Ada quickly spoke up. "Where is Lucas?" He just replied, "He is facing his punishment." Iris looked worried. "Is he still alive?" At the same time, Lucas felt confused, a jumble of thoughts racing through his mind. These are Iris' memories after I was trapped in the abyss. It did not stop there. Lucas also heard Lot say, "Iris firefighter, a witch, your power is too precious for me to lose my life over you." Hearing this, Ada looked annoyed, but then made an offer, "Swear loyalty and submit to me." That night, Lucas went outside to gaze at the stars. Right now, he was not feeling too great. After a moment of silence, Iris came looking for him. Lucas, turning around, he was shocked to see Ada, and then he greeted Iris, the firefighter. Ada put on a cheerful front and said, "I am here to destroy the bond between humans and Kassadin." Hearing that, Lucas looked surprised. "Man, that is just plain weird." Then Iris, the firefighter, took the lead and asked, "You have heard the rumors, right? I have betrayed everyone. I am on the Lores side now." Lucas did not worry one bit and laughed out loud. "Haha. Betrayed?" Ada honestly replied, "Yeah, call me a traitor. But everyone here knows what kind of person you really are." Hearing that, Iris fell silent, uneasy. Just by looking at him, Lucas could tell Ada was carrying some heavy burden, some deep pain. Called out as the cold-hearted Iris, he lowered his head in sorrow. On top of that, he revealed another truth. "Right now, we can defeat the Lord," Ada fiercely countered. "There is no way I will accept that. What we need is time." Lucas still did not get Iris' meaning and asked, "Time?" Ada quickly confirmed, "Lots of time. Maybe hundreds, even thousands of years. But Lucas will rise again." Lucas was horrified when Iris, the firefighter, mentioned his name. Out of curiosity, he asked, "What do you mean?" "Lucas is still alive," Ada firmly answered. "I will save him no matter the cost. Lucas is trapped in the abyss, and if we want to save him, we have to take control of that territory. I will gain the Lord's trust and harness his power. To do that, I need to prove my loyalty and deepen the rift between humans and Kassadin, and also take care of Schweizer's head. By now, you have already lost it." Ada, Iris objects. "And honestly, I hope she is right, but I am not so sure." Lucid stares silently at the person before him, unsure how to stop those dark thoughts creeping back in. He also understands why Ada did what she did. I heard a woman's love is deadlier than any sword. She is ready to make enemies. Even Lucas S. Just to save him. I will break ties with Cassidon. Just like she wants, please. I hope one day you will be free from every burden weighing on you. With that, Lucid quietly leaves, leaving Iris alone to wrestle with her thoughts. After a while, Ada is completely broken, her head resting against a nearby door. Lucas witnesses this scene. Back in the present, Iris Vifidra begins casting magic. A magical circle quickly forms before her eyes. Suddenly, a hand grasping Lucas tightly starts to appear. Within that grasp, he still has his eyes closed. Ada sees Lucas and silently thinks, Lucas, you are really still alive? Iris Vifidra looks at her hand, hesitating should she keep using magic or not. In the end, desperate to save Lucas, Iris decides to cast magic once again. After a moment, the barrier's crack immediately appears, but it quickly heals itself. Ada sighs, realizing this is as far as she can go. Using more power today will only raise the Lord's suspicions. She needs a crack big enough to push Lucas out, and that is going to take a long time. Meanwhile, Iris rewrites what happens after Lucas dies. Before his body fades away, she will transfer to another shell, and before it vanishes, she will do it again. And on that way, her soul will slowly dissolve until one day it just becomes dust. But can I really hold on that long? With that, she closes her book. Then Iris Vifter suddenly hears his voice, turns around, and smiles. His grin is absolutely adorable. Before Ada's eyes, she sees a scene of the two on a picnic, with Lucas carrying Iris looking strong and protective. But beneath that strength lies the scars of a lifetime she has endured. Ada blushes, embarrassed, and awkwardly asks, Huh? Auntie? Yeah? Auntie? The answer comes with a chuckle and a smirk. Seconds later, Lucas seriously says, Sometimes it is really good, you know, just speaking your heart out. Then he looks straight into her eyes, like he has a million things to say, but does not know where to start. Iris Vifidra seems to be waiting for something, but not wanting to worry Ada. Lucas changes the subject. Yeah? That smile. It is the kind that even gods would want to be by your side. Ada arrives where Lucas is imprisoned. She stands there watching him for a moment, then says, Even the gods want to be with you. What about you? Even if everything goes according to plan, will you stay by my side? Just then, Lucas slowly opens his eyes. Seizing the moment, Iris Vifidra rewrites Lucas's fate. He will survive, because Lucas believes, even if the whole world turns its back, he knows you would never do that to him. Lucas, please, never forgive me. That is the only way I can atone for my teammates. Once trusted, the great magician returns after 4,000 years, and suddenly Ada hears a strange noise. It is the sound of a medicine box dropping, the pills inside rattling loudly. Nearby, Lucas, back in fray breaks, clutches his throat in agony while trying to pick up the pills. Suddenly, Iris Vifidra remembers something and jumps up in panic, thinking, Lucas is resonating through the crack in the abyss. Free breaks, whoever it is, I can miss this chance. Ada immediately casts magic. Luckily, the crack slowly widens, and it keeps growing larger and larger. Free breaks burst into tears, panicking as he spoke. Lucas, though a bit surprised, pieced it all together silently. None of this would have been possible without Iris. For over 4,000 years, she guarded the abyss, never letting the Lord catch on. Lucas was moved by everything Iris Vifidra had done for him. He blamed himself through tears, whispering, I was such a fool. I really thought I escaped on my own. Ada stepped over to Lucas and spoke sincerely. I hoped you would never find out, because if you saw my memories, I know you would forgive me, and then I would truly become a traitor to everyone. Guilt-filled tears began streaming down Iris Vifidra's cheeks. Seeing Ada, Lucas shouted back, Iris, that is not true. Swise's resurrection had told him to trust her, which completely stunned Iris Vifidra. Lucas recounted what Swise, now Anastasia, had told him. She knew. Iris knew that if he resurrected, so would I. Curious? Lucas asked. How? She knows. How? Swise dodged the question with a smirk. I do not know. Just a hunch. Isn't it obvious? There is one thing I am sure of. Honestly, I can stand her, carrying all that weight alone. It is like you are already burdened enough. Back in the present, Lucas spoke from the heart. From the start, everyone knew you were not a traitor. They just wanted to respect your resolve, so everyone pretended not to know and followed your plan. Hearing this, Iris Vifidra sobbed loudly and dropped to her knees. Lucas knelt down too, trying to comfort her. More than that, he pulled Ada into a heartfelt hug. You carried everything for 4,000 years, he said. Iris Vifidra responded, struggling for words. I was not done speaking yet. Ada, you cut me off. That is not stubborn anymore, that is a full-blown problem. But then, suddenly, Iris Vividra's body began to dissolve, shocking Lucas to his core. Meanwhile, Ada suddenly said, "Lucas? Thank you." He panicked. Iris but Ada cut him off, stepping between them. "You gave me peace by letting me leave in your arms." Lucas sensed Iris Vividra was in danger and spiraled into chaos. "Iris, what is happening?" Ada, looking flustered, said, "It seems my time has come." Lucas panicked even more. "Time for what?" Iris Vividra explained quietly. "My soul, worn thin after hundreds of reincarnations, is finally turning to dust." Lucas looked confused. "What?" A second later, Iris Vividra pushed Lucas away, making him even more worried. "Iris." Before leaving, Ada smiled through tears. "I love you." Lucas, he was utterly terrified watching his love vanish before his eyes. Lucas screamed, "Iris." And as all of Iris Vividra's power fused into his body, he could not believe at this strength. It was unbelievable. Lucas' eyes widened, locked on the unbelievable scene unfolding right before him. When the power fully took over his body, Lucas screamed out in agonizing pain. Isabel refused to believe he was dead and immediately began searching for him. "Free? Dead? No way. Free? That has got to be a lie." Right when she found him, she kept calling out, "Wake up. Free. It can't end like this. You fought for over 4,000 years. For this." Wazer was shocked to see her and quickly called out to Isabel. Meanwhile, Isabel cradled Lucas and said, "You do not know what I went through 4,000 years ago. I saw countless possibilities you could create even with a fragile body. You never gave up. You pushed yourself to the limit. Almost like you enjoyed it, constantly testing yourself. Sometimes you are impulsive, sometimes reckless, other times compassionate, and then just reckless again. When I realized you were Lucas, I can tell you how relieved I felt. In that moment, Ivan struggled to get up, calling out, 'Hey,' but Isabel was not paying attention, muttering, 'So much has happened, but the reason someone ordinary like me has followed you this far is because you never gave up on your beliefs. That unshakable faith has the power to defeat even yourself, no matter the price or the ability. That man is the one I admire, Lucas.' Right now, she is holding him and crying tears of joy. Back to reality. Lucas begins to harmonize with Ares V. Fighter's power, and its influence spreads all the way to Ricky and Dallas. Completely clueless about what it was, he grumbled in irritation. What the hell is this disgusting light? Yet, he also seemed oddly fascinated by the sudden appearance of this mysterious power. Ricky was clear and firm. "Sir, you asked why I'm on humanity's side. Here's my answer. Yes, humans are ridiculously weak creatures. Like you said, they are even lower than bugs, but they carry potential when they cherish others more than themselves. When that feeling touches someone else, they can surpass anything we have ever imagined. There is a word for this feeling. Love. That is what they call it. You will never defeat Lucas." As Lucas hovered midair, Isabel called out to him, "Frey." Suddenly, someone emerged from within Lucas' body. After a process of separation, a new form appeared. At the sight of Lot, everyone gasped in shock. God just broke free. Angrily, he cursed at everyone. "Damn bugs." Meanwhile, Lucas returned to his original form. Isabel was so relieved, tears streaming down her face. Ivan smiled brightly. "Knew it. You are still alive. Kid, that is not Frey. What is going on?" Wazer said dumbfounded. "That is his true form." That was Lucas, standing right in front of Isabel. At that moment, Lot decided to end this once and for all. He made his move on Lucas. Ruthless as ever. "Let us finish this." Lucas, she was utterly horrified by Lot's brutal action. Sensing danger, Wazer shouted a warning. "That is a spatial field, dangerous. Dodge it." Frey, fearless. Lucas calmly raised his hand and cast a spell. With just a wave, Lucas shattered the spatial field. Lot glared at him, thinking, "Damn it." Then he asked Lucas, How do you have the core of the Dragon King? Why do you even possess that?" Lucas stared Lot down and answered loudly, "Iris gave it to me." Gritting his teeth, Lot cursed, "Iris, I get it now. That bastard stole the Dragon King's core." Then, yelling furiously, Lot charged at Lucas. "Give it back. That is not something a lowlife like you should ever have." Lucas quickly chanted, "May the light pierce through my enemies." The magic missile startled Lot as a sharp beam of light surged toward him. Still sharp, Lot dodged to the side. Frozen for a moment, he finally asked, What are you doing?" Lucas answered honestly, "Iris is not dead. I will bring her back." Lot showed disbelief. "A mere mortal defying the cycle of death. Now that you hold the Dragon King's core and balance the realms, you think you are a god." "A god," Lucas replied seriously. "A god can restore the shattered soul of Iris." Hearing this, Swezer warned loudly, A god. You do not know the first thing about gods. Lucas, even Lot raised a practical point. Gods never work for free. What will you trade? All of humanity. The entire world. Lucas was not hiding anything and said, Actually, I already have the perfect gift right here. Lucas pointed at Lot, and his next words made Lot freeze in terror. Your head, demigod. Without hesitation, Lucas cast a spell and chanted, a fireball soared into the sky, fireball magic. Still, Lot managed to dispel it. Isabel could not believe her eyes and said to Schweizer, Strange. She agrees immediately. Yeah? What is he thinking? 1-star spell. Magic missile. 2-star spell. Fireball. He is using these weak spells to fight the Lord. Ivan protests. I do not sense a trace of holy power. Has free weakened. Schweizer quickly counters. No way. Even the lowest level spell can hide a mage's true strength. Every spell Lucas casts carries unbelievable precision and power. He has not weakened actually. He has surpassed his level from 4,000 years ago. She looks puzzled. Then why? At the same time, Lucas switches tactics, gathering their sounds. Chanting, commanding the earth to swallow the battlefield in earthquake. The ground shakes and cracks open, and Lot coolly asks, What are you doing? Lucas? Do you really think you can beat me with these basic spells? Thinking Lucas is underestimating him. Lot rages. Use your holy power. Lucas, your weak magic won't even scratch me. Divine power. Your skills channeled through holy energy. Schweizer shouts. Fearing for Lucas's safety. Free. Do not tell me before he can finish. Lucas interrupts. Continuing to draw strength from the essence of nature. The dragon clan uses ether. We humans use mana. I am a mage, a grand mage. Remember this, Lord. Today, the one who will defeat you is a human. Lucas unleashes a fiery blaze, dancing eternally over the burning ground, a fireball. But it has no effect on Lot at all. Confused, Ivan asks the high priestess. What is he doing? Human magic can harm the Lord. The Lord's spatial domain is like a black hole that swallows every attack into the void. Only holy power can pierce his absolute shield. Frey must know this. So why? Then Lot mocks him. So you think you can defeat me as a mere human? Lucas taunts. Like you still do not realize that your own stupidity just sealed all your fates. Ignoring Lot's words, Lucas unleashes ice magic. The chilling roar pierces through the earth itself. Frost quickly encases him, while Lot conjures a protective barrier around himself. Switching from ice to blazing fire, Lucas' molten roar shakes the ground, summoning searing magma. Suddenly, a fierce lava eruption bursts violently from beneath the earth's crust. Even Isabel can't believe the raw power he is showing. As Ivan and Anastasia watch in confusion, she mutters under her breath, his magic level keeps climbing, from a 1-star spell all the way to 7 stars. He is not just spamming spells, he is targeting something. Free. Lot swiftly soars into the air to dodge the oncoming strike. Though he escapes, a puzzled look lingers on his face. Schweizer nods in approval of the attack. It is genuinely impressive. This move might actually be legit. Isabel turns to Schweizer. Curious what is going on, he eyes his opponent and says, You know 9-star magic does not exist, right? Flustered, she replies, Yeah, magic levels are classified by the complexity of their formulas. All spells max out at 8 stars. 9-star magic is always considered legendary. Hearing this, Ivan's face twists in silent disbelief. Schweizer agrees with her assessment. Exactly. Isabella, you are right, but from now on, the classification system is about to change. Isabella narrows her eyes, probing, what do you mean by that? He suddenly falls into deep thought, staying silent for a moment. At that moment, Lot approaches Lucas, demanding, What the hell did you just do? Lucas does not answer. Instead, he conjures a magic circle. Meanwhile, below, Schweizer explains to her Lucas has created a spell that can dominate everything in the mage world. 9-star magic? Even knowing he is walking a deadly line, Lot stubbornly retorts, I am wondering what you are planning. You just took control of this space? But it looks like you forgot one thing. My domain rules this space. Then Lucas casually says one word. Vanish. In an instant, Lot's domain shatters into pieces, leaving him stunned. Lot can't believe it, thinking my spatial control shattered just like that. Before he can react, a sharp slap lands across his face. Lot is caught off guard, relentlessly attacked from every angle. Helpless and screaming, Lot can't mount any defense. Isabel shouts out, Magic's affecting the Lord. Ivan adds, and that is just the beginning of the spell. Suddenly, a dagger-sharp shard of ice lunges at Lot. With a scream, the shards pierce through his body. The ice fades, but the flames begin to rage. Wazer gasps in horror. These spells are not disappearing. It is like they are alive. Lot's body burns in the fire, but Lucas coolly states, My fire is the foundation of the mage world. Here, no domain exists without my permission. The flames only grow stronger. After a while, Lot is so burned his body is covered in wounds. 1 second later, He falls freely through the air, finally crashing down with a thunderous impact. Lucas strides over swiftly, carefully studying Lot, and he even smirks. Meaning, now you are beneath me, Lord. Humiliated, Lot's eyes widen with fury. Summoning his last strength, he lunges at Lucas. Outraged, Lot yells as he attacks filthy human vermin. Do not underestimate me. Lucas shows no fear, uttering just one word, kneel. Instantly, Lot collapses to his knees. At this point, Lot is utterly defeated. To punish him, Lucas commands. Twist and Lot's body contorts painfully in agony. At the same moment, Diro told Isabel, it is almost like a dragon's gate. No, its power tier goes way beyond that, to the point that even the gods can stand against it. Wazer added, this is the scale of a 9-star magic spell. Every spell is flawlessly executed with full incantations. While Lucas ordered, twist, to torment Lot, then he kept breaking it down for Diro, coordinating to create a space where only mana flow is allowed. All levels of magic blend together, mana moving as if it has a mind of its own. It truly is a world of magic. Right now, Lucas is nothing less than a supreme being. After enduring the punishment, his body was completely deformed, yet Lot cracked a sly smile. Now I get it. You do not shy away from using holy power. The other's words left Lucas puzzled. He even said, it is just that you can use it freely in your own realm. I absorbed not just Indra and Mylan, but Ricky too. Lucas did not lie and replied, so what if that is true? Lot looked at him and smiled knowingly. Then he said, there is only one piece left for me to complete myself. Suddenly Eric appeared to pay respects to Lot. His teacher. He quickly flew over. Just like before, Lot opened his huge mouth as if about to devour Eric. Moving in to feast on him, Lucas did not flinch. Instead, he nonchalantly said, how chill. Meanwhile, Eric did not resist at all. That filthy mouth kept inching closer and closer. A second later, Lot leisurely enjoyed his meal in front of stunned onlookers. Then Ivan, shocked, dragged him away, yelling, that crazy bastard. He just ate his own ally. Now, Lot lay in a pool of blood after his feast. Then suddenly he opened his mouth wide again, and then Lot's eyes shot open as his body began to transform. In a blink, he screamed, unable to withstand the wild magic surging through him. People watched and whispered, what the hell is he doing? Wazer suddenly recalled Lot's earlier words about the last piece. What did he mean by that? Snow quickly grabbed his sword and said, I can feel an enormous amount of holy power from him. This is not over yet. Isabel, curious, shouted, is that really holy power? I have never seen energy like this before. Through the thick smoke, Lot's body was still harmonizing with the new holy power. Seconds later, he yelled out loud, I understand now. I finally get it. Lot's body sprouted a pair of angelic wings. Proudly, he declared, I am Mike. Snow quickly drew his sword. His appearance has changed. Ivan could not believe it when he heard the name. Michael. Michael. The high priestess trembled in fear. Michael. That monster, is he? A divine invoice. Diro glanced at Lot with disbelief. Ivan, sensing he knew something, asked, a divine invoice. What are you talking about? Diro hesitated, then explained, long ago. This world, including this place, the mortal realm, the demon world, and the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm is where the divine envoys, the angels, reside. Hearing this, Ivan gasped in shock. So from the start, the Lord was an angel. The high priestess quickly added, he was not just any angel. Michael is the leader of all angels, the one who maintains balance in the heavenly realm. She continued, long ago, Michael rebelled against the gods. The gods retaliated by destroying the heavenly realm and wiping out all angels. Michael was the only one left alive, Diro said before collapsing. Michael ended up destroying him. Seeing Diro fall, everyone shouted his name in panic. Diro, holding his heart in hand, Michael coldly said, I know this is not a dragon's heart. That bastard Iris dared to trick me. You should not talk about someone else's past like that. Meanwhile, everyone mourned him, calling his name in sorrow. Diro. Michael crushed his heart in his hand, mocking him. It hurts. Especially because everything you said was true. The high priestess carefully examined Diro's body before declaring, he is dead. At that moment, Ivan cursed. Damn it. Lucas was baffled, wondering how Michael could use his power when his own permission did not work even in this world. Michael coldly declared, I am here to settle the score with the gods. With that, Michael spread his arms wide, unleashing a holy, destructive force that obliterated everything in its path, arrogantly vowing to wipe out all that the gods had created. The wind and sand battered everyone, and without enough strength to resist, they struggled and cried out in frustration. Despite the chaos, Lucas urged everyone to stay calm and keep their wits about them. Michael's roar was deafening, but useless. Soon after came wave after wave of relentless attacks. Rocks and earth surged toward them, but Snow conjured a protective shield that held strong. Ivan's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "What is that?" Meanwhile, Lucas quietly noted, "The barrier's breaking." Michael rushed forward, shouting, "I am the balance of the heavens, while you are the balance of the earth. Can two balances truly coexist?" He sneered, then lunged, trying to seize Snow with his divine power. Snow tensed but responded coolly, "That is like what Ricky said, your power 1T work here." That comment infuriated Michael. In punishment, he held Snow suspended in midair as everyone called out her name in panic. Michael threatened coldly, "I will crush you to dust." Snow screamed in pain, her body writhing from the agony. The more she screamed, the more Isabel's anxiety grew, shouting, "Snow!" But Michael showed no mercy, blasting Snow apart in the sky, leaving her teammates horrified. He sneered loudly, "Resistance is pointless. You are nothing but insects to me." Just when everyone thought Snow was gone, a miracle Ivan caught her, saving her life. Lying on the ground, Snow nervously cracked open an eye to see what had happened. Panic surged through her as she screamed, spotting Ivan lying on top of her. Yelling, "Ivan!" he quickly stopped her. "Don't scream. My head feels like it is about to split in two." Gently, Snow helped Ivan up, concern flooding her voice. Your hand. Your hand." Ivan struggled to speak, hesitating before finally admitting. After a few seconds, he chuckled, "I guess disciples really do take after their masters. Now I am down one hand, just like my master." She wept harder, overwhelmed with guilt. "It is my fault." Ivan, blushing, comforted her gently. "Don't apologize. I am just repaying a debt." Secretly, he admired her beauty even in tears. How could she cry and still look so stunning? Furious at his defeat, Michael shifted targets, sneering, "Not happy? Fine." Next up, he pointed at Isabel, leaving her confused and terrified, while Michael taunted, "You seem close to Lucas. Lucky you. I do not know what a mere human like you means to him." But, as he spoke, he unleashed his torture on Isabel, her body twisting in unbearable pain. Even she flinching from the agony, she gritted her teeth, thinking, "How should I make him feel the most pain?" Seconds later, tears streaming, she screamed out in agony. Just then, Lucas punched Michael square in the face. His blow sent Michael flying back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Michael instantly retaliated with a gut punch, making Lucas cry out in pain. They clashed fiercely in hand-to-hand combat, with Michael pushed back a few steps by Lucas. Sneering, Michael taunted, "Switching to close combat because your magic is useless, and you still call yourself a great mage." Lucas smirked confidently. "Even the greatest mages like to throw down with their fists sometimes." "Get ready, jerk." Hearing that, Michael laughed and fired back. "Not bad." Meanwhile, Swezzer's face twisted in disbelief as he watched Lucas attack Michael. Isabel worriedly called out, "Pray." The high priestess desperately tended to Ivan's wounds while he cursed Lucas under his breath. "That damn bastard. Can't he believe he is using the Freedom Marshal King's power like that?" The fierce hand-to-hand battle between Lucas and Michael raged on. For a moment, he grabbed his leg and Lucas threw Michael flying, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Seeing Michael falter, Lucas seized the chance to land another hit. Unfortunately, Michael was quick on his feet and slipped away, retreating far back. Still, Lucas moved fast, closing in to deliver a brutal knee strike right to his face. The force made Michael spit blood. As Michael fell backward, Lucas followed up with a punch. His punch sent Michael crashing down, shaking the ground and cracking the earth beneath them. Lucas' hand pressed down hard on Michael's face, while Michael seethed in rage, snarling, "You bastard! Disappear!" He snarled, shoving Lucas away. But Lucas was not done. He swung another punch straight at Michael's face. In just seconds, Michael was blasted far away, dust and smoke billowing around him. It took a moment for Michael to shake off the dizziness and sit up, asking, "Why?" Then, furious, he unleashed his sacred power, chanting, "Vanish, vanish, vanish," but it was completely ineffective. Instead, Lucas landed a solid hit, and Michael howled in pain, lying on the ground, his body trembling with rage. Michael bellowed, "Why? Why can't my authority touch him?" Lucas calmly asked Michael, "Don't you get it yet, Lord?" At this, Michael suddenly rejected his own name, pleading, "Dunty, do not call me that." The moment he finished speaking, he soared into the sky, his angelic wings spread wide. Now serious, he declared, "I am no longer the original being. I am the balance of heaven, Michael. Lucas showed no fear. Glaring at him with pure disdain, moments later, Lucas shattered Michael's delusion, revealing memories restored by collecting shattered fragments, proof that he once was the balance of heaven. Surely that got you pumped, Lord. How foolish. Lucas said. Michael, confused, asked, what are you talking about? Lucas pressed on. Your excitement blinded you to a simple truth. You still have those wings. You will never defeat me. Hearing this, Michael sneered. What nonsense are you spouting? Lucas shot back loudly. You just admitted it, you are no longer the original being. Then why did you absorb them all? That hit a nerve. And Michael's rage exploded as he screamed and lunged at Lucas. Unfazed, Lucas taunted him. Weren't they your own kin? Just lies. Huh. Seconds later, Michael's face twisted with frustration as he confessed. Do you know how it feels to absorb Zilin and recover a lost fragment of memory? I get chills down my spine, because I realized I am not the only one bearing the burden of the original being. They are all fools, arrogant trash, thinking they own their power, acting like gods when they only hold half their true selves. They are no different from the petty fragments inside me. Lucas still blames him, saying, as their leader, you should not say things like that. Seeing Michael's pain go unnoticed, Michael snaps, launching an attack and yelling, shut up. But thanks to a shield, he stays unharmed. Lucas watches his anger boil and feels oddly satisfied, thinking, I bet someone of your caliber would choose self-destruction. Michael, confused, shoots back. Self-destruction. Lucas explains plainly about reversed gravity. He gets it but grits his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, Michael crashes to the ground with a scream, and his impact leaves a crater in the earth. He is utterly broken now, so much so that even Michael screams in shame at his own downfall. Lucas mercilessly salts the wound, taunting, think about those demons. Why do you think they trick people into the demon realm? Because they know they can win there. They can unleash their full power. Heaven, hell, and the mortal world all have their own beings. These beings can fully use their power outside their own realms. It is not a game. These rules exist to stop reckless interference between realms. They are the bedrock of the worlds. Then Isabel, surprised, chimes in, so that is how it is. Michael's the current god. The balance of heaven, he became a heavenly being, which is why he can use his full strength here. Michael, unwilling to accept this, retorts, nonsense. I have been using all my strength since before. Before he can finish, Lucas cuts, that is why you are a fool. Seizing Michael's moment of confusion, Lucas unleashes a lightning strike, making him cry out in pain. As the lightning fades, Lucas moves closer and says, the gods once said demigods are fragments, broken off from the world's original will, so the world's laws treat them as beings of the mortal realm. Since you have absorbed them, you too are now a mortal realm entity. No matter how arrogant you are, you get it now, right? The source of your power is the existence of those demigod fragments, those friends you see as nothing but pests. You killed them with your own hands. When humans value others more than themselves, when hearts truly connect, humanity can surpass even our highest expectations. This power is called love. Hearing this, Michael feels a crushing panic rising inside him. Lucas decides to end it all, quickly casting a banishment spell. This ends now. God. Magic tortures Michael, causing his body to writhe in agonizing pain, but Michael stubbornly refuses to back down. No way, Lucas. Lucas ignores his defiance. This fight's far from over. Lucas methodically torments Michael, making his screams echo relentlessly. Finally, a scream bursts forth, unleashing a demonic power as Michael spits out a black liquid. This liquid carries a deadly force, forcing everyone to conjure protective magic spheres around themselves. The black liquid rains down like a torrential storm. At that moment, the High Priestess senses the overwhelming evil and gasps, I can feel an intense hatred. Suddenly, the black liquid emits mournful wails, terrifying Schweizer to his core. All the demigods seem to recognize what this liquid really is. Immediately, the High Priestess declares, the god has spit out all the demigods he swallowed. After expelling everything, Michael falls silent, lost in thought. Lucas suddenly says, even after shedding all your karma, what changes? The moment his second body transformed, he said, you claim the holy power is unstoppable. Suddenly, angel wings sprouted, but just as quickly, they vanished. Michael smirked confidently. That means I still have my wings. You can beat me. My body's emptied out now. I am pure void, powered only by myself. It seems the rules of this world no longer recognize me as the master of the heavenly faction. Lucas grinned, knowing all this was designed to take him down. Hearing this, Schweizer grasped the danger and explained to everyone, there is more, not just the essence, but the presence of God himself is here. Ivan's eyes widened. He's even sacrificing himself. What the hell is going on? Lucas turned to Ivan, asking, "Do you even know what he just did?" Michael answered bluntly, "Of course. Thanks to that, I feel unstoppable." Without hesitation, he launched a fierce attack on Lucas. Lucas was thrown back. Confused, he did not even see the strike coming. At that moment, he scrambled to cast a spell. Seconds later, Lucas slowly conjured ice in the blink of an eye. He created an ice wall to block Michael's charge, but it did not last long before Michael shattered it. Seizing the chance, he grabbed Lucas by the face, then slammed him hard to the ground with a loud thud. Next, Michael choked him, while Lucas struggled to comprehend. How is he this strong? He thought. Michael grinned. Now this is a fair fight, right? But Lucas shoved him hard in the face in response. Both unleashed an absolute domain simultaneously. After the domain collapsed, both were injured. Lucas groaned, while Michael shouted, "You idiot! Casting spells on yourself like that!" Furious, Michael kicked Lucas flying across the field. Lucas floated helplessly like a balloon drifting midair. Luckily, he landed safely shortly after, wasting no time. Lucas cast another spell. This magic shone like a blazing sun, hence its name, Inager Sun, and from it, faces emerged in the swirling black liquid. Whispering, "God, God." Michael quickly stepped forward, kicking Lucas hard. That caught Lucas off guard, but Lucas dodged just in time. Grabbing Michael's leg, he held on tight and slammed Michael to the ground with brutal force. Meanwhile, everyone watched anxiously. Lucas poured all his strength into taking Michael down. Michael fought back with everything he had. They exchanged blow after blow relentlessly. At the same time, the faces in the black liquid cried out again, "God, God." The black liquid started swirling wildly. It merged into a massive dome, trapping the two inside. Curiosity stirred. Lucas asked, "Who cleaned up the area? Who does not care about the people who were once allies of Ngayu?" Michael sighed deeply, thinking for a moment before replying, "I discarded them myself. There is no going back now." And while Lucas was not looking, Michael kicked him hard. Lucas collapsed repeatedly, struggling for breath as Michael continued, "Just one step left, one step until I turn this world into void and take my revenge. Do you know how much I sacrificed to get here?" Lucas, gasping, shouted back, "The true gods are the ones who sacrifice themselves and spit out those who betray them." Michael snapped back, "They are just parts of me. Nothing more." Then, in a burst of rage, he stomped fiercely on Lucas's body. Lucas' face twisted in pain, trapped under Michael's foot. Motionless. After a few seconds, he let out a bitter, mocking laugh. Then he sneered, "That is why I hate you, especially when you talk about family or whatever. Someone who does not care about family or friends." Meanwhile, you are slowly getting back on your feet. Michael, startled and flustered, stammers, "You damn bastard." Before he can finish, he is cut off. "It is terrifying watching you bastards pretend to be us." In the end, Lucas stands tall, his voice dripping with menace. "You all." Michael, a little shaken and scared, replies, "You." Lucas gives him no chance to speak and just yells out, "You are nothing but a traitor." Lucas pours all his fury right into Michael's face. "You all. You, truly, a traitor. I pity those who've been fooled by your sweet lies that we are all equals, just a part of yourself. Then what exactly are you? You have discarded parts of yourself, left only an empty shell." Those words pierced his blackened heart. Michael punched and shouted, clamping his mouth shut. While Lucas groaned from pain, he said arrogantly, "They will never measure up to me anyway. Even if they all teamed up against me, they would not be half as strong. You should know that, right?" Lucas smirked, looking at those humans standing frozen, who've bet their lives and fate on you. What is even inside them that is worth that much? Then, pulling back his words, Michael suddenly kicks Lucas. Outside, Isabel calls out his name in panic, "Frey." Michael does not stop there. He sneers, "A person completely alone in life? Tossing aside useless bastards, what is wrong with that?" Lucas laughs loud. "You really do not get it, huh?" Michael fires back. "Really?" Lucas wipes blood from his lip and answers bluntly, "It is not about whether they are stronger or useful than me, it is that they walk alongside me, so I can believe in myself." Hearing this, Michael scolds and tries to punch him. "So what good does that do?" Lucas stays calm. "That is exactly it," and quickly grabs Michael's hand. Then, to Michael's shock, Lucas punches him. As Michael hovers stunned, Lucas declares firmly, "It is friendship." The punch hits so hard Michael spits blood and crashes into a pool of black liquid. Michael falls with a loud thud, lying still in the dark liquid. Not struggling, slowly, Michael opens his eyes. Staring at the black liquid, faces appear in the liquid, calling to him, Lord, Lord, why? Looking closely, Michael recognizes Lorene. She whispers from the depths, "Are you happy being all alone now?" Agni's cold face appears too. Lord, a moment later. Anana joins in. "I have been searching for you." Nosedog materializes. "Just being with you. Lord, that is enough for me." "Why have you betrayed us?" Lord, Michael struggles to sit up, drowning in regret. Lucas steps in, adding, "You betrayed those who trusted you. Abandoned them while they suffered. Not only that, you insulted the friend who sacrificed everything for you." At last, Michael realizes his mistakes and softens. The faces in the black liquid call out again. Lord, terrified. Michael bursts into tears, reaching out to gently hold Larene's face. Not just her. Michael gathers other faces too and starts crying, holds them close, sobbing in guilt, until their faces slowly fade away. Suddenly, Michael laughs loudly, tears still streaming down his face. Everyone stares in shock at Michael's laughter. Hearing it, Isabel falls into deep thought. Lucas, meanwhile, wears a face full of disgust. Michael's loud laughter only lasts a moment before his body suddenly feels nauseous. Not long after, with a loud scream, Michael vomits blood. Then he gasps for breath, reverting back to Lot. But it does not stop there. Lot panics when he sees what he just threw up. Holding two glowing jewels, he says anxiously, "My soul and my core." Lucas shouts, "It is, Lord." Lot stammers, laughing nervously in reply. "Before, you said we treat humanity like vermin when talking about friends and family, because we are at odds with your kind. Maybe you are right. Maybe we were born incapable of trusting each other. If we were more like humans, maybe our end would not be this tragic. You do not agree with him, and now you are blaming it on the nature of our species. Ricky's different. He trusts me and the others." At the same time, Lot saw his face reflected in that black liquid. Right after, Ricky hesitated, calling him Lord. Then Lucas stepped forward, grabbed Lot's face, and said, "The harsh truth behind your miserable death, Lord, is that you are a damn fool." He was stunned, lost for words. Then Lot cracked a bitter smile. Meanwhile, he wiped himself off, and just as he finished speaking, Lot's body turned to dust. Even so, he smiled with relief. Lucas, unchanged, stared at Lot with cold eyes. Then his body vanished right before everyone's eyes. Everything happened so fast that Ivan could not react. Shouting, "Lord!" Snow added, turned to dust. Even Isabel could not believe it and asked in disbelief. Lucas simply replied calmly, "It is." At that moment, she was so relieved she almost cried. Seeing this, he gave a faint smile. A second later, Isabel threw her arms around Lucas. She squeezed so tight he had to yell out, "Wait! That hurts. What are you doing?" Everyone rushed over to them, grinning from ear to ear. Lucas' face was huge with pain. "Damn it! That hurts." But they kept hugging him anyway. When he could not take it anymore, Lucas finally pushed them off. "Come on. Everyone here is hurting too. Come here, you little bastard. You really did beat the Lord." The High Priestess noticed Snow was not joining in and laughed, asking, "Not joining us?" She just replied, "Nah, I'd." Suddenly Ivan's voice rang out, "Don't stand there. Hugging with one arm is tough." We screamed in the river like the whole world could hear us. Like we were announcing to everyone that the Lord was dead. Maybe the reason we yelled so loud was to avoid facing the emptiness we felt after this long battle. But the unavoidable truth is, right now, this is the final bell ringing in a new peaceful world after 4,000 years. Lucas was stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Seeing everyone happy yet frozen in place, he muttered to himself, "What is going on here?" Time. Just then, Dao suddenly appeared and said, "How about becoming the world's balancer?" Lucas looked curious when he saw him. "You came personally. How kind." "I actually have something to discuss with you," Daos replied calmly. "I know you want to bring Iris back, right? Cut to the chase." Lucas spoke bluntly. "I like that. Is it even possible?" Daos frowned, scolding him. "You ask if it is possible. Who do you think I am?" "But there is a catch," Dao said as he began manipulating two gems. He sent them flying right in front of Lucas, ordering him to press both cores. Lucas was puzzled by this move, so he asked, "Why?" Daos locked eyes and said, "To qualify." Lucas asked, "For what?" He answered seriously, "The right to travel across the universe." Lucas smiled, "The strongest human in history. I will crown you supreme." Still not catching his meaning, Lucas asked, "What?" Daos boldly stepped among the crowd and said, "You humans love to complain, right? What is God doing? Not watching over the world he created. The reason is simple. I am insanely busy." Lucas was not happy hearing this excuse. It was probably the lamest excuse he would ever heard from a creator god. Daos remained calm and said, Imagine the biggest number you can think of. Now imagine a vast universe that includes your world. And then countless more universes beyond, that so many you could not even start to count. At this, Lucas began to hesitate, while Daus loudly asked, "Still can't to swallow it, huh?" Then he whisked Lucas away to another world, leaving him utterly stunned. Seeing the bustling city and constant flow of people, Lucas was bewildered and finally asked, "Where is this place?" Daus answered honestly, "This is a world where you do not exist, and so it goes there are countless parallel worlds you are completely unaware of." He even took Lucas to the heart of a cosmic war, leaving him speechless as he thought to himself, "This place is in the middle of a cosmic war." Moments later, Daus said confidently, "And I oversee it all." After a quick tour, Daus snapped his fingers and sent Lucas right back to where he started. Lucas felt overwhelmed and frustrated, thinking his head was about to explode from the flood of information. Then he asked, "Do you get it now? A bunch of elderly folks are actually God's apostles. In other words, they are my subordinates, traveling through countless dimensions, fixing places that fall out of balance. Anyway, I am super busy, so come on. Let us get this over with." Lucas grasped Daus' meaning but still needed confirmation. "Is this the condition to revive Iris?" Daus replied gently, yes. Either way, Lucas could not say no. Worry showed on his face, because the other person understood him too well to convince Lucas. He flattered him, saying, "You are not just here in the mortal realm to lighten my workload, you have surpassed that level. You have realized that already. Have not you?" Then Daus raised 2 fingers, preparing to cast a spell. That move sent Lucas into a tight spiral of anxiety. He could hear it, the irresistible urge to destroy everything. The desire to wipe out everything before him surged, and Lucas remembered Azura's words, "I will cut down everything. Follow me." Moments later, Daus said, "Lucas, this is just the beginning. If you stay in the mortal realm, you will definitely become the second lord." Lucas hesitated, casting a glance at his teammates. He feared his decision would affect them all. His eyes scanned each person. First Ivan and Schweizer, then Snow and the High Priestess, and finally Isabel. All of them weighed heavily on Lucas' mind as he closed his eyes to focus. After clearing his thoughts, Lucas opened his eyes and stared into the distance. Then he made a request. "I have one condition." Daus agreed. "Speak." Lucas quickly replied, "Just one. Give me 1 day to say my goodbyes." Hen accepted and took him to another world, where snow was falling and the wind howled fiercely. Ilia stood atop a high mountain, gazing outward. She was not in the best mood. Lucas, shivering, approached her. "Aren't you cold?" Surprised, she asked, "Free, is this your true face?" But Lucas did not answer her question. She did not press him either. Nodding, "I get. You have finally become your true self. You came here to kill me?" she asked. Lucas replied softly, "If that is what you want." The two stood there, watching the snow fall with an indescribable sadness. Then Ilia spoke honestly. "At first, I wanted to live here with Ricky. I tried to convince him, but you know how stubborn he is. Why am I the only one left alive?" Lucas sniffled, wiping his nose. Maybe he refused because he could not bear the orders. Seeing Lucas in rough shape, Ilia led him closer to the fire. Leaning against the table, she said sincerely, "Even after becoming a transcendent being." Lucas looked puzzled at her words and hesitated before responding. Still, he smiled and said, "The god said I have abandoned my human nature." Hearing this, Ilia suddenly teased him. He must be blind. Then Lucas pulled out a jar. Surprised, she asked, "What is that?" He simply replied, "An old keepsake of yours, Ilia. Do whatever you want with it, bury it. Use it as fertilizer, I do not care. I have said my part. So I'm off." "You have helped me more than I deserved," she responded. "You are saying you do not plan on coming back?" Lucas no longer held back. She asked, "Why are you the only one who survived?" "Maybe because you still have a reason to live." Ilia was stunned by this and nervously asked, "A reason to live? What could that be?" Lucas suddenly fell silent, which made her even more anxious. After a moment, Lucas turned back and said, "Start looking for it." With that, he left, leaving Ilia sighing in confusion. She watched Lucas' figure disappear into the snow and muttered, "Honestly, even till the end, he never changes." Phoenix and Binian Akento looked surprised when they saw Lucas. Lucas casually said, "Looks like both of you are doing well." Overjoyed, she jumped up and hugged him. Binian, with a choked voice, said, "You really did it, Lucas? You actually did it." Lucas hugged Binian back. "I could not have done it without my companions." Phoenix stood nearby, tears in her eyes, saying, "I heard you are leaving. Will we see you again?" Binian was already crying hard as he looked at Lucas. While both were crying out loud, he stayed calm and said, "Until now, thank you for everything. I just stopped by to say that right after. Lucas left, leaving the two girls hugging each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. He then went to Rotor Sackley, who was already kneeling at Lucas' feet. As he patted Rotor Sackley's head, he said, "Looks like I owe you a lot, Sackley." She humbly replied, "Not all. There is no greater honor than serving you, my lord." No sooner had she spoken than Rotor Sackley began to dissolve just before vanishing. She cried, "Please, take care, my master." And with that, Rotor Sackley disappeared right before his eyes. Then Lucas heard a familiar voice. "You are leaving already." Turning around, he saw Ivan's group approaching. Lucas showed concern, asking, "Is your hand okay?" Ivan awkwardly replied, "It is no problem." Lucas quickly offered, "Should I heal it for you?" Surprised, Ivan asked, "You can do that?" Lucas replied seriously, "I think I can." But suddenly Ivan changed his tone. "Leave it as is." Snow jumped in to argue. "What are you saying? He can heal it." Ivan interrupted. "I am not interested." When I rushed in to save her, for the first time ever, I prayed. I promised I would trade this hand for her life. How could I take it back? That would be humiliating. Just then, Nora leaned in and whispered into Lucas' ear that she wanted Snow to take care of him. Ivan blushed and denied it. "That is not true." Snow stood nearby, clueless about their conversation, so he played along, staying quiet to hear more. "Sounds nice. But honestly, he is a mess." Taking advantage of the moment, Lucas asked about Nora's condition. "What about you? Should I heal you too?" She answered cheerfully and honestly, "No thanks." For the same reason, seizing the moment, Lucas treated Nora and Ivan simultaneously, making both uncomfortably protest. "Master, what are you doing? Stop it." Before leaving, Lucas gave Schweizer a meaningful glance. He even said goodbye. "I am off." Ivan did not stop him but reminded him to take care. They bumped fists as a silent promise, while Isabel gave Lucas a pouty look. He was not thrilled seeing her like that. "What did you eat? You look like you just bit into something terrible." Suddenly, Isabel burst out singing, "No way," which left Lucas totally baffled. Then she got serious and ordered, "Since I can stop you from leaving, at least promise me you will come back." Lucas calmly replied, "Feels like I have heard that before." Isabel, losing control, snapped angrily, "I could have found you before, but this time, you are going somewhere I can never reach." Tears streamed down her face as she said this. Seeing her like that, Lucas did not lie to Isabel. "This time, I am going somewhere I can't come back from. Even the gods say it is impossible." That just made her explode with rage, yelling, much to Lucas' relief, "How many times do I have to say it before you get it? You are the type to give up just because the gods say no. Isn't he making the impossible possible, your signature move? I will wait for you. No matter if it is 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Please, just come back." Snow, Oven, and Nora saw her and just smiled. But Schweizer's face lit up with delight. After saying that, Isabel cried while waiting for a promise from Lucas. In the end, he smiled and said, "All right, take care. See you again." With that, Lucas walked away calmly. Isabel shouted after him, "Definitely." Iris Fifighter witnessed this entire scene. Meanwhile, Ada was shocked and terrified. Iris Fifighter looked at her hand and asked, "Why?" Lucas appeared again and explained to Ada that body was reborn based on his memories. Iris Fifighter grew overwhelmed upon seeing Lucas. He looked at Ada for a moment and praised, "Sure enough, that appearance suits you best." Iris Fifighter still could not believe it was real. "How can this happen? I am positive." To prove it was not a dream, Lucas hugged Ada tightly. As Iris Fifighter wiped away tears, Lucas spoke tenderly, "It is. You did it, Iris." Tears streamed down Iris Fifighter's cheeks like a quiet flood. A few seconds later, he spoke with deep regret, "It has been so long. Really, way too long for the two of us." Lucas kept staring at Ada's tear-streaked face, unable to look away. Then, with a heavy heart, he said, "It is a shame, but I have to go now. A long journey lies ahead of me. Will you wait for me?" To comfort Iris Fifighter, Lucas forced a bright smile and joked, "I already promised everyone I would come back. Otherwise, Isabel would kill me for sure. You will wait for me? Right, Iris?" Ada grabbed her hand first, her voice tinged with playful blame. "I have waited so long already, and now you are making me wait even more. You are such a jerk. I never thought I would find someone as awful as you even if I searched the entire universe." Lucas was totally flustered, trying to respond. Before he could finish, Iris cut him off. "And even if I searched the whole universe, I would not find a sillier woman than me. I will see you again, Lucas. I will make the world so beautiful. You will want to come back." With heartfelt sincerity, Lucas promised. All right. See you again. At that moment, Ada was overwhelmed. Pain took over. It seemed the farewell had truly ended. I do not think this is a happy ending. One who makes promises they can keep won't be able to return to this world. Before he could finish, Lucas firmly interrupted. The god of the future is what you call fate. If you look back, my whole life has been a constant battle to escape fate. I do not act alone. The reason I stand here is because countless people believe in me. If I forget that, I will slip and fall on my own, even if I become an absolute being. That won't change. So I will resist fate, just like I always have and like I will keep doing in the future. Those refused to give up, concluding that the one who forgets their destiny is doomed. He remained as resolute as ever, replying, exactly. In the end, that is what it means to be human.